Chapter 1. United Kingdom, London. The Zone Esports top-tier event, the GDL World Finals venue. A spectacular sight unfolded in the 10,000-person stadium. Brilliant and dazzling lights shone onto the field, with shouts and cheers igniting an already fevered atmosphere. 5 individuals, wearing their uniform team outfits, stepped up to the podium. Thousands of gamers, unable to contain themselves, let out wild cries that echoed thunderously through the sports arena for a long time. The 5 on the podium held up their trophy high as the glory of triumph finally illuminated their faces under the spotlight. In this night, China's competitive history saw its first ever global esports gold medal claimed by the Black Rose team. This scene replayed over and over in Lin Xiao's mind. Squinting his eyes, he smacked his phone down on the bed edge, plunging himself entirely into the covers. The screen on the phone was still glowing brightly, clearly displaying the words on the report. Black Rose team captain Old Ghost claimed China's first esports championship cup in the UK but unfortunately suffered a car accident en route to the airport. He passed away after unsuccessful emergency rescue efforts. Report date, 5 years ago. Lin Xiao turned around, involuntarily raising a hand to rub his disheveled hair. If the captain of the Black Rose team, Old Ghost, had died 5 years ago, then who exactly was he? It had been many days since he woke up, but strange memories kept flashing in his mind repeatedly, making it difficult for him to fully accept his new identity yet. The original owner of this body was a fervent fan of esports. Unfortunately, lacking any remarkable talent for esports, he could only be an ordinary player within the game zone, pouring all his savings into obsessive idol chasing and the collection of related merchandise. In his last memory, during a fan meeting, he openly confessed his love to a god-level superstar player and was subsequently expelled from the venue by people sent by that very player. Humiliated by his failed confession and scorned by his idol, he went home afterward and took sleeping pills to end his life. This man's name was also Lin Xiao, sharing not just his name but also a similarly short-lived life. However, looking back at their respective journeys, they were drastically different. Still, because of the death of the original Lin Xiao, he inexplicably ended up possessing this body. After reflecting for several days, Lin Xiao came to a clear understanding that the proper environment of esports in this world 5 years later had undergone an earth-shaking transformation compared to before. The days when professional gamers lived in storerooms and ate instant noodles belonged to the past now. Today's pro players were each beloved children of clubs, benefiting immensely whether from league events, personal packaging, or countless advertisements, even boasting salaries rivaling the hottest film and TV stars. For Lin Xiao, who'd struggled through the dark ages of a struggling esports scene, this new era was undoubtedly a dream-come-true environment. Simply contemplating it made him feel excited. Although the original owner had squandered almost all of his savings, there was still some leftover money for food. All Lin Xiao needed was to return to the esports league and sign with a club before maxing out his credit cards. Once accomplished, his upcoming living issues would naturally resolve themselves. He pulled on some clothes nearby and walked around the room. Even though the bachelor apartment wasn't large, most of the space was taken up by collectible action figures, leaving only a small area for a desk holding a desktop computer. Even if the original person was a useless shut-in, at least his current job-hunting tools were accounted for. With crossed legs sitting in front of the computer, Lin Xiao casually clicked open the browser icon on the desktop and accessed the official website of Zone to browse through it. After 5 years, Zone had already gone through numerous updates. Over 2 days, Lin Xiao familiarized himself with the adjustments and changes in game data over the years. By the 3rd day, he leisurely opened the game login interface. Old Ghost's old account obviously couldn't be used anymore. After some deliberation, Lin Xiao decided to use the Ghost Wizard character he had created before entering the pro leagues years ago. His ID, Ghost Meng Meng. Due to being offline for too long, his original rank 2 character had now dropped to rank 10, with a competitive score of 800 points, lower than the default starting point of 1000 for new players. These past 2 days, Lin Xiao had already laid out a detailed plan. In the golden age of esports now, young people who wanted to enter the rookie training camps of clubs were practically flooding in. Without some impressive skills, no one would even glance at you, let alone take you seriously. Just like when he was first recruited into the professional scene years ago, what he needed to do now was quickly climb the ranking on the ladder system. Once he managed to climb back up to rank 2, there'd be no worry about not drawing the attention of talent hunting clubs. The game lobby was filled with shouts and cries of various groups looking for more players for group raids. It was evident that over these 5 years, the development team had added many new raid maps, as well as various new types of equipment attributes requiring collection and enhancement. Based on what he learned over the previous days, these pieces of equipment allowed for much more diverse combinations compared to those from his era, with significant enhancements both in operability and strategic value. Glancing through the outdated set of gears on his ancient character made him feel especially shabby, pitifully outdated and poor. However, for Zone, a game centered around collecting and nurturing different types of equipment, this wasn't something easily done overnight. Not only did one need to screen according to the attributes of the equipment, deciding which direction to develop each piece took plenty of thought as well. Lin Xiao decided to ignore the gear grind for now. With just a click of the mouse, he left the lobby and entered the competitive interface. The best way to quickly get familiar with the current combat style of the game was to dive directly into ladder matches, experiencing the skill adjustments firsthand. He customized a few handy shortcut settings, pressed the ready button, and joined the queue. At the same time, in a live streaming platform's room, someone almost simultaneously began queuing up for matchmaking. In GY Live's room 1001, the audience count had reached 400,000. The well-known comedic streamer Xiaohui, Little Monkey Lord, was enthusiastically interacting with the chat. Thanks everyone for tuning in on time for Howie's class. Today I'll demonstrate the summoner profession for everyone. To better show off the essence of this career, I've specially created a mini account at tier 10 for a detailed and precise analysis of its skills. Instantly, comments flooded the screen. Monkey doesn't have shame bullying rookies again. Can't beat high-ranked players, so switches to smashing lower ranks, embarrassing. Today's bloodbath target is too low, negative reviews. Unsubscribe. Xiaohui was quite pleased reading their chatter. He casually confirmed the window prompt entering the game room, lazily banning 2 maps during preparation while digging out a few common gear items for summoners. Confirming finally, he teasingly purred, seeing how enthusiastic everyone is today, how he will definitely aim for the full 100 HP satisfaction. Immediately, boos flooded the public screen. Amidst the mutual banter between the sides, the loading progress ended, and the characters on both sides returned to their respective respawn points. On the 2 corners of the screen, headshots of both contestants appeared. Xiaohui clicked on the opponent's entire costume profile habitually and delivered a barrage of uncensored commentary on the opponent's outfit. Everyone can see, the ghost shaman opposite us has a little boy model, all dressed in pitch black clothing, looking like a tiny crow. Whoa, he even wears a red cap and long red boots. Does he think he's cosplaying Little Red Riding Hood? His name is... Oh, Ghost Meng Meng, Ghost Cutie, indeed fits, pretty cute, probably also controlled by a novice player. While engaging with the audience, Xiaohui's heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. He had been playing Zone for a very long time. Due to personal preference, he always paid attention to the official releases regarding costumes. And this set before him was clearly the limited edition Little Red Riding Hood set released 7 years ago, sold exclusively for a month, which could no longer be purchased from the in-game store nowadays. Could it be possible that the opponent was an old-school player? Xiaohui was startled by his own speculation. Played for more than 7 years yet stuck at tier 10. How poor could one's gaming talent be to achieve such a feat? Some veteran viewers in the live stream had already noticed this fact and started spamming questions on the screen. Xiaohui, amused by their lively reactions, deliberately typed in the public channel to tease, "Yo, is my opponent an old-school gamer? Struggling to climb the ladder is tough, huh? Need me to hold back a bit?" Almost immediately after sending it, the reply came, "Don't think too much." 5 words. When he saw these few words, his heart couldn't help but leap. The person on the opposite side had such fast hand speed. At this moment, tens of thousands of Xiaohui's die-hard and casual fans who witnessed his instant defeat flooded the screen with their reactions. Monkey Lord is being looked down upon, red-hot and hazy. Little Monkey Lord, are you alright? A tier 10 player already looks down on you. Pities my Monkey Lord, don't think too much. Don't think too much +1. Don't think too much +2. Don't think too much +10,086. Judging from the typing speed just now, the player on the other side was probably not a mere newbie but rather some high-level gamer's secondary account. In today's live stream, encountering an identity-unknown latent expert right off the bat gave Xiaohui a strangely sour feeling. Yet, having boasted in front of hundreds of thousands of people, there was no backing out even under the watchful eyes of millions. Tears would have to be swallowed to save face. Xiaohui was still a top-tier rank 2 expert. As long as it wasn't a professional player or some supreme overlord among regulars, a typical skilled player didn't really faze him. So despite the grimace across his face, he silently erased, "No need to thank me," which he had already typed into the chat box, replacing it with 3 characters that were sent out, "Just wait and see." On the other side of the screen, Lin Xiao stared at the public chat message and absent-mindedly touched his chin, perplexed. Could it be that players at low tiers were already speaking this arrogantly now? When was the last time someone said those 3 words to him again? It was too long ago, almost forgotten. Chapter 2. The map that the 2 characters loaded was the wilderness forest. The biggest feature of this map is its size. An endless tropical rainforest almost completely blocks the character's view. The mud and water stains on the ground are extremely realistic and cause a certain degree of interference with movement. Because the map is so large, the probability of the opposing sides meeting has become much lower, which makes the wilderness forest almost a must-ban map, ban, meaning prohibited use, in the game, especially in 1v1 duels. However, this time, due to Xiaohui's intention to increase the fun of live streaming interaction, the choice of banned maps was decided by random selection. As for Lin Xiao, because he was too familiar with all the maps, during the preparation phase, he was fully focused on flipping through his equipment library for careful coordination and didn't even glance at the selected maps, which were mostly chosen randomly. As a result, the wilderness forest became the rare fish that slipped through the net and appeared exceptionally rarely before the onlookers. At first, everyone had a great interest in this map that seldom appeared on the screen. However, the little bit of curiosity left vanished after watching the summoner named Lu Dechufu wandering back and forth in the jungle like a cat catching a mouse several times. The barrage of complaints exploded. Unscrupulous streamer earns millions monthly just by strolling around the map. On the importance of direction sense for a streamer. The long march of 800 miles is only halfway through. How, you must persevere. Yenin is ahead. What is the betting odds for how long the most boring hide-and-seek final will last? I bet 1 hour. I bet 2 hours. You don't understand anything. I bet 3 hours, when those two meet for their first intimate contact. Xiaohui's hand on the table trembled heavily. After considering the high price of his electronic equipment, he resisted the impulse to flip the table and complained into the camera tearfully, "Baby's heart is bitter, but baby doesn't say it." Despite the tears, he knew there was no point trying to find anyone relying solely on his weak sense of direction. Instead of wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, it might be better to try to take the initiative and possibly salvage some face. He said over the map communication, "Brother, if you're a man, stop hiding and fight me openly." Lin Xiao replied, "Are you lost?" Xiaohui sent a string of ellipses, finally spitting out all the frustration bottled up in his chest. Lost? More like, mini sister. Could you really read my mind or what? At this moment, Lin Xiao seemed quite considerate. The map is too big, getting lost because you're unfamiliar with it is normal. Give me your coordinates, and I'll find you. Xiaohui thought about it and eventually gave him the coordinates, 78, minus 168. Lin Xiao was straightforward, "I'm coming." Xiaohui ignored the boos from the chat once again, tilting his head 45 degrees upward toward the ceiling of the room. His eyes misted over as he vaguely recalled the day he went to the capital city to find Ah Hang and the countless horrific experiences of walking in the opposite direction from his destination. Adhering to the principle of always being vigilant when traveling, Xiaohui certainly couldn't just stay where he reported his coordinates and wait sincerely for the other party to find him. Instead, he quickly found a particularly hidden spot among the trees and hid. While using the geographical advantages of the tropical rainforest to block Lu Dechufu thoroughly, he also began instructive battle teaching in his live stream. Everyone can see that, in the process of combat, according to different maps, we need to appropriately utilize their respective advantages. Just like the wilderness forest map, complex terrain is its defining characteristic. When the opponent induces you to give them your coordinates, like they did earlier, do not believe that they intend an honorable duel. To prevent surprise attacks, it's necessary to lay an ambush beforehand, so that you can act accordingly to thwart the enemy's plan. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohui, in front of millions of viewers, shed tears while slapping himself twice across the face. What happened to the planned sneak attack? What happened to the cunning plot? Brother, are you serious about just strolling casually down the main road like that? Go play your PvE dungeon if you don't know basic combat tactics, don't come to the PvP ranking ladder looking for a sense of presence. Sob, my face hurts. He no longer had the strength to look at the audience's comments. When Lin Xiao reached the coordinates but saw no one, he immediately understood what had happened. This type of ambush warfare is favored by many mainstream summoners. Propping his chin on the table, Xiaohui lazily curled his lips into a smile and started tapping the keyboard with his other hand. He quickly typed out a few words, "Brother, don't be afraid, I won't eat you." As for how an adorable little Red Riding Hood boy quoting a Spider Demon's line might feel, Xiaohui mentally imagined it and couldn't help shivering slightly. Having been a streamer for so many years, of course, he wouldn't be provoked by such a simple taunt. With a tinge of melancholy, he straightened up and began to cast his first summoning spell, the Emerald Mushroom. Under Lu Dechufu's control, a summon that blended perfectly with the surrounding terrain, a green mushroom-shaped creature, wobbled its way through the dense forest, adorably dumbfounded as it slowly advanced towards the little boy dressed in red hood. The seemingly oblivious ghostly cutie didn't notice the incoming danger until the blood gauge started being drained after contact with the emerald mushroom. The blood was gradually sucked away, but shortly after, the emerald mushroom met a quick end from ghostly cutie who wielded his weapon and eliminated it effortlessly. Just now, I summoned the emerald mushroom, which is a basic level summon beast equipped with a blood-sucking skill. Though the amount of blood absorbed isn't much, it can recover a corresponding percentage of health for the summoner character. As everyone could see, these lower-tier summon beasts themselves are also quite fragile, making them easy targets for concentrated enemy fire. However, the skills points they require are not excessive and act as transitional skills for summoners. For any summoner player, this could be considered a must-have baby. Since he had already gained some understanding of the enemy's hand speed, although the emerald mushroom died faster than expected, it didn't attract too much of Xiaohui's attention. Practically simultaneously with the death of the emerald mushroom, he quickly summoned another beast, the frozen Treyant. Compared to the soft, easily exploitable emerald mushroom, the frozen Treyant immediately charged forward and unleashed an ice spell, freezing ghostly cutie in place. Xiaohui rapidly executed his hand movements and summoned a liquid slime next. Deliberately controlling it to go around slightly to the left before rushing ahead, it finally lunged onto the opponent's body. Under the assault of the slime saliva, the opponent's HP gauge continued to drop. The tactical maneuver I just employed is one that many summoner players prefer to use. After all, summoners belong to the long-range frail professions, and their summons represent the final barriers of protection. A sharp summoner often keeps their summons refreshing continuously, distracting opponents and preventing them from accurately judging your position. As you can see, our ghostly Taoist's HP has dropped by half now, while our chef still retains full health. At this point, Xiaohui couldn't resist striking a handsome pose, throwing a seductive smile at the camera. Here, you can drop a couple of depth charges. Upon hearing the pleasing sound of the responsive thunderous echoes, Xiaohui instantly felt better, seeing that the group of summons he just sent out had already been cleaned up. As he provided commentary, he continued uninterrupted with summon spells. Despite not being a main-class summoner, he was a seasoned veteran of the second rank in the ladder system, executing operations with remarkable ease without showing even a trace of panic. However, as the waves of one summon after another kept coming, his expression grew increasingly somber. Though the opponent's blood was still depleting, it seemed the pace of the reduction was becoming slower and slower. Moreover, he should have used far more advanced skills by now. This situation clearly felt rather strange. On the broadcaster's side, perplexity began rising while onlookers observing through the screen felt a strong urge to criticize internally. Wave after wave of summoned creatures danced their waists out yet somehow failed to kill the enemy and were instead taken down one by one. Shouldn't this game be named Plants vs Zombies instead of Zone? The confusion in Xiaohui's mind deepened as he decided to make a quick decision but found that when pressing the button for summon spells, nothing happened. What's going on? A bug? Looking down, he saw that the icons in the skill bar were darkened. Checking the mana gauge, it was still almost 3/4 full. Wrinkling his brows, a sudden unsettling feeling swept over him. Recalling the only plausible scenario, he felt a bit stunned. There are only two possibilities why a summoner can no longer cast summoning spells, either they've run out of mana, or there are already 7 summons present on the field, preventing further summoning. His current predicament clearly matched the latter case. Inadvertently, he'd let the rhythm get mixed up, ending up with 7 summoned creatures on the field while completely unaware of it. Although he had been continuously casting summoning spells, he certainly hadn't neglected to command his summoned beasts for attacks. The previous few alerts of inability to attack led him to subconsciously believe that the summoned creatures were nearing death. However, it was now evident that this wasn't entirely the case. Those summoned beasts had all survived on the field for so long, yet the young ghostly Taoist's blood hadn't decreased any further. Wait, ghostly Taoist. A fleeting thought crossed Xiaohui's mind as he tried pushing aside the leaves obstructing his view to check the battle situation outside. However, the moment he shifted his body to edge out, a figure appeared in front of him first. Seeing a staff swing right at his face, his body tilted backward while sitting in front of the computer, losing balance and tumbling off the chair. All the viewers in the live broadcast could hear him sincerely cursing, F***ck. He had hidden himself carefully and made sure the summoned creatures circled around, so how on earth did this ghostly Taoist discover his hiding spot? What infuriated him even more and prompted the curse words was the confirmation of an idea upon spotting his summoned creatures being steadily controlled far away. This strategy was dirty. The ghostly Taoist could follow 3 routes, the blood ghost specializing in output damage, the curse ghost for crowd control, or the prayer ghost for supportive roles. In 1v1 ladder matches, due to the latter two being suited for team strategies with insufficient burst damage, they almost always left only the blood ghost with high offensive capabilities. Now, since the opponent had effectively looped his 7 summoned beasts under continuous suppression, it was clear his skill tree leaned heavily towards the curse ghost path. As for the meager offensive skills possessed by a curse ghost, afraid he couldn't kill during a 1v1? No problem, that very staff swing aimed earlier said it all, physical weapons caused real damage. In fact, had Xiaohui known from the start that the opponent was a curse ghost, or if it were a higher level match instead of this entertainment teaching round, as long as he slightly adjusted the rhythm and quantity of his summons, he wouldn't have fallen into such a helpless situation where he couldn't cast spells and could only be chased around. However, here and now, it was clearly already a one-sided battle. Not just Xiaohui lost his cool and cursed, seeing the ghostly Taoist repeatedly slash at close range until killing someone in person, silence filled the live stream chat room. Everyone had become somewhat bewildered. Playing a curse ghost in a 1v1 duel was one thing, but for a spell-oriented ghostly Taoist to wield a main weapon shaped like a stick that boosts physical damage, was it really appropriate? Who knew the ghostly Taoist could play like this? Lin Xiao, oblivious to the millions of horses screaming past from the audience side of the screen, simply used his staff to swiftly clean up the remaining health bar of the summoner Lu Dechufu. System, First Blood, First Kill. Chapter 3. Lin Xiao was unclear about the situation on the other side, and of course, little monkey Yi wouldn't know either. Lin Xiao's previous brainless summoning technique combined with a prominent 10-segment mark had silently labeled him as a novice rookie by the other side. After moving away from the scene of the incident slightly, Gui Mengmeng found a large tree nearby and jumped up onto it, sitting cross-legged. This hidden geographical position would prevent his trace from being exposed in the first moment, thus allowing for more recovery time. In the map channel, a message popped up with little monkey Ye's outwardly fierce but inwardly weak threat, just wait. While watching his blood blue bars slowly recovering, Lin Xiao looked at the other side with interest who was still trying to save face. Don't worry, I'm waiting right here. After a while, he added, do you still remember the way? Under such, concerned inquiries, the old blood in little monkey Ye's chest churned wildly. Threatening the opponent? Don't make me laugh. The other party was clearly using a tone similar to coaxing a child when communicating with him. This time, instead of telling him not to overthink things, they were concerned whether he might get lost or not. There was an obvious coordinate there after all. Wasn't he a roadblock rather than an idiot? Little Monkey Ye's hands shook, and he finally gave up the idea of further communication with the other side. The originally intended question, "Are you using another character?" was never typed again. After all, with so many people watching in the live stream room, if this kind of obviously forced face-saving inquiry resulted in the other side denying it, the impact on his reputation would be quite loud. After reviving and finding the coordinate area again, Chef Lu did not rush up this time, but instead hid behind a large tree and summoned a bright green mushroom from afar, controlling it to move towards the coordinate point. However, for a long time, until the green mushroom automatically disappeared due to its survival time limit, no battle occurred. Then came the second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one. They were continuously released, carrying out a carpet search around the coordinate point several times, but still could not find the little Taoist ghost boy. Had the other side changed locations? Or was he lying in ambush nearby? Little Monkey Yi became alert at once. With the experience from their first encounter, he had confirmed without doubt that the other side was an expert. By now, his own health was down to the last drop of blood, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Carefully, he decided to hide himself first too. The surrounding jungle was dense. He carefully calculated the terrain, and started operating Chef Lu climbing along the tree trunk upwards. The precision and smoothness shown during the climb directly reflected the operation level of a player. Little Monkey Ye's series of tree climbing actions were incredibly agile. Each landing point was calculated extremely precisely, consuming very little stamina. With great flair, within moments, he was nearly reaching the top of the tree. These cool moves almost compensated for the gap left from the previous death among fans, prompting a wave of praise in the chat. According to Little Monkey Ye's original intention, it was to have a better view of the surrounding landscape from a higher vantage point. However, when a red thing appeared before him upon pushing aside the last leaf, the blood that he had been tightly suppressing finally erupted. Such a single splash of red among myriad shades of green could not possibly be the designer's deliberate touch to embellish the map. It was undoubtedly that cutely innocent-looking young Taoist ghost. No wonder none of the summoned minions he sent out earlier could find anyone. It turned out that this guy had been hiding right above his head, watching him act alone. The sight of such a direct blow to the face seemed strangely familiar, leaving Little Monkey Yi momentarily speechless. No game should be played like this. Previously, when Lin Xiao saw the other side summoning something right under his nose, he already felt speechless. But later, seeing him suddenly start climbing the tree, Lin Xiao thought his hiding place had been exposed and became cautious. It was then he realized it wasn't related at all. The following set of tree climbing techniques was evidently a show-off act, making Lin Xiao quickly realize that this summoner was also an expert. Simultaneously, he increasingly felt speechless, though indeed skilled, unfortunately, somewhat dumb. Originally, he just wanted to drag out time for his health and blue bars to recover, but who could have anticipated that the other side would climb right in front of him completely unknowingly? This feeling was akin to a fully dressed maiden coquettishly posing before him, stirring an itch in his heart. Unable to hold back, he lifted his hand and cast a cold ice spell, then directly swung a staff toward the figure adorned with a baton. The ice spell exploded on Chef Lu's body, freezing all his possible actions. The lively figure that had been hopping around immediately stiffened there. Within just 0.2 seconds of control time, Gui Mengmeng struck him fiercely, sending him plummeting towards the ground like a falling meteor. With leaves swirling in his eyes, he finally sank heavily into the fragrant grassy ground, with a short-limbed and cute boy squarely pressing on top of him. Along with this came the blood bar plunging nearly to the bottom, as well as the adorable face of the boy centered on the screen. Little Monkey Yi had nothing left to say, lying motionless there, helplessly watching the boy swiftly finish him off, leaving him completely sprawled on the ground. System, second blood. System, defeat. Looking at the failure message that popped up in the middle of the screen, Little Monkey Yi took a heavy breath and inhaled, revealing an expression full of sorrow amidst the swirling smoke. On the other side, Lin Xiao carefully studied the properties of the several pieces of equipment on the victory reward interface and finally chose to receive the vampire scepter. The rewards for reaching the 10th rank were all common purple grade items, not counting as anything particularly rare. The only special attribute of the vampire scepter was an increase of 10% magic leeching, and the official recommended class was the spellcaster. However, Lin Xiao had always had a preference for such vampire attributes. Little Monkey Yi exited the battle interface and returned to the lobby, ignoring the chaos erupting in the live streaming room, instead casually sending out a friend request. System, sorry, the player you are looking for is offline. Bloody hell, even logging out faster than him. With no will left, Little Monkey Yi re-entered the queue, feeling overwhelmed by sorrow. The entire afternoon broadcast seemed somewhat dazed. Subsequent overwhelming victories clearly failed to interest the audience, as chat messages remained focused on the farce of the first match. Every time a newcomer entered the live room, veteran viewers tirelessly repeated the whole story to them. After seeing countless new viewers go through the cycle of curiosity, laughter, sympathy, and comfort, he finally went numb. At the end of the live session, Little Monkey Yi turned off the camera and lay flat on the sofa, utterly uninterested in continuing. At this point, the QQ account that had been put aside started glowing, flashing a familiar avatar. Chef Lu, ho how, is the live stream over? Did you record all the materials I needed today? Chef Lu, Lu Xing, a well-known video editor in the esports circle and also the owner of the summoner account used today. Because he was usually a pure PvE player and would never subject himself to torment on the ladder, it directly led to the account being stuck at the 10th segment, which outsiders considered embarrassing. However, he didn't care much about his rank and often lent his account to Little Monkey Yi during live streams. Ho How adjusted his emotions and returned to the keyboard. Big Monkey, yeah, I recorded it. But can I not give it to you? Chef Lu, what's wrong? Wasn't your experience of dominating others satisfying enough? Big Monkey, no, it's hard to explain. Chef Lu. Big Monkey, never mind. Here, look yourself. System file, please accept. Lu Xing received the file at his end while Ho How stared blankly at the screen in indifference, passing approximately 20 minutes. Chef Lu, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Bang table, bang table, bang table. Big Monkey, could you be a bit more subtle with your laughter, frustrated. Chef Lu, what an incredible person is this. Your antics were simply magical. Big Monkey, clearly, it's just my bad luck. Chef Lu, that's precisely why I said you're playing monkey business exceptionally well. Big Monkey. Forget it, let's call it off. Ho How, originally brimming with gloom and preparing to turn off his computer to escape from sight, suddenly a sentence caught his eye, and instantly the light shone brightly across his horizon. Chef Lu, my boy, you're going to become famous. As a skilled player within the circle, Lu Xing seldom made predictions so confidently. But once he spoke, it meant there was definitely solid ground behind it. Though his popularity on the live streaming platform had consistently belonged to the first tier, he knew that what Lu Xing implied went far beyond this level. So, was he really about to become famous? A certain monkey's heart swelled with excitement at once, and all the gloom from the afternoon disappeared in an instant. He then quickly typed a string of affectionate words. Big Monkey, A Xing, you're my sky, my earth, my light. Even if the monkey were to shine brightly, become wealthy, and ascend, would never forget you. Moi moi, // greater than over equal to less than over equal to, // On the other side of the internet, Lu Xing nearly spat out a mouthful of water onto his computer screen, coughed a few times, and looking at the lively message could almost imagine the expression on the other end. Wiping his mouth, a slight curve tugged at the corner of his lips. Not forgetting him. That was a given. Lin Xiao had no idea that he'd accidentally created a legendary, or peculiar, figure in the industry. Just then, someone knocked on the door, so he simply shut down the game. Opening the door, a tall man stood outside, dressed in a white t-shirt paired with jeans, looking very neat and sprightly. Due to the presence of the baseball cap, and Lin Xiao's yet to be fully integrated memory of the original owner, he still failed to recognize the visitor after standing there for a while. Who are you? The man showed no displeasure at his lack of recognition, instead removing the baseball cap to reveal a sunny, handsome face, but one filled with an aggrieved expression. Lin Xiao, stop pretending to be dense. Better fess up, did you really confess your feelings to Yu Jing? Lin Xiao stared at the somewhat familiar face for a moment, eventually digging this person out from the recesses of his memory, Yan Lingjiang, childhood buddy who had practically grown up wearing the same pair of pants as the former main owner. Though they grew up together like childhood sweethearts, Yan Lingjiang was far luckier than Lin Xiao. Due to his outstanding talent, he had long been one of the core members of the guild. Later, when scouted by a club to become a professional player, he gained minor fame through steady performance and his friendly next-door, sun-kissed looks. He was now also a popular player with many fans. After all, today's esports players are not unlike celebrities, no wonder this visit required the stealthy disguise of a baseball cap. Not only did your childhood friend confess his feelings to someone, but he even attempted suicide out of unrequited love. Lin Xiao looked at him, sorting out their relationship, deciding to cut straight to the point to avoid unnecessary trouble. I don't like men anymore. The words that were about to spill from Yan Lingjiang's mouth got caught in his throat, nearly choking him on his own saliva. Chapter 4. Due to constantly attending internal training at the club, Yan Lingjiang hadn't run into Lin Xiao for quite a long time. As soon as he emerged this time, he heard about the commotion at the Black Rose team's fan meeting. On the photo in that report, he immediately recognized his childhood friend. The person standing before him wore an identical black shirt from the picture, outlining beautiful shoulder and neck lines, extending all the way down to a slightly sunken waistline. Below was a pair of extremely casual jeans, with bedroom slippers on his feet, making him look unusually unkempt. His hairline was messy, and because he rarely went out in the sun, his face had a sickly pallor but held very deep-set eyes. Just a glance made Yan Lingjiang instinctively look away. After watching Lin Xiao stay silent for half a while, Yan Lingjiang pulled out his phone, deftly flipping through until he found the picture, practically pushing the screen right up to his eyes. Don't tell me that isn't you. Lin Xiao, you managed to stir up trouble even without my noticing for just a moment. Lin Xiao enlarged the photo on the phone, staring intently at the small figure for a long time, then curiously asked, how did you recognize me from this picture with no face? Yan Lingjiang glared at him, before asking that question, shouldn't you at least change your clothes? Oh, sorry. Lin Xiao glanced down at himself and instantly laughed. He threw the phone back to Yan Lingjiang and put on a serious face, repeating once more, you can be assured, I truly don't like men anymore. Yan Lingjiang, then who do you like now? Lin Xiao looked at him puzzled, since I don't like men anymore, shouldn't I naturally like women? Yan Lingjiang. The logic was sound, but something just felt off. Lin Xiao lazily leaned against the doorframe. Seeing he wasn't speaking, he couldn't help but ask, by the way, is this all you wanted to ask me today? Are all the players in the current club so idle? Perhaps the only one idling in the entire world is you. Yan Lingjiang irritably shoved him into the house and closed the door casually, saying, weren't you always wanting to get into the esports circle? This time, there's a perfect opportunity. The moment I got the news, I came to find you immediately. Saying that, he pulled out a stack of documents from his bag, here, take a look yourself. It was the recruitment plan for the club's training camp. Who knows who Yan Lingjiang got it from, but it detailed even the internal testing process thoroughly. Lin Xiao skimmed through a few parts roughly, already having a general understanding. It was clear that this indeed was an excellent chance to return to the league. However, the Flowen team. Yan Lingjiang had already prepared himself to watch Lin Xiao burst into tears of joy so he could tease him mercilessly. But after waiting for a long time, seeing no reaction from him, he couldn't help but kindly inquire, do you not understand it? Lin Xiao looked up at him, his tone calm, the recruitment conditions are quite enticing. Yan Lingjiang stared at his excessively calm expression, feeling bewildered, with such a good opportunity, aren't you happy? Lin Xiao thought for a while, slowly stacking the documents neatly, then gently placed them back into Yan Lingjiang's hands, but unfortunately, I don't plan to go to Flow Light Club. Yan Lingjiang. Lin Xiao, what's wrong? After brewing for a long time, Yan Lingjiang finally blurted out one word, shit. He snatched the materials and flipped through them page by page for Lin Xiao to review. This is the lowest threshold for recruitment in the club's history. Although Flow Light Club can only be considered a semi-major league, our Flow Year team is still one of the favorites for the championship currently. You know it's a pity too, so you should seize the chance properly. I can't guarantee there will be another such opportunity later. However, what he actually meant was the regret over not getting him to join the Flow Light Club. Lin Xiao lifted his eyelashes slightly, dismissing the notion to correct him, and slowly said, Big Goose, that. I really don't plan to go to Flow Light Club. There's a team I want to join myself. Yan Lingjiang abruptly stopped introducing and looked up at him, not going to Flow Light, then where do you plan to go? Lin Xiao avoided his gaze, looking up at the ceiling, coughing lightly, and said, Black Soul Club. After some silence following these words, there were no other sounds, but the stare he felt on him became evidently stranger. He cleared his throat symbolically once more, trying to explain, it's true that I want to join the Black Rose team, but let me make it clear, I absolutely am not doing it for you. Yan Lingjiang's voice suddenly rose, so you're still fixated on Yu Jing. Great, as expected, Yan Lingjiang didn't give him a chance to finish. Lin Xiao massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on, yet unsure how to make the other believe him. He couldn't very well tell him it was because the Black Rose team was the squad he had founded years ago, could he? After pondering for a while, he finally found a relatively reasonable explanation, actually, it's not as you think. There's an important reason behind my decision. Yan Lingjiang, go on. Lin Xiao, because it's closer. After a brief silence, Yan Lingjiang already angrily stuffed the things back into his bag and slammed the door on his way out, yelling from afar, if I ever waste time helping you again, I'll take your last name. Lin Xiao absent-mindedly rubbed his hairline, thinking somewhat innocently about how, come to think of it, the surname, Lin, was actually quite nice looking. In the first floor training hall of Flowen team. After sitting on a train all day, Yan Lingjiang finally arrived breathlessly just before the start of the second round of training. Just as he walked in with his backpack, he carelessly bumped straight into someone. Looking up, he saw a face with a cold expression and slightly furrowed brows. He hurriedly jumped back 2 steps, shouting, Vice Captain Zhang. Zhang Fenyu glanced at his gloomy face and asked, what happened? Didn't you meet your friend? Yan Lingjiang shrugged, answering, I met him, but... Zhang Fenyu faintly, oh-ed, saying, since he's not interested in this recruitment, don't force him. Yan Lingjiang looked up at him, how did you know he refused, Vice Captain Zhang? Zhang Fenyu glanced at him, his tone calm, not hard to guess. Yan Lingjiang grimaced, Vice Captain Zhang, not only are your data calculations impressive, but your fortune-telling is equally spot-on. If only you'd warned me earlier, then I wouldn't have made this trip for nothing, 2 days of travel has almost left me in pieces. Zhang Fenyu's lips barely twitched, and he fell silent. Suddenly, from a corner of the training hall, there burst forth an ear-splitting roar of laughter. The people gathered around turned around upon noticing Yan Lingjiang and wildly gestured him over, Big Goose, come take a look. That talent streamer truly cracked me up. My god, no, laughing hurt my stomach. This must be going viral. Upon hearing this, Yan Lingjiang immediately flung his backpack onto a nearby sofa and curiously joined the crowd. The video they were watching was titled Streamer, Wake Up. 10 levels mystery elite dies jungle red, posted last night. In less than half a day, it had garnered over 2 million views and kept rising rapidly, making its way to the top 3 of the homepage's popularity rankings, even rivaling official popular streamer Xia Wu's tutorial videos which always dominated the charts. As Yan Lingjiang approached, he just caught the summoner getting shoved down from a tree by the ghost necromancer, too late to laugh as he was instantly drawn to the stick in the ghost boy's hand. What's going on here? Is the ghost necromancer's main weapon the swordya giant stick? Zhang Fengyu had already watched this video beforehand. Now standing beside him, he calmly analyzed, that ghost necromancer picked the curse ghost route but only maxed out 5 high-level control skills. The additional 3 simple individual controls likely only had their required 2 points added for transitions, so the ice freeze control lasted only 0.2 seconds. Moreover, he reserved 5 extra skill points, all allocated toward passive physical damage bonuses. Though a 5% boost might not seem much, since the swordya giant stick purely adds 200 physical damage without any extra penetration, and given that it's a primary weapon position, it benefits maximally from such enhancements. Thus, this extra bonus of 210 attack points, when facing a fragile profession with roughly only 185.6 defense, is enough to cause noticeable harm. As long as he closes in, wearing down the opponent isn't difficult. But when they met just now, both had merely 0.1 seconds of reaction time. From the moment of casting until the person was knocked down, the whole process took place within 0.5 seconds. With 0.2 seconds of chant included, this means the ghost necromancer's operator had a hand speed of at least 220 and is undoubtedly a skilled player. When he finished speaking, there was a deathly silence around him. The loud bursts of laughter around the computer stopped abruptly, leaving everyone momentarily feeling unwell. Just based on this video, how did the deputy captain manage to deduce everything from the damage and defense figures, all the way to the opponent's operation hand speed? Zhang Fengyu looked down and saw Yan Lingjiang's stunned expression, asking, "What's wrong?" Yan Lingjiang twitched the corner of his mouth. "Deputy Captain Zhang, being your teammate is truly one of the happiest things in my life." He added humorously, "If I were your enemy and underwent such detailed analysis, it would feel like being completely stripped bare, terrifying." Zhang Fengyu paused slightly, faintly curving his lips. "I think so too." His gaze shifted back to the video without any more fluctuations on his face. Unfortunately, this video has hidden both people's IDs. Otherwise, we might really have discovered a hidden talented player among ordinary gamers. Yan Lingjiang shifted his attention back to the screen, feeling rather amazed. Is that ghost necromancer really that good? I thought it was just because the Joker streamer himself was stupid. As the video went viral, it finally surpassed the 10 million views mark before midnight 2400 hours, skyrocketing to the #1 spot on the weekly hits ranking. At the same time, the Weibo trending topic #LittleMonkeyLord, you don't think too much, hashtag also became the top search, exposing the streamer's real identity and getting countless retweets and new followers from Zone fans. And, don't think too much, became for a time the hottest phrase used for mutual challenges in the game. Lu Xing, satisfied with the explosive effects he had helped create, leaned back in his chair and logged into QQ, clicking on that eye-catching familiar monkey avatar. Master Lu, Big Red Monkey, what's your impression now? Pet head. Big Monkey, the number of viewers watching the live stream today has doubled exactly. This feeling is great. So satisfying. An indescribably wonderful sensation. Big Monkey, but there's still a bit of inexplicable sorrow, loneliness falls like snow. Master Lu, why? Big Monkey, don't you find the person who fought against me that day pretty strange? Tell me, where does that guy come from? Master Lu, no idea, but soon we'll know. Big Monkey, really? Do you know him? Surprise, surprise, surprise. Master Lu, don't need to know him, but if anyone's talented, some teams will be more eager than us. After leisurely typing the last sentence, Lu Xing kicked up his legs and watched the night sky outside the window, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. He hadn't seen such an interesting regular gamer in the video drafts for a long while now, and couldn't help but feel it would all be very intriguing. Chapter 5. In one of the instance channel's rooms. Red alert, dude, don't overthink it. Lin Xiao felt a sense of familiarity when he saw this sentence, but he couldn't quite recall where. Lazily leaning back in his chair, he repeated what he had just said, if you drop Sophia's blade, it's yours. The rest are mine. Red alert, please, don't think too much. This is just an outdated small instance, and trying to blitz it with 2 people is like dreaming. Wake up fast. Lin Xiao continued, if you drop Sophia's blade, it's yours. The rest are mine. Red alert sweat dropped. Did you use Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V? This time Lin Xiao, feeling merciful, added one more character, no. If you drop Sophia's blade, it's yours. The rest are mine. Red alert. He grew somewhat melancholy. Earlier, he had accidentally disassembled the original Sophia's blade into equipment souls by mistake, which forced him to regrind for another one. Unfortunately, the instance was from a long ago era, and those who should have finished it had already moved on. After spending a whole day waiting in the room alone without anyone joining, just as he was about to give up, someone finally joined, only to propose the idea of blitzing the dungeon with 2 players. While 3-person instances could indeed be blitzed with 2 players, that usually required 1 healing class plus a powerful MT, main tank, short for the main tank role responsible for taking damage. However, as a fragile assassin, how could he possibly blitz through with a ghostly Daoist priest who couldn't heal? Blitz duo clearing. Forget it. Wasn't this just comparing whose speed at being killed by the boss was faster? Red alert, you're my brother. I'll go find a healer from the guild right now, and we'll start clearing immediately. Lin Xiao also found this person's strange insistence somewhat annoying and decided to compromise. Alright. Too bad there will be another person splitting the loot. Red alert twitched at the corners of his mouth repeatedly but resisted the urge to kick the person out of the room using the host privilege. Having found someone willing to grind and not compete for loot, he simply didn't have the energy to wait around again for half a day. Worried that this guy might lose patience and leave, Red alert hurriedly switched outside, persuading and tricking a helpful priest girl in the guild channel to join. Just as he looked up, coincidentally seeing Lin Xiao asking, "What guild are you in? Is the person you called reliable? Hey, what happened to your earlier spirit to blitz it with 2 people?" Red alert nearly spat blood after glancing at the message in the room channel. "I'm from Black Dawn, a dominant large guild and wealthy powerhouse. Who could be more dependable than them?" Lin Xiao glanced at the 6 sparkling exclamation marks covering the screen and was a little puzzled. Why was everyone so hot-tempered these days? However, Black Dawn. He didn't expect that, by some twist of fate, he would run into the direct guild under the Black Rose team. They say something like, search high and low and find it effortlessly. Smiling faintly at the corners of his lips, his gaze deepened while looking at the screen. That's good. When Red alert saw these 3 words, inexplicably, he felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing the priestess enter the room, he didn't think too much about it, eagerly calling her out instead. "Sunny sister, prepare quickly." Lin Xiao, geez, buddy, show some restraint. Calling her sweet sister upon first meeting doesn't seem proper, does it? Red alert. She's the one I brought to help. Lin Xiao asked. Oh, I see. Should we open voice communication? Red alert's heart jumped and responded almost instantly. It's just a minor instance. No need. Lin Xiao didn't mind. No voice communication actually suited his leisurely mood better. Everyone in the room began to gear up. As the host, Red alert officially started the instance and entered the loading screen. Before long, the 3 characters appeared at the spawn point of the instance map. Almost simultaneously, Red alert pulled Qin Kong Wanli alone into a separate voice chat room. Qin Kong Wanli curiously asked, "What are you doing? Why not pull him into the voice chat as well?" Red alert spoke in a melancholic tone. "Sigh, it's hard to explain. You don't know how bad this ghostly Daoist is." Qin Kong Wanli looked at Lin Xiao's equipment and agreed. It is pretty bad. His equipment value only reaches 3,200 points, must be an alternate account. Red alert, and it's an extremely badass alternate account. Qin Kong Wanli, how so? Red alert could only complain bitterly. If you hadn't come, he would have probably dragged me into a 2-person speed run of this dungeon. Qin Kong Wanli exclaimed, he's crazy. Whether the ghostly Daoist was crazy or not, Red alert didn't know, but he did know that under Lin Xiao's mental torture earlier, he himself had almost gone crazy. In order to avoid letting the other party know that he had secretly turned on a private voice chat room, he urged in the team by typing, "Let's quickly do the speed run. Quick decision, quick action." But Lin Xiao stopped moving and asked seriously, "Now that there is one more person, how should we distribute the gear?" Red alert felt speechless, estimating that only this person still considered the gear from such a minor instance as valuable. Reasonably speaking, wild teams rolling for loot usually followed standard rules. However, since Red alert had already stated that he wanted nothing else, it seemed improper for him to change his words now and participate again. As for Qin Kong Wanli, she joined later, so she could still stake a claim. But as a gentle girl who was the center of attention in her guild, such small 3-person dungeons barely merited a second glance at its drops anymore. Truthfully, there might not be any equipment in there worth her consideration. Still, taking no equipment at all left a sense of injustice. On this side, Red alert fell silent while Qin Kong Wanli spoke up herself. "I'll just take the Green Eagle scepter, the rest will go to you." Lin Xiao calmly responded with an "oh," and gave no other indication. Red alert naturally knew Qin Kong Wanli's thoughts. The only valuable items in this small dungeon were likely Sophia's blade and the Green Eagle scepter, 2 pieces of purple-grade gear. Although the girl clearly wasn't lacking such broken equipment, she wouldn't want to give it to a passerby either. Lin Xiao's non-opposition attitude made Red alert assume he didn't understand the game very well. Yet, since the current allocation benefited his own side, he didn't say much more and directly moved toward the deeper part of the map. Lin Xiao lazily followed at the back while observing Qin Kong Wanli's cleric character. Just judging from the appearance model alone, it was basically possible to infer the gear level of an account, let alone such a prominent 6,300 equipment score. It was clear that she couldn't possibly need anything from this dungeon. Normally, there wouldn't be much concern about other equipment, except coincidentally, Lin Xiao also wanted to get the Green Eagle scepter. At such moments, each person would just have to rely on their own abilities. In the current era of overwhelming power, brushing through this dungeon was indeed simple, with 5 bosses total. Even without a frontline main tank, MT, the trio managed to easily dispatch 4 bosses without trouble. Looking at the output statistics section, Red Alert could only gnash his teeth and finally muster the courage to speak. Dude, the last boss isn't as easy as the previous ones. Your output needs to ramp up a bit. Lin Xiao still replied casually with an oh. Qin Kong Wanli began feeling upset and vented her frustration on voice chat. Why do I feel that fighting the 5th boss will be uncertain? Is this ghostly Daoist even trying to make us laugh? Judging from the DPS statistics, there's not a hint of output. We're basically carrying a low-level account through this. And yet, all the gear goes to him. His treatment is better than the group leader in a full-fledged raid. Am I here just to work for free? Sweating profusely, Red Alert comforted her. At least there's some output, better than nothing. Once the boss battle starts, just mainly focus on keeping my health up. Anyway, the only really valuable items from this dungeon are those 2 things. Whichever drops, they're both ours anyway. Let the trash gear go to him. Taking care of a new character, everyone has responsibility. Consider it today's good deed done. Qin Kong Wanli thought about the distribution of the loot, huffed twice, and said no more. After sending out the confirmation within the team, Red Alert fired off a dart, initiating the fight remotely. This boss was clearly stronger than the previous ones. Although Red Alert kept dodging skills through positioning, he was ultimately still fragile. Every time he got slightly hit, he lost nearly half his health bar. Qin Kong Wanli instantly restored his health, while Lin Xiao controlled Gui Mengmeng to follow up with some damage. But because the boss was being pulled around chaotically, casting bars were interrupted before they completed. Every time Red Alert lured the boss back, Gui Mengmeng would get dragged out of the casting range once again. He muttered darkly, could you please try to be a bit more professional when pulling monsters? Qin Kong Wanli had already been driven mad by his subpar damage performance. Now, seeing that he still found time to complain, she snapped back at him, mind yourself first before criticizing others. With such abysmal DPS, my healing output probably deals more damage than yours. Lin Xiao didn't deny it but rather agreed seriously, true. If I switch to a burst heal mode, efficiency can definitely improve quite a bit. Qin Kong Wanli, caught off guard by his retort, nearly fainted from annoyance. In the blink of an eye, Red Alert's health bar was nearly depleted. He could only cry out in distress as he operated his character to charge towards her, shouting desperately in the voice channel, heal me. Heal me, sis. Red Alert had the boss' attention. With this sudden charge, the boss followed. Lin Xiao was closer and instantly entered the attack range as well. Seeing the boss randomly cast a few skills amidst the chaos, Lin Xiao dodged them all by sidestepping. However, this left the nearby girl cleric without time to react, her health bar dropping by half. Qin Kong Wanli hurriedly began chanting her mass healing spell, but before the cast completed, a black beam suddenly struck her, wiping out the last half of her health bar precisely. Staring at the dimmed computer screen after death, she couldn't help cursing, shit. On the map chat, Lin Xiao somewhat regretfully said, I told you that pulling monsters needs professionalism. See? You got our healer killed. Lying on the ground, Qin Kong Wanli had no way to rebut. Fuming, she directly exited the dungeon. Not doing this anymore. With the team's cleric gone, it didn't take long for Red Alert to also get smacked dead by the boss. The hate instantly transferred onto Lin Xiao, the sole ghostly Daoist remaining. This is a wipe. Red Alert felt disheartened. Just as he was about to leave in desolation after seeing even the voice chat with Qin Kong Wanli ended, he unintentionally glanced over and saw the ghostly Daoist playing hide-and-seek with the boss, unable to resist sniping in the group. Man, stop wasting time and quit already. Let's just redo this dungeon. While dodging the boss, Lin Xiao still managed to type, can you find another healer? That would probably be hard. Even if there were any, they likely wouldn't dare join after hearing the 2 loud yells from Qin Kong Wanli earlier in the guild. He couldn't help feeling disillusioned with life. Just as he was brooding, he saw the little boy in the red cap lead the boss around in circles, then suddenly rush forward. Only for the boss' entire body to become stuck between 2 trees, motionless. Excuse me. Red Alert watched Ghost Mengmeng leisurely step back several steps, moving out of the boss attack range before sitting down meditating right in front of him. Red Alert felt his whole being unwell. Seriously, how is this possible? Lin Xiao very reasonably returned to his initial proposition, see, it would have been great if we just sped through with 2 people. Red Alert, feeling dejected, muttered unwillingly, if you have this skill to trap the boss, why don't you solo the dungeon? Lin Xiao, starting a dungeon requires 3 people. First, I don't have an alt character. Second, my computer is too old to run 3 clients simultaneously. Third, my gear isn't good enough for solo damage. 2 DPS characters can be much faster, time is valuable. So logical it left him speechless. Red Alert tearfully realized that everything before wasn't a mistake, this person had simply treated him as free labor all along. After restoring his mana, Lin Xiao began casting spells from afar, unleashing all his skills on the boss one by one. Due to the low damage output, he stood in place, stationary attacking for approximately 5 minutes before slowly grinding the boss to death. Gear dropped, and unexpectedly, it really dropped the Sophia's blade that Red Alert wanted. The Green Eagle scepter didn't drop. Lin Xiao mentally reviewed the drop list, feeling somewhat regretful. Had he known, he wouldn't have guided the boss random attacks to kill the healer earlier. Automatically passing on the dagger, he rolled need on all other equipment, quickly filling up his empty inventory. As expected, upon exiting the dungeon, he naturally received Red Alert's friend request, smiling slightly before accepting it. Chapter 6. The biggest difference between Zone and most other games on the market lies in its unique equipment system. All the planners of the game company appear to be obsessive gear enthusiasts. Each time new equipment is released, they not only make rigorous and unique plans for the exclusive attributes, skills, and drop methods of the equipment but also incorporate their imaginative design concepts into the appearance of the gear. Consequently, each time a new weapon is launched, it makes both the PvP ladder fanatics rack their brains to enhance their arsenal, and even the casual PvE players who focus on appearances would not want to miss any single one. Even if they have to spend money hiring a studio to help collect these weapons, they are still unwilling to let any of them slip through their fingers. Lin Xiao certainly isn't an appearance collector, but he has almost conducted detailed research into all the equipment available across different classes. As a seasoned PvP player, his main effort is focused more on equipment cultivation and strategy combinations. All the equipment in the Zone can be stored in the player's gear repository after acquisition for selection. However, even though every player may possess the same type of weapon, the actual usage effects could vary greatly. This is because each weapon in the game can have 8 different directions of development based on 8 distinct types of equipment essences: Blood Soul Essence, Physical Attack, Magic Soul Essence, Magic Attack, Strong Shield Essence, Physical Defense, Divine Guardian Essence, Magic Defense, Moving Body Essence, Health and Mana Cap, Swift Wind Essence, Speed Sensitivity, Solid Yuan Essence, Resistance, and Gathered Focus Essence, Cooldown Reduction. Precisely because of this system, it allows each player to have better play space based on their own characteristics, making the strategic pairing of different equipment during matches even more intricate. Whether domestically or internationally in professional leagues, each player's equipment combination strategy is always one of the most captivating elements in the competition. After exiting the instance, Lin Xiao immediately opened up his equipment library and dumped all the equipment from his personal inventory in. He casually flipped through it but didn't find any items worth long-term cultivation potential, so he tossed them all into the decomposition system, deciding to split everything into gathering essence to boost his cooldown reduction. Lin Xiao had set a red alert but made no further active contact, instead focusing wholeheartedly on grinding through various instances. He needed to advance quickly in the ladder to improve his rank. However, to acquire new equipment, he first had to cultivate a complete basic set. It took him an entire week of grinding through solo random teams since not all bosses within dungeons were as easy to control. Eventually, he managed to decompose enough coagulating essences to cultivate a full suit of gear aimed at reducing cooldown times. In the Zone, the equipment cultivation style primarily centered around reducing cooldown periods came to be known uniformly as the cooldown flow, referring to a school that focuses entirely on shortening skill durations. Typically, cooldown flow players choose 4 pieces out of the 8 to cultivate selectively. Even in the professional league among players, 6 would be considered the maximum number of pieces usually used. Lin Xiao's choice to prepare all 8 pieces of his gear towards maximizing cooldowns might be described simply as deranged. With the basic essence prepared, what was missing now was the main cultivating equipment. Due to limited conditions, he temporarily chose several sets of currently easier to obtain gear. Lin Xiao already owned 5 completed gear pieces and planned to obtain the remaining 3 from some more challenging 10-man dungeon runs. Such dungeons typically attract organized teams from larger guilds, but since he wanted to infiltrate Black Dawn, joining just any other guild team was out of the question. While browsing through the list of dungeon channels looking for a suitable group, he suddenly heard a pop, followed by his computer screen flickering and then turning dim. After checking, it turned out there was a circuit breaker trip. But when he flipped the breaker back to reboot his PC, a series of glaring English messages dominated the black background of his screen. Well, that's bad luck, Lin Xiao muttered as he dismantled the computer in just a few moves, went downstairs with it, hailed a taxi, and headed directly to the computer city. Crouched in the rear seat, hugging himself tightly curled into a ball, he couldn't help yawning deeply several times. The relentless grind of consecutive days of non-stop dungeon crawling indeed left him completely exhausted. Thanks to this busted computer, he decided to give himself a brief vacation. It seems like there's a hardware issue. Can't boot it up, you wait here a bit while I take a closer look inside. After examining it, the computer shop owner said this and had someone carry the machine into the shop. Lin Xiao aimlessly wandered around for a moment and finally locked onto a chair. Just as he was about to head over, he suddenly heard an outburst of profanity. Shit, this is going to be good. Following the voice, he saw a laptop on a nearby table. Through the gap between a few people, Lin Xiao could see the familiar scene on the screen. It then occurred to him that it was precisely during the regular season of the LPP Spring Domestic League. The emblems of both teams on the screen were clearly visible, and today's matchup happened to be between the Black Rose team and the Flowing Cloud team. Lin Xiao watched from afar for a bit, his hands leisurely tucked into his pants pockets as he walked slowly closer. Currently being broadcasted was the second match of the 1v1 battle, featuring Shin Changyu's Summoner, Seasonal Rain, from the Black Rose team against Zhang Fenyu's Black Mage, Crazy Fish, from the Flowing Cloud team. Since both were deputy captains of their respective teams, this naturally elevated the confrontation to a duel between the two deputies, igniting the entire venue's atmosphere. Not only were the on-site spectators screaming wildly, but even the onlookers in the computer store were all raring to go with excitement. Fans of both teams who were present were arguing intensely while watching, ready to roll up their sleeves and fight each other at any moment. Lin Xiao amusedly observed the scene where everyone had gone berserk, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and half closed his eyes after inhaling a puff. His gaze fell upon the person sitting before the commentary desk on the central screen. Su Qingli, the captain of the Aotian team back in the day. Though not possessing natural talent like many players in the league, he was always hardworking and tenacious, maintaining an above-average status in the esports community. However, due to the flourishing talents of other captains at that time, combined with his own Aotian team's lackluster performance, he often faced criticism. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao genuinely admired this positive captain. Even though the esports industry was just starting and rather bleak back then, Su Qingli stood out like a refreshing stream within the league, inspiring and motivating others. It was unexpected that after 5 years, Su Qingli chose to retire. But upon further reflection, already being 22 back then, reaching 27 now made him somewhat elderly for an esports player, so choosing to prioritize future development wasn't unreasonable. After all, official commentators weren't roles anyone could casually fill. Su Qingli had conducted in-depth research into the combat styles and tactical strategies of various teams, making this position indeed very fitting for him. Lin Xiao let out a sigh laced with nostalgia, recalling how this man once seemed to owe him 500 yuan. Suddenly, a tidal wave of cheers erupted, startling Lin Xiao, causing him to lose balance momentarily and flickering ashes from his cigarette that nearly burned his pant leg. Looking up, he realized that both teams' players had entered the competition site, with the commentator introducing them. He couldn't help wiping sweat off his brow, having never experienced the sensation of being a casual bystander while previously always watching alongside teammates. Only now, being immersed firsthand, could he truly understand just how passionate these fans were. The commotion outside caught the attention of someone inside the inner room, resulting in the owner's loud scolding, "What nonsense are you doing instead of working? If you continue to make noise, I'll fire you all without hesitation." As if a mute button had been pressed, silence enveloped the entire computer store immediately, except for the continuing commentary coming from the laptop. Lin Xiao humorously observed those dispersing hastily, pulled a chair over himself, and sat down before the computer to watch. Speaking of Shin Changyu and Zhang Fenyu, if one were to trace their histories, they could be considered long-standing rivals. Both renowned for their meticulous and steady personalities and battle style, and having entered the league simultaneously, they were inevitably often compared due to serving as deputy captains of two top-tier teams. For Lin Xiao, neither was unfamiliar. When Lin Xiao served as the captain of the Black Rose team, Shin Changyu was still an obscure substitute player, whereas Zhang Fenyu had already shone brightly in the professional league, gaining prominence. Later, Black Rose underwent several roster changes, and unexpectedly, in the second season of the LPP, when Lin Xiao, as captain of the championship-winning team for 2 consecutive seasons, promoted Shin Changyu to the deputy position, no one anticipated it. Facing doubts regarding his appointment, Lin Xiao simply smiled in front of the camera and said, "Deputy Captain Shin is an exceptionally rare talent, and I will give you a satisfactory response." At the time, this seemingly routine response from the official statement only triggered even greater discontent among fans of various teams after the Black Rose team's defeat in the 3rd season. However, in the 4th season, Lin Xiao finally led the Black Rose team to stand on the podium as champions of the GDL World Competition. Together with Shin Changyu, he hoisted the championship trophy, handing in a perfect response to those who doubted their decision. Yet, shortly after that year's competition ended, the old ghost of the esports world, Lin Xiao, passed away in a car accident on his way back home. Recalling this point, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Back then, he had even promised his deputy captain that they would achieve a three-peat together. As it turned out, though the Black Rose team slightly declined, it still remained as one of the prestigious top-tier teams. However, there was one thing Lin Xiao never anticipated. In the 5 years since his absence, Shin Changyu, his former deputy captain, continued to serve in that position, while the captain role, originally held by him, was now officially taken over by Yu Jing, the legendary new generation player and operator of the priest, Fan Jing Liaolan. Before being reborn, he had never heard of this person's existence. By this time, the players from both sides had been introduced already. As the screen transitioned, when the camera panned past a figure, it paused symbolically for just a moment. Despite this brief pause lasting only a few seconds, the scene erupted into a deafening cacophony of screams that nearly tore the entire stadium apart. With ears ringing painfully, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on the side silhouette cloaked in the Black Rose uniform. Chapter 7. This silhouette was not unfamiliar to Lin Xiao, yet it wasn't because of a deep impression from his past life but due to the most obsessive memories that resurfaced after this rebirth. All information about this person had already been branded into his mind as if imprinted there, without needing any online search, he could recite it backward with ease. If it weren't for this person's existence, in a way, there might not even be the current Lin Xiao. Yet, when he glimpsed Yu Jing through the screen now, it felt different from how she was stored in the memories of the original host. Lin Xiao couldn't fathom how the original host managed to envision this person as someone so gentle and considerate, a figure as radiant as a celestial angel, or even a true Virgin Mary. But after Lin Xiao personally observed her carefully, all he could do was sigh at how truly beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. At least, the aura emanating from this person from within was devoid of even a trace of warmth. There he sat motionlessly, tapping his long, pale fingertips nonchalantly on the table before him, dressed in a black uniform like the rest of his teammates, with an unbuttoned white shirt revealing half of the collar. His profile extended gracefully down to his slender, fine clavicle. Those elongated, almond-shaped eyes were slightly squinted, clearly exuding an intense impatience with the surrounding noise. Not far behind him in the audience seats, row upon row of fans held up LED signs enthusiastically flashing texts such as, "Queen Jing rules forever." "Husband Jing, I'll always support you." "With hubby on the Black Rose team, we're invincible." "Queen, I'll bear your children." Somehow, it seemed something in the atmosphere didn't quite fit. As the commentator teased a few times about the frenzied devotion of Queen Jing's fans, the camera switched back to the arena, signaling the official start of the match. The duels between Shen Chanyu and Zhang Fengyu over the years had occurred countless times, resulting in victories shared equally between them. Even in past votes among players for the least desired opponents, both had received overwhelming numbers of votes, consistently ranking in the top 5. Their dual inclusion was undoubtedly related to their similar, data-driven, combat styles. Any player who had ever faced either of them could appreciate the profound pain involved in understanding this style. Though both Shen and Zhang were data flow players, their focus areas differed significantly. Zhang Fengyu, currently the league's highest educated player, also possessed an IQ high enough to leave everyone else astounded. Regardless of the type of equipment chosen by his opponent, after just a few clashes and mutual probing, he could make a near-perfect estimation of the opposing numerical values with an error margin no greater than 1.5, calculating each damage inflicted down to the second decimal place. His terrifying ability was demonstrated by how he could typically record all precise numerical values of an opponent's equipment during one round of battle. In other words, whoever fought against him would find their equipment strategies usable only once, which forced many teams to intentionally avoid individual matches against him to safeguard new tactics. In contrast, Shen Chanyu, though similarly categorized as a data flow player, leaned more heavily toward micromanagement and computational control of both parties' actions. He could maximize the advantages offered by the map through meticulous terrain management, inducing opponents to alter their combat pace while calculating every micro-operation to artificially increase the frequency of operational errors on the opponent's part, seeking opportunities for the fatal strike. In a sense, he was more suited than Zhang Fengyu for team battles. With the arrival of these two, the scene roared loudly like mountains and seas colliding, with fans from both teams screaming at each other in fierce excitement. Following tradition, Shen Chanyu and Zhang Fengyu usually fell into the category of cautious exploratory fighters whose opening would generally involve small-scale skirmishes. Unexpectedly, however, the moment the characters of both sides met, they engaged in a direct silent battle, neither side willing to retreat. The audience was stunned momentarily into silence after a brief pause, then, the cheers surged several decibels louder, nearly tearing off the roof entirely. "Who would have thought that today's deputies of both teams would open full throttle right away?" rookie commentator Chen Xiaoyan said somewhat awestruck. As new talents continue to rise in the league and new teams keep joining, evidently, older members of various teams are under significant pressure. Now, both deputy captains are attempting conscious transitions for the benefit of their teams. "This isn't an easy task," veteran analyst Su Qingli said much more composedly and objectively than the young commentator. Lin Zhao's gaze focused on the screen, watching the two figures entwined in combat at its center. His eyes narrowed slightly as they fell upon Shen Chanyu in the lower left corner of the camera frame, his expression serious. Looking at recent league performances, Lin Xiao knew well enough that the Black Rose team had been experiencing a decline, and Captain Su Qingli was correct, both players were attempting more strategies. But this kind of transformation was indeed. Watching as summoner Shi Jieyu collapsed under the relentless pace of battle, he exhaled softly with a hint of helplessness, still, too hasty. The words, victory, and defeat, popped up simultaneously on the screens of both competitors. The organizers deliberately displayed the two images side by side for the audience, sparking contrasting reactions between joyous cheers and disappointed murmurs. The two shook hands ceremoniously during their brief encounter, but what they said to each other went unheard since the cameras were too far away. Soon, each returned to their respective seats within their teams. When Shen Chanyu sat down, Yu Jing gently patted his shoulder. Whether it was an act of regret or comfort, there was no further gesture. With Shen Chanyu's defeat, the current score stopped at 1-1. The third player in the individual match took to the stage amid enthusiastic applause. However, once the competition started, Team Flow carried forward the momentum from the previous match, securing another victory and ultimately leading 2-1 in the individual matches. As per league rules, participants in the individual matches cannot rejoin for the team skirmishes. Black Rose decided to form a high-damage output team comprising Sui Chen and Sui Ming, the twin brothers, along with Knight Zhimu, controlled by Lu Zishan. On the other hand, Team Flow's lineup featured Yan Lingjiang's magical swordsman, Yambulion, as the core member alongside a shadow swordsman and a priest, a solid, traditional combination designed for stability. The decision not to include a healer on the Black Rose team baffled everyone, particularly given that Yu Jing was undisputedly the best healer operator in the league. Nonetheless, the aggressive damage-dealing tactics showcased a dazzling spectacle of skills which captivated audiences despite losing the game, thus avoiding significant dissatisfaction among fans. Everyone shifted their focus to the upcoming crucial 5v5 team match. Although the current score stood at 1-4, the team match being the most important segment, carrying 5 points, held the potential for a complete reversal. A young man who had been sneaking glances all this time finally mustered the courage to voice his doubts, abandoning pretense and approaching with clear frustration. It doesn't seem like Black Rose is doing well this round. Ever since the start of the spring season, I don't know what they've been playing. They're bound to lose again this time, right? Lin Xiao absently flicked his cigarette between 2 fingers and responded casually, they won't lose. As if confirming his statement, under Yu Jing's tactical command and Shen Changyu's real-time adjustments based on the map, Team Flow's plan for double-sided encirclement ended in failure. After their formation was shattered, the resurrected members could never regain their rhythm, and were eventually defeated one by one as Black Rose capitalized on their advantage, successfully eliminating opponents until they reached 5 kills to secure the essential 5 points. Ultimately, in this round, the match between Black Rose versus Team Flow concluded with a 6-4 victory for Black Rose. The youth stared in amazement as the team match concluded smoothly, dumbfounded and turned towards Lin Xiao. Dude, how did you know Black Rose would win? Lin Xiao gave him a quick glance, responding lightly, although both sides are trying to alter their styles, Shen Chanyu is after all, an exceptionally rare supportive talent in team matches. As long as Team Flow insists on using immature new tactical systems, they will inevitably show signs of impatience. I recall, isn't our Captain Yu famous for exploiting such vulnerabilities? After a pause, he glanced at the final screen and chuckled faintly. As for the preseason slumps, considering past few matches, hadn't Black Rose already gradually adapted? Though failing to understand much, somehow it felt incredibly profound to the young listener. The shop owner emerged from inside looking somewhat perplexed. How come you're still hanging onto such an outdated computer? It really needs replacing. These days are so distant, finding spare parts matching its old model takes time, it'll have to be ordered from outside the city. I've already made the call, the earliest it can be ready is in 2 to 3 days. Oh, that's fine. I'll come back in a couple of days, replied Lin Xiao without any objections. As someone truly strapped for cash and unable to afford a new computer, this response came naturally to him. The screen showed the scene right after the conclusion of the battle where both parties shook hands one by one, showcasing the face that could trigger screams from all women, fully focused on the camera. Recalling a few moves he had seen in the previous team match, Lin Xiao slightly furrowed his brows. For a player at Yu Jing's level, there should not have been those several mistakes present. As the footage changed, observing the action of grabbing the bag with the right hand, his expression flickered subtly for a moment. If his memory served him correctly, this person should have been left-handed. Chapter 8. Without his computer, Lin Xiao seemed a bit aimless after returning home. He stood on the balcony with a cigarette dangling from his lips, lost deep in thought within the darkness of night, exuding an especially melancholic demeanor. This year's LPP, looks like the Black Rose team is in trouble again. On the way back, he had been pondering about Yu Jing's condition, his left hand was injured. As a professional player, high-intensity and densely packed training often leads to joint injuries, so training schedules are usually strictly managed. Despite this, countless players have retired due to injuries. Zhang Xianyan, once the league's top fighter, was forced into retirement because of an injury and continued to serve his original team as a coach. It was clearly not just for trying out new output tactics that Yu Jing was not sent to the field in today's 3v3 squad match, it was to avoid putting additional strain on his hand, ensuring he could perform at his best in a team competition. There's no denying that Yu Jing performed excellently throughout the whole match. Whether it was his battlefield command or positioning across the entire field, his skills were nothing short of perfect. This man possessed impeccable operational techniques and a calm and collected psychological resilience, qualities essential for someone who should be leading as the captain of the team. When Lin Xiao personally observed his live operation, even he had to admit the simplicity and perfection of those operations which showed almost no flaws whatsoever. Given the crucial importance of priests in a team, looking across the entire league, there is no team captain, or even deputy, who would choose priest as their profession. The reason is simple and stems from the unique nature of the class itself. In online gaming, the phrase, kill the healer first, exists for a reason. Be it a squad or team match, the priest is always the core of a tactical system. Their presence or absence can affect the outcome of the entire match. In such a survival situation between the cracks, Yu Jing was able to focus on the big picture as the core of the team while arranging precise and meticulous strategies for the group. Even with Shen Chanyu assisting him, it was something almost unimaginable for an ordinary person. Both in terms of his operations and overall perspective, he was detailed to the point of being terrifying. Watching Yu Jing's performance, one could easily be captivated by his unpredictable tactical movement and the brilliant skill that frequently saved people from the brink of death. Lin Xiao had also found himself momentarily lost in admiration for the elegance of his techniques today, only managing to spot a few subtle errors that betrayed the fact he was actually playing through pain. Hand injuries could either be minor or catastrophic for a professional player. If they affected the tendons and bones, a single mistake could end up threatening an entire career. There were many players who didn't know how to take care of themselves. Lin Xiao himself had once made such reckless mistakes, and though Yu Jing might appear cool-headed and unemotional, one couldn't make any assumptions, considering how full of eccentrics the esports community could be. At least, regardless of everything, the Black Rose won this match. Lin Xiao exhaled a cloud of smoke pensively and entered the house to silently extinguish the cigarette butt. Amidst the darkness, he raised his right hand in front of his face absent-mindedly, gazing blankly at its indistinct outline. It was the first time after his rebirth that he came in contact with the professional league. Seeing the familiar battleground arenas brought forth an undeniable urge to leap straight back into action. Resting at home for 2 days, eating his fill and sleeping well, Lin Xiao finally retrieved his newly repaired computer from the electronics market, clumsily put it together at home, and immediately logged into the game. Just as he switched to the dungeon channel, preparing to find a suitable room to grind in, a friend message popped up from Red Alert. "Brother, want to join us for some ranked 3v3 team battles? Urgently need your help." Red Alert had certainly seen his pitiful equipment stats before, so Lin Xiao didn't think his otherworldly boss-killing technique then could make anyone see him as a PvP master. Without giving it much thought, he replied with a quick message, "That's kind of a rush job, huh? Anything suspicious going on?" Red Alert hadn't expected such straightforwardness, leaving him momentarily stunned. He promptly sent a series of crying emojis. "Man, it's a real emergency. We're part of a 3v3 team aiming for the third step of the ladder rankings. As long as you have enough time to stay in the group, I'll ensure your easy win. The gear here far surpasses standard dungeon gear." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Sounds impressive, doesn't it?" Smiley face. Red Alert hesitated under his smiling expression, his face slightly contorted from agony before finally confessing everything. It turned out that during his leisure gaming time, he occasionally enjoyed taking on a few proxy training gigs here and there. Together with some like-minded friends, they made a little extra money on the side. However, because large official guilds under formal teams like Black Dawn had to maintain their appearances and thus did not allow such proxy training practices, these private gigs had been carried out secretly all along. Coincidentally, just a few days ago, Red Alert had taken on another good-paying proxy order, needing to rank a 3v3 team up to the 3rd tier. The team had already reached the 5th tier through their efforts of 3 members, but then one friend's wife ran into complications in her delivery period and needed him around-the-clock care at the hospital. This caused the team to lose a member. They had also tried recruiting random passers-by to join in, but unfortunately, these newcomers were unpredictable in their strategies and frequently entered and exited the team unstably, driving them completely mad. Just as Red Alert was feeling physically and mentally exhausted, he happened to see Lin Xiao come online and could do nothing but turn to him in desperation. As the last resort, Lin Xiao took only 2 minutes to compare the rewards from the instance dungeon with those from the ranked 3v3 matches. Satisfied, he promptly agreed without hesitation. "Deal." Red Alert cautiously reminded him, "Brother, I only have 2 more days left before I have to deliver this order. Now that we've agreed, you'd better prepare yourself for an all-nighter these 2 days. Lin Xiao glanced at the time displayed on the computer screen. "No problem, it'll only take 1 night." Red Alert didn't have the patience to clarify whether it was 1 or 2 all-nighters. Afraid that Lin Xiao might change his mind, he quickly added him to the 3v3 team and sent over a voice chat invitation. After accepting, Lin Xiao slowly dug out a headset buried under some clutter, put it on, sat down, and then heard the other side already impatiently shouting, "Hey hey hey. Are you Momo? Are you there, Momo?" "Yes." Lin Xiao finally responded, correcting, "I'm Ghost Momo." "Alright, got it. What class are you playing, Curse Ghost or Support Ghost? Let me see your equipment." A pause followed. Then an impressed exclamation, "Wow, your gains have been pretty decent these days, haven't they? Your gear score is already at 4,800. Oh man." Suddenly, Red Alert let out a sharp yell, startling the other priest player in the room. "Kong Quan, what's wrong? Ghost Momo, what on earth have you done with your equipment? If you don't know how to assemble the right gear, you could have just asked me. How come you stacked all 6 pieces for cooldown reduction? Do you even plan on using that many skills? You're wasting your attributes." Red Alert sighed helplessly but still accepted the fact. "Alright, just play Curse Ghost then. The shorter cooldown time will be better, remember to always hit the opponent when your cooldown is ready." No longer calling him Momo, but now Ghost Momo, which sounded awkward too. But Ghost Momo would suffice, anything was better than Momo. Lin Xiao decided not to bother anymore with titles corrections and said, "I am a Curse Ghost, but..." Seeing that Lin Xiao wasn't opposing the decision, Red Alert relaxed a bit and asked curiously, "But what?" Lin Xiao replied bluntly, "But, I deal damage output. Damage my sister." There was a loud thump sound from the other side, indicating Red Alert probably hit something. His voice sounded gritted. "You're saying you're playing a Curse Ghost with all cooling down gear enhancements and yet want to focus on output?" Lin Xiao replied flatly, "That's correct. That's correct, yeah, sure, correct motherfucker. Red Alert almost choked up with frustration, nearly cursing directly in the chat room about the guy. Before he exploded, Kong Quan interjected diplomatically, alright. We just randomly called you anyway, let Ghost Momo play however he wants. We'll play well and it should be fine. Since he recruited Lin Xiao himself, no matter how unreliable he seemed, Red Alert had to endure it. Remembering his earlier boast of ensuring an easy win for Lin Xiao, all Red Alert could say was, this gentleman, may you enjoy yourself. He remembered how smoothly Ghost Momo managed to evade the boss during the instant's dungeon runs, so he stopped speaking further. No matter how broken the gear was, how mismatched the combinations, or how ineffective they were in battle, at least when people on the opposite side came chasing after him with knives, he firmly believed this little Red Riding Hood character would continue to survive. And as facts proved, Lin Xiao indeed didn't disappoint. Each time they entered the combat map, Lin Xiao would immediately hide himself in the jungle, remaining quiet regardless of the chaos outside, making Red Alert increasingly furious. While they were fiercely battling outside, splattered with blood every now and then, a glance back would reveal their team's cute-as-a-button little Red Riding Hood playing hide-and-seek with the opponent amidst the bushes. Though everyone knew he was a teammate, deep down in their hearts, there still arose an earnest hope that the opposing side could catch and beat him to relieve some tension. Resentment towards this guy was higher than even against the enemy. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's familiarity with every map allowed him to stay hidden in seemingly simple spots no one could find throughout the entire match. Thus they ascended from the 6th tier teams all the way up to the 4th tier with Lin Xiao leisurely watching videos, cracking sunflower seeds as if life couldn't get any more pleasant. Occasionally, he would cheer on the team through the chat box with a smiley face emoji, which remained unanswered by his silent but deadly teammates, yet this brought a sense of pure, delightful contentment to him. No wonder people loved being carried in ranked matches, this feeling was truly, absolutely amazing. Chapter 9. Whether it's a 3v3 squad battle or a 5v5 team battle, the 4th stage is always an obvious turning point. Before this, almost all matches were with random teams playing casually. However, after reaching the 4th stage, one would likely encounter fixed teams from various guilds and even entertainment streamers who casually streamed their ranked games when they had nothing better to do. The team entered the queue to match opponents again. After both sides completed the banned selection of maps, they began loading into the battle map. Lin Xiao finally turned off the mute in the black room and adjusted his headphones just in time to hear Red Alert's slightly low voice, bad luck, I didn't expect to run into them, this could be trouble. Kong Quan also had a helpless expression, I heard they are playing 3v3 with some girl. Didn't expect to meet them here. What should we do, should we surrender directly? Red Alert scoffed, surrender my ass. Damn it, let's fight them head on anyway. No one knows us since we're playing on our boss's account. Bo Tian keeps pretending to be an expert within the guild. I've been watching him for a long time. He has an 8th stage female player helping him climb the ranks. Our side may have a draggy teammate who is somewhat terrible, but at least he can still perform a little bit better, right? Let's send a message to him later saying that after lying down all night, it's time to get up and move around. He had called Lin Xiao countless times in the voice chat earlier, but never got any response. That's when he realized that Lin Xiao must have muted the room. Knowing fully well that the other side couldn't hear him anyway, Red Alert spoke very bluntly. But just as he was about to wait until the loading bar ended and type something in the team channel, he suddenly heard a faint voice in his ear, oh, that's true. Red Alert instantly stiffened. The headphone cable plugged into the computer casing accidentally tugged at his ears, causing him to wince in pain, but at that moment, all he could do was give out a dry laugh. Meng Gui, you're back. Lin Xiao, being magnanimous, didn't hold it against him for speaking ill behind his back. He lazily yawned and said, lying down all night was kind of boring, so I'm ready to loosen up a little, otherwise, I'd really fall asleep. Red Alert was speechless. After a whole night of intense battling, both physically and mentally exhausted, not only did he lack the energy to hit someone, but even the motivation to lash out was gone. From the previous conversation, the opposing team seemed to be old acquaintances from the Black Dawn Guild. Lin Xiao took a quick glance at the opponent list, Battle Axe Warrior Bo Tian, Martial Artist Lu Deci Chuan, and Priest Feng Hua Shuiyu. Among them, that Feng Hua Shuiyu should be the aforementioned 8th stage female player. Being able to bring a rookie priest to such a rank meant that the other two were definitely skilled players. After the import interface finished loading, the three refreshed at their own team's resurrection point. Even though Red Alert couldn't help but remind them a few things, a while ago, Kong Quan and I will go straight for the enemy's priest first. Meng Gui, be careful. Their Bo Tian likes to target weak points and eliminate people quickly. If anyone chases you, remember to run away immediately. Lin Xiao replied, understood. Seeing how the father figure of the team that caused chaos all night finally returned to normal, Red Alert let out a small sigh of relief and skillfully maneuvered the assassin forward to lead the way via an indirect path. This was a very common combat strategy. But because it was too common, midway through the flanking maneuver, the three people from the opposite side appeared in their line of sight. It was clear that the other side also had similar intentions to flank them, which resulted in both parties unintentionally choosing the same direction and meeting halfway. After an unexpected confrontation, both sides paused for a moment. Upon regaining consciousness, both instinctively shifted positions and concentrated firepower on the target the other side had selected, triggering a flurry of skills instantly. Lin Xiao naturally knew that the opposing priest would be the primary focus of concentrated fire. Seeing Red Alert leading Kong Quan charge forward didn't particularly concern him. However, as he looked up, he saw Bo Tian and Le de Sichuan coming at him fiercely like wolves. A corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up into a smile. Operating Ghost Meng Meng decisively made a U-turn, replicating the same action as the healer from the other side, fleeing swiftly. At this point, although Red Alert wasn't planning a heroic rescue, he was unusually in sync with Lin Zhao's thoughts. While running wildly with a small blade chasing after the girl from the other side, he shouted in the voice channel as if his throat was on fire, Meng Gui, run. Run fast. Run as far as you can. Run away and don't come back. Such a heart-wrenching shout was reminiscent of those classic life and death separation scenes from Taiwanese dramas. Lin Xiao couldn't help but visualize the scene where Er Kong raised his hands in anguish. But now wasn't the time to indulge in some theatrical drama like the mountains crumbling and the earth collapsing before severing a relationship. Watching as the battle axe warrior and martial artist charged at him, one after another, Lin Xiao immediately utilized the ghost step ability to widen the distance between them. During his rapid escape, he slightly adjusted his character's line of sight. Through the screen, he saw Le de Sichuan's bright flash as an air bullet was hurled towards him. Suddenly, Ghost Meng Meng changed direction and eerily paused, allowing the light beam to pass harmlessly by, leaving the health bar completely untouched. Seeing this entire process, Le de Sichuan's heart jolted with surprise as he couldn't help but speak up in the voice chat, "Did you see that positioning from the ghostly Taoist? He feels like a real expert." Bo Tian casually replied, "Probably just a slip of the hand, it was a coincidence." "And you've seen his gear score, if he were truly an expert, would he be this miserable?" He then continued, "We need to end this quickly, Hua Shuiyu is still being chased by those beasts, waiting for us to rescue her, right, Hua Shuiyu?" A soft female voice in the room gently hummed an, "Aha," and then fell silent, evidently struggling under the pursuit of two players. Fortunately, since she was being pursued by a priest and a melee-class assassin, while they had managed to close the gap slightly, there was no immediate life-threatening danger yet. Bo Tian added, "Si Chuan, hurry up already. When does this chase ever end? Just rush in." As he spoke, the battle axe warrior's figure suddenly glowed red as he activated Bloodlust Savage, a major ultimate skill, while simultaneously initiating Ghost Step to amplify his movement speed, rapidly closing in on the opponent. Almost instantaneously after throwing out his battle axe, he pressed Leap Dash, but right at that moment, a flower of ice bloomed beneath his feet. Bo Tian exploded in the voice chat, "Shit." The battle axe warrior stiffened in place for 0.2 seconds, his axe flying forward in a magnificent arc before deeply embedding itself into the icy terrain of the polar glacier, falling short by a full 10 yards. Precisely the distance Leap Dash could have bridged. To counteract a movement skill during its activation was a sophisticated technique reserved for high-level players. Though as a melee class, a Frost Curse wouldn't do much damage, seeing such a low-tier skill effortlessly wasting a valuable Leap Dash darkened Bo Tian's mood significantly. Damn it, he really is an expert. We need to take this seriously. Le de Sichuan understood his desire to maintain face in front of the girl, and simply chuckled softly without exposing him, his expression growing more serious as he gazed at the little red-hooded ghostly Taoist ahead. In a 2v1 situation, there's no way he can stand against us directly. A Taoist who follows the spellcasting path is useless in solo fights, we just need to find an opportunity to get up close. Bo Tian muttered, but we also need him to allow us to get close. Damn, I wonder how many cooldown reduction gears he has on him, even Ghost Step recovers so quickly. As if hearing their concerns, Ghost Meng Meng, who had been running faster than a rabbit until then, suddenly came to a halt. A black staff twirled in his hands, and all around him, a sea of ghostly heads emerged, forming a spooky aura around a figure adorned with an intermittently visible red cap. The scene was bizarre beyond description. At the sight of this, Bo Tian broke into an instant grin, using 10,000 Ghosts Void at this time. What a moron. Seeing Bo Tian already raising his axe and rushing forward, Le de Sichuan could only cast an anger shield on himself and consecutively fired 3 void waves at the ghostly Taoist attempting to channel a skill, hoping to interrupt it. Just as the void wave was about to hit, Ghost Meng Meng took a sudden step to the right, causing the skill to miss once again. Once a player begins casting, unless they force cancel the spell themselves, they cannot move any further. As 10,000 Ghosts Void is a big ultimate skill for ghostly Taoists, its release time typically ranges between 4 to 6 seconds based on the caster's cooldown reduction attribute. Such a movement should logically result from cancelling the spell, but Le de Sichuan inexplicably felt a foreboding sensation, instinctively blurting out, "Bo Tian, get back here." However, it was too late. 4 walls of black barriers rose from the ground, instantly enveloping both within. The entire screen turned pitch black, reducing the vision range of their characters to a mere 5 yards. Stunned, Bo Tian almost threw his computer. What the hell? He finished casting the ultimate in 2 seconds. Lin Zhao's message appeared on the nearby channel, standing out particularly in the pitch black screen. Are you surprised? Smiley face. Enraged, Bo Tian immediately fired back a flurry of words, surprise my ass. Before he could continue his verbal attack, a loud crash echoed, and instantly, his health bar dropped by one segment. Clearly, the opponent had already closed into casting range and initiated an attack. However, the damage from a ghostly Daoist was limited, and these skills landing on his high magic-resistant melee character barely registered as painful. Bo Tian had planned to wait for the debuff to wear off so he could retaliate and restore his pride, but as he felt the virtually seamless follow-up attacks interweaving with perfect timing, his hands froze on the keyboard, utterly forgetting how to react. What kind of short cooldowns and how monstrous a hand speed would it take to make a spellcasting ghostly Daoist feel like a gun mage? This is cheating, right? Chapter 10. Before the screen could return to normal, within the brief 10-second debuff of weakness-induced blindness, the battle-axe fighter's health had already been completely depleted. System, First Blood. Lettucey Chum struggled to regain his vision and, out of nowhere, saw his teammate collapse for no apparent reason. Bewildered, he asked, "How did you die so quickly?" What confused him even more was that, as the more fragile of the two fighters, after both being hit by the myriad ghost void technique, the primary target of the opponent's attack should have been him, right? So why did they kill the battle-axe fighter first? The ghostly Taoist on the opposite team wasn't playing by the rules at all. Padian stared blankly at the respawn countdown timer on the screen, managing a wry smile after finally snapping out of it. It's hard to explain, there's this gut-wrenching feeling of being instantly killed, something everyone needs to experience themselves. Padian rarely spoke words of defeat, giving Lettucey Chum an uneasy premonition. Instinctively, he already began operating the martial artist to retreat backward. But it was too late at this point. As an icy flower bloomed around him, his movements froze, the camera showing not far away, a brightly red-capped figure with a staff flashing red light. Above the martial artist's head, an ashen-gray skull image appeared. Meanwhile, Red Alert was enthusiastically chasing the priest. Seeing there was no escape route ahead, he immediately used the invisibility spell and, utilizing the ghostly dash, stealthily approached the trapped girl. Preparing to use the assassination skill, he suddenly noticed the system message popping up on the screen announcing the first blood. The still very much alive priest in front of him left him stunned for a moment. Slowly, he remembered the ghostly Taoist they had let go earlier. With a dubious tone in the voice chat, he questioned, "Mengui, you killed someone from the opposing team?" Lin Xiao responded affirmatively, "Yes." Red Alert found this hard to digest. After all, Padian and Lettucey Chum were considered top-tier experts even within their guild. And now, in a 2v1 situation, they were beaten. How was that possible? This brief distraction cost him the time to get closer. Before he could use a skill, the invisibility spell ended, causing him to abruptly appear before Feng Waguiyu. Clearly startled, the girl froze for a second before hastily activating Swift Step to run away. Red Alert came back to his senses. How could he mess up when the moment called for action? Seeing the rare opportunity slipping away, he urgently leapt toward her and tackled her down. With the ultimate desperate strike skill, he successfully cleared Feng Waguiyu's life bar. System, Second Blood. System, Third Blood. System, Victory. The system flashed 3 messages in succession. Staring at the word victory on the screen, it wasn't just Red Alert but even Kongquan who couldn't believe what they were seeing. A strange silence enveloped the voice chat room. Moments ago, Red Alert's desperate sacrifice using the ultimate desperate strike to take Feng Waguiyu's life was vividly etched in their memories. Yet, that merely meant that apart from the initial first blood secured by Meng Meng, the score leading in their battle increased to 2 points. But now, the system was announcing victory, meaning that another third blood occurred in just a few seconds after the first blood. In other words, the little boy who moments ago was innocently playing hide-and-seek up until Tier 4, had now, under the circumstance of 1 versus 2 and against such formidable opponents, achieved a perfect win. In a daze, Red Alert vaguely remembered this person saying something about dealing output. At that time, he himself had clearly expressed disdainful mockery. An eerie silence continued indefinitely in the voice channel. After exiting the battle map, Lin Xiao waited in the ladder hall for a long time but received no invitation. Unable to help asking, he said, "It's only 1 o'clock. What, are we not continuing?" "No, continue, continue." Red Alert snapped back to reality upon hearing this, gave a forced smile, and said, "A complete 1v2 wipeout of the opposition, impressive man, so you're truly an expert." Lin Xiao smiled and without modesty replied, "I've always been." Initially filled with praise, Red Alert now wanted to say nothing after hearing such a sudden remark. Silently, he sent over a party invite and silently entered the queue once again. In the midst of a heavy silence, Kongquan's friend message popped up, "Where did you find this ghostly Taoist? There aren't many people in the guild who could solo beat Patian and Lettucey Chum, let alone manage a 1v2. Red Alert's thoughts were complex as well. How should I know where he came from? Do you know what it feels like now? It's like picking up a stray cat off the street, nurturing it at home. Then one day, the dog next door comes to bully the cat. As you're about to step in to help, the cat suddenly transforms into a Siberian tiger." Kongquan paused for a moment before couldn't help but applaud, "I'll never call you a crude brute again." That analogy was vivid. The subsequent battles were spent almost entirely in an eerie silence within the voice chat room. Since Lin Xiao stopped playing around, the 3v3 squad had practically massacred their way through the opponents, leaving no trace behind them. They progressed smoothly through every stage without any hitch, climbing 3 ranks all the way to the top. By the time the dawn's first light began leaking into the room, they had successfully completed the proxy order. Overall, Lin Xiao was satisfied with his night's worth of gear income. Although these weren't part of the initial planned equipment, the last missing 3 components have already been replaced with suitable gear. The quality didn't just remain consistent, instead, it improved, making the fundamental equipment needed for single-person ladder climbing now officially complete. Casually messing with his newly acquired gear, the icons for the other 2 members of his team dimmed. Not long after, Red Alert came online in the friend list and immediately sent over a message, "Mengui brother, how about considering joining our guild? Black Dawn, the powerhouse elite club, not everyone can get in easily, you know." At the sight of this message, Lin Xiao paused slightly in his movements of cultivating the gear, a faint smile forming on his lips. Oh, finally it came. Without much thought, he tapped on the keyboard and replied almost immediately, "Sure." Smiley face. When Red Alert saw this response, his fingers froze mid-air as he was halfway through typing out a carefully considered paragraph. A sense of numbness spread through him. This script isn't right. In his perception, those reclusive experts wandering the fields always had their own unique quirks or perhaps even a touch of individual stubbornness. When preparing to send the guild invitation earlier, he'd anticipated having to put forth some heartfelt persuasion. However, receiving such a straightforward agreement left him momentarily speechless. After quite some time, he managed to squeeze out a reply, "I'll find the guild leader once he comes online, then I'll pull you into the group." "Alright, I'm going to take a nap." After replying with this, Menguoming's icon also darkened on the friend list. Lin Xiao went to sleep in good spirits while Red Alert sat there staring blankly at his computer, still processing all that had happened throughout the night. His mind struggled to calm the waves of emotions swirling inside. He had been handling proxy orders for so long, yet he had never experienced a night as effortless as today. If the journey leading up to rank 4 involved them carrying others to victory, then beyond rank 4 undeniably transformed into someone else carrying them instead. But this wasn't a 1v1 personal match, it was a team match. 1 versus 2, and still in the 4th rank, at that. He would have dared not imagine it if he hadn't personally witnessed it. Sitting transfixed in front of the screen, at 8:30 a.m., he finally waited for his guild leader to come online. Red Alert promptly sent him a private message, "President, I encountered an extremely powerful ghostly Taoist who wants to join our guild." Yi Chen, as the department manager overseeing the guild system of the club, used the role known as Black Knight, the guild leader of Black Dawn. Upon receiving the message, he quickly replied, "An extremely powerful ghostly Taoist. More powerful than Zhongzhong." Due to the reasons involving former team captain Old Ghost, among the players under the Black Rose team's affiliate, Black Dawn Guild had an especially high number of ghostly Taoists. The Zhongzhong mentioned here is fully named Shueguang Zhongzhong, the premier ghostly Taoist among the non-professional players in the guild. Their individual ladder ranking had reached the 2nd tier, needing only a small push to enter the 1st tier frontline. The operational skills even surpassed those of the 3rd tier professional players. Initially, Yi Chen's words were mere casual talk, naturally never expecting someone outside the guild to randomly pick up a talent as exceptional as Shueguang Zhongzhong. However, after tossing out the topic, when no reply came back for half a day, he couldn't help but feel curious. What, hard to say. Red Alert hesitated, indeed, it's hard to express. Even though this kind of objective evaluation may not be entirely accurate, since it left Red Alert unsure of comparing this person's skill with Shueguang Zhongzhong, evidently, even if this person hadn't reached the professional level, at least in the game, they should undoubtedly be considered a genuine expert. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel curious, asking, what ranking has this person reached on the ladder? At the mention of this, Red Alert couldn't help but reveal a painful expression, replying heavily, seems to be Tier 10. The sip of tea Yi Chen had just taken at his computer screen sprayed out immediately without any grace, drawing frequent stares from others in the guild department office. After coughing several times, he finally caught his breath, a Tier 10 expert. Are you delusional from watching that wildly popular video recently? I'm not. Red Alert typed 2 characters to prove his innocence, but then suddenly stopped with his hand hovering over the keyboard. As Mengui's figure in his mind began to overlap endlessly with the image in that video, he shivered all over and immediately deleted his message to type a new line, it seems to be the ghostly Taoist in the video. The little red hat, tall boots, Tier 10 ghostly Taoist boy, it was exactly the standard configuration of the protagonist in the video. Red Alert reflected from afar, how had he not thought of it earlier? Chapter 11. Black Dawn, as a direct guild under the Black Rose team, almost all management personnel with the prefix Black are mostly made up of staff in the guild system of the Black Soul Club. The guild has grown to quite a large scale now. Even if some zombie accounts are cleaned up from time to time, it is almost always full due to many Black Rose fans queuing up to join. Not anyone can get in easily. As the guild president, Yi Chen receives a large number of member recommendations every day. He originally didn't pay much attention to the ghostly priest mentioned by Red Alert until he saw the last message in the chat box and had to take it seriously. To laymen, it's just entertaining, but to professionals, it's about understanding the subtleties. For ordinary players, that video seemed simple enough, but to club insiders, it was different. Although they were not astounded to the point of marveling, one could not deny that, looking at the entire zone game, solely considering the use of equipment pairing, this person was undoubtedly an expert. Alright, give me his ID. Once he logs on, I'll talk to him personally. Yichen thought for a while and finally made the decision. His ID is Ghost Meng Meng. He will probably log in before nightfall. Red alert. Who knew how hard it was to join their guild, empathized with the president's plight. At the end, he added mischievously, yesterday, Brother Mengui seemingly met Patian and Ludeziju in a 3v3 ladder match. You might want to ask them, since both sides fought head-on, they should know clearly how strong he is. After subtly stabbing 2 people who were already inwardly injured, he went offline contentedly to sleep. Yichen called out loud in the guild, summoned Patian and Ludeziju into the voice room, and directly asked, did you go play a 3v3 ranked yesterday? Patian froze, full of grievance, and said, President, we just grouped together to make friends, no need to be so serious calling us here alone. You never forbade chatting up girls in the guild before. Yichen replied irritably, who asked about your dating issues? I just want to know if you met a ghostly priest across your ranks yesterday. Ludeziju said, yesterday, we played a whole evening's worth of ranked matches. There were so many rounds with ghostly priests. Which one does President refer to? Yichen said, the one wearing the little red hat. Upon hearing, little red hat, Patian and Ludeziju in front of the computer screen showed expressions of immense pain because of the bad memories it evoked. Finally, Ludeziju managed to compose himself and replied, we met, do you know him, President? Yichen said, no, someone recommended him to join our help, I'm finding out more from you. Ludeziju was speechless. President, you really have a way with words when it comes to finding people. Yichen noticed the abnormality in his tone. How did it go? Did you lose that match? Ludeziju took a deep breath and tried to narrate objectively. Back then, we were playing with Snow Moon's sister in a group. Then we encountered the team with the little red hat. It was me, Patian, and Snow Moon on this side, and little red hat, an assassin, and a priest on the other side. We indeed lost that round. Having a girl along always puts us at a disadvantage. Yichen showed understanding, casually asking, what about the assassin and the priest across from you? How good were they? Ludeziju immediately choked, this. We aren't very sure. Yichen, didn't you fight against them? How wouldn't you know? Ludeziju, we went after that ghostly priest the entire time. We didn't actually encounter them. Yichen paid attention to his wording, you 2v1 dead. Ludeziju blushed for no reason, yes, 2v1, and ended up getting double-killed by the opponent. This time, the silence lasted longer than the previous one. Due to their shame, Ludeziju and Patian would not initiate a conversation, and Yichen was stunned by this result, silent for a long time, before asking again, estimate roughly, what level is that ghostly priest? This time, the answer came from Patian who hadn't spoken the entire time, probably, close to professional standards. Understood. After saying this, Yichen exited the voice room, hesitated for a moment, entered Ghost Mengmeng's ID to send a friend request, only to receive a system prompt that the user was not online. He stared at the screen, lost in thought for a moment. After a while, he called out to Zhou Ji, the assistant who served as the vice president. Ji, remember that really popular video online a few days ago of a 10-tier smackdown? Download it and copy a copy for me. Zhou Ji was surprised. Yigu, didn't you say there's no reference value in 10-tier stuff? Why are you suddenly interested? Yichen said, the club's new recruit camp is quite short on people recently. We need to grab whoever we can. Hurry up. Pota might be pretty good at this MMORPG, but it's possible that losing made him overestimate the enemy. While there are indeed many highly skilled road warriors in the game, these pros have long been familiar to players. Finding someone with professional level who's still unknown is not easy. There's no way Yichen would make such a simple judgment based solely on Pota's words. But after combining all current information, it has already been confirmed that this person, from a technical standpoint alone, is worth recruiting into the guild. As for whether they've reached a level worthy of being recommended to the club, further contact is needed to determine. Lin Xiao wasn't someone who usually pulled all-nighters. Even though he had been sitting in front of his computer all night, he was already exhausted from his habit of sleeping a lot, practically falling asleep as soon as he hit the bed. When he woke up, it was almost evening. After slowly eating dinner, he opened the game and logged in, receiving a friend request almost immediately. Seeing the name, he couldn't help but smile. Well, Black Knight, wasn't this the Grand President of Black Dawn? He clicked confirm, sent back a smiling emoji in the chat window, only for the other side to send a guild invitation promptly and straightforwardly. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate either and accepted it directly. Almost as soon as he joined the guild, the previously empty guild channel was flooded with messages, so much so that it nearly froze his old computer again. Glancing briefly, Lin Xiao realized that his joining did not draw any particular attention from others. Just as he prepared to block the channel, someone shouted, who added this ghost priest to the guild? Looking at the ID, he couldn't help but laugh. Qin Kong Wanli, wasn't this the cleric girl he scared off that day? Courtesy requires reciprocation, he responded, Sister Qin, what a pleasant surprise to see you again. Smiley face. Qing Kong Wanli was infuriated by the grinning emoji. Who is your sister? How dare anyone add a 3,200 score small account like this? Can anyone just randomly add members to the guild now? Lin Xiao, you're wrong about this. I'm not a small account. My equipment score is already at 5,200 points. Smoking. Qing Kong Wanli, my even small account is already 5,800 points. What's so great about 5,200? Where are the managers? Who let this person join? Black Knight, I added them. Do you have any objections? Qing Kong Wanli. Lin Xiao, now that you see I have such a big backer, Sister Qing, do you look at me differently all of a sudden? Smoking, smoking, smoking. Qing Kong Wanli. All the onlookers inwardly. After the appearance of the president, the previously lively guild channel suddenly went silent, making Lin Xiao's improper teasing stand out even more. Poda couldn't help but chime in, dude, turns out you not only flirt with men but also women. Men and women alike, impressive, impressive. Bow. Onlookers certainly didn't expect the newcomer to not only be personally invited by the president, but even Patian, who never respected anyone, sounded courteous, instantly sparking curiosity about Lin Xiao's background. But very quickly, everyone's focus was drawn to Black Knight's next announcement. This week's guild war was about to begin. Black Knight, this Saturday at 8 p.m., there will be an offensive defense battle for the guild. Our opponent this time is the Sky Realm Guild. I'll post the list of participants in the bulletin area later. Unless there's an exceptional circumstance, participants cannot ask for leave. Those absent without cause will be handled according to the rules. Pass this message along. Just as the notification was sent, Zhou Ji handed a list to Yi Chen, saying, Yi Gu, last week's personnel changes were severe. There are a few fewer people on this list, and since it's against Sky Realm this week, I don't dare to fill in the gaps arbitrarily. What should we do? Yi Chen took the list, glanced at it, frowned slightly as he thought for a moment, and caught sight of that name still lingering in the guild channel. He paused, then added, Gui Meng Meng, to the roster before returning the list to Zhou Ji and saying, you can publish this one first. Leave the remaining spots empty for now. The team sighed, someone might want to come play this week. Zhou Ji blinked in surprise, his eyes lighting up instantly, members from the team are personally coming to participate? My goodness, isn't that a guaranteed win? Who's coming? Captain Yu. Is Captain Yu coming? What about Vice Captain Shen? Amused by such a fanboy reaction, Yi Chen looked at him, smiled, and said, right now, I'm not entirely sure myself. Chapter 12. As Zhou Ji used the Black Curse Vice President account to announce the roster for the guild battle, Yi Chen walked through several corridors with a stack of documents in his arms and arrived at the team area. Due to a recent match having just concluded, the team was currently in a rest period, making the training hall appear rather desolate, with only the screen of a computer in the middle glowing faintly. The person sitting in front had a clean-cut short haircut, a refined appearance, and was in his early 20s. He exuded an already reassuring air of composure. At that moment, he was attentively watching a replay of a match on the computer screen, completely unaware that someone had entered. Not until 20 minutes later when the video ended did Shin Changyu turn around to notice Yi Chen waiting behind him. There was a somewhat apologetic expression on his face as he said, Manager Yi, why didn't you say something when you came? I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting. It's fine, Yi Chen had already noticed the contents of the playback on the screen and smiled. Deputy Captain Shen is analyzing your duel with Zhang Fengyu. I watched that game, it was very exciting. Shen Changyu casually turned off the playback and stood up, it only seemed like a grand show. In that match, both my Captain Zhang and I fought pretty chaotically, lacking much strategy due to being in a transition phase. Clearly, Zhang Fengyu adjusted and grasped better during the second half. Therefore, it wasn't unjustified that I lost in the end. After all, losing always tends to be something one finds difficult to get over. However, in Shen Changyu's casual tone, there seemed to be no regret at all. Yi Chen knew about his deputy captain's contented character well and lightly patted his shoulder upon hearing this, just win it back next time. I think so too, Shen Changyu chuckled, his gaze falling onto the document in Yi Chen's hand. Have the arrangements for the public guild battles on the weekend been made? Yi Chen nodded. We just need to confirm how many spots the team requires so I can arrange the accounts in advance. Shen Changyu thought for a moment and said, prepare 1 summoner, 2 gunners, and 1 priest. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen appeared slightly surprised. What, will Captain Yu also join? Shen Changyu paused for a moment before replying, prepare first. Whether Captain Yu will actually participate or not, I'll confirm further. Watching Yi Chen return to make the arrangements, Shen Changyu let his eyes linger on the corridor where the figure gradually disappeared. After standing still for a brief moment, he turned towards the team resting area. He knocked on the door and pushed it open. As soon as he entered, he caught sight of the game interface on the computer screen and couldn't help but frown. Didn't I tell you to properly rest your hand injuries? Why are you still playing games? The man sitting in front of the computer was curled up in the chair, his long, delicate fingers holding a cup. The light shining on him made his overall features seem irresistibly captivating. Upon hearing this, he lifted his narrow eyes and replied indifferently, oh, just looking around. It won't hurt the tendons. Seeing this expression from Shin Changyu, he couldn't help but remind, I'm helping share your workload so you can rest properly. Hand injuries, big or small, shouldn't be taken lightly. If things don't improve, I'll apply to the coach for you to suspend your participation and have a comprehensive checkup at the hospital. Yu Jing responded with some annoyance visible on his face, Deputy Captain Shen, how come I never noticed how motherly you could be? Shen Changyu retorted, don't forget, it was you who said we must restore the dynasty for Black Rose. That's why I chose to stay. You don't need to remind me, Yu Jing interrupted him coldly, pausing his gaze on Shin Changyu for a moment longer before a smirk curved on his lips. Come to think of it, you truly are loyal to our manager Lin. Is it you who desires this dynasty or do you want to help manager Lin achieve this kingdom? Even though I've been the captain for so long, in your heart, Black Rose's captain remains only manager Lin, right? Shin Changyu fell silent, pursing his lips without responding. Regarding the old captain, he disliked having others bring it up casually. Yu Jing glanced at his expression once, then with a snap shut the laptop lid and spun the chair around, speak. What's this visit about? Shen Changyu finally composed himself, saying calmly, just now, Manager Lin confirmed the participant slots for the upcoming weekend's guild battle with me. After considering, I feel that myself and the twins going would suffice. Given your current situation, it's unnecessary for you to join too. Remember, anything could affect future competitions. Yu Jing carelessly interrupted him, there's no need to worry about this. I just want to observe if there are any promising newbies within the guild that could be tapped recently. I don't intend to participate in combat. At the end of his words, he paused for a moment, and a faint smile flickered in his eyes. Of course, the main reason should be obvious to you. Lately, I've been feeling somewhat bored. Shen Changyu looked at him, finding it hard to refute such a reason for the time being. He knew very well that if he refused Yu Jing's current proposal, this man would definitely come up with many other diverse ways to kill his boredom, and those might even be worse than the present suggestion. Each team in the Zone Alliance has its own distinct style, which largely depends on their captain. In the old days, under the leadership of Ghost Lin, the Black Rose team was renowned for its unpredictable and deceptive style. It wasn't until Yu Jing became captain that, due to his extraordinary leadership and decisiveness, the tactical system evolved into the current art-like sophistication. However, many people didn't know that Yu Jing, the current captain of Black Rose, isn't just an existence revered by various teams. Even inside his own team, his excessive arrogance and capriciousness caused others much headaches, specifically referring to Shin Changyu, who had always done his job meticulously. Very good, it seems like you understand. Yu Jing seemingly absent-mindedly patted Shin Changyu's shoulder, glanced down at him, and a graceful arc curved on his lips. It's best not to nag me about my hand injuries either, speaking too much invites mistakes, be careful that more people find out about the injury. Deputy Captain Shen, if you have so much time to fuss over trivial matters, why don't you consider your own problems instead? Your recent transformation direction probably isn't feasible. Under his gaze, Shin Changyu fell silent for a while. I understand. Recently, the Black Soul Club had fallen into a strange cycle because some players were going to leave after their contracts expired, and there weren't any suitable substitutes from the rookie training camp. This created a large gap in the existing system. He originally wanted to try changing his style to cover up the current deficiencies, but judging from the previous battle, it wasn't very suitable. Precisely due to the lack of suitable replacements, they intended to use this guild battle as a chance to scout promising rookies from the game. Hence, the arrangement was made this way. Yu Jing showed great importance for this event, yet hiding the fact of the hand injury from most people inevitably raised concerns. Looking at the figure sitting back in front of the computer again, Shin Changyu's expression changed slightly. Although the two were completely different individuals, memories of the former captain involuntarily surfaced. Back then, the league was at a very awkward stage in its development. The gaming industry was just starting out, competitive events were nascent, and there wasn't nearly as much fan enthusiasm or audience support as there is today. Finding a suitable club sponsorship for the team was almost insurmountably difficult, and many players couldn't even ensure their basic living needs were met. Lin Xiao, one of the earliest first-generation players in the league, brought together his personally trained squad and worked through such harsh conditions step by step. From then until now, Lin Xiao, the captain of Black Rose team, known as Bold Ghost, has always been a legendary figure in the league. Back then, it was this person, whom he admired, who nonchalantly promoted him and fought alongside side by side. Even though he had already reached a level that many couldn't touch, Shin Changyu's heart remained filled with regret. When the Black Rose team once triumphed to claim the World Championship trophy, laying an indelible foundation for the league's growth to reach its current glorious heights, the one he respected most missed out on all the honors he deserved during the hardest period of struggle. No one understood Lin Xiao's departure better than Shin Changyu, who had even decided to end his career unless to preserve the legacy of the dynasty founded by Captain Lin. Later, upon encountering Yu Jing, Shin Changyu accepted without complaint to remain as deputy captain, allowing a rookie player to directly take over the role of Black Rose captain amidst skepticism. His decision was only based on his firm belief that Yu Jing was better suited to be the core of the team. This choice was entirely objective, made only to achieve the agreement he once made with his captain. And subsequently, Yu Jing's performance in league competitions indeed didn't let him down. This person possessed flamboyant techniques entirely different from team leader Lin's, yet similarly had a talent that many could only gaze upon from afar without being able to reach. Within just a year's time, he had already shone brilliantly in the league, firmly securing his position. It had been 5 years already. During this time, Shen Changyu had even considered countless times, if the car accident hadn't happened back then, how powerful could the Black Rose team have become with both Old Ghost and Queen at the helm. Though he was aware it was merely an impossible daydream, no matter how many talents emerged in the league over the years, team leader Lin would always remain the most revered figure in his heart. This uniqueness was irreplaceable, not even Yen Duzhou, known as the King of Hell and hailed as the top person in today's league, could compare. Chapter 13. When Lin Xiao saw the announcement of the guild battle that had been released, he also felt a bit surprised. Although his original plan was to enter the Black Dawn Guild through the recommendation of Red Alert, his initial optimistic idea was to gradually infiltrate the guild and find an opportunity to further reach the team level. Now, however, it seemed like he had skipped the process of gaining the favor of the president and directly entered the main framework of the guild. Surprise aside, as for the guild battle, although he hadn't played for a long time, it was really not a big deal. He organized the equipment in his warehouse and went straight to the ladder channel solo, officially launching into score-chasing mode. With some preliminary equipment at hand, Lin Xiao's ladder ranking could almost be described as skyrocketing. In just one day, he rose from tier 10 all the way to tier 6, until nearing the weekend and approaching the guild battle, where he successfully joined the ranks of near experts at tier 4. Along the way, he also acquired plenty of equipment. By replacing the basic set with several higher tier pieces, his equipment score finally broke through the 6,000 mark. During the preparation period for the guild battle, Yi Chen went over each name on the guild roster one by one, selecting and confirming the final member list. When he came across Gui Mengmeng's name, he accidentally glanced at the displayed rank behind the name and paused instantly. Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes and confirmed again, only to realize that there was no mistake. Indeed, it was the 4th tier rank. He couldn't help muttering, "Damn." Beside him, Zhou Ji heard the commotion, leaned over to take a look, and then let out another "damn" exclamation. How the hell did this guy manage to do it? If I'm not mistaken, when you recruited him a few days ago, wasn't he at tier 10? And now, after just 2 days, he has climbed up to tier 4. Yi Chen said, "It seems my previous assumption was correct. This person must have stayed at tier 10 simply because his equipment wasn't up to par. He should be an old player who has just returned. To climb so quickly and steadily like this, he is undoubtedly a skilled player." Zhou Ji asked, "Should we assign him to Squad 1? Yi Chen shook his head. "Squad 1 will be the main output force during the guild battle, absolutely, there cannot be any problems. It would be better to allow previous old members to participate. As for this Gui Mengmeng, arrange him to Squad 2 instead. Coincidentally, Zhongzhong is also there. He can supervise a little. After all, since his class is the Ghost Cleric, his evaluation of Gui Mengmeng's ability can be much more accurate than ours." Zhou Ji nodded, "All right." As the guild president and vice president were busy making the final member groupings, the door to the guild area office was suddenly pushed open. Hearing footsteps, Yi Chen turned his head, stood up from his chair immediately, and greeted them with a smile. "Captain Yu, Deputy Captain Shen, you've come. Oh, Brother Su has come too." The 4 people walked in and caught everyone's attention, causing the previously noisy environment to suddenly fall silent. Shen Changyu wore a clean white t-shirt, and exchanged polite words with Yi Chen. He learned briefly about the arrangements for the guild battle. Su Yiming, however, grinned while casually draping an arm around his twin brother Su Yichen's shoulder, not bothered at all by the latter's annoyed expression, and took an interested look around. Yu Jing leisurely walked in last, with no particular emotion on his face. Once the other 2 had discussed enough, he raised his eyes to look at Yi Chen, his tone indifferent. "Are the accounts ready?" Yi Chen turned to look at Zhou Ji, but apparently, the latter had not noticed his gaze. Even though they were in the same club, the members of the Black Rose team rarely appeared on the guild side. Today, besides the contrasting personalities of the Su brothers, even the captain and deputy captain, Yu Jing and Shen Changyu, had made a personal visit, leaving Zhou Ji, a die-hard fan of the Black Rose, momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. In his nervousness, he had unintentionally closed the game interface while trying to save the recently selected record. Yi Chen waited for a while and seeing Zhou Ji staring blankly at the group, could not help giving him a slight push irritably. "What are you standing there for? Don't just stand there, quickly bring over the accounts I asked you to prepare earlier." "Huh? Oh. All right." Zhou Ji finally reacted, hastily passing the notebook with account passwords. Yu Jing received it, flipped through it and sat down at a nearby computer, crossing his long legs in front of him casually. Logging in with the priest account, when he saw the voluptuous character named Hello Kitty before his eyebrows slightly lifted, and he nonchalantly commented, "Manager Yi, next time if you're going to match outfits, please pay attention to aesthetics." Watching Yu Jing calmly replace the bikini beach outfit on the older sister-style character back to her standard equipment appearance, Yi Chen awkwardly laughed twice beside him, feeling almost murderous towards Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji, standing not far behind, felt the atmosphere filled with murderous intent and looked quite innocent as he mournfully stared. At the time Yi Chen asked him for the accounts, he didn't specify their exact use. If Zhou Ji had known that these accounts were meant for the team members of their guild, no matter what, he would never have passed the task on to the management girl in the guild. As he watched the other three people also sit down in front of the computers and log into the game, Zhou Ji wished more than anything that he could find a crack in the ground to hide. From Yu Jing's Hello Kitty to Shen Changyu's Pikachu Go to Su Yiming and Su Yichen's brotherly duo using Doraemon is not cat and No Illness for the Snake Lady, every character was curvaceous, all wearing bikinis from the same series. Perfect, at least the artistic style remained consistent. Zhou Ji tried convincing himself while still unable to resist glancing away because he just couldn't associate these voluptuous characters with the players themselves. Yichen felt powerless and somewhat awkward as he observed how they were thoroughly scanning through the equipment inventory without showing any discontent except unanimously blocking out costume designs. He cautiously asked, "The guild battle participants are all ready. Should I bring you all to Group 1? Shen Changyu replied, "Not all of us. Just include me and the twins." Surprised, Yichen asked, "Then Captain Yu?" Yu Jing casually flicked his mouse with his right hand and interjected, "I'm not fighting tonight, just put me in Group 2. From his calm side face, Yichen couldn't discern any emotions but felt chilled by his calm tone. Hastily, he agreed, "All right, I'll inform the second group leader to add you." "Heh, Captain Yu, you've scared him." Watching Yichen pulling Zhou Ji off in panic, Su Yiming turned around laughing uncontrollably. Yu Jing glanced at him and gave a faint, sarcastic, "Oh," devoid of sincerity, "I'm sorry." Su Yichen pulled Su Yiming back, adjusting his headphones, frowning said, "Stop clowning around. Better familiarize yourself with your account now and make sure there's no wrong gear." Su Yiming stuck out his tongue, "My equipment is already sorted, do you think everyone's as meticulous as you?" Su Yichen looked at him briefly and focused back on the screen, clearly refusing further communication. Shen Changyu found humor in watching these identical faces squabble. Turning to Yu Jing leaning against the computer chair, he reminded him, "Remember what you promised." Yu Jing lazily raised an eyelid and glanced at him, a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes as a reply. When Lin Xiao was pulled into the team, only one spot remained in Team 2. Glancing at the roster list, none of the few acquaintances left in the guild were here. Team leader Bloodlight Heavy asked in the channel, "New Ghost Cleric, which school do you belong to?" Lin Xiao, "Curse Ghost." Bloodlight Heavy responded with an, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. Not long after, the last empty slot was filled, Hello Kitty, a priestess. This time, Bloodlight Heavy didn't ask much. The channel remained quiet. Unknown to others, seeing the two new names added to the team list on his computer screen, he started worrying. Even though Guild Team 2 wasn't as elite as Team 1, it was still crucial within the guild. Previously, the members for the guild battles were carefully selected and had been unchanged for a long time. However, today, suddenly two unexpected arrivals disrupted everything, adding confusion due to the President Black Knight's vague orders, which left him even more bewildered. If putting this new ghost cleric in his group was for evaluating skills, then the emergence of this mystery priestess baffled him entirely. At that time, Black Knight's instruction was simple, 8 words total, "Don't interfere, let them be independent." Such an ambiguous situation triggered some rapid thinking in Bloodlight Heavy's non-gossipy mind, leading to a single remaining speculation, perhaps their guild was soon going to have a president's wife. If Yi Chen had known his actions sparked such imagination in the mind of the second group leader, he'd sooner or later spit blood in frustration. When Lin Xiao teleported into the preparation area map, it was already densely crowded with people. Controlling his character, he took a look around, and finally his attention fell on the priestess standing not far away. The 4 words, "Hello Kitty," above the head of this tall and elegant priestess were incredibly familiar because he had seen them when she joined the group. Knowing that she was from his team, Lin Xiao approached her with a smile despite having nothing better to do. "Hey, Miss Kitty, we're in the same team. Please keep an eye on me later." Yu Jing, sitting in front of the computer screen, saw this message, and gracefully lifted her eyebrows, tapping each key carefully with her long, pale fingers. "No time." Lin Xiao made his character circle around her cheerfully like a lively little creature. "No problem, my combat power lasts longer. Whenever you have time, just give me some healing milk." Smiley face. Yu Jing's eyes narrowed slightly as she finally identified the other's class from the red blur nearby. Her gaze flickered subtly, and a faint smile curved at the corner of her lips as she graciously replied in the current channel, "Okay." Lin Xiao looked at this concise reply and somehow felt that this towering big sister exuding a "do not disturb" aura all over her body was, rather intriguing. Yu Jing, seeing the young man with the cute red cap dancing in front of her, out of idleness, casually opened his attribute panel. She initially intended to just take a casual glance, but when she fully understood the distribution of his attributes, her hand froze momentarily on the mouse, revealing an unfathomable gleam in her eyes. This kind of extreme cooldown reduction path for ghost Taoists, she had only seen it on one person many years ago. Chapter 14. Yu Jing had always remembered that the first time he saw that person's operation was during a live broadcast of a domestic league. At that time, he didn't know about the game zone, nor did he know about esports competitions, but even through the cold screen, he could still feel the extreme desire for victory in that man's eyes. The lighting at that moment illuminated his profile. Although it was just a simple gaze at the screen, it conveyed an intensity Yu Jing had never felt before. The camera suddenly zoomed in, focusing on the hand rapidly maneuvering the mouse. Long fingers flexed almost extravagantly, and due to the tension, the distinct knuckles were clearly visible. The overall composition looked nearly perfect. When the word victory popped up on the screen, the excitement from the previous moment gradually subsided into a deep calmness in his eyes. That man slowly stood up from his seat, with a rogue and proud smile curling at the corner of his lips as he shook hands with his opponents one by one. At this very moment, the whole venue's screams and cheers belonged to him, so natural, so dazzling. This unexpected instant drew him in completely. A short match gave him, who had everything come easily to him since childhood, the first feeling of rising passion, the first kind of unnamed aspiration to enjoy similar glory. This was Yu Jing's first contact with esports, and also the initial beginning of his strong connection to it. After that, he began to understand bit by bit the esports alliance, started to follow the development of the Black Rose team, and started to pay attention to every move of that man. Regardless of victory or defeat, in Yu Jing's impression, Lin Xiao, the captain of the Black Rose team known as Old Ghost, was always the most radiant person on the competition stage. Until they finally stepped onto the World Esports Championship podium, at that moment, it seemed like all bowed down to him. He was undoubtedly the strongest king in the esports field. The flood of memories rushed into Yu Jing's mind all of a sudden, making his gaze slightly dim for a moment. He slowly closed his eyes and silently turned off the equipment panel in front of him. This near-limit cooldown reduction technique wasn't unprecedented in the past years. It was attempted, but ultimately no one dared to use it. It wasn't because it couldn't be replicated, rather, it was impossible to replicate. The guild battle would officially begin at 8 p.m. The teleportation channel was closed at 7:30 p.m., and everyone had already been teleported to the preparation map. 5 teams were ready, meticulously conducting their final adjustments. Yi Chen had the team leaders count the number of people present, then opened the public voice channel unique to the guild battle, starting the customary pre-battle pep talk. Today our opponent is our old rival, the Tianyu Guild. We lost against them last time, so we need to take this more seriously today, strictly obey orders, give them some color to see, and absolutely do not give them another chance to win. After all, we belong to the Black Rose team, one honor shared by all, one loss suffered by all. Although the guild master would say some inspiring words in previous guild battles, this time it sounded particularly pompous and formal, leaving many audience members confused, wondering if the president had taken the wrong medicine today. Yi Chen finally finished the passionate speech he prepared the day before, secretly glanced at the row of figures sitting on the other side, reflected on his performance earlier with guilt, and wiped away a cold sweat in relief. Fortunately, overall, he felt he had performed well. After calming himself down from his slightly excited mood, Yi Chen continued to the next phase of deployment. I will be the captain of Team 1 tonight, Chong Chong for Team 2, Heizhou for Team 3, Patian for Team 4, and Ian for Team 5. Once we enter the map, everyone must listen to my overall command and scheduling, and the captains must focus on implementing each team's actions specifically. Except for a few individuals, everyone must fully obey the command. Everyone inwardly. Except for a few individuals. What is this nonsense? On the side in the guild area, Su Yiming heard the voice message and couldn't help but laugh, poking Shen Chanyu beside him and saying, Deputy Captain Shen, it seems our presence here has put pressure on Manager Yi. Su Yichen added, pressure is good, better than indifference. Shen Chanyu laughed, Manager Yi is under a lot of pressure, but probably not because of us, it's entirely due to someone else. After finishing his sentence, he shot a glance at the person nearby, only to find that Yu Jing didn't seem to be paying attention to their conversation. Her headphones were left on the table beside her, and her fine brows were slightly furrowed, lost in thought for reasons unknown. Shen Chanyu felt a little surprised. Could it be that they already had a target in mind so soon? While they were conversing, Yi Chen had already finished assigning specific arrangements for the 5 groups. On the guild battle map, each side possessed 3 strongholds, Domain of Strength, Domain of Wisdom, and Domain of God. Each domain was protected by its own unique guardian barrier with corresponding guardian messenger bosses nearby. During the offense phase, all guardians in each domain had to be defeated before one could proceed to break through that domain. Only after both Domain of Strength and Domain of Wisdom were fully occupied would the passage to the Domain of God open. The match would conclude once one side succeeded in taking over all 3 domains, resulting in victory. To enhance the playability of the guild battles, the official planners of Zone went through great efforts. Since the game's first year, almost every month brought about 1 or 2 new guild battle maps. Moreover, each guild battle's map was entirely random, leading up to almost 200 unique maps until now. As such, every week before being teleported into the combat zone, no one knew what scene they would face, possibly even an entirely new one. This sense of unknown excitement usually thrilled everyone, but today made Yi Chen particularly uneasy. After all, the opposing Tianyu Guild was the direct affiliate of the Tianxia team, which not only competed intensely with Black Dawn but also faced off with the Black Rose team since the establishment of the league, making them eternal rivals. And now their captain was sitting right beside him, listening to his commands. If they failed to win today, the pressure felt insurmountable. The guild battle is about to begin. The light of the domain belongs to you. Let's battle together in the Atlan Sky realm. At exactly 8 o'clock, as the system announcement flashed, the guild battle officially began, instantly teleporting all players waiting in the preparation area onto the guild combat map replica. This time around, Black Dawn was assigned to the blue faction, occupying the upper right portion of the map. Glancing at the minimap on the top left of the screen, Yi-Chen couldn't help but grimace slightly. Atlan Sky Realm was a newly revealed battleground map that the officials kept under wraps to preserve secrecy without revealing any details beforehand, and faithfully it happened to appear this week. The entire map depicted a vast expanse of azure surrounded by clouds, living up to its name as Sky Realm. Composed of floating islands suspended mid-air, these islands were connected by bridges formed from white clouds. A sweeping view of the endless blue-white palette revealed dense lines of markers across the minimap, turning it more into an intricate maze where directions were hard to discern. Being unfamiliar with this new territory compounded the challenge, forcing Yi-Chen to make a rough judgment on the approximate locations of the other two domains. 2 teams were dispatched to explore separate routes while the remaining 2 moved forward in a unified frontal assault. Lin Zhao's second group split into 4 smaller squads, allocated according to their listing upon joining. Due to entering late, he was grouped with 4 others who joined recently: the archer, Kilya, the paladin, Meat, the purification caster, Blue Sky Not So Blue, and the last priest to join the team, Hello Kitty. Overall, the configuration seemed perfect with frontline tanks, DPS, support, and healing roles. Following the organizational plan, small squads scattered across 4 diverging paths on the map, searching for the locations of both sides' domain bosses. Both guilds boasted 100-member rosters, meaning the focus naturally shifted from strategy to the speed of exploration given the unfamiliarity of the new map. As a frontline tank and squad leader, Meat walked ahead with others following closely behind. They quickly crossed the cloud bridge and stepped onto the first floating island. While walking, Lin Zhao observed carefully, mentally mapping the route against the minimap, his viewpoint constantly shifting with his operations. On turning back once, the screen centered on a mature woman's prominent chest, the second turn showed the same image, and the third did so again. Oh, everything about this young lad's style was fine except for the height disadvantage. Lin Zhao had no choice but to directly face the older female priest who had been following him like a ghost. Katie, can you switch to auto-follow someone else? Yu Jing had just poured herself a cup of tea. She glanced back at the squad chat that had popped up and casually replied, no. Fine, at least she's a girl, having her nearby isn't bad. If they run into enemies, he could always play the knight in shining armor role nearby. At this point, Lin Zhao was more than willing to show some chivalry and stopped worrying about the field of view issue. Carrying on with the natural barrier, trailing behind him, he skillfully used his positioning to guide the movements of the priestess, avoiding all angles that would obstruct his line of sight. He remained calm as he lingered at the very back of the group. Chapter 15. After finding nothing of interest on the previous 2 islands, the group quickly moved forward and landed on the 3rd island. After reporting the progress to the team leader, Rururu switched to the squad channel and said, judging from the map, we are already at a relatively remote location from the starting point, but close to the border with the red side. Everyone should be cautious, there's a chance we might encounter enemies. The map of Sky Realm was vast with numerous branches, so theoretically, it wasn't that easy to run into opponents. However, the squad leader's analysis was logical, and such a possibility could not be ruled out. Lin Zhao kept this in mind. Just then, Shadisnevia suddenly shouted in the group, situation ahead. He immediately shot an arrow into the dense forest far away. At almost the same time, Rururu spun around in a perfect 360-degree circle, and his body suddenly emitted brilliant golden light. Lin Zhao instinctively positioned himself strategically, widening his distance. After looking around and seeing no enemies, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Captain, are you performing the 4 little meat geese for us? Rururu stood still at the original spot for a while before adding one more sentence in the team channel, don't just shoot randomly, Shadisnevia. Damn, I got too excited earlier and didn't switch to the chat window, accidentally wasting my ultimate skill. We mustn't bump into the people from the Celestial Domain Guild later, or else we'll definitely lose. However, bad luck always follows good luck. Just as the words were spoken, a flash of red light suddenly appeared from the direction where Shadisnevia had fired his arrow. It struck directly onto Rururu with a loud slap. Clearly, there was an enemy situation. Lin Zhao observed the other 3 members in their team panicking and felt quite speechless. This paladin's mouth truly was cursed, it could rival Chenanchi's bad luck. He surveyed the surrounding terrain, moving further back, observing the few red IDs that entered the visible area preparing for battle. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the mesmerizing bosom of the older sister figure. Lin Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Sister, wake up, there's a fight. However, on the other end of the screen, Yu Jing lazily leaned back in her chair, her long, pale fingers cradling a warm teacup. In front of her was an idle keyboard and mouse. Her lips slightly curved, revealing no intention to control her character, watching the screen center with detached interest. Hello Kitty showed absolutely no reaction, as if temporarily absent. Trailing behind her was someone suspected to be an automatic follower. Letting out a sigh of helplessness, Lin Zhao realized how incredibly disappointing the performance of Rururu was. After being afflicted with a weakness buff, without his ultimate holy light protection, the paladin had fallen under the focused attacks of the Dawnbreak Guild's party, dying without a struggle. The meat shield was dead, yet the belief remained, lying there on the ground. He didn't stop grinding down the morale of his teammates, instead increasing his typing speed posthumously, shouting in the group, damn. That's the Celestial Domain Guild's Azure Squad. Run fast, or none of you will escape. Actually, they didn't need his reminder. As soon as they identified the IDs floating above the enemy's heads, the rest had already scattered in different directions without even attempting to rescue their captain. Shadisnevia clearly hadn't expected that his single arrow would summon a squad more terrifying than any boss. As he ran for his life, he lamented in the team chat, "Big meat, I'm sorry. That was pure reflex, really reflex, I swear it. If I'd known Laughing Azure was there, I'd have definitely gone around." Carrying a priest trailing closely behind him, Lin Xiao ran unimpeded along the path, gradually putting some distance between them and the pursuers. Even amid the chaos, he found a moment to gossip in the team chat, "Who is Laughing Azure?" Lantiambulin sent a terrified emoticon, "Are you serious? You don't know Laughing Azure? The man is undeniably the top ranker on the current ladder rankings. Brother, are you from another planet or something?" Lin Xiao, very clever of you. You're exactly right. Smiley face. Lantiambulin. At this point, the shape of the squad had completely fragmented. After informing the leader of the situation here, Rururu chose to resurrect back at the camp. His corpse disappeared from the map and reappeared at the spawn point. After checking the positions of several people on the minimap, he reminded them, "You guys find a place to hide first. Remember, do not come out. The leader is sending reinforcements." The other two immediately found a place to hide obediently, wishing that some mushrooms would grow on their heads to disguise as tree stumps. Lin Xiao stopped after running a distance with Hello Kitty, and looked back to see no one chasing them. He stood still in the middle of the road. Looks like, something's off. Though the main purpose of the guild war wasn't necessarily to compare which side killed more people, enemies did get especially red-eyed when they met. If both sides were merely scouting squads, given that their own formation had already been disrupted, it wouldn't make sense for the other side to let go so easily now. Recalling the positions where those people appeared earlier, that vast expanse of hidden forest suddenly made Lin Xiao think of only one possibility: those people were probably lurking there secretly fighting the blue side's guardian messenger boss. After all, the island where they were now was still some distance from everyone's spawn point, and the guardian messenger of an ordinary domain actually wasn't that difficult a boss to take down. If both sides' reinforcements arrived according to reports, they would surely have been wiped out by now. The feeling of watching someone grind a boss right under his nose made Lin Xiao feel as if his daughter were being undressed right in front of him. Though he didn't care too much about the honor or disgrace of the guild, the large contribution value reward for winning the guild war was far too tempting. Whether he could exchange for his favorite staff depended entirely on the success or failure of this night. If they lost, it meant another week on the ladder. As for that passerby Wang Ziakenkyung, how strong he was exactly, Lin Xiao didn't know, but he was definitely not stronger than himself. Driven by this dual motivation of wealth and interest, Lin Xiao didn't mind at all that there was still someone trailing behind him. He operated Gue Mengmeng to turn around and walk back along the same route, hopping adorably. Yu Jing had been observing every inch of the young master's operations from start to finish, her gaze gradually becoming more focused. Through Hello Kitty's vision, Gue Mengmeng's return without any reservations was clear enough to reveal his intent. He finally placed the cup on the table and slowly pulled the keyboard closer. During the chase earlier, while leading Hello Kitty, the young master skillfully avoided pursuit through positioning alone. Not just the ghost Taoist itself, but even the priest character hadn't lost a single bit of health. Since it was quite a distance, if only one person was dodging, it didn't mean anything, but this person was controlling two characters simultaneously, proving that during every move, he had clearly calculated the landing points of the opponent's skills and all synchronized trajectories of the characters under following status. This required rigorous mental planning and precise prediction to execute such operations. Regardless of whether the cooling reduction equipment choice was due to admiration for Old Ghost or an accidental decision, this person was indeed a skilled player. In the middle of the small shrubbery, some ongoing illegal activities were taking place, with brilliant skills illuminating the area under attack from several players. Since their location had already been exposed, the Cyan squad no longer needed to be cautious, and their skills dazzled more brilliantly, reducing the health bar of Guardian Messenger Force by a third within just a few minutes. However, as they were fighting, a sudden black flame erupted beneath the magic swordsman's feet. As it exploded, it enveloped his body, instantly darkening all skill icons on the interface. Silenced. Someone ambushed. Wang Ziakenkyung froze momentarily, never expecting that someone would dare to return. A glance back revealed a short red-capped young master standing nearby, with black light still glowing on the staff in hand, clearly the culprit who silenced him. For a team, cursed spirits always brought an endless irritation factor. Even though it seemed like there was just a ghost Taoist and a priest facing them, they couldn't ignore it. To ensure the squad could take down the boss before reinforcements arrived, Wang Ziakenkyung stopped other members from counterattacking and kept their concentrated fire output going. He himself lifted his heavy sword to advance. In an instant, he activated Phantom Quick Step, aiming not the ghost Taoist with his massive sword slash but the almost attached priest Hello Kitty behind. When Lin Xiao saw Wang Ziakenkyung charging towards him, he was prepared early on. The auto-following priest began moving along with him. At the moment of contact, Hello Kitty narrowly avoided the edge of the heavy sword. However, in the brief moment when the skill missed its mark, Xiao Zhangqiong suddenly activated Arcane Step almost simultaneously as he approached, and after a 180-degree spin, he was already back close to the priest in the blink of an eye. Worthy of being called the passerby king, his movements were indeed swift. Lin Xiao inwardly admired this, feeling somewhat regretful that there might be no chance to save this AFK slacking priest girl. Right at this moment, Hello Kitty suddenly took a step away from Lin Xiao's direction. It wasn't a big step, but it was very tricky. From this angle of movement, it perfectly avoided all areas of damage from the arcane slash, losing just a bit of health before instantly casting a small resurrection spell on herself, filling her health bar back up little by little. Nice positioning, sis. Lin Xiao complimented in the nearby channel and began the incantation of a skill at the same time. As a blood-red vortex swirled beneath his feet, Xiao Zhangqiong decisively used leap step to teleport a short distance away, dodging the blood pool that erupted a second later. But just as he landed, the ground beneath him turned into mud, with bony hands reaching out like ghosts and firmly grabbing the magic swordsman's feet, rooting him in place for 3 seconds. The skills Crimson Pool and Hellish Soulbind were cast seamlessly one after another, using casting positions to predict his next actions and even landing spot, causing him to fully fall victim. Whether from the positioning of the priest or the scheming of the ghost Taoist, these two individuals were not simple opponents. Xiao Zhangqiong inexplicably felt a heavy pressure mounting, promptly declaring over the voice channel, "Blackjack, stay and hold down the messenger, everyone else come help immediately." Chapter 16. When the team members heard this command, they couldn't help but pause in surprise. While immediately leaving the messenger boss to rush toward Xiao Zhangqiong's position, someone asked in the channel, "Zhangqiong, weren't there only 2 people on the other side just now? Did reinforcements arrive?" "Xiao Zhangqiong, just 2 of them, both highly skilled." Upon hearing this, everyone grew tense. It wasn't easy for their squad leader to willingly back down. After the 3-second immobilization effect wore off, Xiao Zhangqiong swung his heavy sword at Gui Mengmeng with the blood toxin effect still active, instantly stunning him. With the advantage of close combat, he unleashed a burst of speed, pressing down on the ghostly Taoist without giving the opponent a single chance to cast spells. In the latter rankings, there are many unaffiliated players who are exceptionally talented and even surpass professional levels, yet due to a lack of interest in becoming professionals, they choose not to join various clubs and instead remain active within major guilds. As the hottest independent player right now, Xiao Zhangqiong is undeniably one of the top fighters in solo battles. Under such a burst of hand speed, he interrupted Lin Zhao's skill cast several times consecutively and followed up with an intense offensive barrage. He took a glance at the position of the priest nearby, confirming that the opponent was out of spellcasting range, then drew a deep breath. Focusing intently, his operations sped up even more, precisely controlling all of Gui Mengmeng's movement intentions, preparing to deal with the remainder of the opponent's health bar in one fell swoop. At this moment, seeing Gui Mengmeng attempt to distance himself and begin casting skills again, Xiao Zhangqiong immediately unleashed a shadow slash intending to interrupt him. Unexpectedly, the opponent's movement suddenly changed, a blue light flaring as a countermeasure. A sense of unease arose in him, and he immediately tried to retreat backward, but it was already too late. Little Red Riding Hood had closed the gap unexpectedly, using Frostbite practically face-to-face, smacking him square in the face. Just as his body stiffened completely, Gui Mengmeng brushed past him in that very instant, quickly restoring a safe distance, retreating from all the Magus swordsman's skill ranges. The offensive flow was disrupted. At this time, Gui Mengmeng's condition was rather pitiful. After being suppressed by a melee fighter for so long, his life force had dwindled to half. But thanks to Lin Zhao's positioning, he managed to eliminate most of the damage. Had it been anyone else, they would have been taken down already. Undoubtedly, those crowned as street kings indeed possess exceptional talent. This hand speed alone, when compared against the entire league, could hold its own among the ranks. From an operational standpoint, this person showed real talent. If trained professionally, he would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. It really is a pity that he has chosen not to become a professional player. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a strange surge of admiration for the talent around him, while stepping back and attentively observing the surroundings. He noticed Haruko Kitty standing not far away motionless, as if the earlier brief operation was just his own illusion. Further behind, faint figures were seen rushing towards them. Realizing that the opponent had called reinforcements, Lin Xiao immediately decided to end the fight quickly, running a few steps before stopping, turning around to start casting skills. By this time, Xiao Zhangqiong had also rushed forward, deftly evading several Azura blood curses that erupted beneath his feet. Just as he was about to engage in close combat again, his vision suddenly turned dark. This was blindness. A sudden chill ran through his mind, yet his hands continued their operation, relentlessly pushing the character forward despite the pitch-black screen. Seeing the other side charge recklessly forward without hesitation, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation. Nevertheless, a slight smile crept across his lips at that moment. His staff was suddenly enveloped in a bizarre black-red aura, and one after another skill was cast seamlessly. Even though all these skills required precasting judgment, every single one landed accurately on Xiao Zhangqiong, as if both sides were following a script perfectly in harmony, hitting without fail. However, the equipment gap ultimately made a difference. With only a quarter of his health bar remaining, the moment Xiao Zhangqiong's vision became clear, he saw the little red-hooded boy standing directly in front of him. Without any words exchanged, he immediately used the all-encompassing sweep skill to approach. Right at this time, Goemongmeng's blood toxicity skill had completed its incantation, and a red glow enveloped the mega swordsman. The health bar began to slowly decline as it was consumed. Xiao Zhangqiong did not hesitate at all in response and immediately initiated his ultimate skill, the Traceless Sword Shadow, intending to completely clear out the remaining health bar of the opponent. At this very moment, a barrier suddenly rose up right before him. This perfectly positioned barrier stood less than 1 yard between the two of them. The ultimate defense skill of the ghostly Taoist, Floating Pagoda Gate, which could absorb all damage from the front within 5 seconds. After a flurry of sword shadows and blade lights, Goemongmeng's life force remained frozen, not dropping by even a bit. This was a skill that could be seen in almost every game with a ghostly Taoist. However, Xiao Zhangqiong had only ever seen it used to block arrows, black magic, or gunshots. Never had he imagined that it could so accurately block every last close-range combat skill without fail. It was the first time he had ever seen such a feat. Staring blankly as his ultimate skill came to an end without dealing a single point of damage, Xiao Zhangqiong found himself somewhat stunned. A reluctant yet distinct realization instantly washed over him: there was no way he could win against this person. With just that brief pause in his attack sequence, Lin Xiao quickly seized back the initiative and unleashed a series of skills straight into the Magus swordsman's face. Xiao Zhangqiong felt frustrated. It had been a long time since he had felt so boxed in during a single combat scenario. If at first there was still some concern about the presence of an opposing priest, afterwards he practically unleashed all his capabilities. Aside from that minimal amount of consumption during the battle with the messenger boss, his starting condition had been nearly perfect. Yet, despite this near-perfect state, under the unpredictable skills and precise calculations of the opponent, the hand speed he once prided himself on seemed to lose all its meaning. Watching as the screen darkened, Xiao Zhangqiong silently remembered the name Goemongmeng and selected to revive back at base. The others had just rushed over and saw Xiao Zhangqiong disappearing from their view lying on the ground. Instantly, everyone stopped in their tracks. Someone shouted a few times through the voice chat but received no response, hearing only another person helplessly say, "Stop calling, Zhangqiong has already left the voice room." Everyone stared blankly. Are we still going to fight? The priest Lazy Worm looked at Goemongmeng's health bar and made the decision: there are only 2 people on the other side, we have more numbers. Let's directly kill them and take revenge for Zhangqiong. Blackjack, you come over too, forget about guarding the messenger. Let's annihilate the members of Black Dawn first. Lin Xiao had just taken down Xiao Zhangqiong when he saw a group of people charging over like wolves. From their equipment and appearances, he roughly estimated an average ladder ranking of 2 to 3 stars. Turning his gaze backward, he gauged that the opposing side had basically given up on defending the messenger now that their objective was achieved. Having gained what they sought, the wise ones do not press their luck, it was time to bow out gracefully. At this moment, Goemongmeng's body suddenly glowed white, and the blood gauge, nearly drained to the bottom, instantly restored a significant portion. Simultaneously, in the team channel, Hello Kitty said, "Fight them." Since the death of Rurururu, this channel had been quiet for quite some time. Now, this sudden statement drew immediate attention, causing everyone else who hadn't noticed the change in their blood bars to inquire, "What's going on? Were you discovered? Where will we fight?" Lin Xiao ignored the cacophony of questions and instead smiled at Hello Kitty's nonsensical remark. No matter how it was interpreted, the girl had watched the show from the sidelines for long enough and was finally ready to join forces with him. As if confirming his speculation, Hello Kitty fully healed Goemongmeng with a couple swift strokes and silently stationed herself behind him. Looking at the tall figure next to him, Lin Xiao decided to stay put. The enemy had originally prepared to chase after seeing their opponents trying to escape, but upon witnessing their unexpected calm and composed stance, as if readying for direct confrontation, they suddenly felt disrespected and enraged. Without hesitation, they lunged forward fiercely. However, just as they approached, those 2 turned around and fled. "Chase them," someone called out in the channel, decisively pursuing without hesitation. Seeing the pair vanish into the bushes, they followed blindly into the thicket without a second thought, and the rest of the squad swiftly caught up. In the following moments, the whole team's voice room erupted with continuous shouts of frustration. "With so many of you chasing after someone's sister like that, don't you feel a bit ashamed?" Smiley face. Following this sentence in the current channel, Goemongmeng's ultimate skill Wanyan Void enveloped the entire thicket and everyone within it, causing instant chaos. As for Goemongmeng herself, she stood behind a nearby tree, beginning to calmly chant her skills without haste. Skill after skill was unleashed, not as tightly packed as when she had fought Xiao Zhangqiong, but with extremely precise targets. By the time the debuff period ended, the healer from the Kang team had officially been taken down. The remaining 2 members were consumed by anger and charged forward with a loud roar. However, when they discovered that no matter how hard they attacked, not a single drop of blood could be drained from their opponent, a strong sense of failure crept up on them, leading to their eventual silent resignation. In front of their eyes, the ghostly Taoist and the priest stood side by side, a tall figure unleashing furious damage while the shorter figure sustained the team calmly. Together, they formed a barrier impossible to breach, offering not a single chance for attack. Without any suspense, their entire squad was wiped out. When Lon Tianbulan and Shisania arrived according to the minimap, they found Gui Mengmeng and Hello Kitty sitting side by side on the grass, while the messenger walked quietly and leisurely nearby, within visible range. This peaceful scene, devoid of any violent disputes, left them staring at each other blankly as they asked confusedly, where did the people from the Jianyu Guild go? Lin Xiao was in a good mood, they've all gone home. Smiley face. Chapter 17. When the main force of the second team arrived, the entire squad was still in a state of confusion, unable to answer any questions. It wasn't until they asked Lin Xiao that they received a brief response, simply saying, fighting our way home, followed by his ever-unchanged smile. Following the location of the Guardian Messengerly on the island, they quickly found the base of the Force Realm. At the same time, the fifth team reported discovering the base of the Intelligence Realm. Based on past experience, to ensure fairness during the Guild War, the official arrangements for the two maps were typically consistent. Therefore, after thoroughly understanding their own terrain, they could roughly predict the corresponding positions of the opposite realms. Yi Chen made an immediate decision, commanding the fourth team to quickly replace the second team in guarding the Force Realm. He also gathered the three elite teams in the middle route, preparing to launch an offensive against the Apocalypse Guild after consolidation. After being the guild master for many years, Yi Chen's strategic deployment for the Guild War remained as clear as ever. All team captains please listen. The first team is responsible for advancing directly, the second team will circumvent from the side islands to flank them. We will conquer the Force Realm at the top of the Heavenly Domain Guild map before moving down to the Intelligence Realm. The third team will use detours and surround from behind to ensure we cut off any reinforcements and block the path for resurrection back from their spawn point. During combat, always be mindful of the overall command and the specific instructions in the channel. If there's a need to change targets, everyone must immediately follow orders to shift. Under his instructions, the captains of the second and third teams confirmed the completeness of their members and began implementation according to his strategy. For a moment, the grand-scale movement of Black Dawn seemed exceptionally unified, showcasing the strict discipline of a major guild. The members of the Heavenly Domain Guild evidently didn't have the good fortune of Black Dawn. Still searching systematically through the map without having located the Intelligence Realm, only one team was stationed in the central path. When they saw the approaching attack, it was already too late to report, they were quickly overwhelmed. As Black Dawn's forces swiftly crushed the Force Realm with astonishing speed, the hastily gathered members of the Heavenly Domain Guild were completely suppressed due to disarray. Within 5 minutes, the Force Realm had been fully occupied by Black Dawn. System, Black Dawn has successfully occupied the Force Realm of Heavenly Domain. A dawn of hope is near. System, Black Dawn has successfully occupied the Force Realm of Heavenly Domain. A dawn of hope is near. System, Black Dawn has successfully occupied the Force Realm of Heavenly Domain. A dawn of hope is near. Seeing the 3 consecutive system messages flash on the screen, Yi Chen finally sighed inwardly with relief. The initial worries brought by the new map dissipated. While the new map, untouched by anyone, was undoubtedly a double-edged sword, it was obvious today that the opposing guild's luck was far worse than theirs. Winning because of luck, Yi Chen felt no sense of unworthiness, but rather an unusual ease and pleasure. Observing the one-sided situation before him, Shen Chanyu exhaled faintly and turned to see the twins fiercely fighting like gods blocking their path or Buddhas halting their progress. He couldn't help but laugh and say, take it easy, be careful not to enjoy it too much and get your real identities exposed. If you're labeled in headlines as professional players mercilessly abusing newbies during guild warfare, how do you plan to explain yourselves to managerly? Whether truly intimidated by Shen Changyu's words or not, Su Yiming's hand trembled slightly upon hearing it, missing a sweep that should have ended an enemy life. The priest immediately revived the opponent he almost killed. Glancing at the kill count on the corner of his screen, he grinned and said, what's there to fear? This is only 40 kills, I'm holding back already. Relax. There's absolutely no way we'd be easily discovered. Saying so, subconsciously, he glanced at the adjacent computer screen where Su Yichen was operating. Upon noticing the number of kills, he couldn't contain his surprise and exclaimed loudly, Aiya, how did you quietly reach 56 kills? Cheating or what? No way, I need to rack up more kills, or losing to you quiet types, I'll surely die laughing once we return. Su Yichen didn't stop his hands-on operation. Hearing the comment, he just glanced sideways and gave a soft scoff, no one's that bored. Damn it, wait for me. Su Yiming, suddenly feeling furious, operated his gunslinger and activated ghostly steps, charging straight into the very center of the battlefield, ruthlessly slaughtering enemies without restraint. Shen Changyu could only sigh in resignation as he watched the two of them inexplicably get caught up in a meaningless competition. Just as he was about to continue operating his summoner, a sudden ID caught his attention on the screen, and he instantly stood up as if struck by lightning. In almost an instant, he rushed over to Su Yiming, grabbing the mouse away from him. Under his control, the gunner's vision quickly moved around, but all that met his eyes were dazzling skill effects, blinding the entire view. Among so many chaotic fighting figures, the fleeting figure had already been swept away and covered up. Su Yiming was startled by Shen Changyu's sudden abnormal behavior. Looking at the stern profile in front of him, he noticed how much paler the face looked compared to usual. He hesitantly stammered, Shen, Deputy Captain, if you don't want me to kill too many. I won't kill then, you, don't get upset. Su Yichen was also drawn to notice the commotion here, slightly furrowing his brow and slowing down the pace of his operations. The hand on the mouse gradually tightened. Shen Changyu's normally composed demeanor seemed cracked for the moment, exposing some suppressed emotions. His fingers trembled slightly, imperceptibly. Covered by strands of hair, it was as if after half a century, until he deeply inhaled, striving to make his tone sound as calm as possible. Sorry, it should be a mistaken identity. As if not feeling the gazes directed at him, he returned to his computer desk just like that. Under tight operations, the summoner suddenly launched a fierce attack, with dazzling skills covering the still hard-to-suppress storm brewing under his gaze, leaving only the depths of his eyes becoming increasingly deep and somber. Finally, it turned into a bitter self-mockery at the corner of his lips. How could such an ID, which had been completely sealed off, reappear all of a sudden? After all, it's because it wasn't let go thoroughly, those lingering feelings that led to this unrealistic illusion. The Guild War ended with Black Dawn's perfect conclusion of a great victory. When Heavenly Domain Guild's divine realm was completely broken, Black Dawn merely lost the Force realm. The overwhelming disparity was evident. It could be said that they had achieved a complete victory. As the Guild War concluded, all participants were gradually sent out of the battle map, and the originally quiet guild channel immediately became a clamor once again. Everyone couldn't wait to share today's victories. The first thing Lin Xiao did upon exiting was send a friend request to Hello Kitty. Seeing a female avatar light up in the friend list, he instantly sent a message contentedly, "Sis, your skills are impressive. Have time to play ranked matches together, smiley face." Hello Kitty, sure, later. Having deeply felt the profound coolness of this priestess throughout the night, Lin Xiao was now immune to her coldness. Not only was he not frozen, but he even replied with a flying kiss emoji. Watching her avatar dim, he happily turned to claim the reward for today's Guild War contributions, flipping through the guild's resource list to exchange for the wand he desired. Yichen arranged personnel for the final statistics and consolidation. Turning back, he saw several people had already shut down their computers and stood up, greeting them politely. "Captain Yu, Deputy Captain Shen, Brother Su, everyone has worked hard." Yu Jing said, "Manager Yi, can I temporarily take the priest account? Is there any issue?" Yichen hesitated for a moment, then immediately responded, "No problem, feel free to use it." Su Yiming curiously asked, "Captain Yu, why do you need this old priest account?" Instead of answering, Yu Jing looked at Shen Changyu and said, "Today in the second team, there was a ghostly Taoist who seemed quite good. Let the new recruit camp keep an eye on them." Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but be startled. Was the ghostly Taoist from the second team? Shen Changyu just shut down his computer, somewhat absent-mindedly asking casually, "What's his name?" Yu Jing replied, "Ghost Meng Meng." At the very instant these words fell, the document in Shen Changyu's hand scattered on the ground entirely due to the sudden stiffness across his whole body. Standing there motionless like that, though clearly stationary, it somehow gave anyone a peculiar sensation, as if one could sense a surging dark current within him. It wasn't until the end when he seemed unsure and snapped back to consciousness, looking up with confusion in his gaze that none could decipher. "Are you saying Ghost Meng Meng?" Yu Jing nodded, watching his state frown slowly forming on his brows. "Is there any problem?" "No, there isn't any." Shen Changyu responded and inexplicably fell silent, standing there motionless. Unnoticed by others, his hands gradually clenched into fists, trembling slightly from the excessive force. A moment later, he suddenly strode out of the guild office without saying another word. The others faced the mess of scattered documents on the floor, exchanging bewildered glances with one another. Su Yiming, watching that retreating figure, stammered, completely baffled, "What's up with Deputy Captain Shen today?" Chapter 18. After the guild battle ended, Lin Xiao did not attend the so-called victory celebration but put on a jacket casually and went out. After walking around for 2 rounds downstairs, he ordered a seafood ramen at a nearby noodle shop to fill his stomach that had been empty all day after constantly trying to level up. When paying the bill after finishing the bowl of noodles, he unintentionally glanced at the computer in front of the cashier boy's counter and saw it was playing a live broadcast of the LPP League. He couldn't help but comment, "Brother, you're a Zone fan." The word zone has various meanings when translated, but domestic players prefer to call it zone, which gives a sense of my territory, my rules, feeling very resonant. The phrase zone fan successfully caught the boy's attention. He handed the change to Lin Xiao while flashing him a friendly grin. "Brother, seems like you're also a fellow fan." "I support the Awakening team. Who do you root for?" "Coincidentally, I'm rooting for Black Rose." Lin Xiao had already noticed the prominent Awakening insignia in the video clip and replied semi-jokingly, "They're arch-rivals. Want to have a match right here?" The boy was amused by him, laughing as he waved his hand. "The feud between Awakening and Black Rose isn't something new, there's no need to get worked up here. We'll settle it on the competition stage later." Wow, still a rational fan. Lin Xiao slowly put the loose change into his pocket, putting a cigarette in his mouth but not lighting it, swaying it up and down rhythmically as he spoke with a tone filled with nostalgia. Unknowingly, it's been so many years already. Who would have thought that the league would attract so many people? The boy smiled and said, "Esports are projects stepping onto the global stage, how can they not draw attention? Nowadays, if you pull someone from outside, even if not 9 out of 10, there must be 7 or 8 who are fans of Zone. In this era, going out and saying you don't know about esports leagues, no one would dare to claim themselves young anymore. Lin Xiao paused slightly while holding the cigarette in his mouth, then laughed a moment later. Isn't that right? They've stepped onto the global stage already. At the end, he glanced at the Alliance emblem flashing on the computer screen, hands in his pockets, and strolled away slowly. The wind blowing against his hair made it somewhat disheveled. Lin Xiao ambled along the street slowly, gazing at the bustling lights, half closing his eyes lazily. Even though it was only 5 years ago, it felt as if it were an entirely different age. What used to be considered gaming to waste one's willpower is now fully accepted. His persistence, once regarded as a laughing matter, now garners much support from genuine Zone esports fans. Without questions or ridicule, it's a passion purely simple and true. There's no denying that this kind of feeling is really good. Returning to the room, the glow of the computer screen remained dimly lit. Lin Xiao hadn't turned off the computer before leaving, and the game interface remained hanging in the lobby without operation, the character having switched to an awake status. He walked over ready to log off and shut down the computer when he was surprised by more than 30 unread messages. The first one opened was a friend request from Xiao Cangqiong. Lin Xiao clicked approve without thinking, but no new icon lighted up in his friend list, obviously meaning the sender had already logged off. Recalling the single match earlier in the night, he couldn't help but smile. While previously there was merely admiration for talent during their duel, now he indeed took more interest in this road warrior champion. To be killed by someone and still be calm enough to add them as a friend afterward indicates psychological resilience, probably no less impressive than his sharp gameplay. He lazily opened the following few messages, which came from Zugangchang Chongchong, Ruru, Shoot Dead Yuya, and Lan Tian Bulan respectively. Lin Xiao didn't bother being overly refined and selected approve one by one until opening the next system message caused his mouse-holding hand to stiffen momentarily. This too was a friend request, but the sender's ID was undoubtedly unfamiliar to any Zone player, Shi Jieyu. Lin Xiao did not approve it immediately but continued opening other system messages thereafter. One by one, all over 20 were from the same person. The last message stopped at 10:10 p.m., having passed half an hour already. Zone's system does not allow duplicate names, so every name created is destined to be unique. Gue Mengmeng, a personal ID he used before entering the league, was known by very few people. Coincidentally, his former deputy captain was one of them. If the first message could make someone think it was just a whim, the relentless subsequent applications definitely let him confirm, Shen Chanyu had already discovered his presence. Even though Lin Xiao had entertained the idea of using this ID to get a slight backdoor advantage when he decided to use this character, after all, the concept of resurrection from the dead is too shocking and only exists in novels. He hadn't prepared any explanation that might be slightly more acceptable yet. Suddenly being noticed by an old teammate was indeed something he wasn't ready for. At the same time, these unexpected friend requests gave him a feeling of annoyance as if he'd been caught off guard without cause. Lin Xiao sat in front of the computer, staring at the accept and decline buttons, lost in thought. He stayed still for a long time, furrowing his brows. He glanced at the bottom right corner where the time had already passed 11 p.m., and finally let out a long sigh before moving the mouse to the left option and clicked it. The moment he confirmed, a contact icon suddenly lit up in his friend list, then started jumping up and down restlessly because of the quickly sent messages. Great, clearly not resting according to the old habits but has been waiting for him in front of the computer. Lin Xiao involuntarily associated this with the idiom, waiting for rabbits under a tree, raising his eyebrows and casually opening the chat window. Shijiyu, who are you? It's impossible to tell the tone behind the screen, but Lin Xiao stared at this very familiar ID, and suddenly all hesitation and doubt seemed to vanish in an instant. Since they're here, there's no point in being overly delicate. Gai Mengmeng, why aren't you sleeping so late? Did my repeated instructions on regular sleep schedules just become mere lip service again? Smiley face. The pause that followed felt exceptionally long. After 10 whole minutes, the contact icon moved again, with content consisting of only 2 short words, Captain. Lin Xiao looked at the period at the end of the message, which seemed to express some meaning, and couldn't help but smile lightly. Sorry, made you wait long. I'm back. Black Soul Club Player Dormitory. Shen Changyu sat at the desk, fixated on the chat content in the text box, having an unusual feeling like being in a dream. His whole body felt floating, and even now, there was still a sense of disbelief. This strange sensation began when he heard the 3 words, Gue Mengmeng, as if controlling his mind ever since, until now facing the screen and watching word by word how the person described their return, leaving his mind almost blank, unable to differentiate between shock or excitement anymore. Just like the sentence in the chat box said, a vague thought emerged during his days, Lin Xiao, the captain from those days, has returned. He didn't even have the energy to carefully read through the explanations about why someone would revive through another's account. Shen Changyu hurriedly opened a voice channel and immediately pulled Gue Mengmeng from his friends list into it. Hello? Can you hear me? Soon, a sound came over the voice chat. This was a different voice from what he remembered, but due to such a carefree tone, it mysteriously overlapped perfectly with the person deep in his memory, completely free of any sense of incongruity. I can hear you. When answering, Shen Changyu felt his throat inexplicably tighten, making the entire voice sound somewhat rough. The match against Flowing Years that you played, I watched it. You were still too hasty, said Lin Xiao on the other side of the voice chat. The sudden change in tone startled Shen Chanyu slightly, and an involuntary upward curve formed at the corners of his mouth. No matter where or when, thinking of zone first was definitely Lin Xiao from before. He smiled faintly and replied affirmatively with a soft indeed. You're fundamentally different from Zhang Fenyu. His personal characteristics are too distinct, moderate adjustments will better serve his performance in individual competitions and significantly enhance his original fighting style. But for you, a team-based player, excessive changes may only affect the overall play of the entire team. Instead of attempting sharp solo styles, it would be better to explore new methods within the context of team matches to achieve greater perfection. Under such ruthless analysis akin to years ago, Shen Chanyu felt not the slightest bit irritated, instead falling into deep thought, but currently, the team doesn't have anyone qualified for individual competitions. Before he finished speaking, Lin Zhao's smiling voice came through the earpiece, isn't one right here? Shen Chanyu paused briefly, with surprise evident in his tone, Captain, does this mean you're preparing to return to the team? Lin Xiao replied affirmatively with an however, it's not the right time yet. My current identity probably isn't very convenient. Shen Chanyu originally intended to refute by saying, it won't be inconvenient, but the words died on his lips, and after a pause, he changed the subject after a moment. Where are you now? I'll come find you, and we can talk in person. Lin Xiao was rendered speechless by his impulsive decision. I'm telling you, don't tell me there are many holidays at the club now. The next match is about to start, and you actually think you have time to come see me? Shen Chanyu insisted firmly, I want to see you. Just 4 words, yet they caused a brief silence around him. Lin Xiao massaged the pressure points near his ear with some frustration, feeling helpless against his vice-captain's occasional stubborn streak. He glanced at the calendar date inside, I'm in N City. Your team happens to be coming here for next week's match, let's meet up afterward. Hearing Shen Chanyu agree without objection, Lin Xiao muttered, speaking of which, Xiaoshen, are you missing a few screws or something? A dead man like me suddenly shows up lively before your eyes, and you're not even scared. Upon hearing this, the corner of Shen Chanyu's mouth curved into an increasingly clear smile, as long as you can return, everything else doesn't matter. Chapter 19. Each match of the LPP League is held in different venues across various cities. This time, it just so happened to be in N City where Lin Xiao was located, providing a good opportunity for them to meet in person. Lin Xiao had planned to attend the match in person, but due to Zone's immense popularity, tickets were almost impossible to come by. To secure a ticket at the last minute, he exhausted all possible means and eventually ended up participating in an auction on a certain website platform. It cost him nearly all his savings to finally obtain one. Holding the ticket that felt as heavy as gold, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh wryly. In the past, the organizing committee would always send large quantities of special channel tickets his way, hoping he'd hand out dozens of them to friends and family. Who would have thought that one day, he'd end up pleading everywhere to get a single ticket? The current situation was like selling off everything he owned just to buy a single ticket, and upon returning home, he'd have to worry about basic sustenance for quite some time. Time flew quickly. Due to the rain from the previous few days, although the sun was shining in N City, there was still a light layer of moisture hanging in the air. The wind blew gently, bringing a particularly refreshing sensation. Jella Esports Arena wasn't far from where Lin Xiao lived. As he leisurely made his way there, he noticed that the traffic ahead became increasingly congested, until when he neared the destination, it was practically paralyzed completely. Wow, this is getting intense. Around him, horns sounded incessantly, creating a cacophony akin to an orchestra. Lin Xiao covered his ears, marveling again at the fervor of esports fans. It didn't seem like a mere competition, more like a grand concert with 10,000 attendees. There were still 2 hours before the match began, but due to the excessive crowd outside, the event organizers had already begun allowing spectators to enter in stages. The scene was bustling with laughter and chatter. At the entrance, Lin Xiao spotted a booth selling merchandise, filled with all sorts of paraphernalia used by obsessive fans, from LED signs to cosplay hats for characters. Since today's game pitted Black Rose team against Nine Heavens team, even life-sized posters of team members were on display, big enough to block a whole person behind them. Curious, Lin Xiao weaved through the throng and perused the goods before pointing happily at Shen Chanyu's massive face on a poster. Boss, give me Shen Dada's poster, please. The shopkeeper picked up another full-body picture nearby and asked, are you a fan of Deputy Captain Shen? Take a look at this one, this poster is currently the bestseller. Lin Xiao glanced at the dynamic pose captured in the photo and shook his head. Nope, I'll stick with the one I initially chose. After all, a larger face allows for a more detailed inspection compared to this bee-like posture which is too showy. I much prefer the original style of my big brother Shen. Caught off guard by Lin Xiao's comment, the boss gave him a strange look. Satisfied with his choice, Lin Xiao accepted the rolled-up poster and continued toward the venue, glancing around with great interest. Following the flow of people, he passed through ticket checks and entered the arena. Once seated according to his ticket number, he pulled out his phone and sent a message, I've arrived. Not long after, he received a reply, Apparently, the other side was busy preparing for the game. Having skimmed the message, Lin Xiao tucked his phone back into his pocket. Although the Nine Heavens team belonged to the second-tier teams in the league and wasn't much of a threat to Black Rose, given that their star player Yu Jing had been injured recently, the pressure on Shen Chanyu, as deputy captain, was undoubtedly significant. Backstage in the venue, the Black Rose team rest area. After replying to a message, Shen Chanyu looked up to find everyone staring at him, prompting him to ask, "What?" Su Yiming scanned the expressions on the others' faces before indulging his curiosity. Deputy Captain Shen actually looked at his phone during tactical planning. This is a first ever. Everyone's been feeling like you're acting strange lately. Come clean, are you dating someone? Don't guess nonsense, Shen Chanyu interrupted irritably, feeling the scrutinizing gazes around him and subconsciously clearing his throat. Let's focus on what we discussed earlier. Lu Zishan, though equally curious about his deputy captain's personal life, promptly refocused on the matter at hand, asking instead, am I really going solo? Shen Chanyu nodded. Zhao Kongming from the opposing team excels in close combat. You're the best to counter him. At this, Lu Zishan immediately understood and smirked, pushing up the metallic frames on his nose. Can't say much about others, but as long as I face Zhao Kongming, I'll definitely make him choose to GG himself. If you can't even beat an assassin, your paladin is pretty much useless. A voice came from outside, and the door swung open. Yu Jing strolled into the resting room with a casual air, giving a faint glance around. Nine Heavens might have improved a bit this season, but they're still no match for a top-tier team. We must take all 10 points in this match, clear. Though the 8 teams in the LPP League varied in strength, they had all gone through rigorous selection processes to secure their spots. Taking all 10 points was something no one dared to be overly confident about, regardless of the team. But at that moment, these words coming from this person sounded unusually effortless, almost as if it were a foregone conclusion. We must take all 10 points. Su Yiming, spurred by this challenge, erupted passionately in agreement. There are people from Nine Heavens in the adjacent lounge. Try showing some restraint. Su Yichen helplessly covered his mouth, casting a look at the stifled Su Yiming, whispering, but this season, we really should let others taste what it's like to be shut out. Due to previous internal adjustments within the team, Black Rose's performance throughout the entire LPP League hadn't been ideal. Shen Chanyu knew the teammates had all been holding back their frustration, so he didn't interrupt them. Instead, he looked at Yu Jing and asked, is the squad match combined with the team match certain to go as planned? Yu Jing slightly adjusted the team jersey draped over his shoulders and replied indifferently, what do you think? It was a question, but the answer was already evident. Shen Chanyu furrowed his brows slightly, choosing not to say more. He was fully aware that given the current overall score of Black Rose, to enter the playoff semifinals, they must try their best to seize every point possible when facing a second-tier team like Nine Heavens. No matter what state Yu Jing was currently in, as both captain and healer of the team, he had no other choice but to step up now. Somewhere along the line, the whole team's reliance had quietly shifted to rest heavily on this man. Looking at Yu Jing lazily leaning against the nearby sofa, Shen Chanyu couldn't help but reflect with some sentimentality. Judging from his calm expression, he somewhat relaxed. It seemed the checkup results from the last couple of days held no serious issues. At the live competition venue of the LPP League, the arena was brimming with enthusiastic cheers from the fan groups of the two teams, whether it was in the central field or along the aisles. The cries of jubilation filled every corner, drowning everyone in a fervent atmosphere despite the palpable tension. It was almost like a grand feast. Hey, you're blocking the way. Lin Xiao was using the poster to cover his face and rest with eyes closed when an icy-cold remark snapped him out of sleep instantly. Dazedly pulling away the poster for a quick peek, upon seeing the person's face, his mind abruptly became fully alert. Twin tails, straight bangs, miniskirt, but due to her somber and dark countenance and chillingly ominous tone, there was an eerie aura radiating from her warning off strangers. For a moment, Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. Chen Anqi. What was she doing here? After waiting for a while without receiving any response, she tilted her head sideways with a piercing gaze, her voice low like a spell, young man, are you looking for trouble? Instinctively, the moment Lin Xiao heard those words, his previously stiff legs, whoosh, retracted instantly. Watching the, lowly, white girl pass by with an expression gloomy like a ghost doll, he unconsciously wiped a bead of sweat. He had originally thought that this young miss had completely retired, yet as a senior veteran of the league, she actually still took the time to buy tickets just to observe the game. Knowing her penchant for watching others get thrashed, it was apparent that she still retained this particular interest till today, truly a peculiar, and perhaps distasteful, flavor. Speaking of people in the league who Lin Xiao used to avoid crossing paths with back in the day, Chen Anqi would certainly rank among the top 3. It wasn't because this female player possessed unmatched skills, rather, she carried an innate debuff feared by countless others in the league. This so-called curse could be summed up in 3 words, bad omen. Any match against her, the curses she bestowed were far more maddening than any skill damage. Even more terrifying was that this power of hers wasn't confined to the two-dimensional world, it worked just as effectively in the real one. Lin Xiao wasn't the only veteran player who had suffered through such painful experiences. Back in the day, the entire league would once tremble at the mere mention of Gothic Lolita. As Chen Anqi's figure slowly faded into the distance, Lin Xiao couldn't help but extend his fingers and quietly began to count. If this young miss was already 20 years old when he used to be in the league, then by now she should be around 25. But from what he just saw, she still looked exactly like a girl of only 14 or 15. Lin Xiao exclaimed with awe, "Damn, she really is an ancient fiend." Just as he finished his complaint, the bright lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and after a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in cheers even louder and more passionate than before. The competition had finally begun. Chapter 20. As the two teams entered, the atmosphere in the arena surged to a new climax. Fans shouted loudly, calling out the names of the teams and players, while some over-enthusiastic fans even tried to jump over the railings onto the battle platform, only to be easily stopped by the security guards who were ready for such attempts. Lin Xiao's gaze was on the players from the two teams at the center of the field, shaking hands as a sign of respect. He felt that he had been sighing too often recently, like an old man reminiscing about life every now and then, but it was indeed the most genuine feeling at the moment. Although the development of esports has increasingly trended towards commercialization, it ultimately attracts so many investors to strongly promote it because of its broad and massive public support. Likewise, using the power of the public to elevate the commercial atmosphere within the industry, isn't esports itself also benefiting from this rapid growth, attracting more and more people to join? Lin Xiao didn't experience the rapid 5 years of development before, but he couldn't wait to feel those future years when the industry gradually reached its peak. He didn't understand business or fan economy, but one thing had always been firm: the development of esports would not stop here. This was his belief: it should have a broader stage and reach a height worthy of everyone's admiration. After the player introductions, both teams took their places in the competition area for their final status adjustments. The strength difference in this match was clearly apparent, and the main point of interest was how many points the Black Rose team could snatch from Team Zhejian. Quiet whispers began among the audience as they eagerly speculated about the order of appearance of the players until the seated players stood up, surprising some spectators with a "huh." Hardly anyone could guess that the Black Rose team would send Lu Zhisan first to play the first solo event of the season. "This is probably the first time we've seen a paladin stand on the individual contest platform since the start of this season," said Xiao Wu, the official commentator for the live broadcast, also finding it quite unexpected. "The paladin class is indeed unsuitable for solo matches in a certain way, but look at their opponent." Black Rose just played a smart move." Maodo, her partner, added. "Oh, Zhejian team actually sent Zhao Kongming. Looks like there will be an exciting show." Xiao Wu looked at another player standing on the battle platform and laughed along. "It seems like the Black Rose team is playing tricks on Zhejian. If the opponent is Lu Zhisan, then even Zhao Kongming with his shadow killer reputation might not find it easy to perform an assassination." The players on the field were calibrating their electronic devices and couldn't hear the commentary, but at this moment, Zhao Kongming's expression wasn't good at all. He, who usually played the finale of individual matches, adjusted his strategy for this showdown and decided to go first to catch the opponent off guard. However, it was completely unforeseen that his well-laid plans would be easily exposed by the opposing side and even turned against him. Lu Zhisan's paladin was probably the last person he wanted to face in the entire Black Rose team. Even if he had to fight Yu Jing's chaotic endurance tactics, it would likely still be better than fighting against a tank, at least giving him some chance to execute a fatal blow. Don't be deceived by Lu Zhisan's gentlemanlike appearance, he's nothing but a pervert wrapping around innocent girls in real combat. Zhao Kongming bitterly criticized Lu Zhisan inside his mind, glancing up and catching his rival's eyes. Seeing Lu Zhisan's cheerful grin made his skin crawl, and he quickly looked away. Not a single member of the Black Rose team is normal, each one of them is a tricky fox. As the match officially started, the central screen in the stadium displayed the preparation interface. On the lower corners, the lenses of the players and their first-person operational views drew loud cheers from the fans. In the ban phase of the maps in this game, Lu Zhisan banned Magma Hell and Wilderness Forest in sequence to avoid overly complex terrain. On the contrary, Zhao Kongming banned Polar Ice Plains and Desert Maze, two maps less convenient for hiding, leaving Haunted Tomb as the final battlefield. The lights in the arena dimmed completely, leaving only the camera lens on the screen capturing all the attention. As the game was initiated, the paladin Jamu Eru Shi and the assassin Blank Grid respawned at two ends of the map. Almost simultaneously, both players began moving swiftly across the map. "It's been a long wait for a personal match like this. If I offend you in any way, please accept my apologies in advance," Lu Zhisan, who always appeared refined and polite, said graciously as the game started. However, seeing the impeccably courteous message on the map channel, fans of Zhejian couldn't help but burst out with boos. Anyone who had watched Lu's matches knew that despite his gentlemanlike demeanor and behavior, his style in battle was utterly ruthless, often crossing into unsportsmanlike conduct. In short, if he could beat your face swollen, he would not stop by just poking out your eyes; if he could kick your butt till it broke, he would not settle for merely breaking your waist. Who will be apologizing to whom is still unclear. Zhao Kongming retorted, inspecting the surrounding terrain. Taking advantage of the dense arrangement of tombs, he camouflaged himself in the shadows carefully. It must be admitted that as an assassin player, Zhao Kongming had already shown considerable enthusiasm during the combat against such a class as the Paladin. Alas, as Xiao Wu had predicted earlier, facing a class inherently oppressive, this match was indeed not easy for him. After a few skillful sneak attacks, Blank Grid didn't gain any advantage. Instead, after Jamu Eru Shi activated his holy light armor, quite a lot of damage was reflected back. Eventually, when caught in close combat, unable to withstand being continuously stabbed by his opponent's spear, Blank Grid yielded his precious first blood in disgrace. Back at the respawn point, Blank Grid did not launch another attack. After hesitating for half a minute, he typed GG on the screen and chose to surrender and exit. This was the first match, heavily influencing the team's morale. It was already clear he wouldn't win under any circumstance. Therefore, instead of hardening for face-saving reasons, it was better to quit gracefully like this. Zhao Kongming's decision caused an uproar throughout the venue, but everyone acknowledged his efforts. Though surprised by the GG appearing in the very first dual-player match, the audience still gave him a warm round of applause as he exited. When the two contestants met in the center of the stage for their handshake tribute, Lu Zhisin smiled gently as ever. You performed well. Performance equal to GG. Looking at that seemingly harmless smile, Zhao Kongming felt a surge of frustration well up within him, but before the camera, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, you were good too. After shaking hands, they returned to their respective team benches amidst thunderous applause from the crowd. Black Rose team had scored the first point in this match, and the second personal contest was between two bullet masters. Being the same profession naturally led to a showdown of raw strength. Sun Qin, the new player of Jotian team this season, operated the character, Shotgun Riot, which was just starting to shine on the league stage. Although he'd made some eye-catching performances in previous matches, encountering Su Yiming, a wildcard known for boosting hand speed recklessly, his skills were overwhelmed instantly by the dazzling array of flying bullets, quickly resulting in a total loss. Compared with the surprising nature of the first match, the result of the second seemed extremely predictable but also overly abrupt, leading to somewhat dull reactions. When the players shook hands for the curtain call, apart from the enthusiastic cheers of Black Rose's own fans, most others showed less interest. Xiao Wu had to work hard to keep the atmosphere alive in the arena, even calling out the private nickname fans had given Su Yiming. Although the second match ended rather quickly, it was certainly thrilling. Everyone can see how astonishingly fast Xiao Di's hand speed remains, feeling sharper than before. Once the organizing committee finishes its tally, let's check if his APM value, which refers to the sum of all game operations per minute, used to evaluate operation speed, has increased further. Su Yiming, just reaching his seat, stumbled slightly, looking about ready to fall over. He looked toward the broadcast table with an expression of dissatisfaction, wanting to protest, this Xiao Wu sister isn't acting properly. I've officially announced many times, I'm a big brother, okay? Brother Su. When did I become little brother Su? Su Yichen, preparing to go onto the stage, happened to pass by him, grabbed his collar casually and tossed him toward Shin Changyu with a faint snort, immature. The sharp-eyed audience had already noticed the commotion here. Quite a number of Fujoshi were already screaming over the twin interaction. This craze spread wildly with one private description after another, until when Su Yichen stepped onto the stage, the entire venue was filled with shouts of "Second Su" and "Double Guns," bursting with unparalleled enthusiasm. Su Yiming had just been pushed back into his seat by Shin Changyu, and upon seeing this scene, his face immediately drooped in as he complained, we clearly have the same face, so why is Xiao Chen so popular? That's so biased. Lu Zhisin leaned against the nearby chair drinking water. Hearing this, he pushed up his glasses and chuckled, they're shouting, "Second Su," because they didn't get enough of you earlier, and now they're all excited to see Yichen. Su Yiming readily accepted this explanation, the kid before was a bit weak, there wasn't much I could do. So let's just let Xiao Chen give them more of a performance then. At this point, the equipment on the field was adjusted properly, signaling the start of the match. However, amid the audience's passionate cheers, this match ended even faster than the previous two. Watching Su Yichen descend from the stage expressionlessly, everyone couldn't help but look at each other in confusion at the 3-0 score. These were both teams holding their own within the LPP League. Could the skill gap between these two teams really be that large? Chapter 21. The first three individual matches could, in general, be described as won cleanly and decisively. However, this meant that the twins were bound not to participate in the upcoming 3v3 group stage matches anymore. The two of them were originally considered as the main damage dealers for Black Rose team. In a sense, their absence indirectly weakened Black Rose's strength during the group matches. After a brief rest, the group matches began. The large screen in the arena displayed the names of the combatants and their character information from both sides. Representing Eternal Sky was Captain Zhou Shi with her Shadow Swordswoman class, Gao Jun with his Paladin class, and Su Qinjie with his Priest class. Black Rose's lineup consisted of co-captains Yu Jing and Shin Changyu, as well as a recent discovery from the rookie training camp, Qin Lei, with his Heavy Cannoner class. Looking at the configurations of both teams, while both had sword-based classes, although the Shadow Swordswoman wasn't as effective as the Mage Swordswoman for controlling opponents, its burst capability after getting close in a 3v3 skirmish couldn't be underestimated. And Paladins could pose almost a nightmare-level harassment to healing classes. It was quite clear that Eternal Sky's setup aimed for a one-on-one melee confrontation against Black Rose. On the other hand, even though Yu Jing and Shin Changyu were top-tier experts in their respective classes, summoners tended to fit better into a support role during team matches overall lacking explosive power. Even with Yu Jing's backup concentrating all offensive efforts on Qin Lei, the rookie who had just emerged from obscurity, it seemed risky from any perspective. Relax, don't be too nervous, Shin Changyu said as he was adjusting his equipment on stage and saw the somewhat stiff expression on Qin Lei's face. He patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Your individual performances went well last time, just play your part here normally without pressure. Qin Lei took a deep breath and felt the spotlight around him, yet his fingers still felt stiff. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze toward Yu Jing, Captain Yu. With nimble fingertips tapping on the keyboard without pause for final button adjustments, Yu Jing cast a chilly glance at him from the corner of his eyes and replied coolly, follow our prearranged strategy. If we lose, you can go back to the rookie camp. The arena might not suit you. Qin Lei's body trembled upon hearing this, the wrinkles forming in his eyebrows mirrored the rising fighting spirit in his eyes. Shen Chanyu noticed everything silently and smiled as he put on his headphones. If Yu Jing was called Queen due to his somewhat feminine appearance and noble demeanor, then it was his cold and even cutting nature that earned him the prefix, Ice Mountain. Ice Queen, surprisingly, suited the current needs of the Black Rose team. Be it veterans or rookies, everyone in the team never needed to gain favor through kindness but instead preferred this merciless and almost cruel lash of criticism. As the machine adjustment finished, the commentator completed the introduction of both rosters, and the match officially started. During the ban map phase, both teams chose swiftly and decisively. In the end, the map that remained was Polar Ice Field. After equipping themselves, they loaded into the battle dungeon. When the decision was finally made, Zhou Shi couldn't help but frown and questioned in the squad voice chat, why do I feel like Black Rose deliberately left the Polar Ice Field? Gao Jun laughed and said, Captain Zhou is overthinking it. Facing our setup and still choosing Polar Ice Field. They're not stupid. This statement was not without merit. After all, Polar Ice Field was among the maps with the fewest obstructions. Apart from differences in elevation, there were very few terrains that could be used for cover. For Black Rose to achieve maximum firepower with the heavy cannoner, this open-as-daylight map would make deployment exceedingly difficult. On the contrary, it provided an excellent geographical advantage for Eternal Sky with 2 melee fighters. Zhou Shi naturally understood all these details, but the reason why such a naturally advantageous map for suppression wasn't banned by Black Rose during the map ban phase gave her a vague feeling of unease. In no time, the map loading was complete, and both teams started making their moves. For professional players who had undergone countless battles, each map was second nature to them. Through the God's Eye view shown via the big screen, spectators could clearly see the rapidly maneuvering screens of both teams. As the distance between both sides closed in, everyone held their breath anxiously awaiting the impending clash. In contrast to the synchronized advance of the 3 members from the Eternal Sky team, Qin Lei's heavy cannoner, Fire Bastion, gradually fell behind Yu Jing and Shen Chanyu during their movement. Taking advantage of a fissure where an ice cliff had broken apart, he leaped down and began maneuvering around the rear along the icy wall. This strategy of flanking in combat isn't just common in regular online games but is also frequently seen on esports stages. However, this usually applies only in 5v5 team matches. It should be noted that in a 3v3 skirmish, because of the limited number of players, if any side loses one member early on, that side is destined to endure overwhelming firepower pressure. This is precisely why, in the squad battles, the team that first loses a member has a very high probability of losing the entire match. Xiao Wu on the commentators table was providing analyses for the audience. Everyone can see how both teams showed different approaches right from the start in terms of battle strategies. But interestingly enough, it wasn't Eternal Sky who held the geographical advantage, making adjustments first. Rather, it was our Black Rose, which we originally assumed would bide its time. Mao Do nodded, agreeing. Black Rose has consistently maintained an aggressive and proactive style. But whether they can carry the momentum from the individual matches straight into controlling the rhythm of the field and take 2 points in the squad competition remains uncertain. Just then, the camera happened to zoom onto Yu Jing. The broadcasting team even gave a close-up shot, prompting wild screams of excitement from his fans. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle slightly at the enthusiastic scene. The Queen fans here are all incredibly passionate. If I'm not mistaken, in the previous group stage against Cloud Flow team, Captain Yu didn't participate in the squad battle. Perhaps this was secret preparation for this showdown. Let's keep watching. Lin Xiao wasn't paying too much attention to the commentary. The female fan beside him was shouting so loud it hurt his ears. Rubbing them absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed onto the position where Fire Bastion had disappeared from the large screen. His brow furrowed deeply. Actually, ever since the initial individual matches, Lin Xiao had noticed some clues. It wasn't until the roster for the squad match was announced that his suspicions solidified. Black Rose was entering its score-chasing phase. During the preseason of the LPP League, many teams would make intuitive adjustments according to their own conditions throughout the events and later catch up with lost scores by sheer strength in the last few rounds. Many top-tier teams often adopted this point-grabbing strategy. For Black Rose, as a veteran team, using such a tactic was nothing unusual. But clearly, due to generational changes within the team, old members stepping down while new blood failed to integrate timely, it was inevitable that difficulties would arise during this score-chasing period. The only solution in such situations was to rely on star players supporting the entire squad through their personal capabilities. Lin Zhao's gaze finally landed on the rapid-moving priest displayed on the screen. In terms of standard competition procedures, everything had gone smoothly thus far. At present, the single remaining concern was whether this person would have the stamina to continuously support back-to-back high-density multiplayer contests. Within moments, both sides had met in the middle of the field. Why are there only 2 people on the other side? Did they get separated? Zhou Shi blinked after identifying the approaching opponents. Despite these words, she never truly believed that someone would commit such a low-level error like getting separated at the beginning of the game. Still vigilant about her surroundings, she directly manipulated her character towards Jie Shiryu. Within seconds, they engaged in fierce melee combat. Gao Jun, remember to keep an eye on Yu Jing. Leave it to me. Gao Jun replied confidently. Paladin, unbelievably stylish, immediately unleashed a thrust and rushed straight to Fan Jing Liao Ran. Not using any offensive skills, he simply threw out a taunt, dragging the retreating priest right back into his vicinity. Evidently, Eternal Sky had indeed planned for a one-on-one close-quarters combat approach in the squad battle. No one expected, however, that things would turn into a 2 versus 3 situation right off the bat. As the melee class with the most control skills, paladins are aptly dubbed counters for healing classes. Once caught, healers almost always have to squeeze every chance they can to cast spells. After being locked down by unbelievably stylish, Fan Jing Liao Ran took a barrage of attacks, creating a dazzling display of abilities flashing everywhere. The health bar flickered rapidly, yet somehow managed to stay relatively stable, showcasing his precise operational skills that could only earn admiration. On the other side, Jie Shiryu was also under short control by the opposing priest Chen Shi, allowing shadow swordsman Zhou Shi to close in. Under the sudden burst of actions from the opponent, almost all her skill and summon spells were interrupted, and her situation looked even worse than Fan Jing Liao Ran's. Even more tragically, if she managed to create distance and summon a creature, the swordsman on the opposing team had brought along a dedicated healer. The unguarded priest could focus entirely on healing, subtly bringing back the health that had been so painstakingly reduced. Seeing their team at a disadvantage despite the intense battle, the fans of Black Rose couldn't help but feel restless. What was that rookie doing? They had turned a normal 3v3 into a ridiculous 2v3. Was this a joke? Just then, the broadcaster obligingly shifted the large screen's view to Qinlei's Fire Bastion character perspective. Through this angle, the entire venue suddenly went quiet. This angle. Chapter 22. From the perspective of Fire Wall, there lay ahead a few abrupt hills. Through the gap in between, one could clearly see the scene where several figures were locked in combat. It was very apparent that Rao Ho's operation of flanking had already been completed, and the position he was currently in could almost be considered as the most perfect terrain for the heavy cannon profession. Qinlei was quite nervous at this moment. After setting up 2 cannons behind in a place far away from the battlefield, he chose an ice cave with a slight depression to begin burying the 3rd heavy cannon. After checking the position repeatedly to make sure it was flawless, he finally said tightly in the voice channel, I'm ready. Yu Jing, prepare to start. After dodging Shui Patianji's spear attack, Fan Jing Liao Luo activated a healing spell on himself. In the blink of an eye, he then casted a hold spell to keep Shui Patianji fixed in place. There was only 0.4 seconds time, Ghost Step virtually started simultaneously. He used his peripheral vision to catch Jie Shiryu using Leap Step to dodge Zhou Shi Lang's 10,000 sword mirage before heading towards his direction. The instant Jie Shiryu entered the 40-yard casting range, he immediately began chanting the Holy Light Prayer. Damn! Gao Jun could already sense something ominous. Shui Patianji decisively chased after Fan Jing Liao Luo with a spear thrust. Just when he was about to pin down the other party directly, he saw a flash of white light from the staff of the opposing side. As the reading bar of the Holy Light Prayer completed, surrounded by layers of white light, Jie Shiryu's blood strip which was almost empty started to rapidly increase visibly before anyone's eyes. Within a split second, it had already recovered more than half. Shit! How is the incantation time possible to be this short? Gao Jun couldn't help but yell out in the team channel, feeling somewhat confused after reviewing the process of their previous exchange. He had already figured out the CD time of all the skills on the other side, yet the process within just that 1 second should not have been enough for the spellcasting operation. What's going on? Zhou Shiri frowned, watching Jie Shiryu, who was hard to kill, turn around and regain vitality in no time. This situation felt like swallowing some strange substance and then experiencing a sour sensation. Su Chen Jie has been beside his teammates ensuring their blood volume, witnessing everything that happened. After pondering for a moment, he realized first, judging from the frequency of Yu Jing's skill usage before, the cooling down reduction benefit provided by equipment indeed wasn't high. But judging from now, the previous situation was probably him deliberately controlling the rhythm to lead us into making incorrect numerical judgments. Gao Jun understood the implication of his words, and his face turned grim instantly. Are you saying that despite my close-range shivering, he managed to stabilize and ensure his own blood volume while even slowing down the incantation frequency intentionally? Nonsense. Is this something a human can do? Once he thought about the terrifying calculations and tight manipulations required behind such operations, he involuntarily shrank back, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Su Chen Jie understood the sentiment of his teammate but could only silently light a candle for him. In the competition, program errors are impossible. Since the referee group did not stop the game, this is the only explanation. Accept the reality and grieve. You've been fooled. With tears in his eyes, Gao Jun said, thank you for your straightforwardness. How many people in the entire alliance can probably achieve such a perfect level of manipulating skills? After being shocked, Su Chen-jie couldn't help but sigh and say, no wonder he is the chief priest honored by the alliance. We have to admit that under Yu Jing's control, Fan Jing Liao Luo is undoubtedly a divine-level healer. Don't talk anymore, we've been flanked. Zhou Shuri, operating Shadow Swordsman, performed a side flip to avoid the ambush that came thunderously from behind. As the sound of the cannon explosion faded away, the position he was in a moment ago now revealed a large ice hole that had exploded. The director pulled the screen back to a godly perspective. Viewers could clearly see that Huobao Li, who had abandoned his teammates, had finally completed the firepower line layout, and the first round of artillery bombardment began. The first hit missed, and the second wave of heavy shells bombarded in. Under the scattered fire across the sky, Gao Jun, who played as the ranger, fled clumsily, yelling, shit, playing individual flanking with 3v3. Black Rose really has a huge heart. Although he spoke these words, the reality they had to face at the moment was undeniable. During the process of 3 fighting 2 without seizing the opportunity to complete the kill, they had completely fallen into a passive situation. After Su Chen-jie's priest took several stray bullets, he lost quite a bit of blood. Hastily throwing himself a small healing spell, he furrowed his brows and asked, Captain Zhou, what do we do now? Zhou Shuri almost didn't hesitate, making a decisive decision. Chen-jie, find an opportunity to harass Jie Shiyu. Gao Jun, use your ultimate directly, and focus fire on Fan Jing Liao Luo with me. If we can take out the healer, they won't be able to pull off any tricks. Gao Jun understood. Just a moment ago, the trio had been scattered by the artillery bombardment ambush. Now, their momentum shifted abruptly, dashing forward at high speed amidst the rain of cannon fire. Each headed in different directions toward their targets. As commentator Xiao Wu realized the situation, he couldn't help but exclaim with an, too, as a healer, Chen Shi actually chooses to go after Jie Shiyu the summoner. It looks like Zhou team is going for a quick burst down of the priest. Not only is the paladin involved now, but also a shadow swordsman has joined in. Caught between attacks from both sides, the situation for Fan Jing Liao Luo doesn't look good. Mao Do nodded. It's clear that Zhou team is completely going all in here. The key to the success or failure of this match will probably depend on whether Fan Jing Liao Luo can survive this wave of attack. Xiao Wu smiled and turned her head to glance at him, asking, so according to you, which team do you think will win? Mao Do knew she was trying to dig a trap for him but responded cheerfully without concern. Even though Yu Jing is the top-tier celebrity player in the league, the obvious oppression from the paladin over the priest is simply too strong. Now, with the addition of Zhou Shuri Lang, it would be hard for them to endure it. What do you think, Miss Xiao Wu? The crowd of Black Rose fans let out a roar of disapproval upon hearing these pessimistic words. Xiao Wu pretended to clear her throat and laughed, saying, I don't think it's necessarily decided yet. How about we make a bet? If Black Rose wins this match, dinner tonight is on you. Mao Do replied heartily, deal. No problem. While the commentary table bubbled with friendly betting, the situation inside the arena had reached a white-hot climax. Although Chen Shi, as a priest, didn't possess any tangible damaging skills, his arsenal of auxiliary interference skills were abundant. Several debuffs like weakness, root, and slow continuously landed on Jie Shiyu. Even though each skill lasted only fractions of a second as soft control, which refers to limited restrictions rather than the more absolute hard control, in succession, they effectively restricted his movements. Yu Jing nimbly controlled his positioning, relying on micro-operations to repeatedly evade the dense attacks from the 2 people ahead of him. His fingers danced across the keyboard keys faster and faster. His narrow eyes slightly narrowed as he fixed his full attention on the character's movement on screen. Suddenly, his gaze flickered, and his voice rang out coolly in the team channel, the timing is just about right. Shen Chang echoed with an affirmative never stopping his operations. However, his attention gradually shifted from the melee fighter in front of him to what appeared to be the endless glacial plains nearby. His eyes lit up as he gave a solemn command, 236, -78. These random numbers suddenly made sense to the other 2 members who immediately took action upon hearing them. The coordinates of the polar ice field, 236, -78. At the exact moment when everyone was holding their breath watching the battle unfold, Fan Jing Liao Luo suddenly cast a weakness spell on Zhou Shuri Lang while sidestepping away from Shui Patianji's heroic charge. Yu Jing's focus remained solely on Shui Patianji. Suddenly, his expression hardened. At the precise instant Shui Patianji used his taunt skill, Yu Jing utilized leap step to leave its casting range and moved further away from the paladin in the direction of firewall. Once the taunt skill expired, Shui Patianji acted decisively and quickly charged forward using his ultimate ability, Soul Stomp, aimed directly at Fan Jing Liao Luo. His entire figure enveloped in radiant holy light projected the image of a mounted warrior roaring into battle. His surrounding armor began to shine with blinding golden light. During the 2 seconds when all stats were doubled in the panel during the charge, he rapidly pushed Fan Jing Liao Luo's health bar below half. Seeing Zhou Shuri Lang rapidly approaching from behind, Shui Patianji unloaded all his knockdown abilities onto Fan Jing Liao Luo, leaving no chance for him to escape. With the opposing player underfoot, Gao Jun was internally rejoicing when he accidentally noticed a 1-minute crippling buff had been applied to him without realizing it. This was a continuous debuff that could only be produced by a priest's prayer skills. A bad feeling started forming in his mind. Right at this time, a black hand suddenly emerged from beneath Shui Tianji's foot, grabbing him firmly in place, rooting him. Zhou Shiri suddenly cried out in the team channel, "How did the black rat get here?" The so-called black rat was the nickname given to a summoner's summoned creature, the burrow beast. Currently, the only summoner on the field was Jie Shiryu, making him the obvious culprit. Two unexpected burrow beasts emerged from underground, trapping Shui Tianji and Zhou Shiri laying in place for 2 seconds. During this time, they were unable to move, and all their positional skill icons turned gray and useless. At that moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, completely enveloping the three of them in darkness. "What the hell is this?" Gao Jun shouted in panic. Following his cry, 2 heavy mech rounds 3 accompanied by countless shotgun blasts thundered down upon them. Thick smoke filled the air as the explosive sounds reverberated through the entire venue. A dense cloud of nitric smoke rose up, gradually dispersing after a while. The once open glacial plain now bore the scars of fierce bombardment, leaving behind a huge crater surrounded by countless pits gouged out by artillery fire. The figures of the 3 combatants stood out starkly amidst the wreckage left in its aftermath. Under the bleeding debuff from the burrow beasts combined with the crippling effects on their bodies, the concentrated barrage instantly wiped out all of Zhou Shiri Lang's health, leaving behind only a motionless figure on the ground. Meanwhile, despite being a powerful tank, Shui Tianji had also been severely damaged by soaking up almost all the heavy cannon skills. He survived only with a sliver of HP remaining. Before Chen Shi could rush over to rescue them, Fan Jing Liao Luo used the few damaging priest skills available to finish off the last drop of health from the paladin. With no teammates left, Chen Shi was cornered under the onslaught and soon offered up the 3rd kill of this match in just mere moments. In that instant, it felt like the entire world fell silent. The team round concluded. Black Rose vs Jiutian, 5-0. Chapter 23. The competition room of the Nine Skies team was quieter than ever. As the word failure popped up on the dim screen, the 3 teammates sat dumbfounded in their chairs, unable to recover for a long time. Not only them, but due to the overwhelming shock, even the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The scene just now resembled a smoke-filled battlefield from World War times. The sudden sky-shattering bombing could almost be described as raising the event to the level of military exercises. As they looked at the message on the screen that Black Rose had won, many people still hadn't recovered from it and were still lost in the seamless, near-perfect coordination that happened moments ago. The director cut back to the last moment of the amazing scene as commentators began dissecting the strategy. This silence continued even longer. It is well known that among all output classes, artillerymen have the longest skill range. In a way, among all zone professions, they also deal the highest damage. Due to their overwhelming power, when the authorities created this character, they also gave him a fatal flaw, terrible mobility and extreme unpredictability. The battles of artillerymen must rely on already built cannons. This greatly restricts his use of skills to certain areas. Moreover, all skills can only be used after completing reloading, making artillerymen particularly reliant on teammate protection during team matches. Additionally, every missile fired will have flight time based on how far it has traveled before reaching its target, so although it's incredibly lethal, its delay makes it hard to hit accurately. Therefore, during battle, they're mostly used for covering fire and dividing the battlefield. Upon looking carefully through the slow-motion playback by the director, it became evident that Huabili, Fire Fortress, did indeed launch all of his missiles instantly. But what made everyone go nuts was that, simultaneously with the firing, the battle on field continued fiercely without showing any signs. Only after the projectile spent 1.5 seconds flying through the air did the other 2 members of the Black Rose start moving. First, Shijiyu summoned 2 burrowing beasts for ambush ahead of time, then Fanjing Liorn successfully placed the disability buff on both enemies, luring them with deception skill to coordinates, 236, -78. Immediately afterward, the immobilizing skill from the burrowing beasts held them down in place. Only half a second later, Shui Boxianji and Zhou Shenlang experienced the full force of the heavy artillery barrage. So, it turns out this was a premeditated trap. It's really unexpected that the squad match would end like this. The MVP should go to Shin Changyu. To make such precise calculations based on the trajectory timing of the bullets might be something only he could achieve. Xiaowu tried her best to explain calmly to the audience, though deep inside she was overwhelmed as she watched the replay on the main screen. This video would absolutely be featured in the top 10 highlights reel for preseason games. After all, the situation had been quite too bloody, too brutal. After an in-depth analysis, the audience felt somewhat bewildered. Their gaze fell onto the players' seats of the Nine Skies team, inevitably carrying some sympathy. Losing in such a way truly left one feeling suppressed, like it ended before it even started. In this abnormal atmosphere, the competition transitioned to the 5v5 group battle segment. The Black Rose lineup was composed of Yu Jing as the healer Fanjing Liaolan, Shen Changyu as the summoner Shijiyu, twins Air Su as Yiming Jianxue and Yi Baotou, and Lu Zhixin as the paladin Zemima Erqi. On the other side, Nine Skies sent out Zhou Shi playing the shadow swordsman Zhou Shenlang, Zhao Kongming playing the assassin Kongbage, Gao Jun playing the paladin Shui Batianji, Yuan Jiaji playing the battle axe warrior Majiming, and Su Qinjie playing the healer Qin Shi. Most participants of this round were also present in the previous team match. Continuous competition would undoubtedly heavily test physical stamina, thus how to reasonably distribute energy was a critical point. After paying respects, the competitors entered the match area, doing final adjustments to their equipment. The last round's match was extremely exciting. Yu Jing, known as the top player in the healer class, showed remarkable strength in the prolonged 1 vs 2 combat. However, such a high-paced rhythm will inevitably cause great strain on the player. From the screen, we can see Captain Yu taking a short break to rest. We hope the previous battle does not significantly affect the following group match. New paragraph starts here. As the commentator was speaking, the broadcast switched to a shot of Yu Jing. From this angle, he could be seen leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting, and his slightly drooping eyelashes hinted at an underlying weariness. Shen Changyu, having finished calibrating his equipment, turned his head and noticed Yu Jing's expression, frowning in concern. "Are you alright?" Upon hearing this, Yu Jing opened his eyes and glanced at him indifferently, maintaining his nonchalant tone, "Of course." Shen Changyu fell silent, about to ask more, when Yu Jing slowly sat up straight. With an elegant cross of his legs before him, once the broadcast cut to the document on screen, his fingers fluidly danced across the keyboard. In no time, a flawless series of letters filled the entire screen. Finally, as if making some kind of declaration, one hand rested casually on the armrest of the chair. Seen from the side, the corner of his lips curved into a very faint smile. At this moment, Shen Changyu suddenly felt that there was nothing left to ask regarding this person's demeanor and attitude. Each team's members subsequently joined their respective voice channels as the team battle officially began. Perhaps due to the shadow left by their crushing defeat in the previous squad match, the Nine Skies team this time was unusually straightforward. As soon as the match started, they actively searched for the opposing team's location. This bold move straight toward the enemy base caused a buzz throughout the venue. The noise only intensified when the two teams met, and 4 members of the Nine Skies team rushed Fanjing Liaolan as though driven by a deep personal vendetta, turning the audience's murmurs into exclamations of sudden realization. It appeared that the Nine Skies team still harbored significant regret over not successfully eliminating Fanjing Liaolan in the last round. After all, this was a formal league, so the choice of the entire team to let emotions drive their actions could truly be considered a rare sight. Though this made the event seem less serious, it greatly sparked the audience's enthusiasm to see the chaos unfold, bringing an unexpected excitement to the atmosphere. Someone even shouted out oddly, "Let go of the queen. Let me have her." Amidst this chaotic chase, Yu Jing's operations stood out for their calmness and precision. Through the director's camera, it wasn't hard to see how intently he stared at the screen. His nimble fingertips tapped on the keyboard as if playing a graceful and sophisticated waltz, every movement appeared exceptionally pleasing. Amidst the clamor of thousands, Lin Xiao sat among the crowd, focusing solely on the large screen. Rather than paying much attention to the comically loud scenario unfolding, his gaze remained fixed on the person shown in the bottom left corner of the lens, and gradually, a crease formed between his eyebrows. Though Yu Jing's operations appeared stable and smooth, there was always a slight, almost imperceptible tremor at the end of his movements, which never failed to catch Lin Xiao's sharp eye. The solemnity in his gaze deepened. Lin Xiao was also familiar with the Black Rose team's current status in the preseason games. Although he understood the necessity of trying to earn points during this period, he couldn't agree with the method being used. Forcing their top player to bear too much under immense pressure was a dangerous pace that absolutely shouldn't continue in future competitions. Even with perfect disguise, Lin Xiao still saw the hidden resilience beneath Yu Jing's composed exterior. The style of combat during the previous 3v3 group matches had already placed excessive strain on Yu Jing's hands. With another month and a half of regular matches ahead, Lin Xiao, although unsure of the exact nature of Yu Jing's hand injury, could now judge that continuing at this intensity throughout the preseason would certainly be reckless. Such a heavy price to pay for the success of the team was almost cruel to Yu Jing, risking his future career. On the field, with Kongbage's decisive attack falling short, the Nine Skies team found itself completely in a passive situation. As expected, they were eliminated one by one by the Black Rose team, who quickly scored 5 kills. The game ended, with the Black Rose team securing victory with a perfect score of 10 o'clock. As thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the venue, both teams stepped out of the competition area and shook hands in mutual respect. Adjusting his attire, Lin Xiao stood up from his seat. Amidst the deafening cheers of Black Rose fans, he struggled his way to the door. Before leaving, he looked back one final time at the all-too-familiar team uniforms on stage, sighed deeply, and then exited the arena. As he moved further away, all the clamor was gradually blocked out behind him. Given his thorough understanding of the arrangements made by the league committee, Lin Xiao easily pinpointed the dedicated entrance and exit used by contestants after wandering around outside for a bit. When the security guard wasn't paying attention, he slipped into the side door and, confirming that no one was nearby, casually squatted in a corner to wait. With the conclusion of the match, distant voices echoed boisterously, signaling that spectators had begun to file out. Lin Xiao judged that the time was just about right, so he slowly took out the poster he'd purchased earlier on the roadside and unfurled it. It was tall enough to completely hide him behind it. Right at that moment, he received a text from Shin Changyu asking for his location. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he quickly typed back, "You'll see me as soon as you come out." As the message sent, the distant sound of a phone notification buzzed. Footsteps approached from down the corridor, growing louder and closer, until someone's voice teased, "Why does Deputy Captain Shin have a poster of you? Could it be that some staff member is your fan?" The conversation ceased as several tall figures exited the room. Shin Changyu sighed and cut off Su Yiming's endless chatter. Upon raising his head, he caught sight of his own face almost covering the entirety of the poster and couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. His gaze then fell slightly, freezing as he recognized the person hidden behind the poster. The curve of his smile instantly froze. By now, Su Yiming had also spotted Lin Xiao, and his cheerful expression transformed immediately. He shouted out loud, "How on earth did he manage to sneak in?" Chapter 24. Lin Xiao felt the unfriendly attention on himself and helplessly rubbed his disheveled hair. Of course, he hadn't forgotten his history with these people, but judging from the current situation, they had an unexpectedly deep impression of him. One particular gaze among them carried an especially chilling coldness. He looked up to see the person's face devoid of any extra expressions, with eyes as cold as ice from 10,000 years ago, clearly showing an inexplicable disdain. However, Lin Xiao didn't feel even a bit of irritation. Instead, he casually let his gaze slowly wander over that face. No matter from which angle he looked, the outline of that face was almost perfectly handsome. His gaze began to rove freely, starting from the hairline, down to the jawline, the neck, the waist, the legs, and finally landing on the spotless shoes. In the end, he faintly curled his lips in a smile. Up close, Yu Jing appeared even thinner than on screen. Even though he casually wore the team uniform of black rose, it did nothing to affect his aloof and hard-to-approach demeanor. Even standing casually as he did now, he gave off less of the air of an upper-class socialite at the top and more like a royal aristocrat from the old British or French royal families, exuding an indescribable noble elegance. In contrast to this image, Lin Xiao standing before him at the moment seemed rather inferior. "Hey handsome, are you leaving on your own or do you want us to call security to escort you out?" Lu Zhisin smiled kindly, just like the meaning of his words. "Come on, I'm here looking for someone." Lin Xiao quickly stopped him as he pulled out his phone. "We all know you're here looking for someone, but can't you show a little shame?" Su Yiming couldn't help getting upset at his careless tone, subconsciously stepping between him and Yu Jing, with a threatening undertone in his voice, "If you act recklessly like last time, don't blame me for being impolite." "Last time? How exactly did I act recklessly last time?" Lin Xiao's tone slightly rose, tilting his head as if in thought. "You publicly tried to molest my team." Su Yiming's words were cut short by Su Yichen timely covering his mouth and pulling him aside. Yu Jing's icy voice echoed ominously, "What are you standing around for, go back." Everyone immediately felt a chill run down their spines, promptly stopping talking and following him outside. Yu Jing did not spare another glance at Lin Xiao and walked past him as if he didn't exist. However, at the very moment they passed each other, a hand suddenly grabbed his left wrist. Feeling the warm touch through the skin, Yu Jing's steps suddenly halted, and his expressionless voice laced with threat, "Let go." Unfortunately, under such heavy pressure, Lin Xiao seemed unaware of his own actions, instead tightening his grip. Leaning forward slightly towards him, in a voice low enough for only the two of them to hear, it faintly brushed by his ear, "Captain, you don't think applying hot water is enough, remember to apply some ointment when necessary." Under his words, Yu Jing's gaze flickered, turning his head to meet his gaze. Just then, all he could see was that scattered carefree smile filled with extreme sincerity. But this sincerity, knowing his true nature, was even more repulsive. The feeling of bare skin touching at the wrist scratched irritably at his heart, making him particularly uneasy. Lips parted slightly, Yu Jing's articulation was crystal clear, with an increasingly cold voice, "Get lost." "Ah, why am I the one who has to leave?" Lin Xiao was rendered speechless by his ungrateful gesture, his tone rising higher, seeming to find the other party's behavior extremely unreasonable. However, before he could further explain how reasonable his proposal was, he saw the other's foot suddenly rise, kicking towards him without mercy. Lin Xiao was startled, hastily jumping back a few steps to avoid the attack, his tone becoming displeased. "Don't think I won't fight you just because you look good." Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately turned grim. Yet Lin Xiao, continuing, waved the poster in his hand, "I know you don't like me, but at least be kinder to your team's fans, no need to be so brutal, aiming directly for the weak points. I'll say it one last time, stay away from me." Yu Jing cast a cold glance at him and turned to leave. Almost simultaneously, the others instinctively stepped forward a few paces, cutting off any chance of following Anding further. Lin Xiao watched as that retreating figure grew further away, then glanced at those around him who were acting like they were facing a great emergency. Sighing helplessly, he couldn't help but feel worried about their shared life under the same roof in the future. Judging by this current situation, after joining the team, how exactly he was supposed to get along well with Captain Yu Jing seemed like it would be an extremely complex topic. Su Yiming spread his arms wide, blocking the way until Yu Jing walked far enough. He silently cast a glance at Shin Changyu's big face on the poster and finally couldn't help complaining, "I'm saying this for your own good, if you're really a fan, act more professionally, how could you even bring the wrong poster?" Lin Xiao had been preparing to roll up the poster when Su Yiming's comments stopped him, so with another swish he displayed it before everyone again. Pointing to Shen Changyu, who was located some distance away, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, "Who says I brought the wrong one? I came here looking for Big Brother Shen today." Following his finger's direction, at the moment these words were spoken, Shen Changyu froze completely under all the gazes coming from every side. Lin Xiao turned towards him and smiled, "Big Brother Shen, isn't what I'm saying correct? You can see me right as soon as you step out." After an extended silence, Shen Changyu responded indifferently with an unclear tone, Their interaction left the rest thoroughly bewildered, exchanging looks, having trouble adjusting to this sudden turn in events. This man who had been relentlessly pursuing their captain, how did he suddenly act so familiarly with their deputy captain? The inexperienced Qin Lei couldn't help himself anymore, turning his head back and forth between them several times and weakly asked, "Deputy Captain Shen, what is going on here? What exactly is happening?" Su Yiming echoed, feeling his brain not functioning fast enough. It didn't make sense. The previous behavior clearly indicated persistent feelings for the captain. Was he changing loyalties? Or worse, playing both sides? Could the person our deputy mentioned wanting to meet earlier be this guy? Su Yichen suddenly suggested quietly. "Deputy Captain, do you know him?" Lu Zhisen's implied meaning of "no" went beyond just mere acquaintance. All the questions eventually made Shen Changyu snap back into focus. After a brief silence, his voice revealed no strong emotion. "I have something to discuss with him. You all go back to the hotel first, don't wait for me." With that, he offered no further explanation regarding those questions. Despite Su Yiming being obviously uncomfortable leaving things unanswered, under Su Yichen's forceful dragging, he reluctantly moved backward, constantly glancing behind over his shoulder. Lu Zhisen lingered last and deeply eyed the two before parting with a reminder, "Come back early." Lin Xiao watched their worried departure, finding it somewhat amusing. Only when the figures disappeared entirely around the corner did he turn back, meeting that gaze which hadn't strayed since just now, as if determined to burn holes through him. Tilting his head slightly, he curved his lips upward, "Let me tell you, stop looking at me like that. For the record, the person who harassed Captain Yu the other day, it wasn't me." Shen Changyu, momentarily blocked by this statement, revealed a complicated look, "I know it wasn't you." Setting the poster aside, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his arms toward Shen Changyu and laughed, "Then, how about a loving hug first?" Shen Changyu, slightly startled, paused for a moment, and then suddenly took large steps forward, expressing his tumultuous emotions tightly via an embrace. Patting his back, Lin Zhao's smile became at this time simpler yet more radiant than ever, "Though I've already said it, I can't resist repeating myself, Deputy Captain Shen, I'm back." Such a declaration evoked a mixed reaction within Shen Changyu, who finally curved his lips in a gentle arc, "Welcome back." There was much conversation to be had between the two, but they tacitly chose to postpone it. Lin Xiao originally intended to find a nearby restaurant, but Shen Changyu insisted on taking him back to where he currently lived, making sure to cover him securely with a hat and mask to avoid detection, sneaking back stealthily. Buying 2 plates of fried rice noodles downstairs, they ascended together. Lin Zhao's present living arrangement was a rather old bachelor apartment, featuring a straightforward layout with only 1 room, 1 hall, and 1 bathroom. There was barely space to place a stove in the hallway for cooking purposes. Due to its age, there was inevitably an air of modesty. Lin Xiao placed the rice noodles on the table, then looked up and noticed Shen Changyu's inexplicable silence, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" Shen Changyu frowned slightly, "Does Lin Captain really live in such a place?" Following his gaze, Lin Xiao glanced around the room, shrugged, and handed him a pair of chopsticks. "It's simple and clean, everything at a glance, it's just a little messy but otherwise quite good, isn't it? Think about the warehouses we used to live in back in the day, this place is far better." Shen Changyu didn't reply, instead eating a few bites of the rice noodles with little enthusiasm. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "How about coming back with me to H City tomorrow? If I recommend you, Manager Li would likely make an exception and let you directly join the team." Without hesitation, Lin Xiao refused flatly, "The time isn't right yet." Shen Changyu blurted out, "Why?" Lin Xiao met his eyes. "First, if I return to the league, I want to continue using Ghost Meng Meng, but currently the equipment library lacks enough gear for professional competition. Also, with my current identity." He trailed off, his expression taking on a deeper significance as he implied, "You know what I mean." By this point, Shen Changyu had already understood. At the fan meeting where Lin Zhao's original owner made that declaration, put nicely, it was a heartfelt confession, but harshly, it could even be considered sexual harassment. Today, after suddenly befriending someone the teammates viewed as a creepy gay guy, Shen Changyu knew he was already destined for interrogation upon returning, and bringing this person directly to the club to introduce them into the team might truly prove problematic. What bad timing, Shen Changyu lamented deeply, shaking his head helplessly. "So when do you plan to rejoin the team?" Noticing his subconscious use of the word rejoin, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly at the corner of his mouth as he shoveled down large mouthfuls of rice noodles. Then, in a nonchalant tone, he asked, "When is the next recruitment drive for the rookie training camp?" Shen Changyu replied, "In about half a month." Lin Xiao nodded. "That should give me enough time to reach the top rank in the ladder." Understanding his implication, Shen Changyu was surprised. Captain Lin, you're planning to join the rookie training camp? Lin Xiao explained casually, no matter what, clubs follow certain procedures when recruiting people. Your recommendation will indeed work, but it may also cause unnecessary trouble. When the time comes, I'll naturally find a way into the training camp. Given my skills, standing out shouldn't be difficult, right? His voice carried an unmistakable air of confidence as his head tilted slightly while he looked over. After being momentarily taken aback, Shen Changyu also broke into a gentle smile. Of course. As they ate their meal, Lin Xiao caught up on the current state of domestic esports. Upon learning the statuses of several old friends from years ago, he couldn't help but sigh. So Zhang Xianian is now the highly sought-after ace coach of various teams, and Guhan has even made his way into the alliance organizing committee. Everyone sure has accomplished much. Shen Changyu said, most retired players from the older generation have become streamers on various platforms. Except for a few who have fully left the league, most still remain involved in the esports industry. Who would have thought playing games at home can now be a job? Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. His tone then shifted, speaking of which, how profitable is streaming actually? Shen Changyu choked slightly and hesitated. It should be quite lucrative. Is there something urgent Captain Lin needs money for? If you are short, I actually have some savings. Considering the age and condition of the house, it was easy to jump to conclusions. How else could one explain why his first concern was about making money? Shen Changyu began pondering whether he needed to financially support his captain. Not. I was just asking randomly. There's no way I'm lacking money. Ha. Joking aside, how could the senior mentor accept financial help from his own disciple? Lin Xiao quickly waved his hand and immediately returned to seriousness, saying, based on what you just mentioned earlier, it seems many of the former veterans have already retired except for those new talents back then, right? Only old Yen continues to persist. Shen Changyu nodded. Captain Yen deserves respect. At the press conference, he said that after the World League last year, our country's esports team still owe fans a championship trophy. Before that happens, he won't retire. Mentioning Yen Duzhou, Lin Xiao also sighed involuntarily. He's so stubborn, sometimes letting go isn't that big of a deal. Come to think of it, this man was already 28 years old this year, wasn't he? Although most players still work in esports-related jobs after retirement, compared with Yen Duzhou's persistence, there always seemed to be a sigh. At this point, even Lin Xiao would have had to ask himself if at the age of 27 this year, he would choose to persist like this man does. To be honest, he couldn't say for sure. The championship of the Black Rose team on one hand promoted the rapid development of the domestic esports industry, and on the other hand, it also brought great pressure to the players. In the previous 5 years, while the domestic esports industry developed rapidly, there was an awkward situation where glory in the international field seemed stagnant. Forget about the championship, the best result was just reaching the semi-finals, not even entering the finals. Under the continuous doubts of the media, every professional player indeed carried heavy burdens, let alone Yen Duzhou, who bore countless hopes. Lin Xiao said, however, according to old Yen, this kind of mysterious patriotism is extremely exaggerated. He really likes to shoulder all responsibilities, thus creating much stress. Shen Changyu said, if Captain Yen knew you've returned, he would definitely be very happy. Back then, the two were sworn enemies on the battlefield but intimate friends off it. Their relationship resembled the admiration between countless heroes portrayed in movies, looking complex but was in fact pure. Lin Xiao smiled, no rush, when I return to the league with Ghost Meng Meng account, he will naturally know. Shen Changyu suddenly recalled how he felt a week ago and couldn't help but silently mourn for Yen Duzhou, who knows nothing. It might not be called a surprise, perhaps it should be called a shock. After eating, they tidied up the table. Shen Changyu noticed the computer in the room. After turning it on and fiddling with it for a bit, his brows furrowed immediately. Team leader Lin, why don't you replace this broken equipment? Shuanghui Yen, I haven't even heard of this brand. The sensitivity of the mouse and keyboard are so poor, doesn't that seriously affect your performance? It won't, once skills reach a certain level, everything can be used equally well. Lin Xiao wouldn't admit being poor in front of his old partner, lounging lazily on the sofa, replying confidently without breaking a sweat. Shen Changyu glanced through Ghost Mengmeng's equipment repository and couldn't help rolling his eyes blackly. How long has this account been in use? The things inside could open an antique museum. What do you understand? There are plenty of limited edition gears inside, now they're all treasures. In today's league, no one probably dares to say, what do you understand, to Shen Changyu, yet in front of Lin Xiao, these words came out effortlessly. Glancing at the serious figure meticulously operating before the computer screen, after staying silent for a moment, he suddenly spoke, today's match was done pretty well. Upon hearing this, Shen Changyu immediately stopped his actions, seriously turning around. Whenever Lin Xiao said this line, more content usually followed. Being humble was a habit left from back then, lasting for 5 years until now, still natural like a reflex. Lin Xiao sat up from the sofa, looking at him, rarely reining in his usually careless expression. However, this overly intense strategy shouldn't be used again. About Yu Jing's hand injury, he shouldn't be allowed to deal with it by himself anymore. Yu Jing's hand injury had always been hidden from the other teammates, apart from Shen Changyu, only the manager responsible for the team, Li Buchuan, knew. Shen Changyu didn't expect that Lin Xiao discovered this just by spectating, but listening to his subsequent descriptions made his brow crease, so stopping him earlier at the venue was just for this matter. Lin Xiao glanced at him, dead serious. Impossible. At that time, I was just kindly reminding him to go home and apply medicine carefully. Who would have thought he actually wanted to kick me? Seriously, except for looks and skills, your team leader Yu has quite the bad temper. With that attitude, he'll never find a girlfriend. If someone else did those things to you, I bet your temper wouldn't be any better. Shen Changyu couldn't help laughing, finally responded earnestly, but everything you mentioned, I understand. I'll adjust tactics when I get back. This high-intensity combat strategy won't happen a second time. Lin Xiao, satisfied, patted his shoulder as if congratulating his child for growing up, full of deep emotion in his tone. Young Shen, you're already an incredibly dependable vice-captain. Shen Changyu. Lin Xiao was, as usual, very amused by Shen Changyu's speechless expression and gave him a smile. These past years, you've worked hard. This time, the corner of Shen Changyu's mouth twitched slightly, and with mixed feelings, he shook his head. It's only right. Lin Xiao took out a cigarette, drew one out and offered it to Shen Changyu. Seeing the refusal, he grinned and stuck it in his own mouth. Who would have thought that after all these years, you still haven't learned how to smoke? Shen Changyu said, I smoked for a while but then quit. Lin Xiao didn't ask why Shen had started smoking back then. After taking a puff, he slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, suddenly remembering something. By the way, I saw Chen Enchi at the venue today. Shen Changyu. Lin Xiao looked at him mischievously. Guess who caught her attention enough for her to buy tickets to watch the game? If I remember correctly, she used to curse you relentlessly back in the league. It was absolutely brutal. TSK TSK TSK. Shen Changyu looked as if he had recalled some terrible memories from the past, his face immediately revealing signs of pain. Captain Lin, can we not talk about this? Lin Xiao, seeing his expression, found pleasure in his suffering. Glancing at the wall clock, he said, all right, it's already 9:30. I'll see you downstairs. You've worked hard today, get some rest early. The lighting at the stairwell was dim. As they reached the ground floor, Shen Changyu looked at Lin Xiao's silhouette becoming slightly blurred, unable to describe what he felt. Lin Xiao stood under the light, hand in pocket, waving with the other. See you next month at the club. Shen Changyu responded to those deep smiling eyes, also waving. I'll wait for you. As the taxi drove away, the figure became further and further until finally out of sight. Though Shen Changyu could not help but feel reluctant to part, today's results were satisfying enough. With only half a month until their next meeting, he believed it wouldn't be long before they could see each other again. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Shen Changyu thought others must have already gone to bed, but upon opening the door, he was surprised to find a full room of people, almost everyone except Yu Jing. Looking at this situation, it seemed as though they deliberately waited for him and stayed awake. Shen Changyu sighed in exasperation. After just finishing a match, you guys still have plenty of energy. Lu Zhisen's glasses flickered a bit, showing a smirk. Deputy Captain Shen, aren't we all waiting for you? Su Yiming and Su Yichen were both grabbing either side of a bag of chips, struggling over it. Unexpectedly, one of them let go, causing the other to fall backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Ignoring the pain, Su Yiming teared up and looked at Shen Changyu accusingly. Deputy Captain, tell me quickly, what's going on between you and that guy? If you don't explain, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep tonight. Qin Lei remained silent, sitting at the edge of the bed nearby, quietly nodding in agreement. Defeated by you all. Shen Changyu wasn't sure what else to say, but explaining his relationship with Lin Xiao was tricky. After much deliberation, he managed to come up with a somewhat plausible reason, which in some way reflected his true intentions. Lin Xiao's skills are quite strong. The reason I met with him today was initially to invite him to join our team. When the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the entire room for a moment. Finally, Su Yiming broke the silence with a shout. Deputy Captain Shen, are you crazy? Bringing that dead gay guy into the team. Team leader, you will definitely kill you first and then finish off the other within minutes. People involuntarily imagined the scenario when Yu Jing sees his biggest fan inside the club, inexplicably feeling a sudden chill running down their spines, making everyone shiver unintentionally. Qin Lei quietly lifted his head and muttered, predecessor, is the air conditioning set too low? Suddenly feeling quite cold. Lu Zhisen casually adjusted the temperature higher with the remote control, maintaining his elegant pose leaning against the pillow without rising, slightly furrowing his brows and asking, are you serious? Shen Changyu nodded, serious. But the other party has already refused. Su Yiming choked mid-breath and began coughing fiercely. Refused. Deputy Captain Shen, did your brain get squeezed through the door today? This is such a golden opportunity to get closer to team leader Yu, and it's unimaginable what kind of reason there could be to reject it. Qin Lei quietly pulled on his sleeve, muttering, predecessor, why does it sound like you really want him to join? Who said that? Su Yiming shot him a glare, but upon reflecting on what he had just said, it did indeed seem somewhat inappropriate, so he closed his mouth. Shen Changyu cleared his throat, with a strange expression as he tried to organize his words, truly exhausted in trying to explain himself. In fact, he isn't quite what you all think. Sui Chen interrupted him calmly. Stalker and voyeurism, love-filled express deliveries, harassment letters, and even an attempted forced kiss at the fan meeting. Shen Changyu fell silent, quietly lighting a candle in his heart for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, from now on, may heaven bless you. Fortunately, because of Lin Xiao's refusal, the topic stopped there and didn't go deeper. However, the trend of discussion after this night inexplicably took an odd turn toward how one should properly restrain themselves when pursuing someone. When the clock hit 11 and everyone else had been seen out, Shen Changyu closed the door, feeling an unprecedented sense of depletion, as if both his body and spirit had been completely drained. He was truly exhausted. He turned around and threw a stack of documents over to Lu Zhisen, who looked rather bored watching TV. I'll take a shower first while you start thinking about it. Later, we'll rework our strategy. Every single battle plan ahead probably needs to be revamped. With that, ignoring the shock-induced falling glasses of Lu Zhisen beside him, Shen Changyu went into the bathroom. Even through the closed door, the gentleman could still be heard exclaiming, rarely losing composure, revisions to everything? Are you crazy? After seeing Shen Changyu off, Lin Xiao wasted no time at all and immediately immersed himself in the 1v1 matches on the ladder. After several days of sleepless efforts, he successfully boosted his rank from level 4 up to level 2 in one breath, thus officially joining the ranks of top players on the leaderboard. Winning another match instantly brought satisfaction as Lin Xiao observed his streak record, yawning slightly from exhaustion. At that moment, a friend request popped up, which he closed without a second thought. His recent performance on the ladder had become rather notorious, leading frequently to encounters with people who couldn't handle their own inadequacies and resorted to trash-talking instead. Though Lin Xiao believed he had superior skills in verbal exchanges and debasing humor, he always chose to ignore such opponents with calm compassion, screening all of their chat messages. However, some simply wouldn't let it go and insisted on adding him post-match to continue their trolling. That kind of behavior seemed beyond reason, and every time it happened, Lin Xiao would unleash a spray of abuse faster than lightning before swiftly blacklisting them without giving any chance for response. This repeated process of dealing with trivialities led him to directly reject incoming friend requests without even glancing at them anymore. This time, the rejected ID was called Temporal Rift, Class, Priest. If it were anyone else, they'd surely recognize this name as not something obscure, yet coincidentally, it hadn't yet entered Lin Xiao's awareness zone. On the other side of the screen, Jiang Shiqi in the 7 Stars team's player dorm room reacted with visible agitation. Holy crap, my friend request actually got rejected? Although this year marked his debut in the esports league, he was already a professional gamer, and previously, a well-known amateur expert. Being approached by admirers seeking ways to connect wasn't uncommon, making such indifference a first-time experience for him. Maybe he really doesn't know who you are. Tang Qian, a roommate who'd just come back after filling his water bottle, glanced at the screen where the unfamiliar ID showed. Never seen this name before. Recently made it to rank 2. TCH, who knows? Jiang Shiqi dismissed it nonchalantly, muttering that maybe it was sheer luck that propelled this guy onto the ladder, speculating the person might soon fall back down again. While speaking, he absent-mindedly clicked open the battle records within the fight information section and froze solid. Pinching his eyes to check again, the line of flawless victories remained intact. His hand holding the mouse quivered involuntarily. As he flipped further pages backward, his face grew increasingly grave. When he reached the final page without finding a single loss, he couldn't help almost throwing the mouse across the room, 3 whole pages full of wins. This has got to be fake. Jiang Shiqi's reaction didn't escape Tang Qian standing behind him, whose incredulous gaze quickly morphed into sarcasm aimed at his teammate. Hey, looks like your loss was due to sheer skill disparity rather than bad luck, as you claimed. Jiang Shiqi's lips twitched, but he couldn't think of a rebuttal since such records were at least something he couldn't guarantee to achieve. Staring at the screen for half a day, he frowned and said, though it's not a first-tier rank, this win rate is really quite terrifying. Do you think it might be some player's secondary account? Tang Qian gave him an exasperated glance as if looking at an idiot. It's in the middle of the league season now. Do you think any professional gamer would have time to come play on their second account? Choked by Tang Qian's logic, Jiang Shiqi muttered, if it's not from a professional player, should we tell the captain? If we can recruit this guy, he could turn out to be a real gem. Tang Qian gazed silently at the character information on the screen for a while before replying, this person belongs to the Black Dawn Guild right now. It's uncertain if they have any connection with the Black Rose team. Let's just observe quietly for a while. Anyway, our priority right now is the league, and the team doesn't have much energy to focus on other things. Jiang Shiqi nodded, alright. I'll save this battle record and keep an eye on it later. At the same moment, Lin Xiao, after pouring himself a glass of water, sat back in front of his computer, unaware that his strategy of leveraging solid performance to attract teams had already begun to yield results so quickly. He slowly clicked his mouse, re-entering the queue for the next match. As the match successfully paired up, the preparation interface popped up, along with the opponent's character ID appearing on the screen. ID, Mountain King. Meanwhile, in GY Live's room 1001, the channel streamer displayed precisely the same scene to their audience. Chapter 25. At this moment, Little Monkey was quieter than ever. To be precise, he had been loudly boasting to others just a moment ago, but when he saw the ID of his opponent, he suddenly went silent as if he had taken a dumb pill, unable to utter a word for quite some time. This strange change left everyone in the channel bewildered. Yet, the moment the map banning phase began, he quickly disabled the wilderness forest, causing many people to immediately flood the screen with comments. Why ban this common map so urgently? Why does it feel like our monkey is suddenly being a coward? The opponent is a ghost Taoist. 6666, has our monkey recalled some bad memories? Hugs for comfort. Monkey, if you keep being such a coward, you'll never find a girlfriend. Little monkey looked at the barrage on the screen and felt utterly aggrieved. When he saw that person enter the battle channel earlier, it gave him quite a shock. How long had it been since that person had already climbed to rank 2? Wasn't pretending to be weak before supposed to stop by now? What's worse, he had encountered this person again during one of his live streams. With ominous premonitions about his chances, all he could do was silently shed a tear of sorrow, truly meeting an old rival at the most unexpected time. After all, though the difference between ranks 2 and 3 in the ladder might only seem like one step, there's actually a very noticeable distinction. Even a low-ranked gatekeeper at rank 2 would generally have the ability to strongly suppress opponents in rank 3 if placed in those battles. Now, seeing the current score of this ghost Taoist, it didn't seem like they had just been promoted recently. Being able to maintain a steady score proportion in the rank 2 zone clearly indicated that it wasn't mere luck bringing them into this domain of hidden talent. The only explanation now was, this person was undoubtedly a deeply concealed expert from the start. Thinking back to how he had been using Lu Dechufu's character as a teaching prop against this person made little monkey shiver in pain. That battle had brought him such profound lessons, yet unexpectedly accomplished his current self. Indeed, it was a mix of pain and happiness. Precisely because of this, little monkey had complicated feelings towards Ghost Meng Meng. To say hatred, there was a bit of it. After all, this person was one of the unsung benefactors who helped make him famous. To say love, let alone loving someone wielding a staff who beat him mercilessly. He wasn't a masochist. With these mixed emotions in mind, as the game finished loading, the battle-axe warrior with the ID, Mountain King, appeared at the blue team's respawn point. In terms of professional composition, the battle-axe warrior doesn't hold any particularly overwhelming advantages against ranged characters in 1v1 duels, but similarly, it's not easy for ranged classes to take down a semi-tanky melee fighter that only slightly lags behind paladins in terms of health and defense. Little Monkey, having learned from his previous mistakes, didn't underestimate things this time around. When configuring his equipment, he paid special attention. He chose gear with life recovery attributes for every part of his body, combining this with the cultivation of magical resistance, making it seem less like PvP combat and more like he was preparing as a powerful main tank for some PvE dungeon group facing a magic damage boss. Such a setup without a doubt was an extreme display of cowardice, completely discarding all output, presenting almost a, I don't plan on killing you, but you absolutely can't kill me kind of routine. Regardless of whom, anyone encountering this would be nauseated to death. Naturally, many viewers in the live stream had already noticed his intoxicating tactics, but before they could even voice their complaints, a larger barrage of messages overwhelmed everything else. Quick! Quick, quick! Look at the opponent's character. Tell me, what do you see? Excuse me. Little Red Riding Hood? Ghost Taoist? Young boy? Is that him? Is that him? The one from that video? Tell me, is it him? Chasing from rank 10 all the way down to rank 2. Is this Destiny's arrangement or Fate's prank? Formation up, little monkey, don't think too much, march boldly for true love. Little monkey, don't overthink, march for true love +1. Little monkey, don't hesitate, march for true love +2. Little monkey, don't hesitate, march for true love +10,086. For a moment, no one paid attention to whether Mountain King's choice of equipment was cowardly or not. Even such an especially beneficial equipment combination for prolonging the combat rhythm made the live streaming room exude a harmonious and friendly atmosphere akin to, I just want to watch you two battle out your love. The battleground map was Desert Maze, where distant yellow sands swirled wildly in the wind, making the entire field of vision appear exceptionally hazy. The biggest feature of this map was its extremely short sight range. Occasionally, random sandstorms would erupt, adding many uncertainties to the combat process. News about the apparent appearance of the Little Red Riding Hood from the video spread like wildfire. After everyone scrambled to inform each other, the number of viewers in the live stream surged sharply, increasing by another 10,000 within minutes. All the audience were eagerly looking forward to witnessing the prowess of the mysterious Master Ghost Taoist, and quite a few even directly conceded defeat mid-battle upon hearing the news, just so they wouldn't miss the chance to see this legendary figure's charm. As the fight officially began, this time around, neither of them opted for any indirect methods. Frankly speaking, on this map, it really didn't matter whether or not one chose to flank around. As soon as the two met, it almost always led to immediate combat. Moreover, since this was a 1v1 personal match with no team members lurking and coordinating tactics, neither of them bothered entering the ancient city and commenced battling right in the vast desert center. Lin Xiao tested the opponent briefly with some skills, observing the abnormal rate of blood loss and recovery. He roughly figured out the opponent's equipment setup. To be honest, he did feel slightly repulsed. This tactic was dirty. If placed in a league battle, both parties playing for 20 to 30 minutes would definitely drive the committee insane. It might even lead to an order for a rematch with an alternative strategy. He slightly furrowed his brows, continuing the operation without pause, having already decided in his mind. For a time, he practically acted as if he was a melee character, even initiating close-range combat with the battle-axe warrior. However, being a spell-based class, Ghost Meng Meng naturally could not deal much damage against the highly magic-resistant battle-axe warrior, let alone simply using a staff to scratch at the opponent. Time passed unnoticed, while Mountain King's health bar remained completely unchanged. Compared to Lin Zhao's insufficient attack power, Little Monkey actually had a great deal more fun in this battle. Even with such a low-output equipment setup, the opponent was still somewhat frail, causing drops in health. Under these circumstances where at least victory was somewhat visible, the only thing that truly annoyed him was probably the opponent's positioning. Ghost Meng Meng seemed to have an impeccable awareness of predicting his next moves, making every micro-operation during the fight leave him feeling restricted. Initially expecting to grind away all the opponent's health within 20 minutes, by the 30-minute mark, he had barely managed to consume a third of it. At this rate, obtaining the first blood would likely take at least an hour, followed by another kill. Thinking of this, Little Monkey couldn't help but feel utterly miserable. In the live streaming room, all the spectators waited in anticipation for a show, only to find no tangible consumption happening after prolonged fighting. This left everyone disgruntled. This certainly didn't resemble an intensely fierce second-tier battle. Instead, it was as if the two were flirting with each other in the middle of nowhere. TSK, judging by the light pushes and touches, perhaps they should just start a full-blown brawl outdoors. Viewers are God, and seeing their dissatisfaction, countless complaints filled the screen instantly. Right at that moment, Ghost Meng Meng's staff suddenly flashed. With the spell activation, bony hands of corpses emerged from the ground, tightly gripping Mountain King, immobilizing him in place. Being only a 2-second soft control skill, Little Monkey initially paid it no mind. Watching the opponent's health deplete halfway, he felt a bit proud of himself. He prepared to immediately rush back into combat once the control effect on him wore off. However, unexpectedly, the opponent made no further action but cleanly turned and ran. What? Why? Little Monkey failed to understand the pattern behind this move and looked baffled. But soon enough, the sudden change before his eyes gave him the answer. On the sand dune 20 yards away from Mountain King, the sand started moving violently. Immediately afterwards, a storm several dozen feet high burst forth carrying sand and soil, rushing towards him so swiftly that it smacked squarely in his face. As the swirling sand surged skyward, Mountain King's field of vision was completely lost, along with a dizzying shake across the entire screen. The battle-axe warrior had fully let go under the guidance of the tornado, fly away, fly high. Until the storm was about to pass, Little Monkey prepared to use a skill upon landing again to counteract the falling force. However, when he tried using it, he realized that the entire skill interface was grayed out. He'd been silenced by someone accurately predicting his landing point. Little Monkey felt desolate inside and could only silently loosen his grip. The heap of magic resistance he stacked meant nothing against the impact. Falling from such a height made survival impossible. System, First Blood. Watching the grayscale screen with no hope of continuing, Little Monkey waited for the countdown to end, then returned to the respawn point, once again stepping confidently onto the endless sandy journey. From the previous thrashing in the wild forest to the intelligence suppression just now, he felt himself becoming almost numb. Their tricks were too deep, and all he could do was silently endure. Soon enough, they reached the place where their previous fight occurred. Before Little Monkey could rush up, a line suddenly popped up on the map. Ghost Meng Meng, hey, aren't you that live streamer monkey from whatever platform? When Little Monkey saw this message, his spirit instantly soared. Feeling as if his dignity returned upon being recognized, all his former lethargy vanished. Not caring whether the other side could see or not, he unconsciously straightened his spine as he replied, looking quite imposing, that's right. I am none other than the GY Livestream Channel 1001's universally beloved streamer known as Lord Xiaohui, adorable to humans, attractive to flowers, burst tires of carts, the universe's super unmatched first humorous live streamer. After a while, just as he thought his name had shaken the other person, Ghost Meng Meng finally responded, impressive, that was a long one. Smiley face. This smile emoticon, again, this smile emoticon. Little Monkey looked at these 3 words and felt an incomparable ridicule. His breath stuck in his chest, but due to being in front of tens of thousands of live viewers, he could only continue posturing. What's wrong? Scared? If so, just GG. Surrender and I won't kill you. Truthfully speaking, what started as a proper duel had turned into a situation where these two were face-to-face chatting instead. It was indeed quite funny. However, Little Monkey, whose mind was scrambled due to the other party's actions, didn't sense anything strange at all. Instead, he was delighted that his fame was recognized. I, Monkey, have finally become famous, haven't I? He maneuvered Mountain King to strut around pompously a few steps, ready to say more. But due to the next move from the other side, his fingers twitched and Battle-Axe Warrior embarrassingly wasted some skills in place, resembling a set of gymnastic drills. Ghost Meng Meng, surrender. Sure. Then, those 2 letters, GG, appeared in the channel that very day. It wasn't just Little Monkey who couldn't believe it, the audience in the entire live stream room went absolutely crazy when the system announced the end of the game. Could it be that simple? Damn, for this battle of fate, they'd given up their pants, and now this is what they got shown. However, everything had already been decided. Exiting the combat map and returning to the main lobby interface, everyone just felt a mess in the wind. Staring blankly at the screen, Little Monkey obviously hadn't reacted to what exactly had happened. Could it be that the opponent really got scared of him? But even if he was truly the immensely capable Sun Wukong, the other side wasn't the seductive white-boned spirit. Saying GG and giving up so easily. There was no way this was how he imagined the match ending at the start. While he was lost in deep thought, a friend request from Ghost Meng Meng popped up on the screen. After confirming it, Little Monkey soon received a message from the other side. Ghost Meng Meng, since you've already achieved your wish for my GG, shouldn't you also satisfy my little desire? This was still during the live stream, but it felt like he had privately recruited an actor to perform some kind of score-boosting script. Under the gaze of over 10,000 pairs of eyes, tears welled up within Little Monkey as he replied, "Thank you so much. Ghost Meng Meng, I've heard that you guys usually sell video recordings to some distributors or something. Can you recommend me a way to make money too?" Smiley face. At the sight of these words, Little Monkey's hands trembled instantly, and his typing speed exploded as he quickly closed the live stream channel. As the live stream went quiet, a flurry of comments erupted, almost breaking the channel. Lacking the courage to see the live room go black with exploded comments, Xiaohui took a deep breath and finally controlled his last shred of sanity. "I tell you what, my friend, it's not much of an issue to recommend someone since we've such a bond. Do you remember the battle at level 10 against a summoner named Lu Dachev?" Lin Xiao thought for a while but could not recall, so he replied, "Of course I remember. That was you. We really have an affinity." Xiaohui paused momentarily. "No matter what, you've helped me somewhat. This time, I'll help you back. Lately, a Xing needs some 3v3 battle materials, can you provide a queue recording?" Lin Xiao answered, 3v3, easy. Just curious about the pricing. Rest assured on the price, it will definitely be the best within the industry. With a heavy heart, Xiaohui added helplessly, just don't send recordings from level 10 matches as substitutes, need at least above level 3. Lin Xiao satisfactorily sent Xiaohui a "wait for my news," and turned to scroll through his friends list. The reason Lin Xiao remembered Shan Dadwang, this monkey, was because after being inspired by Shin Chanyu, he had indeed specifically researched the streaming industry for making money. Alas, low thresholds usually only applied to cute girls. Moreover, accumulating popularity was a long process, one not very reliable for him, an unknown future grandmaster who did not have much spare time. Thus, he redirected his attention to popular videos on websites. He had been worrying about finding someone familiar with the market situation when suddenly he encountered a streamer in ladder matches. Selling video materials allowed leveling up and earning money, a win-win scenario. Lin Xiao's friends list wasn't large, and scanning through, he first messaged Laughing Void Space, who was idle, "Wanna play some 3v3? Ever since they added each other as friends, there hadn't been much conversation between them. After all, having bloodily massacred the opposition in a guild battle made their silent coexistence in the friends list somewhat awkward. Yet, this first message asking out of the blue if he wanted to join Q drew an exceptionally straightforward reply from Laughing Void Space, "Sure." Lin Xiao chuckled. He liked these straightforward kinds of men. Now that they had 2 DPS players, they only lacked a healer. However, choosing the final member did indeed give him a slight headache. After much deliberation, should he find Qingkong Wanli from the guild? Unfortunately, it seemed like he didn't like Lin Xiao too much. Just as he pondered, an avatar on his friend list suddenly lit up. Seeing Hello Kitty, an ID that hadn't come online again, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smiled knowingly. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent a message, "Hello, sis, long time no see. How about playing some 3v3 queues?" Smiley face. "Hello Kitty, sure. Carry me." Chapter 26. The members of the group ranking team were thus officially determined. Regarding the lineup, Lin Xiao could say that he was very satisfied. Xia Kenqiang's strength doesn't need to be elaborated upon, after all, as the casual king, this title isn't something just anyone can obtain. As for Hello Kitty, she just needs to enjoy her time lying down. If there is Xia Kenqiang, the universally acknowledged big shot, guarding their backs and they still can't carry a girl up in rankings, Lin Xiao fears he would have no face to continue making his rounds in the future. To ensure safety, regarding the true purpose of participating in the 3v3 group ranking, Lin Xiao frankly disclosed it first to the 2 of them. At the end, he sincerely added, "If we can cooperate, the money earned from selling the video materials will absolutely be equally divided." The first one to reply was Xia Kenqiang. Although he only glanced at the message, it gave one an inexplicable feeling of imagining the other party being utterly dismissive of such petty sums. "Fight if you must, don't complicate things unnecessarily. How much is a video worth anyway? If it sells, you keep the earnings. I won't need it anyway." Following that was Hello Kitty's reply, succinct and straightforward, "Whatever." What good teammates. Lin Xiao felt relieved and swiftly created a new 3v3 team. After adding these two individuals as teammates, he sent out an invitation to the voice channel. Xia Kenqiang had just entered the room and immediately voiced a clear disapproval for the name of this three-person team, represents the moon to annihilate you. What kind of nonsense is this name? Cosplaying Sailor Moon. His voice exuded a sense of cheerfulness and magnanimity, typical of someone from northern China, yet its unique magnetism made it pleasant to listen to. Lin Xiao laughed, even if you're cosplaying as Sailor Moon, big brother Changxiong, you would definitely be the tuxedo mask. Xia Kenqiang. This statement sounded flawless, but why did it feel like something was off? But after indulging himself in imagining how he'd look in a tuxedo, he eventually nodded, choosing to happily accept it. After soothing Xia Kenqiang, Lin Xiao turned his attention to Hello Kitty, who hadn't said a word since entering the channel. Girlfriend, are you there? Say something if you are. Still, no response came. Instead, two words appeared in the chat bar below the screen: no mic. No problem, as long as you can hear. Lin Xiao thought the girl might be shy in front of strangers, so he didn't insist further. Alright then, shall we begin? Xia Kenqiang, I'm doing nothing else anyway, let's start. Hello Kitty, start. Once the team formation was set, Lin Xiao invited the both of them to join. Entering the queue list, they began matching opponents. Since it was a newly established team, following the default basic rank points, they matched against 7-stage opponents. After the preparatory phase ended and the map loading started, Xia Kenqiang asked on the private voice channel, how do we plan to play? Leaning back in his chair with one leg crossed, Lin Xiao, whose eyes were closed resting, seemed too lazy to even open them. Let's just play casually. Whoever plays similarly fine, will each choose and eliminate one opponent anyway. Although this carefree attitude was really annoying, Xia Kenqiang found it hard to refute. He was very aware that the other party's skill level was not lower but possibly higher than his own. In this 7-stage small squad competition, having such capabilities yet discussing tactics in detail indeed seemed a bit ridiculous. Thinking for a moment, he suddenly had a suggestion: why don't we see who gets the first blood? Lin Xiao knew he had been constantly bothered by the defeat in the guild battle, so this suggestion caught some of his interest. Playing this way sounds a lot more interesting. And thus, once all characters refreshed onto the map, Gai Mengmeng and Xia Kenqiang without a word directly charged towards the opposing camp. Simultaneously, Xia Kenqiang's hearty laughter echoed across the channel. Ha 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 ha, wait for me, you rookies. Alas, the poor opposing team, completely unaware, became unwittingly the tools for these two show-offs competition. When both sides collided in the center of the map and saw there were only two people coming, they innocently charged forward without any defense. However, they soon regretfully realized that the opposing team wasn't here to play PvP, they were treating them like little monsters in a dungeon, not even worthy of being considered minor boss battles. This time Lin Xiao didn't go for the Curse Ghost route, but instead opted for the Blood Demon, which was purely violence-oriented. His equipment choices focused on stacking maximum magical damage output, and also specially selected items with magic health regeneration attributes. Facing such a low-level matchup, his idea was simple: quick battle and quick decision. Only in this way can efficiency in climbing the ranks be effectively increased. In contrast to the two players' enthusiastic and enterprising attitude, Haruko Kitty merely stood at the spawn point for a while before seeming to come back to her senses, then slowly walked toward the camp's entrance, clearly showing an uninvolved attitude. In the Black Rose team's dormitory, Yu Jing was wearing a loose t-shirt. His hairline hadn't been fully dried after he'd just finished showering, with occasional water droplets sliding from his cheek to his neck, which gave his delicate clavicles a slightly moist look that was extremely alluring and seductive. He had left his left hand still in front of him due to it being freshly medicated, which emitted a faint smell of ointment. With his right hand clicking on the mouse, controlling Haruko Kitty's movements at a steady pace, he didn't rush. Not until the character's vision finally captured the image of both sides entangled in battle did he select a spot hidden within dense shrubbery, where he stopped moving further. Although Goe Mengmeng's performance in the previous guild battle was indeed commendable, the disparity in skill level among opponents made them an unreliable standard for evaluation. When Manager Yi handed over this account initially, Yu Jing's intention was to use its identity as a disguise to conduct further observations of this individual. If this group ranking team could truly continue forward, entering the second stage would be a fine opportunity for observation. Naturally, before he gave any rating, whether they could advance to the second stage even with one person absent seemed like an almost strict requirement to others, but to Yu Jing, it was merely a basic test. The fighting scenes were dazzling and chaotic, yet his gaze remained calm, locked on the petite figure clad in black and red. It carried a trace of assessment but more so a quiet scrutiny of each subtle maneuver he executed. However, the overwhelming gap in strength meant that despite it being a 2 versus 3 fight, it displayed an utterly lopsided trend. Accurately speaking, it could be described as an utterly devastating scene. With Goe Mengmeng securing the first blood, the outcome of the battle was decided rather quickly. They're really too weak, they died so fast. Xiao Changqiong's unsuccessful attempt to claim the first blood obviously made him dissatisfied, and he started openly criticizing the opponent's level through the voice channel. This kind of operation and coordination needs much more practice before they step out here. Embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Weak is good, this way climbing ranks becomes efficient. Lin Xiao smirked, not bothering to expose the subtext behind those words, returning to the lobby interface after the game ended, asking, continue? Xiao Cangqiong gritted his teeth, let's continue, I will definitely win this time. Lin Xiao chuckled and wasted no time entering the second match quickly. Gui Mengmeng claimed the first blood again, then Gui Mengmeng took the first blood again, and it was always Gui Mengmeng taking the first blood. As time went by, the team's ranking score climbed all the way from the 7th tier to the 4th. Xiao Cangqiong looked thoroughly frustrated, I swear I believe in your devilry now. Just as he prepared to re-enter the queue, a bell sound came through from the other end of the voice chat. Lin Xiao heard Xiao Cangqiong mutter, hold on, seeing he was going to answer a call, so he waited patiently. Intermittently, parts of the conversation could be heard, what are you saying? The plot of land in B City isn't up for transfer anymore. I've already told you, if you can't handle such a trivial matter, I will fire you tomorrow. Yes, that's right. Absolutely, let me emphasize one last time, remember when you negotiate with them. As the person moved farther away, the voice of the phone call gradually faded. Lin Xiao sweat dropped. Now he understood why this person never cared about joining professional leagues or thought anything of the petty earnings from video sales mentioned earlier, they were indeed a rich big boss. But for a boss to have mastered Zone to such a fluent degree was also a rare talent. Xiao Cangqiong went outside to take the call, leaving the entire voice channel eerily silent. Lin Xiao had nothing else to do, so looking at Haruko Kiri's ID, he struck up random conversation, sister, have you enjoyed lying down all night long? Yu Jing glanced at the completely green record of wins, reluctantly acknowledging, all right. Lin Xiao, don't you think the older brothers were quite handsome? Older brothers? A slight flicker crossed Yu Jing's eyebrows, oh, does slaughtering amateurs in the first and second stages count as handsome? Lin Xiao laughed, don't say it like that. After all, we were 2 against 3, their advantage was only in numbers. Yu Jing wasn't convinced, but their skills are lacking. Lin Xiao paused, unsure what to say, then at what rank would it meet your standard? Yu Jing, at least beyond the second stage. Lin Xiao sighed, speechless, sister, your standards are a bit too high, regular folks can't satisfy you. Yu Jing, can you? Lin Xiao smiled, that's a must. Just lie down well, and I guarantee your ranking will soar like a rocket. Yu Jing's hand on the keyboard paused for a moment. His eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips, let's see how you perform. When Xiao Cangqiong returned, he glanced at the chat channel's records and asked what the two had been talking about earlier. Unfortunately, although Lin Xiao appeared in a good mood, he did not answer the question but rather hummed and entered the queue again. Victory, victory, yet another victory. For Xiao Cangqiong, however, it was failure after failure after failure. As if following a pre-arranged script, every match featured a charge by both players into a chaotic melee. Within 5 minutes, Gui Mengmeng and Xiao Cangqiong secured 2 kills each, finally finishing off the third opponent with an overwhelming assault to conclude the battle smoothly. Such was the nature of dominating lesser opponents, without suspense, completely natural, thus utterly boring. Upon seeing the victory emblem appear on the computer screen again, Lin Xiao didn't know how many times he'd yawned already. He leaned back in his chair, stretching his muscles. 15 consecutive wins. Because Zone's system awards extra points during ladder streaks, this group placement team had soared from the 7th tier all the way up to the 3rd, now just one step away from breaking into the 2nd tier. In a sense, this already demonstrated terrifying prowess, especially given that this temporarily assembled team included Haruko Kiri, a priest who had done absolutely nothing throughout. Facing this continuously victorious priestess, Xiao Cangqiong clearly showed enough chivalry. Not only did he avoid complaining, but he also actively asked, shall we continue? Lin Xiao detected the weariness in his voice, looked at the time, it was almost 2 a.m., there's only one game left before we reach the 2nd tier. How about we finish it? It feels uncomfortable dragging things out like this. Xiao Cangqiong rallied his spirit, come on. Lin Xiao, if you're tired, sister, go sleep. Once we enter the map, just hang around at the resurrection point. Yu Jing, you continue, don't worry about me. Xiao Cangqiong laughed heartily, good sister, so cool, I like it. After leading you to victory all night, won't you leave some contact information? Yu Jing ignored him. Xiao Cangqiong hit a wall of indifference, which inexplicably amused him. Just as they entered combat, he casually noticed the opposing lineup and couldn't help but exclaim, almost fell asleep after a night of fighting. Finally, we've come across an interesting team. Lin Xiao glanced at the opponents, their IDs unfamiliar, and couldn't help asking, do you recognize them? Xiao Cangqiong chuckled, of course, they're from my guild, super familiar. That Haichao Qingxing follows me around begging for a duel, eyeing the title of the top shadow swordsman in our guild. From such a tone, Lin Xiao sensed a whiff of gossip and felt the drowsiness gradually fade. At the same moment Xiao Cangqiong recognized the opposite IDs, the people on the other side naturally noticed theirs as well. The squad named, Challenge Me If You Dare, consisted of 3 members from the Tianyu guild where Xiao Cangqiong was based. However, there was no trace of joy upon meeting old acquaintances in the team voice channel. Haichao Qingxing's tone dripped with peculiar hostility, oh look, who do we have here? The famous king of solo rankers. Haichao Qingxing, a shadow swordsman ranked among the top 10 individually in the ladder rankings, always lacked presence due to Xiao Cangqiong. Naturally, he bore an immense grudge and constantly went against Xiao Zhangqiong. The rest of the team knew his mindset well and long since got used to it. Under this sort of tone, they didn't dare respond too overtly and instead focused their attention on the other two members on the opposing side. Gui Mengmeng and Haruko Kitty. Never seen them. After checking the personal info of the opponents, the celebrant Hua Song sighed in exasperation, since when did Zhangqiong start hanging around with Black Dawn people? Haichao Qingxing hadn't paid attention before, hearing this let out a hey sound and burst into laughter. I've always said this guy isn't really committed to the guild. Didn't hear he quit early during the guild battles. Looks like leaving the guild and jumping ship is inevitable. The priest Xue who guessed, could it be coincidence? It seems like he's carrying a girl. Haichao Qingxing found great amusement in this. Carrying a girl, that's truly a pity. Showing off in front of a girl might have to stop here. Since this evening, their unyielding team had already achieved 5 consecutive victories, with a rather promising momentum. If they kept it up like this, advancing to rank 1 before dawn was by no means impossible. Although the 3v3 ladder rankings did not affect individual ratings, getting into rank 1 wasn't something just anyone could do. In regular times, even achieving 5 consecutive wins in rank 2 would be an unattainable dream. Today's good luck was already making him feel elated. Xiao Zhangqiong bringing a girl along. Then beat him hard right in front of her. Beat him until he kneels, then go tattle on him to the guild master for fraternizing with the enemy. Haichao Qingxing plotted gleefully. As the loading screen ended and they entered the combat map, he taunted the opposing side. Zhangqiong, what a coincidence. Are you really so idle these days that you're now taking girls along? Xiao Zhangqiong snorted at him, not your business. Haichao Qingxing, TSK, why are you so angry? Is it because you know you're about to kneel? Lin Xiao found this amusing and couldn't help but interject, hey, hotshot over there, you're the one in the wrong here. Haichao Qingxing, what's wrong? Do you think bringing a girl will help you win against us? Lin Xiao, Zhangqiong isn't carrying some chick. It's obviously me, this adorably strong girl, who's carrying him. Given your squad's name implies you enjoy being beaten up, that's more than a little weird. Be careful, we might represent the moon and annihilate you. Smiley face. Haichao Qingxing. Xiao Zhangqiong's voice carried through in the voice chat channel laced with traces of pain. I suddenly feel like puking. After several seconds, Haichao Qingxing snapped back to reality, forcing himself to ignore that strangely toned creature from earlier, shifting his focus to Haruko Kitty. He started openly attempting to poach her. Mistress Priest, if we win this round, let's become friends after the match. Getting no reply, he repeatedly spammed the same exact message 5 times across the map. Finally, Yu Jing responded with complete emotionlessness, sending 3 simple words back, you're too weak. Thereupon, the opposing team completely fell silent. This is what one calls an instant kill. Annihilate them thoroughly, boomed a sudden roar from the unyielding squad's voice room. Start by targeting down that healer. On the other end, against the backdrop of Xiao Zhangqiong laughing heartily, Lin Xiao couldn't help feeling awed by the aura of dominance which could resonate enough mockery emotions at any time or place. She exclaimed, Miss, your mocking skills outshine even mine. Truly admirable. Heartfelt gratitude for not being picky about my presence. Taking a glance at the personal rankings of the 3 opponents, Yu Jing finally turned off the tablet computer she'd used all night long to watch game replays. As for Lin Zhao's last sentence, she merely raised an eyebrow slightly, neither affirming nor denying it. Chapter 27. It was clear that after entering the life and death stage of the second level promotion, matches had begun with 3-person battle teams at the second step of the ladder. Xiao Chongqi was very clear about the level of the unyielding team. None of the 3 regular players were pushovers. However, when he asked Lin Xiao if he wanted to prepare some strategy, the response was still the same, of course, you kill one, and I'll kill one. Great, very simple, very brutal, and exactly to Xiao Chongqi's liking. He didn't hesitate and cheerfully agreed like a young man going to a nightclub, pointing out an accompanying guest. In this case, Di Hai Chaoxing naturally belongs to me. Lin Xiao glanced at the opposing lineup and casually said, then in this round, I'll take down the priest first. But sister, this time you've got to follow me closely. In theory, Xiao Chongqi, who chose to go head-to-head against Di Hai Chaoxing, should be in a more difficult situation. However, no one doubted the soundness of Lin Zhao's decision. After all, the destructive force of that last statement earlier was too great. There was little doubt that Lin Xiao would be the primary target for concentrated attacks from the other side. With the assignment settled, Xiao Chongqi immediately flanked around from the side. As for Gui Mengmeng, she confidently moved forward with Hello Kitty from the front of the map. Although it appeared they weren't charging blindly as a whole team anymore, there wasn't much difference between their actual actions and those of previous teams once the fight commenced. As soon as both sides met, they charged directly towards each other. All 3 members on the opposite side clearly targeted Hello Kitty. After Gui Mengmeng completed her incantation, she planted a void spike at her original position. Then, in the instant Hello Kitty retreated, she slid back with her. Due to the dim visibility, a second later, the spike exploded at its original location, catching the pursuers unaware. After taking damage, the group froze momentarily due to rigidity effects, thus instantly widening the distance between them. Gui Mengmeng did not stop her movements, waving her wand to draw a strange arc in the air, instantly casting a curse of agony on Xuehu. The corrosive effect surrounded the character with a dark green ghostly glow. Under the curse's strengthening damage per second countdown over 30 seconds, the health bar slowly eroded. After the rigidity effect ended, Xuehu immediately cast a small healing spell on herself, simply boosting her decreasing HP. Just as she was about to use a group heal, her action was interrupted by the sudden figure rushing into the crowd. Xiao Chongqi swiftly entered the enemy ranks after flanking behind, sweeping horizontally with a whirlwind slash, unexpectedly cutting off everyone's skill casts. Stepping forward quickly, lightning sparked from his heavy sword as 3 nearly seamless thunder strikes connected with Di Hai Chaosheng, forcefully forcing him out of the group. F***K, I'll deal with this bastard, you guys take down the healer. With the repeated provocations, Di Hai Chaosheng's face immediately darkened. Decisively activating the Holy Sword defense to block subsequent attacks, he raised his heavy sword and shot a vacuum wave under Xiao Chongqi's feet. Suddenly changing his movement, Xiao Chongqi avoided the following string of sword strikes through positioning. At this exact moment, his assault finally paused briefly. Di Hai Chaosheng seized the opportunity. His heavy sword flashed red with roaring flames, and he swung straight toward Xiao Chongqi with full force. Seeing the opponent grasp the chance to counterattack, Xiao Chongqi wasn't worried either. Looking back and seeing the other two ignore everything and continue heading towards Hello Kitty, he guessed it was certainly Di Hai Chaosheng's idea. Despite the chaos, he had the leisure to taunt the opponent via the channel, so, is this finally your chance to duel me alone? While speaking, his control over his character remained flawless. Swinging his sword upwards, he blocked the fiery blade strike. In the very moment he held his ground, using the counterforce, he delivered a rising dragon strike directly facing Di Hai Chaosheng, hitting perfectly and knocking him down flat. Di Hai Chaosheng struggled somewhat under the series of combinations from Xiao Chongqi. Seeing the other two people thinking about turning back to help, he stopped them irritably, "Don't worry about me, kill the healer." Huan Lasong felt speechless at Di Hai Chaosheng's preoccupation with personal pride during a team match. Although intuitively aware he was likely doomed, he also understood that helping him at this point would be akin to humiliating him outright. Helplessly letting him act recklessly, Huan Lasong said, "Xuehu, come with me." The battle status here was, of course, crystal clear to the other two. Sancho isn't bad, dominating the other side. Lin Xiao appreciated this one-sided form and smiled approvingly, adding, "Seems like the first blood will belong to you this time. Our own son always causes trouble outside and never listens. Once we catch him, of course, we must punish him severely." Xiao Changqiong was fighting fiercely with Di Hai Chaosheng, looking not only perfectly at ease but also in a great mood. Clearly, he had long been very displeased with Di Hai Chaosheng, and today, with this opportunity and free from the constraints of guild courtesy, his resentment could erupt without restraint. But as much as personal grievances were one thing, Xiao Changqiong still remembered they were in a group match. Seeing the other two from the unyielding team charging over, he didn't forget to warn them, both of those on their team are experts too. Be careful when you take the girl. Oh, how expert. Lin Xiao responded indifferently, yawning, "Great, let me see what they can do." With that, Gui Mengmeng raised her magic wand. Since the battleground was ancient tomb horrors, by the red-cloaked figure's side, dim yet eerie dark flames slowly rose, making the whole scene somewhat terrifying. Dodge! Following Huan Lasong's shout, Xuehu leaped aside suddenly. Almost grazing past them, where the two had just stood up surged a streak of bluish-purple flames, which instantly spread like a wildfire. The flames abruptly soared, and after dying down again, all that remained on the plain ground was a faint scorched smell. The high-damage skill of the ghostly Taoist, the ghostly flame, missed due to their swift reaction. However, before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, a jet of black light struck Xuehu directly, scattering into swirling mist around her body, obstructing the enemy's vision. At the same time, after getting close enough, Huan Lasong had completed his incantation. A binding mark landed on Hello Kitty, reducing her movement speed by 50%, after which the staff continued spinning in his hands. 3 dazzling lightning bolts interwove and shot out, then blossomed in mid-air, turning into countless beams splitting toward the opponent. "You hold off the ghostly Taoist, I'll chase the priest." Watching the enemy priest struggling painfully in the thunder punishment and dropping a third of his HP, Huan Lasong no longer cared about Xuehu. He cast swift steps on himself along with the ghostly quickstep buff, sprinting straight toward Hello Kitty while maintaining his assault. The two members from the unyielding team, both top-tier players ranked second stage in the solo ladder, had already noticed Lin Zhao's strategy, priority target the healer. Given their confidence in Xuehu's skills, they didn't need to communicate, they both naturally chose this near 1v1 battle format more favorable to them. Xuehu drank a potion to recover some HP but wasn't interrupted as expected. At this point, he began to be surprised. Even until the debuff ended and his vision restored, there had been no further attack from the enemy. He looked up immediately and saw far away that instead of closing in as anticipated, the ghostly Taoist who had been chasing him had inexplicably turned back and started running in the opposite direction. As if answering the questions in their minds, the chat popped with Gui Mengmeng's message, "Trying to kill our sister first without taking care of me? Isn't that thinking too highly of yourselves?" Reading this, both felt like a herd of mud horses had stampeded through their heads, what the hell, it was you who initially planned to go after the priest, and now you claim that thinking about killing the priest first is overestimating oneself. And abandoning a perfect starting chance because someone is chasing your teammate. How did someone like this manage to rank second stage anyway? Totally lacked principles, sounds like an elementary schooler. Not just them criticizing, the team chat for their own side also saw the first message Hello Kitty had sent throughout the entire night during the fight: kill the priest, don't worry about me. Lin Xiao said, sister, don't be afraid. If they want to kill you, they have to step over my dead body. Yu Jing originally had already typed, opponents too weak, in the dialogue box, but upon hearing this, deleted each character again. Returning her HP to full, she quietly watched nearby. At this moment in the battle, Gui Mengmeng sealed Huan Lasong's position with a void spike, tossing a corruption curse at him casually and hanging a doomsday curse on his head. The curse swirled over Huan Lasong, the skull-like buff under his left portrait showing a conspicuous 1-minute countdown timer. When the 1-minute timer expires, any character under the doomsday curse will suffer massive damage. Huan Lasong furrowed his brows. Spotting that Xue Hu had already caught up within his vision, he didn't care about Gui Mengmeng anymore but instead calculated the position to utilize his leaping step skill and pulled out the distance between the two of them. Simultaneously, he erected a holy light barrier in the center as an interruption for delay before launching one skill after another toward Hello Kitty. Even though the cleric class leaned more toward support and practice, Huan Lasong's precise prediction enabled the limited skills at his disposal to fully realize their potential damage, earning him a reputation on the second stage of the ladder as a rather unconventional yet violent representative of aggressive clerics. Each skill he deployed now was based on strict analysis followed by predictions on where they'd land. Every single one aimed at the opponent's inevitable retreat route. Huan Lasong watched calmly as Hello Kitty dodged under his inducement following a predetermined course, a slight smile gracing his lips as he began channeling divine retribution. Through the screen, it seemed that only a small forward movement from the opponent would be enough to suffer the full impact of the combo. However, just as this delicate difference unfolded, Huan Lasong observed Hello Kitty halt her actions unexpectedly. After what seemed like a bizarre half-second pause, without any apparent way to cancel subsequent moves, she awkwardly took a step leftward. At this point, the light beam of divine retribution surged from the ground column-like with a grand circular pattern shining spectacularly, but because of that slight misstep, it ironically left the tall female priest standing safely outside the affected zone. The previous moment had been too dreamlike, causing the confident curl at Huan Lasong's lips to stiffen there abruptly. It wasn't until a blood hand broke through the earth grabbing him tightly that he realized Gui Mengmeng had already closed in, snapping him back to reality, hastily retrieving scattered thoughts. How did you come so fast? Couldn't stop him. At Xue Hu's level, it should have been impossible for anyone to catch up this easily, leading Huan Lasong to ask in the voice chat. He dodged all my crowd control skills. Xue Hu's tone was somewhat low and uncertain, evoking in Huan Lasong the same momentary confusion of emotion he'd felt not long ago. Just then, accompanied by a sound akin to slamming a keyboard, bang. A system message popped up on the screen. System, first blood. A momentary silence fell over the channel, without further inquiry. Huan Lasong knitted his brows and promptly made what appeared to be the most rational decision at that moment: let's fall back. After the Hai Chaoxing's demise, the current situation undoubtedly became 2 versus 3. If he and Xue Hu were to get beaten down here, this round would certainly end in defeat. Although irritated by the Hai Chaoxing's quiet single challenge earlier, both still opted to focus on the big picture and remained silent without questioning. However, at this point, their attempt to retreat wasn't going to be granted smoothly. The ears had already been ringing from Xiao Zhangqiong's unrestrained laughter. Lin Xiao decisively cast a frostbite curse on Huan Lasong, eager to quickly wrap up the fight, intending to delegate strategies when seeing Hello Kitty effortlessly adding a slow effect onto the enemy. You got it, sister. Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise, wasting no time as he started chanting the spell of 10,000 Ghosts Void. When the entire field of view was deprived, Huan Lasong's heart dropped, giving rise to a foreboding sensation. He shouted, Xue Hu, keep my health topped up. As expected, relentless spells soon followed one after another. Various debuffs filled his character status, including corrosion and bleeding effects, rapidly depleting his vitality visibly. At this critical juncture, a flash of white light appeared. Under the priest's substantial heal, his HP bar was forcibly restored halfway. Anticipating that the blindness period would expire soon, Huan Lasong let out a breath of relief, saying, quick, slap a sacred prayer buff on me, hurry and replenish the HP. But there was no response. Snow Fox activated his microphone, his tone somewhat weak. I've been hit by the Lost Soul Curse. Lost Soul Curse is one of the 6 curses used by the Ghost Taoist, rendering the target unable to conduct any operations or take any harm or control effects from the opposing side, lasting 30 seconds. This skill could be considered one of the signature skills of the Ghost Taoist, with a cooldown lasting 5 minutes, so it generally wouldn't be used lightly. Now, choosing to use it under the current circumstances indicated only one possibility. Huan Lasong's expression changed suddenly as he involuntarily glanced at his own buffs column. Just this look confirmed that the skull buff applied earlier was in its final few seconds countdown. Without much thought, he instinctively opted to use the Holy Sanctuary skill, aiming to counteract part of the curse's damage. However, the anticipated holy light did not envelope him. Instead, he caught sight of the dimmed skill bar, and froze, not even noticing when the screen darkened after the damage from the Doom curse completely took effect. The silence effect undeniably came from the priest named Hello Kitty, while the lost soul curse on Snow Fox originated from the ghost Taoist known as Gui Meng Meng. Doom curse is a skill that unleashes massive damage after 1 minute. The situation at this moment gave him no other feeling but that both adversaries had meticulously calculated every second during their fight. Such precision was dauntingly meticulous. What started as a loud and boisterous battle ended up surprisingly quiet. Even after exiting the match, no one spoke in the voice chat room. De Hai Chaoxing felt utterly humiliated by losing to Xiao Cangqiong. As for Huan Lasong and Snow Fox, a mix of complex emotions filled them as they were taught a lesson by their opponents. In the other team's voice chat room, it was a cacophony of jubilation, though most of the noise still stemmed from Xiao Cangqiong. After suppressing the arrogance of De Hai Chaoxing, he was more exhilarated than anyone else, all his fatigue vanishing like smoke. Well, want to continue or not? I'm extremely clear-headed now. How about we go on? Let's do it another day. Reaching the second stage today will do. Even if we went on now, given our state, we wouldn't be able to record anything good. Lin Xiao tried to calm him down. He just wanted to speak with Hello Kitty, but looked down to find she'd already exited the party after hearing what he said. Recalling the precise positioning details during the combat process, as well as the natural cooperation that required no additional words later on, a layer of indescribable doubt clouded his mind. But since she had already left, he didn't dig any deeper. After exiting the game and lying in bed, something occurred to him, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply. I forgot to schedule the next meetup time. These few days of ranking had worn Lin Xiao out thoroughly. That night, he slept until very late the next afternoon, drowsily logging back into the game around 4 o'clock. However, he oddly received a friend request from Shen Changyu. Are you online? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, responding with an unusually vague reply, yeah, I'm on. Shen Changyu. Lin Xiao, so, think I'm climbing the ladder fast? Shen Changyu, I've seen your second stage. However, why are you merely at 40 rank points? Lin Xiao, oh, I should have reached the first stage by now. Yesterday, I joined a 3v3 group. Shen Changyu, 3v3. Why are you doing that? Lin Xiao sidestepped the real reason. By the way, there's a female cleric in my group who belongs to Black Dawn. Her techniques aren't bad. Consider promoting her as a core member in the guild. Shen Changyu, alright. What's her name? Lin Xiao, Hello Kitty. At seeing these 4 letters, Shen Changyu spat out the water he'd just taken a sip of, right in front of his monitor. Chapter 28. Deputy Captain Shen, what's wrong? From the other side of the training hall of the Black Rose team, Su Yiming poked his head out and asked with concern upon hearing the commotion. It's nothing, nothing, Shen Changyu replied. Seeing that head retreat again, he forced himself to regain focus on the screen. However, his hand hovered over the keyboard for a long time, unsure of how to respond. Was an explanation necessary? While wrestling with this question, he couldn't help but feel some frustration brewing inside. Clearly, the advice to take good rest given to Yu Jing a few days ago had not taken any effect at all. Indeed, Yu Jing wasn't seen in the training hall anymore, but it turned out that he was secretly playing online games in his room. Now he had caught him red-handed and wanted to confront him, but things should always have their reasons, right? For example, if Yu Jing were to ask how he knew, how would Shen answer? With that thought, he only felt a mix of indescribable emotions, helplessness and choked feelings tangled together. Yu Jing obviously did not know that the person behind the character, Gui Mengmeng, was Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao also didn't know that the one behind Hello Kitty was Yu Jing. And yet these two people, who were completely unaware of each other's identities, one was deliberately approaching and observing while the other was even recommending him for promotion. Shen Changyu now felt like he had a headache as big as 2 heads. All this blind meddling, did they consider his feelings as the only one who knew the truth? Reveal the truth. It might be easier to deal with Lin Zhao's side, but if Yu Jing were to find out the real identity of the other party. Just imagining the situation made him more silent than ever. After waiting for a while without receiving a reply, Lin Xiao lazily raised his eyebrows. Do you know this person? Before Shen Changyu could react, another message followed. It's Yu Jing. The 3 short words, due to the final period, seemed unusually casual, yet exuded absolute certainty. As always, ruthless in leaving room for interpretation. This time, Shen Changyu finally curved his lips slightly in response to the almost undeniable assumption before his eyes. The cigarette dangling from Lin Zhao's mouth swayed cheerfully, hiding the fleeting glint in his eyes, while his lips also gradually curled upward. The exceptional awareness displayed yesterday in just a few moments was not something an ordinary online gamer could possess. Upon reviewing all the strange behaviors of Hello Kitty since they met, he already had some suspicions. That day, Shen Changyu participated in the guild battle, so naturally the members of the Black Rose team weren't limited to just him. If it came to mentioning someone skilled at playing the priest class, the answer was self-evident. In order to confirm his suspicions, he deliberately brought it up with Shen Changyu, and the latter's reaction gave him the most direct answer. Wanting to dig up some promising new talent within the guild. Well, indeed, it wasn't a bad approach. Lin Xiao thought about it, exhaling a puff of smoke lightly. Seeing such a calm attitude from the opposite side, Shen Chanyu knew without doubt that he must have unintentionally fallen into the other's trap. Feeling a bit disgruntled after hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't help but give a reminder. Captain, you conducted detailed investigations of the entire team before entering the league back in the day, especially Ghost's series of operational styles. With how particularly attentive he is towards you, could it be? Lin Xiao chuckled. Relax, no normal person would make such an association, right? Besides, you've seen the set of outdated equipment I'm using now, its effectiveness can barely reach 60%. At best, Yu Jing will think I'm merely imitating Ghost. How could he possibly go astray with wild assumptions? Shen Changyu paused for a moment. Then what are your plans now? Lin Xiao smirked with the cigarette still hanging at his lips, a compliment delivered on a silver platter. How could I let it slip away? After all, I am eager to improve his impression of me. Looks like I need to seize this opportunity carefully. Shen Changyu. Your pickup game better tone down. Lin Xiao smiled without responding. When a suspicion was really confirmed, there was always an inexplicable sense. It turned out to be quite amusing. Lin Xiao played a few solo ranked matches, and his score quickly rose to 80 points. As long as he won twice consecutively, he could advance to the first stage of the ranking ladder. At this moment, he happened to see Xia Kenqiang come online. He was about to call him over when he caught sight of the basic information in the corner, which caused him to pause. There was no name of the Tianyu Guild. Apart from the prominent rank 1 emblem, the profile field was empty. Lin Xiao sent a message, quit the guild. Xia Kenqiang's reply came quickly, yeah. Lin Xiao said, good timing, why don't you come join our Black Dawn then? He had expected Xia Kenqiang to at least inquire about the reason for leaving the guild, but instead was met with an unexpectedly fresh and unconventional response. Xia Kenqiang almost choked on his own saliva, thanks man, but I don't plan on joining another guild just yet. Gonna roam free for a while longer. Lin Xiao didn't push, alright too. The truth was, Lin Xiao had accepted Xia Kenqiang's friend request after some consideration. No matter how you looked at it, Xia Kenqiang, as a solo king coveted by all major clubs, was definitely someone special. His solo combat skills ranked among the best in the league. If he could be lured into anchoring the individual matches for the Black Rose team, it would perfectly address their weakness, an opportunity far too good to pass up. Since so many clubs had failed to recruit him, it clearly meant Xia Kenqiang wasn't an easy person to invite. Though the initial thought of recruiting him faded somewhat after learning about his business identity, it didn't stop occasional reminders popping up. After all, repeated reminders might eventually move the other party. Lin Xiao casually mentioned the invitation to join without much thought that it would succeed immediately, so naturally, he wasn't overly disappointed now. Instead, he began chatting idly in a cheerful manner. As for the reasons behind Xia Kenqiang's exit from the Tianyu Guild, they likely revolved around the 3 people encountered yesterday during group play, so there was no point digging further. Instead, Lin Xiao turned the conversation towards daily gossip. Surprisingly to Lin Xiao, despite the robust northern gentleman charm Xia Kenqiang exuded, he was barely 20 years old, shattering Lin Xiao's imagined image of a bearded giant. In fact, he was a typical second-generation rich kid currently dabbling in real estate transactions, reportedly using money he negotiated with his family to start a business. Being only 20, this probably meant he had already been managing properties by the age of 17 or 18. Looking around at his current dilapidated surroundings, Lin Xiao took a deep drag on his cigarette, feeling a faint melancholy. In more than half an hour of conversation, aside from the mental wounds inflicted, the one thing that comforted Lin Xiao was the sincere enthusiasm Xia Kenqiang expressed for Zone, between the lines. Even if he kept saying money wasn't an issue and professional gaming wasn't necessary to raise his profile, the underlying admiration and desire he revealed inadvertently couldn't be overlooked. This has potential. Lin Xiao deeply felt the potential. Irrespective of money or status, and not even elevated to the level of dreams, Xia Kenqiang allowed him to truly feel like himself years ago, showing sufficient sincerity facing this new domain. Without needing anything else, this was already more than enough. By the time Hello Kitty logged in, it was already 7:30 p.m. The trio resumed their team ladder battle from the previous day. And this time, Lin Xiao used, girls need to be protected, as an excuse to forcibly position Hello Kitty at the back of the team. Then, dragging Xia Kenqiang, they arranged a 360-degree seamless defense, to the point where the priest didn't even have to move throughout the entire game beyond mindlessly channeling healing spells. This night was filled with intense action. In just 2 hours, plenty of video material was gathered. After finishing, Xia Kenqiang bid farewell and went solo farming, while Lin Xiao sent the recording to the email address left by Little Ho. When he saw Hello Kitty's avatar still online, he sent a smiling face emoji. Sis, you're still on. Going to sleep anytime today? Yu Jing merely let the game stay running beside him watching videos, glanced at the message, and replied, unsure. Lin Xiao chuckled, crossing his legs lazily, and continued chatting with interest. Played together for 2 days. What do you think of my skill? Good enough for pro gaming? Yu Jing finally shifted his attention completely away from the videos. You wanna go pro? Lin Xiao responded confidently, yes, what do you think? Yu Jing, possible. Still needs practice. Lin Xiao nearly fell off his chair, but quickly grabbed the table, helplessly sending a wiping sweat emoji. Sis, your standards are pretty high. Yu Jing did not continue the topic but suddenly asked, do you know Old Ghost? Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly at the two words on the screen, know it. Yu Jing, your item builds, playstyle, and tactics are all similar to his. Actually, before meeting you, I once thought that his ghost priest was impossible to replicate. There's no denying that you're indeed talented. But professional gaming isn't something talent alone can achieve. Should you join the league, you will inevitably be compared to Old Ghost from back in the day. Without an unshakable conviction, it's best to give up early. Esports and gaming aren't the same, it's not just about playing around. Only those who truly understand the meaning of esports deserve to step onto the competitive stage. I don't want anyone disgracing the name Old Ghost. He has always been my source of inspiration. Whether it was because he couldn't imagine such a high and mighty man as Yu Jing speaking so many words in one go or due to the intense dedication conveyed in these words, Lin Xiao gradually retracted his usual carefree smile. His gaze finally landed on the last sentence. He has always been my inspiration. Shen Chang had only mentioned that Yu Jing had an in-depth understanding of the old Black Rose team and warned him of this person's unusually focused attention on Old Ghost. Lin Xiao never expected that this man, who appeared to have already reached the pinnacle in the eyes of many, could openly express such admiration for another person, even when talking to someone he didn't know, who was unaware of his true identity behind the screen. Arrogant pride. This was the sole impression Yu Jing had given him, so clearly defined that Lin Xiao thought this man would forever look down upon the league with disdain. Unconsciously, he sat up straighter in front of the computer, typing each word slowly, almost paying homage to the person on the other side of the screen. Esports is my faith, it's never been just about playing. Yu Jing leaned back in his chair, glancing at the words on the screen with a slight smirk. Move up to the next level then. There should be 2 recommendations for the rookie camp available within the guild. Chapter 29. Since little sister is so excited, I will definitely give it my all. Smiley face. Lin Xiao felt like his answer was quite serious, but unfortunately, the other side suddenly ignored him. He imagined the icy beauty on the other side of the computer screen and already had a plan. Flirting, of course, must begin with touching the other person's sensitive spot. Not daring to say much about other topics, to arouse Yu Jing's interest, it was obvious that he had already gained an absolute advantage simply from their shared language. Little sister, you're a fan of Old Ghost, right? Take a look at my equipment, my combat style, and my unexpected attention to detail. Don't they all echo the elegance of Old Ghost from back in the day? Yu Jing finally responded again, you're still far from him. Lin Xiao nodded frequently, speaking seriously, yes, absolutely. No matter how miraculously Old Ghost played his ghost sorcerer, there's no one else like him in the whole world. Back in the day, he swept through competitions worldwide, who could compare domestically? There's no one who can come close. In my view, not even Yan Duzhou comes anywhere near. Little sister, what do you think, am I right? Yu Jing replied, Yan Captain is indeed an all-round good player, but he's too strict. Even if his reactions are fast during live matches, he lacks some of the unpredictable changes that Old Ghost had. Although Lin Xiao had received countless praises and admiration before, he had never been as satisfied as he was now. It must be said that being praised truly does depend on who is doing the praising. His lips couldn't help but curl slightly as he finally asked the question he'd long wanted to ask, if you like him so much, why didn't you also play a ghost sorcerer instead of choosing a priest? You know, with your talent and skill, switching to any other profession would have made you shine even brighter on the league stage than the current priests do. After a short pause, Yu Jing's words came through the screen, an individual's strength doesn't represent the team's strength. Behind every powerful team must be solid support. For the team, healing is the strongest form of support. Choosing the priest profession at least means that, as long as I'm there, no one will die. The esports league has now developed into a powerful star-making platform, and there are plenty of clubs that constantly package players in all aspects with the help of their huge fan base. Lighting, stages, performances, they've almost become indispensable parts of the league's preparations. Under such circumstances, no matter who seeks a better path for their own development, it is always justifiable. Lin Xiao had made many guesses, but he never expected this kind of answer. His fingers slightly hesitated, and he finally typed this line, truly strong people will never be buried no matter what position or role they take on. On the other end of the screen, Yu Jing's gaze dropped, something flickering in her deep eyes, then she moved away from the topic, I'm logging off. Though the conversation ended somewhat abruptly, it didn't dampen Lin Xiao's sense of nostalgia stirred by reminiscence. Leaning by the window with a lit cigarette, lost in unstoppable memories, he slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the neon lights flashing near and far, half of his body concealed in the heavy night shade. Yu Jing's previous words reminded him unusually of when he first began to make waves in the esport field. At the time, under his leadership, the Black Rose team surged forward like a runaway horse within the league, sweeping through everything in their path, and even causing the once dominant team Tianchi to fall before them. After the match, Yan Duzhou had asked him why, with his potential to become stronger as a blood ghost route player, did he instead opt to use a curse ghost, a semi-controlling auxiliary profession? At the time, his answer was, the team needs it. He never cared about personal honor because he had always known that his only goal was victory. Indeed, an individual's power can never represent the entire team's strength. To lead a team to true victory, sacrifices were inevitable, and someone needed to suppress their own brilliance. But conversely speaking, who among those esports players who once strived for their dreams and beliefs did not share the same thoughts? Even Yen Duzhou, who questioned him back then, probably faced the issue of how to lead the team further, making sacrifices and changes no less numerous than his. Lost in thought, Lin Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke wistfully, his face filled with nostalgia as he sighed, "Tisk tsk, I must say. I miss the old crew a bit." After smoking several cigarettes in a row on the balcony, by the time he returned to his computer desk reeking of smoke, it was already nearly 11 p.m. Though he had changed bodies, it seemed that his habit of being drowsy hadn't changed at all. Yawning and getting ready to shut down his computer, Lin Xiao idly glanced at the public chat channel, and suddenly felt much less sleepy. The public lobby channel was livelier than ever, but most of the spamming came from bystanders. The real main characters were clearly using the megaphone feature in the Realm channel and going back and forth non-stop. Coincidentally enough, one of them happened to be his old comrade in arms Smile Azure Sky, while the other. After flipping through the latter's individual rankings, Lin Xiao found out that this was the current 15th ranked assassin, 9,000 people, in the first tier of the ladder system, affiliated with the Celestial Domain Guild. It must be said that even though many solo gaming experts didn't accept recruitment offers from major clubs, when it came to guild development, the Celestial Domain Guild undeniably attracted a group of top-tier players under their name. They did a better job at this compared to other guilds. But these elite players roaming the game world mostly shared a similar arrogance, none of them bowed to anyone. They hardly saw each other on normal days, so any conflict between them would always lead to friction. It was evident that today's Smile Azure Sky's resignation wasn't unrelated to people like Great Ocean Tide Sound. As for why 9,000 people was arguing with him now, looking at the non-stop megaphone spamming the server-wide channel made things crystal clear. They'd faced off in the ladder ranking system and one had completely crushed the other. Watching those incessant calls in the Realm channel brought a sense of discomfort to Lin Xiao. This kind of argument turned flashy showing off, how appropriate was it? A single megaphone message in a zone game cost $10, and this type of brushing every minute clearly didn't care about his feelings as a poor man who couldn't afford such luxuries. However, this kind of clash among the elites unexpectedly sparked considerable interest from other players. By now, it had continued for quite some time. Alongside this, more and more random shouts in the Realm channel added to the chaotic noise. Realm, 9,000 people, Smile Azure Sky, it really is different after leaving the guild, isn't it? You can just stab your friends from your previous guild if you eye a sister in another guild. Realm, 9,000 people, did you feel proud yesterday when helping Wild Man attack someone from your own guild? Now you're still out here causing trouble. Damn, aren't you ashamed? Your fawning over Black Dawn hasn't finished yet, you let them have their way because they gave you an inch of respect, understand? Realm, kitty meow meow meow, hey. Front row selfie time, don't hold me back. Realm, 9,000 people, why aren't you responding? Say something, will you? Even pets get tame after proper care, right? But how come you're turning into a white-eyed wolf? Realm, red alert, mister, sort out your issues within the Celestial Domain Guild. Don't involve us Black Dawn without reason, we're not carrying this blame. Realm, 9,000 people, Smile Azure Sky, pretending what? Aren't you boasting about being a big shot? How come you can't even afford to spam megaphones and instead rely on courting women? Call grandpa, please little grandson. Realm, Smile Azure Sky, little stinking dog humiliated in the ladder, get lost. It had to be said that although Smile Azure Sky used far fewer megaphones than the other party, his timing was perfect and his messages hit the nail on the head, directly targeting the opponent's sore spot. Lin Xiao didn't know how the opposing side deduced that Smile Azure Sky had quarreled with his guild and left just because of a girl named Hello Kitty. He also didn't understand why they went out of their way to offer him such a good chance to recruit talent. Even though 9,000 people looked ready to explode, Lin Xiao couldn't help but silently thank him, buddy, thanks. Ignoring the chaos brewing in the Realm channel, Lin Xiao clicked on the friend list and sent Smile Azure Sky a voice chat invitation. Once Smile Azure Sky joined the private voice channel, Lin Xiao forced himself to sound less cheerful. Hey, weren't you supposed to be playing the ladder rankings? What's going on in the channels? One moment of inattention, and it turned into an argument. Smile Azure Sky wasn't as angry as imagined, he merely sneered and said, that 9,000 people is just trying to reach the top 10 of the Heavenly Ladder overall rankings. He only needed one more win to surpass the guy before him and wanted me to let him slide. Ha, I ignored him and still beat him like a grandson. His gameplay is worse than a dog's, and yet he dreams under the sun. No wonder he lost big time and started barking mad. That clarified things significantly. It was indeed Smile Azure Sky who had crushed 9,000 people in the ladder ranking matches, but the situation was even more awkward than expected. After entering the first tier of the ladder system, most experts focused all their energy on achieving the final server-wide individual rankings. At this point, every match could be decided by minute differences. Each time, it wasn't easy to overtake the person ahead. By ruining 9,000 people's chance to advance, no wonder the ladder got so upset. However, losing in a single-player ladder match could only mean one thing, personal skill deficiency. Now acting like a mad dog was truly disgraceful and unworthy of an expert's dignity. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. You're not planning to counter his megaphone spam all night long, are you, boss? Smile. Smile Azure Sky scoffed. I don't have the time to play with him, boring. Lin Xiao then asked, do you feel like doing something interesting instead? What is it? Replied Smile Azure Sky. Lin Xiao grinned and said mischievously, you should be on his friend list, right? How about we snipe him while he continues playing solo queue? That's ruthless, man. Just my style. Upon imagining knocking 9,000 people off the 15th position in the rankings, any lingering unpleasantness vanished instantly. After a brief pause, however, Smile Azure Sky suddenly spoke seriously, but you're only second tier now, and you probably can't reach him in the queue yet, right? Feeling stuck at that remark, Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless before retorting, well, looking at that guy's behavior, he won't stop ranting anytime soon. Shouldn't I just focus and rank up quickly? My hidden score is high, so once I reach the first tier, I'll definitely be able to queue against him. Hidden score refers to hidden points, where characters with many consecutive victories will have hidden points significantly higher than their actual tier scores. The matching system operates within the corresponding tiers according to these hidden points. Satisfied, Smile Azure Sky declared, alright, I'll wait for you. Chapter 30. The training base of the Star Trace Club 7 Stars team in City S. Jiang Shiqi, who had just returned after spending all night out, was preparing to go back to his room to shower and sleep when he passed by the training hall and heard someone calling him. Instinctively turning around, he saw Tang Qian waving at him. Why are you just getting back? Come take a look. Confused, Jiang Shiqi walked over. What's going on? During our vacation time, you've been training in the club all day. You don't have to work so hard, boy. Tang Qian ignored his complaint, pushed the computer screen towards Jiang Shiqi and said, don't talk nonsense, take a look at this. Jiang Shiqi leaned closer to the computer screen and saw a whole page of green winning records. Glancing at the character ID in the top left corner, he exclaimed instantly, shit, has that ghost Taoist really advanced one level like this? Tang Qian was already used to his teammate being easily shocked. Seeing that he had discovered the highlight, he casually clicked to display the details of the winning record and dragged each line for him to see. It's not just consecutive wins, almost every match of his ends 2-0. And no match lasted more than 15 minutes. All crushing victories. Jiang Shiqi took half a day to blurt out a sentence. Could it be, the guy got lucky, happened to meet some bad players? Tang Qian gave him an exasperated look. Talk about luck at the second rank. Why don't you try getting lucky? Not even 10 straight wins, just give me 3 consecutive wins. Don't snap at me, I admit he's good, alright. Swallowing his unhappiness, Jiang Shiqi refocused on the detailed records on the screen, still muttering under his breath, when did the ghost Taoist become so strong in solo battles? It makes no sense. Tang Qian patted his shoulder. Alright, I know you're not satisfied, but you have to admit that this guy Meng Meng is undoubtedly a true expert. In a few days when the captain gets back, I think we should invite him personally to conduct an assessment. Jiang Shiqi glanced at the last battle time and asked, it's been 20 minutes since the ending time, with no new records refreshed yet. Is he offline? Tang Qian shook his head, I just checked. He's still online, but it seems like he hasn't entered the game. Looks like he's waiting for something. Jiang Shiqi paused for a moment, didn't rush back to the dormitory right away, but instead pulled up a chair and sat down. Then let's wait a bit longer. After he starts his next game, we'll spectate and gather some video recordings as reference material for the captain. Tang Qian nodded, that's what I thought too. Just as they were talking, on the ATG dedicated auxiliary platform for Zone, Guy Meng Meng's green online status suddenly turned yellow. A new round of the match started, and Tang Qian promptly chose to enter the game into spectator mode. Looking at the blue side's ID, Jiang Shiqi was startled and called out, isn't he just freshly promoted to first tier? How can he already face someone ranked 9,000? What kind of high hidden ranking must he have to get into such an advanced match? Having looked up the ranking for 9,000, Tang Qian couldn't help but praise, this should be considered one of the top tier matches in the entire server. Jiang Shiqi was so stunned he couldn't speak. Consecutive wins, how high must the winning rate be to allow a hidden score to directly rank among the highest in the entire server? This was Lin Zhao's third solo ranked match after advancing to tier 1. In the previous 2 games, neither he nor Xia Kenqiang managed to block any player ranked 9,000 and resolved the matches quickly. This time, as soon as they went in, he finally spotted the satisfying ID from the other side, making the entire room feel illuminated with bright lights. Holding a cigarette in his mouth to stay alert, Lin Xiao grinned in a voice channel while guaranteeing Xia Kenqiang, Boss Xiao, just wait and watch how I vent this anger for you. Although Xia Kenqiang himself wasn't facing the player ranked 9,000, hearing Lin Zhao's news made him even happier than if he were personally slaying them. Play well. Beat him to death. Lin Xiao chuckled, of course. The Molten Hell map was undeniably the most suitable scenario out of the 5 available maps for the assassin class. However, during the ban phase, Lin Xiao deliberately allowed this map to remain unbanned. Naturally, given the advantage of the assassin class, there was no surprise Molten Hell became the final map used for the duel. As expected, the moment the loading screen ended and they entered the game, the rank 9,000 players started making a fuss in the map channel. the opposing player seems unfamiliar. They actually let the molten hell slip out. Is this overconfidence in themselves or disrespect towards me? Lin Xiao curled his lips upward slightly and replied, do you even need to ask? Who would disrespect themselves? It's obviously directed at you. The 9,000 ranked player chuckled coldly, oh, nice talking trash. I hope you don't cry and call for daddy later. This comment seemed somewhat amusing, but ultimately it all came down to who would end up with an extra son. Lin Xiao did not reply further, controlling Gaimengmeng as he exited the spawn point, turned around, and walked towards the lower right corner of the map. Due to the latency factor designed into the observer system to avoid cheating, Jiang Shiqi and Tang Qian, observing from within the 7 Stars team's training hall, just saw the start of the match 5 minutes later. Is this a flanking move? Jiang Shiqi observed through the God's Eye view, clearly able to see Gaimengmeng's path. He glanced again at the position of the 9,000 ranked player and sighed, 9,000 seems pretty straightforward. For an assassin class to be played so directly is sure a lack of future. Tang Qian smiled upon hearing this, straightforward. 9,000. You're joking, right? Looks like these two started provoking each other from the very beginning. 9,000 probably looked down on his opponent, given their recent first-tier promotion. Relying on this map's advantage for his own class, he probably wanted to show off deliberately. Jiang Shiqi snorted, remembering his own previous unfortunate experiences. There was a mournful tone in his voice, well then, I congratulate him. He might drop at least a few rankings, because of how careless he is. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence. At this point, the two figures had now roughly come within each other's vision range. It was clear that both discovered each other instantly. As Gaimengmeng hid by moving to the side rock cave, the figure of the 9,000 player disappeared just as swiftly from the enemy's field of vision. To better experience the combat, Tang Qian adjusted the camera to follow Gaimengmeng's first-person perspective. Clearly, there was no sign of the 9,000 ranked player in the surrounding area, except for the continuously boiling magma generating a layer of steam clouding the vision. Still, Gaimengmeng remained stationary at that spot without any movement of the camera. Jiang Shiqi was completely baffled, what's happening? Is it stuck, or has he given up? Before his words faded, the staff held by Gaimengmeng suddenly glimmered with light. Beneath its feet emerged the outline of a blood-red arc. Once the full circle formed, jagged black shadows suddenly pierced upward from the void. The void spikes. This abrupt skill felt like a comedic mistake, but precisely at the instant the spikes surged, a strange shadow shot directly toward Gaimengmeng as if coordinated, rushing right into the attack range. The assassin's instant flash skill moved him forward, inflicting a tiny square of damage before being utterly penetrated in an odd posture, leaving him motionless like a statue. Perfect prediction. Tang Qian sincerely praised after witnessing everything, handling assassins is most challenging due to forcing them to reveal themselves. Never thought 9,000 fell for the trick so quickly. It looks like the first wave of surprise attack is already wasted. Almost immediately, as if confirming his judgment, when the 0.5 second period of rigidity was about to conclude for the 9,000 ranked player, Gaimengmeng already cast an elemental curse on him, reducing his magic resistance by 20%, followed by placing a corruption curse. Carrying the corrosive effect that rapidly diminished his health in chunks, the 9,000 ranked player used a rear capture technique to swiftly relocate behind the enemy, immobilizing Gaimengmeng for a short period. Then, he activated the split shadows technique, summoning a shadow possessing half his original life force with the same attributes. Both the player and his shadow simultaneously attacked Gaimengmeng with knife slashes at the throat. After forcing down 1.5 grids of Gaimengmeng's health bar, the 9,000 ranked player didn't engage further, leaving the shadow to continue fighting while he nimbly rolled sideways back into the complex cave. Though Gaimengmeng had a brief immobility period, it didn't hinder his ability to release skills. The dark ghost fire emanating from the staff soon devoured the last bit of the shadow's life force. Right at that moment, the shadow suddenly flashed red. The 9,000 ranked player used the shadow switch technique, instantly swapping positions with the shadow. After greeting the ghostly Daoist with a toxic strike to his face, which poisoned him, a series of chain snipers followed. Every hit was accompanied by a slowing effect, making Gaimengmeng's movement look particularly difficult. As he watched Gaimengmeng's health bar visibly dropping, suddenly beneath the 9,000 ranked player appeared a stark white light that contrasted oddly with the surroundings. When the frost curse exploded, the chain combo came to an abrupt halt. At the same moment, a thread of ghostly fire silently landed under the 9,000 ranked player's feet, bursting open into a dense fiery circle spreading around him, looking even more like hell against this map scenery. Using emergency evade, the 9,000 ranked player pulled back sideways. However, even after the frost curse disappeared, there was still a layer of ice clinging to him, standing out conspicuously amidst the black flames surrounding him. This ghostly Daoist is using a frost staff. Jiang Shiqi had just noticed the clue, grabbing Tang Qian's mouse to adjust both players' equipment panels with a few quick movements. His expression turned sour. I said it, if it was a frost staff, how could it not be obvious from its appearance? Damn, this guy actually has on a frost necklace. Who would pay attention to that? Equipment with frost attributes, once special effects were activated, would typically attach a corresponding slowing effect whenever pure damage magic skills were used. Although the slowing effect during AoE skills was less prominent than when applied to single-target attacks, facing the large-scale damage of ghostly fire alone, one could probably lose at least half their life running away, without even accounting for additional attacks. Moreover, it wasn't as if the opponent looked like they'd spare any lenience. Tang Qian was now speechless as well, not turning on the effects earlier and waiting until this point. Isn't this obviously about luring enemies deeper in? It's full of calculations. Amidst these musings, with every wave of Gai Mengmeng's staff, skill after skill kept flowing continuously without stop, claiming the first drop of blood from the 9,000 ranked player in mere moments. Chapter 31. As a top player consistently ranking around 15th place across the server, Zhou Qianren had always been arrogant. Even after losing to Xiao Cangqiu in an earlier match, he still simply believed it was due to class disadvantage and never attributed his loss to any technical inferiority. However, now he'd embarrassingly been taken down for first blood by a relatively unknown ghost shaman, which made him visibly uneasy. Dirty ghost tactics, always playing shady tricks. Just wait until I finish you. After spewing threats at his opponent with malice, Zhou Qianren set out again after respawning. He no longer charged straight forward as before but instead slipped directly into the adjacent magma cave for flanking maneuvers. After concealing himself, he approached the previous site of their confrontation. Unexpectedly, Gui Mengmeng remained standing exactly where Zhou Qianren had died before, not even moving a step. This blatant standing there clearly demonstrated complete disregard for the possibility of being ambushed, an overt challenge showing outright contempt. This guy really looks down on me. Zhou Qianren cursed mentally but maintained patience without exposing any weakness during his advance. Gradually creeping closer while focusing on Gui Mengmeng's actions, he finally closed the distance behind him, then suddenly lunged forth with a flash of his blade. Gui Mengmeng obviously had been prepared. The staff in his hand emitted a streak of light, conjuring an ice curse that came hurtling toward Zhou Qianren. At the moment of impact, Zhou Qianren instantly used instant flash to perfectly sidestep the spell and wasted no time activating critical kill intent. As a red glow enveloped his entire body, the assassin's critical strike rate and critical damage were increased within 10 seconds. Zhou Qianren followed up with 3 consecutive hits, slicing through Gui Mengmeng's already fragile HP gauge, reducing it to nearly nothing. His attacks became even more relentless. Just as he was about to fully deplete the HP bar, a message popped up on the current channel: nice reflexes. Smiley face. At the same instant, Zhou Qianren was inflicted with a weakness curse. Under the effects of reduced power from the curse, the speed at which Gui Mengmeng's HP dropped slowed significantly. Another nightmare skill was cast, completely covering Zhou Qianren's vision. A sudden ominous premonition struck Zhou Qianren, prompting him to instinctively leap backward. In the haze, he noticed a faint glow beneath his feet. Jagged spikes burst forth from the ground, locking him in a rigid state unpreparedly. Damn predictive moves. It was evident Zhou Qianren was about to lose control. An object that should have required just a few less skill damages to kill now teased him with those remaining slivers of health he could do absolutely nothing about. The most crucial point was how precisely the other side calculated everything. Even the timing of the weakness curse was perfect. If it had been used just a moment earlier, he could have saved enough skills to unleash a final explosive burst. Or if it had come a moment later, even with no cooldowns available, he could have finished off the remaining HP gauge with normal attacks. But because this timing had been so meticulously calculated, Zhou Qianren now faced an awkward dilemma with no room to maneuver further. Thinking no more, Zhou Qianren immediately deployed the Phantom Shadow technique. Rather than retreating, he advanced all in, attempting to guess Gui Mengmeng's position and dashing straight toward the predicted direction. Very decisive. Lin Xiao observed, admiring his change of trajectory while already beginning a skill incantation half a second before. This faint smile bore a striking resemblance to a hunter watching his prey fall into the trap. With his vision restored once more, Gui Mengmeng's blurred figure gradually grew clearer within Zhou Qianren's sight. Just as the chanting ended. Before even catching a glimpse of the adorable face under the little red cap, a black barrier rose suddenly, spreading widely and swallowing the assassin entirely into darkness yet again. In barely 1 second of regained visibility, Zhou Qianren found himself reabsorbed by the ghost shaman's ultimate move, Myriad Ghost Void. Subconsciously attempting to evade further attacks, he soon gave up struggling, realizing how completely controlled he felt under such mastery. System, said blood. System, defeat. By the 14th minute of the game, Zhou Qianren experienced an unprecedented, thorough defeat. Seeing the victory message pop up on his screen, Lin Xiao cheerfully commented, turns out, you're only good at talking big, huh? Xiao Cangqiu had failed to secure a kill and now could only patiently focus on his current match, though clearly distracted. Since he was concerned about Lin Xiao's progress, he couldn't help playing absent-mindedly. Still, it wouldn't do to voice any concerns lest it affect the game's momentum. When finally hearing a sound indicating victory, he snapped back from his thoughts with surprise. Is it over? That fast? Lin Xiao, meanwhile, gave a disdainful retort. Why haven't you finished yet? Almost there, almost. Xiao Cangqiu replied while smoothly securing his opponent's headshot. Exiting the game, he glanced at Zhou Qianren's online status and smirked. Still hasn't joined the ranked queue, must be in shock. Lin Xiao didn't appear worried at all, offering words of consideration. No rush, let's wait for him. The two quietly waited a while until their next opportunity arose. With evident good spirits, Xiao Sangqiu cheered in the audio chat, in. Let's go. He's up again. Jiu Qianren still struggled with comprehending his previous loss. He refused to accept that an allegedly novice ghost shaman could have dominated him so thoroughly. After considerable deliberation, he drew a blank on any first-tier player resembling the mysterious character he'd encountered. Furthermore, how could foreign experts speak Chinese fluently enough to trash-talk with him? This enigma continued to haunt him, never imagining as a renowned community grandmaster himself, that he could become someone else's target. Without any clear resolution, burdened with frustration, he opted for another round only to be shocked by the sight of the opposing ID, this time facing Xiao Sangqiu. When enemies meet, their blood boils. Their battle turned out swift and decisive without any fancy positioning or dodging. Straightforward confrontation, making the match even quicker than Lin Xiao's side. Luckily, Lin Xiao wasn't far behind, completing his own match within 10 seconds of theirs. After checking Jiu Qianren's rank together, they saw it drop down to 18th place, which led them to chuckle and immediately rejoin the queue. As if destiny itself wanted to toy with Jiu Qianren, during his third round, he encountered Gui Minmin once more. This rematch went significantly faster than the first. Blood spilled at the 5-minute mark. A second followed at 10 minutes. Match ended. Watching the defeat notification pop up for the third consecutive time, Jiu Qianren felt like crying. His overnight effort to climb towards the top 10 instead plunged him near falling out of top 20. Right at this moment, he received a friend request. Seeing Gui Minmin boldly highlighted in the applicant field made his eyelids twitch involuntarily, yet he reluctantly accepted. Instantly, a message popped up, "Why are you not queuing up? We're waiting for you." Smiley face. Not continuing. Waiting for what? By now, Jiu Qianren realized exactly who had been deliberately targeting him, Xiao Sangqiu earlier, no one else. The anger accumulated throughout the night finally burst forth into sheer despair. But now even venting lacked vigor, capable merely of muttering a curt threat via private chat, "Just wait, you little," before angrily logging off. Reading these cryptic threats only brought Xiao Sangqiu immense satisfaction. In the harsh environment of the ladder system where survival of the fittest dictated each match's outcome, every victory or defeat carried great significance affecting rankings rapidly changing. Jiu Qianren's string of 3 consecutive losses left him likely feeling utterly disenchanted. Today was absolutely incredible. "Mengui, whatever happens in future, feel free to ask me anytime, I'll definitely help." Previously, Xiao Sangqiu had just admired Lin Xiao's skills, but after this evening, he had wholeheartedly acknowledged him as a brother. Despite losing sleep, Lin Xiao cherished this rare bond, uncommonly offering some polite pleasantries. "Among friends, don't say anything formal. It should be done anyway, we'll keep trapping him together if you're available tomorrow." Xiao Sangqiu grinned, "Much appreciated, though tomorrow won't work. I've got to travel for business to N City, expect me back in a few days." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao leaned back in his chair, "You're going to N City?" "Yes, I am heading to." Xiao Sangqiu paused midway, realizing the difference in how he worded his statement and questioned in surprise, "Could it be that you're actually in N City?" The corners of Lin Xiao's lips slowly curled upward as he naturally switched to a flirtatious tone, "Boss Xiao, since we're so destined, you simply must let me play host." After finishing his sentence and hearing no response from the other end for a while, he quietly added another line, "It's not like you've never met up with an internet buddy in person, right?" Following an eerie silence, Xiao Sangqiu chuckled nervously twice, "Of course not." Lin Xiao nodded approvingly, making the decision, then it's settled. "Let me give you my number, remember to call me when you're free." Xiao Sangqiu quickly responded, "Okay, no problem, no problem." To ease the obvious nervousness of this young man about meeting up in person, Lin Xiao thought of an excellent nighttime activity to boost his spirits. "We'll head to an internet cafe tonight, continue teaming up against Jiu Qianren in stealth missions." Sure enough, upon hearing this suggestion, Xiao Sangqiu's voice instantly became clear again, "That sounds great. I like it." Chapter 32. The next day, Lin Xiao slept until noon and then reluctantly left the house. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Jiangbei district. According to Xiao Sangqiu's said itinerary, after meeting with clients would be around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was plenty of time before that to stroll around. Beside the bustling commercial street in the most prosperous area, there was the Hao Grand Hotel. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Lin Xiao entered the hotel lobby, found a sofa in the adjacent rest area, and sat down. He looked up to take in the decorations around him. This high-end hotel exuded a kind of luxury entirely different from ordinary small inns, making one feel as if submerged in a world of splendor. Not only were the lavish decorations and novel designs striking, but even the background music, piano pieces beyond the comprehension of Lin Xiao's common taste, added to the atmosphere. Along with the faint, pleasant aroma of alcohol in the air, it made Lin Xiao drowsy once more while lying on the sofa. Most people walking around were wearing neatly pressed suits, carrying documents, occasionally pausing when they passed by Lin Xiao, casting glances at the large mage swordsman figurine he held in his arms, an item which looked extremely out of place. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and several impeccably dressed men walked out chatting with each other, not stopping until the entrance where they shook hands courteously and parted ways. The young man who remained watched as the other three departed, casually flipped through the files he had just received, then strolled over to the trash bin nearby and discarded them indifferently. Lin Xiao became interested in his actions and squinted, taking another look. This man was tall and slim, clearly over 180 centimeters in height. His immaculately pressed suit conveyed an aura of a business elite at every detail. His refined features gave off an air of sharp handsomeness, but his slightly curved lips lent a somewhat sly smile that made him appear especially carefree and cynical. Just as he turned around after discarding the file, his gaze met Lin Xiao's, and both froze for a moment. Lin Xiao didn't seem remotely embarrassed about being caught looking, continuing to recline on the sofa while giving the man a friendly smile. In return, the man offered him a polite smile. However, this gesture seemed unexpectedly shy in Lin Xiao's eyes. Initially, Lin Xiao thought this reaction was merely out of politeness, but soon the man started walking directly toward him. As Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily, the other person had already approached and stopped right in front of him. His eyes landed on the eye-catching mage swordsman figurine and paused briefly after some hesitation before asking, "Is this your figurine?" His voice was deep and melodic, resonating familiarly in Lin Xiao's ears for reasons he couldn't articulate. Instinctively, Lin Xiao nodded and scrutinized the man in front of him from head to toe repeatedly. Finally, after struggling to match this person to someone he knew in his mind, he blurted out hesitantly, "Boss Xiao." "It's me," said Xiao Zhangqiong, surprisingly, began to feel a little awkward under the intense gaze but quickly recovered his composure, extending his hand forward, "Nice to meet you, Meng Gui." Lin Xiao also extended his hand for a brief shake but still struggled to reconcile what he saw. It was hard to imagine associating the wild mage swordsman he'd often heard yelling hysterically in voice chat with this cultivated and gentlemanly industry tycoon standing right in front of him. Thus, Lin Xiao concluded that the gaming world was indeed a haven where one's human nature was freely expressed. Thinking this way, Lin Xiao directly thrust the figurine into Xiao Zhangqiong's hands and smirked lightly, "A gift." Such a well-dressed handsome man holding a game figurine was undeniably more attention-grabbing than Lin Xiao had been before, attracting many curious glances. "Meng Gui, you're really too kind," Xiao Zhangqiong fumbled to find words to express his feelings, finally managing only this. Searching around for something he could reciprocate with, all he could do was look apologetically at Lin Xiao. "I'll make it up to you next time." Lin Xiao laughed good-naturedly at him, "If there isn't, that's fine. No need to make up for it. I'm sure whatever you bring specially prepared by you as a boss, I wouldn't dare accept. Otherwise, they might say I'm using some junk figurine to cheat you. Your limited edition merchandise is a treasure that even money can't buy, so who knows who's fooling who." Xiao Zhangqiong laughed at his words, and the slightly tense expression on his face immediately disappeared. Glancing at his watch, he said, "There's still time before lunch. Would you like to come up to my room and sit for a while?" "Sure," Lin Xiao naturally agreed. He would never step into this top-tier hotel under normal circumstances, so taking advantage of such a rare opportunity to experience the style of rich people seemed quite appealing. As the elevator ascended smoothly, surrounded by faint yet bright reflective lights, Lin Xiao began to feel somewhat uncertain. If Xiao Zhangqiong was just an ordinary small business owner back then, it wouldn't matter. But from the current situation, it was clear that he was clearly a precious young master born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Could someone of such status really be persuaded to dive into the relatively more common esports circle? Through the mirror on the wall, his gaze fell upon Xiao Zhangqiong's sharp and handsome face, silently pursing his lips. But some attempts, after all, were still worth making. Seemingly sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, Xiao Zhangqiong turned around uncomfortably and asked, "Meng Gui, is there something you want to say?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao retracted his thoughts and instantly raised a harmless smile. "No, I was just struck by Boss Xiao's good looks." Xiao Zhangqiong, speechless, looked over the tall man in front of him, eventually focusing on those deep, inscrutable eyes. With sincerity, he responded, "Same here. Struck by your looks." At this moment, the elevator came to a stop. Lin Xiao swayed slightly, quickly steadying himself against the wall to regain balance. Following Xiao Zhangqiong out, they arrived at the door at the end of the corridor, entering after brushing the room card. Once inside, Xiao Zhangqiong took off his suit jacket and hung it on the rack beside the bed. Loosening his tie and unbuttoning his shirt collar, he slowly rolled up his sleeves. Looking back, he saw Lin Xiao standing by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing out at the scenery, his profile visible but his expression unclear from the side. Unable to resist stepping next to him, Xiao Zhangqiong followed his line of sight. From 40 floors above, roads crisscrossed beneath them, each car resembling little matchboxes. After staring for a long time and finding nothing particularly interesting, he felt puzzled. What's so captivating about this? Lin Xiao gave him a half-smile, half-tease. "You don't find it interesting because you've become accustomed to it. If it were your first time looking out from here, you'd think the view was nice." "Oh, indeed the view is nice." After being momentarily startled, Xiao Zhangqiong chuckled and stopped appreciating the scenery further. Pouring himself a cup of coffee and sitting down on the sofa, he cleared his throat and said reflectively, "To be honest, this is truly my first time meeting a friend from Zone." Lin Xiao turned around to look at him. "So, how does it feel?" Caught in Lin Xiao's gaze, Xiao Zhangqiong coughed twice more seriously. "How to put it? I thought it would be awkward, but now it feels very natural." All in all, that limited edition item you gave me earlier is one I've been wanting but couldn't obtain. Nice greeting present. His scattered thoughts made no logical sense, as if his mind had wandered far. This time, Lin Xiao finally realized that this talented young man was indeed experiencing his first in-person meeting with his own friend. The curve of his lips deepened slightly, and he stopped admiring the view outside, instead pacing gracefully to the adjacent sofa where he sat down naturally and fluently. Actually, I'm the opposite of you. I thought it would feel very natural to meet in person, but now seeing you in real life, I actually feel a bit nervous. Xiao Zhangqiong was taken aback, asking, do I look intimidating? No, not intimidating, just handsome and affable. My problem right now is that I'm not very adept at dealing with wealthy sons from high-class families. Lin Xiao casually pulled out a cigarette, symbolically asking, do you mind if I smoke? Not at all, go ahead, Xiao Zhangqiong's tone carried some gloom. Here's the thing, Meng Gui brother, do you have any prejudice against us second-generation rich kids? As friends, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just tell me, I'll definitely change if I can. This straightforward demeanor finally made Lin Xiao associate the person before him with the earlier online figure of Lu Renwan, king of randoms. However, at this point, the other party's thinking seemed to be somewhat offbeat. Tossing away all pretense, Lin Xiao said plainly, ahem, that's not what I meant. To cut a long story short, I originally intended to invite you to attend the recruitment for Black Rose team's training camp together with me, but now seeing that you're actually such a radiant and wealthy guy, it makes me feel. Xiao Zhangqiong did not let him down, catching the main point in his words, are you planning on going pro? Lin Xiao nodded lightly as if it were nothing important, reiterating, and I want you to go with me. Xiao Zhangqiong paused momentarily, then declined, I'll pass on being a professional player. Lin Xiao found such a response utterly unsurprising. After exhaling a puff of smoke slowly, he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, I know you've turned down invitations from many clubs already. The reason why I came here today to meet you was partly because I wanted to have an honest conversation about this. So, is it because you feel being king of randoms in the game is already satisfying enough? Or do you believe the professional gaming scene isn't the path you want to pursue? Or perhaps, is it the modest pay of professional gamers that doesn't interest you? Shaking his head, Xiao Zhangqiong replied, none of these reasons. I just don't see anything in the current state of domestic esports worth my investment. Such an answer provided exactly what Lin Xiao had hoped to hear. At once, all doubts brought by their identity differences were completely erased. He smiled in satisfaction, so, it's due to your disappointment in the current state of domestic esports that makes you think it's not worth abandoning everything right now for a gamble, correct? Under such a nearly declarative expression, Xiao Zhangqiong did not respond, merely nodding silently in agreement. Lin Xiao observed his furrowed brow as he reflected, adjusting his clothes casually while speaking evenly, almost without fluctuation, yet each word resonated clearly. Indeed, due to excessive commercialization, the current environment of Chinese esports isn't as good as it appears on the surface. But only the veteran players who persevered through the hardest times know honestly, compared to back then, things have genuinely improved immensely. Xiao Zhangqiong listened silently without interrupting. Maybe in many people's eyes, our country's esports industry has declined. Beyond mere flashy and crowd-pleasing performance stunts, we crumble like clowns when placed on the international stage. But these are just things visible on camera. What goes unseen are the relentless efforts and sacrifices made by so many dedicated players. Here, Lin Xiao deliberately paused, you cannot dismiss everyone's hard work simply based on results. For example, Judge Yan Dubzhou hasn't chosen retirement. Unable to refute, Xiao Zhangqiong recognized Yan Dui as someone universally acknowledged within the league, partly influenced by the significant ties between Tianqi and Tianyu Guild. Everyone can easily express their disappointment about a competitive game and vent dissatisfaction due to psychological gaps. However, those who have never shared in the experience of striving have no qualification to say, give up, right? At this point, Lin Xiao's voice halted momentarily. His gaze swept over the contemplative Xiao Zhangqiong, landing near the window's position. His lips curved subtly with meaning, as I mentioned before, because it's the first time standing in a certain position, naturally, the scenery feels pleasant. Habitually observing esports through media doesn't offer a true-to-life experience of standing on that very stage. Why not choose to make some attempts? What you said makes sense, but... After staying silent for a moment, Xiao Zhangqiong finally spoke up, slowly raising his head to look at Lin Xiao, his brows faintly creased, but, why do you have to act like some all-knowing elder statesman? Hey, you haven't even joined a club yet. Caught slightly off guard, Lin Xiao coughed awkwardly twice, putting aside his indignant expression and feigning seriousness. This does not detract one bit from my heartfelt passion as an esports enthusiast. Haven't you ever considered personally joining a team, striving alongside others, and eventually seizing the world championship? Are you really not young anymore? To say that he wasn't enticed would all be a lie. As an ardent fan of Zone, who hasn't fantasized about stepping onto the battleground to experience the adrenaline-pumping passion and blood-boiling sensation? After deliberating for a moment, Xiao Zhangqiong finally responded, I have to admit that you do have some solid points. But even if I really decide to join a club, why must it necessarily be the Black Rose team? Isn't the Tianqi Guild good enough? Lin Xiao shot him a glance, joining the Black Rose team with me, making our way from the LPP League into world events and clinching the championship trophy sounds amazing. Why go through the trouble of experiencing defeats elsewhere? You're masochistic. Xiao Zhangqiong was at a loss for words. The LPP champion teams haven't made it into the world's top 4 for years now, okay? Can you stop talking like winning the championship is just a minute away? I mean, you're not even a formal player yet. Lin Xiao gave him an unimpressed look as he tut-tutted. Sounds like you think once we officially face off on the field, you'll beat me. Xiao Zhangqiong quietly glanced at his watch. It's getting late, time to eat. Seeing the other party's disinterest in continuing the discussion, Lin Xiao didn't press any further. Fine, let's go eat then. After Xiao Zhangqiong changed into casual wear and they went downstairs together, Lin Xiao was unusually generous. Since I mentioned treating you, I'll make sure you feel welcome here. Let's try something spicier than usual. 10 minutes later, they stopped in front of a restaurant. Upon seeing the bright neon sign reading, "New flavor spicy stirred," Xiao Zhangqiong internally congratulated himself on changing his outfit before leaving. It proved to be a wise decision. Truly, fiery spices. After finishing their spicy hot pot, Lin Xiao, as promised, led Xiao Zhangqiong straight into the neighboring zone-themed internet cafe. Each logging into the game, they both glanced over their online friends list and simultaneously grinned upon spotting the familiar avatar icon of Yijiu Qianren. Words weren't necessary, everything was understood silently between them. Through a night of bloody battles, Yijiu Qianren fell victim to devastating sniping and tearfully chose to log off once again. With no sniper targets left, the two decided to end the evening's entertainment project. Exiting the net cafe, contented and satisfied, they prepared to return home. Just as they parted ways, Xiao Zhangqiong handed Lin Xiao his phone number and after much thought added, "I will seriously consider your proposal." Hearing this, Lin Xiao knew he had succeeded at least halfway. Feeling extremely pleased, he flashed a broad grin, saying generously, "Waiting on your reply. Next time I'm back in N City, I'll treat you again." Still feeling the residual fiery heat in his mouth, Xiao Zhangqiong's lips twitched inexplicably. Thanks a bunch. Chapter 33. Choosing a career path is ultimately a major decision. In the following days, Lin Xiao did not contact Xiao Zhangqiong again, giving him plenty of time to think about it. However, since treating someone to an expensive serving of hot pot, life inexplicably felt as though they were on the brink of poverty. Fortunately, just then, little Howie came to the rescue, bringing news that 2 videos had been accepted, finally solving Lin Xiao's urgent food and shelter issues. To show his gratitude, after receiving the payment, Lin Xiao specially sent a 5 yuan red envelope to the other party as a sincere thank you. Little Howie looked at the glaring words, "big red envelope," and after claiming it, replied with a line of exploded into ashes emojis, "This red envelope is indeed very big." Lin Xiao responded with unusual calmness, "When you're out in the world, don't be so petty, you're a big streamer, do you really care about such a small amount of money? After all, I'm short on cash recently, but even a modest gift carries deep sentiments." Little Howie scoffed, "Recently? It sounds like you're perpetually short on cash." Lin Xiao replied, "Don't worry, I should have more money soon enough." It was clear, however, that Little Howie silently disagreed with this statement and turned to fiddle with the equipment for the upcoming live stream. Facing this obvious lack of trust, Lin Xiao didn't further pursue telling him the news of his intention to enter the professional scene to prove his innocence. He glanced at his card balance and sent a message to Hello Kitty, "The video fee has arrived." Yu Jing had just logged online, saw the message, and replied, "Oh." Lin Xiao looked at the screen and smiled with profound meaning while eating instant noodles, typing character by character and sending, "How would you prefer to receive your share, sister? Do you want to send me your bank account number, or should we add each other on QQ so I can directly send you a red envelope?" Yu Jing, spotting that Ghost Momo had already advanced to level 1 status, shifted the topic, "The training camp for new recruits at the club is about to start. How's the recommendation spot going?" Lin Xiao checked the date, estimating that Xiao Zhangqiong should also be online to reply soon, and answered, "Not a rush, if there's no problem, it should happen within these couple of days." Yu Jing did not press further on what constituted an issue but responded lightly, returning to the initial topic, "Send a red envelope then." Lin Xiao looked at the string of digits from the friend message, unable to suppress a slight upward curve at the corners of his lips. Most professional players, to avoid unnecessary trouble, usually use QQ nicknames that have little to do with their real identity, and Yu Jing was no different. Upon opening her profile, one could see nothing much except for the ID field which simply read, "Quiet Heart," exuding a faint sense of zen, completely contrasting with her own silent yet intimidating presence. This time, unlike the measly sum he sent to Little Howie before, Lin Xiao wasn't stingy at all. Of the total 3,000 yuan manuscript fee, he directly sent 1,000 yuan, the bright red row of screens being particularly conspicuous. Seeing the messages indicating that she opened the envelopes one by one, Lin Xiao felt a faint sense of satisfaction, raising an eyebrow, seemingly offhandedly asking, yet hinting at something deeper, "Are you an insider at the club, sister? How come it feels like you know so much about the operations of the team?" In front of the screen, Yu Jing read the message in the chat box and gave a faint smirk, "You'll know when you join the club." Meant as intentional teasing using the advantage of prior knowledge, Lin Xiao became rather annoyed after this composed reply. Judging from the situation, it seemed like the other side had no plans to continue concealing anything. But if a proposal of a face-to-face meeting, base building, ever actually came up, he'd need to carefully consider this. After all, Yu Jing was different from Xiao Zhangqiong. Recalling their last encounter, his initially very certain strategy of rejoining became somewhat uncertain all of a sudden. To avoid being kicked out on his first day joining the club, Lin Xiao silently made up his mind. No matter what, he must absolutely not take the initiative to meet Yu Jing. He must wait until she initiates contact herself. Xiao Zhangqiong appeared again 3 days later. Just as soon as he got online, he sent Lin Xiao several big laughing emoticons, shouting without reservation, "Come on, invite me into the guild." Lin Xiao was satisfied with the result but couldn't help asking curiously, "Have you thought it through? What about your company?" Xiao Zhangqiong replied, "Very simple. Dad called in a capable person to keep an eye on things for me. When I return, I'll pick it up again." Lin Xiao sighed, "You rich people are really good at playing around. Hold on a second, let me find the guild master." Saying this, he sent a message to his friend list, addressing, "Hi, master, are you there? A friend of mine wants to join the guild. Could you approve it?" Not long after, he received Hi's reply, unusually official and formal, "What's their name, what profession do they have, and what ranking do they have on the ladder?" Instead of replying question by question, Lin Xiao directly threw the ID at him, Xiao Zhangqiong. Yi Chen, seated solemnly in the guild's office area, upon seeing this name, trembled violently, almost falling off his chair. It took him considerable effort to steady himself, and then he replied with uncharacteristic decisiveness, "Accept." When Xiao Zhangqiong joined the guild, it caused quite a stir. Nearly all the members online were jolted into action, some requesting selfies, others trying to hitch onto his coattails for benefits. It was a lively scene indeed. At this moment, Xiao Zhangqiong, with his elite demeanor, showed exceptional diplomatic poise. Even amidst such chaos, he appeared calm, handling the situation with great naturalness and grace, instantly turning many girls who still harbored enmity due to past conflicts into fans. Lin Xiao gave a light laugh towards this pretentious social artistry, closed the guild channel, and shifted his attention to the familiar avatar flashing on QQ. Upon opening, Shen Changyu's message was straightforward, "The recruitment will start 3 days from now. Team leader Lin, when do you plan to come to the club?" Flipping through his calendar, Lin Xiao replied, "If everything goes well, I should be there on the day." Shen Changyu asked, "Do you need someone to pick you up?" Lin Xiao declined, "No need. You attract too much attention, and I don't want to cause a commotion. Besides, I'll be bringing another person this time, so I'll just go myself." Shen Changyu was slightly taken aback, "Who else?" Smiling mischievously, Lin Xiao replied, "Xiao Zhangqiong." There was a long pause before a half-astonished response came from Shen Changyu, "Team leader Lin, you are really incredible." Even though Lin Xiao couldn't see the expression on the other side of the screen, he could imagine the face full of shock, and perhaps a hint of delight. Indeed, to many teams, Xiao Zhangqiong would be considered an excellent player worth seeking out, but that was all. The Black Rose team was different. The current state of the team made the demand for individual match experts exceptionally urgent. If Xiao Zhangqiong could fill this gap, the overall level of the team would not only rise significantly but surpass several levels altogether. It was because Lin Xiao understood this so well that he paid special attention to this road warrior. Very fortunately, during their face-to-face meeting last time, he managed to trade a serving of Sichuan hot pot for the addition of such a powerhouse. Afterward, everything became significantly easier. Knowing the guild master of Black Dawn had inevitably already received some form of indication, Lin Xiao wasted no time that evening, directly approaching Hai, to negotiate a spot recommended by the guild to enter the training camp. As expected, without much thought, the spot was directly granted. After all, for Yi Chen, following the guild wars at the time, he had silently set aside one of the spots for Lin Xiao, while the other spot remained undecided simply because no players truly caught his eye. In short, most top-notch players currently had no intention of joining professional leagues, while those eager to become professionals were mostly half-baked. This situation deeply troubled Yi Chen, whose reputation was closely tied to recommending qualified players. Thus, the arrival of Xiao Zhangqiong was, for him, akin to a gift falling from the sky. Before, the elusive road champion first joining the guild, and then subsequently entering the club. It felt as if his income that month was doubling rapidly. After securing the recommendation spot, Lin Xiao arranged the reporting date with Xiao Zhangqiong. Unlike before, where they were merely netizens meeting, they would now be meeting as prospective teammates, finally exchanging names. Xiao Zhangqiong's real name was Xiaoli, a name quite fitting for his image. 3 days later, Lin Xiao lugged his large and small bags directly onto the high-speed train heading to City H. After getting off the train, pushing his luggage out of the station, he dialed the stored number on his phone, looking around while asking, "Hey, Mr. Xiao, where are you?" The voice on the other end responded, "Where are you?" Glancing up at the huge numbers above his head, Lin Xiao said, "I'm at gate 3. "Alright, I'll wait there." As soon as the words were out, the call had already been ended. Lin Xiao, hearing the busy signal, put his phone away with a wry smile and stood waiting where he was with his luggage in his arms. Not long after, he could see some commotion approaching from afar. Following that direction, he watched as a red Ferrari sped closer like a lightning bolt. With a sharp screech of brakes, it came to a steady stop right in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal Xiao Li's chiseled face. He half removed his sunglasses from the driver's seat and gave a slight nod to Lin Xiao, saying, "We're going to be late. Get in." Under the gazes of thousands, Lin Xiao tossed his luggage onto the back seat before pulling open the door and hopping into the passenger seat. As the sports car started again, he couldn't help but smirk and mock, "You're really living it up, showing up in a Ferrari." Xiaoli glanced at him, shrugged helplessly, and said in an almost resigned tone, "The only thing my old man requested is for me to bring this donkey. Actually, I didn't want to either. Your family's donkey is worth so much." Lin Xiao shot him another speechless look and sincerely remarked, "Careful, people might hate your wealth and beat you up, don't blame me for not stopping them if that happens." Xiaoli laughed heartily without a care in the world and followed the navigation instructions, heading along bustling streets toward the Black Dawn Guild training base. Chapter 34. Lin Xiao had lived in H City for a long time years ago, and this revisit to the old place inevitably brought some inexplicable feelings. After arriving in Xiqing district and crossing several roads, the traffic volume gradually decreased. Taking a turn at the intersection, they encountered a few cars moving in the same direction, presumably also coming to sign up for the Black Soul Club. Not long after, they could see the huge logo of the Black Soul Club in the distance, as well as an exceptionally large area dedicated to the esports team base. The preceding vehicles successively stopped momentarily at the entrance before being directed by the staff to park at a nearby public parking lot. Xiaoli originally wanted to approach for consultation, but before he could lower the car window, the gatekeeper raised the barrier without any words, allowing them to pass with great efficiency. After a second of thought, Xiaoli adjusted his sunglasses with his index finger and drove in without hesitation. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the smooth passage. "Mr. Xiao, it seems that driving the little donkey indeed gives you different treatment." Xiaoli slightly raised his eyebrows, not giving any explicit reply. Lin Xiao glanced at him, "Are you familiar with the route? You just drove in like this." Upon Lin Xiao's reminder, Xiaoli suddenly realized something and slammed on the brakes, suggesting, "Should we go back and ask?" Under the unexpected shock, Lin Xiao was shaken out of his seat but managed to steady himself eventually. He wiped off a cold sweat and said, "Don't rush. Just keep driving forward, then make a right turn." Xiaoli looked back at him, "Have you been here before?" Lin Xiao observed the surroundings, "I've been here a long time ago. Although there has been much expansion since then, at least it still maintains its original layout. If I remember correctly, the training camp is over there." Xiaoli speechlessly remarked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. The allure of Ferrari persisted even after parking, attention kept being drawn to their arrival. Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Xiao Li's calm expression beside him, secretly feeling inferior. As they often say, these upper-class individuals sure have thick skin that could be used as mattresses. Taking a look around, not far away, a prominent sign hung outside the building, "Newcomer Training Base." A few minutes later, the two arrived at the registration desk. "You two were recommended by Manager Yi from the guild department." Huang Ping, responsible for recording the registration list, looked somewhat thin but had unusually bright eyes. After taking a good look at both of them, he asked, "What are your current rankings in Stage 1? Xiao Li replied, "Seems like I dropped to second yesterday." Huang Ping paused mid-stroke while noting the information down and looked up in surprise, "You're laughing under the sky, aren't you?" Xiao Li smiled heartily, showing a row of white, neatly aligned teeth, "That's me." Huang Ping's eyes lit up, "Welcome, welcome. This is the registration form for signing up. Please fill in the detailed information here." "Alright," Xiaoli nodded and swiftly began filling out the form. Huang Ping couldn't help but sneak a peek at this legendary passerby king sitting in front of him, struggling to contain his impulse to pull out a small notebook for an autograph. He drank a sip of water to compose himself and turned his attention to Lin Xiao, asking gently, "Friend, what's your ranking?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "I just recently ascended to the first level and currently don't have any rankings yet." With Xiao Li as a precedent, Huang Ping initially assumed both participants recommended by the guild would be big shots. However, upon hearing "no ranking," it took him quite some time to process the information and draw conclusions. In truth, finding skilled players purely from online gaming isn't easy. It was already a significant achievement that the guild department had managed to secure Laughing Under the Sky, so for the other slot, they likely picked someone randomly to make up the numbers. Judging the other person to be cannon fodder in seconds, Huang Ping handed another form to Lin Xiao and furrowed his brows, saying, "Please specify your account's current rank details more clearly, this will serve as the basis for our initial screening. Afterwards, specialized personnel will arrange some tests and evaluations. If you fail, you will soon be asked to return." Xiao Li was startled upon hearing this after having just finished filling the form. Why wasn't this mentioned to him before? Glancing at Huang Ping's differing attitude immediately made things clear in his mind, leaving him both amused and frustrated by this apparent disregard towards Lin Xiao. Return home? That certainly wouldn't apply to them. Lin Xiao clearly understood these little machinations but responded with a nonchalant tone and didn't expose them. He snatched the pen from Xiao Li's hand, casually filled out the form, then handed it back with an amiable smile directed toward Huang Ping, "Hope to receive your future care." Huang Ping nodded solemnly and accepted Lin Xiao's registration form expressionlessly. After finishing the sign-up process, a staff member led them towards the interior of the newcomer training base. When Lin Xiao was still in the Black Rose team, Black Soul Club had just started its operations and didn't even have reliable franchisees yet. Nowadays, the club has changed ownership twice and developed rapidly. Not only is the area much larger than before by several times, even the decoration in the current region can't be compared to what it was back then. Lin Xiao still remembered how the former newcomer training base had only around 10 ancient computers. But now, neatly arranged were over 50 high-end esports dedicated computers, complemented by a decor style full of esports vibes, creating everywhere an atmosphere brimming with passionate striving. When the two arrived at the training hall, there were already quite a few people present. The computers in the training camp are all free to use, except for the 8 machines with serial numbers marked on them. These are the competition-specific units that will connect to the projector when we're conducting battle analysis for spectators, allowing the observer to watch the battle directly through the player's first-person view. They aren't normally open for general use, explained the staff briefly before leaving directly. Lin Xiao looked around and saw that some computer screens displayed zones combat footage, whereas others standing nearby looked somewhat constrained with traces of dejection evident on their faces, making it clear without needing any questions what had likely happened. Today should theoretically be the public rest day for the training camp, but since reports were expected within the next few days, a few old members had appeared despite the effort required, evidently preparing to assert authority over the newbies. My name is Zhang Jin, I'm a third-phase member of the training camp, currently ranked 26th among Stage 1 players. The young man with slick-back shiny hair curled his lips slightly, obviously pleased with his ranking. Though he nodded in greeting, an air of arrogance still lingered in his eyes as he said, "Today, I am responsible for handling matters concerning the entry of new members." Oh, hello. Lin Xiao paid no heed to his arrogant attitude, responding with an amiable smile. Xiaoli also gave a polite smile, saying nothing. Their attitudes could be considered friendly enough, but that was all, leaving Zhang Jin somewhat perplexed. To ascend to the first level of the rankings wasn't an easy task, let alone to climb up to rank 26 amidst such fierce competition, which undeniably proved his status as a skilled player. And yet at this moment, it was as if his prided attack met soft cotton candy, eliciting no response whatsoever. Zhang Jin exchanged a look with Feng Xing behind him, then smiled as he opened the topic. Here's the deal, you two must have seen that there are quite a lot of computers in our training hall, but some of the equipment has aged already. To prevent potential disputes about using devices later, new members following tradition must take part in some combat tests first. If they win, they get free access to the new equipment. Conversely, if they lose, they'll have to follow our arrangements. Feng Xing chimed in after him, refusal would count as defeat. Other newcomers who came before have all gone through these tests. I'm sure you two wouldn't want to give up such a rare opportunity, right? Ah, so here comes the hazing, Lin Xiao thought humorously but replied rather decisively, since it's an old rule, then naturally we need to follow it. Saying this, he nudged Xiaoli with his elbow, then, do you want to go first or should I, Mr. Xiao? In the world of esports, single battles like this are often referred to as solos. Such challenges were ones Xiaoli never feared anyone in, especially when the opponent was merely one ranked in the 20s of the first stage. He thus took the initiative without hesitation. Anyway, it makes no difference who goes first. Let me handle it then. The newcomers who arrived earlier than Lin Xiao and Xiaoli had already been thoroughly crushed, now looking at the confident demeanor of the duo reminded them of themselves from just moments ago. Anticipating another familiar scene where someone was about to be thrashed, sympathetic gazes shot from all directions, heavy with indescribable feelings. Feng Xing walked to an open computer and sat down, giving Xiaoli a glance as he logged into the game while saying, "My ID is Rise in the East, add me so I can pull you into the battle room after it's created." Xiaoli gave a response and also logged into his account. While Feng Xing was creating the room, an instant friend request popped up. Originally, he clicked on it without much thought until he saw the other party's ID, which made his hand gripping the mouse tremble instantly. He called out, "Brother Zhang." Zhang Jin had been standing nearby watching idly when this unexpected shout startled him. Moving closer, he asked, "What's with all the shouting? Is there a problem with the equipment?" Feng Xing shaky pointed at the screen where the application box was still visible, stuttering, Look. X. Xiao Changkong has sent a friend request." "You mean? Xiao Changkong?" Zhang Jin suddenly leaned in closer for a better look and his face shifted from curiosity to excitement as he clapped Feng Xing's shoulder. "Accept it already. What are you waiting for? Just accept." Feng Xing nervously accepted the friend request but hesitated upon seeing the glowing avatar name in his list. Should he say hi? Hello? Or perhaps something more formal like, nice to meet you? Lost in his indecision, Xiaoli peeked over from behind his own computer and inquired, "Is the room not ready yet? Why haven't you pulled me in?" Startled back to reality by this reminder, Feng Xing quickly flipped through his chat logs and asked curiously, "You didn't add me as a friend, how could I pull you in?" Xiao Changkong glanced at his friend list name and questioned lightly, "Didn't we just pass the friend request? Isn't Rise in the East, you?" "It's me, but earlier there was no mention of adding each other, only." Feng Xing paused momentarily, realizing what had just occurred and his expression immediately changed drastically. "So, you're really Xiao Changkong?" Xiaoli looked at Feng Xing with disdain. "Who else would it be? Didn't you recognize my ID? Big brother, don't tell me you're illiterate." The word, big brother, struck Feng Xing, making him stiffen involuntarily. He sent out a challenge invitation almost subconsciously, suddenly feeling a strange sense of despair creeping into him. The mere mention of Xiao Chongkong piqued the interest of the onlookers who were merely spectating earlier, even prompting some veteran members to put down their mice and gather around. They were all curious to witness the skills of the legendary public player ranked number 1 on the ladder. Meanwhile, Feng Sheng had devolved from his original state as a gatekeeper to now simply being cannon fodder. This is really Xiao Chongkong. Lin Xiao commented with a yawn, lazily casting his gaze towards the scene everyone was fixated on before slumping onto a seat beside them and casually fumbling with his phone, bored. Xiao Li opened the invitation link, clicking agree to enter the match. Just as the preparation phase concluded and the loading commenced, Feng Sheng suddenly proposed, let's skip tactics this time. Straight up mid-lane confrontation. Though Xiao Li didn't understand Feng Sheng's sudden desire for a swift and clean fight, he recognized that such an approach could indeed save considerable time, so he agreed readily. Thus, once the match began, both avatars marched head-on towards each other, soon meeting precisely in the map center where they engaged in immediate combat without exchanging any words beforehand. Skills filled the screen in dazzling displays. Within less than 5 minutes, Rise in the East's health bar was emptied completely, signaling the first blood of the match. Unlike ladder matches, solo showdowns typically conclude upon the drawing of first blood, meaning this spectacle witnessed by many ended almost before it started in remarkably decisive fashion. Feeling the disapproving gazes surrounding him, Feng Sheng cleared his throat awkwardly, raising his voice in apparent awe, truly worthy of being the hottest public player right now. Your moves are brilliant, it's just that I'm too weak. I admit defeat willingly. Everyone around him found his brazenness quite irritating. What brilliance did he see in that match? From start to finish, he was thoroughly trounced. Earlier, he seemed to relish picking on newcomers but now, having lost utterly, he's still bold enough to announce his defeat. Does he even know the meaning of the word lose? Naturally, Feng Sheng felt the tension in the air but managed to preserve some dignity by turning his attention toward Lin Xiao instead, asking with a smile, next. Hearing this, Lin Xiao lifted his gaze from the phone screen and turned toward Xiao Li. Ah. Mr. Xiao, would you mind if I borrowed your account for a moment? I don't have any issues with it. Xiao Li paused his logout process, straightened his clothes as he stood up from the chair, and seriously reconfirmed with Lin Xiao, you really want to use my character? Yeah, sure. Lin Xiao gave a light smirk, sat down on the seat that had just been vacated, and casually browsed through Xia Kenqiang's equipment library, clearly satisfied, fits what you'd expect from Public King's account, gears all there. Black lines appeared on Xiao Li's forehead as he retorted sarcastically, much obliged for the compliment. As Feng Sheng observed their interaction, after sending out the duel invitation, he couldn't help but ask Lin Xiao, do you also play Demon Swordsman? Lin Xiao had already finished selecting the gear he intended to use, he glanced at Feng Sheng and replied, nope, I play Ghost Shaman. At hearing this sentence, everyone present went completely deadpan. What the hell? A Ghost Shaman taking over someone else's Demon Swordsman account? What's this nonsense? In this bizarre silence, Feng Sheng's expression turned especially grim. Though his skills weren't quite as exceptional as Zhang Jin's, he was still considered gifted among the older members of the training camp. The attitude displayed by the other side was too dismissive, almost underestimating him. He glared at Lin Xiao darkly, making a silent vow to give this overly confident individual some color to see. Sure, losing to Xiao Chongkong was something he admitted and accepted fully, but how could this unknown newcomer get away so easily? Unaware of the many thoughts brewing in the other person's mind, Lin Xiao was wholly focused on savoring the excellent feel of the high-end gaming peripherals in his hands, filled with an eager anticipation. The reason why he chose to borrow Xia Kenqiang's Demon Swordsman instead of using his own gemoing was deliberate. Due to residing for so long in that shabby little house, even though he had been doing fundamental hand-speed training, because of that ancient set of utterly broken equipment, he had no way to evaluate his current level of recovery. Now, having finally gotten a chance to experience top-tier esports equipment, the close-combat Demon Swordsman profession was undoubtedly more suitable than the spellcasting Ghost Shaman for gauging his improved reaction time and feeling the rush of letting loose. Upon entering the battle map, starting exactly as the previous round, after direct contact, they engaged in face-to-face entanglement until ultimately, amid a dazzling display of skills, Rise in the East once again hit the ground hard. Game system, First Blood. Staring at the screen that had turned entirely dim before his eyes, Feng Sheng froze in place, his mind stuck reminiscing about the seamless yet rapidly shifting movements and skill combinations from the opponent, finding it incredibly difficult to accept this absurd reality where he lost First Blood within mere moments without explanation. He still remembered the opponent saying earlier that he mainly played Ghost Shaman. Oh, switching devices definitely felt pretty good, but it still isn't enough, Lin Xiao murmured lowly, swaying the mouse in his hand, meeting Xiao Li's stunned gaze with a faint lift of his eyebrows, offering a light chuckle, 3 minutes 40 seconds, another win for me. Xiao Li's lips twitched noticeably, resulting in one clear, resonant syllable, damn. Chapter 35. The Black Rose Team Conference Hall. In the spacious room, only a man sat quietly in front of the projector. His expression was focused as he watched the video playing on the large screen. Though his facial features had a feminine softness, they conveyed an intense gaze that slightly oppressed others. His cool and detached demeanor elicited instinctive respect. The head of the training camp, Liao Yuan, took a deep breath before lightly knocking on the door. Team Leader Yu, the list of recommended new members from various sources is all here. Yu Jing turned around and said, bring it over for me to look at. Liao Yuan quickly handed over a stack of information sheets. Yu Jing took them and casually asked, did the guild department send over their recommendations? Liao Yuan replied, yes, all the materials are here. Yu Jing began flipping through the new recruits' profiles. The entire room was quiet except for the subtle sound of pages turning, creating an unbearable stillness. When certain words caught his eyes, his action froze for a moment, and the usually calm expression in his eyes flickered, locked onto the name in the name section. Subtle ripples emerged that were not easily noticed. After reading through every piece of information, his slender fingertips revealed a slight loss of control, leaving a few noticeable creases on the document's paper. His lips tightened slightly, and after a brief silence, he suddenly stood up and briskly walked towards the door, saying, go to the training camp. Caught off guard by this sudden move, Liao Yuan hadn't even reacted before noticing the figure already disappearing at the doorway. Startled, he hurried to catch up. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the training camp hall wasn't very friendly. Zhang Jin had been standing behind Feng Xing observing, so he clearly recognized the disparity between the two. Surprised by this realization, Zhang Jin patted Feng Xing on the shoulder signaling him to stand up while pulling over the swivel chair and sitting down. He casually logged into his character and looked up at Lin Xiao with a smile, asking, do you mind going another round? Without much thought, Lin Xiao nodded immediately, replying, no, I don't mind. Zhang Jin hadn't expected such a quick refusal, which left him somewhat speechless, and his smile faltered. What? Are you afraid? Don't worry, the result of this match won't count towards the previous bet. I just want to spar and test our skills. Lin Xiao faintly curled his lips and calmly admitted, yeah, I'm scared. So I'll choose to decline. Feng Xing, having lost 2 consecutive games, was already filled with frustration, and now couldn't help but interject, Newbie, is this how you should treat your seniors? Oh, who's senior to whom? Lin Xiao glanced at both of them, non-committal. Xiao Li, however, had grown irritated listening to the exchange and could no longer contain himself, standing up from his seat, isn't it about one-on-one? Let's go then. I'll fight with you guys. Zhang Jin gave him a pleasant smile, it's the rule to first evaluate newcomers upon arrival at the training camp. Everyone knows the skill level of the King of Streets well enough, and I freely admit I can't match it. Thus, there's no need for sparring. Xiao Li scoffed coldly, oh, sounds like you think you guys can beat Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, the faces of several veteran members grew visibly unpleased. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes helplessly at Xiao Li, buddy, did you come here to mediate or start a quarrel? Feng Xing's complexion darkened even further, speaking more bluntly, we've already said it's a long-standing rule of the training camp. Can't you understand that? Sensing stares from all directions, Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. He lifted his head and matched Zhang Jin's half-smiling gaze, also curling the corners of his mouth faintly. Anyone joining the Black Rose training camp undergoes theoretical evaluations during the first week, hand speed tests during the second week, personal combat testing during the third week, and a final overall ability evaluation in the fourth week. During the 1-month probation period, each round of testing will be judged based on actual scores to determine whether members are suitable to continue being trained within the club. This is probably the regulation established since the inception of the training camp. I wonder when the additional rule for seniors to assess the skills of new members was added. Seems like you know quite a lot. After this thorough explanation, Zhang Jin's face displayed some surprise as he examined Lin Xiao carefully. He lowered his tone slightly and said, however, the training camp isn't as simple as you think. Succeeding isn't just about making noise. Of course, relying on showing off is not enough. But, can you succeed in becoming a regular member by suppressing new recruits? Lin Xiao's smile finally faded as he looked at Zhang Jin calmly, his gaze distant. The training camp is where the future pillars of the team are cultivated and bears unlimited possibilities for the team. If those who call themselves seniors cannot set good examples but instead focus only on belittling competitors instead of enhancing their own abilities, I really never imagined that this is how things have turned out in the training camp. It is truly disappointing. There was almost no fluctuation in his tone, nor any extra emotion, yet it seemed like an invisible weight pressed down heavily on everyone's hearts with his words, imbuing a sense of indescribable intimidation. When Lin Zhao's gaze swept over them, it sent a slight chill up Zhang Jin's spine. His forced smile vanished entirely, and there was no warmth left on his face. Furious, Feng Xing slammed the table, the veins on his forehead bulging. You're just a rookie on your first day, thinking yourself something special. What gives you the standing to talk about disappointment? Where did we fail to set an example? All you did was refuse to engage Zhang brother in a match, now here comes the pretentious attitude. Previously, Lin Xiao had merely felt stirred by the prevailing atmosphere within the training camp and had never expected that his few words could actually bring about change. Thus, he quietly observed the two men's attitudes now, faintly curling the corners of his lips without saying another word. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the room. No one could have foreseen how things escalated to such a tense situation. They glanced at each other awkwardly, yet no one dared utter a word. At that moment, a cold voice came from outside, startlingly clear. Since you all have so much energy, starting tomorrow, all holidays for the training camp are hereby cancelled. Upon hearing this voice, the hand with which Feng Sheng had been forcefully pounding the table suddenly trembled, while Zhang Jin instantly stood up straight from his seat. Actually, it wasn't just them, all the veterans had involuntarily straightened their spines in reverence. As captain of the Black Rose team, although Yu Jing had visited the training camp before, it was only during rare official times. For many people, he remained a highly elusive presence worthy of admiration. Suddenly appearing during the holiday clearly caused quite a shock among everyone present, wiping away any thoughts of mourning the loss of their precious days off. The sudden shift in demeanor by the veterans also influenced the newcomers, causing them to become respectfully obedient without understanding why. Once they identified the figure walking through the door and caught the deep, piercing glance, everyone fell silent at once, their heartbeats accelerating abruptly. In this scene, Lin Zhao's unusual reaction stood out markedly. He not only failed to rise and greet Yu Jing, but also lowered his head further, making him conspicuous against the rest. Liao Yuan, who had come along with Yu Jing, hadn't expected such a situation in the training camp. Wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow, he glared sternly at Zhang Jin and questioned, "What's going on here? I told you to welcome the newcomers, but what has happened?" Zhang Jin managed to force out a smile but dared not say another word. Ultimately, the so-called camp rules were nothing more than Zhang Jin's personal initiative to establish authority. If thoroughly investigated, even if the insolent newcomer got dragged into trouble, Zhang Jin himself would certainly not escape unscathed either. According to Yu Jing's character and methods, being directly expelled from the training camp wouldn't be out of the question. While Zhang Jin occasionally played some tricks, he was indeed one of the better performers in the training camp. Liao Yuan's questioning, in a certain sense, also served as a step-down mechanism. Satisfied that Zhang Jin didn't elaborate, Liao Yuan didn't continue probing and instead turned toward Yu Jing, forcing a smile and changing the subject. "Leader Yu, who exactly is the person you mentioned wanting to find here?" Yu Jing paused his gaze upon the hunched silhouette by the computer screen. After a brief silence, he spoke again, his tone enshrouded in an impenetrable aura that gave away no extra emotions. "Who is Lin Xiao?" After his words hung in the air, an unusual stillness permeated the surroundings. No one responded immediately, though faintly some remembered Xiaoli mentioning this name earlier. Thus, under the tacit direction of some unspoken order, all eyes focused onto one specific individual silently and simultaneously. The feeling of being the center of attention was akin to having a fire burning on one's back, yet amidst it all, a particular gaze stood out, icy and imperceptible, oddly conspicuous and distinct. Lin Xiao could not avoid it. With a faint sigh of resignation, he finally stood up and looked towards Yu Jing with a sense of inevitability. "It's me." As their gazes met, the already deathly silent atmosphere around them seemed to freeze completely in that instant, the surrounding temperature as if plunging to zero immediately. Chapter 36. Lin Xiao, the real name of Old Ghost, who was the captain during the peak period of the Black Rose team. However, looking at the familiar face in front of him now, Yu Jing's narrow eyes slightly squinted, tightening his grip on the file in his hand a little more. Under such a gaze, Lin Xiao felt as if a knife was slowly cutting across his body, making him shiver with a cold sensation. But at this point, he decided to look straight at the man standing by the door with an attitude of reckless disregard. Such a long stare made the atmosphere around them subtle, and of course, no one else dared to break this silence, frequently sneaking glances back and forth between the two with a sense of confusion. "What, does this newcomer seem like he knows Team Leader Yu?" After a long time, the glossy hue in Yu Jing's eyes flickered slightly before he finally spoke. "How did you end up here?" This voice was slower and deeper than usual. Although no emotions were visible on the surface, it still carried a subtle sharpness, with thoughts unfathomable. What is bound to come cannot be avoided. Lin Xiao, with a sense of helplessness, rubbed his forehead and said, "I am a new member of the training camp now, you should know that. I know you're a new trainee, what I'm asking is why you are here." The hues in Yu Jing's eyes deepened further as he asked again without any fluctuations in tone. Even though he knew, he still asks, seemingly there's a problem with logic. The others nearby were all baffled, while Lin Xiao curled his lips and replied faintly, "Of course, I'm here to become a professional player." Amidst the uproar caused by such arrogant words, Yu Jing just glanced at him emotionlessly. "Any other reasons?" Recalling various behaviors of his past self, Lin Xiao suddenly raised an eyebrow with interest and smirked lightly. "What does Team Leader you think I should be here for?" A flash of color appeared in Yu Jing's eyes as he turned and handed over the file to Liao Yuan beside him. Lin Xiao, eliminated. Before Liao Yuan could answer in confusion, Lin Xiao immediately dashed forward in reaction, snatching the file folder into his hands with embarrassment. Joke Team Leader Yu. I'm really here to be a professional player, believe me." Finished speaking, he combined 3 fingers, pointing to the sky in an oath-taking gesture. Yu Jing lowered his gaze to scrutinize his expression, with clearly defined lips slightly curling upward. "Oh. Team Leader Yu, you can't go on without a sense of humor." Lin Xiao silently wiped off a bead of cold sweat, noticing the gazes from every direction around him, and quietly coughed once, lowering his voice. "It's like this, I think there should be some kind of misunderstanding between us. How about we switch places to talk?" Yu Jing's charming eyebrows slightly knitted together, hesitating for a moment, then nodded indifferently. "Follow me." Liao Yuan watched as the two walked out one after the other, completely puzzled. Was the person who Yu Jing so urgently looked for earlier only brought here to be driven away? But the key question now was, they were apparently familiar with each other, so, does that elimination earlier count or not? In the empty and unmanned corridor, two human shadows projected on the floor stretched exceptionally thin. Leaning halfway against the window, Yu Jing's eyes slightly narrowed, casting an extremely faint glance at Lin Xiao, which carried an enigmatic aura. Lin Xiao. Gui Meng Meng. Actually, when he saw the name on the profile, he did indeed have a sense of déjà vu that shouldn't exist. However, all these imaginings shattered the instant he saw this person. It wasn't the face in his memory but the radical fan who relentlessly pursued him, doing anything possible just to get close. He wrinkled his brows slightly and finally opened his mouth. If there's anything else you want to say, now's the time. Lin Xiao examined those delicate and beautiful features, still unable to see through his true inner thoughts. In the end, he could only clear his throat again and earnestly said, "Team leader you, I know I was immature back then and acted disrespectfully towards you many times, but I've truly reformed. Look, I'm already someone recommended into the training camp. Just let things slide, and give me another chance, alright?" Yu Jing remained expressionless. Reformed? Yes, definitely reformed. I promise, from now on, I will never cross any lines with you, team leader you. Now, I only want to focus on esports. Besides that, I assure there are no other intentions. Lin Xiao stared at him unblinkingly, sincerely speaking, with a look as if he wanted to rip open his chest and show his heart to him. Yu Jing's gaze slowly swept over every inch of Lin Xiao's face, and suddenly, a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips without warning. For an instant of absent-mindedness, Lin Xiao only saw Yu Jing approach him step by step, gradually closing in, making him instinctively retreat backward until there was nowhere else to go. With a light push on his shoulder, he ended up leaning against the cold wall behind him. Yu Jing slightly inclined forward, his right hand supporting itself against the wall near Lin Xiao's ear. Their gazes locked at a mere breath apart as a deeper curve formed on his thin, soft lips. His breathing brushed past Lin Xiao's cheeks as his tone remained calm. "Now, say it again." Lin Xiao unconsciously tightened his whole body under such close proximity, his throat feeling dry, but instead, he looked at Yu Jing with a calm smile. "Really, I've reformed. I seriously want to be a professional player." This man had met him so few times that they could be counted on one hand, but because each of those encounters had been wildly enthusiastic, it was enough for Yu Jing to remember him vividly. But at this very moment, under what would have normally driven him insane actions before, the person in front of him, while still maintaining direct eye contact, didn't display the previous fervor and obsession. It was as if he were simply stating something self-evident. Reformed? No, it seemed more like being a completely different person. A flicker of consideration passed through Yu Jing's deep eyes, frowning slightly before straightening up slowly. He fixed his stare on Lin Xiao. "I can give you one chance, Lin Xiao." As he pronounced this name, his voice paused almost imperceptibly. Continuing calmly, he said, "Be among the top 5 overall performers after 1 month, and you can stay." This demand would be considered almost too harsh for many people. However, for Yu Jing, someone who should have been directly expelled from the camp got a strange extra opportunity, merely because of his name. Lin Xiao. Even if it was merely a coincidence of the same name, any man using this name appearing on the competitive stage must stand at the pinnacle. As Yu Jing took a few steps back, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief the moment his spine left the wall. Hearing such a requirement now made his lips curl into a smile nearly brimming with delight. "Team leader you, rest assured, I will definitely not disappoint the organization's expectations." Yu Jing glanced at him, not continuing the conversation. After respectfully seeing off Yu Jing, Lin Xiao returned to the training hall, where most of the people inside had already dispersed. From afar, he only saw Xiaoli sitting idly on the chair in the middle, yet upon catching sight of him, the clarity of emotion brightened clearly on that face. Hey, you actually know team leader you?" Xiaoli asked curiously as he approached, and although the few remaining individuals didn't show much reaction, their backs subtly straightened, all subconsciously perking up their ears. Lin Xiao found amusement in the gossipy atmosphere around him and thought it over before replying. "Actually, I'm a hardcore fan of team leader you. I've met him several times during events, so of course, I left a deeper impression." Xiaoli marveled. "Being a hardcore fan is impressive enough to make you remember your name." "Great job, buddy." Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment. "It's probably because I asked him for special signatures several times." Xiaoli patted his shoulder. "Regardless, if team leader you knows you, that's skillful." Seeing that Xiaoli accepted this explanation, Lin Xiao noticed that others' curiosity seemed to have faded somewhat, and he silently sighed with relief. "Stop teasing, let's head back to the dormitory." Since it was still holiday time, the training camp's dormitory area was much livelier compared to the training area. When a red Ferrari screeched into view, quite a few people peeked out from their rooms curiously to watch, somehow turning the simple act of dragging suitcases and moving luggage into a grand drama watched by everyone. Not until they entered the dormitory building did the audience finally disperse. Lin Xiao and Xiao Li's rooms were two connected ones in Zone C. His belongings weren't many, and after pulling his luggage in, everything was quickly tidied up. He was about to go check on Xiao Li next door when someone suddenly knocked on his door. Among the few people standing outside, only Zhang Jin and Feng Sheng were familiar to Lin Xiao. The others, varying in height, stood against the light, their expressions unclear. One tall man spoke first. "So you're Lin Xiao?" Lin Xiao glanced at Zhang Jin behind him, then faintly smiled, "That's me." Hearing the commotion, Xiao Li also came out. Upon noticing the group, his brows immediately furrowed. "What do you want? Are you here to pick a fight again?" However, the man ignored him and instead pushed Zhang Jin and Feng Xing forward, saying indifferently, "Apologize." The two men who were pushed in front of Lin Xiao looked utterly reluctant. "We were wrong today, sorry." Although Lin Xiao hadn't fully figured out what was going on yet, upon hearing this, he responded with an exceptionally calm and tolerant smile, "Ah, it's okay, no big deal." Zhang Jin and Feng Sheng had already been unwilling from the start, and now hearing such a response, they almost felt like spitting blood. Chapter 37. Weren't these two guys bragging loudly just a moment ago? Why are they all deflated now? Xiao Li was completely confused by the current situation and couldn't help but look at the stern-looking stranger, unsure of his background. Under the present atmosphere, Zhang Jin was the first to grow impatient. "Coach, we've realized our mistake. Could you maybe?" He's the coach of the Black Soul Club training camp, Lu Jinxian. No wonder these two looked so intimidated that they didn't dare breathe a word. Lin Xiao slightly raised an eyebrow in understanding, sizing up this tall man under the dim lighting. His final evaluation was brief. He looked strict, but judging from the current air of authority around him, his actions might be even stricter than he appears on the outside. Thinking this, Lin Xiao smiled and picked up Zhang Jin's statement. "Yeah, coach, forgive them. They were just trying to suppress the rookies, it's not a big deal. Better not have said anything at all." The moment the words left his mouth, the surrounding pressure seemed to drop again, and the atmosphere became even more bizarre. "If you don't speak, no one would think you're mute." Zhang Jin and Feng Xing almost lost their tempers on the spot. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, they'd likely have already rushed over to beat him senseless. Lu Jinxian swept a poker-face glance over the two and said, "It's indeed not a big deal. Punishment will be 3 additional hours of reaction training today. If they don't achieve an overall pass rate above 80%, they'll continue tomorrow evening." Feng Xing's mouth twitched as he was about to retort, but Zhang Jin silently held him back, promptly changing his tone. "We'll head there right away." With a content expression, Lin Xiao watched the two shove each other as they disappeared into the distance. Turning back, he caught Lu Jinxuan's gaze and smirked. "Coach Lu is really as decisive as the comments say. I simply don't want anyone to misunderstand. If people think everyone in the Black Soul Club is like them, it causes trouble for me." Lu Jinxian continued, took a document from someone nearby, flipped through it, then handed over 2 sheets to Lin Xiao. "These are all the training and testing schedules for the first month in the camp. I hope you can successfully stay until the end. Your accommodation is in Area C. Any questions can be directed to Zhou Qiguan, who will be in charge of your section during the tests." After his words, a soft and timid voice drifted out, "Why you're welcome. I'm Zhou Qiguan. Though my name is pronounced with Qi, you can also call me Kaichuan because of the written form." They could only hear his voice without seeing him. Lin Xiao scanned the surroundings and finally discovered a shy young man peeking nervously from behind Lu Jinxuan's tall frame. He appeared to be about 16 or 17 years old. While introducing himself, he tightly clutched onto Coach Lu's shirt due to his nervousness, crumpling the otherwise tidy attire. Strangely, Lu Jinxian let him wrinkle it without commanding him to stop. It was evident that this teenager was new to being in charge, showing signs of discomfort in such a focused spotlight. "Go ahead and explain the specifics with them in more detail, while the others follow me to Area D." After delivering this last instruction, Lu Jinxian left with the group. Without the natural barrier of the coach, Zhou Qiguan grew even more reserved, fidgeting and blushing lightly as he began fumbling with his own shirt hem. His chestnut-colored hair was slightly curled, paired with a fair face that highlighted his rosy lips. This somehow gave the impression of irresistibly soft skin, making him look incredibly cute, like a little teddy bear with drooping ears that tickled one's curiosity. "So, should I tell you?" After some time, Zhou Qiguan managed to whisper another sentence. Seeing his bashful demeanor, Lin Xiao found it amusing. In a mood to take care of this small animal-like boy, he pulled him inside the room and waved at Xiao Li. Come on. Don't stand in the hallway, let's go inside and sit down to talk." As Lin Xiao had mentioned earlier in the training hall, the 4-week testing period for entering the Black Soul Club in the first month hadn't changed much from before. The only adjustment made was in the specific method and rule improvements of the tests, making them more targeted. Zhou Qiguan had clearly done his homework seriously, although the introduction was a bit slow, but each point was explained in great detail and clarity. While Lin Xiao had understood the regulations with just a few glances, seeing his serious demeanor made him reluctant to interrupt. He patiently waited for the entire explanation before smiling and passing him a glass of water. "You did a really good job explaining everything clearly, thank you." Zhou Qiguan happily took a small sip of water, while not forgetting to remind them, tomorrow was supposed to be a day off, but the club just sent out a notice canceling all holidays, so make sure to gather early tomorrow. "Aya. Why do we have to start training so soon?" Xiao Li exclaimed, lying down on the bed, using Lin Xiao's pile of yet-to-be-folded clothes as a cushion. Lin Xiao didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, after tidying up the documents on the table neatly, he asked Zhou Qiguan, "How long have you been at the training camp?" Zhou Qiguan smiled and answered, "I joined last year." Xiao Li teased, so, that makes you our senior, huh? Zhou Qiguan, somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. I'm younger than both of you, I can't really be considered a senior, just call me Kaichuan. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. Alright, Kaichuan, what class do you specialize in? At this question, Zhou Qiguan's face turned a little red, hesitating for a moment before saying, my character is a priest, but I'm nowhere near as skilled as brother you. It might take me quite a while before I become an official member. Oh, looks like he's a fan of Yu Jing too. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder and laughed. There isn't a single priest in the whole league who dares to claim they're better than brother you, right? Having big ambitions is a good thing, but don't set your expectations too high for yourself at the start. Comparing yourself to brother you and giving yourself unnecessary stress, it's not necessary. Zhou Qiguan shook his head. It's not like that actually. Coach Lu nominated me twice already to join the main squad as a reserve player, but I got cut both times. The coach told me I had one fatal flaw, I was too timid during matches. Now when I think about it, maybe I truly am unsuited to become a professional player. But still, being able to stay in the training camp is already something that makes me very happy. He might have felt a bit embarrassed by his final comment because he stuck out his tongue stealthily and started drinking water in earnest. Although these words sounded a bit disheartening, his eyes remained brightly clear. Even while self-deprecating, there wasn't too much sadness or dissatisfaction evident in his tone. In terms of mental strength, he was already at professional level. Lin Xiao silently observed all this, then slowly curled his lips into a slight smile. Timidity isn't necessarily a bad thing either. In some ways, it means cautiousness. Speaking of which, when Deputy Captain Shen first joined the team, he was also equally timid. Zhou Qiguan's focus shifted from the cup back successfully. Was Deputy Captain Shen once like me too? Lin Xiao recalled past events and absent-mindedly rubbed his chin. Not exactly like you, but if I had to say, perhaps even more timid than you. Meanwhile, in the Black Rose team's training hall, Shen Changyu, who was focusing on the evaluation form, sneezed hard. Lu Zhisan, sitting next to him, looked up at the sound. Got a cold? No. Shen Changyu cleared his throat. As he raised his head, he caught sight of Yu Jing entering through the door. His hand movements paused instinctively upon spotting Liao Yuan behind Yu Jing, and he called out, Brother Yu. Yu Jing stopped and stood at the door looking at him. What's up? Shen Changyu paused momentarily as the words reached his lips, carefully rephrasing. The new combat strategy came out, but I couldn't find you in the afternoon. Where were you? Yu Jing responded lightly with a casual, oh, just went out for a walk. Under such questioning, Shen Changyu glanced pointedly at Liao Yuan standing behind Yu Jing and said, Manager Liao went out for a walk too. A shadowy figure inexplicably appeared in Yu Jing's mind at this question. A flicker passed through his eyes, his tone devoid of any strong emotion. We encountered a stray cat, so I handed it over to Manager Liao for handling. If anything gets unruly, it'll be expelled directly. Then, his gaze briefly scanned Shen Changyu before leaving behind one parting order. Manager Liao, explain the situation regarding the training camp to Deputy Captain Shen as well. Manager Liao awkwardly stayed rooted in place for a while until Yu Jing walked far enough away, only then carrying an entire stack of documents into the training hall. As Liao Yuan provided an exhaustive account of the recent goings-on at the training camp, Shen Changyu found himself unusually distracted. The reactions from Yu Jing earlier had somewhat unsettled him. Why would he suddenly go for a walk outside? He suspected that person must have already visited the training camp. If he really did go, then what about Lin Xiao? Had they already met? Lost in thought, Shen Changyu couldn't help but interrupt Liao Yuan's report. Manager Liao, where exactly did you and Captain Yu go for your walk? Caught off guard by this sudden question, Liao Yuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Earlier, Yu Jing clearly didn't want to disclose his visit to the new trainee camp. But now Shen Changyu seemed completely unconvinced, placing Liao Yuan in an awkward position. After clearing his throat, he smoothly explained, this is how it was, Deputy Captain Shen. Captain Yu and I took a stroll around the training camp area. So they really went to the training camp. Before the words had fully settled, Shen Changyu stood up, ignoring the bewildered looks of those around him, and hurriedly stepped out of the training hall with his phone in hand. When Lin Xiao received Shen Changyu's call, he wasn't surprised, but upon hearing his description, his eyebrows slightly arched as he chuckled, stray cat? It seems your Captain Yu still maintains his vigilance against me. At such a nonchalant tone, Shen Changyu momentarily fell silent standing at the end of the empty corridor. Then, it seems Captain Yu has indeed met you, and, surprisingly, hasn't outright kicked you out. Recalling the events of the day, Lin Xiao shook his head, not quite. He was initially set on throwing me out, but fortunately, I ran fast enough and managed to grab the documents swiftly. Shen Changyu was utterly confused. What documents? And how does hand speed relate to this? Lin Xiao cleared his throat, choosing not to elaborate further on this topic. Regardless, rest assured. At least for now, I should be able to stay. Staying in the training camp for a month will allow me to closely observe if there are any talented individuals, whom we can bring into the team. By this point, Shen Changyu finally let out a sigh of relief, turning his thoughts back to the operation of the team. The team has recently been considering promoting a few more rookies. With you keeping an eye out in the training camp, I'm much more at ease. Lin Xiao said, I've thoroughly analyzed the current setup of the team. Based on the contributions after my and Xiao Li's inclusion, there shouldn't be any issues for individual matches. However, the lineup for team matches remains too monotonous. Long-term remote support is too easy to counter. Ideally, we need another opportunity-based burst profession like an assassin. Frowning, Shen Changyu responded, according to the current configuration of the training camp, there aren't any particularly standout candidates of that type. Lin Xiao smirked, curving his lips upward, if there's none in the training camp, we'll just have to dig elsewhere. Actually, I do have someone in mind, but it all depends on your stance. Shen Changyu asked perplexedly, elsewhere? A transfer? But it's several months away from the transfer period, isn't it? Comfortably leaning back on his bed, Lin Xiao casually remarked, do you remember who I saw on the day of the match? Shen Changyu paused mid-sentence, pausing for a long moment before slowly curling his lips. Captain Lin, you're not actually planning to approach Chen Anchi about making a comeback, are you? Arching an eyebrow, Lin Xiao corrected him, who am I, some unknown little figure, to have the clout for that? Of course, it's not me reaching out, it's you personally stepping in, Vice Captain Shen. After these words, only an eerie silence remained on the other end of the phone line. A long time later, Shen Changyu seemed to have snapped back to reality, and his tone even sounded a bit absent. I'll contact her and see. Lin Xiao laughed, thanks for your hard work, Vice Captain Shen. In the ensuing conversation, they casually mentioned a few things that happened earlier in the day. Although Shen Changyu initially intended to participate in the cleanup efforts, Lin Xiao stopped him. After all, the prevailing climate wasn't formed overnight. Given Lu Jinchuan's subsequent attitude, these two people could merely represent part of the group, while the other part, Lin Xiao planned to slowly get to know over the next few days. At last, Lin Xiao considered his thoughts and revealed his idea. In the coming days, I'll pay extra attention and aim to promote a priest. Shen Changyu caught the underlying meaning of this proposal and silently responded after a brief pause, understood. After finishing the call with Shen Changyu, Lin Xiao lazily lay on the bed, closing his eyes lightly. Reaching out to touch his shoulder, he couldn't help but reminisce about what happened earlier that day. To be honest, Yu Jing was actually quite an interesting person. With such a handsome face, he always maintained an aloof and icy demeanor, as if warning everyone to keep their distance. Sometimes, Lin Xiao really couldn't help but wonder what it would take for that icy facade to crack. And the most important point of all, Yu Jing was his fan. Perhaps he should seize the opportunity to ask Shen Changyu to deliver an autograph next time and leave it on Yu Jing's desk. While idly contemplating this idea, Lin Xiao absent-mindedly logged into QQ on his phone. Scrolling through his list, aside from Shen Changyu who was predictably online, another contact's avatar was also glowing bright. They hadn't communicated since adding Yu Jing as a friend, but at this moment, a sudden impulse rose in Lin Xiao's mind. Moments later, he sent a sad emoji along with a message, sis, seeking comfort, my heart is heavy. On the other end, in the dim dormitory room, Yu Jing's eyes flickered as they landed on the cute blinking avatar. After a brief pause, he eventually chose to open the conversation. Reading over the message, he stayed silent for a few seconds before replying curtly, what's wrong? The victorious smile flashed across Lin Zhao's face only momentarily before he quickly tapped away on his phone. I saw Captain Yu today, realized some misunderstandings ran deep, I almost got kicked out. Yu Jing responded coolly, oh. Lin Xiao felt momentarily taken aback by the frosty reply but soon sighed inwardly, deciding that it was necessary to repair their relationship properly. This body's former owner must have messed up things way too far back for Yu Jing to still hold a grudge. Thinking deeply about it, he typed in another message carefully, if I told you my goal is the World League Championship Cup, would you laugh at me? Such statements under current esports scenarios could easily sound overly ambitious and shallow, yet Yu Jing's response remained unusually calm, no. Lin Xiao said, but championships are distant dreams. For now, it seems the first step is gaining Captain Yu's approval, otherwise, there wouldn't even be an attempt to get a chance. Yu Jing replied succinctly, if you're serious, then work on getting to Black Rose team's level with your own abilities. A smirk tugged at Lin Zhao's lips, thank you, sis, for the encouragement. Once I become an official player, I'll definitely invite you to dinner. Smiley face. Yu Jing, we'll see. Chapter 38. The next morning, Lin Xiao, who had difficulty getting up in the morning, finally climbed out of bed slowly after Xiao Li's vigorous knocking on the door. However, throughout the process, he still looked half asleep, continuously yawning until entering the training hall where his mind seemed a little absent. When they arrived, the room was already full of people, it could even be considered as the first official gathering of the new and old members. Lin Zhao's eyes immediately caught sight of Zhang Jin and Feng Sheng not far away. At that moment, they happened to glance over here as well. The cheerful expressions they'd been wearing froze instantly. The people standing beside them noticed the awkward atmosphere, whispered a couple of sentences, and then also looked over. Lin Xiao didn't care much about this. He glanced around for a vacant spot, intending to catch a few more minutes of sleep. However, he saw those individuals follow him over, causing him to furrow his brows slightly in irritation. Did they not know that disturbing someone's sleep was akin to killing one's parents? How big was their grudge anyway? Are you Lin Xiao? The man leading the group was tall and thin, appraising him while speaking, I heard you're very talented. Are you guys ever going to finish? Xiao Li appeared rather annoyed. Just because yesterday you went through 2 rounds of consecutive battles, does it really justify being so relentless? Humph, just got lucky, Feng Xing muttered somewhat uncomfortably, but shut his mouth quickly after a glance from the man. May I ask who you are? Lin Xiao found himself compelled to summon some energy. My name is Qian Bin. I'm the head of Zone A. It's nice to have new members join the training camp. Looking forward to future spars with both of you. Saying this, the man politely extended his hand. Lin Xiao couldn't help but size him up briefly. There was no hint of provocation in his eyes, only an eager excitement hidden beneath the surface. This person clearly had great confidence in his own abilities, but this attitude towards seeking opponents wasn't unpleasant at all. A faint smile crept onto Lin Xiao's lips, and he shook hands amicably with him. My pleasure. Qian Bin then turned to Xiao Li, Xiao Cangqiong. We've crossed paths many times before, seeing the real deal now feels quite different somehow. Xiao Li's eyelid twitched slightly, irritable as he asked, Who are you? I'm Hei Fa Shi, Tearfall Frozen. Now familiar? Qian Bin replied. One of the top 10 in the ladder rankings, and a regular opponent during matches. Only now did Xiao Li scrutinize him thoroughly, embarrassed as he said, Tearfall Frozen. What are you doing here? It doesn't make sense, surely Black Rose team standards aren't that low if someone like you remains in the training camp. Qian Bin responded, given my current age, I'm not suited for professional competition circles. My other role here is an assistant coach. Almost forgot how old you were. Xiao Li suddenly understood, casting him a skeptical glance, but can you really handle being an assistant coach? Last time we met, you were still my underling. Qian Bin smiled at him, whether or not I'm capable, you'll find out soon enough. Before Xiao Li could respond further, Lu Jinxian walked into the training hall. Upon scanning the area with a glance, the crowd fell completely silent. The training camp was overall divided into 4 sections, A, B, C, and D, each headed by a responsible coordinator tasked with managing day-to-day training within their zone. Periodically, there would also be inter-zone cyclic battles arranged between these zones to promote a healthy competitive environment. This will also serve as a crucial judgment standard for evaluating trainees. Among these coordinators, some are assistant coaches, others preparatory participants. Apart from Qian Bin, currently the responsible figure for Area A, and Zhou Qiguan for Zone C, Sun Xiurong and Li Fei are respectively responsible for Zones B and D. Due to being the youngest, Zhou Qiguan stood conspicuously among the other 3 coordinators, making his usually rosy face blush even harder. After the 4 supervisors counted the members of each zone, the regulars started their daily foundation hand speed drills, while the new recruits were separately led to the adjacent meeting room. Each of them was given a handbook, meticulously detailing all character skills and cooldown reduction times within the game zone. Lin Xiao casually flipped through a few pages, suddenly wide awake, browsing through it with interest. This was a good thing. Although he had also looked up some information online before, it was all too scattered. Later, as he became more engrossed in his gear, he never settled down to sort everything out. This booklet even detailed the annual version adjustment data, almost custom-tailored for someone in his current situation. When Xiao Li heard that there would also be a written test on this material, he immediately deflated. He lazily rested his cheek on one hand while absent-mindedly flipping through the other pages with the other, and seeing Lin Xiao so seriously reading, he couldn't help but say, what's so interesting about this lousy booklet, actually memorizing these things? It's crazy. Lin Xiao glanced at him and replied coolly, do you know the biggest gap between you and professional players right now? Xiao Li shook his head, I don't. Lin Xiao smiled and said, theory. You have no deep understanding of the systemized theory. Also, during battles, you lack strategic concepts. Xiao Li was confused, what's that? For example, your current fighting style is typically prioritizing hand speed over brain speed, explained Lin Xiao patiently when Xiao Li still looked perplexed. In battle, your responses are mostly due to instinctual reactions and instant bursts of reflexive hand speed without making much prediction against your opponent beforehand. Xiao Li nodded in agreement, that's true. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, so when you face some trickster players, you'll easily be suppressed by them. Xiao Li suddenly understood, no wonder I felt completely controlled by you back then. Lin Xiao shook his head and bluntly revealed, that's not entirely accurate. Even without tricks, my hand speed can beat yours. Xiao Li remained silent for a moment, glaring at him, who would win if we do a real-life PK? Cough, let's forget that. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, redirecting the topic. He continued, therefore, competitive gaming isn't like responding randomly in an online game. Before each match, the opposing player may have already prepared numerous strategies specifically targeting you. To become a competitive gamer, although hand speed is an important metric, it isn't absolute. What's more crucial is adaptability and being able to accurately grasp the characteristics of the opponent. That's why many professional gamers might not rank particularly high on the leaderboards, but they shine brightly on the stage. Under Lin Zhao's long speech, Xiao Li surrendered completely. Alright, everything you said is correct. Shall I take a look? Lin Xiao smiled contentedly, so, being a professional gamer isn't as easy as you think. The whole morning passed by this way in the conference hall. During this time, Lin Xiao deliberately observed the others around him. There were 12 people joining the training camp, including them. While some were idling and taking naps, most showed an unusually serious attitude. Seeing those young faces filled with aspirations, he couldn't help but feel a faint ripple of emotion in his otherwise calm expression. He remembered himself when he joined the team years ago. It was also a group of spirited people like this. However, after challenges and temperings followed, gradually, people began to leave, and very few could hold on until the end. After all, behind the dazzling and glorious career stages seen by others, there were days and nights of dull repetitive practices, unseen sweat consumption, and an unpredictable future even with all the hard work. During this process, many would start to feel disappointed, many would have their passion eroded night after night and forget their original goals, leaving only a few remaining. And even among these rare individuals, perhaps only a small portion would get the chance to enter the league. As for those who truly shine brilliantly on this stage, they would be even fewer. Having dreams doesn't mean success, and effort doesn't necessarily guarantee rewards. Such was the cruelty of esports. After spending the morning studying, by noon, all the members went to the Black Soul Club restaurant for lunch. Lin Xiao scanned the crowd but didn't see any sign of the Black Rose team. He sent a text message to Shin Changyu, "You don't take a break at noon." After a while, he received Shin Changyu's reply, "We're finalizing our strategy." Lin Xiao checked the date and then realized that in 2 days would be their match against the Tianqi team, so he didn't send another message to disturb them. After replying to Lin Xiao's text message, Shin Changyu took a deep breath and looked at the person sitting in front of him, trying to make his tone sound as calm as possible. "I'll say it again, the deployment of this battle strategy from beginning to end is very complete. Why can't you accept it?" The atmosphere in the tightly closed meeting room was somewhat oppressive. Yu Jing leaned back on the chair, his brilliant gaze lightly swept over the messy plan sheet scattered on the table, tapping his fingers on the desktop lightly, and said, "Deputy Captain Shen, you should know who our next opponent is. Do you really think we can defeat Tianqi team with this?" Shen Changyu frowned. "If we can't win, then we can't. We just need to try our best to get as many points as possible." Yu Jing raised his eyes to look at him. "Do you know the current situation of our ranking? If we don't get more than 7 points in this match, even getting into the playoffs will be very dangerous. Therefore, we cannot assume that we won't win, rather, we cannot afford to lose." He casually picked up the roster list, taking the pen nearby with slender fingers, modifying it stroke by stroke. "You, Su Yiming, and Qin Lei will compete individually. Lu Zisun, Su Yichen, and I will go for the squad competition. The team competition will keep the old lineup. As for the specific battle strategy, we'll follow the original plan that was already set." Shen Changyu's gaze had been fixed on the hand holding the pen, the depth of expression in his eyes growing deeper. Finally, he could not help but speak out, "Since we cannot afford to lose against Tianqi team, are you going to give up your hand?" He deliberately sent everyone else away because he wanted to keep Yu Jing's hand injury a secret from them. But seeing the nonchalant attitude of the person in front of him at this moment, he suddenly felt an urge to call everyone together and reveal this matter outright. Upon hearing these words, the tip of Yu Jing's writing pen paused. He calmly looked up at Shen Changyu, his tone and gaze as indifferent as ever. "I know my hand well." Shen Changyu slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Do you really think hiding the test report means no one will find out? Captain Yu, when does this arbitrariness have a limit?" Yu Jing frowned slightly, not speaking, his eyes slightly darkened. Under Yu Jing's cold stare, Shen Changyu felt the rising anger in his heart quietly suppressed, instantly feeling a wave of frustration. "I've already asked your attending doctor, so you don't need to continue hiding it from me. In the last match against Zhoutian team, I admit I didn't think it through carefully, and your left hand was overloaded. So this time, there's absolutely no way I'm letting you recklessly do it again. Are you done?" Having been directly confronted like this, the flicker in Yu Jing's eyes only wavered slightly before he calmly continued revising the document, pushing it to his side. "If you're done, go back and revise according to this list, and have managerly submit it to the organizing committee this afternoon." Seeing that he was completely ignoring him, Shen Changyu couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Can you consider yourself for once?" "No." Yu Jing replied very plainly, his hands crossed in front of him with a faint smile curving on his lips. "Because I am the captain." Shen Changyu felt something pressing on his chest, opening his mouth but finding it hard to say anything for a moment. "Because I am the captain." A long time ago, someone else had once said this to him too. Yu Jing slowly stood up, casually gathering the documents on the table and placing them elegantly in front of Shen Changyu. He looked straight into his eyes and opened his lips gently. "As the captain, I need to ensure the team enters the playoffs first, only then do I have the right to consider myself. If it were you, Deputy Captain Shen, would you be willing to let the team stop progressing because of personal reasons?" There was not a trace of extra emotion on his delicate face, always as peaceful and cold as ever. But when their gazes met, that apparently indifferent tone sounded like an unshakable command, impossible to defy. Shen Changyu remained silent for a long while, wrestling with internal turmoil multiple times before finally reluctantly giving in with a complex mood. "If there's any unusual situation during the game, I will require the match to be terminated at any time." Chapter 39. After a short lunch break, the members of the training camp gathered again in the training hall. Because she hadn't been getting up early for a long time, Lin Xiao inevitably felt a little drowsy around noon. While yawning, she heard Xiao Li complaining nearby, "We've been gathered here for a long time, why hasn't anyone come yet?" Zhou Qiguan smiled reassuringly after hearing this. Coach Lu went to the team side and should be back soon. Xiao Li was surprised. What is he doing at the team side? Mentioning this, Zhou Qiguan's excitement made his eyes especially bright. This morning, Coach Lu revealed that he had just negotiated with the team and several official players would come in the afternoon to give instructional explanations to the members of the training camp. After that, they would select a few members for one-on-one guidance matches. Xiao Li became spirited. Sounds interesting. Official players, who? Hearing this, Lin Xiao lazily raised her eyelashes and slightly furrowed her brows. It was quite obvious that Zhou Qiguan was really looking forward to the activities in the afternoon. He chattered on enthusiastically beside Xiao Li, with his round face puffed up. Who do you think will come this afternoon? Captain Yu, Vice Captain Shen, or Lu Zishan? Actually, both Su brothers are also very good. I wonder if Qin Lei is getting used to being there. It's been a long time since I've seen him. Will he also take this opportunity to come back to the training camp and see me? I really hope Captain Yu comes. Every time I watch his operations, I feel it's almost perfectly precise. Though I probably won't reach this level in my lifetime, I still want to receive his guidance closely. I'm also looking forward to the one-on-one guidance match, but unfortunately as a priest, even if I'm selected, I might not get to participate. To make such a soft and shy teenager so animated, it shows how much he truly looks forward to this from the bottom of his heart. Lin Xiao yawned listlessly again, her whole body leaning on the table. If it were an assessment match against another team, she might have been more interested. At least it could help her understand more about the enemy team, which might be useful when they meet on the stage in the future. But now it's just those few guys from Black Rose. She'd watched their game videos until she was tired of them. She already knows their styles well enough, let alone coming to listen to their lectures. At this point, the other people around clearly also got the news one after another, and the initial impatience due to waiting vanished instantly, replaced by faces full of anticipation. As sheets of paper were passed down, everyone filled out their own information briefly before passing them back up, accumulating a thick stack in the corner of the podium, reportedly for selecting candidates for the later guidance matches. Looking at the time, Zhou Qiguan muttered, "It's about time, they should be here." His words had barely faded when footsteps were heard outside the training camp. The previously noisy hall fell silent immediately. Lifting her head with others, Lin Xiao saw 3 people walk in through the door. The first 2, one wearing wire-rimmed glasses, appeared gentlemanly with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His lean figure was enhanced by the shirt he wore, exuding proper conduct everywhere. The other had neat and tidy hair, a white, clean, handsome face that girls like a lot, dressed casually but neatly in a t-shirt. As for the one following behind, it was Lu Jinquan, who looked strict all over. From the Black Rose team, one was Lu Zishan, the other one of the twins. A representative of the Su duo greeted with a sunny smile upon entering. "Oh heyo, hello everyone, nice to meet all of you here. Ah, it's Su Yiming." Having made this judgment, Lin Xiao quietly lowered her head further as the two stood on the podium. After all, considering the impression she had left on several members of the team before, it was rather provocative. Apparently, Yu Jing didn't reveal his existence earlier, thinking that fewer problems were better than more. Good timing, she thought exactly the same. Lu Jinquan stood in front of the podium, scanning the crowd below, and began speaking. "Today marks the first group training session for the new members of this period. Welcome to all of you. Many of you should already know, I am Lu Jinquan, your chief coach. There is no need for a detailed introduction." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Today we have the honor of inviting 2 official players from the team, Lu Zishan and Su Yiming, who will share some simple experience with you shortly." By the time this was said, quite a few people in the audience could no longer suppress their restlessness. It's actually Lu Zishan. Holy crap, I finally get to see him in person. Su Yiming looks much taller than he does on TV. Captain Yu and Vice Captain Shen didn't come. What a pity. Where's Sui Chen? How strange that the twins didn't come together. Even Xiao Li couldn't help but mutter here. The year my cousin met him for dinner, she kept saying how handsome Lu Zishan is. Today, though, he doesn't seem like much, just another pretty face who looks good on TV. He's definitely not as handsome as me. The taste of girls these days is really... Cough, cough. Lin Xiao couldn't hold back the water she had just sipped and sprayed it out, immediately ducking under the table to avoid being noticed while suppressing her laughter, causing her back to rise and fall rhythmically. Xiao Li's face instantly darkened. What? So even you think this pretty boy is handsomer than me? Lin Xiao waved her hands frantically. No no no, you're handsome, cough, you're the handsomest. On stage, after finishing the opening remarks, Su Yiming stepped onto the podium first. Facing all the expectant gazes from the roomful of participants, he adjusted his clothes, raised a smile, and said with great seriousness, "Hello everyone, I am Su Yiming. It's a pleasure to meet you all here. So, may I ask, has everyone eaten?" The applause that was originally prepared came to an abrupt stop as if someone pressed pause at the end of his sentence, and after choking for a moment, only a few scattered voices responded hesitantly, "We have." Su Yiming gave a satisfied smile at this reaction, casually taking out a stack of papers from the file bag he brought earlier. With a noticeably good mood, he announced, "All right then, I'll start sharing my insights with you now. Seeing the stack of lecture notes as thick as a Xinhua dictionary and hearing his painstakingly accurate reading voice, the crowd began to feel like they were transported back to primary school Chinese lessons, reading texts aloud. Faces gradually turned ashen as any impulse to applaud disappeared. Frankly speaking, these contents sounded somewhat familiar. Someone discreetly pulled out their phone to check, immediately spitting blood inwardly. What the hell, wasn't this exactly the same thing as the heatedly discussed discussion on how to become an excellent pro player and get rid of being noob, which became extremely popular on forums not long ago? Looks like Su Yiming just printed it out and pretended to make it look like original notes. Lu Zishan looked rather bored during his teammate's speech. He randomly dragged over a chair, sitting beside it, his long legs elegantly crossed before him, calmly playing with his phone. After some time, until Lu Jinquan approached him and whispered something, he slowly stood up again, casually picking up Su Yiming by the collar and tossing him aside. Then, with a faint smile, he took out his own notes. Sorry, Yiming's presentation is done for today. Next, I'll share with you some key points in making judgment during battles. Upon hearing this, the participants present let out a slight sigh of relief. Compared to Su Yiming's lengthy nonsense that seemed endless, what Lu Zishan was saying almost qualified as pure knowledge. After all, for many players with less experience, their weak on-site response due to lack of experience often becomes the breakthrough point exploited by opponents. Although verbal description might be mere theoretical talk, it was still invaluable wisdom from the senior players. Many people gradually took out pens and paper and started seriously jotting down notes during the session. Seeing the wind of writing coming from Zhou Qiguan, Lin Xiao approvingly smiled, and then glanced back at Xiaoli, whose face was filled with disdain toward the speaker on the podium. She rolled her eyes. Just because his cousin thought Lu Zishan was handsome, did they have such a grudge? After Lu Zishan finished his speech, the first part officially ended, leading straight into the next segment. Since the purpose of filling out the forms earlier had already been disclosed, all members in the training camp were eagerly hoping they would be given the opportunity to engage in direct confrontations, each one brimming with anticipation. Although those in the training camp are usually considered experts in online gaming, occasionally bumping into professionals in ranked matches isn't rare. However, due to professional gamers' busy schedules, they don't frequently appear online. Even if they do, engaging in a few games of ranked play to loosen up is more often for leisure rather than showing off their full potential. Therefore, this chance for a real match was especially precious. After all, in a certain sense, defeating the official player of a team is undoubtedly the most direct proof of one's own strength. After flipping through the forms at random, Lu Zishan had already picked out 3 people to battle against him, Wei Si, Chen Xiaoxiao, Xiaoli. Seeing that she wasn't chosen, Lin Xiao quietly sighed in relief. Unlike Lin Xiao, Xiaoli stood up full of excitement and sneered, just wait and see how I'll beat him. Lin Xiao glanced at him meaningfully, then gave another look toward Lu Zishan, and smiled with deep significance, my condolences. Chapter 40. Brother Lin, what level is Brother Xiao roughly at? Due to his young age, Zhou Qiguan didn't care at all about his identity as a regional manager. After watching Xiaoli walk onto the stage, he opened the conversation with this question. In terms of skill, have you heard of Xiao Cangqiong? Lin Xiao didn't hold back any information. He's the king of the random matchups. Zhou Qiguan's eyes immediately lit up. So, won't it be really exciting in a bit? Probably, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. While they were chatting idly, the battle equipment on the stage had already been prepared. The first one to take the field was Wei Si and Lu Zishan, who respectively sat down in front of computers on both sides. Because it was an internal battle, both parties used a simulation server that synchronized character data. After creating the room, the first instructional match was about to begin. Nearby, there were staff members from the training camp adjusting the equipment. The large wall in front of the stage gradually lowered a screen. As the lights of the projector illuminated, the top-down perspective battle scene clearly appeared on the massive curtain, just like a miniature version of an official match viewing site. Many new members experienced this intense competitive atmosphere for the first time and couldn't help but be amazed. This kind of equipment was something that Lin Xiao couldn't even dream of owning in his own day. It wasn't just due to the backwardness of the technology, the bigger reason was that the harsh environment back then didn't allow them to waste their limited funds on such luxuries. Nowadays, this level of equipment has become the basic configuration in all sorts of training camps. As long as it could help improve the players, the clubs would unhesitatingly invest heavily to meet the needs. Looking at everything in front of him, he couldn't help but flash a slight smile. Players these days are truly blessed. Zhou Qiguan nodded along beside him, her face completely resembling a fangirl's. That's right. If we could see the main roster coming to give us instructions every day, that would be even better. Preferably Captain Yu. Lin Xiao. On the big screen, after the map bans were completed, the red and blue teams quickly selected their equipment and confirmed their skill builds, entering the loading interface under the gaze of the crowd. As a not-so-new and yet not-so-old member of the training camp, Wei Si was caught between the awkward positions of not being either an underdog or a star. He very much knew that if he continued on like this, he'd eventually face elimination, which would undoubtedly render all his prior efforts wasted. Given his average talent, he had to put more effort than others during training. With sufficient enthusiasm for esports, he was delighted to be selected this time around. Although he didn't really think he could win against Lu Zhaishan, an official player, he still eagerly looked forward to at least having one or two standout performances to catch the coach's attention, or at least adding a bit of extra impression points in future training sessions. With such simple aspirations, Wei Si entered the battleground with a mix of anticipation and trepidation in his heart. On the screen, under the adjustment by the controllers, both sides' equipment configurations, skill build choices, and complete numerical details were displayed clearly on both sides of the battle interface. After scanning through it once, Lin Xiao made a preliminary judgment about Wei Si. His choice in equipment and skills looks quite decent. Facing Lu Zhaishan's annoying paladin, choosing an agility-focused demon hunter equipped with gear increasing passive movement speed for ranged skirmishing, Wei Si had undeniably laid out the framework for a kite-type battle. But how many times must Lu Zhaishan have faced similar strategies? Just with a brief look at the wooden dwellings equipment route, Lin Xiao already shook his head in resignation. Opting for an offensive route instead? That's simply refusing to give the other party any chance to kite at all. Although it was only a tutorial match, it didn't have to be this brutal. If the training camp members end up getting psychological scars from this, how are they supposed to continue in the future? TSK. Ready? Let's get started then. As the game began, a message popped up from Zhuomu Erqi, Lu Zhaishan, in the map chat channel. Saying so, the paladin blatantly started hiding his figure in full view, while on the other side, the demon hunter also began cautiously slipping into the bushes. Though leading ahead slightly in strategy due to his exceptional awareness, Lu Zhaishan indeed gave some water intentionally, purposefully leaving behind a wilderness forest map where ranged characters had a significant advantage. But clearly, the disparity in using the map effectively was already extraordinarily apparent. In fact, from the very start of the battle, Wei Si had been anxious. Following the strategy he had meticulously pondered beforehand, he advanced with extreme caution, carefully paying attention to every single movement around him. Tense beyond measure, as he sought out the enemy's figure, his palm gripping the mouse had already become drenched in sweat. Yet he could not find the opponent's position no matter what, but others who were watching on the big screen with God's perspective saw Zhuomu Erqi circling stealthily behind him, causing their hearts to clench. Right when Wei Si was looking about anxiously, a deep and raspy roar came through his earphones. Without time to react, he only saw a figure resembling someone riding full gallop straight toward him. His hands trembling, he forgot to dodge, being directly trampled beneath the other's feet. Zhuomu Erqi immediately activated the paladin's ultimate move, Soul Stomp. With an increase in his attributes, dazzling golden light surrounded his entire body, his weapon gleaming exceptionally, charging straight at the demon hunter. For a ranged character, once caught by a paladin, it became particularly fatal. Moreover, Lu Zhaishan did not show even a shred of mercy. Under a series of seamless skills connections, Wei Si's actions were completely chaotic and disordered, leaving him helplessly watching his character get repeatedly stabbed by the opponent. Throughout the duration, his avatar remained suspended, never touching the ground. This was the first time Wei Si experienced such direct superiority in power. Instantly lost for how to retaliate, all he could do was press the keyboard subconsciously. However, before the health bar emptied, there hadn't even been one excess operation, let alone any expected impressive performance. Not until after the game ended, and the screen displayed the word failure, did Wei Si remain dumbfounded in the seat, unable to come back to reality. Nice job. A voice sounded overhead, and only then did he lift his head hazily to see Lu Zhaishan smiling with great elegance, making Wei Si unable to reply. Did he perform nicely? He seemed like he didn't have any eye-catching operations at all during the last match. Seeing his expression, Lu Zhaishan roughly guessed his thoughts, patting Wei Si's shoulder lightly with a smile, saying, "Your equipment and skill setup are perfect, indicating you indeed have a certain level of understanding about your profession. This is one of the qualities required for professional players, but this alone is still far from enough." Looking briefly at the computer screen that hadn't logged out and remained dark gray, his smile was faint. "Go home tonight and watch the combat recordings a few more times. You will realize that this map has much more that requires your thorough comprehension." Wei Si stayed silent for a long while in response to those words. When he raised his head again, although there was still reluctance in his eyes, it was clearly accompanied by less dejectedness. Standing up from the chair, he bowed respectfully towards Lu Zhaishan and sincerely said, "Thank you, senior, for your guidance." Lu Zhaishan quickly helped him up. Under the grand bowing gesture, he rarely felt somewhat awkward. "Don't mention it, don't mention it." Everyone warmly applauded Wei Si, who stepped off the stage. The next contender, Chen Xiaoxiao, sat down at the computer. Seeing such a pretty large-eyed girl opposite him, Lu Zhaishan showed a look of slight difficulty. "Not good, I always have the least effect against beautiful ladies." Upon hearing this, everyone present gave an expression of speechlessness. The same statement that the former self-proclaimed gentleman made during interviews before, only to encounter Red Leaf team composed entirely of female players. Coincidentally or genuinely, Lu Zhaishan never appeared on stage that round, making it one of the top 3 unsolved mysteries in that match. As soon as the match began, everyone's gaze was immediately drawn in. Soon, several detail-oriented people noticed that regarding the equipment setup in this round, Lu Zhaishan indeed showed much more restraint than the previous game. He didn't use the pure violent offense equipment again, but instead replaced some with defensive ones typically used by the paladin class. However, though this round Lu Zetian acted unusually straightforward without doing any detour tactics, the fight wasn't one-sided like with Wei Si, and the combat duration even doubled compared to the last round. But upon careful observation, spectators could only condense their thoughts into two words inwardly: Nima. Was this a match? A bout? A teaching match? It looked completely like a rogue dressed in paladin armor teasing a sexy older sister martial artist on the outskirts. The entire recording, from beginning to end, was practically a crime scene. Chen Xiaoxiao stood up from the computer desk with a face full of complex emotions but still politely nodded towards Lu Zetian. "Thank you, senior, for the instruction." Xiao Li, standing nearby, had been waiting anxiously for the 2 rounds to finish and was already on his feet. After watching the previous battles, Xiao Li's face unmistakably displayed 5 glaring words as he looked at Lu Zetian: "What a disgusting pervert." Though puzzled by this unexplained animosity, Lu Zetian greeted him with an especially courteous smile. It wasn't until both logged into the game that upon seeing the opponent's ID, a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes, his lips slightly curving. The formerly casual demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by a glint of interest. At that moment, others also noticed the name on the large screen, causing all whispers around to cease momentarily. In the blink of an eye, everyone's gaze shifted entirely onto Xiao Li, and the ensuing chatter soon reverberated loudly throughout the entire training hall. It was only then that many people realized this new member was none other than Laughing Canopy, Xiao Zhangqiong. There were feelings of astonishment, excitement, but mostly anticipation. As the big screen displayed the loading bar, the room fell silent once again, every person holding their breath in eager anticipation for the upcoming match. Xiao Li paid no heed to the audience's reactions below. Instead, he glanced indifferently at Lu Zetian's profile, stretched his hands to loosen up his joints, and snorted disdainfully. At this exact moment, one thought consumed his mind: annihilate him. Then take the footage back to show his cousin just who is truly cooler. Chapter 41. Wow, both sides are using their most familiar tricks. This is all-out effort. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel as the preparation phase ended and the 2 panels appeared on the large screen. If it was true that Lu Zetian had reasons to win due to his pride in front of the training camp members, then Xiao Li's commitment stemming from their handsome rivalry truly earned Lin Xiao's admiration. The map for this round was Desert Ruins. For the 2 melee professions, neither side had a significant advantage. It would clearly be a pure contest of hard strength. Compared to the wild forest, the whole map of Desert Ruins wasn't very large. Besides a central expanse of sand, there was an encircling ring of an old, abandoned ancient city everywhere, emitting a desolate and barren aura. After loading into the combat map, both parties started advancing almost simultaneously. Seen from the god view, both were heading straight toward the center of the map. Initially, following this rhythm, they were evidently about to meet soon. However, when passing through the ancient city, both abruptly changed direction, altering their paths towards the upper part of the map. Clearly, both had the intention of avoiding each other. Unbeknownst to them, they still headed towards another direct confrontation. Viewing from the first-person perspective displayed in the corner of the big screen, regardless of whose angle, one could witness rapidly changing scenes due to high-speed movement, leaving many people already astounded. Not only did one have to ensure moving speed while balancing character stamina values, but during such swift movements, one also had to remain vigilant for environmental changes around, something ordinary players simply couldn't pull off. Just as everyone was holding their breath expecting the encounter, Zemugor suddenly flipped to the side, drilling into a nearby broken house at an elusive angle. At that precise moment, Xiao Zhangqiong just entered the visible range. By a difference of 0.1 second, he successfully concealed himself before being detected. Regardless of how Lu Zetian managed to make such accurate judgment without seeing the opponent, everyone was amazed. They became even more focused, afraid of missing any wonderful detail in this expert duel. At this point, Xiao Zhangqiong's field of vision was empty, showing nothing except the desolation of the ancient city, without even the slightest hint of Zemugor's presence. However, Zemugor hiding in the house maintained cover, watching his every move clearly. As Xiao Zhangqiong stepped by the house, Zemugor suddenly flung his long spear, launching a direct attack from behind. This ambush was nearly perfect, but upon hearing the sound of air breaking, Xiao Zhangqiong immediately reacted with sharp intuition. A swing of his heavy sword blocked the spear neatly behind him as he turned around, skillfully stopping it. Such a reaction was extraordinarily swift. Someone couldn't help but praise, beautiful. However, they quickly realized where they were and hurriedly covered their mouths to maintain silence. Xiao Li, who didn't notice the audience's reaction due to his focus, subtly smirked. Wasn't it said he lacked enough experience? No worries, just compensate with hand speed. Thinking so, he intensified his operations fiercely. After blocking once, Xiao Zhangqiong instantly shifted from defense to offense. His heavy sword danced, creating dazzling light and showering down skills toward Zemugor, forcing the latter into defensive postures continuously. Not bad. In this moment, Lu Zetian also unusually got disarrayed but quickly stabilized the rhythm. He silently praised within his heart and activated Holy Light Armor immediately. Thanks to the damage reflection buff, the opponent's attack slowed for a split second. Spotting this chance, he poked forward with his spear, striking a piercing blow onto Xiao Zhangqiong, generating a short-term dizziness effect. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity easily. Zemugor followed up with a string of skill combinations, almost leveling out the health points that were suppressed by Xiao Zhangqiong's previous wave of outputs instantly after the dizziness effect ended. At the same instant the dizziness wore off, Xiao Zhangqiong made another counterattack. Upon hitting the long spear with his heavy sword, Pylai Flash's three-part combination strikes were released instantly, pushing Zemugor back several feet. Immediately afterward, a broad vacuum blade shot out, cutting directly toward the opposing face. Seeing he would get hit again at the crucial moment, Zemugor suddenly used the leap step, instantly dodging out of the affected range. As he landed, he immediately performed a series of quick rolls, heading directly toward the tile-roofed house. With the help of the dull yellow broken high wall, he vanished from Xiao Zhangqiong's line of sight in an instant. Xiao Zhangqiong decisively activated Phantom Dash and pursued into the old house without delay. But upon entering, there was no sign of Zemugor anywhere. Xiao Li slightly paused. Where did this guy go? Though there was no one in Xiao Zhangqiong's field of vision, everyone else watching could see clearly what had happened, causing each person to unconsciously feel a chill for him. Right after rolling into the room, Zemugor didn't pause even for a moment but quickly flipped out through another window on the side. Once outside, instead of leaving, he sharply executed a flanking maneuver, now returning again to the front door of the tiled house, positioning himself directly behind Xiao Zhangqiong. The moment the roar of Soul Stomp echoed, no matter how agile Xiao Zhangqiong's reaction was, it seemed utterly helpless in such a confined space. Zemugor charged forward on his horse, unleashing a powerful collision as he struck Xiao Zhangqiong with a launching move, stamping him down in the corner position before immediately using a taunt skill. Compressed in the corner between two walls, Xiao Zhangqiong had no available space for resistance, almost stuck against the wall angle, enduring a brutal battering. The splattered blood from long spear strikes made the scene look especially fierce. The game is decided. At the sight of Zemugor ingeniously controlling Xiao Zhangqiong in the corner, Lin Xiao already knew there would be no possibility of turning things around, and seeing the blackened face of Xiao Li on stage, he lightly curved his lips. This devastating loss perhaps wasn't a bad thing, at least he should finally come to terms with the fact that the gap between professional and amateur isn't just about operational speed, but completely reflected in on-the-spot strategy. When the words of defeat popped up on the screen, Xiao Li's expression didn't look very good until Lu Zhisan approached politely and extended his hand for a handshake. Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Li shook hands briefly, his expression still brimming with defiance. If you'd stop being so cunning, winning like this doesn't prove you're necessarily better than me. Lu Zhisan chuckled at this comment, his attitude seeming entirely unfazed, looking forward to your counter-cunning next time. Feeling blocked by this response, Xiao Li turned red-faced and visibly tensed. Lu Zhisan found the reaction amusing, smiling lightly while assessing him from head to toe and speaking gracefully as ever. I look forward to working together with you as teammates in the future. At hearing these words, not only Xiao Li but also others present were momentarily stunned. Was this a hint at something? Regardless, when Xiao Li left the arena, he received especially enthusiastic applause. Returning to his seat under countless stares, he couldn't help but awkwardly cough twice, muttering, accidentally fell for his trick, purely accidental. Lin Xiao looked at him with an "I understand" expression but chose not to respond. Zhou Qiguan was still immersed in the exciting match earlier, offering consolation filled with regret upon hearing comments. Xiao Gu could fight so intensely with Mr. Lu, which is already impressive. Losing is normal, don't lose heart, you will definitely win back in the future. Normal to lose. No reason to lose heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's mouth twitched, taking half a day to squeeze out a sentence filled with mixed emotions. Thank you, switch. Lin Xiao found it amusing, intending to say something but then saw Lu Jinxian stepping onto the podium once again to begin the lottery for the second round of instruction matches. Due to the constraints of time, Su Yiming reduced the selection from 3 people to just 1. This personally didn't bother him too much. Smiling warmly, he drew a name from a pile and read aloud, next name participating in my combat match is, Lin Xiao. Which friend is it? Come on up, hurry up. Amidst the groans of disappointment among those whose hopes had been dashed, Lin Zhao's attempt to tease Xiao Li was instantly swallowed by surprise. With only 1 remaining slot, could it really have fallen to him? That seems too unrealistic. Xiao Li reacted first, excitedly patting his shoulder. Brother, good luck. You've been chosen, mate. Speechless, Lin Xiao glanced at him. What's so exciting about it? Did he actually seem eager to get up and practice? I'm here, I've arrived. After Su Yiming called the name again and waited half a day without hearing any sound, Lin Xiao finally stood up slowly and walked to the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. Among all gazes on him, 2 lines of sight were particularly prominent due to their different emotions. Su Yiming had been staring at him in bewilderment and only snapped back to reality when Lin Xiao came close, nearly jumping in astonishment. Holy crap, why are you here in our training camp? Lu Zhisan furrowed his brows too, his polite expression froze momentarily upon seeing Lin Xiao. Are you one of the new members? This reaction effectively turned all the previously envious stares into pure gossip and curiosity. Especially Zhang Jin and Feng Sheng, who had witnessed Lin Zhao's conversation with Yu Jing before, were now utterly baffled. What kind of background did this person have? Not only was he familiar with Captain Yu, but also with seniors like Su Yiming and Lu Zhisan. Lin Xiao felt somewhat helpless while listening to the growing whispers around him. This was precisely the troublesome situation he'd anticipated, which was exactly why he hadn't wanted to directly run into these two here. Casually brushing his disheveled hairline, he flashed an innocent smile towards them both. Since we'll be teammates in the future, it would be great if we could leave past troubles behind and look forward to mutual support. When did we become teammates? Su Yiming had never encountered someone so shamelessly brazen, turning something completely uncertain into something as if naturally ordained. But all he could think of now was what Captain Yu's reaction would be if he knew this kid had snuck into the training camp. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became. He simply couldn't imagine. Compared to Su Yiming, whose thoughts were like turbulent waves, Lin Xiao remained unusually calm, smiling genially as he patted Su Yiming on the shoulder and casually pointed at the nearby computer. So, are we still going to play? Su Yiming almost choked from Lin Xiao's unperturbed demeanor. Shooting him a furious glare, he stormed over to the computer chair, vowing to reclaim his captain's pride through a bout of teaching. Let me give you some guidance, rookie. Oh, it's a mentorship match then. Lin Xiao slightly raised his brow with mild indifference and sat in front of the computer opposite him, logging into the account. Seeing the attitudes between the two, Lu Zhexin frowned deeply beside them, lost in thought. Everyone else watched the two engage in cryptic banter before shifting focus to the screens. To be honest, Lin Xiao hadn't intended to interact so soon with Black Rose's formal team members. However, since this present circumstance provided such an opportunity, there was no need for pretense or playing hard to get. It was time to go all in and probe deeper. After all, engaging in combat was the most direct way to assess one's capabilities and discover potential weaknesses. In the Tomb of Terror map, both sides advanced head-on towards each other's spawn points without executing any positioning maneuvers. As expected, they collided head-on in the center of the map. Su Yiming took the initiative immediately, making a clever sidestep to conceal himself entirely within the dark night, and instantly began firing his weapon. Through such unpredictable movement, only faint muzzle flashes after gunshots offered vague clues to his approximate position. TSK, why so hasty? Lin Xiao mentally shook his head as his mouse skillfully controlled Ghost Momo. With only subtle movements right at the moment the guns went off, and no grand gestures, yet, after a burst of rapid gunfire, the unmoving health bar clearly revealed that he had successfully evaded all shots. However, Yiming Blood didn't follow up with another attack after this offensive wave. Through the large screen, the audience could see him quickly shifting in the darkness, already moving away from his last exposed coordinates. After this round, Ghost Momo wasn't in a rush either and similarly started maneuvering around. If one carefully observed his angles, those who had done previous studies might notice that his position perfectly cut off Yiming Blood's path. Seeing everything unfold clearly, Lu Zhexin's eyes flickered with surprise, vaguely recalling Shen Changyu's strong recommendation for this person, deepening his respect. His expression watching the battle grew even more focused and serious. At this moment, Ghost Momo suddenly paused after feeling around to a certain coordinate point and made no further movements. Is something wrong? Did the computer malfunction? Everyone was utterly baffled. However, when they glanced at Lin Xiao on stage, they noticed his focused profile staring intently at the screen, showing not a hint of abnormality. Yiming Jianshui continued moving actively at this time, but Su Yiming's expression had become slightly more anxious. After completing his strategic flanking maneuver, just as he should have launched the second wave of attacks, he unexpectedly found that Ghost Momo had completely disappeared from his control range. He had no choice but to abandon his previous strategy and started using bullets scattering around to locate the enemy's ambush. The sound of gunfire resounded unusually prominently in the quiet, eerie graveyard, occasionally stirring up wisps of ghostly flames that merged with the firelight from the gun muzzles. Though it seemed like Yiming Jianshui was voluntarily exposing his position, Su Yiming had in fact maintained an excellent balance. His main field of vision was exceptionally sharp, and he consistently adopted a zigzag movement pattern, ready to respond instantly to emergencies coming from all directions. Lin Xiao couldn't help but admit that Su Yiming's level in the gun magician profession was indeed good enough to secure a place in the league. Unfortunately, the current situation revealed he was still too impulsive. One could only say that although his talent and strength were commendable, his nature was a bit too hasty. In the present scenario, if Su Yiming had remained careful throughout, perhaps he could have extended the game a little longer. However, his rash exposure of himself at this juncture clearly proved him to be both young and underestimating his opponent. As a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth, after tossing a rain of fire underneath Yiming Jianshui, Ghost Momo suddenly leapt into the bushes behind him. People below watched this move with confused expressions. Was that leap just now due to a slip of hand? Moreover, Yiming Jianshui was still a distance away from the ultimate skills range, making this action seem like it would result in an empty ultimate according to his current location. But right as the crowd was murmuring among themselves, Yiming Jianshui rapidly escaped the large patch of burning flame. Thanks to the red glow during the casting of the fire spell, it had momentarily locked onto the enemy's coordinates. With his ghost step activated, he approached suddenly and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the last exposed position of Ghost Momo. Everyone saw everything unfold before their eyes, finding themselves speechless. Undoubtedly, Su Yiming's reaction speed was outstanding, but the problem was there was already no one in that area. Worse still, the cooldown for Void Wraiths was just completed at this very moment, and Yiming Jianshui, who had rushed in, fell squarely within the skill's range. As soon as the vast black spread beneath his feet, Yiming Jianshui gained an extreme debuff for weakness, along with complete blindness. It was at this point that Su Yiming realized he had fallen into the opponent's deliberate trap, cursing mentally as his operations did not stop even though his vision was lost. Despite losing sight, Yiming Jianshui continued to move nimbly across the field, trying to escape. At this time, the professionalism of esports players became evident. Under nearly total darkness, Yiming Jianshui's speed of movement was hardly hindered at all, solely relying on the impression of nearby terrain from the previous moment and small map assistance, almost escaping the ultimate skills area. However, a frost curse landed beneath his feet, halting his momentum abruptly. Skills that followed hit him in rapid succession, almost reaching the description of overwhelming bombardment. There was not even a chance for him to formally adjust his state, and within just a few seconds, the fragile gun magician was completely drained of health. Even Su Yiming remained somewhat dazed. Although spirit monks rarely appeared in individual competitions, he had encountered a few spirit monk experts before. Yet, even in the professional league, he had never experienced such a humiliating defeat where there was essentially no room to show any skills. Just about hand speed? No, this kind of combo required sufficient cooldown reduction to support it, which would inevitably reduce the output damage of all skills. Yet the opponent skillfully linked every skill with perfect control without leaving any gaps. Until the screen completely darkened, Su Yiming still felt a sense of unprecedented terror. Lin Xiao, looking at the victory word flashing on the screen, didn't pay much attention. Instead, after moving his mouse cursor a few times, he stared thoughtfully at the keyboard on the table. Although the equipment in the training camp was all top-notch, it still felt somehow insufficient in terms of feel. Just as he was thinking this, Su Yiming had already stood up and walked over to him, his face a complicated mix of emotions as he looked at the person standing before him, someone he truly didn't like. Yet, after some reluctance, he extended his hand, "Thank you for the guidance." This reaction couldn't help but cause an uproar among those watching from below. Even though the match was clearly over, did the main roster member really need to thank the trainee? Isn't that backward? Lin Xiao gave a light grip on his hand, his demeanor calm. "You're pretty good too." Su Yiming's entire face seemed ready to twist into a knot with his gloominess. These words sounded just like an old master's evaluation of a younger generation, or at the very least a peer-to-peer conversation. Now, between them, who was supposed to be the senior again? Fortunately, he wasn't the kind of person to harbor petty grudges. Always respecting strength over pride, since he had recognized that the other party was indeed stronger than him, there was no point in stubbornly holding on to false dignity. After choking for quite some time, he managed to force out another sentence. "Lin Xiao, right? As long as you can make the team later, I will accept you as my teammate." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao slightly froze, then glanced at Lu Zhixin, who wore the same calm expression devoid of any hint of objection. Instantly, Lin Xiao's lips curled upward in an easygoing manner. "Ah, I'm honored." Really, not the least bit modest. Su Yiming finally found himself completely at a loss for words. Chapter 42. In response to Su Yiming's speechless reaction, Lin Xiao just gave a calm smile and ignored it. However, the group of onlookers down below began to buzz with excitement. Amidst the varied stares from all sides, he stepped down from the podium. After his triumphant return, Shaoli gave him a passionate hug. On the other side, Zhou Qiguan looked at him with bright eyes filled with intense admiration, excitedly circling around him. "Brother Lin, you're really amazing." The admiring glances of others were habitually ignored. Yet under such an ardent gaze from Zhou Qiguan, Lin Xiao vaguely felt as if there was a happy little tail wagging behind him. Finally unable to resist, he reached out to gently ruffle the boy's chestnut-colored curls. It must be said, the feel was indeed pretty good. In the midst of all the chaos, Lu Zhixin had already quietly dragged Su Yiming away. Lu Jinxian flipped open his notebook and recorded the analysis of the previous match. As his eyes glanced over that figure in the audience, they paused meaningfully, a look of deep consideration crossing his face. He hesitated for a moment and then added a few more notes. Although the previous match did not last long, it was already enough for him to confirm that this newcomer's skills far surpassed those of the training camp. For some unknown reason, he inexplicably felt that this person seemed somewhat restrained during the previous match, not fully showcasing their usual rhythm. For the entire afternoon until the training activities ended, almost every topic and discussion centered around Xiao Li's identity as the Road King and Lin Zhao's astonishing performance. After dinner, upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Xiao had barely lain down on the bed when he received a call from Shen Changyu, jokingly asking, "So, because you beat a regular player, the vice-captain has already been disturbed." "What regular player?" Shen Changyu sounded utterly confused, remembering the activity that Lu Jinxian had applied for before, and only then did he realize, "This afternoon, you went up against them?" "That's right, played around with the juniors." Lin Xiao curiously replied, "Originally, you weren't calling about this, huh?" Shen Changyu fell silent for a moment, not inclined to continue this topic, quickly steering the conversation back to its focus. "I'm contacting you regarding the next match against the Tianqi team." Lin Xiao almost didn't need to think before speaking. "So, it seems that Yu Jing doesn't want to change the lineup given the tight situation with the current score, correct?" Indeed, Shen Changyu was seeking Lin Zhao's thoughts on this matter. Hearing Lin Zhao's statement, he sighed helplessly and repeated the entire negotiation process from earlier. Finishing, he troubledly said, if we follow the original lineup plan, it may further burden the captain's hand. Lin Xiao listened quietly throughout. At this point, he spoke, so your suggested substitution strategy is to have Qin Lei, Lu Zhisan, and yourself compete in the individual matches, while letting the two Zus and Yu Jing participate in a team match? If we face off against the Tianqi team with this lineup, though the chance of winning the team match would likely be higher and easier, in the individual matches we might unfortunately only get 1 point. Shen Changyu nodded, therefore, Captain Yu insists on sticking with the original lineup, which can secure 2 points in the individual matches while striving for victory in the team match. Ideally, we could gather 4 points before the main team match begins. Admittedly, if it were me, I'd probably make the same choice as Yu Jing. Lin Xiao slowly curved his lips into a smirk, saying, Yan's led Tianqi team isn't any kind of soft target. With no certainty of winning in the team matches, if we don't try our best to gain more points beforehand, looking at the current rankings, our team can't afford to lose any points in the upcoming rounds. It truly would be difficult. Shen Changyu, stung by his words, became even more speechless. Team leader Lin. Emotionally, I indeed oppose these adventurous actions that might worsen the injury. But rationally speaking, facing a team that might easily advance, such risks are indeed unavoidable. Lin Xiao mused with slight reflection. It cannot be denied that Yu Jing certainly possesses the awareness and responsibility as the pillar of our team. In this aspect, I truly can find no valid reason to stop him. Shen Changyu fell silent. Then should we let him force himself like this? Considering the current situation, there's nothing we can do about it. We can only hope things don't take a turn for the worse. Lin Xiao helplessly agreed. Once on the field, it will depend on you to closely monitor his condition. Shen Changyu sighed in resignation. Understood. It's inconvenient to talk about Yu Jing's side, but when you should stop him, don't hesitate. Don't be under too much pressure. No matter how many points we secure against Tianqi, it's certain that the team will advance to the playoffs. Lin Xiao glanced sideways at the stars outside, his eyes carrying a faint smile. Don't worry. Before the next round, I'll find a way to officially join the team. By then, in the final 2 rounds totaling 20 points, not a single point will be lost. Shen Changyu's tone couldn't help but have some fluctuations. You've already thought of a way to join the team? Under the situation then, it certainly won't be difficult to get in. However, naturally, we'll still need Vice Captain Shen to lend a hand. Lin Xiao smiled. Let's not talk about this now. For now, focus on finishing the games ahead. Fighting. Though they were separated by the phone, Shen Changyu still seemed to imagine a large string of wavy lines from Lin Xiao's smiling tone and couldn't help but shiver. But after this conversation, he felt inexplicably reassured, and his previously restless mood strangely calmed down, finally revealing a slight smile on his face. All right, I'll work hard. 2 days later, according to the match schedule, Black Rose team's current round of matches was being held in H-City's Rainbow Esports Arena. Lu Jinxian entered the training camp early in the morning and chose several people to watch the game together in the secondary combat zone. This list also reflected from the side the level of importance given to each person by the head coach. Because when Lin Xiao and Xiao Li, these 2 new members, were included, there was inevitably another wave of envious looks before departure. As the start time of the match drew near, the venue gradually filled with people. The pre-match host actively engaged the crowd to boost the atmosphere, while the commentator introduced both teams' players briefly and occasionally exchanged playful banter, eliciting bursts of laughter from the audience. Supporters from both sides held up posters and LED boards shouting the names of their favorite players. The cheers for this match were more passionate than usual events. Wave after wave of enthusiastic shouts made it seem like even though the teams hadn't started fighting yet, the fans were already fiercely opposing each other. Commentator Xiao Wu interacted with her partner. Both teams are very popular, and today the fans' passion is evident. Maodo laughed and said, indeed. After all, Tianqi team and Black Rose team can both be regarded as some of the most popular teams in the league currently, so today's match has been highly anticipated. Xiao Wu looked at the player data displayed sequentially on the big screen, organized the documents in her hands, and said, based on the starting players seen so far, neither side appears to have major changes in the main lineup. It remains to be seen whether there will be any new strategies during actual combat. Maodo glanced at the current time and continued, it's now 15:29. The match will start soon, and I can barely contain my excitement. At that moment, the lights dimmed momentarily in the stadium and then brightened again as the players from both sides stepped into the field through side doors. As the broadcast camera switched, the large screens showed close-up shots of the players' faces one by one, provoking another chorus of screams from the audience. In the end, 2 special close-ups of the captains appeared simultaneously on either side of the big screen, elevating the arena's atmosphere to a new climax. Lin Xiao hadn't seen Yu Jing for quite a few days, so he couldn't help but glance longer at that perfectly handsome face from every angle, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It had to be said, the team uniform suited this person remarkably well, enhancing his cool composure and hiding his latent sharpness even deeper. As he thought this, a quick flicker passed through his eyes, and his gaze shifted onto another man's face. There, just as always, were the permanently furrowed brows and the sharply defined profile. The years had added an aura of maturity and stability to this man, creating an indescribable sense of pressure even standing simply on stage. This was the veteran player with the longest experience in the Glory League, the professional gamer who persisted the longest in the esports world, someone who unreservedly devoted everything to Captain Yen Duozhou of Tianqi team, and truly worthy of respect as a king, known as Yen Wang. If the esports circle could also be likened to an entertainment industry, in this age rampant with black fans, almost every player would inevitably face controversies, but there was one person who had never received any questioning. Regardless of victory or defeat, his presence is like a milestone in the league, and the end of every match leaves a strong mark on the history of esports. When this familiar figure came into view, Lin Xiao couldn't help but straighten up, silently paying tribute to this old friend and rival. If asked who he thoroughly admired in the league, perhaps, the answer would only be Yen Duozhou. He was very clear about the reason why this man had not yet chosen to retire, and precisely because of this understanding, it made him feel even more respect. No matter whether this man had won a world championship or not, in his mind, he was already an irreplaceable king without a crown. Chapter 43. After the two teams shook hands to show respect, they entered their respective seats and the match officially began. In the first round of the individual competition, the heavy artillery player Hua Buili from Black Rose team's Qin Lei would face off against Chen Rifan's gun specialist Yuri Ifa from the Revelation team. Shen Chanyu noticed the tension on Qin Lei's face, and patted his shoulder with a smile, offering words of comfort. Relax, just play at your normal level. Qin Lei did not speak, but silently nodded, clenching his fists quietly. Even though he knew his chances of winning were slim, he still secretly cheered himself on. For the current Black Rose team, every point was particularly crucial. Hence, when the audience saw that this less experienced rookie was leading the charge, they were clearly taken aback. Was this a sign of an intended sacrifice of 1 point right at the start? Even though the combat area completely isolated the outside sounds, Qin Lei could still feel the change in the atmosphere of the scene. Despite this, there was no flicker of emotion on his face. As soon as the loading progress was over and both parties respawned at their designated points, Hua Buili began moving actively. This round's map was Lop Nor City. He had made extensive preparations before the battle, and feeling somewhat assured after finding the coordinates, began meticulously setting up his firepower lines according to the pre-battle strategy. On the other hand, Yuri Ifa was already moving at top speed, darting through the ancient city, weaving through one alleyway after another. The key to the entire match lay entirely in whether Hua Buili could fully establish his firepower line. The spectators involuntarily held their breath, following the changes in the distance between the two sides through the God's Eye View big screen. Closer. Closer. Even closer. Just as the firepower line was about to be fully set up, Yuri Ifa finally spotted Hua Buili under the city gate in the southwest corner. He lifted his twin guns and unleashed a brilliant barrage without pause, thoroughly disrupting Hua Buili's final setup motion. The whole venue erupted in excitement with a resounding wah. Under Yuri Ifa's relentless firepower suppression, Hua Buili fled rather disheveled. With some feigned retaliations using nearby cannons, he attempted several rolls to escape the other party's line of sight. However, Yuri Ifa easily sidestepped all attacks with agile positioning. Taking the opportunity, Yuri Ifa continued firing his shotguns relentlessly. The laser beams coiled around Hua Buili's feet, significantly slowing his movement. In the blink of an eye, the concentrated fire became even more tight-knit, nearly engulfing his entire figure in flames. Seeing the health bar drop visibly, Hua Buili tried to evade the attack by maneuvering his position, but alas, the other side's ferocious offense left him hardly any room to maneuver. Adding to this, Yuri Ifa's precise prediction skills locked Hua Buili down in an extremely passive situation. In such a disadvantageous situation, Qin Lei inevitably grew anxious inside. But the more worried he became, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. After repeated struggles, by the time his health bar was completely emptied, he had never managed to break free from the entangled offensive and conceded the first blood. Still too young, he can't hold steady, remarked Lin Xiao below the stage as he glanced at the evidently agitated Qin Lei on the big screen. This game turned out exactly as expected, the result was clear. Afterward, Qin Lei's second death appeared to be a carbon copy of the first one. After respawning, Hua Buili once again actively engaged in finding opportunities for arranging his firepower. However, Yuri Ifa seemed to have already figured out his pattern from the previous firepower line location, locating him effortlessly once more. Leveraging his professional advantages and faster hand speed, he smoothly ended the fight. With an absolute advantage of 2 o'clock, Chen Rifan secured the victory, and the Revelation team scored the first point. Leaving the field, Qin Lei looked quite upset. He was well aware of how crucial each point was in the current situation for the team. Returning to the bench, he bowed deeply to his teammates. I am truly very sorry. Don't apologize. As a rookie, you've already done a great job. Su Yiming quickly supported him, helping him up and casually throwing his jacket onto the adjacent seat while giving him an encouraging pat on the head. Don't worry, let the veterans take revenge for you. Next is my turn. At this moment, the large screen showed the participants list for the second round where Kuzuyuan from the Revelation team would compete, playing as Yuan Gi, a battle axe warrior. When Su Yiming saw the opponent's name, he slightly raised his eyebrows in surprise. As he walked onto the stage, he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Oh my, it's a beautiful lady on the other side. It's really hard to bring myself to attack her. As Su Yicheng passed by, he glanced at him and said, if you lose, don't even think about dinner tonight. Su Yiming's mouth involuntarily tightened as he protested loudly, "What are you saying? I can win if I say so, just wait and see. I'm in great shape today, and there will be no mercy shown." He shouted so loudly that when he looked up, he happened to meet Qiu Ziyuan's sharp gaze, immediately covering his mouth. In the Zone Alliance, there were quite a few female players, some of whom reached the top levels of their professions, but ones like Qiu Ziyuan who chose the brutish and savage battle axe warrior profession were extremely rare. Qiu Ziyuan had naturally curly hair down to her shoulders, and her perfect S-shaped figure gave an otherwise plain uniform of the Tianqi team a special sort of sexy charm. Such fiery red lips paired with an angelic face didn't fall short of the stunning beauty often seen in modern film circles, attracting the fervent cheers of all the male fans, each one wishing they could rush onto the stage. When she first joined the league years ago, nobody understood why such a strikingly attractive female player would choose the coarse and barbaric career of a battle axe warrior, even suspecting her of being nothing more than a flower vase who got in through backdoor dealings. But all these doubts were silenced once she delivered an impeccable debut performance on stage. As a highly popular female player, both in terms of looks and skills, Qiu Ziyuan was widely recognized. After both parties entered the preparation area and fine-tuned their equipment, the competition officially began on the platform. Many people enthusiastically followed the wonderful performances of the female player. Unexpectedly, right from the start, Su Yiming took advantage of his flexible positioning to completely initiate a kite strategy. The key point of victory or defeat lay in whether Yuan Gi could find a chance to close the distance with Yiming Jian Shui. However, looking at the situation now, it appeared almost impossible. Amidst the gunfire, the scene turned bloody and violent, but unfortunately, Su Yiming was not someone like Lu Zheshen who respected the fragility of females. Once he got into a frenzy, he abandoned all considerations, making his moves on the field increasingly showy and wanton. His movements became even more elusive. Although Yuan Gi managed to close the distance once, because too much health had already been lost beforehand, ultimately only one-third of Yiming Jian Shui's life force was traded before the first blood was offered. At this point, Su Yiming had completely let himself loose. Without a moment's pause, he disregarded Yuan Gi's fallen corpse from the previous moment and headed straight for the opponent's resurrection point. The crowd silently thought, is this necessary? Su Yicheng watching in the contestant seat slightly curled his lips upward, glancing at Qin Lei next to him, saying, looks like Xiaoming is in good shape today. Although Su Yiming's usual fighting style was wild, he had never seen anyone act so recklessly on the battlefield like this. Qin Lei watched speechlessly as the one-sided situation unfolded. He could only think, indeed, this must be retaliation. Yu Jing gazed at Yiming Jian Shui speeding around on the field, a flicker passing through his deep eyes. The second round of individual matches ended with Su Yiming's complete victory, leveling the scores between the two teams at 1-1. The final match was set to take place between the deputy captains of the two teams, Shen Chanyu summoner Shi Jieyu from Black Rose team versus Songlan's shadow swordsman Lan Changjian from the Tianqi team. The captain and vice-captain of the Tianqi team have always been acknowledged in the league as the most contrasting duo. It was originally thought that Yan Duzhou, such a meticulous captain, would select an equally cautious and steady deputy. Who expected that a year ago, the rookie Song Lan was promoted directly to this position? This scenario inevitably reminded everyone of Shen Changyu, who had been promoted by the old master. Now, with the experiences so similar, the meeting of these two deputies in the competition has become particularly noteworthy. As one of the fastest players in the league currently, Song Lan practically demonstrated the agile-as-wind nature of the shadow swordsman to the fullest extent. Added to his cunning and unpredictable conduct, Shen Changyu felt considerable pressure from the very start. Given the characteristics of the opponent, Shen Changyu utilized the advantages of the summoner profession during the battle. He skillfully maneuvered Shi Jieyu to deliberately increase the side distractions against Lan Changjian. With his computer-like precision in terrain control, Shen managed to shift the originally fast-paced individual match into a prolonged endurance contest that Song Lan was not particularly adept at. At 23 minutes and 35 seconds, under the last powerful burst of Lan Changjian, Shi Jieyu barely secured the third blood with only 28 health points remaining, narrowly winning the match 2-1 on first blood difference. After stepping down from the stage, both competitors shook hands as a gesture of respect. Seriously, don't you find it exhausting to drag out a fight for so long? Song Lan stared at Shen Changyu with an unyielding expression, eventually waving off his frustration and pretending to be generous. Alright. Considering your team as crisis, I'll let this one slide without holding it against you. Shen Changyu grinned. If you're being so understanding, why not tell your teammates to hand over the remaining 7 points as well? Song Lan recoiled in shock, jerking his hand away from Shen Changyu. Ha! Dream on. As the deputy captains descended from the stage, the individual matches officially came to an end. Up next would be the 3v3 squad battles, and the large screen had already displayed the lineups of both teams. Among the names, Yan Duzhou and Yu Jing stood out conspicuously. Watching the players rise from their seats, the entire venue erupted into deafening cheers, nearly lifting the roof of the arena. Facing the Black Rose team, many teams, including Tianqi team, would specifically adjust their strategies due to Yu Jing's presence. The fact that Yan Duzhou chose not to participate in the individual matches but reserved himself for the squad rounds indicated a strategic consideration toward Yu Jing. From the lineup, it appeared they had targeted their deployments around the healer role. The atmosphere grew tense with anticipation. Evidently, a fierce competition was about to unfold. Lin Xiao wasn't paying attention to the big screen but instead focused her gaze on a silhouette rising from the Black Rose team player seats ahead. Watching him stride up to the combat zone step by step, the playful gleam in her eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a profound concentration deep within her pupils. Once the contestants ascended the stage, they shook hands in succession before entering the combat zone. After completing the equipment calibration, the squad battle officially commenced. Chapter 44. After the 15-minute halftime break, both teams' players made their entrance under intense public anticipation. The Black Rose team lineup consisted of Yu Jing's priest, Fanjing Liaolan, Lu Zhisan's paladin, Zhimoerqi, and Sui Chen's gunner, Yijibeo Tu, while the Tianqi team fielded Yan Duzhou's dark mage, Moyuo Shensu, Xing Shihan's shaman, Lang Hanfeng, and Luo Wei's demon hunter, Waida's Ouija. This much-anticipated showdown inevitably reminded people of the recent heated online debate about the paradoxical conflict. As a high-burst damage player acknowledged in the domestic league, Yan Duzhou's dark mage's combat power was beyond doubt. However, Yu Jing was considered by many as an almost invincible top-tier healer. Ironically, Yan Duzhou usually competed in the final individual matches, while Yu Jing participated in the squad matches, resulting in very few direct confrontations between them since joining the league, aside from the team matches. No one could have foreseen that at the end of the preseason, Yan Duzhou chose squad matches instead of individual ones. Many speculated whether this was to make room for other players to gain more experience in individual matches, but more believed that the already secured Tianqi team might be trying out a new trio lineup, which is why they selected the Black Rose team with Yu Jing. Regardless of the reasons, this duel of the two kings was enough to excite all the fans. At the start of the match, both sides clashed head-on at the top of the map, pushing the atmosphere inside the venue to a peak. The Black Rose team initially displayed excellent team coordination, taking great initiative on the field. However, a small mistake during mid-match coordination between Lu Zhisan and Sui Chen allowed Yan Duzhou to seize the opportunity and split up the three opponents, leaving Yu Jing's Fanjing Liaolan isolated from her teammates. "You team leader, hold on, I'll come support you right away," Sui Chen said over the voice channel, preparing to rush back. But then he heard Yu Jing saying, "No need, you and Lu Zhisan should go together and chase Lang Hanfeng." Sui Chen paused briefly, asking, "What about you?" Yu Jing replied, "Just quickly take him out, I can keep them busy." Holding off two, including Yan Duzhou. It was something most would not dare to imagine. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, Sui Chen responded without any hesitation, "All right." Yijibeo too didn't return to support, directly changing course and heading toward Lang Hanfeng. Under the dual assault of Yan Duzhou's dark mage and Luo Wei's demon hunter, Fanjing Liaolan's HP constantly fluctuated in nail-biting manner, but just as everyone expected rescue from teammates, no reinforcements came. It was only through the broadcast's camera angles that viewers realized the other two players were moving farther and farther away from Fanjing Liaolan. At the commentary booth, Xiaowu couldn't help but exclaim, "The two members of the Black Rose team are chasing Lang Hanfeng. Looks like our queen is going for a 1 versus 2 strategy." Maodo marveled, judging from the situation, competing to eliminate the healer isn't impossible, but now clearly, Yu Jing's position is far more perilous. Xing Shihan is still engaged in a chase, though everyone knows Yu Jing's capabilities, but is she really able to withstand the Yan King? A 1 versus 2 scenario is indeed a common tactical play in team matches, yet usually there are 1 or 2 teammates nearby for backup, and such tactics are often executed by offensive classes. A situation where a priest alone takes on double attacks is rare, especially against someone like Yan Duzhou who ranks among the elite in the league. As the side profiles of the focused competitors appeared on the big screen, the tense atmosphere became apparent. Commentator Xiaowu couldn't help but sigh, facing off against the Yan King, and making such a decisive decision shows that the Black Rose team has immense confidence in Yu Jing's personal skills. Maodo added, "Currently, this undoubtedly represents the most severe test of a healer's operational techniques. The directors have already displayed the APM value. Clearly, Yu Jing's APM has reached the highest rate for healers in this season's preliminary matches and it continues to rise. It is obvious that the effective output from Yan Duzhou has created immense pressure." The APM values shown on the big screen fluctuated with the actions of the field players. Shen Chang sitting originally in the player area couldn't help but stand up, seeing the continually rising numbers, his expression of worry grew even deeper. The team's head coach, Li Buchuan, was seated not far behind. His expression seemed rather grave, "This is too reckless." The other players did not know what had happened, but looking at the expressions on their faces, they could sense the gravity of the situation. 26 minutes after the match began, Sui Chen finally managed to kill Lang Hanfeng with Lu Zhisan's help before rushing back for support without a second to waste. Under the fierce attacks of Moyuo Shensu and Waida's Ouija, Fanjing Liaolan's HP bar nearly hit bottom several times. Yu Jing pushed his hands to their limit several times, dealing with the dual attacks made him increasingly fatigued. The throbbing pain in his hand became harder to endure. He kept his eyes on the screen without showing any trace of panic. Just as it seemed he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer, at the critical moment when there were only 126 HP left, a beam bullet interrupted Moyuo Shensu's spell casting, and Zhimoerqi cast taunt on Waida's Ouija. The 3v2 scenario officially formed, turning the heart-stopping suspense into a definite outcome. In the end, the Black Rose team narrowly won 2 points in the squad match. After the game, the players from both sides exchanged mutual respect. When Yan Duzhou shook hands with Yu Jing, his expression slightly complicated. He glanced at Yu Jing's left hand and asked, was it really necessary to push this far? As the intense mental focus loosened completely, an unbearable numbness and severe pain spread from his hand. Hearing this, Yu Jing raised his eyes and met Yan Duzhou's gaze, faintly curling the corners of his mouth. It was. Yan Duzhou fell silent for a moment, then said, I'll be waiting for you in the playoffs. As both sets of players went off the stage, a moment of silence followed by an eruption of thunderous applause rang through the hall. It was not just for the victorious Black Rose team, but also for the valiant Tianqi team, and most importantly, every esports athlete who delivered such an amazing competition. Upon returning to the player seats, instead of being greeted with joyous celebrations, the 3 winners sensed an evidently heavy atmosphere. Let me see your hand, said Coach Li Buchuan with a dark look as he approached. Furrowing his brow, Yu Jing felt a sharp stab of pain as soon as his left hand was gripped. Despite his efforts to endure, with each slight touch, it felt like knives were cutting through his bones. His complexion paled visibly. Seeing all this, Li Buchuan lowered his tone and commanded, all go to the resting room. Realizing something might be wrong, everyone focused their gazes on Yu Jing's hand that hung by his side, and their facial expressions gradually turned more somber. With the end of the squad match, the Black Rose team scored another 2 points and currently led 4-1. The intense combat earlier ignited the emotions of the entire audience to its peak. Everyone stood up shouting the names, Yan King, and Queen, echoing endlessly across the stadium and invigorating the inner fervor of every individual. The big screen replayed one segment after another showcasing highlights from the previous fight, with commentators fueled by the electric atmosphere inside the venue delivering passionate commentary. Since the start of this season, one of the topics that have been discussed the most is probably whether veteran powerhouse Black Rose team has shown signs of decline. But after witnessing the splendid clash just now, it's clear enough for us to believe that as a former king, the Black Rose team is still one of the top teams deserving that title. That's correct. Facing the formidable Tianqi team, the Black Rose team clearly announced its dominance to everyone. Although there were indeed twists and turns during the match, the ultimate victory speaks volumes about everything. Both sides displayed exceptional strength, truly making this match thrilling. Especially towards the end of the match, Yu Jing fully showcased the incredible personal skills of a legendary priest. In the face of overwhelming pressure from Yan Wang and the double assault from Luo Wei, this exchange was a textbook demonstration of the priest class, which should be considered a classic example for aspiring players worldwide. Haha, so it seems that even with Yan Wang anchoring the opposition lineup, teams with Queen in command are tough to crack, isn't it? That's why the Black Rose team is considered the strongest in group events within the current league, isn't it? Still, it was a narrow victory for the Black Rose team just now, and we can't help but wonder what tactics the Tianqi team will deploy in the next team matches. It's indeed hard to contain our excitement. The enthusiastic commentary enhanced the ambience within the arena, yet amidst all the fiery enthusiasm, Lin Xiao gazed at the replay footage on the large screen. Even his usually lax demeanor disappeared entirely, replaced by deep focus. The battle was indeed exciting, but something felt off. Su Yichen and Lu Zhisen's performances were commendable, but in terms of overall rhythm, the full match MVP undoubtedly belonged to Yu Jing. However, precisely because of his crucial role in carrying the entire match, from one perspective, such a rhythm was somewhat cruel for the player, especially given that he was playing with an injured hand. By now, the overall APM, actions per minute, statistics had been released, and as a healer, Yu Jing's numbers were already nearing his peak performance. His mid-game APM hit the highest point, followed by a slight dip in the later stages before consistently staying at a high level again. Likely, this sustained exertion came at the cost of his physical endurance. As much as one wouldn't want to come to this conclusion, it seemed unavoidable now, the injury on this man's hand must have flared up. Lin Xiao sighed silently, grumbling inwardly, their strategy in the fight was undeniably ruthless. They've already secured their place in the playoffs smoothly, so why is there still no mercy? Truly. Old Yen really has no limits. Xiaoli noticed Lin Xiao's distraction and poked him teasingly, what's wrong? The team won, and you're looking like you're unhappy. Lin Xiao glanced at him without answering, then stood up from his seat, nothing, I'll just go to the restroom. After the small squad match ended, there would be a 15-minute break before the team match began. Both sides left the contestant seats temporarily to return to their respective restrooms for final adjustments. After the small squad match ended, there would be a 15-minute break before the team match began. Both sides left the contestant seats temporarily to return to their respective restrooms for final adjustments. In the Black Rose team's locker room, compared to the fiery enthusiasm outside, the atmosphere seemed to drop below freezing point. Amidst the silence, Coach Li Buchuan's tone was particularly somber as he looked at Yu Jing, whether you agree or not, we absolutely must forfeit the next team match. Shen Chang sat quietly nearby, filling out the forfeiture application form, his face grim. Yu Jing was sitting on a side rest chair, with his coat half draped over his shoulders. His hairline partially covered his expression. Others couldn't see his facial features, but his calm voice carried no inflection, you all should understand what giving up these 5 points means. It means that among the total 20 points available in the last 2 rounds, we must score at least 18 points to make the playoffs, Luciuson continued, casting his gaze onto the forfeiture form on the table, sighing deeply. Though I have to admit that our current situation is quite bad, I think it's still necessary to state my position clearly. This time, I support Coach Lee's suggestion. Having remained silent all along, Su Yichen spoke up, correct. Since finding out about Yu Jing's hand injury, Su Yiming had been seething in anger, and now he finally burst out, I support Coach Lee's suggestion too. Moreover, I'm really angry. Why did only Deputy Captain Shen know about your injury while keeping it hidden from us? Do we look so unreliable? We're also trying our best for the team. Now I am, seriously, very angry. Very angry. Qin lay beside him silently nodded in agreement, making his stance clear. I'm sorry, but I don't want personal reasons to lead to the team being disqualified. Yu Jing lifted his head and met the eyes of his teammates. His gaze was calm, betraying no waves of emotion. I can still compete in a team match, and I will absolutely not drag the team down. That set Su Yiming off completely, sorry. Dragging the team down. These aren't even the key issues, right? And forfeiting doesn't necessarily guarantee elimination. There are still 2 more rounds, so if we all try our hardest later, won't it be enough? Captain Yu, the team belongs to all of us, it isn't solely yours. Okay. You're right, the team does belong to all of us. At that moment, Lin Zhao's cheerful voice rang out from outside the door, instantly capturing everyone's attention. When he felt all eyes land on him, Lin Zhao smiled faintly and pushed the door open casually. He scanned the room briefly and said, I have something to say to Captain Yu. Would you mind lending me your captain for a moment? Luciuson furrowed his brow, glancing instinctively toward Shen Chang who looked tired by his side. Yet, upon seeing Shen Chang's visibly relieved expression upon spotting Lin Zhao, Luciuson paused. Before Su Yiming could interject, Shen Chang stepped in, no problem, please take him. Thank you. Lin Zhao lightly patted his shoulder, walking straight to Yu Jing, asking, Captain Yu, can we talk privately? Yu Jing gave him a glance, clearly not intending to stand up, this is not a place for you, go out. It's meeting time now. Now that you're here, there's no way to just go back. Lin Zhao met the slightly displeased gaze and directly reached out to grab the other person's right hand in front of him, applying a firm force. Ignoring Yu Jing's attitude, he forcibly took him away under everyone's watchful eyes. Yu Jing attempted to break free but as soon as he lifted his left hand, excruciating pain shot through it, making his brows furrow. Fearing another hit on the injured area, he had no choice but to release all his strength. Before the others could react and stop them, Shen Chang intervened, preventing them from doing so. Though unsure what was happening, they could only stand bewildered as their captain was kidnapped out. At the end of the corridor, upon noticing that Lin Zhao finally let go of his hand, Yu Jing took a step back with a low expression. He raised his eyes and indifferently looked at Lin Zhao, what is it? There were hardly any people moving around here, everything was tranquil. All the noise was completely blocked far away. Leaning lightly against the wall, Lin Zhao's tall figure cast its shadow as his eyes lingered over Yu Jing's profile, then briefly glanced at his lowered left hand. Placing a cigarette at the corner of his mouth, he sighed helplessly while rubbing his tousled hairline, muttering, it's hard to put into words, you're great in every aspect, but you're just too stubborn. However, esports isn't a solo game, it doesn't necessarily need to bear everything on your own shoulders. Yu Jing's gaze fell on the lights shining at the end of the corridor, distant, with a hint of impatience, this is none of your concern. Is this something only you should care about while others shouldn't? Lin Zhao glanced at his expression and smirked, in fact, Deputy Captain Shen has already considered his options, even if we forfeit, the situation isn't as dire as you think. At least, as long as we secure 20 points afterwards, we can still advance smoothly. Winning 20 points. It seemed like acquiring big scores from the next 2 teams would be an easy task according to Lin Zhao. Yu Jing finally directed his gaze at Lin Zhao, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, these words don't mean much. I know what I'm saying might sound like talking without skin in the game, offering you no real persuasion, Lin Zhao slightly arched his brow, speaking slowly and deliberately, but still, wouldn't you agree to foregoing the next match if it guaranteed our team's entry into the playoffs? Yu Jing looked at him silently without responding. Under such scrutiny, the smile on Lin Zhao's lips gradually deepened. Taking a few steps forward, he stopped right in front of Yu Jing, looking at him from close range. The cigarette at the corner of his mouth moved rhythmically as he spoke, your disbelief in me is understandable. But even if you don't trust my words, don't you trust old Yen? Yu Jing paused imperceptibly, a profound emotion rippling through his eyes. Watching the grinning face before him, his usual cold countenance revealed a rare flicker of another emotion. What do you mean? Lin Zhao chuckled lightly, take it literally. Chapter 45. Yu Jing looked at him without saying anything more, waiting for his next words with a calm expression. This script, how does it feel off? Before this, Lin Zhao had imagined countless reactions from the other side, but when faced with this, you speak, I listen, attitude, even he couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Clearing his throat, he tried to stay as calm as possible and began reciting the lines he had prepared earlier. It's like this, you definitely wouldn't guess that old Gue once had an apprentice. Still no response, the atmosphere around them becoming somewhat awkward. Lin Xiao raised his head and sneakily glanced at Yu Jing's expression, but could not detect much emotion on that face. Having no choice, he continued to talk nonsense seriously, cough, in fact, I am old Gui's only apprentice. You know, our names are the same, and it was because of this reason that it caught my master's attention. Later, he found out that I had peculiar bones and outstanding talent, clearly a rare talent in esports. He made a decision then and there and took me under his wing. Despite the vivid description, Yu Jing's attitude remained unclear. Later, due to youthful arrogance, I quarreled with my master over some trivial matters and left home, never imagining at the time that this departure would turn into a permanent farewell. Lin Xiao grew more invested as he spoke, and by the end of his monologue, his expression started to reveal what seemed like reminiscence. When I heard about my master being involved in a car accident, I was completely in denial inside. Talking about it, how is human life so worthless? Gone just like that, truly, sigh. At this point, his words suddenly paused, and he directly looked straight at Yu Jing, his tone particularly solemn. My master's position in my heart is incomparable, which is why I carefully observed you after knowing you took over his role as captain. I even used all kinds of strange methods to test you, wanting to confirm through these ways whether you have enough qualifications to lead the Black Rose team. To make Yu Jing understand that all those strange actions were indeed justified, Lin Xiao deliberately emphasized a few keywords while delivering this speech, stressing that everything he did was well-intentioned. Under Lin Xiao's heartfelt gaze, Yu Jing finally opened his mouth, and the result? Of course, Captain Yu, your qualifications are undeniable. Not only are your operations sharp, but your command tactics are also ingenious, and you even exhibit extraordinary captain responsibility sometimes. It even feels like my master can't compare. Lin Xiao effortlessly flattered him, speaking fluently. Because of this, I have finally decided to become a professional player, join the Black Rose team personally created by my master, and strive together with teammates for the championship trophy. After all, the second world champion trophy of our country has been waited for too long, hasn't it? Yu Jing's dazzling eyes slightly flickered as he stared at the composed man in front of him, falling silent again. This person indeed had the same build as old Gui during his dominant days in the league, possessing hand speed that matched Ultra APM with cooldown reduction flow, and occasionally exhibited unexpected strategic shifts, all of which carried traces reminiscent of a former king. But, old Gui's disciple? Never heard of it. His brow furrowed slightly as he asked, how do I trust you? Lin Xiao had been waiting for a reaction. When he finally heard the question he'd expected for so long, he exhaled in relief, smiled with ease, and slowly took out his phone. It's simple, I have a witness. Right in front of Yu Jing, he leisurely dialed the number. Hey, Vice Captain Shen, there's something I need you to certify. Ever since Lin Xiao forcibly took Yu Jing away, Shen Changyu's baffling behavior had inevitably drawn suspicion from his teammates. Struggling to explain amidst their onslaught while anxiously watching the seconds pass, he was now finally receiving a call but instead got this seemingly brainless question, what kind of proof? Lin Xiao nonchalantly said, of course, it's the proof regarding the relationship between me and my master. Had Captain Lin previously had a master? Shen Changyu was utterly lost. Alright, tell Captain Yu directly that I'm old Gui's apprentice, Lin Xiao stated, having given sufficient hints already, and then calmly handed over the phone to Yu Jing with a smile. Captain Yu, I think this matter should be best answered by Vice Captain Shen, who was personally promoted by the master. It should be most suitable. Yu Jing took the phone, fell silent for a moment, then asked, is it true? On the other end of the line, Shen Changyu's tone was clearly far from being as calm as it sounded, and he finally realized what Lin Xiao had meant by needing his help a few days ago. However, the only feeling at this moment was an intense desire to hang up the phone immediately. Old Gui's apprentice? How could someone come up with such an illogical lie? His hand trembled slightly, and Shen Changyu managed to stay composed enough not to impulsively throw the phone across the room. In the silence of the earpiece, his lips twitched slightly as he tried to keep his voice steady and serious. Yes. It is true. At the other end, Yu Jing did not say anything more. A moment later, there was a click sound as the call was disconnected. Just heard something about apprentices. What's going on, Shen Vice Captain? What does that guy want with Captain Yu? Su Yiming, who had been eavesdropping nearby, asked curiously as he leaned in. Shen Changyu replied faintly with a sweeping his gaze over the curious faces around him. His tone was already completely flat due to emotional exhaustion, like casually talking about dinner options. Nothing important, just that Lin Xiao was an apprentice of Lin team leader back in the day. Su Yiming couldn't help but exclaim, old Gui actually had an apprentice. That dead gay is old Gui's apprentice. The expressions of everyone present became extraordinarily colorful. Shen Changyu glanced at them, then silently turned around and handed the withdrawal application form to Managerly, I think it's time for you to sign. Lin Xiao watched as Yu Jing hung up the phone, raising an eyebrow lightly. Now confirmed. Confirmed. Yu Jing's voice was somewhat tighter than usual. After handing the phone to Lin Xiao, he said, as long as you have the ability, after returning, I'll ask Managerly to skip all the training camp procedures. The details will be discussed upon returning to the club. Right now, I need to go back, the team match starts soon. Lin Xiao watched as Yu Jing hung up the phone, raising an eyebrow lightly. Now confirmed. Confirmed. Yu Jing's voice was somewhat tighter than usual. After handing the phone to Lin Xiao, he said, as long as you have the ability, after returning, I'll ask Manager Li to skip all the training camp procedures. The details will be discussed upon returning to the club. Right now, I need to go back, the team match starts soon. Seeing him turn to leave, Lin Xiao stepped in front of him, looking somewhat incredulous as he raised an eyebrow. After risking so much to reveal my identity, you really don't think I did it just to get a favor from you, do you, Captain Yu? Yu Jing faintly heard the ring announcing the match start, and his brow furrowed. Move aside. I won't. Lin Xiao maintained a faint smile on his face, though inside, he was finally stirred by such obstinacy into a rare sense of impatience. Just as the other was about to bypass him, Lin Xiao pressed his hand on Yu Jing's shoulder and forcefully pushed him against the wall. Propped against the wall behind him, Lin Xiao looked down at the pale yet captivatingly handsome face below him. A flicker passed through his deep eyes as his lips curved slightly. I've already sworn on my master's name that I would definitely make the Black Rose team enter the playoffs, so why don't you believe me? Unable to struggle free because of his left arm, Yu Jing could only look steadily at him. Old Gui's name shouldn't be used to swear frivolously. After all, you are not Old Gui. And so? All this trouble should be enough by now, right? Lin Xiao's gaze trailed slowly down his beautifully curved face before indifferently glancing at his arm by his side. There's no denying that the captain indeed carries the responsibility of leading the team to victory, but that isn't everything. In the past, Old Gui once thought that winning the championship was more important than anything else, but later came to deeply understand that compared to success, teammates matter even more. Yu Jing's lips tightened slightly, his emotions inexplicable in his eyes. Thinking about some old matters, Lin Xiao sighed faintly, the curve of his lips gradually revealing a hint of helpless resignation. A team isn't about each individual guarding their own part, it's about each member protecting each other. That's what makes a team. Don't do things that might lead your teammates to regret. Trust your teammates more, Captain Yu. That's enough for today. Still in his usual tone, it strangely carried an air of finality. Seeing that Yu Jing showed no intention to stop him, Lin Xiao took out his phone again and dialed Shen Changyu's number. Vice Captain Shen, submit the withdrawal application. Shen Changyu had prepared everything beforehand and now, receiving the confirmation, he finally relaxed completely. Got it, the rest is up to me. Lin Xiao responded with a, thank you for your hard work. Except for the sound of the call, the surrounding atmosphere fell into another eerie silence. Not until after the call ended did Yu Jing speak again. Can you let me go now? Lin Xiao remained in the same position, motionless, one hand holding the phone as he glanced at the time displayed on it, then looked down at Yu Jing with a smile and said unhurriedly, it's getting late. You should go to the emergency department right away. Oh, by the way, which hospital did you get your previous tests done at? Under Lin Xiao's steady gaze, Yu Jing fell silent for a moment, slightly lowering his eyelashes before responding, the second hospital of H City. Lin Xiao gave a soft laugh, finally stepping back with an air of satisfaction, and made a polite gesture indicating, after you, while saying indifferently, then, I'll accompany you there. Chapter 46. When the organizing committee announced that the Black Rose team had forfeited the match, it immediately caused a huge stir within the venue. No one had expected that such a situation would arise during this round of competition, leaving the commentary booth silent after reading the received notice. The passion ignited by both teams in the previous moment felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. It wasn't just the fans of the Black Rose team who were having trouble accepting the situation of winning without a fight, even the fans of the Tianqi team found it hard to swallow. As a result, doubts and questions arose from all directions. In the midst of the somewhat chaotic scene, both teams exited the field under security escort. After the match, the reason for the Black Rose team's forfeiture naturally became the focal point of attention for various media journalists. At the reception held in the inner hall, when the team members appeared, some had already noticed Yu Jing's absence, directing their focus toward Shen Changyu, who sat in the central position replacing the captain, and the accompanying head coach Li Buchuan. Faced with numerous sharp questions, Shen Changyu's response was exceptionally official. Due to some internal adjustments in the team, we have decided to temporarily abandon this team match. We sincerely apologize for this. All seasoned veteran journalists on site could tell that his answer was evasive. Immediately, someone shrewdly asked, why didn't Captain Yu attend this reception? The last squad battle was extremely impressive. Could his sudden departure be related to the previous match? This question hit the key point everyone was paying attention to, causing the entire room to fall silent. Li Buchuan moved the microphone closer, glanced around, and responded calmly, it cannot be denied that the match against Team Yan indeed drained Captain Yu's energy significantly, which is why we allowed him to rest earlier. However, the decision to forfeit the team match was entirely due to the strategic arrangements of our team and has nothing to do with Captain Yu. Since it had been stated as a strategic arrangement by the team, the underlying message implied that further disclosure was not possible. The reporters, seeing no explosive news forthcoming after half a day, grew somewhat dissatisfied and threw another question at them. As we all know, Black Rose's performance this season has been far from satisfactory. Now, they've actively given up the pursuit of 5 points from the team match, which might likely lead to losing their chance to enter the playoffs. Regarding the currently bleak outlook, how does the team internally view this situation? Such a question was somewhat pointed, even bordering on being confrontational. Su Yiming was the first to feel irritated and grabbed the microphone. Why does it look so grim? Just wait and see, we will definitely make it into the playoffs. Shen Changyu patted his shoulder, signaling him to sit down before turning to the reporter asking the question and faintly smiling, just as Yiming said, "See us in the playoffs." Though still bearing his usual gentle smile, his tone clearly reflected an evident confidence, as if victory was a sure thing. The atmosphere inside momentarily became strange. From the current situation, it was apparent that digging out any clues from the Black Rose team was already impossible. Reporters could only helplessly watch them leave. When the next interviewing party, the Tianqi team, entered afterward, all directly aimed their questions at Yan Duzhou. "Yan Captain, what are your thoughts regarding the Black Rose team's strategic explanation for their forfeiture?" Come on. We don't want such purely official answers, do we?" The reporters almost cried, feeling frustrated that these players were all keeping tight lips, making it difficult to find valuable reporting topics. Dissatisfied as they were, they could only attempt to press further. Then, concerning the Black Rose team's strong confidence in making the playoffs, "Yan Captain, do you have anything else to say?" Yan Duzhou replied, "I'm looking forward to meeting them again in the playoffs." With such uninformative answers, many reporters present already threw their notebooks on the ground. How so difficult to hear something substantial from these players. Continuing this line of work seemed nearly impossible. Department of Orthopedics, Second People's Hospital of H City. Lin Xiao was waiting outside the corridor for Yu Jing to finish his examination when he received a call from Xiao Li. "Hey, Mr. Xiao," he greeted. What? Where have you been? Our team forfeited the match, do you even know? It's absolute chaos here right now." Xiao Li was clearly still at the scene, and through the noisy background sounds, one could almost imagine the chaotic atmosphere. Lin Xiao replied, "Let them make a fuss. I'm at the hospital right now, you go back first without me." Xiao Li was taken aback. "Hospital? Didn't you say you were going to the restroom? How did you end up in the hospital?" Lin Xiao said, "I came with someone. Let's talk when I get back." Without hearing more from Xiao Li, Lin Xiao hung up directly. As he looked up, Yu Jing happened to walk out. Lin Xiao casually draped the team uniform over his shoulders and glanced at the hand injury that had been briefly treated. He asked, "Does it still hurt?" Yu Jing replied, "No pain." From Lin Xiao's perspective, he noticed this person's thick eyelashes seemed misted with a faint haze due to an overall cold demeanor, masking the expression in his eyes so no one could discern the emotions beneath. Feeling amused, he just shrugged and leaned back, crossing his leg on the chair beside, waiting for the test results. When the report finally came out, without waiting for Yu Jing's reaction, Lin Xiao took it immediately and turned to accompany him back to the chief doctor's office. Even as Lin Xiao handed over the examination result to the doctor, a hint of nervousness still lingered in his heart. Based on the report, the condition has slightly deteriorated compared to before. Luckily, there's no damage to critical parts yet, the doctor said sternly, probably treating Lin Xiao as someone who indulged Yu Jing's reckless behavior. The doctor kept glaring fiercely at him, exuding an attitude of disapproval. "If you still don't follow my advice to rest properly after going back, I can't guarantee the outcome. Today I've newly prescribed some medicine, partly oral and partly topical. Make sure to take good care." Yes, definitely," Lin Xiao quickly chimed in, flashing a grin but earned 2 more scolding stares. He then straightened up, adopting a proper and serious face. "This time I promise to keep a close eye on him. If he acts recklessly again, feel free to question me." Yu Jing gave him a faint, indifferent glance. Satisfied by such sincere assurance, the old doctor let him off with slightly better mood. By the time they returned to the club base from the hospital, the sky had already darkened entirely. For some reason, not a single person was encountered along the way during this particular moment. Lin Xiao, carrying various items, walked behind Yu Jing all the way to the dormitory entrance. Just as they were about to enter, Yu Jing suddenly stopped his steps, turning to block the door and said, "Put down the things, you can go back." Under his fixed gaze, Lin Xiao didn't move a single step but instead deliberately placed the items inside the room, looking at him with a casual air. "Are you sure you want me to leave?" Yu Jing affirmed, "Yes." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Do you forget what the doctor said?" Yu Jing frowned, "That's my business." "Indeed, it is your business." Lin Xiao glanced at the adhesive tape in the bag and then at Yu Jing's long, elegant fingers, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. "If you can apply the dressing and ointment yourself with one hand, I have no objections." The surrounding silence emphasized his slow words. "Of course, you can also ask Shen Changyu or other teammates for help, they wouldn't mind learning more about your condition." Yu Jing looked up, meeting the cheerful gaze in front of him, his icy eyes wavered for a second, and without another word, he turned into the room, leaving the door wide open. With great satisfaction, Lin Xiao carried the items into the room, slowly taking out bandages and ointments while glancing around the tidy furnishings. Truly, the room belonging to a man was impeccably orderly. All items were neatly arranged with no lavish decorations, but every corner bore a certain unique elegance, much like the aura its owner gave off. Glancing around, Lin Xiao's gaze froze inadvertently upon seeing a poster on the wall. Both the person on the poster and the surrounding atmosphere were incredibly familiar to him. It was even unforgettable for life. In London, UK, at the 10,000 capacity venue, GDL World Final scene showed the man in the center proudly raising the championship trophy under countless gazes, with a very faint smile on his lips and an overwhelming regal bearing. No one was more familiar with the scene in the picture than he was. It was the most glorious moment when he had won his first esports trophy domestically years ago. After many years, aside from the older generation of esports enthusiasts, the new fans in the current league probably only knew about Old Ghost from some records. He didn't know when or where Yu Jing had obtained this poster, and suddenly felt a strange sensation in his heart. Glancing at the profile that still revealed little emotion, Lin Xiao quietly made up his mind. It seemed that he should secretly ask Shin Chanyu to bring a signature as a souvenir sometime later. With this thought, he squatted down in front of Yu Jing, carefully lifting his left hand, and applied medicine with an exceptionally gentle motion. Yu Jing looked down at the focused man before him, momentarily feeling a bit dazed by his intense dedication. A sudden pain brought him back to reality, making him unconsciously let out a soft hum. Lin Xiao immediately looked up at him. Does it hurt? Yu Jing furrowed his brows and looked away in the instant their eyes met. It's fine. Hurt means speak up, otherwise don't blame me for being too rough. Lin Xiao teased lightly at his seemingly calm appearance, but handled things much more carefully despite what he said. He must be very proficient at bandaging wounds, even professional, completing a task that others found tedious within minutes. Watching the slender fingers now wrapped thickly like large carrots, Lin Xiao appeared quite satisfied. After finishing, he stood up and reminded him, be careful not to get it wet. I'll come again tomorrow night to change the dressing for you. Yu Jing looked at him silently for a while, not responding, instead suddenly asking, have you done such bandages before? Yes, I have. During one period, my hands also had issues due to overtraining, so I always had to wrap them myself then. Lin Xiao replied casually, but quickly regained his composure under that cool gaze, pausing abruptly, not just that, when my master got injured later, I often helped him apply medicine too. As he finished speaking, there was an eerie silence around them. In this atmosphere, Lin Xiao rarely felt tense discomfort, becoming extraordinarily alert from a sudden chill. Understood. Just as he began to feel uneasy under the scrutinizing gaze, Yu Jing finally averted his eyes. I'll take care of my hand injury myself. There's no need to tell anyone else the details. These matters were enough for just one person to know. He never intended to tell Shin Chanyu or the others in the first place. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, pretending to remain calm as he responded, no problem. Chapter 47. As expected, after the news of Black Rose team's withdrawal spread in the esports circle today, it caused a huge stir. Even though neither Black Rose team nor Genesis team revealed too much information during the post-match interviews, this did not hinder the media's imagination in any way. Reports from all sides poured out continuously with varying accounts, becoming one of the hottest topics in the league for several days. Among the speculations on various posts, the real reason behind this withdrawal was the most crucial content in everyone's guesses. The masses fully unleashed their imagination, from internal team conflicts to conspiracy theories about changes in club management, and even some accurately guessed Yu Jing's unfavorable personal state. In the countless frenzied reposts of Weibo messages and forum replies, the attitudes of fans across different domains varied greatly. There were regret, confusion, and disappointment. Even worse, some troublemakers capitalized on the situation to spread negative remarks claiming that Black Rose had completely declined, trying to shape a negative image. Amidst such chaotic circumstances, Black Soul Club's public relations department racked their brains and devised every possible strategy to quell the uproar from all sides, making themselves extremely busy as they scrambled to deal with the chaos. Faced with these messy statements, Xiaoli appeared very upset. Day and night, he kept scrolling through Weibo in the training hall while holding his phone, and even engaged in arguments by leaving comments. He wore an expression full of annoyance throughout, exclaiming, how can people always look for trouble when there's none? It's already been said, it was just a tactical arrangement, yet why does everyone still go on endlessly? Clearly, this good sir truly believed in the club's public relations explanation without hesitation. But thinking back to that day when he easily believed a made-up excuse about rushing to the hospital because a friend had a car accident, Lin Xiao no longer found it strange at all. Picking up his cup for a sip of water, he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for the PR department. After all, this time's turmoil was significant, and it could also lead to other complications later. It wasn't something that could be quickly or easily resolved. We won. Promoted. Our team has moved up one tier. A sudden cheer erupted beside him. Lin Xiao looked over and saw Zhou Qiguan's 5-man team achieving victory in a key battle on the ladder. At that moment, the screen displayed a success emblem, its shining wings unfolding spectacularly before their eyes, drawing attention like nothing else. Looking at the face slightly flushed with joy, Lin Xiao couldn't help but pinch lightly, laughing, not bad. It seems you're starting to look more like a professional player. Zhou Qiguan, thoroughly satisfied being pinched, smiled widely with gleaming eyes, replying cheerfully, I'm far from being a pro. If it weren't for your guidance, Brother Lin, our team wouldn't have improved so fast. If I say you can, then you can, but however much guidance, ultimately relies on whether you yourself have talent. As Lin Xiao glanced at the healing statistics on the screen, his eyes were filled with a sense of accomplishment akin to nurturing his own child. Actually, initially when he discovered Zhou Qiguan's excellent psychological qualities, it was merely with the intention of observing this young boy. To see such rapid growth was somewhat beyond expectation. Indeed, the cowardice attribute was demonstrated to perfection in Zhou Qiguan. And precisely because of this, whenever tailor-made strategies for a 5-man team were implemented, it led to a cautious approach, creating an unexpected effect in matches. However, Lin Xiao was no specialist healer and thus only managed to provide directional advice. Seeing the young boy's potential, he began contemplating finding an opportunity to arrange a mentor for further development. Surely with proper guidance, Zhou Qiguan would shine brighter in the future. As Lin Xiao stroked his chin considering this matter, someone walked into the hall, looking around and asking, "Who here is Lin Xiao? Manager Li asks you to come to the team district office." When these words fell, one could immediately feel the surrounding gazes shift, predominantly filled with astonishment and doubt. Manager Li from the team district office could only refer to Li Buchuan, who concurrently served as the head coach of the Black Rose team. For a trainee in the camp to be suddenly summoned by the big boss was undoubtedly extraordinary, and Lin Xiao fully understood the thoughts of others despite their inability to guess the reason. He knew that surely it had to do with his chances of joining the team. So, he calmly patted Xiao Li's shoulder and leisurely walked out amid the watchful eyes of many. Upon entering the office, Lin Xiao realized that Li Buchuan was not the only one inside. Yu Jing sat on the couch further in the room. A clear view of the bandages wrapped around his hand could be seen at a glance. Despite this somewhat comical dressing, it did nothing to detract from the elegance he exuded while quietly seated there. When the sound of the door opening reached his ears, he didn't look up. Instead, he sipped tea faintly, his gaze drifting outside to some enchanting scenery, leaving behind just half of his good-looking profile. Shen Changyu's expression appeared complex when he saw Lin Xiao enter, looking like he wanted to say something but held back. Nevertheless, it wasn't appropriate to talk much with so many people present, and he could only express resentment through his eyes, clearly still bothered by the whole "old master's apprentice" incident at the time. Lin Xiao smiled and shifted his gaze away silently, deftly rejecting his silent accusation. Li Buchuan was unusually direct. "Is your name Lin Xiao? The two captains have already informed me of your situation. After thoroughly considering the current state of our team, we've decided to make an exception and promote you directly as the main selection. This is the registration form and contract. If you have any questions, you can ask them immediately." After casually flipping through the contract Lin Xiao picked up, he calmly closed it, moving fast enough for anyone to be sure he hadn't read its contents at all. But then, he smiled and simply said, "I have no problems." Li Buchuan frowned slightly, about to say something more, when Lin Xiao asked again, regarding the exceptional recruitment, "I'm not the only one, am I? Did Vice Captain Shen not mention the other two?" Hearing this, Li Buchuan turned to Shen Changyu and asked, "What do you mean, are there others?" Slightly stunned by the question, Shen Changyu looked over at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao lightly raised an eyebrow at him, reminding him, "Vice Captain Shen, didn't you mention a couple of days ago that we need to fill a personal competition player and a priest substitute?" Finally catching on, Shen Changyu coughed lightly and said to Li Buchuan, "It's true. Currently, Xaao Tsangqiong from the public players has joined our training camp in this session, making it the perfect time to bring them all up together. As for the priest," Lin Xiao cut in, "Vice Captain Shen believes that Zhou Qiguan in the training camp has progressed very quickly and needs to be promoted as the backup priest. After all, considering Team Captain Yu's current condition, it wouldn't be suitable for him to participate in both personal and team matches. There's always a saying, better safe than sorry." As the words fell, it was evident that a cold, piercing gaze had landed on him. He shivered and cleared his throat, promptly putting on an unconcerned face before shutting his mouth. Li Buchuan thought for a moment, finally handing the decision-making authority to Yu Jing. "Captain Yu, what do you think?" Lin Xiao also turned to Yu Jing, his hopeful emotions laid bare without hesitation. Yu Jing gave him a fleeting glance, placing the cup down slowly and speaking indifferently, "Since it's Vice Captain Shen's idea, let's go ahead with it." Li Buchuan nodded, "All right, then please invite the other two over as well." First they summoned Lin Xiao, then Xiao Li and Zhou Qiguan were brought out later. Almost everyone else in the training camp seemed completely perplexed. And even those who were unaware, upon entering the office and learning why they were summoned, froze in shock where they stood. Afterwards, everything Li Buchuan said went in one ear and out the other, as their entire focus was on the contract sitting on the table. Their minds swirled with nothing but the word main selection, failing to register any other information. Even after the three emerged holding the contracts, walking all the way to the front of the training camp base, they were still somewhat dazed. For the nth time, Zhou Qiguan pushed his already red cheeks towards Lin Xiao, encouraging him, "Brother Lin, pinch me again and see if I really became the main selection. Am I dreaming or not?" With a sigh of irritation, Lin Xiao shoved his face back and laughed, "No, you're not dreaming." Xiao Li mused deeply, "Didn't they say it's incredibly troublesome to become part of the main selection? What method did you use, Lin Xiao, that got us all to sign contracts so quickly?" Lin Xiao stared speechlessly at him. Bringing in new members was a decision made by the club. "What methods could I possibly have used? Can you guys stop overthinking and hurry back to pack up and move dorms? We don't have much time left, and need to start training and preparing for battle soon." By the time they returned to the dormitory, training camp drills had already ended. Word of the three's irregular promotion bypassing normal procedures spread quickly and was already well known throughout the entire training camp. When they went back to pack their belongings, there were always people near and far who would look at them askance, accompanied by murmurs. The glances sent their way contained envy, jealousy, doubt, and some even held a blatant disdain directed particularly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was somewhat confused by these attitudes but didn't pay much attention until right before leaving, when a distinct sentence reached his ears, causing him to nearly trip and fall over. The voice, lowered, said, "You see that? That's Lin Xiao. Last night, someone saw him sneaking out of Captain Yu's room in the middle of the night." Another person seemed enlightened, almost giddy as if they'd solved some grand mystery. "Oh. So that's why all those from Area C got special recruitment. Hey, be reasonable here. When has he ever been so secretive?" With dark lines on his forehead from frustration, Lin Xiao dragged his luggage to the main gate. A staff member came running over and handed each of them a transfer accommodation form. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, the staff hesitated for a moment, then looked deeply at him before giving special instructions. "Your new dorm is next to Captain Yu's. It's room 303 in Building A. Don't move up to the second floor like the others." Xiao Li, upon hearing this, was greatly surprised. "Not bad, Lin Xiao, you're getting special treatment." Zhou Qiguan's eyes lit up. "Brother Lin, you're truly impressive. Captain Yu seems to favor you greatly." What kind of special treatment or favoring was this? It was clearly just so Captain Yu could keep an eye on him at all times, making sure he wouldn't blab everywhere. Feeling more gazes falling on him from all sides, Lin Xiao rarely faltered, taking a moment before forcibly pulling up the corners of his mouth into a strained smile. "Captain Yu really treats me exceptionally well." Ha, ha. Chapter 48. After Lin Xiao helped Xiao Li and Zhou Qiguan move their astonishing amount of luggage to the second floor, he finally bid them farewell and carried his lonely suitcase upstairs by himself. As he passed the corridor, he stole a glance at Yu Jing's door. It was tightly closed, giving the impression that no one was inside, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. He then unlocked the door to his own room next door with the key he had been given. Compared to the accommodation environment of the training camp, the dormitory for formal team players was obviously much better. Of course, these buildings were only built in recent years. Back in the day when he led the old team, they didn't have such good treatment. Lin Xiao opened his suitcase and started tidying up immediately, and because there wasn't much stuff, it didn't take long before everything was neatly placed. However, looking around, the room still appeared empty and lifeless, as if moving in or not made absolutely no difference. Poor. So poor. Even Lin Xiao himself couldn't help but have this feeling. Once he builds his name further, the contract's remuneration will naturally be higher. Then, he'll definitely need to spruce up the place properly. Although it would certainly never measure up to Xiao Li's wasteful buddy who turned the room into a high-tech product exhibition, it should at least preserve some dignity for league players. With these thoughts, just as he was about to close his suitcase, an unrippled voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Are you done packing?" Startled, Lin Xiao stiffened momentarily before turning around. He saw a tall figure leaning lazily against the doorframe. Against the light, he couldn't see Yu Jing's expression, but he could still distinctly feel the calm gaze sizing him up. When did this person arrive? Not a sound was heard, just like a ghost. Lin Xiao replied with a hint of exasperation, "Yeah. I'm done." Yu Jing straightened up, his gaze landing on him, and said calmly, "Then come over to my room." Lin Xiao froze for a moment. By the time he regained his composure, Yu Jing had already left. He had no choice but to set his luggage aside and walked out, turning right to enter the adjacent room. Yu Jing sat at the table cradling a cup of water. Only a desk lamp was lit in the room, and from the doorway, Lin Xiao could clearly see the defined clavicle revealed beneath the slightly open collar of his shirt. His features were as though sketched by a fine brush, compelling anyone who glanced at them to want to take another look, and perhaps another after that. Despite his lean build, every gesture seemed to emit a vague sense of pressure, creating a striking yet inexplicably fitting contradiction within his entire persona. Hearing the door close, Yu Jing turned around and looked at Lin Xiao. "In 10 days, we have the match against the 7 Stars team. I'd like to know what you're thinking." What he's thinking. As usual, Lin Xiao couldn't detect any emotion on Yu Jing's face, so a tinge of frustration spread across his own countenance. "What's this about? Are you still holding on to what happened at the venue that day? I was in a hurry to convince you then, so I spoke without thinking. Can you let it go?" Yu Jing asked, without thinking. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. "I've realized my mistake." Yu Jing continued staring at him, "And that matter about the old man's apprentice, was that also, without thinking?" Startled, Lin Xiao quickly replied upon comprehending. No. That part is absolutely true." The corner of Yu Jing's lips curved slightly. "Or are you saying that making the team qualify for the playoffs is also something spoken, without thinking?" Lin Xiao coughed dryly. "Well, this is definitely true too, I always follow through with my words." Yu Jing lifted his eyes. "If all this is true, then surely you must have considered how to handle the next round of matches." Regarding strategies, Lin Xiao had originally planned to privately discuss them with Shen Chanyu. However, now that Yu Jing came first to inquire, it was indeed unexpected. Feeling slightly surprised at the moment, Lin Xiao inwardly felt quite composed. Originally, he was pondering how to let Shen Chanyu persuade Yu Jing. Now that there was an opportunity to discuss it face to face, it actually saved a lot of trouble. Thinking this way brought him instant relief. Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao said, since team leader Yu has asked me, I'll just be straightforward, alright? Yu Jing nodded. Speak. Furrowing his brows for a moment, Lin Xiao said, in the next round of matches against the 7 Stars team, as individual competition is their strong suit, if you ask me for a suggestion, I'd suggest having Deputy Captain Shen take the lead, Xu Yichen for the second match, and Xiaoli for the third. Noticing the subtle furrow in Yu Jing's brow, Lin Xiao explained, having Xiaoli, a rookie, take the anchor position in the individual match might indeed seem unreliable. However, given the 7 Stars team's lineup, their third competitor in the next round will most likely be Team Captain Wei Qingxia. While Xiaoli might not necessarily beat others, going up against Wei, who is known for his versatility, he stands an almost guaranteed chance of winning. Yu Jing prompted, go on. Then come the squad and team matches, Lin Xiao continued, relieved to see no objection from Yu Jing. For these 2 matches, I suggest the following. For the squad match, it should consist of me, Yu Captain, and Lu Zishan. As for the team match, Shen Changyu, the 2 us, Zhou Qiguan, and I will participate. This lineup should be the best we have at the moment. Yu Jing's lips curved slightly into a faint smirk. So you're saying that I don't need to participate in the team match? It wasn't originally planned to have Yu Jing even in the squad match, just to shut up the media, but Lin Xiao had adjusted himself instead to act as Yu Jing's personal bodyguard. Glancing at Yu Jing's bandaged left hand, Lin Xiao muttered internally while maintaining a solemn expression outwardly, there's an excellent strategy tailor-made for Zhou Qiguan that has achieved countless victories. Not using it would be such a waste. Yu Jing didn't reject immediately but paused for a moment before asking, why should I believe your lineup decisions? As long as there wasn't immediate rejection, everything was negotiable. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with a smile. Isn't it just today that we signed a contract? If we don't achieve a grand slam this round, I'll agree to nullify my contract afterwards. How does that sound? Saying this, Lin Xiao kept a calm demeanor, even appearing somewhat nonchalant, as if it were merely tossing a few coins on a street stall game of chance. Without noticing the increasingly clear-eyed confidence in his gaze, one could hardly believe the gravity of the commitment he'd made earlier. For a brief moment, Yu Jing seemed lost in thought before smoothly pulling his gaze back and lightly smiling. Fine. I hope you won't disappoint me. Faced with such an agreeable Yu Jing, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. After all, Shen Changyu had continuously complained to him about how obstinate and difficult their captain was, casting a shadow over Lin Xiao's own perception. Adding to this was the day at the venue when Yu Jing had clearly disregarded him entirely, leaving Lin Xiao anxious. But now, seeing how things progressed so smoothly, it created a false impression of a docile, cooperative Yu Jing. Yes, there was still that last shred of rationality telling Lin Xiao, it was absolutely an illusion. Because of the sudden changes in the lineup, the time left for the team to prepare was extremely tight. After spending the night perfecting the strategies, Lin Xiao privately handed them over to Shen Changyu, who distributed them among the other members. The days that followed saw nearly every team member locked in a training room around the clock, working late into the night for several consecutive days. By the time they finally emerged from their seclusion, almost everyone looked like they'd developed panda eyes. Surprisingly during this period, Lin Xiao found that none of the other players showed any strong opposition to his joining. Even on his first day, Su Yicheng gave him a big bear hug, repeatedly saying, long admired, which threw Lin Xiao off. Later, he learned from Shen Changyu that his true identity had been revealed. Lin Xiao twitched the corners of his mouth repeatedly but couldn't find words to object. He fully understood that this was surely a form of retribution. But then again, who caused it all but himself? The day of the match against the 7 Stars team approached quickly, and to ensure the players' condition, the team took a break starting 2 days beforehand. On the last day, Lin Xiao simply stayed in bed until the world outside turned pitch black, only rousing himself hazily from under the covers once the evening set in. Glancing at the clock, it was already 11 p.m. Rubbing his temples, he washed up and stepped out, heading downstairs in search of food. As soon as he walked into the corridor, looking up, he noticed the neighboring door ajar, either forgotten or unlocked, with faint light spilling through. How come this person isn't asleep yet? Lin Xiao frowned, pushed the door open slightly, took a peek inside, and promptly closed his mouth after opening it to speak. In the room, apart from the light of the desk lamp, there was only the faint glow from the laptop. The person at the table must have been tired, as they had unknowingly fallen asleep resting their head on the desk. The curtains were gently stirred by the night breeze, making this tranquil scene almost excessively perfect. For a moment, the sight of this slender figure caused all traces of drowsiness that had just enveloped Lin Xiao's mind to vanish completely. Seriously, isn't he worried about catching a cold? Lin Xiao quietly entered the room, looking around before taking a blanket from the bed and lightly covering Yu Jing with it, only sighing in relief after realizing he hadn't woken him. His gaze landed on the elegant handwriting beneath Yu Jing's body and involuntarily curled his lips into a slight smile. Impressive, able to write so beautifully with your right hand. Curiosity overcoming her, Lin Xiao leaned closer to examine what had been written. One by one she scanned through each character, discovering all the notes meticulously documented everyone's training statistics over these few days. Surprised for a moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Yu Jing again. It was only after much difficulty did she finally manage to drive him out of the training hall and not let him come in, yet every day he would stay cooped up in here writing these things. He appears to make the team worry about him, but fundamentally, it's he who makes others feel uneasy. While lost in these thoughts, the fluttering eyelashes of Yu Jing, just inches away, quivered slightly, resembling delicate butterfly wings touching briefly. Without warning, they slowly opened. Because Lin Xiao had leaned down due to her own posture, the two were unusually close to the ground. As their eyes met, this proximity seemed somewhat intimate, like an unexpected kiss scene. Caught off guard by the sudden eye contact, Lin Xiao stood frozen until she felt the icy glare intensify, prompting her to hastily jump up and immediately retreat several steps. "You captain, no, it's not what you think." As the last remnants of grogginess left Yu Jing's expression, his eyes narrowed and he turned toward Lin Xiao, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "Go out." Lin Xiao's face instantly soured as she realized no explanation could absolve her. "Captain Yu, things are not what you're imagining." Yu Jing showed no emotion. "Do I need to repeat myself?" "No, no need." Lin Xiao promptly bolted out of the room, but feeling uncertain, she peeked back inside after a while, stating, "You should also sleep early and don't stress too much about tomorrow's competition." "Good night then." After watching the door close again, Yu Jing noticed the blanket draped across himself. Silent for a moment, he packed away the notebook on the table and leaned heavily on the chair. Although he hadn't participated in the training these past few days, he recorded everyone's progress clearly, whether the training modes or the distinct focus, none resembled something Shen Chanyu alone could devise. Gazing at the starry sky outside, after a prolonged silence, he softly murmured to himself, "Old ghost's disciple, huh?" Chapter 49. After several days of easing tensions, the commotion around Black Rose, whether concerning their black or pink faction, finally began to subside as time passed. However, on the morning of the match against the Seven Stars team, a new issue of the Esports Times published an article titled, "A Fallen Giant Once Again, Reflections on the Reasons Behind Black Rose's Withdrawal from the Match." This once again drew public attention back to the subject. The article was penned by Kong Yan, a newly emerging journalist who had recently gained much popularity. In it, he analyzed from various angles the match between the Black Rose and the Dawnbreaker teams. His writing style was mature and objective, presenting an exceptionally harsh critique in a tone that carried no personal emotion, leading to the well-reasoned conclusion that Yu Jing's condition had contributed significantly to the problem. Furthermore, the article went on to conclude that the Black Rose team would likely stop here, thus missing out on the playoffs. Once this report was released, it caused quite a stir, refocusing everyone's attention without question on the match of the day between the Black Rose team and the Seven Stars team. Previously, regarding the Black Rose team, if you were to randomly ask a fan what the core of the team was, almost no one would hesitate before answering with one name, Yu Jing. Although Yu Jing, as a support player, had never stood on the individual competition stage, his presence was essential. Whether in small group matches or full team matches, whenever he was there, the Black Rose team lineup seemed as solid as a fortress. It was because of Yu Jing that no one ever doubted the significant overall strength of the veteran powerhouse Black Rose team. However, without their captain, how far could this team progress in the league? No one had considered it until now. Of course, after the release of such a baseless and even one-sided report, not everyone agreed with it. Many criticized the Esports Times, believing that publishing speculative articles like this without considering the consequences showed irresponsibility toward professional esports teams. Many people eagerly awaited the game to find more concrete evidence to accuse Kong Yan of exploiting hot topics for attention, a move they found clownish. Su Yiming, an avid reader of the Esports Times, saw this long article early in the morning and became extremely upset. Shouting loudly in the rest room, he said, "These writers have dirtier minds than the last one. I don't think our team has ever offended Kong Yan, yet he dares to challenge us like this. Is he looking for trouble?" Xiao Li had already glanced at the newspaper earlier and didn't look too good upon understanding its content. Which sponsor is backing the Esports Times? I'll call my father tonight and try to acquire it so we can show them a taste of their own medicine. Lin Xiao, originally dozing off, looked at him speechlessly and said, "Mr. Big Boss, being so wealthy really makes it easy to lose friends." Li Buchuan entered the rest room without paying attention to their antics. It's time to take the field. The atmosphere in the venue was particularly intense. After the players from both sides walked onto the field one after another, the already fiery emotions among the audience reached a peak. This wasn't Lin Xiao's first experience on this competitive stage, but it was the first time since he transformed into the Lin Xiao that he stepped under this scorching light as a contestant. Looking up, he could see dazzling lights like stars scattered across the ceiling. By chance, as Shen Changyu turned around with a complex expression, their eyes met, and the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth curved upward in response, deepening his smile. Before the game began, the players came onto the stage to shake hands and pay mutual respect. Upon seeing the lineup of Black Rose, Wei Qingzhe, captain of the Seven Stars team, showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Still maintaining a polite smile, he said, "Captain Yu, it looks like your team has quite a few new faces." Among the new members, Xiao Li remained especially calm and collected compared to Zhou Qiguan, who appeared bashfully red-faced. Wearing a black team uniform, Xiao Li's tall and slender frame looked even more impressive and attractive, drawing the attention of many female fans of the Black Rose team. As for Lin Xiao, noticing the greetings ahead, he secretly yawned, looking slightly drowsy. In response to Wei Qingzhe's comment, Yu Jing replied indifferently, keeping his answer formal, I look forward to a splendid match today. Already accustomed to the detachment of the Black Rose captain, Wei Qingzhe simply smiled it off. After the players descended from the stage, they entered their respective player booths, and the highly anticipated individual matches officially began. In the first match, Shen Changyu of the Black Rose team summoner faced off against Tang Qian's assassin from the Seven Stars team. At the beginning of the game, Shen Changyu was put on the defensive due to Tang Qian's aggressive tactics. However, he later used the terrain advantage by employing an exceptionally tricky corner strategy, which exposed his opponent's assassin. Seizing this fleeting opportunity with great acuity, he skillfully turned the tide of battle and went on to secure 2 critical strikes in quick succession, ultimately winning the first round of the individual match for the Black Rose team with a 1-0 lead. As if influenced by their vice-captain, the subsequent players from the Black Rose team also consecutively won the next 2 rounds of the individual matches. Compared to Sui Cheng's close win with a 2-1 score, Xiaoli completely dominated the seasoned player Wei Qingzhe throughout the match, so much so that he achieved a decisive 2:00 victory in less than 10 minutes during his debut. Facing such an unexpected result, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Until this point, the ID, Xiao Zhangqiong, was nothing more than a distant title associated with a random king for many people. However, at this very moment, all spectators present, both online and offline, truly felt why this person had consistently occupied the top spot on the ranked ladder leaderboard. Throughout the battle, Xiaoli displayed no discernible strategic pattern. More bluntly speaking, his match seemed less like a professional league event and more akin to a high-level ranked match live stream taking place openly in front of everyone. From the start, Xiaoli made a straightforward dash towards the central coordinates of the map without any tactical positioning, then simply stood in the middle of a vast ice plain, brazenly waiting for Wei Qingzhe's arrival. His chosen position offered no cover whatsoever, which rendered all surprise attacks initiated by Wei Qingzhe from any angle utterly mundane. The outcome would inevitably hinge on the raw power disparity between them. Wei Qingzhe, as the captain of the Seven Stars team, was not known for tactical prowess but rather specialized in unpredictable combat techniques. Facing a newcomer on his first appearance, it wasn't unreasonable for him, as a senior competitor, to approach the duel without excessive caution or alertness. However, during the fight, he soon realized that regardless of how unexpectedly he launched an assault, his opponent was always able to respond swiftly, even counterattack in some cases. Even more frustrating to Wei Qingzhe was the fact that this remarkable responsiveness wasn't derived from foreknowledge of his plans, rather, it came from an almost inexplicable instinctual reflex. Even when reactions were delayed, they were still sufficiently effective and nearly perfect. It was as though he were facing an animal with extraordinary instincts. Although Wei Qingzhe lost, he was genuinely impressed, showing admiration while shaking hands with Xiaoli. You're really talented. Receiving such acknowledgement, coupled with the thunderous applause upon leaving the stage, Xiaoli was extremely satisfied. He hummed tunes most of the way back to his seat, only to see Lin Xiao lazily getting up and patting his shoulder with a smile. Keep up the good work. Lin Xiao looked at him and chuckled lightly, replying, that's for sure. The consecutive defeats in the individual matches left a somber atmosphere among the Seven Stars team. At this time, the lineup for the team match appeared on the central screen, and Jiang Shiqi, who was about to go on stage, was silently boosting his confidence when he accidentally glanced at the screen and froze mid-step. Having just come off stage, Wei Qingzhe noticed the strange expression on his face and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Shiqi slowly twitched his lips and replied, Captain Wei, do you remember the other day when I mentioned that incredibly skilled random ranked ghost mage that me and Tang Qian talked about? Wei Qingzhe nodded, yes, I've already instructed Manager Chen to find an opportunity to make contact. Why bring this up now? We can talk about it after the match. Focus on your own competition. It seems, there's no need to make contact anymore. Recalling the countless pages filled with green win records, Jiang Shiqi suddenly felt a deep sense of worry about the upcoming squad match. He is now on the Black Rose team list, it's Ghost Meng Meng. Hearing this, Wei Qingzhe was taken aback and immediately directed his gaze toward the central screen in the stadium. At the same time, in the training base of the Flowing Clouds team, Yan Lingjiang was sitting in front of a computer screen with his teammates. When he saw the two characters, Lin Xiao, his head suddenly felt hot. By the time he noticed the strikingly familiar figure on the live broadcast screen, he finally tilted to one side, falling face down to the ground amidst his teammates' flustered attempts to help him. On the other hand, at the Tianqi team's training base, the players had initially been more concerned about whether Yu Jing was truly injured. But when they spotted an unfamiliar ID on the match roster, Song Lan couldn't help but mutter, what's going on? Why is the Black Rose team using rookies for such a crucial match one after another? Xiao Zhangqiong we could understand, but where did this Gui Meng Meng come from? This comment earned nods of agreement from the other players as they teased each other in good spirits. Just then, out of nowhere, a calm yet emotionless voice came from behind, did you just say, Gui Meng Meng? The moment the entire Tianqi team, who were just chatting idly and eating sunflower seeds a second ago, turned around to see Yan Duzhou, they all instinctively stood up straight. Facing their captain's unusually deep gaze now compared to usual, it felt as if their breathing had tightened. Beyond an automatic nod, they forgot how to respond. Yan Duzhou's eyes were already fixed on the live event being streamed on the computer monitor. Chapter 50. If the three words, Ghost Menge, only brought a bit of surprise, then when the two words, Lin Xiao, caught Yan Duzhou's eyes, the deepest part of his pupils turned from astonishment to deep shock in an instant. Be it now or in the past, looking at the entire alliance, Yan Duzhou was the only one who had known Old Ghost before he became a professional player. Back then, Old Ghost wasn't called Old Ghost, but used a name that could be considered quite derogatory, Ghost Menge. Yan Duzhou was slightly lost in thought for a moment. When the footage showed the Black Rose team members entering the stage, his gaze passed over Yu Jing and Lu Zhixin, and finally rested on the completely unfamiliar man walking at the back. This new Black Rose player using Lin Xiao's name and Ghost Menge's account bore no resemblance to the face in his memory. Yan Duzhou's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the faint smirk on that face which seemed somewhat familiar in a detestable way. His thoughts wandered slightly, mysteriously recalling some past events. If we were to say that in the esports circle, there is someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, undoubtedly that person would be none other than Old Ghost, Lin Xiao. At that time, both were standing at the highest peak of their field, and countless people enjoyed comparing them side by side. Fans supporting either side would even come to blows in the arenas or even at cyber cafes watching live streams. Such situations were common, let alone reporters who frequently provoked post-game interviews, always trying to probe their opinions of each other. In response, Yan Duzhou often calmly replied with, "He's very good," while Lin Xiao had several times seriously stated, "Old Yan is the esports player I admire the most, without exception." Relaxed and spontaneous, this was Lin Xiao's most intuitive characteristic given to the esports world, whereas being stern and unsmiling was also Yan Duzhou's positive impression left for all fans. As captains of their respective teams and also pillars of their squads, everyone within the industry knew that although they were the fiercest opponents, there was also mutual respect in their hearts. What was less known was that their acquaintance didn't begin on the field but could be traced back to ladder matches in online games from much earlier. From then on, they had already been fierce rivals. Even their entry into the professional scene stemmed from a shared promise to elevate their country's esports to greatness. As for how they eventually ended up not on the same team but as opponents again, those were all later developments. Yan Duzhou gathered his distant thoughts, his gaze firmly fixed on the unfamiliar rookie, lost in deep contemplation. On the competition grounds, Lin Xiao sat in the battle zone and inexplicably sneezed a few times, sniffing his nose. He started focusing on the upcoming match. After the equipment adjustments were completed, the teams entered the preparatory phase. In previous team matches, Yu Jing, who usually held the decision-making power for banning maps, did not decide on his own this time but instead asked via the voice channel, which map should we ban? Lin Xiao was still pondering who was talking about him behind his back when he noticed the cold glance directed at him. Without hesitation, he responded, "Let's ban Arctic Tundra first." Yu Jing confirmed it. The 7 Stars team banned Tomb Adventure. Lin Xiao, banned Desert Maze next. 7 Stars team banned Volcanic Inferno. Lin Xiao, looking at the last remaining Wild Forest, expressed mild surprise, "Not bad, I'm familiar with this map." Yu Jing said coolly, "Since you know it well, you can command this round." Before Lin Xiao could express his surprise, Lu Zhixin spoke up, "Captain Yu, isn't this too important for such a big match?" Yu Jing replied, "It's fine." Lin Xiao originally wanted to feign some courtesy, but hearing this, he no longer refrained himself, saying, "Then please follow my lead. Here's what we'll do, once we enter the map, just follow me and don't run around aimlessly." Lu Zhixin's lips twitched strangely due to his overly casual manner, responding, "Understood." Once the map loading was complete, both parties refreshed at their respective spawn points. Led by Lin Xiao, Zhuomu Ershi, Zhemu Erqi, and Fan Jing Liaolan followed the steps of Ghost Menge and began to move. In fact, although Lin Xiao had deliberately exclaimed earlier, he had almost guessed during the process of banning maps that between the remaining 2 maps, Volcanic Inferno and Wild Forest, 7 Stars team would undoubtedly choose Wild Forest for its advantages to long-range players. After all, Ghost Daoists also fell into the category of long-range attackers, and Lin Xiao's fondness for this map was particularly intense. Because the layers of plants in the Wild Forest provided perfect cover which greatly facilitated hidden movement. From the audience's perspective, the strategic flanking routes displayed on the large screen appeared overly cautious due to how big the detours were. Plus, they didn't pick the same direction by some sort of tacit agreement and ended up completely avoiding each other without surprise. The 7 Stars team advanced all the way to the top of the map, obviously realizing they had missed a confrontation. They changed direction and began moving back. On the other hand, just as Lin Xiao was about to reach the bottom, he suddenly stopped and found a dense thicket of trees. He then sent a marker signal to his teammates, calling out, "Come, all of you hide inside." When Zhemu Erqi and Fan Jing Liaolan thoroughly hid their figures in the dense forest, Lu Zhixin noticed that Gui Mengmeng was still standing motionless in place and couldn't help but ask, "Why not come in?" Lin Xiao sked and said, "It's enough for you guys to go in. No matter what happens, remember not to come out." Lu Zhixin fell silent for a moment. "You wouldn't be planning to fight 3 alone, would you?" Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, "Just wait and see." After saying that, Gui Mengmeng boldly stepped forward twice and stood unreservedly in the sunlight filtering through the towering jungle trees. His little red hooded cloak swayed gently in the breeze, and such animated details couldn't help but make the watching crowd marvel at the excellent quality of Zone's animation team. Seeing this rookie's behavior, it seems like he wants to use himself as bait. Upon recognizing these actions, commentator Xiao Wu could not help feeling somewhat speechless. This scenario of ambushes and tricks in bushes is something familiar to viewers who have experienced low-end matches in multiplayer games. Applying such tactics in professional esports doesn't quite match Yu Jing's commanding style. But just as she spoke, the situation on the large screen suddenly changed. Ghost Menge, who had been standing in the center, suddenly started chanting spells one after another. The black shadows gathered thickly around the staff in his hand, crimson beams continuously hitting the surrounding plants until they fell off in segments. Gradually, with his efficient cleaning of the area, the previously obstructed vision now offered a clear view. What should I say? This new player sure has impressive hand speed, and he doesn't seem to be sparing his magic energy at all, showing no fear of running out later in the game. He really looks rich and extravagant. The commentary by Maudo paused abruptly when a figure appeared on the screen. His lips twitched slightly. I have to admit, Lin Xiao's luck is indeed exceptionally good. Lin Xiao could not hear the outside commentary. After clearing the surroundings from his field of vision, he caught glimpses of a few fleeting silhouettes. His smile deepened ever so slightly. Ghost Menge did not continue to stand there cutely. Instead, he swiftly moved backward in one swift leap and hid into the still dense jungle behind him, which remained uncleared. This location maintained a certain distance from where Fan Jing, Liaolan and Zhuo Mu Shi were hiding. Almost as soon as Ghost Menge retreated, distant gunshots sounded, chaotic projectiles flying everywhere, disturbing the otherwise tranquil rainforest. Clearly, Mo Shouchen, the firearms master from 7 Stars, initiated an attack first, using the opportunity to probe the positions of Black Rose team members. Several stray bullets flew past him closely, yet Ghost Menge stayed motionlessly in place, only able to vaguely see the opponent advancing cautiously through the gaps between the leaves. Although the opponent was evidently trying hard to avoid exposing themselves, it was difficult to approach strategically without any traces being left after clearing part of the area before. When Lang Haojie's demon hunter raised his bow and shot a glowing arrow, Ghost Menge, who had been concentrating on laying in wait, suddenly took action. As he activated Ghost Step, there was a seamless leap step, quickly retreating toward the rear. Just before running away, he left a void spike behind, clearly showing signs of running away in fear of pursuit. Seeing that they had managed to provoke one of the opposing team's players, 7 Stars quickly capitalized on their long-range advantage. While keeping a safe distance behind in pursuit, they were also cautiously observing the positions of Gui Mengmeng's 2 other teammates. Gui Mengmeng seemed utterly panicked as he fled aimlessly, leading the 7 Stars team to gradually deduce that he was separated from his teammates. As the healing player for the team, Jiang Shiqi keenly observed the situation from behind and couldn't help but decisively command, "That kid is all alone. Don't miss this chance, pursue him immediately." Upon hearing this, the other 2 promptly rushed ahead, bombarding Gui Mengmeng with skills until they whittled down a third of his health before sealing off his escape route. With Gui Mengmeng retreating nimbly out of their attack range, the gunslinger and demon hunter simultaneously activated their ghost steps, rushing forward at an incredible speed. Yet outside the battlefield, what would usually be a valiant charge left the 7 Stars fans cold. Through the large screen, it became clear, a bush located not far behind their teammates already glimmered faintly with radiant gold light, as if imbued by the skill, Night Spirit, wielded by someone lying low and waiting among the foliage. It was now evident, 7 Stars had completely fallen into the enemy's ambush. Seeing how the 7 Stars members were now flanked by the opposing force, commentator Xiao Wu couldn't help but sincerely remark after witnessing the whole sequence, the earlier fake retreat was such an outstanding performance, it practically deserved an Oscar. This rookie Lin Xiao should absolutely be nominated as Best Actor. Chapter 51. Without disappointing everyone, just when the 7 Stars team was completely surrounded by Double-Faced's pincer attack, Gui Mengmeng's escape momentum suddenly paused. At the same time as she turned around, the staff in her hand began to glow with an eerie light as she chanted. Almost at the start of the chant, Lin Xiao shouted over the voice channel, "Now's the time." Lu Pinsong had already been prepared, and waited for this very command. At this moment, he activated his ultimate ability, Soul Stomp, and charged forward. With a chorus of hoarse neighs, the members of the 7 Stars team realized something was amiss. However, the paladin riding on a tall steed, cloaked in dazzling golden light, had already thundered toward them. No one could have anticipated that only moments before, they were wielding knives with smug grins chasing some young lad with innocent features, yet now, from the nearby bushes emerged an unexpected knight who disrupted their plan with such intensity that it felt like their plans had backfired. Since Fan Jiejing had chased ahead furthest away from Zhemuerxi, he immediately utilized the demon hunter's evasion skill and rolled sideways in time, narrowly avoiding the crisis of being trampled underfoot. However, the other 2 weren't as fortunate. Kong Jianfeng and Mo Shichengui both got trampled underfoot, becoming unwilling fugitives of circumstance. In this brief instance, Gui Mengmeng's ultimate, 10,000 Ghost Void, completed its incantation. Darkness enveloped from all sides, completely surrounding the duo and nearly depriving them of all vision. Mo Li exclaimed, "It completed the incantation so quickly. That can't be possible." At that moment, the large screen in the venue accurately displayed every part of the process. While most amateur spectators did not fully grasp the significance, the 2 commentators present noticed the unexpectedly short incantation duration. This led to an immediate request for the director to display Guemengmeng's detailed attribute numbers. Upon seeing that 75% cooldown reduction, Mao Dou subconsciously glanced at Xiao Wu, whose eyes confirmed the sufficient level of shock, cleared his throat, and replied, "This is truly surprising. Guemengmeng's Ghost Taoist character setup focuses on maximum cooldown. 75%, I believe this is probably the most extreme cooldown reduction value used by any active player in the league today." Xiao Wu's tone revealed a certain complexity. It's really unimaginable that we'd see a player using this style on the stage. I wonder if any long-term fans remember the history where there was once a similar player in the Black Rose team, the former captain Lao Gui, whose role also happened to be the Ghost Taoist. The two words, Old Ghost, caused a ripple of commotion inside the venue. Mao Dou sighed wistfully. Similarly, being an extreme cooldown build and playing the Ghost Taoist, the appearance of such a player must mean, whether it's intentional or not, that the Black Rose team seeks to return to its previous era's fighting style during its prime. Or perhaps it's simply a tactic to confuse the opponent's formation. Xiao Wu followed up, but judging from the current situation, regardless of the reason, the Seven Stars team has undoubtedly fallen into a passive position. It's clear that the Black Rose team's offensive moves haven't ended yet. You can see, Guemengmeng is moving again. Mao Dou showed surprise, his positioning. On screen, Guemengmeng was already within casting range. Yet after Lin Xiao glanced at Fan Jiezheng's position, rather than hastily continuing to chant another spell, he surprisingly retreated several steps. Simultaneously, through the voice chat came further instructions: control the sacrifice. Zhamuerxi wasted no time. Using the movement of his character to cancel the backward sway after the ultimate ability ended, just as Kong Jianfeng was about to get up, a spear thrust was launched, applying a taunt towards him. Jiang Shiqi was already engulfed in an endless sea of darkness. Before he had the chance to perform any operation, through the dim haze on the screen, he vaguely saw himself hitting a blurry giant silhouette with the thick magic book he carried in his hands. The sacrifice character model was inherently exceptionally delicate, so the act continued to play out in a way reminiscent of TV drama scenes where a female lead lightly taps the other person's shoulder with a book while coyly uttering, "You bad," creating a flirtatious teasing atmosphere. Even though Jiang Shiqi hadn't seen his opponent clearly, it wasn't hard to deduce that it was none other than Zhamuerxi, the big meat shield. The smile that had graced Jiang Shiqi's face just a moment ago had now completely vanished. Now he looked utterly disheartened, stating in the voice channel, "I've been targeted by the paladin. You guys be careful." Lang Haojie said, "You guys hold on, I'll go take out their Ghost Taoist first." At this moment, the decomposer had already rapidly approached Guemengmeng's position. After entering the attack range, a blood poison arrow shot from his bow. It hit directly. Instantly, it removed a small bar of health and caused Guemengmeng's health bar to continue decreasing due to the continuous blood poison effect. However, Guemengmeng seemed completely oblivious, as the glow from her staff continuously shone, skill after skill was chanted and fell onto Mo Shichengui hidden within the black curtain. From beginning to end, the attacks by the decomposer appeared as if they were entirely ignored, even with him almost stationary for maximum output. He still looked determined to finish off Mo Shichengui before doing anything else, not moving an inch since the earlier move. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still in the middle of a skill chant, Lang Haojie was almost about to suspect that he'd lost connection during combat. With a glance at his teammates' rapidly declining health bar, alongside the skyrocketing APM values, the decomposer's attacks became more fierce instantly, driven solely by the need to kill Guemengmeng before the latter could succeed. At this moment, the 10,000 Ghost Void effect had ended, and Mo Shichengui, who had been retreating all along, was about to exit the spell range. Just then, Decomposer's timely demon judgment sent Guemengmeng flying backward. In this fleeting moment, Guemengmeng placed a vampire curse on Mo Shichengui and did not continue chasing. Instead, she shifted her target to Decomposer, casting a frost curse that froze his subsequent actions. Vampire curse: within the next 6 seconds, it will generate a health damage every 2 seconds. The first 2 segments cause relatively lower damage, but the final one will inflict a significant bleeding effect. In the 7 Stars team's voice channel, Mo Li furrowed his brows and said, "I've been hit by the vampire curse." Jiang Shiqi, forced into a corner by Lu Zhisan, slightly impatiently shouted, "Come to me." Mo Li checked his health value and replied, "I've already left the spell range. If Haojie can just stop that Ghost Taoist, there won't be much problem. His spell damage is quite low, even after the 3 stages of bleeding, I won't die." Jiang Shiqi insisted, for safety. At this very moment, inside Black Rose's voice channel, Lin Zhao's lips curved into a faint smile, calmly instructing, break to the sacrifice in 4 seconds. As he spoke, he glanced at Yu Jing's position, and Guemengmeng resumed her elementary standing output method, facing off against Decomposer in direct skill duels. Because she had taken concentrated fire previously, Guemengmeng's health had already dropped to less than 40%, whereas the Decomposer's health bar remained nearly full. Engaging in such blood-for-blood exchange seemed like an act of unwise recklessness. Not expecting such brazen tactics from the opponent, Lang Haojie certainly wouldn't refuse. Upon realizing the tricky spot where the spells landed, he also abandoned any positioning maneuver deemed as wasting time. Despite feeling something was off internally, he still started head-on combat without hesitation. Such a scene on the league stage might seem somewhat comical, but the audience understood much clearer than those involved. At the very moment Gui Mengmeng made this out-of-the-ordinary move, through the large screen, everyone could distinctly see the position of Fan Jingliao. Probably no one could have imagined that Yu Jing, always under intense focus throughout matches, in this round of the squad competition thus far, had become the least noticed person on the field, a situation unprecedented. Mo Shichengui rapidly approached the spatial rift, preparing to restore health just in time. However, just as he entered the spell range, Jamurixi precisely threw a stunning attack onto the sacrifice, knocking him unconscious immediately. Simultaneously, a barely noticeable dark red halo flashed around Mo Shichengui. While preparing to reposition himself, when the final stage of the blood poison curse triggered its bleeding effect, Mo Li saw his screen dim down suddenly. The map revealed the first system message of this match. System, Gui Mengmeng has killed Mo Shichengui. System, first blood. Dead? How is that possible? The damage from that bleed effect should not have been enough. Mo Li was completely dumbfounded for a moment. But following his death, the voice channel had already disconnected. In silence, he blankly pulled up the death records, noticing a line that shouldn't exist, right before the last segment of the vampire curse's damage. A rarely used priest's initial skill, Soul Drain. For 1 second, it enhances all damage received by the character. He unconsciously leaned back, fully reclining in the chair. 1 second. There was no way he could have imagined missing such a critical 1 second. Or rather, before this, no one had ever thought that the blood ghost curse of the ghost Taoist could be used in conjunction with the priest's soul drain like this. Mo Li's death undoubtedly brought heavy pressure to the other two teammates. Jiang Shiqi felt his heart sink, and almost at the same time, he heard a damn from nearby. A bad premonition led him to ask immediately, what happened? Lang Haojia found it hard to speak, taking half a while to squeeze out a sentence. We lost this round. Not long after he spoke, the system flashed 3 messages in quick succession. System, Gui Mengmeng killed Decomposer. System, double kill. System, said blood. Jiang Shiqi froze momentarily, with both damage dealers down, he gave up struggling completely. Thus, Black Rose team once again claimed victory in the squad competition with a score of 5 o'clock. When they stepped off the stage, through the replay on the large screen, one could clearly see what had just happened before. It turned out that at the moment Mo Shichengui died, Gui Mengmeng's health had also been nearly depleted. However, in the final critical moment, a healing white light shone on him, instantly raising his health bar by more than half. At the position where Fan Jingliao stood, both Mo Shichengui and Gui Mengmeng were within his spell range. After casting Soul Drain on the gun mage, he didn't need to move an inch. With his original location, he cast the healing skill, directly saving Gui Mengmeng who was on the brink of death. Yu Jing's timing for treatment was as precise as ever. Too early, and it might trigger Decomposer's vigilance to control the distance. Too late, and Gui Mengmeng would have been killed, shifting the momentum once more. Together with the perfectly timed Soul Drain earlier, it helped secure the first blood from Mo Shichengui. Any of these segments of footage could serve as a classic example of perfect timing. After stepping down from the stage, Lu Zhixin reflected on all the consecutive changes on the field, trying hard to remember any instructions from Lin Xiao during the voice channel, but failed to recall anything directed toward Yu Jing. Unable to resist his curiosity, he asked, "Did you two set up a strategy beforehand?" Lin Xiao had just opened a bottle of water and loosened the cap. Hearing this, he laughed. With how powerful team leader Yu is, does he really need prior arrangements? On-the-fly adaptations must come with flawless chemistry. Lu Zhixin was left speechless. Yu Jing took the water bottle Lin Xiao handed over, tilted his head to take a sip, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Chapter 52. The MVP player's ID appeared on the large screen, Priest, Fan Jing Liaolan. Just as the commentators had predicted earlier, although Yu Jing seemed to be slacking off throughout the match, he was actually the key player who decided the outcome. Even though he only used an assist skill to deepen the damage and a healing skill at the critical moment to restore Gui Mengmeng's HP baseline, these operations in just a few seconds were already enough to firmly establish his position as the deserving MVP. However, at this point, besides Yu Jing, a large part of the audience's attention began to shift to Lin Xiao. Although there had been only one team battle so far, it was already enough to draw everyone's attention. Lin Xiao's tactical positioning during combat was obvious to all, even if some members of the 7 Stars team were blinded by the situation, the spectators as bystanders saw everything clearly. Apparently, every step in this person's mind was completely calculated. At that time, the reason he directly let Mo Shichengui go after using blood poison curse and instead targeted Fan Jie was clearly because he had already calculated the damage values, ensuring that after the final bleeding damage ended, he could definitely take down the opposing gunner. This naturally also included sufficient confidence in Yu Jing, trusting that he would certainly master the timing to perfectly unleash Jiang Hun within the last second to increase the damage and help him complete the harvest. Moreover, until entering Fan Jing Liaolan's casting range, fearlessly engaging in a stationary duel with demon hunter Fan Jie was also due to an unquestionable trust. Perfect coordination, if it had been displayed by Shen Changyu, the longtime partner, it might have been somewhat acceptable, and even Lu Zhixin and the 2 Su brothers from other regular players wouldn't make the audience think it possible for such meticulous cooperation. However, what was completed on the field right now was done by a rookie who just made his first appearance for the Black Rose team. Could it be that after suppressing throughout the preseason, the Black Rose team finally began to unleash their secret weapon for a last counterattack? Everyone associated this with the abandonment controversy from the previous game, beginning to conceive such thoughts. Although erupting on the penultimate game seemed too late, it was completely impossible to think of any more reasonable explanation at this moment. With such thoughts in mind, everyone couldn't help but focus on the upcoming crucial team competition. After the rest period, as the players returned from the break room, the lineup for the team competition was displayed in the center of the big screen. Firstly, the 7 Stars team's lineup: Team Captain Wei Qingzhe's Paladin, Lord Wei; Vice Captain Fang Ku's Fighter, Cube; Lang Haojia's Demon Hunter, Fen Jiazhe, Dissector; Tang Qian's Assassin, Gentleman Tang; and Jiang Shiqi's Priest, Time and Space Gap. All 7 Stars fans erupted into enthusiastic applause. And at this moment, when the Black Rose team's lineup was shown before everyone's eyes, the entire venue strangely remained silent for a few seconds. Black Rose team's lineup: Vice Captain Shen Changyu's Summoner, Seasonal Rain; Su Yiming's Gunner, A Word Worth Gold; Su Yichen's Gunner, Headshot King; Lin Zhao's Necromancer, Ghost Momo; and Zhou Qiguan's Priest, White Switch. After the lineups were displayed, the players gradually stood up from their seats to prepare for the battlefield. The director quickly switched to the camera feed from Black Rose team seat area. From the close-up lens projected on the screen, one could clearly see that Yu Jing sat quietly in his seat, looking calm and detached, with his team uniform draped over him casually, presenting a completely bystander-like attitude throughout. People gradually snapped back to reality, rubbing their eyes again and again to confirm what they were seeing, causing the entire venue to boil over. In such a crucial team battle, Yu Jing, the pillar of the Black Rose team, was actually not participating. Even more surprisingly, out of their 5-person lineup, 2 were rookies who made their debut appearances on the court in this round. If Lin Zhao's strength was indeed proven just now, then who exactly was Zhou Qiguan standing at the back of the team looking adorably naive with his coffee-colored curly hair, resembling a teddy bear? Could he possibly possess even greater healing abilities than Yu Jing's fan Jing Liaolan? Such thoughts probably wouldn't be believed by anyone. Could it be that the report about Yu Jing being injured in today's newspaper is true? Otherwise, why would the Black Rose team enable training camp mode for rookies in this life-or-death playoff qualification match? Or rather, are they preparing to simply abandon their pursuit of the playoffs in this season? Amidst the various noises of the 7 Stars team's fans, the Black Rose team's fans fell into a complete silence. Since it was his first time on the battlefield, Zhou Qiguan nervously trailed behind his teammates, shaking hands with the opposing player. Then he dazedly entered the battle area and remained uneasy after finishing the setup due to the unsettling palpitations in his chest. Shen Changyu noticed his tension and lightly patted his shoulder to comfort him. Just do as we discussed earlier and try to relax. Back then, Qin Lei was just as nervous as you. Try not to overthink. Zhou Qiguan managed a dry smirk but still felt the stiffness in his entire face. At that moment, suddenly, a force pulled him over, and before he could steady himself, he was dragged directly into the arms of the person beside him. The offending hand ruthlessly began rubbing his tender cheeks, eventually causing him to wail involuntarily, "Ah! It hurts! It hurts!" But Lin Xiao didn't stop until his face turned bright red. Lowering his head, seeing the tears welling up in the eyes of the person in his arms full of grievances, he laughed immediately. "Hey, are you feeling less tense now?" Upon hearing this, the originally prepared complaint from Zhou Qiguan got stuck in his throat. After a brief pause, the look in his eyes gradually lit up. "Yeah. Not tense anymore." Lin Xiao tossed him back onto his seat. "Alright, then just do your best." Even though they had agreed beforehand that Lin Xiao would be commanding, Su Yiming still felt somewhat uneasy inside. Rarely serious, once he put on the headphones and entered the voice chat room, he couldn't help asking, "Lin Xiao, during our training, you never mentioned what strategy you plan to use, and now it's critical. We need you to tell us soon, right?" Lin Xiao seemed to have just remembered this, made an sound, thought for a while, then said, "We don't know the final map yet. Anyway, I feel like there's nothing much to say." Su Yiming got angry. "You mean we don't even have a general plan?" Lin Xiao smiled. "Oh, there is one actually. For you, the whole key of the match can be summarized in one sentence." Su Yiming asked, "What sentence?" Lin Xiao, "Just play casually." This is one sentence. This clearly only has 3 words. Su Yiming felt his nose was almost going crooked from annoyance. "Casual play, huh? So, can I beat you up?" Lin Xiao seriously corrected him. "We're teammates, attacking me won't inflict any damage." If this wasn't a competition, Su Yiming might have found it hard to guarantee whether he wouldn't jump off to start a real-life PK with Lin Xiao right there. It really seems like master and apprentice share certain traits. Before, all he heard were tales about how the old veteran was infuriatingly impossible to deal with. Now it was clear Lin Xiao probably surpassed that level. During the ban phase, both teams were particularly decisive, leaving Horror Tomb as the final battleground. While flipping through the equipment database for the last-minute customization, Lin Xiao reminded everyone, "Besides, switch, check if there are any items with Phantom series attributes. Use them all if you find them." Shen Changyu responded, "Got it." Initially, Su Yiming had some objections regarding such peculiar gear choices, but when he saw their vice-captain complying so obediently with this rookie's commands, he hesitated and eventually swallowed his questions. Once the preparation stage was completed, while importing the map, Lin Xiao glanced over the final equipment configurations of his teammates and approvingly nodded, praising, impressive, as expected of professionals. Perfect. Great job. This guy's sarcasm truly doesn't distinguish between friend or foe. Shen Changyu finally also felt he couldn't bear it anymore, adjusting his forehead slightly and looking somewhat perplexed. Lin Xiao, after entering the map, how exactly should we play? Hurry up and explain. Lin Xiao smiled, didn't I already say? Just play casually. Su Yiming lost his temper and yelled, speak plainly. Lin Xiao said, apart from Deputy Shen and Switch who will set out slowly along a certain path, later, I'll mark 3 coordinate points, and once we enter the map, you'll understand. Geez, these young folks nowadays are just too hasty. Before Su Yiming exploded and wanted to start berating, Su Yichen interrupted quickly, understood. In this subtle atmosphere, Zhou Qiguan also timidly replied, I have no problem either. In the venue, everyone's attention was fixed on the equipment combinations of both teams displayed in the center of the big screen. If the 7 Stars team's equipment style was consistently cautious and stable, then the Black Rose team's all-black gear practically dazzled the audience to blindness. All Phantom series equipment featured a black theme. Because of their variety and the simple drop methods for many parts, they were no strangers to regular online gamers. Besides having a unified color scheme, this series of equipment shared one more attribute, attack/spell lifesteal. If personal matches could still drag out time with such equipment, in team battles, thanks to the presence of healers, combined with the pathetically low lifesteal percentages, these were almost always locked away in cold storage. However, at this moment, 4 out of 5 members of the Black Rose team were equipped head-to-toe in Phantom Series black gear, even hiding their costumes, giving off the appearance of wearing the Black Rose team uniforms upon first glance. As for the priest on the field, White Switch. After taking a closer look at his equipment, commentator Maudo had just thought to praise him as the only normal player left on the field when he suddenly choked up, his face turning completely red, nearly blurting out all the criticism bottled up inside. At this point, his entire being was thoroughly disoriented. Damn it, what the hell is this? A healer wears full speed increasing gear. Where's the healing output? Spell casting cooldown reduction. Do you even care whether your teammates live or die? Are you just preparing to run for your life forever? How much are you scared of dying? Since there was absolutely no way to understand the mysteries behind such peculiar equipment choices, after analyzing the 7 Stars team, the 2 commentators on the panel suddenly fell silent. Right at this moment, the loading interface happened to end, and the large screen showed both teams leaving the respawn point and starting to move forward. When the commentators finally realized the actions taken by the Black Rose team, their already numb expressions completely froze. Compared to the 7 Stars team's coordinated advancement, the Black Rose team seemed like newbies in their very first team battle. Aside from Shi Jiayu and White Switch advancing steadily but slowly, the other 3 characters, Ghost Meng Meng, Yiming Jianxue, and Yi Baotou, were rapidly rushing in 3 completely different directions at top speed. Team battles often mean that whichever side disrupts the enemy formation first gains an advantage. But here they were at the beginning of the match, voluntarily scattering their own formation without any hesitation, a sight that was unprecedented. Maudo and Xiaowu involuntarily looked at each other in bewilderment. How were they supposed to explain this to the audience? Chapter 53. The 7 Stars team didn't know the movements of Hei Mei's team. During their journey, the atmosphere in the voice chat became heavy due to consecutive losses. As the vice-captain of the team, Fang Ke was the first to break this silence. Let's not think about the previous battle anymore. Wei Captain, please quickly confirm the strategy for this round. After pondering for a moment, Captain Wei Qingzhe said, we'll first try to scatter their lineup. Lang Haojie and I will keep an eye on Jia Yushui. Vice-Captain Fang, you should try to tangle with Gui Meng Meng as much as possible. When fighting, Tang Qian, you must be careful to avoid being pulled into the chaos, look for opportunities after Air Su reveals themselves, and try to assassinate one of them first. After receiving the instructions, no one raised any objections. After a while, Tang Qian cleared his throat and spoke up, Captain Wei, why don't we kill the priest first this round? Wei Qingzhe looked confused, what priest? You know that their priest is. His words suddenly stopped, and after a pause, he sounded enlightened, yeah, why not take out the priest first? Killing the priest first in a team fight should be one of the most basic strategies in team competitions. However, because Hei Mei's priest player was Yu Jing, many teams had lost heavily time and again due to targeting the healer too much. Gradually, whenever they encountered Hei Mei in a team match, more teams had to shift their focus and deliberately avoided targeting the priests, which was so heartrending for them. But in this round, it wasn't Yu Jing's Fanjing Liaowan who sat at the healing position of the opposite team, but Belmei's new recruit Zhou Qiguan with the character White Switch. Once Wei Qingzhe realized this, he decisively adjusted the strategy. In this game, let's pay more attention and look for the chance to take down their healer. While he was speaking, everyone had already reached the graveyard in the center of the map. Because the entire map of the ancient tomb horror was immersed in deep night, combined with the plot taking place in a desolate and uninhabited countryside, the surrounding lush trees were cloaked in darkness, casting eerie shadows, exuding an unspoken creepiness from every corner. According to logic, both teams should have arrived at this location by now, yet there was still no sign of Hei Mei's team. Wei Qingzhe repeated his warnings, spread out carefully, beware of ambushes. Following his command, the other members of the Seven Stars team spread out slightly in all directions. Among them, Jiang Shiqi's sacerdotal temporal rift stood at the back, ensuring that he could always respond to changes around him and offer timely assistance to his teammates. At the commentary booth, Xiaowu glanced at the positions of several players on the Heimei team, her fine eyebrows slightly furrowed. Right now, Yi Ming Jianxue and Yi Ji Bao Tu have already appeared in the forests at the top and bottom parts of the map, plus Gui Mengmeng not far ahead of the Seven Stars team. It looks like they're surrounding the opponents inside. Mao Do nodded, that's correct, but the positions of Shi Jieyu and Baisei Kaiguan are rather disconnected. Based on the current distance, if combat starts, they probably won't be able to join the battle immediately. Indeed, sending two rookies out in such an important team competition is clearly. Whoa. Before his complaints could finish, seeing the sudden change on the map, he couldn't help but blurt out something rude. With Xiaowu giving him a disapproving glance, he hurriedly covered his mouth. The three originally lying in wait around quickly approached the center, entering the attack range and unleashing a barrage of skills toward the Seven Stars team members, officially igniting the flames of the team battle. The atmosphere on the field surged, becoming intensely heated with the unexpected offensive move. Lin Xiao, while controlling Gui Mengmeng's movement and paying close attention to the positioning and formation of the Seven Stars team through quick observation of the map, spotted the rough location of the twins. Seizing the opportune moment, an intense gleam flashed in her eyes. Exactly now, fight. The twins were just waiting for this command, and almost instantly unleashed their full firepower. Instantly, amidst the pitch-black map, flashes of fire lit up the sky, appearing especially sharp and striking. In the storm of gunfire, the Seven Stars team in the middle of the field, a well-trained official team, not only did not break their formation, but instead quickly condensed towards the center, gathering tightly together. Such positioning conveniently avoided the range of the gunslinger. Unless Air Su left the forested area and revealed their position, further bombardment or harassment would be impossible. However, despite this, the members of the Seven Stars team were in an extremely difficult situation. At this moment, they had fully realized that the previous deployment and even the daily practice of team battles were almost useless, because the opposing side didn't need them to find ways to scatter. They hadn't thought about engaging in a proper team match from the beginning. An eerie silence in the voice channel indicated that Wei Qingzhe knew the team was waiting for his decision. His brows furrowed as he asked, did anyone see the approximate positions of the opponents just now? If they haven't moved significantly, they should be around 498, 260, and -338, 189, but we can't confirm whether they have moved yet, Tang Qian replied with a somewhat grave tone. But those are only the positions of Air Su. Shen Changyu and Gui Mengmeng have not exposed their whereabouts, maybe they're lying in wait somewhere. Wei Qingzhe fell silent for a moment before speaking firmly, stay put and wait for their next attack. On Heimei's side, Su Yiming couldn't help but feel restless as the Seven Stars team took no action. I was having such fun, but why are they being so cowardly? How are we supposed to fight like this? Lin Xiao chuckled, then it's time for Shen Changyu's ultimate move to pave the way. Right at that moment, Shen Changyu and Zhou Qiguan also entered the visible areas. Before Lin Xiao finished her sentence, Shen Changyu had already begun chanting the dragon fire spell. Seconds later, a flaming dragon appeared right at the center of the map and stormed into the formation of the Seven Stars team with roaring momentum. Such a bold move effectively revealed their position. The Shadow Hunter disassembler immediately melded into the darkness, while Jianxi Qianqian the assassin started maneuvering using invisibility. The remaining fighter Lefengdi promptly unleashed a devastating energy wave towards the charging fire dragon. The tremendous force of the collision ignited a towering flame. Almost simultaneously, Yi Mingjiangshu seized the opportunity of the light interference and rushed out of the woods. The chaotic gunfire continued to erupt, instantly shaving off layers of health points from the three remaining in the center field. With a flash of golden light, Duke Wei directed a taunt directly at the dragon, raising his holy shield to block in front of his teammates, nullifying most of the attack. He then thrust his long spear, stunning the dragon in front of him. Eyeing the additional defenses boosted by the priest's chants, he charged towards Yi Mingjiangshu. Simultaneously, Lefengdi's void wave also struck straight toward Yi Mingjiangshu. After being stunned on the spot, Su Yiming saw the incoming paladin rushing onto the screen and hurriedly banged away at the keyboard. Just as the opposing paladin was about to trample their gunner underfoot, he rolled backward instantly connecting a leap-step maneuver, his slipping once again into the shadowy night behind the trees. How could they let the opportunity go after finally forcing him out? Duke Wei nearly simultaneously activated Ghost Walk and sped up in pursuit. Originally, Lefengdi also followed closely behind. However, all of a sudden there came a series of rapid chain shots behind them, cutting off the path forward. After learning about the situation behind, Wei Qingzhe made an immediate decision. Jiang Shiqi, you and the deputy captain chase one-shot kill, leave Yi Mingjiangshu to me. Following the order, Lefengdi stopped chasing and immediately turned around to charge straight at one-shot kill. One-shot kill's health bar kept declining during the retreat back to the southern forest of the map where he continued his escape deeper inside. Lefengdi pursued more ruthlessly with each leap step followed by a martial arts technique, ultimately knocking down the opponent to the ground. During the close combat exchange, due to almost face-to-face firing, the damages reached maximum levels while his own health bar dropped visibly at an alarming speed. However, at this point, their own healer by Sei Kai Guan was being besieged by both the disassembler and Jianqi Qianshan, and their own priest trailed closely behind, giving Li Fengdi's attacks an air of overconfidence. As bloodlines recovered several times, the gap between the two sides' health levels became increasingly clear. Lin Xiao said, "Hold on, lead them a little further inside." Sui Chen, upon hearing this, didn't head towards the healer as expected but distanced himself further. With just a flicker of his leap step that remained in his hand, he stepped back several meters in the instant the cubic punch missed and immediately activated Ghost Walk, retreating rapidly to the top right corner of the map. Instead of running toward the priest, he's going farther away, he's truly asking for death. Fan Ke thought this while instantly following up. As they were moving swiftly into deeper territory, he suddenly heard Jiang Shiqi shout in the voice channel, "Damn it, Gui Mengmeng's lying in wait here." Seeing the last sliver of one-shot kills health left, Fan Ke had no choice but to turn around reluctantly to save their healer despite the frustration in his heart. However, at this point, the opposing side obviously wasn't about to let him go. The moment before one-shot kill was fleeing, he abruptly turned his gun around, unleashing chaotic gunfire accompanied by several grenades which completely blocked off Fan Ke's path to retreat. During this brief moment, Jiang Shiqi almost went berserk in the voice channel, "Ah! Hurry and save me! Somebody, I'm dying! I'm dying! Ah, I'm..." Finally, his voice abruptly cut off, with sudden silence enveloping the channel. At the same time, the hearts of the 7 Stars team sank straight to the bottom. It was clearly not because Jiang Shiqi shut his mouth, but rather due to death forcibly ejecting him from the voice chat. System, Gui Mengmeng has killed Spatiotemporal Rift. System, First Blood. Another First Blood by Black Rose team, another First Blood claimed by Gui Mengmeng. The spectators inside the venue could see the full set of operations of Gui Mengmeng in her flanking and ambushing maneuver, whether it was the route she chose or the timing of her strike, all akin to a perfect show. When she finally delivered on expectations by taking down the first kill, the entire arena erupted into cheers. Is this what someone new could accomplish in everyone's perception? If judged solely on his performance showcased to the audience this round, one might even call him an all-star top-tier player without exaggeration. Gui Mengmeng. Many people couldn't help but try to recall if they had ever come across such a competitor either in online games or in regular league reports, yet they couldn't remember any mention of him before. The fervor in the venue did not affect the players in the match. After learning about the death of Spatiotemporal Rift, Fan Ke did not hesitate long over losing a teammate but instead rushed forward directly out of the smoke screen to confront one-shot kill face-to-face. Though his previous attacks cost him considerable hit points, under the current circumstances where no enemy healer was present, with one-shot kill having only a thin sliver of life remaining, he still held hope to take down one opponent first. As this thought flashed through his mind, once he got a clear view of the blood bar above the enemy's head, Cube's battle motion slowed involuntarily due to surprise. The moment before, one-shot kill only had less than half of his health remaining, but somewhere along the way, it had recovered significantly to over 3 bars. Just startled for a second, looking at the shallow blue costume the opponent had changed into after entering the map, Fan Ke suddenly realized something, his lips unwillingly curling slightly upward. With Sui Chen's personality, he usually wouldn't prefer costumes, but now, judging from the abnormal situation, it must be to conceal some special equipment on his body. To think that he would use life-draining equipment in a team competition, it's really unimaginable. System, one-shot kill has killed Cube. System, Second Blood. System, Shi Jieyu has killed Gentleman Qianshan. System, Third Blood. With 2 consecutive kill notifications flashing across the map, the outcome of the team competition was already decided. In the end, without losing a single member, the victory emblem appeared on Black Rose team's monitor. A bit embarrassing, we couldn't manage to secure even 1 kill. Such an ending inevitably brought about a sense of defeat, so Fan Ke took off his headphones, stood up, sighed helplessly, and cast his eyes toward Tang Qian, saying, "How come you didn't manage to assassinate the new healer on the other side either? I thought we'd at least get 1 kill." Upon hearing this, Tang Qian looked utterly helpless. "I'd like to too, but that healer runs faster than a rabbit, try killing it yourself." Fan Ke's face went blank. What in the world is a rabbit? Chapter 54. All participants from both sides went up on stage to shake hands and pay tribute to each other. The audience in the venue was still immersed in the intense atmosphere of the entire match, only now realizing that today's competition had already come to an end. They immediately gave all the participants a round of enthusiastic applause. When Wei Qingzhe shook hands with Yu Jing, his eyes couldn't help but glance at the few people behind him. His tone was filled with resignation but also sincere blessings. "Captain Yu, congratulations on being 1 step closer to the playoffs. Your 3 new players are very outstanding. I hope you can continue to win in the upcoming matches and carry our legacy." The original ranking of Team 7 Stars was also not ideal. This round's devastating defeat, though there was still one final match left, had already eliminated them from the playoff race. As Yu Jing held his hand slightly tighter, he responded firmly, "Definitely." The rest of the members of Team 7 Stars had gloomy expressions as well. When they walked past Lin Xiao, Jiang Shiqi couldn't help but examine him carefully for a while, musing for some time before asking somewhat regretfully, "Do you remember me?" So it turned out they were old acquaintances. Lin Xiao scrutinized the person in front of him repeatedly but couldn't recall any familiar face from his memory. He paused, then forced a friendly smile. "Ah, I remember, of course I remember." The expression on Lin Xiao's face clearly showed that he had no impression at all. Jiang Shiqi became speechless and didn't attempt further familiarity. With a disgruntled look, he continued shaking hands with the remaining team members. With the fans' warm applause, Team 7 Stars' journey in this season officially came to an end. At the post-match press conference, Captain Wei Qingzhe thoroughly analyzed the reasons for their loss in front of the numerous journalists. However, precisely because his analysis was so detailed, the scene was filled with the sound of reporters furiously scribbling notes, significantly reducing many of the typically sharp questions asked during such sessions. Regardless of the strength of the two teams, complete defeats were not easily achieved in professional league stages. Nevertheless, how did we end up with today's result of 0-10? Was it entirely because Team 7 Stars performed horribly? Not exactly. In fact, many small operations during the game revealed quite a number of stunningly impressive moments. Team 7 Stars lost not because they were too weak overall, but because their opponents were unpredictable and formidable. This most vividly manifested itself in one person, Black Rose Team's new player, the operator of the ghost character, Gimo, Lin Xiao. After Wei Qingzhe completed his analysis, the journalists finally asked the question they had been pondering for a long time. "Mr. Wei, what are your thoughts on the three newcomers of the Black Rose Team today?" Such a question was expected, and Wei Qingzhe answered calmly, "Everyone has witnessed the performance of the Black Rose Team today. The performances of the three rookies have been noteworthy. Xiao Li is a road king in online games, and whether it's his finger speed or reaction judgment, he shows extraordinary agility, a typical one-on-one type player. Then, Zhou Qiuan stepped in for Yu Jing in a team battle. At first glance, it seemed like he was constantly moving throughout the match. But in fact, this was a crucial part of the strategy for this game. As for Lin Xiao, mentioning this name, he slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Maybe due to the same name coincidence, it inevitably reminded me of Black Rose Team's former old ghost, Captain Lin. Just based on today's performance alone, regardless of skillful techniques or tactical positioning, this Lin Xiao player has shown great cunning and maturity. Overall, yes, he is indeed strong. Perhaps because this was destined to be the last round of interviews for Team 7 Stars, their session unfolded as if they had opened a Pandora's box, revealing every innermost thought without any hesitation. Throughout the entire interview, the journalists' pens never stopped moving, and they left feeling extremely satisfied. Lin Xiao is strong. They keenly caught onto the key point in Wei Qingzhe's words, obtaining exactly the information they wanted, and visions of various vivid and engaging news reports automatically generated in their minds. At the subsequent Black Rose Team press conference, the focus naturally centered on the ambiguous rumors about Yu Jing's alleged injury. Just as the journalist questioning phase began, someone directly threw out the question, "Captain Yu, is the news about your injury published in today's Esports Daily true? Was the reason you didn't participate in the team battle related to your injury?" Yu Jing calmly swept his gaze around and replied, "Instead of paying attention to these groundless rumors, it's better to focus on the matches. I think the performance of today's match has said enough." Rumors? That meant this report was baseless after all. The journalist who asked the question was immediately silenced, while others in the venue began talking animatedly. However, their expressions inevitably betrayed a sense of schadenfreude. Although the injury issue was indeed a hot topic, many journalists were not paying attention to it because of that. After all, Yu Jing's injury news was exclusively released by Esports Daily. If the description in the report was true, it would be like slapping all other sluggish media outlets in the face with a loud slap. But now, every word between Yu Jing's lines denied the matter, and those whose faces naturally became difficult to see were none other than the ones from Esports Daily. It just so happened that the original author of the article, Kong Yan, was also at the scene, making the surrounding atmosphere especially lively. Sensing the unusual atmosphere around him, Kong Yan's expression immediately darkened. Still young and fiery, unable to swallow this resentment, he suddenly stood up from his seat and coldly laughed. "Actually, there's no need for long talks. Whether there is an injury or not is very simple to find out." Before his words ended, right before everyone's eyes, he rushed onto the stage, heading straight for Yu Jing's left hand. The security guards around were momentarily stunned for a few seconds, having completely no time to interfere. At the moment when they almost touched, Yu Jing abruptly stood up from the table, reacting extraordinarily quickly as he forcefully pushed Kong Yan away. However, just as Kong Yan fell backward, he still fiercely grabbed his wrist before letting go. The faint pain made Yu Jing's brow furrow sharply, but despite being in front of so many people, he didn't make any sound of pain. Yet under such a tremendous force, he couldn't avoid falling forward together. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, accurately grasping his arm and pulling him back, supporting his center of gravity with its strength. Kong Yan landed heavily on the ground, surprised that he hadn't pulled Yu Jing down too. Raising his head, he saw Lin Xiao, who had been several seats away just moments ago, now standing behind Yu Jing, looking down at him with an indifferent expression. Under such scrutiny, the sarcastic words on his lips somehow failed to come out. Lin Xiao turned his head, glancing at the cold sweat that had slightly seeped through on Yu Jing's forehead due to the intense pain. He frowned slightly, and with a smile that seemed neither genuine nor mocking, he looked at Kong Yan and said, "Hey Mr. Journalist, attempting to harm someone publicly just to forcibly prove the correctness of your report probably isn't a good move, right? A pinch can prove an injury. Or how about letting me gently pinch you and see if your hand is disabled? Don't try to twist logic. Don't think changing the subject will cover up the truth." With the pain from his fall, Kong Yan's complexion turned somewhat unpleasant. He raised his chin to look more authoritative. Unfortunately, at this point, the security personnel had already surrounded him, making his arrogance visibly wane. With an emotionless face, Yu Jing walked out from behind Lin Xiao, his icy gaze landing on Kong Yan as his eyes slightly narrowed. "Kong Yan, correct? I think there's one thing you haven't quite figured out." Made uneasy by his stare, Kong Yan instinctively blurted out without thinking, "What don't I get?" As a journalist, you shouldn't care about something only paparazzi should concern themselves with. Yu Jing's lips curled up into a cold sneer as he took a step toward Kong Yan. His tone was devoid of too much emotion. "Black Rose team isn't only me, and I believe today's results have given you enough answers. So whether my hand is injured or not does not affect the team's performance, and it has nothing to do with you." Being called a paparazzo infuriated Kong Yan, causing him to impulsively want to retort, but suddenly realizing he had no idea how to respond. Yu Jing glanced at him and turned to the man beside him. "How to handle this person, the tournament committee should know clearly." Of course, of course. The responsible person, who had been unable to join the conversation until now, immediately stepped out with a forced smile, turning to the security guards and instructing them, "Are you still hesitating? Drag him out quickly." Lin Xiao watched as Kong Yan was taken away by the security guards, then glanced at Yu Jing's retreating back before turning to the center of the venue. A cheerful smile quickly reappeared on his face. "Alright, since there don't seem to be any other questions, this concludes today's press conference." Yu Jing's face remained frosty, devoid of any superfluous words. He didn't wait for anyone's response and immediately left the hall. The other members of the Black Rose team followed suit, leaving one after another without a single word. The journalists from other media outlets had been eagerly watching Esports Daily's mishap unfold but were suddenly startled when they realized the event had ended so abruptly. Before they could react, all the members of the Black Rose team had vanished without hesitation. Staring at the now empty podium, the group collectively felt their hearts break. Shit, though they understood the team's dissatisfaction after what happened to their captain, why should they have to suffer because of it? It was Esports Daily's fault. It shouldn't affect the other journalists who had come prepared with their questions. But now, everyone was gone, and there was nothing they could do about it. The reporters reluctantly packed up their notebooks and dispersed as well. Thankfully, today's matches were packed with excitement. Even without juicy interview tidbits, they still had plenty of material to cover the next week's stories. Clearly, the Black Rose team wasn't concerned with the plight of these journalists. Li Buchuan had already arranged a private room for celebration outside. Having emerged victorious, the members of the team were ready to let loose and enjoy the night fully. Chapter 55. The hotel they had booked wasn't far from the competition venue. As soon as they entered the lobby, Yao Yao spotted the familiar figure of the head coach, who was clearly waiting for them. Before anyone could say a word, Su Yiming had already rushed forward and recounted the previous incident in great detail with indignant passion, leaving out not even the final details of dragging someone away. This is indeed quite excessive. Li Buchuan didn't expect such an event to have happened at the press conference in his absence. He furrowed his brows and looked at Yu Jing, saying, "If I remember correctly, Mr. Yu seems to own some shares in Esports Times. Would you consider negotiating with them to have this Kong Yan blacklisted?" As he said this, the others were all wide-eyed, astonished and listening intently. They all knew that Yu Jing's family background was decent, but he never mentioned it voluntarily. Judging from Li Buchuan's words, owning shares in a newspaper certainly meant more than just being decent. It must be very, very, very decent. Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit cheerful imagining how deflated Mr. Kong would be, yet Yu Jing almost immediately rejected the suggestion without hesitation. "No need. My personal matters shouldn't involve my family." Li Buchuan sighed and said, "Well, it's no big deal after all. The club should deal with it officially instead." After speaking, he gestured toward those still standing stunned nearby and said, "Everyone inside is already waiting. Don't stand outside anymore. Come in quickly." Recently, although unspoken, everyone had been harboring a suppressed resentment due to the temporary replacement of team members. Their hearts had always been on edge due to their inability to slack off. Now, having successfully won one round of the remaining matches with a score of 10 o'clock demonstrated that the current lineup after adjustment had enough potential, and everyone slightly exhaled a breath of relief. Naturally, it felt like time for eating and drinking and celebrating, making them extraordinarily happy. After entering the private dining room, Zhou Qiguan happily noticed that Lu Jinxian was already sitting there waiting for them. Realizing that his training camp mentor who had personally trained him must have watched his performance today, he happily ran to sit beside him while nervously observing his expressions, mentally reviewing whether there were any shortcomings that might have embarrassed his coach. Lu Jinxian understood what was on his mind with just a glance. Looking at his red face, he felt an urge to laugh, inexplicably recalling the teddy bear at home. Habitually reaching out, he ruffled his hair and praised, "You did well today." Zhou Qiguan was thrilled and broke into a broad grin instantly. Shen Changyu stood up holding his glass and said, "Everyone has worked hard during the extra training period recently. Today's performance was excellent. Hopefully, we can achieve the same results in the next match against the Red Leaf team. Let me toast to all of you first. Everyone stood up accordingly, raised their glasses, clinked them together, and the atmosphere became exceptionally lively. Xiao Li was originally just a regular player. On a whim, he followed Lin Xiao into the Black Rose team, and now suddenly became an official player seemingly without fully comprehending it. However, amid such a warm atmosphere, he felt as if his entire being was set alight. If earlier he was completely confused about everything, at this moment, he finally had a sense of responsibility. Ah, so this is esports. Right as he was thinking about this, a somewhat helpless voice floated past him, saying, "Sai, why does the next match have to be against the Red Leaf team? It doesn't seem to fit my style to fight women in front of a crowd." Knowing that Lu Zhe's concerns were entirely justified, the surroundings immediately erupted in sympathetic laughter. Red Leaf team, as the only all-female team in the LPP league, was undoubtedly a bright streak within the league. In fact, female players themselves weren't the point, the real crux lay in every single female player from the captain down to the teammates, each being uniquely beautiful. Yes. Truly. Beautiful. Precisely because of this, no matter which team competed against them or how intense the battle got, the viewing atmosphere, both live and in the live stream, was always strangely pink and bubbly. If you look at the comments section, almost all styles would be something like, "XXX, I love you, XXX is my goddess, XXX, marry me, how can XXX be killed? The other side is 2 man less," and so on. Xiao Li had heard something about it, but at this moment, he still rolled his eyes in disdain, muttering while eating, last time when he fought against women, he was all energetic. Now, he's pretending to be so proper. I can't believe my cousin likes this kind of fake pretty boy, I'll have to give her a good education next time we meet. As he thought this, he scooped up some soup and drank it. By chance, he looked up and saw a pair of eyes filled with a smirk quietly looking at him. Instantly choking, he almost sprayed the soup out. Although he managed to barely hold it back after much effort, he ended up coughing uncontrollably. Lu Zhe gently observed the reaction of this handsome passerby king as his lips curved slightly. In a tone that only 2 people could hear, he asked with an unusually humble manner, "Xiao Li, actually there's something I've wanted to ask you since before." "Who's Xiao Li?" "You're the one." Xiao Li stopped his coughing, but now felt like spitting blood. Clenching his teeth, he corrected furiously, "Just ask your question, but please take note, my name is Xiao Li." "Oh, okay, Xiao Li." Lu Zhe didn't seem troubled by such small details at all, smiling graciously. "What I want to ask is, do we know each other from before? Or perhaps I unknowingly offended you somewhere along the line? Why have I always felt that you seem to have something against me?" "Not seemed, it's completely because there's absolutely no goodwill towards this kind of hypocritical scoundrel." Xiao Li mentally criticized yet showed politeness on the surface, maintaining the attitude used during business negotiations with a smile that doesn't reach the eyes. "There's no such thing, you're overthinking it." Lu Zhe nodded earnestly. "I actually thought if you were still upset about that time in the training camp when I brutally annihilated you, I could apologize for it." "Annihilated?" A vein twitched on Xiao Li's forehead as he struggled greatly to maintain his facial smile. "I said, no such thing." Lu Zhe gave a gentlemanly smile. "Oh, that's perfect." Lin Xiao had been silently picking vegetables all this while, hearing every word of their conversation without missing a single one. It was only with great difficulty that he resisted bursting out laughing. Looking around at the harmonious atmosphere inside, it vaguely reminded him of those years ago when he and his teammates pushed forward hand in hand. With a joyful mood, he couldn't help drinking a few more cups. However, after a few drinks, he began to consider the next match arrangement once again. After all, Red Leaf team was different from today's 7 Stars team encountered. If 7 Stars team was constantly lingering on the edge of relegation as a second-tier team, then this season's Red Leaf team has already guaranteed a 100% spot in the playoffs as a first-tier team. With this in mind, even someone who never fears any challenge like him couldn't help feeling a bit troubled. He sighed and unintentionally turned around, just to lock eyes with a pair of icy clear pupils. His gesture of raising the cup paused, putting it down unconsciously onto the table. Full of doubts, he touched his face instinctively. There doesn't seem to be anything stuck on my face either. Even though I can comprehend the existence of the phrase, handsome enough to eat, having Yu Jing continue staring at me still feels somewhat peculiar. Lin Xiao couldn't help clearing his throat, flashing a seemingly harmless smile. "Team captain, you, drinking juice?" "Oh, apple-flavored, looks pretty tasty." Yu Jing. Due to the hand injury, indeed he did not join the Group S which would end in no sleep till morning. He chose apple juice instead. But under such casual-like chatter akin to pick-up lines, it unavoidably came off odd, leading to a decision of averting his gaze. However, Lin Xiao instead acted as if he was being flirted with, coming closer with interest piqued. "Speaking of it, what did you think about my performance on the field today, team captain you? Did it leave you disappointed? Or perhaps I looked pretty stylish?" Because if he came any closer, this person would practically be glued to him. To keep distance, Yu Jing had to turn around and push him back a little with his hand. After a brief pause, he responded, "Decent." Seducing everyone on the scene, and that's all it takes to get labeled as decent. Lin Xiao frowned, dissatisfied, propping his head with his right hand, then wore a mischievous grin while looking at him. Team captain, you, acting shy is not interesting. Yu Jing gave him a sidelong glance. Drunk? Lin Xiao, no. Under his gaze, Yu Jing paused for a moment, saying, pretty decent. Lin Xiao had indeed understood that he was still answering the previous question, and although it was just one extra word, very, it could be regarded as a qualitative leap. A faint smile curved more obviously at the corners of his mouth, and then all of a sudden he leaned close to Yu Jing's ear and said in an amiable tone, by the way, Captain Yu, after we go back tonight, I'll come over to your room. At such a close distance, even the subtle yet pleasant smell of alcohol on the other person could be detected clearly. If it wasn't for knowing that this was regarding applying medicine for the hand injury, words like these, coupled with actions like these, would have sounded incredibly flirtatious at first glance. Yu Jing's eyelashes flickered slightly, not easily noticed by others. If it weren't for rationality telling him that this person probably didn't harbor ulterior motives, there was already a high possibility that he'd kicked out directly. Fortunately, Lin Xiao did know how to stop when it was appropriate, so after saying this, he raised his wine glass, lightly tapped it against the apple juice, and drank it down himself. That night, everyone had an extremely fun drinking session. Although Lin Xiao was slightly tipsy, he wasn't drunk. At the end, while intentionally walking at the back, he pulled Shen Chanyu aside and said, another round of preseason matches will soon be over. Don't forget to get in touch with Chenani. Shen Chanyu had been forced to drink quite a lot during the evening, but if it weren't for the faint blush on his fair face, from his expression alone it wouldn't appear as if he'd just finished a grand feast of drinks. Upon hearing this, he remembered something, replying solemnly, this matter was exactly what I planned to talk about with you. A few days ago, I already got in contact with Chenani. However, her meaning was that she will come to watch our next match against Red Leaf Team live, and the specific details can be discussed thoroughly afterward. So, if we lose, we won't need to bother discussing, right? Lin Xiao caught onto the underlying message in those words and couldn't help but laugh, but to think about it, Vice Captain Shen is still as unconcerned as ever. Anyway, the Red Leaf Team is also originally the old team brought up under Miss Chenani herself. Are you certain that if on that day we beat the girls too harshly, this young lady won't become angry and outright reject our invitation? Shen Chanyu paused mid-step, his facial expression tightening slightly. I forgot about this thing. Chapter 56. On the way back, Lin Xiao took out his phone and glanced at it randomly, only to surprisingly find 7 or 8 missed calls. Checking the caller display, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Wasn't this barrage of incessant calls from Yan Lingjiang, the main player of the Cloud Flow team and the original owner of Lin Zhao's body's childhood friend? It was obvious that today's match live broadcast had also caught the attention of this fellow. Facing this classmate Yan, Lin Zhao's feelings were complex. After all, there was no reasonable explanation for mysteriously occupying the body of someone else's childhood friend. Deception seemed to be the only option now. Recalling the time when Yan Lingjiang invited him to join the Cloud Flow team, Lin Xiao helplessly looked up at the sky, his heart unusually complicated. Yet, he didn't hesitate too long before deciding to return the call. So you finally remember to call me back. The other end of the line picked up almost instantly, with Yan Lingjiang's voice loud enough that Lin Xiao instinctively moved the phone slightly further from his ear. After a while, making sure there wasn't any other noise, he replied, I was at the celebration banquet just now. Celebration banquet? Sounds like you already think you're in the playoffs. Yan Lingjiang clearly sounded somewhat annoyed, muttering non-stop. What's going on with you? Without a word, you actually joined the Black Rose team. And somehow, you became a regular player overnight. And by the way, I thought you've always played as a black mage. Isn't the Ghost Daoist account specially set up for you by the Black Rose Club? Too many questions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Xiao didn't argue back but earnestly told a bold-faced lie, that's right. The team discovered my talent for playing the Ghost Daoist, so they designed a character specifically for me. Doesn't it sound pretty powerful? Powerful my ass. Yan Lingjiang retorted, unable to criticize further, stop being cheeky, the point isn't even this. The focus is why did you join the Black Rose team without a word? Lin Xiao grinned indifferently, of course there's a reason I didn't tell you. I knew beforehand that your reaction would be exactly like this, overblown surprise. Yan Lingjiang was temporarily speechless, replying after a pause, damn, what are you strutting about? Don't let me catch you in a game next time, or I'll single you out and cry you a river. Our last round opponent doesn't seem to be your team though. Lin Xiao, seemingly uncaring, suddenly chuckled, but you're right, don't you know we're definitely going into the playoffs? Why else would you rush to challenge me? Yan Lingjiang sputtered for a while before finally blurting out one word, damn. Successfully confusing Big Yan and dismissing him, Lin Xiao felt inexplicably pleased. He wandered around outside for a bit more, feeling the buzz from alcohol gradually dispersed by the night wind, then slowly made his way back to the dormitory. Upon seeing Yu Jing's slightly ajar door as he climbed upstairs, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It looked like this was waiting for him to come back. Thinking about this, his lips couldn't help but flicker faintly upward as he effortlessly pushed the door open, entering with the same ease as if it was his own dormitory. If he had turned around and glanced back at this moment, he would have completely seen 3 silhouettes frozen at the corner. Since Sui Chen and Qin Lei kept nagging about wanting to eat some late-night snacks after their fun night out, Sui Chen had no choice but to accompany the two tipsy youngsters. He never expected that returning a bit later would lead them to bump into this odd scene. Su Yiming unconsciously turned his head, locking eyes with Qin Lei's equally jaw-dropped expression, his voice trembling slightly. Did you see that? Lin Xiao just went inside, but not into his room, but into Captain Yu's room. Into Captain Yu's room. Qin Lei was left speechless, only able to silently nod his head, hesitantly guessing, perhaps Captain Yu wants to give him a private individual tutoring session. Captain Yu giving this newcomer private lessons. Joke's on you, I haven't even received such special treatment yet. Drunk, Su Yiming was even more restless than usual. Hearing this, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, storming off to knock on the door. Want us to be collectively penalized with extra training tomorrow? Perhaps because of a kind of, unspoken understanding, Sui Chen grabbed onto his collar before his second step, dragging him away with an exasperated look. Though his face showed no much emotion, as they passed Captain Yu Jing's room, he still gave it an extended glance with hidden significance. Qin Lei followed hesitantly behind the two, but couldn't help stopping to lean close to the door and listen intently. However, he didn't hear any sounds from inside, leaving him also quite disappointed as he returned to his own room. Lin Xiao had no idea that he'd been caught red-handed, and at this moment, was fully focused on carefully changing Yu Jing's medicine. After removing the bandage and taking a look, he noticed there wasn't any aggravation due to the rough behavior of today's journalist. This made his originally worried heart finally settle down. After finishing the dressing, he exhaled lightly, raising his head to look at Yu Jing with a teasing tone. Speaking of it, Captain Yu, that kick you gave that dog reporter today was pretty harsh. Did you practice something before? Yu Jing looked at him and said plainly, Taekwondo. Black belt. This kind of response actually surprised Lin Xiao. After all, given how this man usually appeared thin and frail, it was really hard to associate him with anything extraordinary. He couldn't help but recall all the outrageous actions he had done in the past. The fact that he wasn't disabled yet was probably due to Yu Jing's kindness. A cold sweat involuntarily broke out in his heart. His hand was just resting on Yu Jing's wrist, but instantly coughed as if covering up and subconsciously pulled back. The surroundings were silent, and Lin Xiao waited for a long time without hearing any further words from the other party, inevitably making his mood a little complicated under such an atmosphere. Actually, he had already prepared sufficiently for today's battle scenario, expecting severe questioning from Yu Jing. Beforehand, he had even memorized nearly all the explanations he intended to give. However, in the current situation, Yu Jing always seemed to act as if today was still a calm, ordinary day like any other. Precisely this attitude made things even more unpredictable. Even after returning to his own room, this strange sense of unease persisted. Lying on his bed, looking at the ceiling, Lin Zhao's mind began replaying the scenes from today's competition, resulting in an unusual bout of insomnia. Although the 5 years that jumped by felt to him like merely falling asleep and waking up, actually experiencing a whole match once again did indeed make him bloodthirsty and excited. He knew very well that back then, he could be considered a seasoned veteran for many people. However, only he himself understood better. No matter how many battles he experienced, every time he stood on the battlefield, he would still instinctively feel a slight tremble. Not because of tension, but excitement. Regardless of whether the stage was large or small, and no matter when it occurred, it could easily stimulate every single nerve in his body. It never changed. After staring at the ceiling while lying in bed for a while, Lin Xiao got up and sat beside the table, turning on the laptop he borrowed from Xiao Li and browsing around casually. As he looked at online updates about today's event, he accidentally logged into his account. However, right after logging in, he was startled by a flurry of friend request notifications that popped up. He hurriedly turned off the system option to allow adding friends, shutting down one by one the incoming friend invitations. Just as he let his mind wander a bit, one ID caught his eye, causing his mouse hovering over the decline button to freeze abruptly as he stopped in the middle of clicking. ID, Mu Luo Chenzhou. If someone else had seen this, they'd likely have gone completely berserk by now and started screaming wildly. However, Lin Xiao simply narrowed his eyes slightly and sarcastically remarked, looks like a lot of people paid attention to the game today. Though he said it this way, his hands were straightforwardly pressing the confirmation button. The ID, Gui Meng Meng, was the one he used before becoming a professional player. If Shen Chanyu knew about it, it was because he often brought this young apprentice along to mercilessly dominate lesser players back then Yan Duzhou knowing it was because both of them had lived through the stormy glory days during their gaming experience. Now, bringing this account back into the league, sentimental reasoning aside, his affection for his first account, practically speaking, it also carried some intent to conveniently recognize family ties. Moreover, in front of Yan Duzhou, Lin Xiao harbored a certain amount of guilt within his heart. After all, the old ghost, after just reaching the peak of brilliance irresponsibly, died, leaving the entire burden of the esports industry suddenly placed entirely on Yan Duzhou, who is far too rigid and nitpicky. For so many years since, letting him bear the weight of domestic esports alone. Now, Lin Xiao had returned under this unfathomable identity. Even though he was well aware that if too many people found out, there would be a risk of being dissected and analyzed in a lab after exposure, he still didn't intend to hide anything from his best rival and best friend. Besides, even if he wanted to keep it secret, it probably wasn't something he could pull off. After confirming as a friend, without being overly sentimental about it, Lin Xiao straightforwardly sent over an age-old smiley face emoji. Since Yan Duzhou had already watched today's entire match, many things and events had clearly lost their point of being overly sentimental about. Almost at the same moment Lin Xiao indicated himself, the other party also sent over 3 words, "Who are you?" Ah, so this person spent the whole evening doing nothing but sitting in front of the computer just waiting for him? Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow, originally intending to reply, "I'm a ghost," but reconsidered and deleted it after some thought, finally sending back a counter-question, "What do you think?" Yan Duzhou instantly replied, "Just say it." Lin Xiao fell silent. This old Yan truly lacked any sense of humor whatsoever. After pondering for a bit, he ultimately responded half probing and half jokingly, "Would you believe me if I said I'm Lin Xiao?" Yan Duzhou, yes. Even though they shared the same name, it was quite clear which Lin Xiao the current one referred to. But such a response made it hard not to doubt, was this person really the Lin Xiao he claimed to be? Lin Xiao contemplated various possible reactions but ended up being extremely surprised by his actual reply, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. After staying quiet for a moment, he feigned seriousness and deadpanned, "Oh, then I am Lin Xiao." Yan Duzhou. Seeing the other party finally showing an interesting reaction, Lin Xiao immediately became more engaged and proactively asked, "So now, is there anything you'd like to ask?" Smiley face. Yan Duzhou, "No." Shit. What happened to all the shock, suspicion, doubts, and eventual reluctant acceptance after he went through painstaking explanations to reveal his miraculous revival, something that only ever happens in novels? Very typical, this is very Yan. Despite the other's eerily calm attitude with no hint of doubt, Lin Xiao couldn't help but find the corners of his mouth tugging into a more distinct smirk. Some people, no matter how much time has passed, regardless of the changes endured, no matter how completely transformed or reborn you may have become, they only need one simple glance to instantly recognize you, accept you without hesitation or reason. Actually, the person who knows you best isn't necessarily your teammate, but your strongest opponent. Chapter 57. It was indeed something Lin Xiao had not anticipated that he could draw Yan Duzhou's attention so quickly, but this was after all something that was bound to happen sooner or later, and it could be considered as a resolution of a matter that had been lingering in his heart. However, what was even more unexpected was the coverage in the following week by various esports newspapers and magazines regarding the previous round of matches. Although much of these extensive reports on the competition were largely due to the 7 Stars team's early exit from the playoffs, the focus was more on the Black Rose team's strategy application that allowed them to defeat their opponent with a significant 10 o'clock advantage. Among all these topics, what drew the most attention was none other than Lin Xiao, who appeared for the first time in the public eye. It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but the fact remained that the Esports Times dedicated an entire front page to introducing this major victory of the Black Rose team. In the report, besides introducing and analyzing the tactical adjustments made by the Black Rose team in this match, it also focused on Lin Xiao's combat techniques, which were particularly similar to those of the old Ghost team captain from years ago. Due to the name coincidence, it was very clearly stated that Lin Xiao was intentionally cultivated as the successor to the core tactical position held by Ghost in the past. The article provided exceptionally detailed analysis, and because of the newcomer player resembling Ghost style angle, it gained widespread attention across various sectors. Even though Ghost had long faded out of the public eye, there were still many veteran fans in the gaming community who regarded him as a kind of faith. Once this report came out, it instantly caused a huge reaction, and quite a few radical netizens did not only launch attacks on the Esports Times, but even extended the conflict to Lin Xiao himself, bombarding him with verbal criticism from all angles. Among the general content, these comments stood out. Netizen A, are the reporters blind? How can someone like this kid compare to Ghost? Netizen B, nowadays anyone can use Ghost's fame to create hype. Using the same name as Ghost, probably changed it deliberately, right? Lin Xiao, good job, you've certainly caught my attention. Netizen C, what a joke, now just playing one game qualifies you as a possible successor to Ghost. These reports really don't have any sense of responsibility at all. Netizen D, Ghost is my forever idol, whoever uses Ghost's name to hype themselves up should be blacklisted for life. Not only did the Weibo under the Esports Times get attacked, even the official Weibo account of the Black Rose team didn't escape unscathed. In response, both publicity teams adopted the same attitude, ignoring them altogether. However, different from past internet mobs, with the number of clicks on the day's match video surging into the tens of millions, the number of netizens joining the Denunciation Alliance showed no sign of decreasing but rather kept growing. Thus, many media outlets seized the opportunity to join in this discussion, competitively analyzing the similarities and shortcomings between Lin Xiao and Ghost in the past. The comments were undeniably objective and professional, capable of stunning any bystanders. Some praised Lin Xiao as promising talent, others thought that calling Lin Xiao similar to Ghost was merely a marketing gimmick, akin to what Ghost's fanbase called it. But regardless, anyone participating in this topic received extensive attention. Originally just a comment by the Esports Times, intended to flatter the Black Rose team, somehow turned into the hottest discussion point within the league. With such strange developments, no matter how innocent it was perceived by the masses, Lin Xiao had become popular nonetheless. As a new internet celebrity, Lin Xiao himself also expressed great astonishment. This was truly getting famous too quickly, like being caught in a tornado and unable to escape. Due to this matter, Shen Chang and naturally heard plenty of complaints from the PR department, and looking at the attitudes of the staff there, they clearly suspected whether the Esports Times genuinely meant to sincerely apologize through this report or simply dug an even deeper pit to bury them further. Regarding the PR department side, superficially consoling them a bit was enough. What concerned him more was that the next match was coming up soon, and what he worried about most was whether the team members had been affected by this. And among those, his main concern obviously fell on Lin Xiao, the individual involved. After all, since entering the league back in the days, Ghost had always been widely adored, continuously receiving support and admiration from countless fans, and even enemy team fans had nothing bad to say about his skills. As for the current situation where he was chased around and berated, Ghost probably had never experienced anything like that before. While Shen Chang was pondering this in his mind, he walked into the training hall and immediately noticed Lin Xiao sitting alone in the corner, fully focused on the computer screen, apparently browsing a webpage. His demeanor didn't seem to suggest any impact. Clearly, he had overreacted unnecessarily. Slightly relieved, Shen Chang approached Lin Xiao intending to say something. However, as soon as he glanced at the Weibo page displayed on the computer screen, his movements froze instantly. Lin Xiao noticed someone approaching, turned around, and saw Shen Chang with a beaming grin of pride. "See how smart I am. Taking advantage of the current popularity, I've just opened a Weibo account. In one night, I gained 500,000 followers. Look at the message I just posted, only minutes later, it's gone viral with comments." Shen Chang's mouth twitched involuntarily when he looked at the clearly hostile comments flooding the screen. He found himself entirely at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Seemingly unperturbed, Lin Xiao sat there with his leg crossed over his knee, flipping through the comments with evident interest. Look at all these passionate insults. Who would have thought, huh? Why didn't I realize earlier that I have so many hardcore fans? Even after so many years, they still love me. Gosh, truly proves charm makes all the difference. After hearing this, Shen Chang couldn't help but cough twice to interrupt his self-absorbed babbling. Totally confused about Lin Xiao's state of mind, he deliberately reminded him, "You're the one being heavily criticized right now." Lin Xiao wasn't fazed at all. "It doesn't matter, love-hate relationship, you know." This comment left Shen Chang utterly speechless. Attempting to change the topic, he cast his gaze to the double-digit follower list and asked, "Who did you follow after opening your Weibo?" Lin Xiao casually clicked to display the detailed list and scrolled down to show him, "Well, I followed some teammates from our team and the club's official accounts. Oh, by the way, I also followed old Yen." Seeing the clear reciprocal follow mark under Yen Duzhou's Weibo, Shen Chang's eyes widened in surprise. Team Captain Yen actually returned your follow? Could it be that he already? Yesterday, he reached out first, not giving me any chance to hide my identity, Lin Xiao said humorously, observing Shen Chang's astonished expression, and shrugged. Hey, don't ask me how I explained myself. That guy, Yen Duzhou, didn't even bother to ask me for an explanation. Speechless, Shen Chang struggled to find anything to retort and could only sigh. Captain Yen really is carefree. Lin Xiao finished his sentence perfectly in perfect synchronization. Thus, the denunciation of Lin Xiao continued for more than half a month. Neither the media nor the club ever issued an explicit statement. As for Lin Xiao himself, every day amidst this chorus of scolding, he enthusiastically played the role of the hottest internet celebrity at present without making any rebuttals or explanations. The topics he daily posted on Weibo were all unbearably dull ones like what he ate or drank at what time. Netizens commented sarcastically, "Who gives a damn about your breakfast, lunch, and dinner timings?" However, regardless of the turmoil brewing online, the last round of the preseason games arrived as scheduled. For the Black Rose team, this match was undoubtedly the key to whether they could enter the playoffs. Amidst all sorts of anticipation both on-site and online, the Black Rose team started off with a red-hot victory in the individual competition, scoring a direct 3 points. As the only female team in the league, the Red Leaf team may not have been a top-tier strong team, but consistently secured their place in the playoffs every year. It was never a team to be underestimated. Before taking the field, Captain Su Yun greeted them with a handshake and smiled sweetly. "We'll take revenge in the small group matches." The new captain of the Red Leaf team, who looks youthful like a doll, though young in age, proved anyone who had crossed paths with her knew better than to let her innocent and harmless appearance deceive them. On the pitch, this seemingly cute foodie transformed into a ruthless killer, perfectly suited to the assassin she operated in the game. Once inside the battle zone, the teams made their final preparations. At this moment, within Tianqi team's training camp, all members strictly adhered to Yen Duzhou's demand and were solemnly seated in the conference room. The giant projector at the center displayed live footage of the Black Rose vs Red Leaf match streaming live. In the face of such arrangements, Song Lan, as the vice-captain, appeared quite puzzled and asked, "Captain Yen, we could just watch the live broadcast of this game later. Is it necessary to gather all of us here on our day off?" Yen Duzhou's gaze remained fixed on a figure on the field as he responded in a calm tone, "Pay attention to the actions of the ghost, Taoist, and I will question you about the details afterward." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously somewhat relaxed atmosphere inside immediately became tense. The questioning of details was an essential part of every tactical analysis meeting. Anybody who answered incorrectly inevitably had to endure a whole week of evening additional training tasks, a truly hellish torment. Everyone present had experienced such interrogations, yet this time there was a certain bewilderment on their faces. The ghost Taoist from the Black Rose team? Wasn't that Lin Xiao who recently gained immense fame through hyping up Old Ghost? Could it be that today's grand setup was solely for this rookie? Chapter 58. In this round, the Black Rose team did not choose to repeat the same lineup they used when battling the Seven Stars team. Instead, they reassigned Lu Zhishen to compete in the individual matches. Thus, the squad match saw Shen Changyu Summoner Shi Jiayu replacing Sacred Knight Zhe Mu Chi's position, while the other two roles remained unchanged, still Yu Jing's, Fanjing Liaowan, and Lin Zhao's, Ghost Meng Meng. When Lin Xiao took the stage, he could clearly feel gazes from all around landing on him, but a carefree smile flickered at the corner of his lips as he showed no surprise. Sitting inside the battle room, he glanced sideways at the attractive profile of the person beside him and teased with a light heart, another life and death round, eh? How are you feeling, nervous? Yu Jing's hands paused upon hearing this, and she turned her head to look at him. Who are you asking? Lin Xiao immediately clarified, I'm asking Vice Captain Shen. The innocent Shen Changyu could only sigh. In this round of the squad match, the members who appeared for the Red Leaf team were, Captain Su Yun's assassin, Marin Yo Pa Fan, beautiful woman Steak Rice, Vice Captain Ding Jie's assassin, Sui Han Wenjiu, wine warm even in cold weather, and O Xinshin's priestess, Lizzie Bing Sha, Lychee Ice Shake. The Red Leaf team, which was composed entirely of female players, had never shown any sign of weakness in front of their audience. On the contrary, many of the female competitors displayed a combat style that was even more ruthless and sharp compared to several male players. Among them, the current double assassin combination was also one of the signature playing styles of the Red Leaf team over time. Of course, the unified ID theme relating to food was another prominent feature of the Red Leaf team. Hence, fans often affectionately referred to their supported Red Leaf team as the Midnight Snack Team, expressing their ultimate indulgence toward their goddesses. After both sides completed their equipment adjustments, the match began swiftly. As soon as the loading screen ended, the assassins Marin Yo Pa Fan and Sui Han Wenjiu from the Red Leaf team abandoned their priest Lizzie Bing Sha immediately and moved actively across the map. The battlefield of this match was the vividly named Magma Hell, whose design featured a bright red style. Fiery flames constantly surged up from the ground, as if ready to engulf everything. Surrounding the landscape were countless interconnecting caves, reaching unknown destinations. It would be better to describe it as a convoluted labyrinth rather than just a normal map. Many teams, when facing off against the Red Leaf team, would usually ban this map that was highly advantageous for ambush and assassination attacks. However, unexpectedly, in this crucial round, the Black Rose team deliberately allowed the usage of this very map. In some sense, this couldn't help but raise suspicions of some level of condescension. While skillfully operating Marin Yo Pa Fan, Su Yun still maintained a calm smile despite having some baby fat left on her face. Her black bright eyes were cautious and serious. Jijia, what do you think we should do now? I keep feeling something suspicious going on with the Black Rose team. Look, their ghost Taoist isn't here either. Through her peripheral vision, Ding Jie had already noticed those two figures at the edge of the character's line of sight. A beautiful curve formed on her bright red lips as she replied with a sultry tone that carried a touch of sexiness no matter how simple her words might sound. So what? As long as we kill Fanjing Liaowan, even ghosts can't save them. Hearing this, Su Yun giggled, that's mean. Even as she spoke like this, Marin Yo Pa Fan under her control didn't rush towards Fanjing Liaowan. Instead, its form concealed itself and retreated in the opposite direction, disappearing into the complex cave systems momentarily. On the other hand, Sui Han Wenjiu had already activated an assassin special rapid movement mode and started circling around in the opposite direction. The tall and elegant sisterly figure, dressed in the inherently sensual costume of an assassin, drew the attention of many spectators. From the perspective of the Black Rose team's characters, all seemed calm and peaceful without any hint of disturbances. However, at this moment, Yu Jing suddenly opened up in the voice channel, soon. Shen Changyu responded affirmatively, understood, becoming increasingly vigilant as he focused on the screen. Viewers watching through the big screens had completely understood the situation on the field by now and instantly realized the final purpose behind the Black Rose team releasing this map. At the expense of using half her mana bar, Shi Jiayu, as the summoner, had meticulously positioned summoned creatures guarding each cave entrance like door gods. Without the interference from their master, these creatures obediently stood still, occasionally glancing around, giving the entire scene an amusingly surreal resemblance to Pokemon. As the lead commentator for this round, Su Qingli analyzed the situation professionally after understanding the arrangement. The Black Rose team has undoubtedly given a textbook demonstration on how to counter the double assassin lineup, providing an example to all teams. The summoned creatures will automatically switch from waiting to attack mode once an opponent enters their range, making them excellent alarms against assassins attempting to approach. This also forces the assassins to activate their stealth mode prematurely, losing the chance to close in unnoticed. There was a hint of approval in his tone as he continued, this Lava Inferno map, which was originally advantageous for the Red Leaf team, has been cleverly utilized by the Black Rose team, leaving the Red Leaf squad in a passive and awkward situation. One cannot deny that the tactical play of the Black Rose team is incredibly sophisticated. Partner Chen Xiaoyan, watching the battlefield where the summoned creatures stood like door gods, couldn't help but exclaim, whoever came up with this venomous, miraculous tactic, really left no room for retreat for the Red Leaf team. Su Qingli chuckled, that's not entirely true. Based on my analysis, considering the styles of both captain and vice-captain of the Red Leaf team, they would likely go for a direct assault under these circumstances. Just as if proving him right, Marin Niu Pa Fan and Sui Han Wenjiu, who were previously maneuvering around the field, suddenly increased their speed and swiftly approached the two members of the Black Rose team. In the same instant, blue light flashed across both characters, causing them to vanish from the screen. Assassin's concealment skill, shadow stealth. Where had they gone? The audience in the stadium involuntarily held their breath, searching for signs of their presence in the empty map. Get ready, Yu Jing said, her voice devoid of any unnecessary emotion. In that moment, Fanjing Liaowan's staff glowed brightly, conjuring a healing circle beneath her feet. This formed a boundary area where small amounts of health were restored per second. Although both characters appeared fully healed at that time, what seemed initially like a wasted skill immediately earned applause from those familiar with Red Leaf strategies. It showcased perfect preemptive judgment. Through Fanjing Liaowan's line of sight, it was evident no opponent had crossed her path, yet she instinctively initiated her defensive strategy without hesitation. Close by, when the concealment of Marin Niu Pa Fan ended, her figure appeared simultaneously while Shijie's fire elemental launched an intense attack. However, she sidestepped precisely and smoothly avoided it, then vaulted forward with flash step, dashing directly toward Fanjing Liaowan. On the other flank, Sui Han Wenjiu had disentangled herself from the Frost Tree Sprite's hold, breaking out of the summoned creature's zone before instantly reaching the front of Shijie and landing a stunning blow without pause. Using the brief control effect, she managed to break free effectively. It became clear that Ding Jie's ultimate goal wasn't Shijie but, like Su Yun, targeted Fanjing Liaowan specifically. During the brief delay created by the summoned creatures, Yu Jing had already stacked several beneficial buffs on herself. With the two rapidly approaching, she promptly cast a portal of time. Though unable to prevent a face-to-face confrontation, the portal slowed down their momentum considerably. In this brief interval, much of her health bar dropped significantly but was quickly stabilized as Yu Jing capitalized on the slight opening provided. As soon as the control effects on Shijie expired, she commanded her summoned creatures to join into the chaos. Despite being outnumbered, Su Yun and Ding Jie's coordination was impeccable. They alternated handling 5 summoned creatures while focusing consistent attacks on Fanjing Liaowan. The wildly fluctuating health bars drew everyone's attention, yet under Yu Jing's precise healing techniques, her health never hit zero. On the contrary, the health of the two assassin characters continuously diminished under Shijie's assaults. Furrowing her brows, Su Yun spoke up in the Red Leaf team's voice channel, Ghost Meng Meng hasn't shown up yet. To prevent complications, we must finish this battle as quickly as possible. Ding Jia agreed and glanced at Fanjing Liaowan's current health level, speaking firmly, let's execute when her blood drops below half. Su Yun concentrated intently on everything displayed on the screen, her eyes flashing with determination. She declared sharply, now. At the very moment those words were spoken, in a display of exceptional, both Mei Ren Niu Pa Fan and Sui Han Wenjiu emitted a flash of red light. The daggers in their hands gleamed with thick layers of crimson as they slashed straight toward the throat of Fanjing Liaowan. This was the assassin's ultimate skill, one-hit kill. An assassination technique that sacrifices 90% of one's current health to deal massive damage to the target. In many cases, especially against squishy targets, this skill can achieve the effect of trading one's life for another amidst 10,000 enemies. And under the dual pincer attack, even with Fanjing Liaowan's defense attribute maxed out at its peak, the loss of half her health left her unable to resist the combined, one-hit kill. Her health bar inevitably dropped to zero almost instantly. System, Mei Ren Niu Pa Fan has slain Fanjing Liaowan. System, First Blood. As the system voice resonated through the large screen, Mei Ren Niu Pa Fan and Sui Han Wenjiu, left with only a sliver of health, disappeared from the center of the frame at almost exactly the same time. The summoned creatures, having lost their target, immediately ceased their attacks, leaving the suddenly quiet screen eerily vacant like the hollowed hearts of many. Having accomplished the assassination, the two female players retreated successfully thanks to their impeccable techniques. Their previously used invisibility skill had fully cooled down by now, allowing them to vanish cleanly and without any hesitation. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an explosive cheer among Red Leaf Team's fans. In stark contrast, supporters of Black Rose found themselves plunged into confusion upon losing their critically important healer. With the on-screen score showing a 1 o'clock kill count, a chilling layer of disbelief began spreading up from the soles of their feet, leaving them icy cold all over. Could it be that this year's LPP League would really come to an end like this? Chapter 59. Chen Xiaoyan looked at the figure of Fanjing Liaowan falling on the screen, and her tone was filled with a sense of lamentation. It has to be said that the cooperation between the captain and vice-captain of the Red Maple team is truly flawless. Honestly, even after being forced to reveal their shadow-dodging technique first, they could still carry out such a perfect assassination maneuver. Su Qingli also sighed deeply, facing such explosive bursts that can instantly kill, unless there's a system bug, otherwise, even someone as skilled as Yu Jing would be equally powerless. Chen Xiaoyan sighed and said, "It's really a pity for Black Rose team. This loss in the squad match will be fatal for them. Based on their current score, they will probably be stopped here." "No, it's not over yet." Su Qingli's gaze fell on the corner map, and he smiled meaningfully. "We seem to have overlooked another very important key person earlier." "Forgot someone?" "Lin Xiao." After being reminded by the commentator, this name suddenly flashed through many people's minds. As the camera angles quickly switched, the scene changed to Gimo Momo's main field of view. From this angle, they saw all of the opponent's movements sealed off when Cold Ice Curse exploded. The black flames rising from her high-raised staff flew swiftly onto a figure dressed in white clothes, taking away the last bit of life from her health bar. "System, Gimo Momo has killed Lychee Ice Sand." "System," said Blood. Just like that, she was gone. Compared to Oshinshin's frantic call for support in the voice channel just moments ago, now the Red Maple team's battleground room was completely silent. The joy of successfully assassinating Fan Jing Liaoran had not even been savored yet. Now only 2 hurried assassins remained, rushing to save their own priest with blood pools below 10%. They stood frozen not far from the crime scene. This sudden change came too fast. Even if they had arrived a second earlier, they might still have had a slim chance. Alternatively, if Lychee Ice Sand could have slightly avoided one of the skills, perhaps death could have been averted. However, under Lin Zhao's operation, all of Gimo Momo's attacks came so swiftly, and every skill position was so precise and cunning, leaving Oshinshin no chance to dodge. She didn't even get a chance to react before her last shred of life was taken away. But is this the end? No, it's just the beginning. Under Lin Zhao's operation, Gimo Momo shifted her vision to look at the 2 figures gazing at each other across the screen, and a faintly meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. In the center of the map channel, a sentence popped up on the screen, "Trading 2 one-hit kills for our healer's life, that's a pretty big move, ladies." Smiley face. "Beautiful cow cutlet, don't say that, tactics needed." Saihan Wenjiu, "Looks like you want to avenge your captain, little brother." A single word, little brother, made Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. But considering his current age, indeed, he wasn't older than Ding Jia, the sexy and authoritative woman, so he accepted it passively. "Yes, so seniors, please be careful." Saihan Wenjiu, "Then we'll see about your abilities." Even though she said this, Ding Jia wasn't as optimistic inside as she appeared outwardly. They had no retreat left either. Under these circumstances where both sides lacked healing, they were left with only one feasible path, forcing an aggressive attack. With knives gleaming red in their hands, Beautiful Cow Cutlet and Saihan Wenjiu charged straight toward Gimo Momo. Meanwhile, Gimo Momo was already prepared, quickly adjusting her positioning while facing the 2 stunning beauties charging toward her. She directly summoned a rain of flames overhead. Struck by the dense raindrops, the already less than 10% blood pool of the 2 began to fall again. This ghostly Taoist reacts so fast. An fleeting sense of astonishment crossed Su Yun's mind. Immediately operating Beautiful Cow Cutlet to retreat, a patch of ice bloomed underfoot. Following closely was the single target attack skill, Void Burn, as a pillar of fire devoured the character entirely, the final bloodline announced empty. System, Gimo Momo killed Beautiful Cow Cutlet. Almost simultaneously, 3 consecutive skills occurred. The audience couldn't help but stare blankly, momentarily forgetting to cheer, some feeling even unwell. Dead. Dead. Within the blink of an eye, another member of the almost sure-win Red Maple team has fallen. In just those few moments, what everyone thought was practically a guaranteed victory for the Red Maple team had been reduced to merely Saihan Wenjiu with a nearly depleted blood pool remaining. Even though this was just an ordinary preseason match, one that didn't even affect their chances of entering the playoffs, at this moment, Ding Jia felt a kind of immense pressure she hadn't experienced in a long time. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat. However, as she operated her character with the fastest possible hand speed to disengage, the skill that fell from the sky had already cut off all escape routes. The Ghost Taoist's ultimate move, 10,000 Ghosts Void. It was hard to imagine, after such a tightly contested battle filled with second-saving moments, how this person could still have held on to their ultimate skill. Perhaps it was just for ensuring her retreat was cut off with 100% certainty. When this thought flashed through her mind, Ding Jia loosened her grip on the mouse, slowly removed her headphones, and abandoned her last chance to fight back. System, Gimo Momo has killed Saihan Wenjiu. System, double kill. Victory. The word victory appeared in the center of Black Rose team's screen. All fans of the Black Rose team were stunned for a few seconds before finally snapping out of it. The venue erupted with shouts and roars, fully expressing their excitement. Even the other teammates who had been anxiously following the entire match from the players' seats stood up from their seats in this moment. Black Rose team vs Red Maple team, 5 o'clock. Though it was merely a squad match, each member was as pumped as if they had secured the final victory. They all knew better than anyone what this victory signified. It meant there would only be the real final step left to reach the playoffs. In the battle room, Lin Xiao, who had just taken off his headphones, turned around and grinned smugly. "How about that, Captain Yu? I told you we'd win." Yu Jing was packing away her equipment. When she looked up, she happened to see him so casually pulling off the connecting wires. Her gaze swept over the prominent, little tyrant logo on his mouse and keyboard before finally looking at Lin Xiao. She said calmly, "You did well. Indeed, very much like the old ghost style." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's slightly smiling expression froze momentarily. He coughed twice, turning his head to rub his hairline and said, "Ah, you don't need to praise me so much." The corner of Yu Jing's mouth twitched faintly upward. This expression was very subtle. From this angle, her half-turned face almost seemed translucent like crystal in her gaze. Lin Xiao inadvertently glanced up and was somewhat mesmerized. A feeling of surprise mixed with honor arose in him. Honestly speaking, this was probably the first time Yu Jing had shown such a friendly attitude toward him. Back at the player's seat, Su Yiming directly jumped up, bypassing Shen Chanyu altogether, and excitedly leaped onto Lin Xiao. Who would have thought? You really have some tricks up your sleeve. Get down, you're heavy. There was a faint sound akin to bones grinding against each other. After much effort, Lin Xiao finally managed to push the guy off his back. He rubbed his sore muscles and then turned to look at Yu Jing, confirming again, "Are we sure there won't be any problems in the team match?" At this, everyone else also looked over. "Affirmative," Yu Jing said, under everyone's attention, placing the mineral water on the chair. She added, "Victory is ours." As if influenced by this undeniable tone, every member of the team's eyes showed signs of an intense fighting spirit, ready to burst forth. After the break ended, the team match officially began. When both teams' lineups were displayed for all to see, due to Yu Jing's second appearance, many people's speculations about his hand injury were finally dispelled. The members of Black Rose team participating were Yu Jing's healer Fan Jing Liaoran, Shen Chanyu's summoner Shi Jieyu, Lu Zhisan's paladin Zai Mu Ersh, Xiao Li's magisman Laughing Under Heaven, and Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist Ghost Momo. This composition featured healing, a tank, explosive damage output, and long-range crowd control, making it an extremely orthodox and complete group battle lineup. However, because the formation was too textbook perfect, it made everyone feel like something wasn't quite right. This doubt persisted until the outbreak of the group battle. When seeing the Red Maple team painstakingly positioning themselves to maneuver only to be rounded up and caught in a chaotic brawl, not only were the speechless audience in the venue left bewildered, but even the renowned commentator of the league, Su Qingli, appeared temporarily at a loss for words. Through the previous matches, it had been believed that the Black Rose team would continue to maintain their unpredictable strategy. Who would have expected that when the Red Maple team started playing with strategies and tactics, they suddenly shifted into a simple and brutal group combat mode. The dazzling skill effects covered the entire stage, and the rapidly changing APM values on the big screen made the chaotic battle seem even more breathtaking. After the completely disordered combat, amidst the lingering smoke, only Fan Jing Liaoran and Gimo Momo remained standing. In the last round of the preseason matches, Black Rose team ultimately achieved a perfect 10 o'clock record against Red Maple team, securing the 8th spot in the playoffs. While this was what the supporters of the Black Rose team had hoped for, when the result became a reality, many fans present couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. We won. The large screen still displayed close-ups of Fan Jing Liaolan and Gimo Momo as Lin Xiao sighed in relief, looking up just in time to meet Yu Jing's gaze, smiling as he opened his arms. How about a hug? He was prepared to be kicked away, but to his surprise, Yu Jing walked over and gave him a real embrace, patting his back and saying, "Thank you." These two words carried profound meaning, causing Lin Xiao's lips to curl slightly upward as he hugged her back tightly. "You're welcome. Hey, celebrate with me too." Xiao Li was the first one to get taken down by the opposing team's assault in the team match, so naturally, he felt frustrated. Now seeing these two being so publicly affectionate, he grew even more dissatisfied. Lu Zhisan happened to have just finished packing up his equipment and leaned in close upon hearing this, grinning. "How about I reluctantly give you a hug?" Xiao Li sent a kick his way, annoyed. "Who wants your hug?" Lu Zhisan nimbly stepped back twice to avoid the attack, dusted off the cuffs of his pants casually, and smiled without uttering a word. As they pushed open the door and stepped out from the battle room, the passionate cheers that greeted them immediately enveloped them entirely. Su Qingli's voice from the commentary booth echoed clearly throughout the venue. "Congratulations to Black Rose team, who defeated Red Maple team with a significant score of 10 o'clock. They've secured the last spot in the playoffs. Congratulations to Black Rose." Chapter 60. This victory finally enabled the Black Rose team to advance to the playoffs with no great risk. Although the fans of the Red Leaf team were somewhat disappointed, it was inevitable that they had already secured a place among the top 8 teams. Overall, this result could be considered a happy ending for everyone. When leaving, the Black Rose team encountered members of the Red Leaf team at the side entrance of the passage. Since they were already planning to go celebrate at a KTV, Shen Chanyu casually invited the girls along after exchanging greetings. Su Yun, with a lollipop in her mouth, widened her round eyes. "Shen Vice Captain, you're celebrating your victory by singing karaoke. What do you want from us? Do you think we'll praise your defeat?" Lin Zhao's gaze had already scanned through the girls on the Red Leaf team. Upon hearing Su Yun's comment, he immediately approached and said with a grin, "Victory and defeat are common occurrences in military affairs. Enmity should be resolved rather than held onto, so there's no need for our respected predecessors to take things too seriously." Ding Jia looked him up and down with interest, then gave an alluring laugh. "Tonight, I have nothing going on anyway. It does sound nice to sing together." But since brother Lin Xiao played so aggressively earlier tonight, perhaps later on tonight you should properly apologize. Lin Xiao coughed, straightening his face and replied, that goes without saying. Are you about to discuss matters at the KTV? Suddenly, a voice floated over, causing even other team members who were secretly checking out the beauties nearby to instinctively stop their whispers and glance toward the direction of the sound. A black headband tied long hair into two high ponytails that cascaded down past the waist. A simple all-black mini dress paired with black leather boots contrasted beautifully with her pale skin, enhancing the depth of her eyes. Chen Anqi's ethereal gaze swept through casually, making everyone feel an inexplicable chill. Ding Jie, who had just been teasing Lin Xiao, couldn't help but look startled upon seeing the newcomer. Anqi, what brings you here? I made plans with Vice Captain Shen and came to see your match. Chen Anqi hadn't even finished speaking when suddenly a flashy bundle hurled itself directly toward her. Feeling the heavy pressure, her eyebrows furrowed instantly. Su Yun, how many times must I tell you, a captain should act like one. Still hanging on to her stubbornly, Su Yun didn't seem to notice the increasingly dark aura radiating from the person she clung to, instead expressing full joy. Teacher, how long has it been since you visited the team? I've missed you so much. Are you also going to the KTV tonight with them? Come with us. Just before Chen Anqi was about to get upset, Ding Jie pulled Su Yun back first, tapping her forehead. After playing such a game, you still dare provoke your teacher? Asking for trouble. Realizing her mistake, Su Yun immediately quieted down. Seeing that she'd finally calmed down, Ding Jie revealed a tender smile, then lifted her gaze toward Chen Anqi, asking, is this regarding the matter mentioned last time? So have you finally decided? I guess so. The fleeting flicker in Chen Anqi's eyes was accompanied by a silent response as she turned to look at Shen Changyu. So, how are you planning this, Vice Captain Shen? With one stern glance from her, Shen Changyu's bravado diminished entirely. It's like this. The specifics, we'll go find a cafe to discuss in detail, Yu Jing coolly interjected, breaking Shen Changyu's words mid-sentence. He casually buttoned up his shirt collar and draped the team uniform over his body, walking up to Chen Anqi and extending an elegant invitation with a gesture. Lin Xiao paused, unable to help shouting, Captain Yu, aren't you going to join the karaoke session? Yu Jing hesitated in his steps and glanced back at him. No, have fun. He was hoping to hear this Ice Queen sing. Watching the retreating backs of the two figures, Lin Xiao felt a bit disappointed deep inside. Just as he pondered, his collar was unexpectedly hooked by Ding Jie's slender fingertip and forcibly dragged away, with her tone dripping with charm. Younger brother Lin Xiao, daydreaming about what? Let's go, sister is still waiting for your apology. Struggling back 2 steps, Lin Xiao eventually managed to turn around and had no choice but to let himself be dragged along by her. As for Ding Jie, it was clear she wasn't the least bit concerned about how awkward his walking posture might appear. One hand holding his collar high while the other arm encircled Su Yun's shoulder, stopping her impulsive attempt to run off after Chen Anqi, presenting an air of having someone on each side as if in a cozy embrace. In the large KTV private room, after everyone took their seats in turn, the female players from the Red Leaf team started selecting songs one by one, and soon the entire venue almost turned into a musical tour performed by the ladies. The melodious tunes resonated through the not-so-large space, intoxicating the hearts of those present. Lu Zhisan poured himself a glass of red wine and sipped it lightly, smiling as he narrowed his eyes slightly. The prettiest girls in the whole league should be more or less all here on the Red Leaf team, right? Xiao Li quietly glanced at him and muttered to himself, all he thinks about are the girls, what a rogue. Ding Jie had just finished singing when she noticed that the Black Rose team was remaining quiet. She directly called out, Lin Xiao, why don't you go first? Please don't. Shen Changyu's face turned grim upon hearing this suggestion, but before he could stop it, Lin Xiao had already been pushed laughing toward the song selection panel by a group of the girls, making it impossible for him to pull him back. Not at all coy, Lin Xiao quickly selected a song, cheerfully picked up the microphone, and gave it 2 little feeds, saying with a laugh, then I won't hold back. Surrounded by the raucous applause, Shen Changyu involuntarily covered his ears silently. As the music began, the accompanying music for Itch started streaming out of the speakers. Once the prelude ended, the main part began. She is a lingering streak of sunset, so much who would ever understand how to appreciate. He has a boundless blue window of clouds just waiting for someone to share it with. Lu Zhisan's hand twitched, almost letting the wine glass slip from his grip until he suddenly came back to reality and gripped it firmly. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw Xiao Li take a sip of beer that immediately caused him to poo and spray it all over Lu Zhisan's face. Zhou Qiguan nearly choked to death on the bite of green bean cake he'd taken. Su Yichen handed him the water nearby, only to be pushed flat onto the sofa by the laughing Su Yiming. As for the members of the Red Leaf team, they were practically petrified in place, fully frozen like statues. I knew it. Shen Changyu weakly rubbed his forehead, feeling powerless. If Lin Zhao's gaming talent could be rated at 10 points max, then it could be said his musical talent was a full negative. Though there was some hope beforehand, perhaps expecting something tolerable now, the situation had proved otherwise, there had been absolutely no improvement. If other people sang to move the heart, then Lin Zhao's singing might as well have been killing them. However, Lin Xiao paid no attention to the others around him on the verge of breaking down, completely lost in his own world of music. When he reached the climax, he deepened his breath and brought the microphone closer. Come live it up because we've got plenty of time, come love because we've got plenty of foolishness, come help me. Soo-yun finally couldn't stand it anymore, dashing at light speed to the sound system and ripping out the microphone plug. Instantly, the KTV was left only with the background music, which sounded to everyone's ears like the most heavenly music following a disaster. Lin Xiao looked blankly at his disconnected microphone and shrugged helplessly. If you didn't like the song, you could have just said so. I know other ones, like... No. Xiao Li interrupted him before he could finish, quickly proposing, we've been singing for so long that everyone must be tired. Let's play a game instead. Truth or dare? Great idea. Perfect choice. Su Yiming enthusiastically raised both feet and hands in agreement. After successfully stopping the heavenly cacophony, Soo-yun returned to the couch utterly exhausted, starting to stuff food into her mouth while listlessly murmuring, you guys go ahead, I need some peace. Lin Xiao wasn't too bothered and set the microphone down casually. Watching others busily prepare the game props, he sat next to Shen Changyu, poured a glass of beer, and took a sip. Catching sight of Shen's expression of utter despair, he patted his shoulder consolingly, saying, Brother Shen, you still don't know how to appreciate art. Shen Changyu's lips twitched faintly before he remained silent, turning away without another word. Actually, the game, Truth or Dare, had already been played 5 years ago by Lin Xiao, and up until now, there weren't many innovations. However, prior to the start of the game, the task slips writer, Lu Zhisen, mysteriously claimed that one particular slip contained an absolute surprise. As the game began, participants proceeded clockwise, some choosing Truth and others selecting Dare. The topics were mostly trivial ones, along with light-hearted dares such as drinking penalties or imitating animal sounds. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, he thought for a moment. To avoid being asked sensitive questions, he chose Dare as a safer option. He randomly drew one from the pile of task strips, but once he saw its content, he froze for a second. Kiss one of your teammates mouth to mouth and take a commemorative photo, must be completed within 3 days. Mouth to mouth, kiss, take a commemorative photo. All those keywords together, and it had to be his teammate. Excuse me, isn't everyone on the Black Rose team male right now? This was the surprise Lu Zhisen had mentioned earlier. Lin Xiao had dark lines on his face as he quietly shifted his gaze to Xiao Li, which prompted a series of strange cries, and Xiao immediately clamped a hand over his mouth, not in your wildest dreams. Then turning his head, he glanced at Shen Changyu. Shen coughed twice awkwardly, I can't do that. Lin Xiao sighed deeply, asking helplessly, what if I can't accomplish it? Su Yiming patted him on the shoulder, grinning, it's simple if you can't finish, treat us all to a French restaurant buffet another day and that will settle it. French restaurant buffet? That's expensive. More importantly, given that he hadn't yet received his salary, he was still severely lacking funds. Lin Xiao stopped pondering, more or less making up his mind, there was no way kissing openly could happen, so trying a stealthy photo was the only option. After all, everything was for saving money, saving for equipment. Chapter 61. That night, everyone partied until the early hours of the morning before dispersing. Lin Xiao practically collapsed into bed as soon as he returned to the dormitory. Because later on, everyone had inexplicably and unanimously refused to let him touch the microphone again, Lin Xiao ended up drinking quite a bit of alcohol while idling around with nothing else to do. As a result, even after being woken up by the alarm clock the next day, he still felt the throbbing headache of a hangover. Lin Xiao was about to turn off the alarm and continue sleeping in, but upon seeing the text message received on his phone, all traces of sleep instantly disappeared. In a flash, he washed up and rushed out of the door. He almost forgot about the hospital follow-up. At the entrance of the Black Soul Club, the morning glow fell on Yu Jing's figure, enveloping him in a soft, faint halo. When Lin Xiao approached, Yu Jing naturally handed over the medical file to him. Sensing the lingering hint of alcohol that still surrounded them, his eyelashes flickered slightly as he said, looks like you had a great time last night with the Red Leaf team. Lin Xiao paused, then casually replied, yeah, it wasn't too bad. Yu Jing swung the key hanging from his right index finger and asked, do you know how to drive? Lin Xiao replied honestly, no. Yu Jing glanced at him, then flagged down a taxi at the roadside and got in without further ado, Second City Hospital. Lin Xiao couldn't help but hesitate as he watched his silhouette. That look earlier, it seemed like he was clearly showing some disdain for him. It's not like he could drive anyway, given that his identity currently lacked a driver's license. Is this his fault? While inwardly grumbling, Lin Xiao stepped into the taxi as well, starting to seriously consider it might be time for him to take a driving test. After finishing all the required checks, Yu Jing handed the examination report over to the attending physician. Upon hearing the final conclusion that things had significantly improved, Lin Xiao finally let out a deep sigh of relief. As for needing more rest, those words could be ignored entirely. There's still plenty of time before the playoffs, they were far from pressing. After leaving the hospital, Lin Xiao thought he could return to the club and catch up on some much-needed sleep, but unexpectedly, Yu Jing directed the driver to go to the computer city instead. Though inevitably having a few complaints, after taking another look at that emotionless profile, he quietly swallowed his protests. After all, if beauty wants to do something, it has its ways, if I'm handsome, I can only act as a runner. With an experienced hand, Yu Jing reached the third floor of the computer city, walking silently into a store when he suddenly turned back to ask Lin Xiao, "What brands do you usually use?" Lin Xiao was still looking around aimlessly when asked and didn't immediately respond. "Huh?" Yu Jing frowned deeply. "Are you planning to use internet cafe equipment for the playoffs?" This was a clear plan to gift him a set of professional gaming equipment. Lin Xiao had been saving money specifically to get a new set of equipment, and never would he have imagined stumbling onto such good fortune as this, like finding unexpected treasure falling from the sky. His eyes lit up instantly, yet on the surface, he feigned modesty and politely declined, "How could I possibly let Captain Yu spend so much on me?" Yu Jing slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze unchanged, and looked at him without a word. Lin Xiao quickly switched his tone. "I'm used to Golden Beetle, Series mice and Xenon Ghost keyboards. But specific models need testing to find the best fit." Yu Jing then turned around and looked at the shop owner, lightly tapping his long fingertips against the desk. "Bring out the latest models of these two series for inspection." In no time, more than 10 top-tier devices were laid out across the table. After connecting each one to a computer for a trial run, despite the wide range of options, Lin Xiao didn't feel overwhelmed. After briefly trying them out, he immediately chose the GX Series 302G mouse from Golden Beetle and the latest 9006A model of the S6 Series keyboard from Xenon Ghost. The total cost came to 5,000 yuan. Watching Yu Jing complete the credit card payment process with a calm expression, Lin Xiao stood nearby cradling the long-coveted equipment, feeling genuinely contented, unable to help himself from exclaiming, "Captain Yu is really too kind to me." Yu Jing gave him a glance. "It's just an investment made for the team." Lin Xiao's lips curved upward as he sincerely praised, "Captain Yu has excellent taste. This is absolutely a perfect investment with a 100% return rate." Let's hope so," Yu Jing responded lackadaisically as he retrieved the card from the shop owner, pausing for a moment before asking, "Do you want to prepare a backup set?" Money is indeed very helpful. Although Lin Xiao was tempted, he still retained some basic integrity. There's no need for that. Finally, after Yu Jing equipped himself with a device as well, they both returned to the club. Laden with large and small packages, Lin Xiao garnered no small amount of attention on the way back. After returning to the dormitory, he flopped onto the bed as soon as he lifted his head, suffering greatly from a hangover-induced headache. He clutched the newly acquired keyboard in his arms and drifted off to sleep. However, perhaps due to overexcitement, his nap wasn't very long, waking up just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Feeling a pang of hunger, he patted his stomach. Not until lazily stretching and climbing out of bed did he notice groggily that he had inadvertently brought Yu Jing's equipment back with him. That person hadn't remembered to remind him either. After a short pause, Lin Xiao decided to get up and return the items. Carrying the equipment out of the room, he turned around only to find Yu Jing's dorm right next door, making it incredibly convenient. He originally intended to knock on the door, but seeing it slightly ajar, he first peeked through the crack for a quick look. Surprisingly, he discovered Yu Jing sound asleep, face down on the desk. Sleeping in such a position was definitely not a good habit. Muttering to himself about this, Lin Xiao abandoned the idea of knocking and tiptoed into the room to gently place the equipment beside his bed. Just as he prepared to quietly leave with the mission completed, his gaze accidentally fell on Yu Jing's sleeping face. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind, and his movements abruptly paused. Walking closer with light steps, his gaze momentarily fixed before gradually resting on the lips of the man at the table. The longer he stared, the more his heart inexplicably started racing. He was accustomed to seeing Yu Jing's usually stoic expression, which now softened significantly while asleep. Black hair slightly scattered, covering his closed eyes, creating an indescribably enticing allure. Lin Xiao involuntarily thought of the phrase, "a feast for the eyes." Stealthily retrieving his phone and inching closer, he locked his gaze intently on those red lips. Suddenly leaning down, he pressed an exceptionally gentle kiss against them. The sensation of their lips touching was soft, faintly imbued with a pleasant scent. "Taste pretty good." Lin Xiao internally mused with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. But his hands were not idle. Remembering his original purpose, he quickly pulled out his phone and carefully positioned it. Click. As the shutter snapped, all his previous good mood vanished instantly. A chilling premonition enveloped his heart, freezing him completely on the spot. Hadn't he forgotten to set his phone to silent mode? In the momentary distraction, the previously tightly shut eyelids slowly opened. Gradually, the hazy mist in those eyes dissipated, revealing a tempestuous storm of emotion sweeping across his gaze. The oppressive atmosphere finally jolted Lin Xiao back to reality, causing him instinctively to step back 2 paces, hastily putting more distance between them. "What are you doing?" Yu Jing's icy voice was colder than ever. Before the question even ended, upon rising forcefully, when his right hand reached Lin Xiao's shoulder, he suddenly shoved backwards. With the ensuing force, Lin Xiao only felt a whirlwind of dizziness as Yu Jing's arm tightened around his throat, pressing him immovably onto the bed. Struggling to breathe, he coughed a few times. Finally, feeling Yu Jing loosen his grip slightly, regaining his breath, Lin Xiao genuinely expressed his deepest admiration. "Black belt, cough, really impressive." Yu Jing's gaze darkened further. Under such intense scrutiny, Lin Xiao felt waves of coldness run through his entire body. Yet, since Yu Jing was practically pinning him down with his whole body, he could do nothing but meet his piercing stare awkwardly, his lips trembling slightly. "Ah, Captain Yu, let me explain. In fact, I just wanted to take a picture together." Yu Jing glanced slightly, catching sight of the clear image on the phone screen lying on the floor. His lips curled without any warmth. "Oh, a photo? Together?" "Yes, a photo together, a special kind of photo." Lin Xiao sensed that if this continued, his entire lower back might snap. Instantly adopting a solemn demeanor, he recounted the origins and details of the truth or dare game thoroughly. Finishing with a solemn oath toward the sky, "All true. All the seniors can verify." Given this explanation, Yu Jing remained emotionless as he looked at him. Viewed from this angle, the distance between them was actually quite close, their breaths brushing past each other's skin. Seeing that there was at least no further attempt at revenge, Lin Zhao's usual cheerful smile returned to his face. "Captain Yu, you should believe me, I chose you because I truly like you." After the words reached his ears, Yu Jing finally reacted, rising and kicking Lin Xiao directly off the bed. Lin Xiao landed with a sprawl, numb in the waist as he was about to say something, only to hear Yu Jing's deep voice from above, "All the equipment bought today, take it all back." Never did he expect the situation to turn like this. Lin Zhao's just formed smile froze there, looking up disbelievingly. "Captain Yu, you don't seem like someone who goes back on their word." Yu Jing sat on the bed, his clothes slightly disheveled from the earlier movements. Upon hearing this, he lazily raised his eyelids, smirking faintly at him, his tone unwavering. "I don't mind." "But he sure did." Lin Xiao abruptly stood up, leaning forward and placing his hands firmly on Yu Jing's shoulders, speaking earnestly. "Captain Yu, please don't abandon this one-time-for-all investment project because of a momentary impulse." A glimmer appeared in Yu Jing's eyes as he was about to say something, but then the door opened, followed by an abrupt chatter. "Captain Yu, have you heard about the Korean uniform issue? The entire esports world is buzzing, The swarm of people stopped talking as they saw the two disheveled individuals in the room, every pair of eyes fixated on them. As if all simultaneously pressed the pause button, they completely and utterly froze in place. Chapter 62. After a long pause, Shen Changyu was the first to react, clearing his throat twice. "It seems we should come back a bit later." Qin Lei remained as if petrified, still standing there blankly. On hearing Shen's words, he instinctively obeyed and turned to walk out of the room, only to be stopped. "Come back." Yu Jing's voice had become exceedingly deep, sending a chill down everyone's spines when his icy tone fell on their ears. An involuntary thought flashed through their minds, wouldn't he possibly kill them to cover up? Su Yiming was almost in tears. "Captain Yu, please believe us, we really haven't seen anything." This denial made them look even guiltier. Su Yichen sighed helplessly while rubbing his forehead. A famous saying came to his mind, "We're not afraid of an opponent like God, we're just afraid of teammates like pigs." In contrast, Lu Zhishan remained unusually calm. He leaned against the doorframe, slowly running his thumb over his chin, and said with profound meaning, "Captain Yu, working out?" Yu Jing didn't respond to this clearly teasing question. His gaze instead landed coldly on Lin Xiao's hand on his shoulders. "Let go." Even Lin Xiao, despite his thick skin, felt his face heating up under the ambiguous remarks from the group. After letting go of Yu Jing and standing up, he tidied up his disheveled clothes and solemnly uttered a phrase that had been getting more frequent lately. "Actually, it's not what you think." Lu Zhishan curled the corner of his lips, replying, "Ah, we all know." Lin Xiao. Xiaoli cast him a look filled with understanding and then raised his hand from afar, forming a clenched fist, rich with implication. "Don't worry, I understand too." Lin Xiao, understand my sister-in-law. Zhou Qiguan wore a much more complex expression than the others. He looked back and forth between Lin Xiao and Yu Jing multiple times, then with a resolute face finally spoke up, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I won't tell anyone about what happened today." Lin Xiao was speechless. Hey, switch, don't influence them poorly. In fact, just now I simply wanted to take a photo." Suddenly, an unknown object flew toward him, interrupting his following words. Instinctively catching it with an upward hand, Lin Xiao discovered it was his phone, its screen already dimmed. "Take good care of it, don't leave it lying around." Yu Jing's voice rang without fluctuation, and upon meeting Lin Xiao's eyes, whatever Lin Xiao intended to explain was swallowed back unconsciously. Though it wasn't explicitly said, intuition gave him a crystal clear sensation. If others saw this picture today, he might, well, die miserably. Yu Jing had already fixed his clothes and sat in front of the computer as though none of the earlier commotion affected his mood at all. He looked at Shen Changyu and asked, "What brings you here at this time?" "It's like this." Despite the abrupt change in tone, Shen Changyu effortlessly brought the conversation back to the main topic. "There have been some incidents concerning the Korean server that aren't very positive, and right now, the whole Chinese server is up in arms." Lin Xiao, who had just covertly fiddled with his phone to exit the photo album, involuntarily looked up on hearing this. "What happened with the Korean server?" Speaking of this matter filled Su Yiming with righteous indignation as he cut in. "Those bastards think they're better since they won 2 consecutive International League championships and have started looking down on us, mocking our domestic players for being subpar right during the live interview at the event site. It's truly infuriating." Shen Changyu patted his shoulder to calm him down and recounted the entire incident. Apparently, the domestic professional Korean league had also just concluded its preseason matches a few days prior. After the final game ended, the host traditionally interviewed MTG team member Jiang Minjun, who received the MVP award. During the interview, when asked about his similarities in combat style with a Chinese player Yan Duzhou, the latter responded as follows in front of the camera. I've always greatly admired elder Yan Duzhou for his persistent efforts. However, regarding claims that our styles are similar, I can't quite agree with that. After all, as one of the older generation of esports players, due to the decline in his hand speed, his combat style isn't as sharp as it used to be. Although currently China faces issues such as lower levels of esports preventing older players from retiring, I still firmly believe that esports should be a competitive platform mainly for younger players. Elder Yan Duzhou has grown old. Given his current situation, he doesn't measure up to newer younger competitors. At least, I'm confident enough to say, I am stronger than he is now. Because not everyone understood Korean, the fans watching the live stream of that day's match did not have a huge reaction since they were unclear about the content of the interview. It wasn't until someone uploaded a subtitled version online that all netizens who witnessed it were utterly shocked. Even though Yan Duzhou never led his team to win a trophy, he still held an exalted position in the hearts of all esports supporters domestically. Now, what had this brat said, whose body hair hasn't even fully grown yet? Yan Duzhou was old and his form was declining, he should retire. As a leading figure in China's current esports scene, how could he possibly be unworthy of comparison with such a rookie, who went so far as to claim arrogantly that Yan Duzhou wasn't as strong as him? On what grounds was there a comment on the low level of China's overall esports community, especially when Korea had consecutively won the International League Championship for 2 years? Who gave them the audacity? With the video being shared hundreds of millions of times, the netizens' anger grew fiercer. The key spark, however, was due to this overconfident Jiang Minjun. Not only did he not apologize after facing national fury, but early in the morning, he also posted another tweet claiming that he had once completely crushed Yan Duzhou on the Korean server. Moreover, he listed numerous videos showing how many high-level Chinese players had been thoroughly defeated in the Korean rank ladder. His words between lines repeatedly scorned the inferior level of China's domestic esports. After the release of this tweet, insults flooded the comment section, yet before counter-arguments gained momentum, people discovered that not only was it Jiang Minjun who spread this idea, several professional players from other Korean teams also retweeted this post, mocking constantly. In retaliation, many netizens posted videos online showing how Korean esports players got dominated in the Chinese servers. However, the shameless Koreans, like they had conspired beforehand, indulged entirely in their self-constructed "China is weak" argument, blatantly ignoring unfavorable evidence against them. Never before had anyone seen such shamelessness, as if Koreans lived in an alternate reality without regard for others' proof. This finally caused an eruption within China's esports circles. However, it didn't stop here, because not all Korean professionals were as arrogant as Jiang Minjun. Many veteran players continued to hold enough respect towards godlike players such as Yan Duzhou, some stepping forward attempting to mediate. Before the issue within the professional league stabilized, a post from a Korean forum had already been transferred intact by Chinese netizens. The post came from a random Korean player at Tier 1, full of sarcasm towards Chinese players throughout its length, culminating in the demand that all Chinese players in the Korean server be driven out. Following posts piled up high, mostly common players echoing the same derision filled with disdain for domestic server players. Before, Korean players often looked down upon Chinese ones, but now this arrogance was displayed unabashedly before the entire Chinese player base. Soon, with the entire domestic server shaken, the discussion threads and comments beneath various gaming team forums and social media accounts were almost entirely centered around this event, unified denunciation and accusation toward the Korean gamers. As top-tier Chinese players began flooding into the Korean server, requests for professional teams and players alike to collectively raid the Korean server filled every comment section. Claiming our domestic professionals are at a low level. Belittling the ultimate master Yan Duzhou as regressing in power. Insulting Chinese esports as deteriorating. Just watch us show you what happens when someone comes to discipline your behavior. Do you truly believe winning 2 World League championships makes you untouchable? Just wait till we see billions of domestic players sweep the Korean ranking system and secure the first place to make you eat your words, slap by slap. Or rather, let's call it face crushing instead of face slapping. After Lin Xiao listened to Shin Changyu recount the details, he didn't erupt into uncontrollable fury like Su Yiming. Instead, his sole feeling was that those Korean clowns had jumped too jubilantly, resembling more of a joke. Back in the days when he was still part of the league, European and American teams dominated initial esports tournaments. It wasn't until he led Black Rose to victory that the monopoly was finally broken. After his return, he had heard about Korea capturing the titles for the last 2 championships, but never expected their arrogance to reach such a point. At this thought, a faint smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his lips. Arrogance is the archenemy of competitive sports, and such a self-congratulatory attitude is likely to lead them to a painful fall sooner or later. After all, not everyone can bear the feeling of falling straight from heaven to hell. Damn it, those Korean guys are too arrogant. There's still some time before the playoffs. Anyway, wherever we train, it's still training. Captain Yu, let's apply to the coach for a group raid into the Korean server to dominate the ranking list. Shit, seeing those Koreans being so damn conceited makes me want to punch something. Lin Xiao was still impressed by Su Yiming's persistence in staying angry for so long, which wasn't an easy feat. Hearing this, Yu Jing didn't object. I will discuss this with Manager Li. Having received a definite reply, everyone left contentedly. After walking out, Xiao Li turned back by chance, noticing Lin Xiao calmly following as if nothing happened, and smiled meaningfully while looking back at the room. You can continue your business inside without worrying about us. As soon as these words were uttered, others also looked back at him, their faces filled with deep significance. It's called misunderstanding exactly because it can't be clarified. Under the group's perfectly understanding attitude, Lin Xiao silently glanced at his phone in his hand, recalling Yu Jing's coercive statement, and ultimately chose not to take out the picture. Instead, he sighed deeply. I admit defeat in last night's game. I'll pick a day tomorrow or the day after to treat you all to an all-you-can-eat buffet. Lu Zhishan patted his shoulder smilingly. Oh, good job on bribing your seniors. Excellent, excellent. Lin Xiao took out a cigarette and gazed melancholically at the sky. How to put it? He felt an indescribably strange taste in his heart. Chapter 63. The team members' spontaneous petition had already been submitted, but in the currently tense situation, it wasn't that easy to obtain a Korean server account ranked above the second tier. Aside from a few older team members who had previously climbed the ladder on the Korean server, players like Xiao Li, Zhou Qiguan, and Lin Xiao could only eagerly wait for the club to help them acquire accounts. This time, it was almost like a total mobilization of domestic server players. Regardless of rank, or even whether they had ever climbed the ladder before, everyone ran to the Korean server to show their determination to crush the Koreans, causing the Korean server to be packed for several consecutive days. Logging in required at least half an hour of queuing. But this did not affect the resolve of domestic players to unite and give those boasting online a taste of their strength. As a result, the once lively domestic server became noticeably quieter over the next few days. When Lin Xiao saw Mo Luo Chen Zhou on his domestic accounts friend list, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, immediately sending a message. Old Yen, what's going on? The whole country is rallying on the Korean server to support you, yet you're back on the domestic server. That's not fair. After a while, Yen Duozhou replied, I'm tired. Such a response was truly unexpected by Lin Xiao. In his memory, with Yen always putting his all into everything he did, he had never heard the word tired come out of Yen's mouth. No matter what, Yen would always put forth his maximum effort. No matter how difficult the goal, he would find a way to achieve it. But right now, when he saw the word tired come from Yen's lips, Lin Xiao clearly understood that Yen wasn't just referring to the current high-profile Korean server event, there were many other things included as well. He paused silently, then replied, if you're tired, take a rest. Yen Duozhou, now is not the time to rest. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly, old Yen, I think maybe you've been at the peak for too long and have gotten used to shouldering responsibility. Regardless, you're still just a professional player. Chinese esports won't collapse entirely just because of your occasional slackness. Yen Duozhou, I know, so I'm waiting for you. Seeing these words on the screen, Lin Xiao's hand resting on the keyboard hesitated slightly, and he involuntarily smirked and shook his head, replying frankly, old Yen, this pressure you're putting on me is immense. Yen Duozhou, these pressures have always been yours. Come on. Just a moment ago, old Yen seemed like a model good citizen fighting diligently on the front lines of the Esports Alliance for national glory. How could he have so quickly pushed off all the responsibilities with such ease? Lin Xiao threatened, if you keep this up, I might not go to the Korean server to support you. Yen Duozhou quickly seized on the key point, is the Black Rose team also preparing to practice on the Korean server? Lin Xiao also caught the meaning in the words, so your team, the Enlightenment team, will be there too. Yen Duozhou, welcome. Lin Xiao. Though Lin Xiao didn't know exactly what old Yen had gone through in recent years, why did he suddenly get the feeling that old Yen was becoming more cunning? After Yen Duozhou logged off, Lin Xiao idly browsed through posts on websites. As expected, the forum was still dominated by inflammatory threads filled with conflict. With the passage of 2 days, due to the influx of skilled players onto the Korean server, the battle flared up intensely. Players from many domestic teams went under pseudonyms one after another. Even professional teams like Enlightenment and Black Rose came together to climb the ladder. However, the professional players from Korea certainly didn't want to concede, combined with the inherent advantages of playing locally on the Korean accounts, inevitably maintaining a certain edge in the ladder rankings. This made the resistance against the Korean servers somewhat tumultuous. Because of this, the Korean trolls on various forums grew even more arrogant and brazen. Their comments grew increasingly vulgar, almost directly slandering 18 generations of ancestors. But rather than dampening the enthusiasm of domestic players, this instead ignited greater motivation to rise and fight. Although some rational and objective voices did exist on Korean websites, following the habits of internet users from any country, such content without clear attack points is usually ignored. Therefore, the translated posts moved into domestic forums were almost universally aggressive and intense in tone. As Lin Xiao watched the chaos unfold among the various factions, he couldn't help but sigh, this situation seems to be escalating without any end in sight. I wonder what Devon and his peace-loving colleagues would think if they saw this current state of affairs. They must have already had enough headaches dealing with it. After Yen Duozhou logged off at the Enlightenment team's training hall, he didn't turn off his computer. On his QQ screen, a friend's chat window popped up, and the light made the profile picture particularly clear and prominent. The nickname of the friend was Devin. If one paid even a little attention to Korean esports, they would undoubtedly know who this person was. Choi Sung-hoon, the former captain of Korea's ACE team, led Korean esports to its first international league championship, marking a milestone. In many ways, his influence on Korean esports could be said to go far deeper than what Yen Duozhou had for Chinese esports. Looking back, it might even be argued that his achievement was as significant as Lin Zhao's in winning a championship trophy, not to mention the fact that it enabled South Korea's 2 consecutive championships. Yen Duozhou met Devin during an international tournament in some past year. This top-tier Korean player, whose appearance and skills were both all-star worthy, was exceptionally humble in demeanor despite his unmatched capabilities. After making an impressive debut in the first year, he quickly amassed a loyal fanbase worldwide. Perhaps due to mutual admiration, Devin became very close friends with Lin Zhao that year, their bond transcending the language barrier through their clumsy but effective communication. During the international league, Yen Duozhou often observed them interacting enthusiastically, fully convinced that although neither understood what the other was saying, they surely believed the other was complimenting their looks. For Yen Duozhou, he always held deep respect for this Korean star, whose charisma would easily make him a candidate for stardom in entertainment circles as well. This time, the conflict between the Chinese and Korean esports scenes did stir up quite some unpleasantness, but personally, Yen Duozhou wasn't nearly as indignant as many passionate fans were. In his mind, when others criticized them so harshly, it also meant there were areas where they themselves hadn't performed optimally. It was more Yen Duozhou's style to reflect on himself rather than to blame the other party for rudeness. Therefore, when he saw that Devin had specifically logged into QQ, which he rarely used, just to apologize, he indeed felt somewhat surprised. Jang Min-jun doesn't represent all Korean players, and we at ACE deeply regret the dispute caused by online users taking advantage of this matter. Devin expressed his apologies in English while explaining helplessly the tough position other Korean esports players were now in, but since this has escalated to involving the ranking of Korean servers, domestic players must step forward to uphold our country's dignity. We hope Yen can understand. Regardless of how excessive or extreme certain comments may be, once the issue escalates to national competitiveness, everything will naturally prioritize national pride over individual opinion. Yen Duozhou showed understanding. Don't worry too much, I completely get it. Devin, once this incident dies down, the Korean Esports Association will certainly demand an explanation from Jang Min-jun on behalf of the Chinese Association. Yen Duozhou replied, rather than that, I'm more curious if you will join this frenzy happening on the Korean server. Devin, do you want me to join? Yen Duozhou, absolutely, let's meet on the Korean server. When reading these words from the message box, a handsome young man with chestnut hair living in a certain apartment building in Seoul smiled faintly and tapped lightly on the keyboard. I'm looking forward to it. 2 days later, Lin Zhao and Xiao Li finally received the Korean accounts obtained by Li Buchuan through his network of channels. The new accounts were all ranked in Tier 2, though still needing some distance to reach Tier 1, consuming some extra time. However, considering the currently tight situation, having these accounts was already a difficult feat. After logging into the Korean server with the new account, Lin Zhao found himself staring at a full screen of complicated Korean text and felt a headache coming on. Luckily, the overall game architecture of the lobby was similar to his domestic server version, so most basic texts could be guessed based on memory. As for recognizing items in the equipment library, Lin Zhao mainly relied on his recollection of appearances. The map order in the Korean server is different from the domestic server. If you don't read Korean, check the map details after clicking inside. What you just banned was lava hell. Lin Zhao had just started a solo ranked game when a voice behind him startled him. Captain Yu, when did you arrive? Yu Jing glanced at him and said, things were too relaxed the last few days. Starting today, we'll have an extra week of training. I'll be watching you. Lin Zhao had thought that matter was already over with, but it seems it just waited to catch up with him here. He sighed meaninglessly, Supervisor Yu, this revenge through official channels isn't right. Yu Jing replied curtly, make it 2 weeks. Alright then, I don't mind. Yu Jing casually pulled a chair behind Lin Zhao and sat down. Is he planning to closely supervise? Lin Zhao silently glanced around the training hall. The other team members pretended not to look, their attention supposedly elsewhere, yet there were clearly some furtive glances towards this direction. Lin Zhao found it amusing. Curious but too afraid to outright stare, they certainly know how to embarrass themselves. A flicker of thought crossed his eyes as, when the loading screen appeared, he deliberately turned his gaming chair slowly, leaned forward close to Yu Jing, and lowered his voice, saying, Supervisor Yu, about the set of computer equipment, I think we need to have a serious talk. Such a posture was rather suggestive, and indeed, as expected, there came a bang. Not far away, Xiao Li who was sitting upright just moments ago inexplicably tilted over and fell onto the ground. In contrast, Yu Jing remained evidently much calmer. Lifting her gaze at Lin Zhao's intentional gesture, she gave a clear answer, if you want to get the equipment back, it's simple, become first on the Korean server. Facing such an obviously deliberate provocation, Lin Zhao could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and reply, alright, whatever you say goes. Chapter 64. The accounts that Li Buchuan brought had already undergone renaming because of the limitation in the Korean server not allowing Chinese characters, and all had switched to English names. The account ID on Lin Zhao's hands was called Lovely Ghost, and when he logged in, he was indeed speechless at the direct translation. For heaven's sake, his ghost Taoist was named Ghost Momo, not Lovely Ghost. Advancing from the second tier to the first in the Korean server's rank ladder is not an easy feat for anyone. After all, whether it be high-skilled casual players or professional players, the Korean server's player base is truly world-class in many aspects. In the first match, Lin Zhao faced a Demon Hunter player. 1 minute later, both sides met accidentally in the bottom right part of the map. The Demon Hunter tried to use the kite strategy to wear down the Ghost Taoist's health points. This was a strategy often encountered in normal casual matches, as continuously dealing damage over time was unwise against magic-focused classes when trying to go head-to-head in terms of burst output. Lin Zhao wasn't too worried about this and leisurely operated his character's positioning while paying close attention to the opponent's every move. At the moment of a slight misstep in the opponent's movement, a flicker of light came from the staff, and a point of dark purple ghost fire shot forward, passing through the narrow gap between obstacles without missing its target on the Demon Hunter. As the flames suddenly surged underfoot, creating a wide area of effect, the passive skill trigger from the frost staff slowed the enemy, with a layer of light blue icy animation spreading out like waves beneath the Demon Hunter's feet. With the slowed Demon Hunter moving like a slow-moving live target, Lin Zhao's hands quickened their operations, unleashing a string of skills smoothly to secure the first blood. How was that? Pretty impressive, right? Lin Zhao smiled mischievously and turned around only to see Yu Jing holding a tablet and sitting in the chair, completely oblivious to his amazing maneuver just now. He couldn't help but scold it seriously. "You Captain, you're sitting behind me and not appreciating my performance. Do you know how much of a waste that is?" Yu Jing shifted her gaze from the tablet to the battle duration on the screen and replied, "It hasn't ended yet after 15 minutes, indeed, that's wasteful." Lin Zhao, wait and see. Yu Jing looked at him and said, "Okay." Next, compared to securing the second kill, Lin Zhao handled the process even more cleanly and decisively than the first blood scenario. After the end of the first round, the second immediately began. During this preparation stage, instead of following the control-based Curse Ghost talent build, Lin Zhao chose the main offense Blood Ghost Flow. Thanks to high damage plus focused burst output comparable to physical ranged attackers, the fight from start to finish only took 10 minutes. From a mental standpoint, Lin Zhao was undoubtedly having an absolutely great time. Whether facing top-tier casual players or pro players from the domestic server climbing up from Korea's Tier 2, they usually proceed cautiously because they could encounter hidden elites at any moment. Climbing by relying solely on speed and mindless aggressive outputs as he did was likely rare throughout the entire region. Thoughts of losing ranking points never bound Lin Zhao. After the conclusion of the second game, glancing briefly at Yu Jing who still paid no attention to the match situation, he nonchalantly entered the queue again. Another 12 minutes passed, finishing the third round. Then the fourth. Fifth. Lin Zhao played increasingly smoothly until nearing the rank 1 promotion stage, whereupon he slightly started to slow down his pace. From this phase onward, one easily meets genuine Tier 1 experts, making it necessary even for him to stop being careless. By this time, the sky had unknowingly darkened. Glancing around, the training hall was brightly lit, and everyone else had finished training and gone home. The scene appeared somewhat desolate, leaving just two figures in the corner here and there, with the cool night breeze brushing over them. Yu Jing didn't know when she had fallen asleep while leaning on the chair. Lin Zhao walked to the window to keep the night wind out. Approaching closely, he glanced at the still-lit screen of the tablet. It displayed the current ladder rankings of the Korean server. Some IDs in the document were marked in red. Though Lin Zhao didn't recognize the affiliations of other IDs, based on Yen Duzhou's ID, it was clear that these should be the current aliases used by domestic server top players in the Korean server. This person really could fall asleep anywhere. Lin Zhao thought back to the various times he'd encountered a sleeping beauty since coming to Black Soul Club, and couldn't help but let a subtle smile float across his lips. But, having learned from two prior experiences, he now knew that although this person seemed fond of sleep, they actually slept quite lightly. Thus, this time around, he finally managed to curb his reckless impulses. Carefully removing his jacket, he draped it lightly over Yu Jing, then stretched heartily before returning to sit in front of the computer. At this point, Lovely Ghost's battle record page was filled with nothing but green indicators of consecutive victories. Ever since completing the adjustments to the account at 3:30 p.m. and starting the ranked ladder battles, right up to now at 9:20 p.m., excluding dinner time, he had played 15 matches, winning them all. If any other person saw such results, they would undoubtedly be utterly stunned. After all, this wasn't just any average match of tiers 3 or 4, the level of competition in Korea's second-tier rank ladder was on par with the bottom end of China's first-tier players, an undeniably high standard for competitive play. However, each successive victory had been completed remarkably fast, with each round, including queue matching and preparation phases, averaging less than half an hour per game. In other words, throughout all these personal battles, his path had been one of absolute dominance and success. That said, such relentless and uninterrupted combat intensity was indeed exhausting. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Zhao absent-mindedly patted his trouser pocket, glanced behind him at the sleeping figure, and ultimately returned the partially pulled-out cigarette pack into his pocket. Shutting off the match history screen and checking the current points total, he muttered inwardly, I initially thought Mr. Lee really did have excellent connections, but who would have guessed this second-tier account required so many points to top up? This is utterly ridiculous. In ranked play, consecutive victories could accumulate significant hidden ranking scores, thereby increasing the score awarded for every match won. On the contrary, losing streaks reduced hidden ranking scores until falling below the current rank's actual level, at which point, the points earned per victorious match would generally fall below the average. As for Lin Zhao's lovely ghost account, it was currently in a state where the hidden ranking score was abysmally low. Normally, after 10 consecutive wins, any regular account should easily reach Tier 1 directly from Tier 2, yet here, even after 15 straight wins, the account barely approached the stage of promotion. Moreover, segment ranks were secondary. Key to the issue was that player matchups during ranked matches were determined according to hidden rankings. Given how desperately this account needed points, maintaining a winning streak would likely continue for some time if he wanted to face highly skilled Korean pro players. Before, he had heard these accounts were assigned by Yu Jing, and wouldn't it be too suspicious if she did it intentionally? As Lin Zhao's thoughts deepened, an odd idea suddenly surfaced, making things even more dubious. Unwittingly glancing up, he noticed that the QQ chat icon beside the screen was glowing. Lin Zhao wasn't someone who remembered profile pictures well, but that particularly dumb and cute big monkey head image was truly unforgettable. He didn't need to click open the message to know it came from Monkey King, the commentator. Ever since appearing at the esports event, Little Monkey indeed had chattered on incessantly about him, mainly babbling about irrelevant topics like finally having a friend who's a professional gamer, and feeling as though his existence has been elevated. So, when Monkey King contacted him again this time, Lin Zhao certainly lacked enthusiasm. Opening the message, Monkey King got straight to the point. Little Ghost, given how much commotion there is this time, has your club also rallied everyone to stand against Korean servers? Lin Zhao emphasized his strict discretion. You've got the wrong person, I'm not the type to gossip with others. Monkey King expressed discontent towards his attitude. Come on, don't say that. At least I'm trying to offer you a way to make money. Upon hearing the word profit, Lin Zhao immediately took interest. Sneaking a glance behind to ensure Yu Jing hadn't woken up, he turned back and asked, all our team members are already active on the Korean server. What kind of advice do you have, handsome Monkey King? Smiley face. Monkey King put on a serious tone. It's like this, Mr. Hang plans to create a large compilation video resisting Korean servers. If you're interested, you could use this opportunity to record some high-end battle videos while you're engaged in ranked combat. If they get selected, the compensation will be at least triple what you got last time. Opportunities like this aren't available to just anyone, you know. Lin Zhao questioned cautiously, our IDs shouldn't be exposed, just like last time, right? Monkey King said, of course. Our Ashing is a professional and will absolutely not leak the source of the videos. If there are any other team members' videos, you can send some too, like Vice Captain Shen's, Ryu Zhe Shen's, or even Second Su's. We can bundle them all together for a fun package deal. Lin Zhao irritably replied with a facepalm emoji, do you think we're doing market wholesale to need bundles? One for me is enough, guaranteed quality assurance. Having agreed with Monkey King on this new collaboration fueled by the incentive of money, Lin Zhao immediately ceased slacking off and re-entered the queue for another match with renewed vigor. At the same moment, during a live broadcast of a Korean esports program, guest star Kang Min-jun was explaining the techniques of the Black Mage operation to both the studio audience and online viewers while also logging into a pre-arranged game account set up by the production team and entering the queue for an actual combat demonstration. Kang Min-jun, as Korea's undisputed rookie king of this league season, along with his recent interview exposure, had become one of the most talked about esports players at the moment, although he seemed particularly comfortable enjoying this newfound attention. In ordinary esports broadcasts, the program usually wouldn't include live matches via connections such as these, but because Kang Min-jun strongly requested performing a personal showcase in front of so many fans, the program had no choice but to specially add this segment. As he chose equipment from the inventory, he smiled at the camera, saying, all the prior explanations were theoretical knowledge, now let's enter the ranked battles of Tier 2 high-end gameplay to allow everyone a more direct appreciation of the essence of operating a Black Mage. As the preparation phase ended just before jumping into the loading screen, Kang Min-jun took one last look at the opposing player's ID and slightly frowned. Lovely Ghost. Korean players rarely use such oddly phrased English names, and he didn't recall encountering this ID before. Could it possibly be one of the Chinese players who recently flooded into the Korean server? Chapter 65. Are you? When the loading interface finished, a message suddenly popped up in the map chat channel. Lin Zhao was taken aback. He really didn't expect that the Black Mage with an incomprehensible Korean ID would actually greet him, considering they had only fought on site until now without a thought of chatting. Now seeing the English question and its content, he was surprised that the other side had guessed his nationality correctly. In line with the politeness of a great country, he replied casually, yes, I am. And you? Jiang Minjun was quite satisfied with Lin Zhao's straightforward acknowledgement, but when he saw the last sentence, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. And what? If he were Chinese, would he need to converse in English? He irritably responded, wait for me. I'll lick you till you can't stand up. There was a hint of threat in his words, but this time, he didn't receive any response from the other side. Lin Zhao gave a glance at the English letters in the chat box below the screen, then calmly operated his ghost mage while moving. In this situation, if it were anyone else, most would likely feel angry because of the extremely arrogant remark. However, Lin Xiao didn't. After all, foreign languages were always his weak point. In other words, he simply couldn't understand it. But Lin Xiao's attitude of ignoring it led people to feel a faint sense of disdain. Instead of arguing back, it made Jiang Minjun's anger explode instantly, making him want to catch the ghost mage on the other side within minutes, unleash a whole set of skills directly, and take him down. A bit of remaining rationality reminded Jiang Minjun that he was live streaming on a popular show. Maintaining a gentlemanly smile facing the camera, a thought struck him as his eyes fell upon the opponent's ID. Soon, he would catch the random Chinese guy who appeared from nowhere. Showing off his superior gameplay to tens of thousands of South Korean viewers felt particularly pleasant, so he disregarded the offense. The masochistic Chinese players who jumped into the Korean server just because of that one phrase truly lacked the sense of humility required. After all, South Korea's esports scene was currently dominant, their strength unmatched by any Chinese player. Today, he would give them a taste of the disparity in skill. With these thoughts, Jiang Minjun slightly curled his lips in pleasure and started actively moving around the map while operating his black mage. Soon, both parties spotted each other. Lin Xiao wasn't fighting as recklessly as before. From just a few moves by the opposing black mage, he could deduce that the opponent was skilled. So, he paid attention to the black mage's movements while maneuvering strategically. The map was a wild forest, and the vision was somewhat obscured due to many obstructions. During Lin Xiao's prolonged movement process, Jiang Minjun finally couldn't contain himself under the eyes of many. Waiting for the moment the ghost mage disappeared, he unleashed a set of wind-based spells right away. Lin Xiao had been expecting him to make the first move. As the skill set came flying towards him, he decisively activated Ghost Swift Step, skillfully evading all damage through flexible positioning during the acceleration. Taking advantage of the skill cooldown gap, he closed the distance between them using his speed boost. A void burning effect was placed on the black mage followed by a gradual reduction in health. Then, a large area of flame rain descended from the sky, striking across the entire forest. Jiang Minjun didn't hesitate for even a second. Before the fire rain scorched the entire ground, he instantly leaped out of the range of this AoE skill, avoiding all subsequent damages. Oh, not bad reflexes, Lin Xiao mumbled indifferently, continuing his operation seamlessly. In the blink of an eye, another ethereal fire dropped from his staff, precisely at the spot where the black mage landed after his leap, forcing the latter to activate Ghost Swift Step again to evade the next round of attacks. Seeing both of the opponent's skills used up, Lin Xiao smiled as his ghost mage turned and vanished into the dense forest. Compared to Lin Xiao's calmness, Jiang Minjun's face turned completely black. Though it was only the beginning of the year since he had stepped onto the competitive gaming stage, being the hottest rookie in South Korea right now, he hadn't experienced being dominated like this for a long time already. This feeling was akin to someone holding a knife to his neck, compelling him through every step of the operation. It felt as if his every next move was being thoroughly surveilled. And it wasn't just that right now. At this moment, due to being at the center of the camera lens, Jiang Minjun could distinctly feel the gazes of the on-site audience upon him. Their looks had clearly changed. The expressions of complete bafflement and stiffness were enough to make him feel waves of discomfort flush over his face. He clenched his teeth hard, locked onto the position where the ghost mage was, concentrated fully, and in an instant when he caught a tiny flaw in the opponent's defense, his hand speed burst forth violently, launching a fierce assault. The black mage is the only pure damage-dealing class among the magic-using professions in the zone. Due to its ability to switch between the four elemental skill sets of ice, fire, wind, and earth, the operator can always change the skill's attributes to unleash nearly no cooldown extreme output. In previous esports leagues, Yen Duzhou was the top representative of high burst damage using the black mage's skill switching style, and was highly regarded by fans from various countries. Because Jiang Minjun also enjoyed the similar fighting style that involved constant element switching during battle, ever since he made a name for himself before others, he couldn't help but be frequently compared with Yen Duzhou. Such a situation inevitably bred some dissatisfaction in him, leading to the event in one of his post-game interviews. However, Jiang Minjun was indeed a player whose rapid burst of attacks reflected his explosive nature. This time, desperate to prove himself in front of the viewers, he unleashed such a fierce attack that it resembled the cheap special effects of a B-grade movie. Such an aggressive offensive would have been enough to suppress any player in the Korean server tier 2 ladder, but what left him feeling somewhat powerless was that the enemy ghost mage's positioning was simply too impeccable. So good that, even at the instant when his skill's target locations were chosen, the opponent had already moved ahead, perfectly avoiding the next wave of attacks. It was precisely this forward-thinking consciousness, which seemed to be able to penetrate all his thoughts, that led to Jiang Minjun losing control after a sudden outburst of his hand speed. He realized that unknowingly he had depleted his magic bar. In his daze, he strangely got the impression, perhaps it wasn't that the other side was too fast, but rather that he was too slow. Just this momentary loss of focus was enough. Once his assault ended without a chance to retreat, the black mage was completely enveloped within the skills of the ghost mage. Jiang Minjun instinctively operated his character to dodge upon regaining awareness. At this point, the situation between both parties seemed like a reversal of the previous one, yet everything was entirely inverted. What differed from the prior fight was that the black mage couldn't evade all the output damages like the ghost mage did. Each hit from the skills felt like a heavy slap, delivering a harsh beating right in front of tens of thousands of viewers, leaving his face filled with palm prints. System, First Blood. As the dimming screen requantified during the resurrection back to town, Jiang Minjun cradled his own face, which had become numb from pain, and typed another message in the map chat. Who are you? Are you Yen? Even though the other party used a ghost mage rather than a black mage, aside from Yen Duzhou of the Revelation team, Jiang Minjun could think of no other player or casual gamer within China with such seamless skill combos. Most importantly, if the other side truly was Yen Duzhou, perhaps the embarrassment could still be slightly redeemed. Lin Xiao understood this simple dialogue well this time and mocked lightheartedly, "Oh old. I am a young man." At first glance, this sentence easily brought to mind the joke about how Jiang Minjun mentioned Yen Duzhou was old in the interview. However, when spoken by the opposing Chinese directly, it undeniably carried a tone thick with mockery. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Minjun questioned, "Who are you?" "I'm a ghost. I just want to give you some colors to see." Lin Xiao complimented himself silently for his skyrocketing English proficiency while issuing very intimidating threats according to his personal vocabulary. "Please remember, knows when no die, don't try," smiley face. The following entirely baffling Chinglish left Jiang Minjun momentarily confused. The first sentence was understandable, but after understanding it, it made him even more upset. "Doesn't everyone know your ghost? I also know your lovely ghost." Shit. When he noticed the other side becoming unresponsive after receiving his threatening signal, Lin Xiao was just about to start repositioning. Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded behind him. "I didn't know your English was that good." Lin Xiao turned around to face Yu Jing's still sleepy, narrow eyes, and with a faintly raised eyebrow, he replied, "Oh, so easy." On the other end, Jiang Minjun, after restarting from the resurrection point, stopped trading words and focused all his attention on searching for the infuriating ghost mage. Finally, through some bushes, he managed to spot the figure he wanted to pummel. He cautiously began to close in, yet seeing the opponent standing motionless at the spot, his eyes brightened slightly. It seemed like the opponent had disconnected. Upon realizing this, a sense of vengeance rose within him, enabling him to finally pay back the humiliation. However, upon further thought, the shame over such dishonorable thoughts almost made him cry. Damn it, since when did he, the Prodigy King, have to rely on the opponent disconnecting to win a match? This is madness. Chapter 66. Because he had sat up straight, the coat that had been draped over Yu Jing's shoulders slid down slightly, revealing a posture that was even more casually alluring. This inadvertently added to an aura of languidness and softened the originally icy demeanor, making it even harder for people to tear their eyes away. No wonder so many young girls were completely captivated. Even he, a self-assured tough guy, found himself momentarily mesmerized. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao cast another glance at the inviting face, grinned mischievously as his lips curled into what he believed to be a charming smile. "Squad leader, are you awake?" Yu Jing's gaze remained on his computer screen as he gave a brief reply, muttering dryly, "Oh, you're about to die." Lin Xiao immediately turned back around, only to see his character battered under an intense barrage of attacks until just one sliver of health remained. Realizing the situation, he quickly intensified his reaction time, escaping with a leap step out of range of the black mage's attack, thereby saving his life once more. Silently wiping a cold sweat from his forehead, Lin Xiao internally cursed furiously. This Korean wasn't playing fair, taking advantage while someone wasn't paying attention with a surprise attack, almost embarrassing him in front of Yu Jing. Thinking about it further deepened his irritation. He deserved a lesson. Inhaling sharply through his nose, his focus returned sharply to the computer screen. Yu Jing leaned lazily against the chair, half propping his arm beneath his forehead. His eyes, gleaming faintly, observed every curve of the man opposite, noting how serious and concentrated his usually carefree appearance became now. A subtle hint of amusement graced his lips. This person's entire demeanor when immersed in combat felt entirely different, almost like another person. Far away in Korea, inside the live stream room, Kang Min-jun's original fervent anticipation of exacting vengeance vanished instantly due to an unforeseen leap-step maneuver. His face darkened almost instantly. Was it true? Had the Chinese player returned? Confronted with a target who could have been effortlessly taken down with merely 2 or 3 skill strikes, Kang Min-jun felt nothing but deep frustration and immediately activated Ghost Step to close the gap, intent on relentlessly pursuing his rival without any intention of stopping. At this point, the entire stream venue was filled solely with the crisp clicking sounds of the keyboard. The audience sat in complete silence, their shocked expressions transitioning from astonishment to current stunned disbelief. Anyone could tell that the enemy ghost shaman had earlier been either AFK, away from keyboard, or had disconnected. Even within the realm of ordinary online gaming competition, there were undoubtedly those who would replicate Kang Min-jun's actions seen here today. However, this was no average game. The black mage currently under control of the red team wasn't just any common player in a game. He was Kang Min-jun, this year's hot new star in South Korea's esports league, a professional player representing the pinnacle of South Korea's gaming skills, destined to become one of the next generation leaders in competitive gaming. And yet, under such unfavorable conditions amidst unfair match circumstances, he opted to engage in behavior undermining the professional spirit, right before tens of thousands of Korean fans' watchful eyes. If anyone had previously hoped for Kang Min-jun due to his opponent being Chinese, at this moment, not a single person remained who could still utter the word cheer or support. This wasn't the figure of a professional gamer that they had expected. Disappointment spread like a virus, rapidly filling the network. Fans who moments ago were enthusiastically brushing colorful messages on the screen suddenly fell silent, the chat box in the live streaming channel eerily empty, devoid of any comments. Right at this juncture, just when everyone thought the ghost shaman who had just fled would re-enter the black mage's field of vision, instead of activating Ghost Step to escape, the ghost shaman surprisingly raised his staff without hesitation. Everyone froze. Was this ghost shaman, already down to his last thread of life force, preparing to fight back? Could one tiny strip of health truly challenge Kang Min-jun's fully restored black mage with perfect vitality? Before these doubting question marks solidified in the viewers' minds, Lin Xiao answered the pointless question by showcasing a level of operation so spectacular, fast-paced, precise, and with nearly 100% hit rate in predicting his moves, that the black mage didn't even get the chance to touch Lin Xiao's ghost shaman again before meeting his fate in despair. System, said Blood. Looking at the victory notification that popped up on the screen, Lin Xiao stretched his back lazily and glanced at the opposing player's Korean ID which he couldn't understand, giving a disdainful sneer. To start with, it had been annoying enough when the player took advantage of their conversation between him and Yu Jing to launch a surprise attack. Then even after retreating far enough, the player had kept chasing with Ghost Step, further aggravating Lin Xiao. What was this, looking down on him? Wasn't that asking for a beating? Lin Xiao, of course, didn't know that before this, Kang Min-jun was already almost in tears from being beaten, nor did he know it was all live-streamed, otherwise, the situation wouldn't have gone as one-sidedly as it had. Had he known, surely he would have educated the guy so thoroughly that the latter would never dare look at him again. There was nothing Lin Xiao enjoyed more than making someone's face utterly miserable. Seeing that he was one step closer to advancing to the next rank, Lin Xiao checked the time at the bottom of his computer screen with satisfaction. He turned off the machine, relaxed his body a bit, stood up, and grinned shamelessly at Yu Jing. It's getting late, let me escort you back, Captain Yu. Though their rooms were only a few steps away, only someone as shameless as him could say that with a straight face and calm heart. Yu Jing gave him a glance, then I thank you. When Lin Xiao logged into the Korean server again the next day, he was surprised to find a large number of friend requests waiting for him. Though he rejected them one by one without knowing the reason, he still consulted Yu Jing about it. Where's the option to reject adding friends on the Korean server? After Yu Jing pointed it out, he lifted the tablet in front of him and said simply, congratulations, you've gone viral. Lin Xiao looked at the screens full of Korean articles and felt overwhelmed, but recognizing the images used alongside, realized quickly, isn't this last night's final game? How come they recorded it? Yu Jing responded, the black mage from the other side is Kang Min-jun. Lin Xiao immediately understood, that explains why the combat style seemed familiar, it's that cocky Korean kid who reminded me somewhat of, Captain Yen. No, something's wrong here, how did I go viral? It seems like he didn't cause much hype yesterday, so why are Korean media reporting this? Is it because they also think my operation was just awesome? Yu Jing glanced at the headline written clearly in Korean, esports player participates in live broadcast program, staging an ultimate showdown. In passing, he answered, your English went viral. Rubbing his chin, Lin Xiao accepted this explanation, it's not strange, there aren't many people domestically who speak English as well as I do. The water cup near Yu Jing's mouth paused mid-air before being placed gently back on the desk beside him. Calmly, he said, we can start today's training. Lin Xiao liked the rare expression of being momentarily stumped on his face. He smiled faintly and promptly began a new journey on the Korean ranked ladder. Despite climbing higher in ranks this day compared to the previous day, the process was significantly smoother. After successfully advancing to rank 1 following a string of consecutive victories, it wasn't until late at night when he finally shut down his computer after a quiet gaming session that Lin Xiao noticed the ID Lovely Ghost at the bottom of the Korean Tier 1 rankings. Compared to Lin Xiao's relaxed demeanor, in the training hall of the Tianxia gaming team, Yen Duzhou stared silently at the first-person perspective of the black mage that had dimmed on the computer screen. The minimized QQ chat window remained stuck at Devon's last inquiry, this ghost shaman is Chinese, Yen, do you know who he is? The screen lit up again as the black mage resurrected, followed by a relentless assault on what appeared to be an AFK character, briefly interrupted by an out-of-sight leap-step maneuver. Then, after painstakingly tracking down the opponent, instead of the expected kill, he faced an unexpected fierce counterattack. The screen darkened once more as the battle ended. Even though the black mage was Kang Min-jun, whom Yen Duzhou had no love lost for due to his arrogance, he felt no joy over the former's devastating defeat. Instead, he dragged the video back to the beginning of the match, locking his gaze firmly on the ghost shaman visible within the sight. The serene light in his eyes grew steadily stronger. Though Lin Zhao's performance in the final 2 matches of the LPP preseason games had undoubtedly been the most striking, to Yen Duzhou, his abilities should never have been confined merely to that. There had been concerns before about whether the inexplicable events surrounding Lin Xiao had brought any unforeseen negative consequences, but at this moment, upon witnessing his astonishingly aggressive yet intricate maneuvers, all those worries immediately dissipated. Even though he wasn't at his absolute peak, being able to suppress Kang Min-jun to this extent was more than satisfactory. Lin Xiao was still that opponent worth every ounce of effort Yen Duzhou could muster. And this year's Black Rose team, with the addition of a few new players, might very well be one of the two teams joining the Tianqi team in advancing to the World League. Finally, it wouldn't just be him struggling alone anymore. This person would soon catch up to his level again. This was perfect. Yan Duzhou's lips curved slightly upwards into an almost imperceptible arc as he felt a surge of fighting spirit rising quietly within him. For a moment it was as if he'd returned to those fiery years when they were both rivals and friends, striving together for the growth of China's esports scene. Opening the chat window, he answered Devin's question, "I know who he is. He'll be a strong adversary for your Korean team." Chapter 67. As the Sino-Korean competition unfolded with great intensity, to keep up with the trend, the Korean server ladder rankings in the Zone Tiaba were being updated at any time. Among them, the real-time ranking status of several professional players led by Yan Duzhou was undoubtedly the most anticipated. A few days ago, Yan Duzhou's Black Mage, Black Boat, had been forced back from the 8th position to the 9th due to a joint blockade by several South Korean professional players. However, after these few days of hard work, he had climbed back up to the 6th place and was currently the closest Chinese server player to topping the Korean server. Right behind Yan Duzhou was Wen Shuqing, captain of the Flowing Light Club's Flowing Cloud team. As a player who frequently played on the Korean server, his ranking had always been at the top of the leaderboard, but because of his long absence for a period of time, his Shadow Swordsman account had directly dropped to 34th place. Since this preseason period during which the Flowing Cloud team was led by the vice-captain Zhang Fengyu in all competitions, Wen Shuqing never made an appearance, prompting much speculation as to whether his poor health had taken another turn for the worse. However, after the fire of Sino-Korean esports reignited, he reappeared in everyone's sight and in just a few short days, climbed back to the 16th place on the Korean server, giving a powerful and straightforward answer to all supporters. As for other domestic professional players who had current rankings, until now, Shen Chong from the Black Rose team ranked 30th, Lu Zhisan 76th, Song Lan from the Revelation team ranked 22nd, Chen Rifafa 89th, Zhang Fengyu from the Flowing Cloud team ranked 25th, Yan Lingjiang 42nd, Su Yun from the Maple Leaf team ranked 48th, Ding Jia 69th. Numerous players from other teams also had ranks within the top 80, though the majority hovered around the top 100. Due to the frequent updates and rankings over several consecutive days, apart from paying attention to the known account rankings of professional players, a new ID also caught the attention of many people. His climb on the leaderboard was rocket fast, starting from just peeking out at the bottom of the top 200, he then ascended dramatically with only wins to his name, quickly breaking into the 53rd place and still continuing his meteoric rise. Many were puzzled about the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar ID. In the forum posts, some players who frequented multiple platforms were already excitedly discussing that this person was one of the main characters in a recently popular video of humiliation gameplay, and some even attached a link to watch the video. This single video, with tens of millions of views, was originally sold by Lin Xiao through Xia Hui to Lu Xing. After editing, the video vividly showed how brutally the opponent was defeated. Though the IDs of both sides in the battle were indeed obscured according to the agreement, because of the enormous commotion caused by Jiang Minjun's live stream in South Korea, even quite a few Chinese netizens became interested and could easily match the face to the identity due to familiarity. The news that this mysterious ID belonged to a national server expert spread like wildfire, and all national server players who read the post became instantly thrilled. Some, itching for action, checked the battle records of this character and were stunned by almost a streak of pure green victories since a few days ago, taking screenshots and posting them as replies, stunning all spectators once again. Judging solely by the situation over these few days, such near 100% victory record well explained why this account's rank could steadily soar at such a stable speed. Such widespread attention lasted for a whole week, and when it was seen that this account not only wasn't squeezed out but directly climbed all the way up to the 10th spot on the ladder, the entire national server finally boiled over with excitement. At this point, there were a total of 2 national server players who had entered the top 10 of the Korean server, Yan Duzhou, ranked 4th, and Wen Shuqing, newly promoted to 6th. In that case, if this newly emerged ID was really Chinese, it would become the 3rd national server player in the top 10 of the Korean server. Lovely Ghost. Who on earth is this? As the discussion spread widely in domestic forums, Lovely Ghost's performance similarly drew the attention of the Korean side as well. From a certain perspective, thanks to Jiang Minjun, the Korean side probably paid attention to this new face even earlier. Many members of professional teams had already become vigilant, and some were even preparing to start blocking actions within the game. As the esports scene in both China and South Korea grew increasingly fierce, Lin Xiao was leaning against his chair with crossed arms, eyes glued to the chaotic display of skills flashing across his computer screen. With the victory emblem popping up, Yu Jing removed his earphones and turned back to look at him. Fancy a game? The cigarette dangling from Lin Xiao's lips bobbed up and down as he glanced at the post-match data statistics, particularly noting the abysmal healing amount. Without hesitation, he refused. Absolutely not. Yu Jing, oh, what a pity. Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow silently, neither confirming nor denying. Despite being confident in his own abilities, this didn't mean he enjoyed self-inflicted torture. The controversial burst healing priest class was notorious for its low damage and similarly minimal healing capacity, creating a rather awkward position. But these were clearly no issues for Yu Jing. In regular team matches, his pure healing route could perfectly maintain the health of the entire 5-man team. However, in 1v1 combat where he only needed to take care of himself, that amount of healing was more than sufficient. In other words, if a typical match required causing around 10,000 damage points, then facing Yu Jing's priest would necessitate dealing out over 100,000 damage points. To secure even one win would require roughly 10 times the output. Simply imagining this made it clear why nobody would want to try. Lin Xiao thought to himself that perhaps it would be wiser just to remain a spectator. Just as Yu Jing started the next round, Xiao Li approached holding his phone, his gaze flickering between the post on the screen and Lin Xiao as though staring at a monster. "I say, when did you sneak into the top 10? That's crazy. I've barely made it to 21st place." Lin Xiao grinned. "Extra training works wonders. If you're dissatisfied, you can stay up all night chasing after me. Fat chance." Xiao Li rolled his eyes sarcastically, looking instantly deflated. A hint of gloom crossed his features. "Besides, climbing ladder ranks isn't about who spends the most time. Yesterday, I spent all day oscillating between 21st and 25th. It's utterly exhausting." Lin Xiao turned back and continued observing Yu Jing's deft fingertips operating quickly. He replied somewhat absent-mindedly. "This means you need perfect luck to encounter weaker opponents throughout your climb." Xiao Li speechlessly pulled Lin Xiao forcibly to a nearby computer and redirected his attention from the battle screen. With a shove, he sat Lin Xiao down firmly in the chair. Before Lin Xiao could react, Xiao Li grabbed the mouse, opening the Korean server client while urging, "Stop beating around the bush, get on the game and join the queue. Let me have a good look at the skill level of the top 10 experts in the Korean server." Lin Xiao glanced at him. "Hey, if you're making me perform, I'll charge a fee. How about 3 premium cigarettes?" Xiao Li offered reluctantly. "Deal." Lin Xiao grinned happily. "Since you worship me so much, allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities." Xiao Li kicked Lin Xiao's chair lightly with exasperation. "Cut the chatter, hurry up." At this moment, Yu Jing, who should have been engaged in a fight, suddenly turned around, his gaze falling upon Lin Xiao's hand reaching for a lighter. His voice remained calm and flat as he declared, "No smoking during training." Lin Xiao paused mid-motion and casually placed the lighter on the table instead. He plastered a mischievous smile on his face. Don't worry. I just think keeping it in my pocket is uncomfortable, so I wanted to take it out." Xiao Li watched their interaction expressionlessly, then glanced at the kill notifications flashing in the bottom left corner of Yu Jing's screen. He noticed the timer showing less than 5 minutes had passed before turning away again, his lips barely twitching in disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder how Yu Jing could suddenly have the energy to check if someone was smoking while still in the middle of a fight. And, how could a priest finish off an opponent within 5 minutes? These people weren't human. Players on the opposite side probably would suffer from psychological trauma. As Xiao Li was thinking this, the queue they had waited in finally connected. Just as he idly glanced at the enemy ID, the carefully constructed stoic image Xiao Li had been trying hard to maintain crumbled completely. The shock caused him to instinctively take 2 steps back, and he didn't even react when he bumped into someone's chest. It wasn't until Lu Zhaishan's somewhat amused voice sounded from behind that he came slightly back to his senses. "What's the matter, Xiao Li? You shouldn't be so jumpy like this." Xiao Li rarely failed to respond sharply, but this time, he naively and subconsciously asked for confirmation. "Black Boat, is that Team Leader Yen?" Compared to his surprise, Lin Xiao remained much calmer. After banning 2 maps in succession, a faintly profound look flashed across his eyes as he looked at the other party's ID. He took the unlit cigarette out of the corner of his mouth and muttered under his breath almost inaudibly, "Oh dear, this might be a bit problematic." Despite these words, his eyes narrowed slightly due to an uncontrollable flicker of amusement. On the other side of the screen, at the far-off Tianxi team training base, Yen Duzhou obviously hadn't anticipated meeting them in such a situation either. A glimmer of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, making his already serious expression grow even more solemn. Song Lan was humming a tune while carrying her cup of water past, and she couldn't help but notice their captain's unusual mood. Out of curiosity, she leaned over to take a peek. The moment she glanced at the opposing player's ID, she stopped dead in her tracks and decided not to leave. Lovely ghost. Wasn't that the mysterious national server master currently hogging all the headlines? Chapter 68. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiao would have seized the opportunity to tease Yen Duzhou heartily. However, now it wasn't just him. Xiao Li and Lu Zhaishan were also closely watching from behind, and Yu Jing, who had just finished his battle, was silently observing. The loading screen had barely ended when Lin Xiao sent a message on the map channel. "Yen team leader, please go easy on me, please hold back. QAQ. Xiao Li had been dazed next to him without recovering, but upon seeing this sentence, he couldn't help but criticize. "Lin Xiao, can you be more ambitious? Although we're bound to lose, at least kneel with some dignity." Lin Xiao turned around and glanced at him. "You don't understand. Numbing the enemy to let down their guard is how we strike back and win. How can it be determined that I'll definitely lose? With good strategy, I might accidentally win." Xiao Li, "Yeah right, does Yen team leader even know who you are?" Lin Xiao, "What if he does? I'm a celebrity now anyway." Xiao Li, "Quickly retract your overly enthusiastic big tail. Lin Xiao shook his head. Young man, it seems like you need a reality check. As if to confirm his words, at this moment, Yan Duzhou's response appeared in the map channel. It can be considered. Xiao Li had originally intended to refute Lin Xiao's words, but upon seeing these 4 words, he choked and immediately started coughing with a red face. Can be considered. Consider what? Consider going easy or consider holding back. This is still the top-tier match in the Korean server ladder, and such behavior probably isn't appropriate. Lin Xiao didn't take the chance to embarrass Xiao Li and was uncharacteristically speechless as well. From such a reply, it was clear that Yan Duzhou already guessed his current inconvenient situation of not being able to recognize each other directly, though this vague answer was simply too. He cleared his throat twice, lowered his head, and ignored Yu Jing's gaze by completely focusing his attention on the computer screen. As his eyes became increasingly serious, his previous playful expression gradually faded. Frankly speaking, Lin Xiao never expected to face off against Yan Duzhou so quickly. According to his plan, prepared for the playoffs and planning to switch to individual competitions, there would only be a chance to meet during team matches. But now, all predictions have been broken. However, after the initial shock dissipated, excitement began to bubble up inside him. Although he did not believe that under his current condition he could win against Yan Duzhou with absolute certainty, he eagerly anticipated the upcoming match, even to the point of impatience. Under Lin Xiao's operation, the Ghost Taoist moved through the ancient tomb map with an unprecedented active attitude. Judging from the movement trajectory, his detour arc was very large, almost skimming the outermost edge of the map, clearly intending to avoid the first wave of confrontation. Whether intentionally or due to other reasons, for 3 minutes since the start of the game, there had been no sign of combat. Such a scenario is rare, whether in ordinary game battles or professional competitions. Xiao Li muttered softly, could it be that team leader Yan really is holding back? Lu Zhisan immediately negated this thought, you're overthinking it, Yan team leader is not someone who would do that. Xiao Li gritted his teeth, then explain it to me. Yu Jing suddenly spoke up, pay attention to Lin Xiao's position movement. These moves aren't random but are deliberate attempts to evade based on his guesses about the opponent's movement path. Guess Yan team leader's moving route? Xiao Li exclaimed, is that possible? Every person's operations have certain irreproducibility while inevitably carrying specific patterns, Yu Jing explained as his gaze remained fixed on the screen. Sufficient knowledge of the opponent combined with relevant experience accumulation means nothing is impossible. His speech stopped abruptly as his long narrow eyes slowly narrowed, covering the glint deep within. Although Xiao Li received the explanation that Lin Xiao avoided opening hostilities by speculating Yan Duzhou's action path, he was still perplexed. So Captain Yu, what's the use of avoiding the beginning of the fight? Zone battles don't end in a tie when time runs out. Captain Yu Jing replied calmly, preparation for combat. Preparation for combat? Xiao Li was somewhat bewildered by such an answer. It's just a 1v1 personal ladder match in the game, isn't it? Just fight, what kind of combat preparation is needed? At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly sped up his operations. The Ghost Taoist on the central screen abruptly changed direction and no longer continued with any detouring maneuvers but instead directly moved towards the main graveyard at the center of the map. As it moved, its field of vision kept rotating until it finally stopped suddenly at a certain coordinate. This location was in the middle of a chaotic cluster of graves. To the east stood the gravestone of the main tomb, where an enormous cross was particularly prominent. To the south were dense yet disorderly shrubs that allowed a clear observation of possible ambush spots due to lighting conditions. To the west lay a vast empty space where hiding was almost impossible. To the north were some scattered tombs occasionally flashing ghostly flames, but attempting to cast spells unnoticed from there would also be entirely unfeasible. Seemingly a simple coordinate, it was filled with Lin Xiao's deep deliberation. The figure of the dark mage briefly appeared in the center of the view, followed swiftly by thick dark clouds crowding above, soon releasing sheets of hailstones that densely covered the ground, threatening to completely envelop the position of the Ghost Taoist. Yet, as if expecting this scene, Lin Xiao made the Ghost Taoist leap out of the range of skills just as the spells were being cast, dashing straight toward the silhouette in the vision before the enemy vanished again before they could get close. Just like Lin Xiao not giving Yan Duzhou the first move, Yan Duzhou did not grant Lin Xiao even a chance to counterattack. He had disappeared instantly after appearing, clearly deciding beforehand that his previous attack would not hit. Lin Xiao did not grow restless because of the missed opportunity but sighed instead. Old Yan, this guy is still as meticulous and unsatisfying as ever. No, one might say that compared to how he used to be, he now seems even more terrifyingly calm. He had never expected that facing this old rival, he could gain any advantage through positional traps, so all he did was curve his lips slightly after this ambush began and ended without truly starting, then immediately started planning the next step. After losing the target, the Ghost Taoist did not stop its movements. Dropping a wisp of ghost flame toward the bushes, it suddenly changed direction and sprinted toward another direction. Be it a fated encounter or a destined coincidence, the characters met face to face without warning during their rapid movement. In just a flash, hellfire erupted around the dark mage, igniting large black flames on the ground while ice pillars also shot up beside the Ghost Taoist as if blossoms bloomed instantly. Next, both initiated spectral steps simultaneously, moving quickly while a bright green glow, one black, one blue, flashed from their staves as the most eye-catching points on the screen. Magnificent and dazzling skills collided across the map, creating shockwaves and loud rumbling noises. The originally dim map was illuminated momentarily due to the dense release of magic, presenting a splendid light curtain and visual effects comparable to a 5v5 battle. However, amidst the dazzling light effects, vague outlines of two figures could still be seen moving rapidly. Under these circumstances, Xiao Li, standing by, had been thoroughly stunned. He always knew that Lin Xiao's operation speed was fast, but he never thought it could be this quick. He always knew that Lin Xiao was an excellent player, but he never imagined him being able to stand evenly against full firepower unleashed by Lord Yan. If at first he didn't think Lin Xiao stood a chance, then now, he mysteriously started looking forward to the scenario where Lin Xiao might really defeat Yan Duzhou. However, from the current status of both sides' health bars, the Ghost Taoist's blood loss obviously surpassed the rate of the Dark Mages. Lin Xiao was also suffering quietly at this time. Previous matches were fine, but when encountering top-notch experts like now, the equipment, a set of king of small PC cafe peripherals, he was using truly lagged behind and held him back severely. This confrontation tested both parties' adaptive speed. Due to the overly stiff equipment buttons, neither skill frequency nor operational speed could keep up with his rhythm. This not only significantly increased hand fatigue but since the start of their encounter, he had been at a disadvantage under Yan Duzhou's dominance. Afterward, what looked like intense battles were actually mere cover for defense on his part. As his health bar was about to be emptied, Lin Xiao forcibly increased his hand speed once again, ready for a final counterattack. But suddenly, there was a click sound, and as the monitor turned dark, the computer screen plunged into complete darkness. Shit! Xiao Li, who had been watching with excitement, was now utterly speechless. What the hell is going on? This is beyond bizarre, didn't see it coming, and can't predict the ending either. Seriously? Power outage? Lin Xiao took off his headphones, looking somewhat puzzled as he glanced around. Sorry, slipped and stepped on the power strip, Eugene said nonchalantly. His foot lightly tapped the power indicator light that came back on, adding, since we're shutting down, today's extra training ends here. Wow, your slip was perfectly timed, wasn't it, Captain Yu? Lin Xiao, ignoring Xiao Li's pained expression, massaged his 10 sore fingers with a smile before praising him. As they spoke, Eugene casually pulled out a large bag of something from somewhere and placed it on Lin Xiao's desk, for your use during training. If you don't achieve your goal, I'll take it all back. Xiao Li asked curiously, do you have specific training goals? What are they? Eugene answered bluntly, none of your business. Lin Xiao grinned mischievously, it's a secret. Xiao Li muttered under his breath. Lu Zhisin thought seriously for a moment and suggested, maybe, we should set ourselves a goal too. Great idea. Xiao Li smirked at Lin Xiao with disdain, pulling Lu Zhisin over to his computer table, having a goal makes you so special, huh? We'll set one too. Humph. Chapter 69. In the center of the computer screen, the fierce battle that had been taking place suddenly came to a complete halt. The dense skills woven by the Black Mage's staff light abruptly stopped, leaving only the ghostly Taoist with 1/4 of his health bar remaining standing motionlessly in place. Compared to the tense scene just moments ago, this now felt particularly abrupt. Song Lan was holding a cup and had watched the entire match from behind Yan Duzhou's computer, feeling pumped up with excitement. But then they encountered this sudden freeze-like scenario, which momentarily left her stunned. She stared at the ghostly Taoist standing there like a statue for a long time. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped his body, and the word, victory, popped up on the screen. Song Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter, come on, he disconnected. In Zone's ranked ladder system, outside of 3v3 and 5v5 team matches, if a player disconnects in a personal match for over 5 minutes, it is treated as surrendering. After exiting the battle map, Yan Duzhou glanced at his ranking, which had risen another position, yet didn't show even a trace of joy. He did not choose to requie, instead, he directly quit the game and turned off the computer. Seeing Yan Duzhou getting up and heading out, Song Lan followed closely behind him, still reflecting thoughtfully, Captain Yan, it's really been a while since we've seen such a formidable ghostly Taoist. Is that love ghost really the domestic server player they say he is? Yan Duzhou replied with a simple affirmation, Then Captain Yan, do you know him? From this response, Song Lan sensed a hint of other implications and couldn't help but become more curious. Who exactly is this person? He seems quite skilled. Is there any chance we could recruit him into our team? Yan Duzhou barely hesitated, answering directly, he won't come. Well then, though Song Lan had merely said this in passing, she wasn't too disappointed by the reply, and rather chuckled lightly. Anyway, no matter what, he's not as good as you, Captain Yan. It doesn't matter if he's absent or not. Although the opponent on the other side unexpectedly disconnected for some reason just now, following this trend, the large difference in bloodline would have resulted in him losing anyway. Yan Duzhou, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted his steps. Song Lan, unprepared, almost bumped into him, hurriedly steadying her teacup in a fluster, exclaiming, ouch. Watch out, Captain Yan. Yan Duzhou glanced down at her for a moment without reacting to her outcry. Have you forgotten everything I taught you? No, I haven't. Under such an intense gaze, Song Lan's expression gradually became serious. Captain Yan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have entertained any thoughts of underestimating the opponent. Just now, I acted too rashly. Yen Duzhou finally seemed satisfied, withdrawing his gaze and reminiscing about the battle that just took place, narrating slowly but firmly, always remember, facing anyone, any opponent, as long as the fight hasn't ended, never let your guard down. Especially when it comes to opponents worthy of respect. Song Lan solemnly nodded, I've remembered. You are the future captain of the Apocalypse team. It's high time you started learning how to shoulder responsibility alone. After finishing these words, Yen Duzhou step by step walked to the end of the corridor, turning a corner until his figure disappeared from sight. He never once looked back. Song Lan remained dumbfounded in place, so struck by the last sentence that she even forgot to move forward and catch up with that man. Just a few days ago, she had also heard people mention the content of the conversation between Captain Yen and Manager Fu, supposedly discussing retirement plans, but she had given such rumors no attention at all. Because she knew too well the captain who had promoted her personally, understood too clearly what esports meant to this man in terms of status. And precisely because of that understanding, even though she fully realized that Yen Duzhou had long surpassed the typical retirement age, she still believed wholeheartedly that the fearsome Yen Wang, who strikes terror in everyone's hearts, absolutely would not abandon his team, would not forsake esports. However, those words just now caused Song Lan's mind to fall into chaos right here and now, unable to think clearly about anything. So, does Captain Yen mean it this time? Is he really preparing to retire? On Baidu Chiba, the rankings for the Korean server were updating in real time. As soon as the new round of combat concluded, and everyone noticed that Yen Duzhou, Black Boat's ranking had climbed to 5th place, there was a wave of jubilant reactions among the players. But quickly, others observed that Lovely Ghost, who had been consistently climbing the ranks, had dropped a position simultaneously. Could it be true that after entering the top 10, things were starting to go downhill? Someone suspiciously went to check the combat record specifically. Without checking, one wouldn't know. Upon checking, they were startled. When they saw the ID of the Black Mage on the opposing side in the combat list, the posts and discussions instantly stacked up into a towering thread. Lovely Ghost versus Black Boat. Isn't this like family members fighting each other? However, judging from the results of this match, does it also mean that despite Lovely Ghost's earlier exaggerated and crazy record, he still unavoidably gets swept 2 o'clock by Yen Duzhou, the #1 domestic player? Players from the national server simultaneously worshipped Yen Duzhou's strength and felt a certain degree of disappointment inevitably, since there had been a significant number of people who had hoped this mysterious expert could seize the first-place position on the Korean server. The current situation was clearly telling them, Lovely Ghost might not be as strong as they had imagined, nearing godlike levels. But this minor sentiment didn't overly affect the national players' anticipation too much. After all, Lovely Ghost lost to Yen Duzhou and not some other Korean players. In their minds, they couldn't help but make some invigorating assumptions. Even if Lovely Ghost can't ascend to the top of the Korean server, perhaps he could try to reach the 2nd or 3rd position. If he can occupy 2 out of the top 3 spots or even more, it would undoubtedly slap a prominent mark on the faces of those shouting Korean people. With such thoughts, the national players watching became energized again, filling themselves with excitement about the upcoming ladder ranking situations. However, what they didn't know was that this match wasn't just watched by the domestic players. Simultaneously, it drew attention from ACE team located far away in Seoul, South Korea. Devin was leading his teammates in an exhibition game today, when coincidentally he noticed Yen Duzhou logging online in his friends list, prompting him to temporarily change the training content to analyze individual battle matches. In his original expectation, with Yen Duzhou ranked 6th in the ladder at the moment, any Korean player he faced in high-tier matches would be excellent material for analysis. What he didn't expect was whether due to the other party's good luck or his own, this match happened to encounter Lovely Ghost, who was recently in the spotlight, giving him the opportunity to evaluate both individuals at once. Although the match only went through its preliminary segment before concluding comically with Lovely Ghost disconnecting, every aspect, from the combat positioning to operational details, indicated it was a match that could be considered of world-class level. After finishing the analysis with the team and letting them continue their respective training, Devin closed down the spectator footage and leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Images from the battle flickered through his mind like a movie reel, each ingenious detail crystal clear, almost as if directly in front of his eyes. The captain of Apocalypse team and one of the players he respected most, Yen Duzhou, despite being at an age where he should have retired long ago, displayed impressive strength and brilliance consistently deserving admiration. Nevertheless, the person who truly caught his attention in this battle was that mysterious master, Lovely Ghost. From the initial evasive movements to precise positional judgments and execution techniques, and then further to their quick bursts when facing off against each other, all of it kept bringing someone deep in his memory back, someone who could never appear again now. But it was merely a resemblance. Based on the brief performance in this match alone, the skills of his old friend, whose operation exceeded Lovely Ghost's both in accuracy and fierceness, left no doubt in Devin's mind. Thinking back to all the professional ghostly Taoist players in China's various teams, Devin couldn't recall ever encountering such a role. He will be a strong rival for your Korean team. Yen Duzhou's words echoed clearly in his ears. Devin's lips couldn't help but curl slightly upwards, landing with interest on the ID shown on the screen. Oh, a strong rival, is it? If previously he hadn't paid too much attention due to thinking it was all hype, right at this moment, he did start looking forward to this mysterious master. Who wouldn't be, considering they both coincidentally rank among the top players in the ghostly Taoist class? He casually pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, it's Devin. Find out Lovely Ghost's online pattern for me. Yes, notify me the next time he logs on. Oh, right, I fancy doing some sniping this time. After the call, he tapped his foot lightly on the ground, slowly spinning his chair towards the window. The sunlight fell across his face, accentuating the curve of his lips. Lin, it's been so long since someone as interesting as you appeared. Achoo, achoo, choo. Lin Xiao had just returned to the dormitory after extorting an afternoon tea from Xiaoli, but before he even entered the room, consecutive sneezes nearly caused him to collapse headfirst onto the floor. He rubbed his nose tip and suspiciously eyed the retreating figure outside the door. Boss Xiao, did you slip something into my tea earlier? Xiao Li's lips twitched, unable to resist raising a leg to kick him. With swift reflexes, Lin Xiao ducked inside, slamming the door shut. After a heavy thud followed by cries of pain, faint murmurs could be heard through the walls. Ah, team leader you, it wasn't intentional. Yes, I'll compensate. Definitely. A moment later, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw a brief text from Xiao Li, you're in for it now. Smiling broadly, Lin Xiao placed his phone on the table and threw himself comfortably back onto the bed. The intensive training these days was truly exhausting. Chapter 70. Monkey Senior, hey, hey, hey. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Lin Xiao had just opened QQ after resting for a day when he received a barrage of messages. He replied helplessly, yes, what's up? Do you need another video? Monkey Senior, Tisk, TSK, the videos are just small stuff. Can we aim higher? When are you planning to start climbing the rankings? Let me add you as a friend and watch your live stream as an observer. The price is negotiable. With that said, Lin Xiao understood instantly and sent back a smiley face. What's going on? Planning to make a small fortune off my rising fame? Monkey Senior corrected him, this is called getting rich together. B.D. Lin Xiao, actually, I could live stream too. We can split the revenue 8-2, with me taking 8 and you getting 2. Monkey Senior slammed the table, are you joking? Lin Xiao, oops, you found me out. Monkey Senior. Lin Xiao, alright, it's a 7-3 split. Yeah, 7 for me, 3 for you. Monkey Senior, gonna make you explode. I don't mind overdoing it a little. Smiley face, Lin Xiao replied, today, I'm actually preparing to surge to the top of the Korean server rankings. If you think this deal isn't fair, then I'll find someone else to collaborate with. He had just dropped to the 11th place yesterday, and if he wanted to reach first in the Korean server, he'd at least need around 20 straight wins. Monkey Senior's lips twitched momentarily before deciding reluctantly to type 2 words, deal. Ho Hao, sitting in front of his computer, lit a cigarette gloomily. Carrying a light sorrowful mood, he gazed at the clouds outside the window, lost in a flood of thoughts. If it weren't for cultivating the emotional brand of Monkey Senior's live streams, he would never cooperate with this guy who lacked moral boundaries. Even so, a 30% cut was still no small amount of money with Lovely Ghost's current popularity. With good luck, it might even secure his position as the number 1 on the platform. Taking a deep breath, Ho Hao wasted no time, urging Lin Xiao to log into his game account after adding Korean server friends, renaming the live stream room to Lovely Ghost's Climb to the Top of Korean server rankings, and starting the broadcast. Almost immediately after changing the room name, batches of Chinese players began flooding into the live stream room, with online numbers skyrocketing at an eye-dazzling speed. Monkey Senior's especially excited voice echoed throughout the live stream room, welcome everyone to Monkey Senior's live stream room. Today, we're broadcasting the legendary young talent Lovely Ghost's full journey to become number 1 on the Korean server rankings. Now we've also launched a betting reward prediction activity where you can bet on whether our Lovely Ghost will achieve this goal today. First come, first serve, until all bets are filled. The moment those words were spoken, the entire screen was inundated by a storm of chat messages. Numerous cheers mixed with some occasionally appearing disdainful remarks shot across like rockets, covering everyone's vision. Just at that moment, the indicator light in front of Lovely Ghost's profile icon in the friend list turned yellow, signaling the start of his first solo ranked match of the day. Glancing briefly at the opponent's class, he quickly banned 2 maps, set up his equipment, and swiftly entered the loading interface. From the 11th place surging to the first seemed only a difference of 10 positions, but the amount of experience required far exceeded imagination. So when that statement was heard, Monkey Senior actually treated it entirely as a joke, and the room title was merely a hook to attract attention. However, concerning this matter, if asked whether Lin Xiao was serious or not, his answer would undoubtedly be, of course I'm serious. After all, the special training period given by Yu Jing had already ended, and in a certain way, he hadn't accomplished the assigned task within the specified time. If previously he could blame it on the Xiaoboang equipment, now he had a set of exquisite high-end devices under his control, and thus couldn't excuse himself anymore. A promise made must be fulfilled, this was one of Lin Xiao's principles. Moreover, now he was indebted to others. Lin Xiao grinned broadly as he caressed the keyboard, feeling the tactile sensation under his fingertips. As soon as the loading screen disappeared, he began swiftly maneuvering the ghost priest with intricate movements. Game time, 0 minutes and 36 seconds. The two players met at the top right corner of the map. The ghost priest skillfully avoided a direct rush from the shadow swordsman using precise positioning and hid behind the terrain to predict and ambush the enemy, managing to reduce their health by a third. At 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the shadow swordsman was ambushed by the ghost priest. After both leaped into action, the shadow swordsman attempted to chase the ghost priest but ended up slowed by a void strike from the ground, disappearing again due to loss of control over positioning. By the 5-minute mark, the ghost priest reused an effective strategy, lying in wait and quickly finishing off the shadow swordsman's remaining HP bar, scoring the first blood. At 6 minutes and 15 seconds, the resurrected shadow swordsman tried to conceal himself while moving around for a sneak attack. However, just as they approached, they were struck down by the ghost priest's ultimate ability, 10,000 Ghosts Void, without any chance to struggle, taken out in one combo. At 7 minutes and 5 seconds, the second kill came, and victory was secured. Lovely Ghosts secured their first win of the day, bringing the ladder points back to the 10th place. We won. Flawless. In the live stream room, Monkey Sr. jumped off his chair in excitement. Meanwhile, the whole screen was dominated by countless repetitions of 666,666, so densely packed that the content became unreadable amidst the overlapping layers of text. Through the virtual internet, one could feel the cheers of countless domestic server players on the other side of the screen. Most players had seen Lovely Ghost's match video against Kong Min-jun, another top player in the Korean ladder. Even though today's opponent wasn't a professional player, it was still a massacre much like before. Somehow, everyone got the strange impression that this ghost priest streaming through the live feed seemed even more terrifying than what they imagined. Congratulations to Lovely Ghost for winning the opening game. Let's continue placing bets and guess who will win the next round. Monkey Sr. watched the number of viewers skyrocket, nearly doubling every moment, his eyes narrowing with joy. On Lin Zhao's end, a new match had already started. For him, how much money he'd make or how many people were watching in the live room was secondary. His only consideration right now was how to achieve the goal of becoming the top player in the Korean server as quickly as possible. This was the only way to properly repay the expensive esports equipment at his disposal. This was merely a simple warm-up for what would be a long day ahead. The feast had begun, and the battlefield of slaughter opened its gates. Lin Zhao's lips curled slightly upwards, his mood extraordinarily pleasant. So, have you experienced despair? The second match, highly anticipated by all, started and ended amid public jubilation, concluding even faster than the previous one, in just 6 minutes and 30 seconds. The third match saw a member of Korea's God team, who was easily defeated in 12 minutes. After 3 consecutive victories, a Korean pro gamer was eliminated, lifting the rank to 9th position. All players watching the match went wild with excitement. A thread documenting each battle was created in a forum, adopting Monkey Sr.'s live room name, attracting even more viewers. From then on, the number of people watching the stream directly broke through 10 million. Witnessing Lovely Ghost's overwhelming series of wins, anyone who previously questioned this mysterious master's abilities after Yandazu's match couldn't help but develop a single idea: this person might really achieve the feat of topping the Korean server. The full-screen chat comments transformed from initial scattered praise to a unified chant: climb the Korean server rankings. Dominate the leaderboard. By midday, Lin Zhao had achieved 8 consecutive victories, ranking 6th. This incredible and almost unbelievable speed of climbing didn't just astonish Chinese players, Korean players who noticed the ranking changes also went completely crazy. Winning continuously, earning points non-stop, climbing relentlessly, it was as if they were unstoppable within the Korean server, heading straight toward the number 1 spot with such strong momentum. Until noon, Lin Zhao had already won 8 games in a row, ascending to 6th place. This overwhelming ascension left not only Chinese gamers in disbelief but sent ripples through the Korean community as well, creating chaos akin to a storm sweeping through the ranks. It was evident that nothing would stand in the way of his climb to the summit. If Lovely Ghost had merely caught the attention of Korean server players before, then at this very moment, their intimidation factor had clearly surpassed even Yandazu. As the Korean server was astonished, professional players in the top echelons of the ladder all logged into the game, beginning an overwhelming counterattack to defend what little dignity they had left. However, even after being matched up with 4 Korean professional players in succession, Lovely Ghost's winning streak remained completely unimpeded. The few top-tier professionals who faced Lovely Ghost were all defeated and knocked off their perch one after another. By 7 p.m., having achieved an 18-game winning streak, Lovely Ghost ranked 2nd place. There was only one step left to reach the summit. All Korean players pinned their final hope on Devon, the current number 1 player in the Korean server and a renowned ghost priest. When the matchmaking completed and the participants' IDs became visible, both Chinese and Korean server players finally went utterly wild. Lovely Ghost vs. Devon. Lovely Ghost's current ladder score stood at 3,488 points, while Devon's ladder score was 3,600 points. Because both players had high hidden scores, the winner of this match would receive 100 points, while the loser would lose a corresponding 100 points. In other words, if Lovely Ghost originally needed 2 more matches to surpass Devon and claim the top spot in the Korean server, this match would now serve as the decisive contest for first place in the Korean server. Looking at the familiar ID across from him, Lin Zhao's deep-set eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a smile tinged with interest. This is really intriguing. It seems everyone has been brought out into the open. Chapter 71. In the final round, Devon finally managed to face Lovely Ghost. As he let out a sigh of relief, an overwhelming sense of pressure also washed over him. In any previous match, the stakes would not have been as heavy as they were now. But at this very moment, he was fully aware that the eyes on this match were not only from esports fans in China and South Korea but also from observers in many other countries, all keenly watching the competitive gaming strength of these two nations. This match had transcended the level where anyone could control it, reaching an unprecedented height. Strictly speaking, Devon was now just a retired player like any other. After shedding his many accolades, he shouldn't have had to bear such immense pressure again. But at this point, with no alternatives available, he found himself backed into a corner. Indeed, for Devon, it was a situation filled with silent suffering. In truth, from the very first match after Lovely Ghost went online, he had already begun trying to confront this mysterious Chinese master. However, no matter what, they hadn't matched up until this life-or-death final round when fate finally brought them together. It had to be deliberate. How incredibly ingenious. Devon could only let out a helpless sigh, his expression growing increasingly serious as he gazed at the screen. The other players from the ACE team had stopped all their training routines, gathering layer by layer around the computer desks, breathlessly watching this battle of the century. Both parties began entering the ban selection phase. When the opponent's first ban removed the Lava Inferno map, a flicker of surprise passed through Devon's eyes. Without hesitation, he banned Desert Maze. Next, Lovely Ghost banned Tomb of Perils. After a brief hesitation, Devon decided to ban Wilderness Forest, leaving Arctic Plains as the final battleground. A vast and open map like this clearly indicated a plan to settle the match quickly. One of the teammates frowned slightly beside him. "Coach, their banning strategy seems targeted at you." Another interjected, "Could they have been studying your strategies since the beginning?" Devon didn't reply, his silence affirming their suspicions. Indeed, judging by the earlier map banning pattern, the opponent seemed surprisingly familiar with him. Given his multifaceted identity, it wasn't surprising that someone had studied him, so he didn't delve into it further. As the loading of the map finished, under everyone's anticipation, the confrontation officially began. Monkey, temporarily acting as commentator in the live stream room, had expected Lin Xiao to drop some awe-inspiring English, similar to what he had seen in the recordings, to lighten the atmosphere a bit. However, after the first small-scale contact between the two sides ended, the chat remained eerily empty, neither having uttered a single word. Given this scenario, Monkey offered his own interpretation and couldn't help but reflect upon it. Truly, facing a high-level opponent was entirely different from dealing with amateurs or minor irritants, under immense pressure, who would even have the mood for jokes. So, was Lin Xiao really unable to spare a thought because he was up against Devon? Absolutely not. It was simply due to an ancient Chinese saying, too much talk leads to mistakes. Who was Devon? The one whose paths crossed internationally years ago, leading to regret at not meeting sooner. Both could communicate happily despite speaking different languages. If Lin Xiao indulged himself now by engaging in unnecessary English banter, he'd have far more to think about later. And yes, he must warn Yen not to betray their revolutionary friendship. As this crossed Lin Xiao's mind, his hands moved dexterously, initiating Phantom Rush as soon as the two entered each other's vision range, rushing forward boldly. The initial contact shortly after the start of the match was still vivid in the audience's minds. That time, both parties, testing the waters, engaged in a cautious and indirect battle, losing one health bar apiece, without either gaining an advantage. However, everyone was taken aback as Lovely Ghost suddenly switched from the previously cautious style to an aggressive and ruthless approach right before their eyes. There wasn't much time for people to savor the change. In just a blink, both players had begun to chant their spells simultaneously, quickly entangling the battle again. In this exchange, though Lovely Ghost gained the upper hand due to decisive action, Devon capitalized on a minor error during their clash. As a result, Lovely Ghost found himself at a noticeable disadvantage by the end. With his health bar almost depleted and Devon still retaining more than half of his, the spectators in the live streaming room could not help but hold their breaths tensely. After Devon placed an elemental curse that reduced magic resistance on Lovely Ghost, he hurled a spectral fire towards him. The moment the skill struck Lovely Ghost, his figure flickered and vanished instantly from where he had been standing moments ago. The skill missed entirely. From Devon's first-person perspective, it seemed as if Lovely Ghost had evaporated into thin air all of a sudden, leaving behind only a vacant cliffside with no trace left. However, compared to ACE team members' confusion about what happened, the audience watching via first-person perspectives through the live stream had seen everything clearly. Because they had such an unobstructed view of events, expressions were now universally frozen in shock and distortion across everyone's faces. At this very moment, a voice roared in their heads, "Holy crap, you can actually do this." The location of the previous duel between the two was at the edge of a cliff on the bottom left section of the Arctic Plains map. Lovely Ghost had been pushed by Devon almost to a point with no escape route available. But right when the final lethal move fell upon him, his leap step cooldown had just finished. With no hesitation, he executed the maneuver and broke free from immediate danger. Ordinarily, this kind of quick reaction maneuver would seem completely natural in high-level play. However, it was the direction Lovely Ghost leaped that stood out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, instead of retreating to any position atop the icy peaks, Lovely Ghost dived straight off the cliff. This is why from Devon's main vision perspective, Lovely Ghost appeared to vanish mysteriously. When someone leaps into the abyss, naturally no remains will be left to find up there. According to Zone game mechanics, following all the classic 3D gaming designs, falling from such a height should have wiped away enough hit points many times over what Lovely Ghost had left. Yet, despite having indeed made the jump, there was no indication from the system of death being declared. This realization brought tears streaming down the faces of those aware of the situation. Currently viewing through Lovely Ghost's field of vision, all one could see was clear crystalline ice everywhere on the screen. Being so close to the ground allowed even the detailed ice crystals to be vividly visible. If the circumstances weren't so life and death critical, perhaps admiration would be expressed once again for the Zone production team's artistry akin to perfectionist Virgos. But now, none of that mattered. Everyone's attention was fully focused instead on Lovely Ghost's current predicament. Before this, who could have imagined that beneath this part of the Arctic Plains map cliff was a ledge sticking out just wide enough to accommodate a single person? No, this wasn't something anyone could have predicted. It's entirely outlandish how anyone could be bored enough to discover such trivial details in the design. Or maybe practice jumping off cliffs to die tragically occasionally. And yet precisely because of this utterly inexplicable discovery that silenced all criticism, Lovely Ghost managed to not only successfully escape the clutches of death through clever utilization of the terrain detail but also boldly chanted, "Void of 10,000 ghosts," with focus intact while pressing close against the icy wall. The distance from this ledge to Devon's present position fell perfectly within the spellcasting range of the Ghost Wizard. Of course, Devon, unaware of the upcoming dramatic reversal, remained oblivious. Audience Member A. Audience Member B. Audience Member C. Audience Member N, X10086 plus ID number. At this moment, the chat section of the live streaming room was completely overwhelmed by a flood of ellipses dominating the entire screen. System First Blood. Even as the message announcing Devon's death and the first blood popped up, the live streaming room remained filled with endless ellipses that continued to flow without pause. Not a single person felt the urge to cheer or celebrate. The emotions were there, but why couldn't they come out in words? How could one describe it? As patriotic esports fans, they should have been overjoyed at Lovely Ghost's temporary lead. But winning the first blood in such an incomprehensible, untalkable way certainly left everyone unable to feel excited. Everyone shed tears uncontrollably. At this moment, their feelings were truly too complicated to express. As for Lin Xiao, he was completely unaware of the public's inner cries. After controlling his character to look around for a bit, he proceeded to climb back up along the adjacent cliff, swaying his hips all the while. Then, he found a nearby ice hole, crouched down, and crawled inside, disregarding any sort of decorum. This time, not only did the audience struggle to enjoy themselves anymore, but even Monkey Sr. couldn't maintain his high spirits. His lips twitched repeatedly, and he barely managed to hold back from unleashing full-scale commentary right in front of millions of online viewers, nearly suffering internal injuries as a result. So, Ho Hao's current inner monologue went like this: "Hey, brother Mengui. This is the life or death match against the number one in the Korean server. Can we at least show some expert-like demeanor already? If you keep doing this, there's no way I can broadcast happily." Chapter 72. Despite being in an absolutely advantageous position, the loss of first blood came unexpectedly. Compared to some Chinese viewers who couldn't stay calm, Devon seemed rather composed. After comprehending the critical point, he just slightly furrowed his brows and gazed at the opponent's ID, deep in thought. After a brief consideration, the official players of ACE team naturally understood as well, all appearing somewhat disgruntled. They obviously showed disdain for this opportunistic way of winning. Faced with the dissatisfaction among his teammates, Devon calmly said, "Victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. Remember, there are no excuses in the battlefield, there are only results." After he spoke, silence immediately enveloped the surroundings. Devon no longer paid attention to their emotions but focused intently on the match again. After respawning and returning to the battlefield, he almost moved without hesitation toward the previous coordinates where the battle took place. At this moment, the enemy had only a sliver of health left, needing just one skill to easily take him down. The decisive point of the game would predictably come down to the second life showdown between the two parties. However, to his surprise, when he arrived back at that location, the opponent was nowhere to be seen. Could it be an ambush? With heightened alertness, Devon became much more cautious during his movement. His gaze, after spinning around, finally settled on a peculiarly prominent ice cavern amidst the vast expanse of icy plain not too far away. The audience in the live stream saw how Devon had determined Lovely Ghost's actual hiding spot purely based on his guesses and couldn't help tensing up and holding their breaths. Though the situation might seem unfavorable, it was still, after all, a match concerning the honor of esports, and bias could never be absent. As Devon was about to step into casting range, from Lovely Ghost's perspective, because the ice wall blocked his view, he shouldn't be able to see any of the outside conditions. But the glow on his staff flared up as if equipped with a surveillance device. Without hesitation, Lovely Ghost cast his spell at the exact instant when hitting the target was assured. At the very moment the spell fell, Devon suddenly leaped forward, closing the distance between them abruptly. The glow on his staff surged immediately, landing exactly at the single hidden spot behind the ice cavern where Lovely Ghost was supposed to be hiding. This sequence of operations could be described as perfect coordination, not involving even a single unnecessary positioning or delay. There was neither pause nor hesitation in every move he made. This time, Lovely Ghost was truly going to die. The first skill to land was the Frost Curse, already enough to create a split-second pause that could impact the outcome of the match. With Lovely Ghost's current remaining health, merely by following up with any damaging skill afterward, it would definitely cause his death. True enough, as the Frost Curse landed, in that split second, the light from Devon's staff flared up brightly. The incantation of the spectral flame had concluded, resembling the shadow of the Grim Reaper sweeping toward Lovely Ghost hiding behind the ice cavern. This set of maneuvers was incredibly swift. Once the Frost Curse hit, all of Lovely Ghost's actions afterward would be completely halted, simultaneously combining with the damage from the spectral flame to effortlessly claim his life. When everyone had already pictured in their minds the complete process of his death, an unexpected change occurred. Just before the Frost Curse landed, Lovely Ghost suddenly executed a positional leap, the leap step. In the instant that the Frost Curse dropped, despite having no visible indication of the enemy's action, through godlike prediction, Lovely Ghost activated the leap step, causing both spells to entirely miss their marks. Even more astonishing was that before avoiding the skills, he had already flawlessly completed the incantation of his ultimate ability. Almost as soon as he landed from his leap, the dim curtain formed by 10,000 ghosts in void rose under Devon's feet, heavily enclosing him within. In that instant, everyone's mind was practically frozen. How was this possible? But Lovely Ghost did not give everyone enough time to react. As his staff rotated, he began releasing skills one after another, overwhelming Devon, who had lost sight of him and carried the weakness debuff, bombarding him continuously. Streams of light became the most glaring scenery in the scene, and Devon, who had just used Leap Step a moment ago, was forced to activate Ghost Step, dodging skills while retreating out of the range covered by 10,000 ghosts in void. It must be said that Devon's positioning was truly top-notch. Even under the condition of completely losing sight, he still managed to evade the majority of the subsequent attacks. Upon regaining vision, he didn't hesitate at all and decisively eliminated Lovely Ghost's remaining health. But at this point, the fully healthy Devon from a moment ago now stood before the opponent's corpse, having been reduced to about half his life force. By trading 50% of his health for only 5% of Lovely Ghost's, even though the kill-death ratio had caught up to 1-to-1, it felt subtly similar to trying to bully a maiden for ill intent, only to be overturned and robbed instead. Just moments ago, the live stream room's large screen was dominated by ellipses, but now it was overwhelmed by an ocean of 666,666. As she looked at the dimming screen, Lin Xiao rubbed her sore shoulder and stretched with a yawn, but when she heard someone unexpectedly say behind her, "Seems like things progressed well while I was gone," she immediately choked back the rest of her yawn. She didn't know exactly when Yujing came in. Looking back, she only saw him holding a stack of documents, and because he had just returned from outside, there was a slight chill around him as night fell. Under the bright yet somewhat thin light of the hall, he exuded a unique quality. "The feel of the new equipment is great, so I couldn't help but play a few more rounds." Lin Xiao, looking at his pristine white shirt almost blinding her, handed over the coat lying next to her to Yujing and asked, "Wasn't it just a routine meeting for the playoffs? Why did you come back so late?" "I had dinner with some people from other teams." Yujing didn't hesitate to take the coat and casually draped it over his shoulders, his gaze falling on the lit-up computer screen where he said, "The opponent surrendered." "Surrendered?" Shocked, Lin Xiao turned around and indeed saw Devon's message lingering in the map channel chat records, "GG. GG." Though in today's 3v3 or 5v5 random ladder matches, it is often used sarcastically to mock an opponent for being bad and ruining the game, many people have already forgotten that these two letters also mean something else: good game. Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly as she also politely replied, "GG." Devon was a smart person, he should have clearly understood from their previous match that the hard strength between them was evenly matched. After gaining an advantage through clever tactics earlier, it would be completely impossible to pit his remaining 50% life against Lovely Ghost's full 100%. Of course, if it were someone else, they probably wouldn't choose such an unimpressive way to conclude the battle, which was why this was the Devon she knew, extraordinarily straightforward in his attitude toward esports. With the opponent's surrender, the match ended. Returning to the main interface, a notification of the increased ladder points appeared in the center of the screen, accompanied by a brilliant trophy emblem with the dazzling words #1 that grabbed everyone's attention in the live stream room. #1 in the Korean server. They had successfully claimed the summit. Everyone went utterly wild. However, before they could express their extreme excitement through messages, the main screen darkened, plunging the entire live stream room into darkness. For a moment, everyone was perplexed, then realized that the person had quit the game and shut down. Little Ho Yi, who was celebrating fervently a moment ago, quickly changed his tune after this sudden turn of events. "Come on. Let's support Lovely Ghost becoming #1 in the Korean server, let's drop deep water torpedoes. Go, go, don't stop." After shutting down her computer, Lin Xiao leaned back in her chair and turned around, smiling at Yujing. "What do you think, Captain Yu? I told you we could accomplish the task, right?" Yujing said, "Oh, impressive." Lin Xiao, looking at his handsome face that was completely impervious to her charm, sighed with complex emotions. "That's it?" Yujing stared at her, then after a pause, said, "An extra meal." Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. How stingy can you get? Sigh, fine, 1 meal it is, but I'm eating well. Yu Jing said, whatever you want. Lin Xiao glanced at the clearly weary expression on his face, relaxed her muscles a bit, stood up, and draped an arm over his shoulder as she walked him out with ease. Oh man, I'm so tired from gaming all day. It's already this late, gotta go back and rest quickly. Yu Jing's gaze briefly swept over her hand that rested on his shoulder but said nothing as he let her push him along. The next morning, Lin Xiao was just sleeping comfortably when she was startled awake by a thunderous knocking at the door. Opening it with her hair looking like a mess of straw, she hadn't even gotten a clear view of who it was before being suddenly shoved back into the room. Rubbing her eyes, it took her a while to realize that the person naturally opening the laptop on her desk was none other than its rightful owner, Xiaoli. After all, since it was technically someone else's laptop, Lin Xiao didn't have much to say about it, but she couldn't help expressing deep dissatisfaction about having her slumber disturbed so early. Hey, could we agree on a contract? No matter what, you come find me in the afternoon, okay, Mr. Xiao. Xiaoli finally turned around after fiddling with the laptop, his eyes shining brightly. Man, you really did it. You actually reached the #1 rank on the Korean server in just one day. Come on, log in and show me, let me feel what it's like to be #1. So rare, why don't you just get your own account to level up then, Master Pro Gamer? Lin Xiao shot him a look filled with exasperation before yawning and lazily sitting in front of the computer desk. She inputted the account details on the Korean server login interface he had already opened. After confirming the login. But instead of the lobby interface, a prominent message box popped up. Since the entire message box was written in Korean, Lin Xiao obviously couldn't understand any of it. Turning her head, she saw Xiao Li's expression seemed off, prompting her curiosity to ask, what does it say? Xiao Li turned his complex expression toward her, hesitating for a moment before speaking, his voice muffled with suppressed anger. The Lovely Ghost account has been banned for 3 years, reason, suspected use of third-party software. A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Xiao's eyes, but there was no trace of anger. Instead, her eyes lit up with understanding amusement. Being suspected of using third-party software was just a more polite way of saying it. In the most straightforward and brutal terms, the reason for the ban was, you use cheats. It must be said, under the current public opinion pressure, the way the Koreans handled the situation was truly interesting. Chapter 73. For the esports circles of both countries, when the news broke that Lovely Ghost was suspected of using third-party software, it instantly caused an explosion. As for the Korean server, this news was undoubtedly welcomed with open arms. In just a short morning, almost every page of South Korean forums was filled with discussions about Lovely Ghost's ban. Many Korean players who had been suppressing their frustrations for days finally came out in full force. Among all those posts, the term most frequently mentioned was undeniably the particularly annoying nickname, cheater. Naturally, Chinese server players could not sit idle in the face of such provocations and smear tactics. The audience who had watched the live stream that day uploaded the recorded videos to the forum, retorting that the Koreans were simply sore losers who resorted to accusations. How could a player who was thoroughly dominated need to rely on cheats? Here are the videos that tell the truth. What do you have? Bring evidence if you can. On the Korean side, they turned a blind eye to such cross-border challenges. Some users even started an analytical thread on the Korean forums, pointing out that through these videos, Lovely Ghost's unbelievably precise prejudgment was truly unfathomable. Combined with the comparison of the rapid ranking climb from a few days ago, which did not align with the performance on that day, especially the earlier defeat against Yen Duzhou, it left much room for doubt. After all, even Yen Duzhou only managed to progress a few spots after using the game for so many days. Thus, the rise of an enigmatic casual player surpassing Yen Duzhou to become the first in the Korean server within a day without any losses seemed reasonable if one considered the use of cheats. After all, although different operators manage the versions of the zone in various countries, the overall control remains in the hands of the developers, who uphold fair principles. Up until now, there has never been a case of mistaken bans. This post was highly upvoted by countless Korean players, staying at the top of the forum homepage for a long time. When translated and posted on the Chinese forum, it caused a huge stir, and the Chinese server erupted completely. Shit. We've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. So whenever your big shot loses, it must be because the opponent cheated. Just admit you can't accept losing. Right at this moment, Devon, upon discovering this news, posted a message on Facebook immediately. He publicly stated that Lovely Ghost was a very capable player. Although he did not know the root cause of the cheating allegations, solely from the operational skill level, the other party was no less than him. After this message was released, the current situation became even more complicated. Some motivated players expressed support for Devon's willingness to take responsibility and acknowledged Lovely Ghost's achievement of reaching the top. However, another group of people mocked Devon on his Facebook profile, believing that due to his declining skills, Devon had fallen from grace and was now turning his back on the Korean server while trying to justify his own decline. The Korean players who stubbornly clung to the cheat allegations unanimously expressed that a cheater is a cheater. Otherwise, why not create a new account and reclimb the rankings as proof, or if genuinely wronged, why not approach the official channels? Chinese server players were understandably frustrated by such blatant provocations. However, despite waiting for several days, they saw no response from Lovely Ghost himself. Some assumed it might be because the great player did not understand Korean, so they voluntarily contacted the Korean server officials demanding an explanation, only to receive replies stating that indeed, signs of third-party software usage were detected during the match that day, and all appeals were rejected. Amidst all the turmoil, some careful players discovered something interesting while reviewing Lovely Ghost's match records for that day. At 9:45 p.m., after finishing his game with Devon, Lovely Ghost had already logged out of the game. However, at 1:25 a.m. the next morning, there was unexpectedly a strange matchmaking game. Unlike ranked matches, regular matchmaking games are usually used by players to try out new skill combinations or equipment setups without affecting ladder points. Simply put, it's a form of casual entertainment play. Therefore, Lovely Ghost's final match before the ban was not the championship showdown with Devon, but this particular matchmaking game. This discovery triggered numerous speculations among the players on the Chinese server regarding what exactly transpired during that matchmaking game. However, due to Lovely Ghost's continued silence, this small wave of discussion amidst all the chaos quickly faded away and was drowned out by the ensuing uproar. Somewhere in an apartment complex in Korea, a man in a dark brown t-shirt sat lazily on the couch drinking coffee. Next to the illuminated computer screen, the man moved his mouse hand restlessly. Under the reflection of light, his face looked slightly distorted due to his unrestrained laughter. Yet, this face was one no Korean server player would find unfamiliar. Jiang Minjun. He went through page after page of posts ridiculing Lovely Ghost, his smile growing broader. But when he saw the news of Devon speaking up, his brows furrowed, and he sniffed disdainfully. Does Devon really think being a two-time champion gives him the authority to influence online opinions? I just did China a favor and gave him some face-saving grace for his losses, yet he still acts so shameless. The man on the couch glanced at him briefly and said, "You can think these thoughts yourself, but don't go saying them out loud." Jiang Minjun grinned and said, "Relax, I'm not stupid. It took a lot of effort to get Lovely Ghost banned, and I won't ruin it now by stepping into the spotlight." The man responded, "Good that you understand." Jiang Minjun glanced at him with a half-smile, "But you, Huan Bingshu, I never thought you'd actually step in personally to handle this." Huan Bingshu put his coffee cup down on the coffee table, a sly smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "I've always disliked Chinese people, as you know." Jiang Minjun exchanged a knowing glance with him, then turned his gaze back to the computer screen. As a contemporary player with MTG, Jiang Minjun had rare admiration for this Huan Bingshu, not only because of his formidable offensive skills, but also due to another identity of his, one of Korea's top hackers. That day, right after Lovely Ghost finished the last match against Devon, it was Huan Bingshu who, using his hacking skills, infiltrated the data network, obtained the login password, and subsequently used third-party software to carry out that extra matchmaking game under the account. From reporting to banning, everything seemed natural and effortless. However, there was something surprising. They discovered from Lovely Ghost's login IP that it was within the training base of Black Soul Club. This meant this mysterious expert was probably not an ordinary player, but an actual professional esports athlete. To his knowledge, the current Black Rose team didn't have any publicly acknowledged top-tier Ghost Taoist players, which allowed Jiang Minjun to be even more confident about the current chaotic situation. If it were an average player, he might have considered the possible direction things could take if the other party made a public statement. But when it came to professional athletes, it was an entirely different story. He was sure that since the person hadn't revealed their identity during their time on the leaderboard, they wouldn't foolishly stand up now either. After all, based on the current situation, that person couldn't possibly prove they were Lovely Ghost, and stepping forward could easily be seen as a calculated marketing stunt to ride on the wave of attention. Such an outcome left Jiang Minjun feeling quite satisfied. Black Rose team, huh? A mere account ban wasn't enough to settle the score, especially considering the insult he received during that live stream. If they ever met again in the World Championships, he was determined to exact revenge. Black Soul Club. After finishing a strategy meeting for the playoffs, Lin Xiao was tidying up her belongings when a small envelope suddenly appeared before her eyes. Looking up, she saw Yu Jing raising his eyebrows slightly, urging her to take a look. Lin Xiao gave the elegantly packaged item a quick glance, then arched an eyebrow, asking, "What's this? A love letter?" Yu Jing lowered his eyelashes slightly, his eyes taking on a deeper calmness. "Ah, kidding, why so serious?" Lin Xiao shrugged, casually pulling out the piece of paper inside. Upon recognizing its content, before she could react further, confusion first flickered across her face, prompting her to look up. "Where did this come from?" Yu Jing simply replied, "We investigated." Lin Xiao asked, "Did you run around every day last week just to investigate this?" Yu Jing replied, "Yes. In fact, it's just one account, there was no need to go through so much trouble." Cough. Lin Xiao changed the subject under his gaze, "So, the truth is really astonishing. What do you think?" Yu Jing glanced at the envelope without changing his expression and said, "Their tricks have been played on our club, we need to give them a proper welcome." He paused for a moment and looked at Lin Xiao, "Are you not angry?" "Of course I'm angry, very angry. They dare to mess with me. It's absolutely intolerable." Lin Xiao smiled brightly while looking at Yu Jing's slightly furrowed brows and said cheerfully, "Besides, now that even our team captain Yu has spoken, then they must be thoroughly humiliated in the international competition. What do you think of this proposal? Isn't it quite reliable?" Yu Jing approved, humiliating them in front of a global audience. Indeed, that sounds great. Lin Xiao grinned with an air of mutual understanding, right? I think so too. The MTG team will undoubtedly be one of the top 3 teams in the Korean League. If these sneaky people are going to be exposed, why bother with such a small venue when it's far more satisfying to trample them on a global live-streamed World Championship stage? Such a scenario is bound to leave an indelible impression, just thinking about it can make anyone happy for a long time. However, before all that, they probably should focus their energy on preparing for the upcoming LPP playoffs instead. Chapter 74. The incident involving Lovely Ghost caused a long-standing argument among esports fans in both China and South Korea. However, due to the approaching playoff schedules for both nations' esports players, they gradually withdrew from the dispute and began focusing on intensive preparation. As a result, the heated discussions started to cool down and eventually settled into silence. The atmosphere before the LPP playoffs commenced was much more bizarre than previous years because of the tensions between China and South Korea. It wasn't until fans noticed similar topics emerging in the club's official Weibo posts and player tweets that they realized the crucial matches were about to begin. Nevertheless, everything was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. At least, any professional player within the league knew very well that there were many unseen undercurrents quietly surging beneath the surface. This year, 8 teams qualified for the LPP playoffs: Black Rose team from the Black Soul Club, Flowing Cloud team from the Flowlight Club, Enlightenment team from the Sky Dome Club, Red Leaf team from the Flying Leaf Club, Ninth Heaven team from the Nine States Club, Blade team from the Sharp Edge Club, Necromancer team from the Grim Reaper Club, and Thunder team from the Lightning Club. The biggest difference between the playoffs and the preseason lies in the format, an intensive round-robin system. Starting from the opening day, 4 days of continuous matches would be held each week, with 2 teams competing against each other in the morning and afternoon for a loop scoring match. After the end of the loop competition, the top 4 teams with the highest points would directly advance to the semifinals. Such a tight schedule undoubtedly posed a major challenge for the teams and their players. In the few days leading up to the start of the playoffs, the members of all participating teams had already gathered in the capital. After the lottery ceremony ended, the 8 teams, led by their respective coaches, plunged into the final phase of local simulation practice sessions. That evening, the members of the Black Rose team were gathered in Lee Bakyun's hotel room to prepare for the last phase of strategic deployment discussion. Upon seeing the latest playoff schedule released to all teams, Su Yiming couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Damn it, who drew this lot? Could our luck have been worse? We're facing the second seed team in the first game, this is going to be unbearable." In response to such mournful outcries, Sui Chen somewhat painfully clamped a hand over his mouth and, in a low voice audible only to him, managed to silence him with just one sentence: "Are you sure you want to complain, considering it was Captain Yu who drew the lots?" Seeing how quiet Su Yiming suddenly became, Lu Zhisen smirked teasingly, "Following your complaints, wouldn't those in Group B who faced the Enlightenment team be hanging themselves from beams right now?" Although his statement was largely joking, it wasn't completely wrong. The current overall strength of the Flowing Cloud team was indeed top-notch in the league, but compared to the Enlightenment team, there was still a certain gap. Although playing against them in the first match was unsatisfactory, it also wasn't the worst possible outcome. Su Yiming didn't yell as exaggeratedly anymore, but he still couldn't resist muttering sarcastically, "Although the Flowing Cloud team is not as strong as the Enlightenment team, we happen to draw Group A, which means we are playing the opening game. I originally thought we might have a little more time to rest and recuperate, but now we've got no choice but to get on the field immediately." Yu Jing paused while flipping through some materials and looked at him, "So?" With that icy gaze cutting across, Su Yiming quickly straightened up, saying, "So, we must conserve our strength and meet the new challenges and battles with the most stylish and vigorous spirit." Xiao Li couldn't hold back a laugh, and a "pooh" escaped his lips. If the Flowing Cloud team is judged according to the preseason situation, they shouldn't be hard to defeat given our current lineup, but, Lee Bakyun placed a folder of data onto the table, ignoring Su Yiming's incessant chatter, and analyzed to everyone, the Flowing Cloud team in the preseason did not include Wen Shuqing, but now, not only has Wen Shuqing returned, but they have also hired Zhang Xian with a handsome salary to coach them again. After these training sessions, their overall strength cannot be compared to what it once was. However, he continued, even so, the opening match heavily influences public opinion trends and morale for subsequent games, so there's a reason why we need to win it regardless. Shen Chanyu nodded and began distributing the currently provisional match arrangements, explaining, "Based on their situation, our current plan involves Lin Xiao, Xiao Li, and me participating in the individual competitions. Any objections?" Xiao Li replied, "I'll follow the organization's arrangement." Lin Xiao had just yawned when he heard this, hesitated briefly, and then said with a smile, "No problem from my side." Shen Chanyu nodded and continued, "Then, for the squad matches, Lu Zhisen, Chen Anqi, and Captain Yu will take the stage. Are there any questions?" Yu Jing remained silent, which was taken as assent. Lu Zhisen smiled and nodded, "I'm good with that." Shen Chanyu turned his inquiring gaze toward Chen Anqi, who sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought while gazing at the night view outside. After a moment, as if sensing the uncanny silence in the room, she turned her head and her lips curled into an intense and mysterious smile. "The Flowing Cloud team is going to have bad luck tomorrow," she said quietly, her voice trailing off like a hand softly brushing over one's heart, causing everyone in the room to shiver involuntarily and break out in goosebumps. Ever since Chen Anchi joined the team, she hadn't been particularly talkative. The younger players were initially thrilled about having a female teammate but quickly ceased their playful jokes when a series of strange events unfolded, like people falling down the stairs for no reason late at night, getting inexplicably lost inside the club facility and unable to return to their dormitories, or experiencing various misfortunes after being mentioned by her. In response to such an answer from Chen Anchi, Chen Changyu coughed lightly, and the room grew quieter for a moment. After reiterating the arrangements for the team matches, Yu Jing scanned the room with her cold gaze, speaking in her usual tone with unwavering determination. Please use your performance tomorrow to show the audience our strength. It must be a victory. Lin Xiao, hearing this, lazily raised an eyebrow and chuckled twice. Since Captain Yu has spoken, it must be a win without fail. Anticipation mounted among hundreds of millions of league players as the opening day of the LPP playoffs finally arrived. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the entire venue sparkled with brilliant lights, countless spotlight beams illuminating the center of the arena, creating an atmosphere brimming with excitement among all spectators. Fans of the various teams unleashed roaring waves of cheers, weaving the names of their favorite teams into a fiery jubilant feast. Under the masterful manipulation of world-class sound engineers, the BGM music sounded like war drums, every beat stirring deep emotions within the crowd, evoking surging tides of fervor. The thick resonance interwoven with the cries and cheers of thousands of on-site audiences built a deafening symphony of unrestrained emotion. And thus, the LPP playoffs opened. On the largest screen at the front, the logos of the 8 teams appeared one by one in unique ways, accompanied by compilations of interviews with each team's players, further igniting the already enthusiastic atmosphere inside the venue. As the heat rose in the live setting, television channels specializing in esports and the GY Live platform broadcast the event simultaneously, bringing tens of millions of zone game enthusiasts glued to their computer screens for the exhilarating battles about to commence. At 9 o'clock sharp, the invigorating music inside the venue suddenly halted, and a formally dressed male and female walked onto the stage under everyone's watchful eyes. Holding microphones, they began introducing the detailed schedule of this year's LPP playoffs to the audience. Today, Xiaowu wore a pure white dress, appearing dignified and gentle. Standing beside her in a suit was Su Qingli, who would both serve as official commentators throughout the playoff sessions. After Xiaowu finished her elegant introduction speech, Su Qingli picked up the microphone with a smile on his face and announced, "I believe we are all eager and excited. I am too. Let us welcome the beginning of today's magnificent spectacle with our full enthusiasm and applause. Now, I declare, the LPP playoffs are officially underway." At that very instant, all the light columns in the venue went wild, leaping and dancing wildly just as he concluded his last word, and the audience's roars and cheers surged up like mountains and overturned seas, nearly lifting the roof. After waiting through countless days and nights, the big day had finally come. Let the battle begin. With the passionate conclusion of the commentators' remarks, the players of the 2 teams participating in the opening match began entering the field under everyone's watchful eyes. First match of the playoffs, Black Rose Team vs Flowing Cloud Team. The players from both sides gathered in the center of the field to shake hands as a gesture of respect. Lin Xiao, glancing lazily, found his gaze involuntarily drawn to the man sitting in a wheelchair at the front of the Flowing Cloud team. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. In this atmosphere filled with fervor and excitement, this man seemed like a tranquil spring of clear water, drawing one's attention effortlessly. Wen Shuqing, the captain of the Flowing Cloud team and the only disabled esports player in the league. Holding that almost temperatureless icy hand briefly, Lin Xiao was about to say something when he was abruptly pulled by the next person who clasped his hand tightly with fiery urgency. "Lin Xiao, it has been such a long time since we last met." Looking up, as soon as Lin Xiao met Yan Lingjiang's eyes which concealed a hint of anger, his head started to throb immediately. Come to think of it, how could he have forgotten about this Buddha-like elder? Sensing Yu Jing's subtle glance piercing through from the distance, Lin Xiao quickly regained his composure and forced a smile that appeared innocent and amiable. "Big brother Yan, it's been a while." He. Chapter 75. Really good, we actually meet. When Yan Lingjiang spoke, he glanced at Eugene with a barely noticeable look, then rolled up his sleeves in a manner that seemed ready for action. "Which game are you playing today? It would be great if I could face you." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I'm closing the individual competition, so, are you my opponent today?" Before Yan Lingjiang could speak, Lin Xiao's hand was shaken lightly by the next person. "What a coincidence, your opponent is me." Lin Xiao looked up and saw Zhang Fenyu's serious expression, and his lips curved slightly. "Ah, it's Deputy Captain Zhang, this is going to be a bit troublesome." Zhang Fenyu smiled and casually pulled Yan Lingjiang's collar, preventing him from standing there motionless and blocking the team's progress. Yan Lingjiang wanted to resist, but under Zhang Fenyu's glance, he reluctantly lowered his head and returned to the player's seat. Just then, he heard a lively voice ask, "Big Goose, is he the childhood friend you mentioned?" Tao Yaofei asked while handing a bottle of water to Wen Shuqing, seemingly remembering this out of the blue. But her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. Speaking of which, she and team leader Wen were known as childhood sweethearts, taking care of each other's daily lives without fail. To the extent that when the captain went out of town for treatment recently, she stayed by his side all the time, not even paying attention to the preseason tournament situation. If it weren't for knowing her strength, one might think she was just a close female friend brought along by Wen Shuqing. Such a sweet scene caught Yan Lingjiang's eye and caused an acidic sensation to rise in his chest, making him turn away to avoid it. However, under Wen Shuqing's slightly puzzled gaze questioning him, he had no choice but to reply, "Yeah, it's him. I originally planned to lure him into our team. He has always wanted to join a professional team, yet somehow ended up in Black Rose. For such an important match, they even let him play. Aren't they worried about him holding them back or something?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a coat fell from above, covering his head. Then a large hand firmly pressed down on his head, and Zhang Fengyu's voice carried a trace of deep thought, holding back. "You're greatly underestimating Lin Xiao. If you continue with this mindset, you will suffer later." Just as Yan Lingjiang was about to push the coat off, hearing this, he froze in place and murmured, "Deputy Captain Zhang, don't you overestimate him a bit too much? Lin Xiao guy used to struggle even climbing the third stage of the ladder." Zhang Fengyu replied, "Don't assess the present based on past notions. You should have watched his combat videos during the preseason matches. Objectively speaking, do you really think his skill level is weak?" When Shuqing joined in, his tone gentle, not weak, quite strong. Caught between these words from his main and deputy captains, Yan Lingjiang couldn't help but fall silent. Weak? It was truly impossible to see him as weak. Judging solely from those Taoist ghost combat videos, he wasn't weak but rather extraordinarily strong. However, what exactly changed the average talented Lin Xiao of his memory into someone like this? Was it because of that man? Yan Lingjiang tossed aside the coat on his head, instinctively looking towards the Black Rose team. His gaze landed on the man who, under the contrast of black uniform, looked even more refined and elegant, unconsciously carrying an undeniable sense of hostility. Seeing this combative expression akin to a rooster on guard, Zhang Fengyu noticed a subtle change in his eyes hue before sitting down emotionlessly on a nearby chair. The first match of the LPP playoffs, Black Rose team vs Flowing Clouds team. As equally veteran top-tier teams, this opening match arrangement pleased the audience and fans immensely. After all, even without Wen Shuqing during the preseason, the Flowing Clouds team managed to steadily maintain its pace to enter the playoffs, showing commendable strength. Now that their captain, Wen Shuqing, has officially rejoined, the team has reached a new height. As for the Black Rose team, although their performance wasn't very satisfactory earlier, after the addition of new members and half-new bloodlines, they surged forward strongly at the end of the preseason, enough to make everyone expectant of their upcoming games. If we say that both the Flowing Clouds Wen Shuqing and the new members of the Black Rose team were part of each team's calculated effort to conserve strength during the preseason, then on the battlefield of the current LPP playoffs, it ought to be the most brilliant stage for them to unleash their full potential. The first individual match featured Xiao Li from the Black Rose team versus Yan Lingjiang from the Flowing Clouds team. As the combatants' names appeared on the large screen in the middle, a wave of heated discussions erupted among the audience. Both Xiao Li and Yan Lingjiang were using the same character class, Magician Swordsman. In the past, someone had ranked the top players in the Chinese server by their professions. At that time, there was constant debate over whether the title of China's #1 magician swordsman should go to Xiao Zhangqiu, who played as a freestyle player, or Yan Lingjiang, known for his sharp style and popularity with spectators. Moreover, despite both being experts at magician swordsmen, since Yan Lingjiang was almost immediately recruited into the Flowing Clouds team after making a name for himself, until now, these two had never formally met in battle. Thus, the result of this fight was already being hyped by some enthusiasts as potentially determining the best player in the national server. Some had even opened betting pools during live streams, and people were continuously placing bets. Within minutes, the prize pool was dazzling with gold. Lin Xiao hadn't expected Yan Lingjiang, who had been consistently scheduled for team matches, to suddenly be placed at the forefront of the individual competitions. Turning his gaze towards the opposing team's bench where the man sat in a wheelchair, Lin Xiao let a thoughtful expression pass over him before sending Xiao Li off with a somewhat solemn gaze, filled with a tragic sense akin to bidding farewell to a brave warrior. "What? Do you think Xiao Li will lose?" Yu Jing's steady voice drifted over. If it were against any other opponent, he might still stand a chance. But against Big Goose, it's tough, Lin Xiao spoke frankly, sharing his opinion without hesitation. There isn't much flash in Yan Lingjiang's fighting style. While Boss Xiao is good in 1v1, in terms of experience and strategy, he falls short. Yu Jing slightly curled his lips, faintly smiling. "You seem quite confident about your friend." Lin Xiao glanced at him. "Captain Yu, we're just talking reason here. This has nothing to do with personal ties, I'm analyzing based on facts." Yu Jing simply replied, "Ah." Lin Xiao looked at his completely unruffled expression, raised an eyebrow slightly, and then allowed a slight curve to grace his lips. "Of course, in the end, victory still belongs to us." Yu Jing responded matter-of-factly, "That's natural." Su Yiming nearby couldn't take it anymore, interjecting sarcastically, Hey, Xiao Li is still battling out there bloodily, but if you've abandoned him like this, wouldn't he cry himself unconscious right in front of the computer?" Lin Xiao cleared his throat. "Don't worry. Boss Xiao is strong, he'll get back up even if he passes out crying." Lu Zhisin nodded approvingly. "Exactly." Su Yiming could only sputter wordlessly. Just as they were speaking, the intense fight had resulted in the first bloodshed. Yan Lingjiang took a temporary lead with a 1 o'clock score. Amidst cheers erupting from Flowing Clouds team fans, Xiaoli came back after respawning, leveling the scoreboard to 1-1. However, unable to withstand Yan Lingjiang's fully restored health in his second life, Xiaoli eventually lost with a final score of 1-2. The field situation aligned closely with Lin Zhao's prediction. The entirety of Yan Lingjiang's strategy too effectively countered Xiaoli's play. Though it was far too trivial to determine the national server's best merely through one duel, when compared specifically between these two individuals, Yan Lingjiang's domination was clear-cut. Therefore, dispatching Yan Lingjiang to intercept Xiaoli's entry into the first individual match seemed indeed intentional, if so, when Xuqing's tactical deployment lived up to her reputation, evoking admiration. It was said the Flowing Clouds team had two brains, one excelling in analytical calculations, Zhang Fengyu, and another possessing incomparable overall awareness, team leader Wen Xuqing. Now, these two brains had gathered again, presenting a formidable challenge for any opponent. However, admiration aside, the formation setup is but one small part influencing the outcome of battles. The ultimate success or failure always hinges on hard power as the base. Not that Flowing Clouds lacked hard strength, it was just that concerning the current team's overall fighting capabilities, Lin Xiao was highly confident. When Xiaoli returned to the bench area, resentment was clearly etched on his face, seemingly fixated on his loss. As soon as he arrived, Lu Zhisan handed him a bottle of water with a smile. "You fought well." Xiaoli gave him a disgruntled glance, not even paying attention to the arm familiarly draped over his shoulder, and chugged down the entire bottle as if drinking mineral water were consuming strong liquor. Lu Zhisan amusedly watched him finish the bottle so quickly, then grinned as he offered another bottle. Xiaoli's face darkened even further at this childlike attitude. Lin Xiao watched amusingly as the two interacted and wisely chose not to get involved. Glancing up, he noticed Shen Chanyu was set to compete as the second contestant in the individual matches. Upon seeing the list of opponents on the big screen, Lin Xiao nodded knowingly, raising an eyebrow. As expected. Yu Jing casually asked, following his usual routine, "And what do you make of this match?" This time, Lin Xiao replied with unusual nonchalance, "With Vice Captain Shen taking the field, there's no doubt about victory." True to this prediction, it took only 15 minutes for Shen Chanyu to secure another win effortlessly. The Flowing Clouds team sent out a rookie player, who appeared visibly nervous making his debut in the playoffs. Easily led astray by Shen Chanyu's casual baiting, the rookie made mistake after mistake throughout the game, failing to deliver any highlights worth mentioning, rendering the whole match more like a crash site than a competition. Such tactical deployment confirmed Lin Zhao's previous guess, positioning Yan Lingjiang as the first participant in the individual match likely aimed to specifically intercept Xiaoli. Judging from the Flowing Cloud strategic consideration, they might have assumed Xiaoli would lead off the individual matches for their team, followed by either Su Yichen or Su Yiming for the second round while Shen Chanyu would anchor the lineup, which is why Zhang Fengyu was also placed last. However, in reality, neither Su brothers stepped up for the individual matches, throwing off the well-prepared rookie, leading to a rather humiliating defeat. Faced with such an outcome, Lin Xiao simply smiled serenely, shrugged off his jacket, and tossed it onto the chair. Passing Shen Chanyu along the way to the stage, he gave him a hearty high five. "Next up, it's my turn." Chapter 76. Facing Zhang Fengyu in the solo match was indeed somewhat unexpected for Lin Xiao, but from a certain perspective, it could also be said to be expected. This rookie player who had received high praise back then, judging solely from his recent battle videos, has made tremendous progress both in combat style and operational precision. Now, as one of the players that all teams find particularly challenging, Lin Xiao indeed has some interest in studying him through actual combat. While adjusting the equipment, Lin Xiao's 10 fingers touched the keyboard, feeling the exceptionally comfortable typing sensation, which naturally uplifted his mood. The feeling of switching to new equipment is simply amazing. After the ban/pick phase of this match, the remaining map is Tomb Horror. After both sides of the battle selected their equipment from the armory and confirmed their choices, the map loaded. Zhang Fengyu operated his dark mage character Fengyu. The moment the loading was complete, he started advancing on the map. His movement wasn't as swift as many other players, yet looking down from the top of the map, it could be observed that every step he took landed on a predetermined point, making just the overall route have an indescribably subtle quality. As an early established professional player, Zhang Fengyu almost immediately took on a crucial role in the Flowing Cloud team from the moment he rose to prominence and over the years has gradually garnered more attention from other teams in the esports league. There is one interesting point: although both Zhang Fengyu and Yan Duzhou are black mage class players, no one has ever compared them. It's not because they think his credentials aren't sufficient, but rather because these two people have completely different styles and routines of operation. If Yan Duzhou is known for his ruthless and fierce offensive playstyle, then Zhang Fengyu belongs to the rigorous school with well-ordered advancement and retreats, and just his unpredictable rhythm between attack and defense can give people quite a headache. Because of this, during investigative interviews, the frustration level directed towards Zhang Fengyu once even surpassed Yan Duzhou and remained consistently high. Tomb Horror isn't the most complex of all the battle maps, but it certainly contains plenty of unknown elements that can be used for surprise attacks. Vice Captain Zhang, circling around doesn't make much sense. Why don't we have a straightforward showdown instead? Smiley face, Lin Xiao greeted first on the map channel. Good suggestion. Zhang Fengyu replied politely, without missing a beat in his operations. If you accept the suggestion, you should follow it. Girls like me better, after all. Speaking out of place like this might get you rejected, Lin Xiao remarked. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Zhang Fengyu answered, the color of his eyes becoming increasingly serious, showing growing vigilance to the surroundings as he moved. Compared to the teasing tone in his words, what concerned him more was another layer of meaning. From the content of the dialogue, it seemed as if his movements had been completely tracked. Unlike Zhang Fengyu's calmness, Yan Lingjiang first lost his cool when he sensed glances gathering on him from all directions. But strangely enough, too much attention being drawn towards him made him swallow back the foul words on the tip of his tongue, glaring resentfully at the figure in the corner of the big screen while cursing in his mind, "Shit, Lin Xiao, don't run after today's game. Today I'll settle all old accounts with you. Don't lose focus, concentrate on the match," noticing that he seemed absent-minded, when Shu Qing couldn't help but remind him. "Yes, Captain 1. Yan Lingjiang immediately became alert and retracted his attention. Raising his head to take a look, he couldn't help but yell out loud, "When did this kid sneak around to the back?" At this very moment, many spectators' hearts were already racing. Fans of the Flowing Cloud team were worried about their vice-captain getting ambushed, while Black Rose team fans were all watching with the anticipation of a good show. During the process where the two parties were conversing and simultaneously operating their positioning, by the time everyone realized, Ghost Meng Meng had unknowingly followed behind Crazy Fish. Exactly how they reached such a situation was really hard to recall clearly at once. Watching fans of the Flowing Cloud team felt extremely frustrated inside. There were shameless people, but never so shamelessly acting. What kind of fair fight is this? Clearly just a lurking ambush behind someone's back. Such a great cold arrow tactic, and he still sounds so melodious in his speech. Facing Lin Zhao's sudden sneak attack, Zhang Fengyu responded with remarkable composure. In front of him, he cast a frost barrier to nullify the next big wave of skills. After Crazy Fish chanted several spells in retaliation, he casually took a few steps back under Zhang's control. This distance was perfectly calculated, just 0.1 yards outside of the Ghost Shaman's casting range. Aside from losing half a bar of health due to some skill hits at the front, no further damage was incurred. On the other hand, Ghost Mengmeng's bloodline had dropped by nearly the same amount because of Black Mage's two earlier small skills, gaining no advantage whatsoever. Such a reaction and countermeasure were nothing short of a model textbook case for Black Mages, and the scene erupted into a burst of enthusiastic applause. However, Zhang Fengyu showed not an iota of relaxation, as he had already noticed that the Ghost Shaman had disappeared from the previous coordinate point immediately after the skills ended, successfully slipping out of his sight once again. This guy's positioning. His eyebrows couldn't help but furrow seriously. In fact, this time Lin Xiao hadn't retreated too far. Instead, he directly activated Phantom Dash to loop around and soon found himself back behind the Black Mage. Looking at the situation, it appeared much like the previous scenario. The viewers, who saw everything clearly through the omniscient perspective, began to harbor some doubts in their hearts. Is he planning to replay the same trick from before? Hey, Deputy Zhang, such quick reflexes must mean you don't have a partner yet, right? Smiley face, Lin Xiao spoke while his staff already started glowing with light, chanting on the spot. Despite the tense atmosphere, when everyone saw the obvious smiley face emoticon in the map channel, their hearts felt twisted with discomfort. Fast reflexes equal being single? This apparently reasonable conclusion set on a professional league stage wasn't exactly meant to avoid hatred. To think, Zhang Fengyu's reflex speed couldn't be considered top tier. If judged by his standard, wouldn't all players known for their fast fingers deserve to be teased about how many years they've been single? Of course, this wasn't the main point. The key was, this time Ghost Mengmeng's chant was leading up to the Ghost Shaman's ultimate move, 10,000 Ghosts Void. Crazy Fish's current position was precisely at the edge of the skill's range. A mere step forward would cause this ultimate skill to miss completely. However, just as the Flowing Cloud fans were fervently praying within their hearts for Zhang Fengyu to take any half-step, Crazy Fish did indeed move a step under Zhang's operation, but this step wasn't away from Ghost Mengmeng's location. Instead, it moved closer. When the encircling curtain sprouted upward from Crazy Fish's feet from all sides, the observing Flowing Cloud fans couldn't help but become restless. From start to finish, witnessing everything clearly, Su Qingli's tone at the commentary booth sounded somewhat stifled. It seems Lin Xiao never intended to gain an advantage from the previous bout of attacks. On the contrary, it was merely to create an illusion and lure Zhang Fengyu into a trap. Little Wu was momentarily stunned by the abrupt shift in momentum. Upon hearing this, she became even more surprised. Are you saying Lin Xiao has already anticipated Zhang Fengyu's exact step ahead of time? Su Qingli chuckled, feeling somewhat touched. Probably so. The previous exchange showcased Zhang Fengyu's near-perfect grasp of each intricate value, but precisely because of his excessive calculations, he fell into a trap based on what his opponent hoped he'd deduce, thus resulting in that small step just now. Little Wu gasped, so to say, Zhang Fengyu has actually been exploited because of his best trait, precise calculation. Su Qingli nodded. There was once talk circulating that this Lin Xiao player has traces of old Ghost's shadow from back in the day. If everything that just happened was not merely a coincidence, we might not need to comment on how strong he is overall, but one thing's for sure, he's truly an elite combatant. As the official commentator for the server, since retiring and entering this industry, Su Qingli has faced countless new and unique contestants. Yet, to hear such high praise from him was indeed a rare feat. The audience, well acquainted with the official commentator's rigorous attitude, generally agreed with his insights. However, at this moment, while they indeed acknowledged the high-level expertise displayed in activating the ultimate move directly after Su Qingli's analysis, certainly not the mark of a novice who hastily uses their big skill at the start, they couldn't help but recall the light-hearted banter in the map channel earlier. It made it difficult for them to fully respect this strategic brilliance. Old fans of Bold Ghost were already flooding the chat with protests, roughly stating how their great Lin captain was a true master and could never be compared to this frivolous newcomer Ghost Shaman. Even if there were similarities in combat style, the ridiculous conversation beforehand clearly proved they weren't on the same level. Lin Xiao certainly couldn't see these comments now. If he did, he might have been surprised that his once carefully crafted idol image, an image he had to suppress his true nature to build due to the club's financial constraints, was still so vividly remembered by passionate fans all these years later. Not only did Lin Xiao not expect this, but some veteran players watching the match on their screens were also struck speechless by the overwhelming wave of chat messages. Reflecting back, creating an idol persona wasn't something Lin Xiao had carried with him forever. Those close to him personally knew the real him, especially among professional players. But understanding each other's struggles during those tough times, they mutually decided not to expose his true self. As a result, media interviews often left other teams' players internally wounded as they mentioned Old Ghost while trying hard not to burst into laughter. Looking back now, it was indeed a complex and fervent period of time. Back in the duel room, after just dazzling everyone with his skillful bomb attack to draw the first drop of blood from Zhang Fengyu, Lin Xiao suddenly tilted his head back and sneezed several times loudly. He rubbed his nose, muttering, "Ah, who's thinking about me?" Chapter 77. As Lin Xiao killed Zhang Fengyu first and secured the first kill, temporarily taking the lead, Yan Lingjiang jumped off his chair in surprise, completely incredulous. "No way, right?" When Xuqing's expression turned slightly grave, "Looks like their strength is much higher than we anticipated." Yan Lingjiang stuttered, "Lin Xiao used to always be." Interrupting him without changing his expression, when Xuqing said, "Remember, never judge the future based on past events, or you'll eventually have a huge setback." His gaze landed on the score in the center of the big screen, and he sighed deeply. "This round, it will be difficult for Captain Zhang." Yan Lingjiang's expression shifted, and his attention fell on the furrowed brow of Zhang Fengyu on the corner of the screen. His face showed a more complex and worried look. Until just before the start of the match, he was concerned that Lin Xiao would get thoroughly beaten, making this situation an abrupt reversal, leaving him unable to adjust his mindset for the moment. Who should they root for? Though Lin Xiao is his childhood friend, Yan Lingjiang, as a member of the Flow Cloud team, has not been clouded by personal feelings, naturally hoping for their own team to win whether emotionally or rationally. As for Zhang Fengyu losing, this situation hasn't even crossed his mind. The situations Yan Lingjiang didn't consider had also not crossed the minds of many Flow Cloud fans. Could Deputy Captain Zhang Fengyu, who has given countless professional players a hard time, be pressured by a rookie? How could this be possible? Precisely because of this heartfelt unwillingness to confront the current reality, the cheers and encouragements at the scene surged one after another, covering everything. If it weren't for the world-class sound insulation design of the combat hall, these sounds might have directly reached the ears of the competitors on the field. It's unclear whether or not the fans' passionate thoughts were felt by Zhang Fengyu, but after reviving, he certainly seemed much more cautious than before. Upon meeting Lin Xiao again, he took the initiative and successfully eliminated Lin Xiao's character, equalizing the score at 1-1. In the eyes of others, the characters operated by both parties almost simultaneously initiated attack mode after encountering each other in the central area of the map. However, due to Gai Mengmeng having already been in a disadvantaged position with its health points, it was no match against He Fashi Fenggu, who had full health. Consequently, under the overwhelming skill nets deployed, Gai Mengmeng was defeated first, appearing extremely natural. However, the subtle intricacies within the battle process could probably only be genuinely appreciated by Lin Xiao himself, who was part of the game. This competitor, Zhang Fengyu, indeed possesses qualities that can inspire fear. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Lin Xiao looked at the darkened screen in front of him and revealed an intrigued smile. During the previous confrontation, it appeared as if both sides were intensely attacking with all their might. In reality, each detailed operation, when analyzed, could serve as exemplary textbooks for three-lane competitors. Lin Xiao had always believed that his handling of details was already exceptionally refined. Yet, after actually engaging head-on with Zhang Fengyu, he truly realized how meticulous this man was in his control over every micro-operation, which bordered on being terrifyingly precise. In the midst of the chaos, though it looked like both were exchanging blood levels, in fact, Zhang Fengyu was continuously predicting and interrupting his skill release timing. This feeling of being controlled passively was unpleasant, especially due to a few positioning deviations made by the opponent, forcing him to compulsorily change his skills, resulting in a disorder of skill cooldown times. Within just a few minutes of combat, it forced him to reduce the use of nearly 3 skills. What a disagreeable combat style. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and maneuvered Gai Mengmeng, who revived back at the starting point. Instead of rushing to the previous combat location, he began executing strategic movements. What? Not planning to come head-on? Normally, Zhang Fengyu wasn't much of a talker, or rather, almost nothing was seen from him speaking on the league platform. But today, perhaps out of interest piqued by Lin Zhao's prior challenge, he broke his silence and spoke up on the map channel. Deputy Captain Zhang is too strong, I can't handle a direct confrontation. Lin Zhao replied quite matter-of-factly. In response to such an impudent answer, considering the earlier straightforward declaration at the beginning of the match, a wave of boos rippled through the arena. This time, it wasn't just the Flow Cloud team's fans who booed, even some hardcore supporters of the Black Rose team couldn't help joining in. Zhang Fengyu didn't express any further dissatisfaction about this shameless reply. After all, they were now on the professional league stage, not involved in the usual grievances from regular games. If he puffed his cheeks to keep up appearances for the sake of face saving, that would be truly odd. He was very clear about his own strategy, and faced the suddenly more evasive Lin Zhao quite calmly. Even though Zhang Fengyu didn't respond, it didn't mean he had ignored it. From the moment he saw Lin Zhao's comment, he began paying closer attention, carefully observing his surroundings behind him. Within a few short seconds, he already calculated several potential spots where the enemy might hide. From which spot would he appear? Just as Zhang Fengyu was pondering, a streak of sparks dropped from the sky, exploding upon landing near his feet, spreading flames quickly around. With swift movements, Zhang Fengyu sidestepped to avoid subsequent damage. The burning effect took away a small portion of his health points, but with this offensive maneuver, Guo Mengmeng's position was revealed. Yet looking at this position, something felt slightly off from the upward perspective. After all, after so many years of using the same battlefield map, every detail was ingrained into each professional player's mind. No matter how sneaky one became, there was simply a limit. But seeing Lin Zhao climb trees like that, this kind of unorthodox behavior, was incredibly rare in the proper competitive scene of the Pro League. Guo Mengmeng now hung prominently on a tree trunk just ahead of Feng Yu. His red cloak fluttered in the wind, giving an eerie impression like ghostly fire rising from a graveyard. It was evident that he wouldn't allow Feng Yu too much reaction time. Following the first skill release, other spells started raining down one after another in quick succession. Although the distance between them was not short, Zhang Fengyu easily made Feng Yu dodge most of the skills while advancing gradually toward Guo Mengmeng via strategic positioning. Lin Zhao initially thought he'd managed to force the opponent back, but when he saw instead that Zhang Fengyu moved forward rather than retreat, he quickly understood Zhang Fenyu's intent. At first glance, Lin Zhao seemed to have the upper hand from the higher ground, but actually, Feng Yu on the ground held a significant advantage in terms of movement area. Since Guo Mengmeng's movements depended entirely on whether the tree trunks were sturdy or not, and with only one single tree available, Lin Zhao really had nowhere to run even if he wanted to. This situation made Guo Mengmeng seem more like a live target stuck without anywhere to escape. However, was he willing to dig his own grave? Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow and glanced below at a nearby low stump. Right as Feng Yu's staff lit up indicating an incoming ice spell, he decisively leapt off the towering tree. As if equipped with wings, Guo Mengmeng descended swiftly from above. While many spectators hadn't noticed exactly how he climbed the tree earlier, this descent was executed smoothly and fluidly. The downward momentum also increased his forward speed. Despite losing nearly 2 segments of health due to collisions caused by falling, in a blink of an eye, Lin Zhao had rushed straight toward Feng Yu's front. No matter how meticulous Zhang Fenyu's thinking was, he never calculated that the opponent would use such a self-harm method to accelerate. Before he could react, that flash of bright red had already entered Feng Yu's field of vision. What would happen next? Chanting spells, repeating the prior skill clash. No, none of these. Guo Mengmeng, before millions of both on-site and online viewers, performed another unexpected act. He directly swung the club in his hand and began jabbing Feng Yu in an aggressive and straightforward manner. Su Qingli. Xiao Wu. Not only did the entire venue fall silent, but for a moment, the 2 official commentators at the booth didn't know what to say either. If one of the characters was a melee class, that would have been acceptable. However, both operated by these players were fully and completely spellcasting professions. How could remote casting classes end up engaging in close-range combat? This is the professional league, not some noobish rookie match for elementary students. However, Lin Zhao controlled Guo Mengmeng and swung the club in his hand without any mental pressure. Since Feng Yu's current health points were lower than his, if they compared pure auto attacks, there was no doubt that Lin Zhao would kill the other first. Comparing skill duels could lead to more unpredictability and stress, why complicate things? This way, it would be better for both parties. Currently, Feng Yu activated Ghostly Quickstep in an attempt to increase distance, with Guo Mengmeng closely following behind. When Feng Yu used a leap step to momentarily break free, Guo Mengmeng clung on like a plaster, never losing sight of his target. In this rhythmic exchange of staff stabs, finally one figure collapsed before the other. But even after the victory message flashed on the big screen, silence still enveloped the audience. How could one describe it? Despite being so absurd that commentary felt futile, why did this scene seem eerily familiar somehow? At this very moment, in front of a computer screen sat a super popular streaming celebrity known as Monkey King, wiping away tears at the sight of a truly unforgettable instant. He felt deeply comforted. He realized that he could now embrace the famous video from years ago, a hit with tens of millions of downloads, that brought him fame via simple stabbing techniques. After all, even in the professional league stage, people acted with such straightforward honesty when fighting each other, why should he cling to past grudges then? Chapter 78. As Lin Xiao won another round, after the final individual match of this session, the Black Rose team took a temporary lead over the Red Leaf team by a margin of 2:1. The next battle to be unfolded would be the 3v3 team competition. When the subsequent lineups appeared on the large screen at the center of the venue, the entire audience erupted into a buzz of hushed discussions. In the team match, both sides had reserved their respective captains for this decisive moment. After a long hiatus, the legendary duo of Wen Shuqing's shadow swordsman, Qing Zijin, and Tao Yaofei's priest, Fei Fei Wu Xian, made a return, drawing much attention. Coupled with the addition of Cin Yuanxian's martial monk, Wan Yuangi, they formed an extremely offensive lineup. But one person from the Black Rose team's current lineup captured all the spectators' attention. Chen Anqi, the former captain of the Red Leaf team, was once ranked as one of the most brutal assassin operators in the league, a player renowned for her colorful achievements. It was still vividly remembered how she announced her retirement right there on the spot 2 years ago, after being defeated by the Black Rose team and missing out on the finals. After so much time had passed, no one could have imagined that she, who had been a platform streamer for such a long period, would actually choose to make a comeback, and what's more, her return would be to none other than the very Black Rose team which had ended her career all those years ago. Excuse me. Fans familiar with even a little of the history between these two teams couldn't help but feel astonished. Who would have thought, she really joined the Black Rose team? When Shu Qing gazed toward the Black Rose side, watching Chen Anqi get up from her seat after taking a sip of water, his expression tinged with reflection. But, does Chen Senior's combat style really fit the Black Rose team? Cin Yuanxian asked, having just entered the league around the time Chen Anqi declared her retirement. Although he never faced her directly, he understood some of her playing style from various match recordings, which left him questioning her suitability now. Chen Anqi's assassin character had always been famous for its cunning and ruthless tactics since she first broke into the scene, so much so that even under the command of her newly promoted successor, the Red Leaf team retained her aggressive playstyle from back in the day. However, given that Luya Zhenxian, Brilliant Cloud, team had sent out both Cin Yuanxian and Wen Shuqing for a clear offensive strategy, it was evident that Lu Zishan wouldn't function merely as Chen Anqi's support partner but would likely focus on defense instead. With this dynamic, even if Chen Anqi's burst damage output was formidable, would one solo output source be enough to disrupt the formation of the Brilliant Cloud team? Do not underestimate her. Chen Anqi's danger extends beyond just her burst damage. Wen Shuqing did not say more but gave Cin Yuanxian a meaningful look. Trying to describe exactly what it feels like to face this female player was difficult, only through direct experience could one fully understand. Turning his head, he caught sight of Tao Yaofei pouting with an obvious look of annoyance. He couldn't help but chuckle, "What's wrong?" "I hate fighting against this woman," Tao Yaofei replied, uncharacteristically serious with her usual playful demeanor replaced by one of gravity. "Hating her doesn't matter, this is a match," Wen Shuqing responded lightly with a smile. A hint of sharp determination flickered in his eyes amidst his usual warmth. "Alright, let's go on." At the same time, the participants from the Black Rose team also began walking onto the stage. Leading the group was Yu Jing, whose skin seemed whiter against his dark uniform while his ever-unchanged demeanor radiated calmness even across vast distances. Behind him followed Lu Zishan, whose strikingly long legs were among the most eye-catching sights even within the entire esports community. And last but not least, despite being shorter in comparison due to the other's height, her small figure was unmistakably drawing the full attention of the crowd. In the memories of esports fans who had previously shown even the slightest interest in the Red Leaf team, they would remember her signature red attire blazing brightly during battles. However, now clad in the pitch-black team uniform of the Black Rose, Chen Anqi appeared somewhat lost within the overly large garment, burying her face deep in the high collar. Only her signature twin ponytails stood out as exceptionally prominent. Her whole body emitted a peculiar oppressive aura, leaving everyone feeling a faint chill run down their spines. The crowd sighed with awe. This was indeed the famed Gothic lowly. Her triumphant return to the game truly felt nothing short of magnificent. Lin Xiao was lounging back in the contestant seat sipping water when he lightly nudged Shen Chanyu beside him with a raised eyebrow. "What? Haven't the new uniforms been finalized yet? Your clothes look like they're being worn for a play by Chen Anqi." Shen Chanyu glanced at him helplessly. "I can't do anything about it." Lin Xiao grinned. "Oh, actually, it's not much of a problem. At least she seems to be in a good mood, so this round should be interesting." "Is that so?" Shen Chanyu looked at the close-up on the large screen specially zoomed in by the director, carefully examining her face which perennially wore an air of gloom and showed no signs of any expression denoting a good mood. Lin Xiao sighed with regret, his face serious as he patted his shoulder. "Deputy Shen, you're still too green when it comes to women. Looks like you'll have to learn more from me in the future." Shen Chanyu replied with resignation, "You'd better start worrying more about yourself." Lin Xiao shrugged, crossed his legs, and smiled as he observed the big screen. At that moment, the camera cut to Yu Jing, whose exquisitely handsome side profile triggered a storm of enthusiastic screams from the female fans in the audience. As the equipment adjustments ended, the fans' excitement reached its peak. The small team competition between Black Rose and Flowing Cloud officially began. Following the start of the match, the two sides quickly collided twice directly in the center of the map. Although this was obviously just mutual probing, after the second wave of conflict ended, Yu Jing understood clearly and curled his lips devoid of warmth. It was quite apparent that the opposing team's attitude in this small team contest was clear, simply and crudely targeting him. Whether it's a 3v3 small team contest or a 5v5 team battle, taking down the healer first could secure an early victory in a game. This is a fact well known by all business MMO players and Alliance professional gamers alike. So, the current strategy adopted by the Flowing Cloud team was indeed quite common. However, while this tactic was standard, to see it implemented against the Black Rose team couldn't help but make one admire the decisiveness of Wen Shuqing. After all, Black Rose's priest wasn't just anyone, it was Yu Jing, a top-level operator standing at the pinnacle of his profession. If Yu Jing were someone so easy to kill, then many teams wouldn't view the current Black Rose team as such a thorn in their side. At this point, Yu Jing had already identified Flowing Cloud's intent, but did not indicate much further. Instead, he questioned over the voice channel, "How confident are you that we can seize an opportunity to assassinate their martial monk?" Chen Anqi, operating her assassin character Chi Cat separately flying rapidly away from the other two, responded casually, "It's hard to say with Wen Shuqing, but if it's Qin Yuanxian, it would be very simple." "Wait, he'll likely trip himself up anyway." Yu Jing nodded, "Good, leave it to you." The movement pace of Fanjing Liaoyuan and Zhimoerxi slowed down distinctly at this time, while simultaneously, the three shadowy figures trailing closely behind them suddenly pressed forward. Qing Zijin immediately leaped into action with a triple slash, silencing Fanjing Liaoyuan and forcing all skill bars into a short cooldown. Fei Wu Xian took the cue by applying a slow debuff on Zhimoerxi, delaying his support speed while using an assist skill to enhance Qing Zijin's attack power at that exact moment. This absolutely perfect cooperation put Yu Jing into a highly passive position. As he operated his character to move while glancing at Chi Cat's location, within moments, he had already made his decision. Without bothering whether Lu Zishan's Zhimoerxi would manage to arrive in time, instead of doing any operations to escape the encirclement, Yu Jing advanced even deeper into the heart of the encircling formation. If he were an output class, such an action could be interpreted as making a desperate attempt to break through. But as a critically important healer in team battles, Yu Jing's present operation was tantamount to nothing but inviting death. At this moment, Fanjing Liaoyuan was deeply entangled in a double-pronged trap by two members of Flowing Cloud team. Once Qin Yuanxian's martial monk joined the fray, under the joint attack of these two potent close combat output classes, it would undoubtedly become increasingly difficult for Yu Jing to hold his own. All the spectators held their breath involuntarily, awaiting the final resolution of the situation. However, Qin Yuanxian's martial monk Wan Yuangi seemed to have vanished into thin air, refusing to show up. At this same moment, a blood-curdling scream reverberated in the Flowing Cloud team's voice channel, "Shit, how is there a prison trap here?" Yet, his screams could only come to an abrupt halt here, as a figure of a sudden charge appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, all he could do was concentrate fully on tapping the keyboard for defensive operations, there was no more room for anything else. As he continued to be pressed back step by Chen Anqi, Qin Yuanxian's heart filled with bitterness, immense bitterness. Even he had no idea how unlucky he had become, managing to step on one of her traps every 2 to 3 steps. It felt as if coordinates had been predetermined and he was being called out to stamp his foot down right onto them. After all, even if this assassin character maxed out all trap-based skills, they should only be able to place about 10 or so traps at once. Yet stepping on them one after another like this, was he not here to participate in the top-level combat of LPP, but rather to play Minesweeper? Compared to Qin Yuanxian's despair, Chen Anqi remained calm. She glanced indifferently at the remaining traps on the map, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. There are still 3. Splash. Before her words were fully spoken, Wan Yuangi, under Qin Yuanxian's operation, had just used a leap step to create distance from Chi Cat. But the moment he landed, another hit sound rang out beneath his feet. He couldn't help himself anymore, letting out a desperate wail, "Save me. Quickly. I'm about to die." Tao Yaofei had no choice but to abandon continuing to assist Wen Shuqing in killing Yu Jing through Fanjing Liaoyuan. She began swiftly maneuvering Fei Wu Xian towards Wan Yuangi's location to provide emergency assistance. Chapter 79. The Black Rose team seems to be preparing a relieving Zhao by attacking Wei strategy. Announcer Su Qingli's voice carried a hint of tension as the situation grew intense. But, will Lu Yun decide in time to abandon killing Yu Jing and rush to save Qin Yuanxian? Still not decisive enough. Xia Wu sighed softly, her eyes glued to every detail on the large screen without missing any slight change in the situation. In the end, due to Tao Yaofei's timely support, Qin Yuanxian finally extricated himself from the predicament. As the captain of the Flowing Cloud team, Wen Shuqing was the only player in the league with a leg disability, yet no one had ever questioned his abilities. In terms of personal skills within the current league, aside from Yen Duzhou, his individual strength was undoubtedly formidable and universally acknowledged. However, although this amiable captain possessed an extremely meticulous strategic mindset, his overly gentle personality, formed through years of illness, occasionally led him to hesitate during matches, which sometimes appeared as indecision. Take the current situation for example, after finally grabbing the perfect opportunity to kill, it slipped away again because he didn't want to take risks, allowing the Black Rose team to seize the initiative once more. But can we say that Wen Shuqing's decision was wrong? No one could make such a judgment lightly. After all, thanks to Tao Yaofei's timely support, Qin Yuanxian successfully disengaged from Chen Anqi's attack. Although this returned both teams to their original confrontation state, it also ensured that Flowing Cloud wouldn't find themselves at a disadvantage if Qin Yuanxian had been killed. While adventurousness is important, Wen Shuqing has always valued stability over everything else, and his approach on the battlefield is consistently cautious, presenting opponents with the most headache-inducing but stable handling method. This clash between the two teams ended thusly. It appears that both sides were unwilling to concede opportunities in the battle situation. Su Qingli refrained from commenting on Wen Shuqing's tactical command style, instead reviewing the previous confrontation. The Flowing Cloud team's cautious, risk-averse play must have been a major headache for the Black Rose team. Xia Wu soon noticed the shift in the game, however frustrating it may be for them, they obviously aren't willing to give up. The moment Lu Zhisin was blocked back there, he promptly caught up and swiftly joined the battle. The current situation seems to have reversed from before. Su Qingli frowned. Now, it's turned into Lu Zhisin's, choosing the wood, and Yu Jing's, vivid scenery, ganging up on Wen Shuqing's shadow swordsman. This situation doesn't look too promising. Is Qin Zijin attempting a forceful breakthrough? Can he pull it off? Oh, it looks like it might be difficult. At this moment in the venue, besides the announcer's words, mixed voices of discussion were audible. Many fans of the Flowing Cloud team held their breath anxiously as they watched the rapid changes unfold. Wen Shuqing's prior decision seemed to have relieved Qin Yuanxian's predicament, but under the Black Rose team's relentless counterattack, it now felt more like self-sabotage. While there might have been a chance for him to escape with just Lu Zhisin alone, the assistance of Yu Jing made the situation extraordinarily arduous. Yet, Wen Shuqing maintained a composed demeanor. After issuing a few simple commands over the voice channel, his focus sharpened further, and his operations as Shadow Swordsman grew instantly fiercer. Though Tao Yaofei hesitated inside, she still followed his command and began pursuing Chen Anqi alongside Qin Yuanxian, refraining from returning to aid Wen Shuqing. Since entering the league, she had always been by Wen Shuqing's side. From even earlier times, she had already ceased questioning any of his decisions. Simply because she trusted him. Qin Zijin no longer retreated under pressure from choosing the wood, but instead charged forward directly, launching frontal attacks. The elusive figure of the Shadow Swordsman amidst dazzling sword light highlighted the nimble footwork favored by powerful offensive players like Wen Shuqing. The tricky positioning and natural agility inherent to the profession made Lu Zhisin's paladin seem comparatively slow and awkward. Facing a player like Wen Shuqing, Lu Zhisin had long mentally prepared for the present circumstances. Instead of growing irritated by repeatedly missed skill attempts, he became more focused, enhancing his coordination with Yu Jing to make these of their skills increasingly cunning. While Qin Zijin obviously couldn't kill Lu Zhisin at once with the two-person pincer attack, he ensured with his overwhelming power that his own health bar wouldn't drop too fast. Staring in disbelief, the crowd watched him remarkably accomplish the feat of holding off two opponents. In the professional league, holding off two players was an incredible achievement only top-level players could pull off. Although Yu Jing was a healing class, Wen Shuqing's awe-inspiring maneuvers were undeniably remarkable. At this moment, facing such fierce assault from him, Yu Jing managed to keep Lu Zhisin's health stable without noticeable fluctuations from start to end, showcasing once more why he was praised as a god-tier healer. The two legendary players displayed dazzling skills and magical tactics through their roles on Lu Zhisin. But while everyone was mesmerized by this rare, intricate battle, the sound of another kill came from elsewhere. System First Blood. Under the double threat of Qin Yuanxian and Tao Yaofei, Chen Anqi initially retreated but suddenly counterattacked. Amidst the 1 versus 2 situation, she skillfully seized upon her opponent's misstep, leveraging a large gap that appeared when they were momentarily distracted. Suddenly turning around, she struck Nurse Fifi with a set of precise assassination techniques, instantly eliminating the enemy healer. The entire venue fell eerily silent, no one expected such an unbelievable turn in the plot. So, the Black Rose team's strategy from the beginning was to focus fire Flowing Cloud's healer. Commentator Xia Wu hesitated after being momentarily stunned. From the initial move where Yu Jing faced the encirclement of two Flowing Cloud members and went forward boldly, to Tao Yaofei leaving Wen Shuqing to support Qin Yuanxian due to Chen Anqi's persistent pressure, what would the current situation have been if Tao Yaofei had not chosen to abandon the present opportunity and leave? However, regardless of how it turned out, Flowing Cloud's healer became the first member to fall in this round of the squad match. Who would have thought? While the Black Rose team seemed intent on taking down Wen Shuqing first, their real tactic all along was to eliminate the healer. Though archaic, the plan brimmed with intricate strategy from start to finish, from Yu Jing's bold lead earlier, to Chen Anqi relentlessly pushing the pace, to eventually isolating Nurse Fifi of Tao Yaofei using clever lures. Countless calculations went into their execution. After a brief silence, Su Qingli genuinely remarked, Yu Jing has yet again presented for us a meticulously crafted strategy like magic. Indeed, based on this match's tactical deployment, the Black Rose team thoroughly capitalized on the weaknesses of Flowing Cloud. With the mission complete, Chen Anqi's Chi Cat, now with thinning health, once again hid within the complex terrain before regrouping with the main force. With restored full health and delayed reinforcements from Qin Yuanxian's Wan Yuan Gi, Wen Shuqing's Qin Zijin eventually succumbed under the three-person focus fire, becoming the second casualty. Qin Yuanxian ceased struggling further and directly forfeited the game. With this, the Black Rose team triumphantly secured two crucial points in the squad match, leading the scoreline 4-1 as the competition transitioned to the final team match. Sorry Captain Wen, I don't know why I got separated from Sister Yao Fei. After stepping out from the combat chamber, Xin Yuanxian looked at the two figures near the wheelchair and hung his head, displaying clear regret on his face. He just couldn't figure it out. Though usually proficient in synchronized progression exercises, why did he commit such a basic mistake under competition pressure? Reconstructing the events, he recalled that just moments ago, both were moving forward together, so why had their coordinated formation fallen apart abruptly? He simply couldn't understand. Tao Yaofei, sharing some regrets herself, seeing his expression, couldn't help but laugh. Alright, this is your first matchup against Chen Anqi. Such a scenario is actually mild considering the more inexplicable situations we've experienced. What does this have to do with Senior Chen Anqi? A puzzled Xin Yuanxian questioned, but the other two merely turned back and exchanged a meaningful glance, refraining from further comment. On the other side, when the three members of the Black Rose team returned to their seats, Xu Yiming and others stood up jubilantly, clapping heartily toward them. Xiao Li remained seated on his chair, eyeing Lu Zhisan who plopped down next to him with disdain. He furrowed his eyebrows and shot a glance at Lu Zhisan. You're playing the paladin like an idiot. Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Zhisan smiled faintly as he glanced at Xiao Li. He originally is an idiot. Xiao Li was momentarily silenced by Lu Zhisan's audacious response before finally giving out an irritated humph. Water, Chen Anqi spoke in a monotone, seemingly unaffected by their exchange. Before she finished her word, Shen Changyu had already handed her a newly opened bottle of mineral water. She looked up briefly at him and asked, Am I impressive? Shen Changyu, who was also handing over another bottle to Lu Zhisan nearby, paused for a moment when he heard this, meeting her gaze instinctively responded, Impressive. Chen Anqi nodded, tipping her head back to take a sip. Of course, no matter how talented one is, it all depends on our Captain Yu Jing's good leadership. Lin Xiao shamelessly complimented Captain Yu without batting an eye, completely ignoring the dismissive snort from Chen Anqi behind him. Leaning closer towards Yu Jing, Lin Xiao smiled sweetly and asked, So, Captain Yu, are you tired from this round? Can you continue the next one? Captain Yu Jing simply replied, Of course. Lin Xiao stretched dramatically with an increased curve on his lips. But anyway, the team match will be better off relying on me. Captain Yu Jing showed a faint smile. Ah, that's great. Chapter 80. As the competitors returned to their respective rest rooms for final adjustments before the team match, Su Qingli and Xia Wu provided a comprehensive analysis of the previous squad match on the commentary stand. The audience in the venue, under such commentary, began to realize that so many intricacies were contained within such a short match, prompting a collective sigh. There's no denying that the Black Rose team has reversed its initial sluggish performance from the preseason and is now fully committed as soon as the playoffs started. There were concerns earlier about whether they would lose their footing due to deploying too many rookies, but it seems none of these worries are justified now. They have indeed integrated well, said Su Qingli. With that, I find myself greatly anticipating the upcoming team match. Xia Wu grinned, noting some movement at the referee's station. Oh, time flies, the break is over, and the team match will begin shortly. Let's look at the starting lineups for both teams. At the same moment, the director shifted the camera from the commentary stand to the competition area, capturing an aerial shot of the entire arena. Suddenly, the large screen changed to reveal the participants' lists for both sides' team matches. This is, Xia Wu couldn't help but express her surprise upon seeing the Black Rose team lineup. The Black Rose team this round is certainly intriguing. Su Qingli clearly understood her sentiments, adding with a smile. With these insightful jokes from the two commentators, the audiences also stirred up in discussions after seeing the lineup displayed on the central screen by the Black Rose team. Black Rose team, Yu Jing, Lin Xiao, Su Yiming, Su Yichen, Xiao Li. Veteran team players Shen Changhe and Lu Zhisan didn't take the field. Instead, Xiao Li, who had only participated in a handful of personal matches, was assigned to the roster. As a solo player, Xiao Li was known as a random player king in online games, evidence enough of his prowess. However, team matches differ markedly from personal ones. If personal matches could still be decided by one's individual strength, then team matches were undoubtedly tests of teamwork and coordination, making it quite hard to understand why the Black Rose team would choose Xiao Li, a rookie in the league who wasn't yet a keycard but required experience through match after match. In other words, Xiao Li's personal capabilities were undeniable, but he still needed to develop further. This principle wasn't just clear to the professional commentators but was also apparent to many in the audience. Excluding Yu Jing as a cleric class, all four remaining members of the Black Rose team are high-output roles. Is there perhaps another strategy behind it? Xia Wu admitted being unable to read into it. It might suggest the intent to adopt a strong offensive tactic, Su Qingli discerned first. But can Xiao Li really keep up with the pace? If even slightly mishandled, aggressive tactics tend to result in chaos easily, which might lead to early eliminations. Xia Wu remarked. That depends on how specifically Black Rose plans to manage the details, Su Qingli chuckled. Whether Xiao Li's participation in the team match is the stroke of genius or a miscalculation by the Black Rose team might be the most watched aspect of this game. After all, compared to this surprising lineup decision, the lineup for Flowing Cloud team appears more consistent and dependable. Flowing Cloud team, Wen Shuqing, Zhang Fengyu, Yan Lingjiang, Tao Yaofei, Xin Yuanxian. After the mutual handshake of respect on stage, each team entered the battle room for the final equipment adjustment. Hey, shall I handle the commands for this round? Let you take a break. Lin Xiao asked Yu Jing after preparing. Yu Jing replied indifferently, sure. Su Yiming gave them a glance of boredom, saying, it's just commanding, either of you can do it. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, then I won't hold back. Xiao Li commented dryly, when have you ever held back? Lin Xiao looked at him, whether or not I held back isn't a big issue, Xiao boss, but you need to focus here. Everyone inside and outside is looking forward to your performance. Xiao Li, silenced by this comment, grew serious instantly, absolutely. He, of course, was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. When they mentioned him taking the field for this round of the team match, he himself couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But then again, since he had decided to become a professional player, it was obvious that just playing around wouldn't be enough. He loved this battlefield and relished the adrenaline rush it provided, so now that he had earned the trust of his team, there was no way he could disappoint his teammates. Lin Xiao grinned and patted his shoulder, ah, good expression. Xiao Li. Joking aside, the match officially began shortly after. The map band selection phase concluded with the desert maze as the final choice. This map wasn't unfamiliar to either the players on the field or the audience. Compared to other complex terrains, it obviously wasn't suitable for protracted maneuvering, yet due to the desolate ancient city surrounding it, where streets were densely packed with alleys, there were numerous protective obstacles, making it unsuitable for frontal clashes. In general, the desert maze map possessed sufficient inclusiveness to allow for the deployment of very complex and versatile strategies. As the map loading finished, both teams refreshed at their respective spawn points and wasted no time beginning active movement. This time, both teams tacitly didn't choose the same direction of movement. The Black Rose team appeared at the square market in the north part of the city, while the Flowing Cloud team slowed its pace in the ruins of the southern district. Despite continuous movement, neither team spotted signs of the other, indicating the evident split in direction between them. However, compared to the Flowing Cloud team's direct decision to slow down, the Black Rose team suddenly turned direction, turning 90 degrees, speeding toward the south. Su Qingli noticed the differing strategies chosen by both parties and showed a bit of interest. From the current situation of this match, the Black Rose team is clearly much more proactive. However, this carpet-style search strategy doesn't seem too characteristic of Yu Jing's combat style. Did they switch commanders for this team match? Xia Wu was startled upon hearing this, switch command. Who could it be? Right when these words fell, the director conveniently switched the camera to the Black Rose team's battle room. Through the footage, it was visible that Yu Jing calmly looked at the screen conducting proficient operations without speaking at all. Lin Xiao beside her occasionally chimed in with a smile, with a few others occasionally responding. Indeed, they had switched commanders, and what's more, it was a rookie who had just emerged this season. Upon discovering this truth, not only the on-site spectators but also those watching live streams on their computer screens, even the seasoned hosts at the commentary stand, found themselves speechless. Deploying an inexperienced newcomer to participate in a team match was already bold, now, simply handing over team command to a rookie? Would the Black Rose team really not screw this up? Compared to the surging undercurrents outside, Lin Xiao obviously didn't realize how she had inadvertently once again stimulated certain fragile young minds. At that moment, she was calmly assigning tasks without breaking a sweat. Xiao boss, you just charge ahead. Both Su seniors watch who from the Flowing Cloud team lags behind, and just focus on attacking them. These instructions were incredibly simplistic and brutal. Whoever lags behind gets attacked. That sounds awfully random. By the time these words were spoken, because of the Black Rose team's aggressive push forward, the figures of the Flowing Cloud team soon appeared within sight. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, several clean and decisive gunshots rang out, as if deliberately ensuring that the opposing team noticed their approach. Su Yichen's headshot and Su Yiming's precise bullet strike simultaneously commenced relentless firing. The Flowing Cloud team immediately stabilized their formation. Zhang Fengyu's crazy fish mage quickly cast a wind barrier to block subsequent damage. Yan Lingjiang flashed out of sight instantly after moving aside, observed through God's eye perspective showing he had already started actively circling around the back. His goal was quite apparent, targeting Fu Jing Liao Wang, the priest currently positioned at the rear of the Black Rose team. While one might expect a chain of follow-up attacks, the two gunners did not reload after completing their first round of fire. Instead, they charged straight up, followed closely by Xiao Li's demon swordsman, Xiao Cangqiong. Ignore them, cut to the back line. In response to the Black Rose team's almost provocative frontal breakthrough formation, Wen Shuqing made an exceptionally calm decision. Any team that had faced off against the Black Rose squad knew all too well one thing: as long as Yu Jing's Fan Jing Liao Wan was still on the field, eliminating other damage-dealing classes first wasn't going to be an easy task. Oh, Xiao boss, you guys are really being underestimated. Watching the opponent's aggressive advance straight for the back line, Lin Xiao couldn't resist making a lukewarm joke or two, her lips curling slightly in amusement while her hands never paused their swift operations. As the light beams from the staff grew increasingly intense, Gui Mengmeng, who hadn't participated in the battle once and stayed firmly by the side of Fan Jing Liao Wan, began constructing a whole intricate array of totem spell formations around them. Wanted to kill the healer? Think again, buddy. Humph. With the successive activations of the arrays, Xu Qingli at the commentator stand had already keenly noticed the difference. Lin Xiao this match actually didn't choose her signature curse spirit but went with a protection-oriented auxiliary spirit instead. Such a change naturally wasn't lost on the players of the Flowing Cloud team either. However, by this time the battle lines of both sides had already thoroughly interwoven. Wanting to adjust strategies at this point would be far too late. Chapter 81. The vanguard of the Flowing Clouds team was the first to plunge headfirst into the intricate array of intersecting spells, inevitably slowing down in that instant. However, the other members of the Black Rose team continued their forward sprint without any hesitation. As the gunfire rang out again, Xiao Li's Chaotic Sky had already engaged Zhang Fengyu's Dark Mage Crazy Fish. As for Su Yiming and Su Yichen, their focus had shifted directly toward Tao Yaofei's Feifei Wuxin. A priest. Once again, a priest. Everyone felt uneasy after having tasted success with this strategy during the previous small group match. Now, the Black Rose team had once again targeted the priest. But wasn't the Flowing Clouds team's strategy just as well thought out? From the very start of the team battle, both sides had confronted each other fiercely, pushing the pace straight into its climax, transforming the battlefield into a race to see who would kill the opposing priest first. On one side, Tao Yaofei began to lose her footing amidst the overwhelming bombardment of two gunners, but she quickly demonstrated excellent professional quality, regaining her rhythm and countering methodically. Meanwhile, on the other side, despite being closely locked onto by Xiaoli, Yan Lingjiang had successfully maneuvered his flanking move, diving into the fray and forming a pincer formation with Wen Shuqing and Xin Yuanqian, trapping Yu Jing's chaotic scenery and Lin Zhao's ghost Mo Miao within. At first glance, the situation seemed significantly more intense there. However, Lin Xiao handled the pressing circumstances with extraordinary simplicity and ease. After blocking Yan Guan's next wave of assaults, a new formation arose mid-air from his landing point, perfectly concealing Wan Yuangi inside. The void wave he had unleashed earlier had cost him his line of sight, preventing further close-range operations. In the instant Qingqing Zijin, Shadow Swordsman, released his skill, he seized the opportunity to cut straight through from the front, interrupting Ghost Mo Miao's attempt at further suppression on Wan Yuangi and began interfering with his spellcasting. Flowing Light Sword Slash. A single slash by Qingqing Zijin of Wen Shuqing sent up a flash of blue light, splashing a streak of blood on Ghost Mo Miao. Direct hit. Without hesitation, Wen Shuqing followed through with a series of tight combos aimed straight at Ghost Mo Miao. But just as the third skill was about to be unleashed, red thorny vines erupted from beneath his feet, binding his legs tightly and anchoring him firmly in place. This prediction. Wen Shuqing slightly furrowed his brows, but the brief pause in his attack was enough for Ghost Mo Miao's health bar to be restored fully once more. In no time, he appeared even livelier than before. Priest. Chaotic scenery. Facing this solid support standing behind the opponent, Wen Shuqing couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. Once the restriction ended, he didn't continue to engage Ghost Mo Miao but instead launched a direct strike toward Yu Jing, who was not far behind. At the same time, Wan Yuaniwei, whose vision had been restored, chanted Buddhist chants and along with Yan Guan, rushed toward chaotic scenery. Lin Xiao saw everything clearly and immediately started chanting the next set of formations upon stabilizing his stance. Overwhelming arrays rose from the ground almost instantaneously within a second, tightly surrounding chaotic scenery and completely enveloping those three aggressive attackers. Weakness. Slow. Blindness. Silence. Various debuff effects appeared in the corner of Flowing Clouds team players' large screens. This seamless string of near-perfect connections left one amazed at the incredible hand speed and precise operations, yet it also provoked an impulse to curse aloud. This time around, Qingqing Zijin's assault did not slow down. Even amid the pitch-black veil, he relied on his keen sense of direction to charge straight toward chaotic scenery's position. Yet, the moment he broke through the barrier, what awaited him wasn't the enemy priest but rather another step back into another formation. The moment he failed to locate chaotic scenery's figure, Wen Shuqing instantly developed a feeling of unease. He had never imagined that under the strongest offensive trio of the Flowing Clouds team, they could be so thoroughly restrained by a mere ghost Taoist. Despite knowing beforehand that this rookie player stood out frequently with exceptional performances in matches, he realized only now that his own level of regard was far from sufficient. Was Yu Jing the key determinant in this game? No, perhaps Lin Xiao was. The current situation was more about Lin Xiao achieving a 1-against-3 rather than the two of them restraining their three. Tao Yaofei was clearly beginning to struggle under the attacks from Su Yiming and Su Yichen, having called for help several times in the voice chat already. This undoubtedly made the entire situation seem even more tense. With Xiao Li's close-range harassment, Zhang Fengyu could only ensure he wasn't killed while trying to outmaneuver him. There was obviously no way he could afford any distraction. Therefore, at this moment, should they continue pursuing Fan Jinglioran or support their own healer? In the face of such a choice, Wen Shuqing had already recognized the situation and made the decision to retreat, support the healer. At this point, the team demonstrated excellent execution ability. The moment those words were spoken, everyone immediately changed their momentum, forsaking the pursuit and rushing toward another battleground instead. However, their retreat was swift and decisive, but Lin Xiao was not pleased. If you wanted to bully the healer, go ahead and bully the healer, but once it doesn't work, you can't just retreat. There's no such cheap deal. You come easily, but leaving won't be as per your whims. Just as Yan Guan followed the main group and turned around, before taking even a few steps forward, he once again found himself trapped in an array sea that rose from the ground. Yan Lingjiang finally lost his cool and shouted loudly over the channel, "Motherfucker! Are you cheating or what?" Wen Shuqing remained silent because he had seen the kill information on the large screen. Following a full near 10-minute back and forth, the trio of strong attackers was firmly held at bay mere inches away from Fan Jinglioran. In the end, the two gunners of the Black Rose team successfully managed the first joint kill. Was the strategy of the Flowing Clouds team problematic? Probably no one could say so. After all, Yu Jing's Fan Jinglioran didn't have any output roles by his side, just Gui Mengmeng, who normally served a purely supportive role in team matches. These two combinations looked easy to handle at first glance. If it weren't for seeing this match firsthand, who would have believed that they could fully restrain three powerful attackers despite lacking offensive capability? As for Xiao Li, underestimated for group battles right from the start. He indeed did not participate in any of the group fights throughout, instead clinging tightly to Zhang Fengyu's Dark Mage Crazy Fish, bringing the essence of individual competition into play within the team battle to the extreme. But was he unimportant? Anyone who watched the game process knew clearly that though the three characters operated by Wen Shuqing, Yan Lingjiang, and Sun Yuanxian were all potent attackers, they lacked hard crowd control abilities due to being melee fighters. It was precisely because Zhang Fengyu was absent that Lin Xiao could pull off his show-stopping moves, manipulating the opponents with ease. One Xiao Li, one Lin Xiao, two rookie players newly emerged this season, disrupted the Flowing Clouds team's rhythm yet again. Although eventually Wen Shuqing, in cooperation with Yan Lingjiang, managed to eliminate one Hithead and Mingjian Blood, after Xiao Cangqiong gave up on entangling Mad Fish and returned to regroup with the main force, the Black Rose team still possessed the healer advantage which was substantial. The first playoff match has reached its current point, and the result is already clear. Su Qingli announced the result calmly. The next 15 minutes of combat time seemed more like a grand wrap-up effort, with the final kill count displayed on the large screen showing 5:3. Actually, by the 8-minute mark, the outcome was practically determined already. However, for some reason, perhaps out of anger, Yan Lingjiang chose to play hide-and-seek with the opposing side across the map when his health dropped to only 1/3, stubbornly refusing to show up for direct confrontations. Adding to this, Lin Zhao's Ghost Mo Miao indeed had an extremely low output in this match, which made chasing down the opponent take considerably more time, dragging it out until the very end. Finally over. Looks like Yan Lingjiang holds quite a bit of resentment towards the Black Rose team, Xia Wu said half-jokingly while looking at the victory emblem popping up on the large screen. Regardless, congratulations to the Black Rose team on delivering an impressive first victory in the playoffs, Su Qingli sincerely congratulated them. I believe this result will bring joy to all the fans supporting the Black Rose. As he spoke, thunderous applause erupted inside the venue. Inside the battle room, devoid of the cheering from outside, there was a quiet calm. After removing his earmuffs, Yu Jing noticed that Lin Zhao's headphones were hanging around his neck. Lin Xiao was motionlessly leaning on the chair, staring blankly at the screen. He asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Xiao gave a tired rub to his nose, feeling a tinge of soreness creeping up his hand, and with a contemplative expression, replied, "I was just thinking that there are quite a few training courses I need to catch up on soon." Initially, he hadn't felt much of a difference, but ever since sweeping through the Korean server until the previous match, after continuously encountering top players, a sense of inadequacy began to creep in. This discomfort stemmed from this body's limitations, which he had been covering with his versatile playstyle. However, it wasn't a long-term solution. As the battles ahead would only grow more intense, if he relied solely on his current capabilities, both in terms of operational acuity and physical endurance, he would fall far short. It is like rowing upstream, if you don't advance, you will retreat. He needed to be stronger. Perhaps even surpass his former self. Still, it was definitely not an easy task. Lin Xiao sighed wistfully as he leaned over to Yu Jing, smiling warmly, "You captain, would you mind sparing some time to accompany me for special training?" Yu Jing glanced at him, "What kind of content?" Lin Xiao chuckled, "Well, you'll see when the time comes." Chapter 82. When the contestants from both teams walked out of the arena, they were immediately drowned in an overwhelming wave of applause. This applause was not only for the victorious Hei Mei team, but also for the Lu Yun team, who demonstrated remarkable skills during the match. Although they ultimately didn't secure victory, they equally deserved the passionate encouragement of their fans. The opening battle of the playoffs saw the Hei Mei team defeating the Lu Yun team and claiming their first win. In the front row of the A-zone spectator seats downstairs, the members of other teams witnessed the entire competition from start to finish. Amidst the noise of the crowd, their inner excitement took a long time to settle. The Hei Mei team was strong, much stronger than before. Everyone couldn't deny this feeling that arose in their hearts. In this match, whether in individual or team competitions, although the Lu Yun team's performance did seem slightly off, it certainly wasn't disastrous. However, the Hei Mei team excelled clearly from both the aspects of operational techniques and tactics. Any shortcomings from the Lu Yun team could be attributed to Wen Shuqing's long absence from the field, but one couldn't use this excuse to downplay the strength of the Hei Mei team. Yan Duzhou quietly observed the two parties shaking hands on stage, his gaze eventually landing on that familiar yet strange figure. It carried a subtle sense of competitiveness. He was fully aware that his retirement was not far off. As an old generation player who almost entered the league since the initial development of domestic esports, encountering an opponent capable of stirring up his passion once more on the final battlefield was indeed a gratifying and delightful experience. Song Lan beside him had been bowing her head the whole time, furiously writing on the notebook she always carried around, occasionally scribbling out what she had just written, biting her pen tip as she fell into deep thought. Yen Duzhou glanced at the content of her notes and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Song Lan remained silent for a moment before replying, "Their strategies are too disorganized." This answer seemed ambiguous, but Yen Duzhou revealed a hint of satisfaction in his expression. He turned to look up at the stage, nodding slowly with a serious tone, "You've made some progress, but you still need to work harder." Compared to the undercurrents beneath the field, the members of the Lu Yun team appeared rather calm. When Shuqing's gaze swept past Yu Jing and settled on Lin Xiao, a faint curve of appreciation gracing his lips, "Captain Yu has uncovered a formidable character." Yu Jing responded modestly, "You're too kind." Zhang Fengyu pushed his glasses up his nose bridge, "Next time, it won't be so easy to win." Shen Changyu smiled faintly, "Next time, we'll probably meet again in the semifinals." Tao Yaofei, who was pushing Wen Shuqing's wheelchair, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "What, do you think we can't make it to the semifinals?" This accusation was quite severe. Shen Changyu secretly wiped a bead of cold sweat and hastily replied, No, absolutely not what I meant." Lin Xiao was amused listening to them exchange pleasantries. As he glanced up, he noticed Yan Lingjiang unusually quiet by the side, staring at him without saying a word throughout. Under such a gaze, an inexplicable unease crept into his heart. Unable to help himself, Lin Xiao walked over and asked, "Big Yan, is something wrong? Surely you're not sulking over a loss, are you?" However, Yan Lingjiang didn't respond to him. His unwavering stare became even stranger. His lips quivered as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped abruptly, suppressing whatever he intended to voice. Finally, as though making a decision, he clenched his teeth tightly and grabbed Lin Zhao's wrist, pulling him towards the exit. "I have something to ask you." Instinctively, Lin Xiao tried to pull back his hand but found that Yan Lingjiang's grip was surprisingly strong, making it impossible to break free. Lifting his eyes, watching the figure before him, with the cold touch transmitted through his palm, the playful grin that had originally adorned his face gradually faded away, replaced by a vague premonition creeping up on him. Even though he hadn't opened his mouth yet, instinct told him that something might be about to come to light. After all, Lin Xiao had always held a somewhat indifferent attitude toward his identity issue. Such bizarre events are never something ordinary people would easily associate with reality. Even if he went around explaining it to everyone individually, most would probably deem him delusional. Hence, how many knew or discovered it mattered little to him, merely something that happened naturally. As for Shen Changyu and Yan Duzhou, one being his closest comrade in arms, the other a rival who understands him completely, Shen falling from his horse was something that happened without any pressure. However, Yan Lingjiang was different. He and Yan Lingjiang had been two completely unrelated people up until now. But due to an unforeseen twist of fate, he took over the body of Yan Lingjiang's childhood friend and replaced it, so in a way, only when facing this man, revealing such cruel truths was truly difficult. Facing Yan Lingjiang, there was no denying it, Lin Xiao felt guilty. But, unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. After all, he was him, the old ghost from years ago, and no matter what, he could never become the Lin Xiao truly remembered in someone else's memory. In a secluded corner of the venue's corridor, an unbearable stillness hung in the air. Yan Lingjiang did not speak, so Lin Xiao could only stand silently at a nearby position, leaning against the wall, feeling the gaze that examined him from head to toe. Finally, with a soft sigh, Lin Xiao fished a cigarette out of his pocket, placed it between his lips, lit it, and took a drag. Glancing at Yan Lingjiang who looked as though filled with grievances, Lin Xiao hesitated and asked, "Do you want to smoke?" Of course, he knew Yan Lingjiang didn't smoke, it was merely idle chatter, but unexpectedly, Yan Lingjiang grabbed his cigarette case without another word, took one, quickly lit it, and started inhaling furiously. Lin Xiao stared dumbfounded, nearly forgetting how to taste the smoke himself. In the end, when Yan Lingjiang coughed violently, practically crumpling into the corner as if trying to expel his lungs, Lin Xiao sighed helplessly and walked over, taking the half-smoked cigarette directly from Yan Lingjiang's hand and extinguishing it in the trash can. "I was just asking out of courtesy, you actually smoked it." Still struggling to catch his breath after the prolonged coughing fit, Yan Lingjiang eventually raised his head, staring straight at Lin Xiao with a raspy voice and demanded, "Who exactly are you?" The cigarette dangling on Lin Xiao's lip tilted slightly, rendered momentarily speechless by the blunt questioning. If he already voiced such a question, it indicated he must have reached some conclusion. There was no point beating around the bush anymore. But, who was he? This question was far too profound. So profound that even Lin Xiao himself didn't know how to answer. By this time, Yan Lingjiang's eyes, whether because of irritation or other emotions, appeared reddened and moist, accentuating the intensity of the rising feelings inside him. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, slowing down his tone as he said, "Let me tell you a story. It's not very long, but, kind of, complicated." He had already told this story at least twice to two others, but compared to those instances, all the combined stress was far less than what he felt now facing Yan Lingjiang. Not only was the story complicated, but his own emotions were equally convoluted. While narrating sentence by sentence, Lin Xiao couldn't help but observe Yan Lingjiang's expression. Unfortunately, the man's face was drooping lower and lower, finally covered entirely by fallen strands of hair, making it impossible to see any expressions. Without any choice, he finished telling everything, then silence once again enveloped the area. His mood became unusually restless, it felt like waiting for forgiveness after doing something wrong, utterly unsure what kind of response would come next. Given his impatient nature, Lin Xiao waited patiently after finishing, continuing to exhale smoke rings while waiting for Yan Lingjiang's reaction. Yet, much time passed, and still, there was no response. Yan Lingjiang leaned against the wall with his head hanging low, looking like someone who had fallen asleep in this posture. Sleeping. That was entirely implausible. Even if he were an awful storyteller, the current situation certainly wouldn't lend itself to having such a sedative effect. Lin Xiao noticed the faint tremors in Yan Lingjiang's shoulders and frowned, ultimately walking over and pulling him upright. "Hey, can you give me His words froze when he caught sight of Yan Lingjiang's expression. The tears Yan Lingjiang had tried hard to suppress finally overflowed, reddening his eyes. He bit his lips tightly and glared fiercely at Lin Xiao. "Impossible. I don't believe a single word you said." "Lin Xiao. If you don't believe a word, then why do you look like someone parting ways forever?" This overwhelming sense of guilt was driving Lin Xiao insane. He rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "I know it's hard for you to accept right away, but, it's the truth." Yan Lingjiang glared at him fiercely, his bloodshot eyes as if trying to pierce right through him. "Fact? What kind of bullshit fact is this? You say you're not Lin Xiao, so who the hell are you then?" The question had finally come full circle again. Maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe it's not. But actually, I am Lin Xiao, but I'm the Lin Xiao from 5 years ago, the old ghost Lin Xiao. Some truths must be digested and accepted by the person involved themselves, yet while unsure about his own feelings right now, Lin Xiao could only cruelly reiterate the facts. As for why such paranormal events happened, well, even I don't know. In this situation now, all I can say is that whatever you choose to do, I'll respect your decision. Whether you want to report me to the police or beat me up. Ow damn. Before he finished speaking, something came hurtling towards him in rapid succession. He hadn't even managed to identify it clearly when an unforgiving punch already landed on his face, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Yan Lingjiang may have appeared cheerful and handsome, but evidently didn't skimp on trips to the fitness club either. With such a fast, accurate, and ruthless blow, Lin Xiao immediately saw stars before his eyes. "You really hit me?" But no one answered him. In a daze, he only watched as a vague figure darted away recklessly, like putting every ounce of strength into fleeing the scene of an accident, disappearing completely within moments. Lin Xiao sat sprawled on the floor, gazing at the empty doorway for the nth time, his expression serious as he let out another long sigh under his breath. With such obvious refusal to accept the reality, his heart was weighed down heavily by guilt. He had already been hit, but whether Yan Lingjiang would spread the matter after cooling down or follow through with reporting it to the police remained uncertain. Sometimes, even he couldn't help feeling that his mouth often got him into trouble. Chapter 83. Yan Lingjiang stumbled his way back to the hotel. The face that was usually sunny and handsome lacked any trace of a smile, as he blankly stared at the QQ chat history on the computer screen. Without realizing it, his originally dry eyes started to well up again, turning slightly red. His fingertips, which were holding the mouse, trembled lightly as he opened the web page and typed in Laogue Lin Xiao. Row after row of reports blurred before his eyes as he furiously scrolled through them one by one, finally stopping at the brief account related to a car accident. His hand rested on the keyboard, trembling once, then ceased all movement. Laogue, the captain of Black Rose who had once led domestic esports to the top, had been gone for 5 years since that car accident but had yet to be forgotten by the vast number of esports fans. Like many people, Yan Lingjiang had also fantasized about what would happen if Laogue returned, whether he could lead China's esports out of its current predicament. It was undeniable that for this man, respect and admiration coexisted. If he really could come back, even though they weren't acquaintances, Yan Lingjiang should have actually been happy. But why did it have to be this way? He looked forward to the return of a strong figure but couldn't accept the price being the loss of his close friend. Yan Lingjiang always remembered how Lin Xiao used to strive so hard in pursuit of Yu Jing. Unfortunately, no matter how much Lin Xiao tried, his gameplay never seemed to follow a methodical approach, causing him to often jump around in frustration. At such times, Yan Lingjiang couldn't help but tease him, only to get a roll of the eyes in response. "So what if you're better than me? Can you beat my Yu Jing?" Faced with such a provocation, Yan Lingjiang was naturally unimpressed, but there was nothing he could do because Yu Jing wasn't an ordinary damage-dealing class but rather the crucial healer in the team, along with those intricate and skillful maneuvers. Every time he tried to make a bold advance and take him down in team battles, he always ended up suffering setbacks, making him extremely disheartened. After being mocked by Lin Xiao for losing a few times, and then after several more losses, Lin Xiao finally came to his senses and offered a little comfort, but his words were these: "Be a good boy, Yan. You're actually already very good. It's just that our Yu Jing is too powerful. It's reasonable that you can't beat him. Don't bother being upset, haha." Under Lin Zhao's wild laughter, Yan Lingjiang became even angrier, unable to say a word. He didn't know why his childhood friend had suddenly developed an obsession with Yu Jing. In his mind, considering both talent and looks, he himself, who had dominated as a rookie and won the title of Most Valuable Player that season, was surely the one who deserved more adoration. Although occasionally flustered against older players, even the deputy team captain acknowledged his potential. Why couldn't Lin Zhao see that? In order to bring Lin Zhao's focus back, Yan Lingjiang threw himself even more rigorously into training. Though it might sound impure in motive, it certainly took much more effort and resulted in rapid improvements in his skills. However, precisely when Yan Lingjiang had just finished a special training session, he learned for the first time that Lin Zhao had done something extreme in his pursuit of Yu Jing. Forgetting to ask for leave from the team, Yan Lingjiang rushed all the way to Lin Zhao's side. Initially intending to kindly advise him, their conversation turned sour almost immediately, and eventually ended in a fierce argument. From that moment on, it seemed to become a clear turning point. Every meeting inevitably revolved around Yu Jing. Every mention of Lin Zhao's increasingly reckless actions left Yan Lingjiang feeling more restless. Each meeting ended in unpleasantness, and over time, the frequency of their communication gradually diminished. So, exactly when did Lin Zhao in his memories start to change into someone completely different? Reflecting now, Yan Lingjiang realized he didn't even notice. Memories flooded his mind like waves, burying his thoughts. Beyond feelings of sadness, Yan Lingjiang couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. If only he had cared more about Lin Zhao at the time instead of simply leaving him alone, would everything have turned out differently? Yan Lingjiang couldn't help but think like this, and without noticing, he rubbed his sore eyes. Suddenly, he heard the door open behind him, followed by a deep and pleasant male voice. "What's wrong, arguing?" During the room assignments at the hotel, Zhang Fengyu and Yan Lingjiang had been placed in the same room. Zhang had just returned from gathering with other teammates outside and noticed right away the obvious sign of distress. Yan Lingjiang lowered his head under such questioning, the corner of his mouth becoming even more bitter. Arguing? If they could still argue, that would be good. There's nothing wrong. I'm going to the restroom. Saying this, Yan Lingjiang hastily got up with his head down to leave, but he immediately bumped into a chest blocking the way. Before he could take a step, the palm resting on his shoulder pressed him back down onto the chair. Haven't eaten yet? Finish your noodles first. Zhang Fengyu glanced at him, placing the takeout in his hands directly onto the table in front of Yan Lingjiang, pulling out the chopsticks and putting them by the bowl. Yan Lingjiang bit his lips, and under such an irresistible gaze, he picked up the chopsticks. The food tasted like wax as he mechanically shoved it into his mouth. Because ever since joining the team, Zhang Fengyu had been responsible for leading him, and from a long time ago, without realizing, he had become accustomed to following orders unconditionally. The noodles were clearly freshly made, still steaming hot, but at this moment, they were incredibly hard to swallow. Zhang Fengyu, seeing that Yan Lingjiang was behaving himself, casually took off his coat and threw it on the bed. "Eat well. I'll take a shower." Yan Lingjiang absent-mindedly hed in response. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door closing and water running, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Zhao. He barely tasted the bowl of noodles he ate, staring blankly at the screen filled with reports until his gaze wandered aimlessly, and then he shut the laptop directly. As that person had said, at this point, what exactly did he want to do? Make the matter public or listen to him and report it to the police? Whichever choice, it seemed like he'd end up being treated as insane. How many people would believe such a story? So, cunning, that man was truly too cunning. The hardest to accept facts and the most difficult to resolve problems were all dumped in his hands like a burning yam. When Zhang Fengyu came out after his shower, Yan Lingjiang was already lying on the bed, with the entire blanket wrapped tightly around him, looking like a giant bug. At first glance, one couldn't tell where the head or feet were. Standing by the bed for a moment, just as he prepared to turn off the light, he heard Yan Lingjiang's muffled voice from under the covers. "Deputy Captain Zhang, why can't some people always stay by your side?" Zhang Fengyu paused his steps, turned, sat on the edge of the bed, and forcefully pulled at the blankets. A disheveled head emerged, and by the dim yellow light, you could vaguely see those reddish eyes. Furrowing his brows, he asked, "What do you mean?" Yan Lingjiang looked up at him. "Lin Zhao, he isn't the same Lin Zhao as before. I want the old Lin Zhao, but we can't go back to being that Lin Zhao." He almost muttered this to himself, apparently not quite aware of what he was saying. Zhang Fengyu listened silently to his rambling, until he finally quieted down on his own, then spoke, "If they can't stay with you, let them go." Upon hearing this, Yan Lingjiang froze and blurted out, "But I can't do it. Since childhood, my relationship with him has always been the closest, so close that we even often wore each other's pants. I thought we'd always be like this. But now." The frown between Zhang Fengyu's eyebrows deepened, his expression more serious than usual. "I don't know what happened between you two, but no matter the reason, if he left, it means that the one destined to be with you for life wasn't him. As for things that have already happened, what must be accepted can only be accepted." Under such words, Yan Lingjiang fell silent. Reasonable and precise, Zhang Fengyu's approach had always been clear-cut. At this moment, who wouldn't wish they could accept things rationally like the veteran deputy captain before their eyes, but his chaotic mind was making it impossible for him to control his emotions. If only Deputy Captain Zhang's powerful brain could be borrowed for a moment. Yan Lingjiang felt irritable and wanted to bash his own head. Rest assured, the person who will stay with you for life will always be by your side, no matter when. It was still a cold, toneless voice, but when these words slipped by his ears, his heart felt as though gently scratched, rippling layer by layer. In a daze, Yan Lingjiang instinctively looked up and, through the thin layer of his glasses, faintly noticed something in Zhang Fenyu's eyes that seemed slightly different from usual. However, before he could dwell on it further, Zhang had already turned to walk over to the wall and casually turned off the light. It's getting late, time to sleep. As soon as the lights went out, Yan Lingjiang felt as though his entire head also became muddled and blank. Through the haze, he faintly heard footsteps gradually coming to a stop beside the bed next to him, then the sound of Zhang climbing onto the bed. Listening to the shallow rise and fall of breathing sounds, his mind finally ceased all functioning, only one thought lingering: so, who exactly would be the one person who could stay by his side for the rest of their life? Compared to Yan Lingjiang's torment-filled night, Lin Xiao was actually not having it much better either. It wasn't just about moral guilt, there was also the fact that on the way back, smuggling failed, and he was caught red-handed in the lobby. This was really being caught with the goods. Before him, Su Yiming jumped up and down around him, occasionally poking at the obviously swollen forehead and lamenting among groans. So, Lin Xiao, you weren't kidding? Just because your team won against the Flow Clouds team, you got beaten up by your childhood buddy? That was some serious punch, wow. Seeing Su's attempt to poke again, Lin Xiao hurriedly raised a hand to protect himself. Could we show a bit of sympathy here? I'm injured now. Show a little care, alright? Unsuccessful with his poke, Su immediately frowned and deliberately heightened his tone, really because of the match. I saw everything clearly, those resentful little glances from the other side. Come clean now, have you done anything else you shouldn't have? Yes, whatever you say is right. Could you keep it down? Lin Xiao wanted nothing more than to cover his mouth given the looks from others around. It's too late to keep it down now, brother Lin. Captain, you already heard. Qin Lei pointed towards the staircase nervously. Lin Xiao looked in the direction Qin Lei was pointing and caught sight of the last edge of fabric disappearing around the corner, suddenly feeling an inexplicable chill come over him. Xiao Li patted his shoulder with a sigh. Brother, my condolences. Lin Xiao. What had he done wrong to deserve such condolences? Silently standing eye to eye with the rest of Black Rose team for a while, a few minutes later, Lin Xiao's weary face appeared at Captain Yu's door. Captain Yu, my head's dizzy, I heard there's a first aid kit here. Yu Jing, no. Lin Xiao, I'm coming in anyway. Chapter 84. Lin Xiao had anticipated that such a shameless attitude would get him kicked out by Yu Jing, but unexpectedly, even after he rummaged through the room for quite some time without any response. Lin Xiao haphazardly applied some basic ointment and put on a couple of okay bandages. Out of curiosity, he moved closer to Yu Jing's computer screen. As soon as his eyes landed on the video, it felt so familiar. Watching the numerous familiar IDs flash across the screen, Lin Xiao couldn't help but remark, a bit too enthusiastic, isn't it? After today's match just ended, you're already anxious to review the replay without resting at all. Yu Jing replied, the next 2 days are the team's rest days, during which we can make our own arrangements. Lin Xiao casually dragged a chair over from beside and teased, I see. Leader Yu's personal arrangement is tactical analysis. Yu Jing finally turned back and glanced at him with the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. You can plan to meet Yan Lingjiang and catch up. Lin Xiao was speechless. We are teammates on the same boat, you don't have to be so indirect. I certainly don't have the habit of seeking trouble for no reason. Yu Jing didn't correct him about, on the same boat, being referred to as locusts instead of teammates. He only gave him a profound look. I thought this has always been your interest. Lin Xiao observed his demeanor while speaking carefully. Although he was still cold like ice, inexplicably, he seemed more interesting than usual. His lips curled up faintly, and as his body slightly approached, his tone also elevated a little. Captain Yu, why do I feel like you're gradually understanding me better from who knows when? Yu Jing locked eyes with him, fell silent for a moment, and said, it should be like this. What a dull reaction. Lin Xiao's rising interest instantly waned under such an attitude. His attention returned to the computer screen, and his expression became more composed. Have you carefully gone through the video yet? Any discoveries? Yu Jing also turned around and said calmly, everyone performed well in general, but there's one point. Lin Xiao asked, which point? Yu Jing replied, as the deciding factor in the team match, your operations were too erratic. In other words, I almost ruined it, right? Lin Xiao chuckled helplessly, you really didn't hold back when pointing it out. Yu Jing stated, you know better than I do. Lin Xiao shrugged. Indeed, he was well aware of this, otherwise, he wouldn't have requested special training immediately after the match concluded. Even more surprising was how Yu Jing could spot this crucial issue after watching the video once on fast forward. This was truly beyond his expectations. No wonder they selected him to be captain, his insight was indeed sharp. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao's face brightened with a smile. He continued along this topic, saying, that's why I'm eager to improve myself. So, how about we start our special training from tomorrow night or the night after? Yu Jing asked, I have no issues. What aspects do you want to train on? Lin Zhao's smirk deepened immediately, his eyes filled with uncontrollable anticipation, comprehensive ability training, and only you can help me with this. Yu Jing responded, be specific. Lin Zhao broke into a radiant smile, let's solo each other. And he couldn't forget to add, using healer gear. Such an unexpected answer made a sudden streak of surprise flash in Yu Jing's eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he held back from voicing out his thoughts. He hadn't participated in any single combats, whether in regular training or personal matches, for a very long time. Not counting the occasional few rounds he played in the ladder system with the burst mage setup, asking him to wear healing gear for a duel. Normally, people would either consider this action crazy or as an impulse towards self-torture. Oh, but thinking about it, this kind of training mode did seem interesting. Following the conclusion of the first day of playoff matches, media coverage heated up the situation, propelling the atmosphere within the esports realm to a climax. Following the opening ceremony, continuous 3 days consisted of round-robin matches among various teams. Matches in the first week unfolded based on pair groupings. Apart from Black Rose team versus Flow Cloud team in the opening bout, they followed respectively with Dawn Breaker team against Nine Sky team, Maple Red Leaf team against Razor Blade team, and Undead Spirit team against Lightning Flash team. Each weekly round required 4 days for completion. Following the victory of Black Rose team on the first day, the following few days' competitions were extremely intense. The Tianqi team remained as dominant as ever during their match against the Jiu Tian team, ultimately securing a significant victory with a final score of 10-0, claiming the first Grand Slam of the playoffs. As for the subsequent match between the Red Leaf team and Blade team, it proved to be far more intense. Although the Red Leaf team initially led by a large margin of 5-0 in both the individual and squad matches, a single mistake during the team match allowed the Blade team to seize 5 points and catch up, leading to a 5-5 tie. Both teams earned 1 point on the scoreboard. In the match between the Undead team and Lightning team, both sides demonstrated their strengths to an extreme degree. The Undead team managed to take the lead with 3 points in the individual match, while the squad match resulted in a close score of 3-2 heading into the final team match. The Lightning team, despite being behind, maintained their consistently positive attitude and became even more aggressive, leaving even the notoriously conservative Undead team unable to withstand their pressure. Ultimately, the Lightning team achieved a complete domination in the team match under overwhelming circumstances. By the end of the first round, the Black Rose, Tianqi, and Undead teams all ranked at the top with 3 points each. The Red Leaf team and Blade team followed slightly behind with 1 point each, whereas the Flow Cloud, Jiu Tian, and Undead teams had yet to secure any points. Although the playoff games had just begun, they already garnered enough attention from esports fans. Not only were the discussion threads on the official forum continuously active, but Weibo topics also long dominated the trending search list as the matches progressed. Fans of various teams spared no effort in supporting and encouraging their respective teams. There were occasional confrontations, but they largely remained peaceful and rational thanks to the official Weibo accounts of the teams and statements from players. Of course, this so-called peace and rationality depends on where you look. Lin Zhao, always at the center of controversy as a new topic figure, naturally avoided escaping criticism, except that he rarely logged into Weibo, and his latest login was only due to encouragement from Xiaoli. It wasn't a big deal not to log in. Once he did, though, it gave him quite a shock. Upon logging in, he noticed the comments and forwards were exploding like crazy. He clicked open out of curiosity and found it was an unattributed person who mentioned him in a post titled, "What do you think about the title, Heir of Old Ghost?" The poster's ID seemed familiar, but Lin Zhao lacked the inclination to investigate further. He casually scrolled through the lengthy text before closing it without much interest. Xiaoli, observing his apathetic expression from beside, couldn't help but say, the person almost pointed fingers directly at you. Don't you want to refute? I'm not that bored. Lin Zhao didn't even bother glancing at him, yawning indifferently. This article was essentially akin to malicious defamation news, implying that he, a rookie trying to make a name for himself, resorted to involving Old Ghost in his self-promotion regardless of whether or not he deserved it. It included a deeper technical comparison between some of his match videos and those of Old Ghost from years ago, digging into and ridiculing the differences in technical operations. This piece carried some substantial weight, indicating that the blogger had conducted significant research, though the reason why this person wasted time analyzing him instead of doing something like tactical strategy analysis remained unclear. But then again, this hot Weibo post truly gained quite a few followers. One could hardly tell if this reflected how despised he was now or how great his potential would become later. Lin Zhao sighed wryly, rubbing his sore shoulders as he stood up, clearly not minding about the Weibo incident. The live broadcast is over. I should get some extra sleep. Continue your discussions. Just as he was about to leave, Xiaoli stopped him, turning back to see his suspicion growing even stronger. His tone was filled with probing. Lin Zhao, you're constantly nodding off during the day recently and sneaking into Coach Yu's room every night. Exactly, cough, what are you busy doing? Lin Zhao blinked under his gaze. Xiaoli looked at him earnestly. At the same moment, the previously somewhat noisy atmosphere around seemed to momentarily quiet down. Though there were no other movements, faint shuffling noises could be detected, suggesting that people all around were straining their ears to listen closer. Lin Zhao cleared his throat seriously, so, you want to know? Xiaoli nodded sincerely, yes. Lin Zhao's lips gradually curved upward, as if in slow motion, his smile stretching ever so slowly, but, I just won't tell you. Not only right in front of him, but the postures of a group of people around seemed to suddenly stiffen. Lin Zhao, hearing faint sounds of grinding teeth, instantly felt in high spirits. Waving his hand casually, he turned and left whistling a tune, leaving a group of people behind staring at each other blankly, as if seeing some profound meanings in each other's eyes. Chapter 85. The first round of the competition mostly consisted of mutual testing, and after it ended, all teams devoted themselves to their own training adjustments, preparing actively for the upcoming second round. The playoff adopted a round-robin system, with no repeated opponents in each round. Thus, the match videos of previous competitions became key research materials and important references for tactical analysis. Compared to previous years, there were no significant changes in the strength of the teams this year. During last year's transfer period, not many players were adjusted. As a result, except for the emergence of rookie players, most veteran players remained with their original teams, and almost all combat styles continued from the previous year. This was undoubtedly highly uninteresting for all media outlets. But there was one positive aspect: after several years of silence and lukewarm performances, Black Rose team seemed to exhibit a particularly unique versatility since the addition of new blood, instantly drawing the attention of journalists. In just a few days after the matches, media representatives frequently came for interviews, with the topics undoubtedly revolving around the same point, Lin Zhao. However, the primary target of these journalists had never appeared in the public eye. When questioned about this, Deputy Captain Shen Changyu's response was, he is undergoing special training and is unavailable for interviews. Upon hearing this response, the journalists were all astonished. Special training? During the playoff period, besides reinforcing basic operation skills, what kind of special training could still be carried out? Yet, as question after question followed, the reply remained consistently the same: no comment. The media reporters were depressed. Although they were well aware that facing such crucial moments, the so-called special training must involve some team secrets, which naturally wouldn't be casually disclosed to the media. They couldn't help but keep wondering, feeling restless inside. However, what they didn't know was that Shen Changyu's so-called no comment wasn't any fabrication. Since these two people had shut themselves in the room, they hadn't stepped outside for 2 consecutive days. Even all their meals were placed at their door. After sending off another group of disappointed journalists, Shen Changyu looked up at the door at the end of the corridor and unconsciously massaged his temples. Really, who knows what these two are doing inside? The curtains were drawn, and the dim room was permeated with a strong aroma of coffee, accompanied by a faint lingering smell of smoke. Various items were haphazardly scattered on the sofa nearby, and the table bore leftovers. The only brightness came from the slightly glowing computer screens, highlighting the tiredness on both faces. With the elimination information popping up at the center of the screen, Eugene glanced at the timer opened in the bottom right corner, took a sip of freshly brewed coffee, and said slowly, 8 minutes and 10 seconds. That's 20 seconds faster than the last time. Lin Zhao leaned heavily against the chair, relaxing his sore muscles. Still not enough. Eugene paused slightly while savoring the coffee, narrowing his eyes slightly. Then, how long do you think it will take to kill me for it to be enough? Lin Zhao caught the dissatisfaction in the tone and immediately changed the subject. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was already this late. Let's eat, hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Eugene watched him fetch the dinner that had been placed outside the door earlier, place it on the table, open the lunchbox, and start eating without much ceremony, only to see him approach with a bowl trying to scoop chicken pieces into Eugene's bowl. Eugene immediately blocked him with chopsticks. What are you doing? You're too thin. You should eat more meat. Lin Zhao skillfully pushed away the blocking chopsticks until all the chicken was transferred, then raised the bowl in the air. Look at your figure now, it's like this shape. It's fine being single now, but what if your partner in the future complains about bad tactile sensation when touching you? What would you do? So, it seems you really did watch last night. Eugene looked at him coldly. Only then did Lin Zhao realize he let something slip, coughing twice before giving up pretense. 2 men saw it and saw it. Why be afraid? Do you think I can overpower you or something? Eugene stared at him intensely for a moment, his lips curling slightly. Oh, you didn't think about it? Even though last night, after taking a shower and coming out, seeing Lin Zhao pretending like nothing happened, sitting at the desk fiddling with his computer, those cigarette butts half-smoked and completely messed up were definitely not his usual style. Initially planning to ignore it when he mentioned it yesterday, now bringing it up again had sparked some of his interest. At times, one indeed might wonder what a man like this was thinking about, given the drastic difference in his demeanor before and after. Under Eugene's subtle provocation, Lin Zhao directly stared at him for a long moment. His gaze flickered under the dim light of the floor lamp, unconsciously focusing on the slightly unbuttoned collar of Eugene's shirt, conjuring up visions of the steamy shower scene from earlier. Now, how to put this? Compared to Xiao Li and Lu Zhe's tall, upright figures, Eugene's build was undeniably more delicate. But this delicacy wasn't overly feminine, it carried a unique charm of its own. After being constantly exposed to each other day after day recently, the sudden strong attraction felt at that moment left no room for thoughts not veering towards something inappropriate. However, having such thoughts was one thing, getting caught by the person in question was another entirely. Despite the far better attitude Yu Jing showed now compared to the past enmity, if he were to discover that his perceived teammate actually had intentions of pinning him down, he might likely respond with a swift kick that could end things prematurely. Lin Xiao certainly wouldn't take such an unnecessary risk. Who doesn't make little mistakes in moments of impulse? It's enough to learn from them. So, after staring at Yu Jing for a while, Lin Xiao smirked and delivered a sincere confession. If Captain, you were a woman, I'd probably have pounced right then. The tone in which this was said was somewhat cheeky, leading Yu Jing to fall silent for a moment before replying, then that's unfortunate. Lin Xiao's smile faltered slightly as he shoveled food into his mouth while contemplating the meaning behind those words. So, what exactly was unfortunate here? Was it regrettable that he wasn't a woman? Or that there was no move to pounce? Somehow, either interpretation felt a bit strange. This meal was quieter than usual. Yu Jing appeared calm, as though nothing had happened, which made Lin Xiao slightly surprised once more. He had originally teased about that moment deliberately just to have some fun, but this kind of attitude from the other side suggested he intended to let it go just like that. That didn't seem at all like Yu Jing's style. Once they finally finished eating, Yu Jing had already returned to sitting in front of the computer. Lin Xiao noticed he had pulled up the video of their combat training session earlier, so he leaned over as well. After watching it from start to finish carefully, he heard Yu Jing comment, "You've improved significantly since the beginning." Lin Xiao nodded. "I've already sped up my hand movements, but they still don't perfectly match the skill frequencies." He reached for the mouse and rewound the video several dozen seconds. For instance, at this point, if I had managed to predict accurately and place another spike trap, we would have secured more output time. With an even tone, Yu Jing summarized, "It's entirely the old demon playing style." Lin Xiao paused, thoughtfully for a moment, and chuckled, "Isn't it just like that? My master used to play exactly this way, and I've always adopted his same style habitually. Unfortunately, I slacked off too much in training back then, so my hand speed has always lagged behind. That's why it's essential to improve as quickly as possible." After listening quietly, Yu Jing raised his eyes to meet Lin Xiao's. "Have you ever considered a new playing style?" Lin Xiao blinked in surprise. "A new playing style?" "Yes," replied Yu Jing. "A completely new style fully suited to you." Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. He had been so focused on returning to his previous level. However, every body has its inherent traits. Although his extraordinary awareness and keen judgment skills brought with him from his past life compensated for some shortcomings, and although intensive training could help improve his hand speed, there would always be a saturation point. Old demon style wasn't necessarily suitable for Lin Xiao now, this issue he had realized early on. Even by employing the method of self-elevation to infinitely approach his level from 5 years ago, he'd merely recreate an old ghost rather than surpass it. And that was clearly not what he wanted. But adopting an entirely new style? Abandoning his habitual extreme cooldown flow operation and stepping onto a completely uncharted path. It sounded undoubtedly impulsive and insane at first glance, yet once considered, a certain nerve inside was stimulated, making him shiver with excitement. The curve at the corner of Lin Xiao's lips grew increasingly pronounced, his originally deep-set eyes shimmering with a gleam of light. His features, illuminated by the computer screen, appeared exceptionally vibrant and dazzling in this moment, a new playstyle. Sounds quite interesting. Yu Jing felt the warm breath brush against his cheek due to how close they were sitting next to each other, and despite the heated expressions, he couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips upward as well. "I think so too." There wasn't enough time to implement it for the next match, but the playoffs still had a long stretch ahead. Chapter 86. The two of them finally reappeared together in everyone's line of sight on the day before the second round of events was about to begin. In order to hold a final strategic meeting more effectively, Li Buchuan specially rented a conference hall at a nearby hotel. When Lin Xiao walked in, he clearly felt various meaningful gazes directed at him, which made him instinctively rub his face from top to bottom, as if he had smeared something on it without realizing. In comparison, Yu Jing was evidently taking a completely focused attitude. After handing over the materials to everyone, she directly cut to the chase. According to the competition schedule, in the second round of the playoffs, the Black Rose team was arranged for the third match, with the opponent being the Lightning team, known for its strong attacks. Overall, the Lightning team cannot be considered an actual long-standing veteran team in the league, but they have been active in the playoff stage of the alliance for many years. The all-output style of play that is currently being used by the team has been maximized since the addition of these new members. In the previous edition of the competition, the outstanding performances of the three main players almost managed to knock down the long-established strong team, the Tianqi team, demonstrating undeniable strength. Actually, in the entire league, the Lightning team is also a very legendary existence. From the first season entering the league, they immediately entered the playoffs and each year almost secured such a spot. However, for 3 consecutive seasons of competition, they fell just short of securing a spot in the World Championships, causing people to speculate whether they were cursed in some way. Li Buchuan had already connected the projector, displaying the current roster of the Lightning team on the screen in front. Turning around, he looked at the group of team members sitting in the meeting room. "This is the list we just got from the competition committee. This year's lineup for the Lightning team has undergone almost no changes, they're still the old members from the past 2 sessions. Today, based on the composition of their members, we need to finalize our starting lineup for the day of the match. Any opinions?" I'll handle the squad match, Lu Zhisan replied after pondering for a moment. Li Buchuan glanced up at him, smiling faintly, understanding a few things. In the previous session of the playoffs, during the small team matches between the Black Rose team and the Lightning team, the strategy operated by Lu Zhisan, originally intended to protect and support, ended up failing due to the opponent's diversionary tactic. This led to Yujing's Fan Jing Liaowan being surrounded and killed, resulting in the loss of that round. It was evident that after 1 year, he still harbored resentment over that game. At times, a certain amount of psychological pressure can also stimulate significant motivation. After careful consideration, Li Buchuan nodded in agreement, all right. He casually wrote Lu Zhisan's name on the roster, looking up at the others, and you? I want to participate in the team match, came a low, weak voice. All eyes turned toward the source, seeing how Zhou Qiguan, feeling the attention, had his face flushed even redder, almost burning hot. However, after a flicker of uncertainty, he appeared to make a decision. Clenching his teeth firmly, he raised his head resolutely, saying, I can do it. Shen Chanyu chuckled and ruffled his chestnut-colored curly hair, laughing, the team match was always meant for you to join anyway. Haven't we been training this way for days now? Zhou Qiguan, hearing this, felt like his earlier oath was somewhat nullified. The breath he had taken to fill his chest collapsed, leaving him bashfully sticking out his tongue. I thought the training was just to use me as a number. The Lightning team tends to fast attack and strong offense. We need someone to help us control the pace, so you participating will be perfect, Li Buchuan explained. So, the reason why he was favored mainly was due to his deliberate pace. Zhou Qiguan found himself speechless. If there are no other particular requests, the starting arrangements will be decided accordingly, said Li Buchuan, casually organizing the documents and showing the list of starters to everyone. Xiao Li, Chen Anqi, and Lin Xiao will participate in the individual match. Lu Zhisan, Su Yiming, and Yu Jing will compete in a small team match, with Yu Jing commanding. Shen Chanyu, Chen Anqi, Su Yiming, Lin Xiao, and Zhou Qiguan will take part in the team match, with Lin Xiao commanding. Why did you separate Xiao Li and me again? Su Yiming grumbled after hearing the assignment. Fighting against the Lightning team, whether in the small team match or the team match, we don't need 2 bullet masters. If you have any objections, I don't suggest letting ye participate in the team match either, Li Buchuan shot him a glance. No. Absolutely not. Playing 2 matches in a row would be exhausting. I have no objections, absolutely none. Su Yiming almost jumped out of his chair. Lu Zhisan amusedly patted his shoulder and said, all right younger brother Su, the lineup was arranged a long time ago. Did you really think we were asking for your opinion here? Stop resisting. Su Yiming stared at him powerlessly, is it my fault for being too naive? Ugh, I'm big brother Su. Little brother Su is Su Yi, right? Damn it. With the final match lineup confirmed, on their way back to the hotel from the meeting room, Lin Xiao intentionally walked slower. As expected, Shen Chanyu caught up from behind shortly after. They walked side by side. He glanced back at Shen Chanyu's somewhat serious expression and couldn't help but smile. You're looking so worried before the battle even started. Shen Chanyu laughed wryly. Didn't you watch the video of last year's match? Lin Xiao nodded. I did, it was pretty terrible. Shen Changyu's face turned slightly red at the reminder. Last year's match against the Lightning team could be considered more than just bad, describing it as an utter humiliation wouldn't be far off. Starting with the individual matches being completely swept aside by them, then moving on to the small team match where the healer was outright killed leading to disastrous results, and finally, a team match that was one-sided throughout, they completely exposed Black Rose's weaknesses in defense during the time to all spectators. This vulnerability then led to countless counter-strategies from other teams in subsequent matches, resulting in their continuous losses. After that match last year, media reports flooded in, even dubbing the Lightning team as Black Rose Nemesis. While both teams smiled it off during interviews, deep down, they understood well, not complete counters perhaps, but for last year's Black Rose team, the Lightning strategy was undeniably devastating. The Black Rose team had Yu Jing anchoring the team matches, always building a fortress-like defense, arguably possessing the strongest shield within the league. However, the Lightning team wielded the sharpest spear, boasting the most potent offense in the league. Their captain, nicknamed Tin Can Yu Guancheng, was renowned for his aggressive playstyle. That year's match epitomized the ultimate clash between the sharpest spear and the strongest shield. Unfortunately, as Yu Jing's teammate back then, issues within the Black Rose roster, especially gaps between rookies and veterans, became evident. Teammates failed to provide adequate support, nearly pulling Yu Jing off his pedestal under immense negative public opinion after that one match. Thus, apart from this year's new members, some older players on the Black Rose team may still feel some psychological pressure when facing the Lightning team. Lin Xiao saw Shen Chanyu hesitate without replying for a while, so he lit a cigarette and placed it at the corner of his mouth, smiling. So what, aren't wins and losses something we should already be accustomed to? Why be scared just because the media makes exaggerated reports? You should toughen up, Deputy Leader Shen. Just because they call them our nemesis doesn't make it true. We haven't fought yet, who knows who'll overpower whom. That's also true, Shen Chanyu cleared his throat but didn't forget to remind, however, Yu Guancheng's state this year is indeed excellent, and their tactical coordination clearly surpasses last year's. Lin Xiao smirked at him, and isn't this year's lineup stronger than last year's? Shen Changyu paused for a moment, involuntarily chuckling due to his expression, indeed. As for the so-called nemesis theory, Lin Xiao wasn't pretending to comfort Shen Changyu. Truthfully, he didn't take it seriously at all. Last year, although his old teammates hadn't retired yet, their overall strength was undoubtedly declining since most of them were aging veterans. Sometimes they couldn't deny the passage of time. Before they knew it, the second round had begun. Black Rose's match against the Lightning team was scheduled for the third game. The first two games were respectively between Nine Skies vs Red Leaf and Blade vs Undead. Because of this, Black Rose's players had a little time to relax. During the gap between the 14 matches, they focused their attention on these two highly valuable reference games for themselves as well. In the first game between the Nine Skies and Red Leaf teams, Red Leaf showcased a completely unexpected fierce style for female competitors and achieved a massive 9-1 victory across all matches, gaining another 3 points on the leaderboard. It was clear that after the preseason ended, they underwent extremely severe and intense training sessions. Recalling the detailed aspects of the competition, Shen Changyu couldn't help but sigh to Chen Anqi, "Your sisters are truly ruthless to others and equally harsh on themselves." Chen Anqi responded in her usual low and solemn tone, "It's you guys who are too soft." Shen Changyu. Are they soft? The following day, the second match between Blade Team and Undead Team, due to the art style of the teams, had a noticeably more relaxed pace. After several rounds of back and forth, Blade Team first secured 3 points in the individual matches and 2 points in the small team matches, entering the team match in a very advantageous position. Unexpectedly, Undead Team performed steadily during the team match, seizing the opportunity to counterattack despite being at a slight disadvantage, ultimately winning the team match and ending the game with a 5-5 draw, adding 1 point each to their scores on the leaderboard. With the conclusion of these two matches, the media rushed to report, but this week's focus was squarely on the upcoming match between Black Rose Team and Lightning Team. Some media outlets even revived the Black Rose Nemesis hype before the match, generating significant buzz online as well. In response to the media's provocations, fans of both teams took sides, swords drawn and ready for battle, creating an intense atmosphere that permeated even the venue on the day of the match, much tenser than usual. Amidst this highly pressured ambience, the players from both sides entered the arena one after another. Chapter 87. In the first round of the individual competition, when Xiao Li stood up from the Black Rose team's player seat, disappointment was inevitable in many people's eyes. However, for all the disappointment, it was still very clear to everyone that Xiao Li's appearance on the field was reasonable from any perspective. Many people were eagerly looking forward to seeing the old players of the Black Rose team competing against the legendary nemesis again. Xiao Li naturally also felt the atmosphere on the field and couldn't help but let out a faint tisk. Lin Xiao approached with a smile and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Let's get a good start, rookie." Xiao Li gave him a sidelong glance, "Don't need your advice." Lin Xiao's expression turned serious, "I'm serious." Xiao Li. This guy clearly joined the team at the same time as him, yet always spoke to him in the tone of a senior, but unfortunately, he really couldn't beat Lin Xiao, which was truly frustrating. At the commentator's desk, commentator Xiao Wu began introducing the two teams' participants. The Black Rose team has dispatched this year's rookie player Xiao Li as the first starter for the individual match. This kind of arrangement is not unprecedented, but will it really be able to defeat the Lightning team this time? Mao Dou continued, even though he's a rookie, his rapid growth and progress have been very evident both in the domestic server and in previous competitions. Currently, he should be considered a fairly reliable player. However, this time, his opponent will probably not be so simple. Xiao Wu looked at the lineup shown on the big screen, turned to look at the figure standing up from the Lightning team, and smiled. Indeed, as an individual match participant, Lu Wenbin is indeed a very headache-inducing player. His attack power is really just too strong. Mao Dou couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's right, the attack power is just too strong. As the deputy captain of the Lightning team, Lu Wenbin usually appeared in the last match of the individual matches to play the role of anchor and stabilizer. This time, however, it seems there might have been a specific adjustment aimed at the Black Rose team, making him appear in the first match, surprising many spectators. Some people had already mentally accepted that the Black Rose side would lose. Lu Wenbin, the strong attacker, this name alone is a well-known existence within the entire league. Sitting on the player's bench, Lin Xiao heard every word of the commentator, and at the end, a carefree smirk crept onto his lips. Attack power? If they really compared, wouldn't Xiao Li's attack power be weaker than Lu Wenbin's? As soon as the map loading finished, Lu Wenbin, controlling the character, Binya Binli, started tactical maneuvers. Despite having such a polite-sounding name, the character was in fact a robust battle-axe warrior, creating a stark contrast with both its ID and its operator. It seems like Lu Wenbin holds great respect for Xiao Li, the newly added member of the league, Mao Dou remarked after glancing at the straightforward and bold approach of the magic swordsman Xia Kenqiang. After all, according to Lu Wenbin's usual style, it would be more natural for him to go straight at Xiao Li, but at this moment, the situation seemed to suggest the roles had somehow switched. Perhaps, Lu Wenbin has grasped some intention behind why the Black Rose team let Xiao Li take the first match. Xiao Wu made a simple guess amidst the surprise. On the game field, after Xiao Li controlled Xia Kenqiang to move for a while and did not find the expected location of Binya Binli, he had formed a basic guess in his mind, then suddenly changed direction and moved towards the upper central part of the map. Although Lu Wenbin performed some basic tactical positioning, he wasn't a cunning or sneaky type of player. As an experienced player, he came across as real straightforward. Moreover, Xiao Li's lucky correct directional choice brought their visions closer together much sooner than expected. But just as Binli unhesitatingly charged toward Xia Kangqiang suddenly shifted its course and dived into the surrounding graves. In a way, the ancient tomb soul map certainly could be seen as a prime location for hide-and-seek games. Thus, instead of the initial setup, the maneuvering by Binli soon turned into a tactical retreat initiated by Xia Kangqiang. However, does this rookie Xiao Li actually know how to conduct tactical positioning? Not only were the commentators Xiao Wu and Mao Dou puzzled, but also many fans in the audience were looking at each other, unable to recall any notable tactical strategies Xiao Li had demonstrated in previous matches. Indeed, through Binli's perspective, the figure of Xia Kangqiang vanished momentarily, then abruptly shifted direction. The next second, Xia Kangqiang was seen rushing directly from another position. The entire venue thought internally, what the hell is the difference between this and just charging forward directly? The head coach Li Buchuan slouched slightly in his seat after comprehending the scene from the player's booth, gripping tightly so as not to fall off his chair. He glanced sideways at someone nearby and quipped with a twitching corner of his mouth, "Listen, if he hasn't fully mastered a positioning yet, it might be better not to use it during matches, otherwise people might think this is our team's strategic style, it doesn't look too good." Shen Changyu, already rubbing his forehead out of mild frustration, agreed completely with this idea. "I'll tell him when we get back." On the battlefield, Xiao Li's utterly unrefined ambush did not affect LV Wenbin in the slightest. Under LV's operation, Binli effortlessly lifted the massive battle axe and blocked Xia Kangqiang's direct slash, accompanied by a glowing blood aura. Without hesitation, the character instantly activated rage mode. Xiao Li clearly didn't expect this attempt to succeed. In the moment of deflection, he quickly found an intricate angle and delivered 3 consecutive thunder strikes through an almost imperceptible tiny gap, knocking Binli several steps back. LV Wenbin had already prepared himself for retaliation. If other skills were used instead, he probably would have already counterattacked at this point. However, these successive repulsions created gaps in his follow-up skills. Although LV quickly stabilized his position through movement, Xiao Li did not give him even a moment's rest and once again approached without delay, forcing LV to endure a few heavy strikes in succession. This is... Xiao Li has actually suppressed LV Wenbin. This scene is certainly very intriguing, Xiao Wu expressed with excitement evident in his voice. It seems that in recent times, the Black Rose team must have undergone intense training. Whether it's the agility of operations or the accuracy of timing, Xiao Li's fighting style appears much more aggressive than what we've seen before, Mao Dou noted. Looks like we need to take back what we said earlier. Putting Xiao Li up front, the Black Rose team may actually bring about unexpected results, Xiao Wu couldn't help but express his anticipation. However, Mao Dou chose not to respond to this, redirecting his focus entirely back onto the field. Of course, Xiao Wu hadn't asked with any real intent. With years of experience as a commentator, he wasn't foolish enough to provoke unnecessary disputes by speculating on who would win. What mattered now was the brilliance of this eagerly anticipated match. Clearly, LV Wenbin wasn't content to sit around and let it happen. Almost instantly, he swung his massive axe, unleashing an overwhelming counterattack. This kind of brute force retaliation was not uncommon in competitions, but very few could execute such clean and decisive attacks under pressure, like LV Wenbin. As the cry of the warrior resounded across the arena, both characters engaged each other in a relentless battle, their dazzling skill effects covering the entire map. Amidst the dazzling array of light and splashes of red indicating damage taken, spectators could only rely on the diminishing health bars on the sides of the screen to judge who held the upper hand in this attack-dominated exchange. The worst part was, while battling, both parties continued to move rapidly. This was no retreat, purely instinctual terrain adjustments during combat, which immediately threw the live broadcasting control room into disarray. No matter whose perspective they followed, all that was visible was blinding skill light effects, making it difficult to discern any real visual field. Even in such conditions, they continued to trade blows. The entire venue fell silent. Just as both health bars were approaching bottom, after being reprimanded countless times by the on-site director, the broadcaster took a risk and switched the camera view to a distant perspective just in time to capture Xia Kangqiang's sword glowing brilliantly, condensing its force. At an almost touch distance, a soaring dragon strike burst forth. At such close range, there simply wasn't time to block. Binli was thrown back multiple flips due to the explosion effect of the skills and subsequently hit by the following void wave, which depleted the last of his remaining health bar. Congratulations to the Black Rose team for scoring the first point. Mao Dou couldn't help but stand up from his seat, having been awestruck by the almost breathtaking match. After a moment of complete silence across the entire venue, reactions slowly started to emerge, followed by a thunderous applause breaking out among the audience. Xiao Li walked out of the battle zone evidently still not fully snapped back into reality after the match. Upon opening the door and being met with such an unexpectedly loud ovation, he was actually startled for a second. But soon he realized that these applauses were all meant for him. His heart swelling with pride, he instantly pulled off what he believed to be his most charming smile. With composed demeanor, he took a few steps forward into the perfect center of the camera's view, giving a distant wave toward the spectators as if mimicking a grand gesture. In the broadcast feed, Xiao Li's sharp facial features looked strikingly handsome under the stage lights, exuding the charm akin to that of a famous idol, which prompted a wave of screams from many female fans in the crowd. Among the contestant seats of the Black Rose team, Li Buchuan felt a vain throb on his forehead. The game just started. Who can drag him back here for me? Lu Zhishan casually tucked in his crossed long legs and smirked lightly, saying, "My pleasure." Chapter 88. In the face of such an exciting match, the spectators were generous with their cheers and praises. Many were still immersed in the thrilling competition scenes and gave Xiao Li unparalleled enthusiasm. If it were a regular rookie player, they would be somewhat awkward at such a scene. However, Xiao Li clearly enjoyed being the center of attention, to the extent that he didn't even notice when someone had stood behind him. Not until a hand unceremoniously grabbed his jersey collar and pulled him off the field did he turn around after a few stumbling steps. He immediately saw Lu Zhishan's flowing hairline and couldn't help but frown. "Let go." Lu Zhishan paused for a moment, turning around with a grin on his face, yet he showed no intention of letting go. "If I were you, I would be more obedient." It was unclear if it was intentional, but his gaze flickered slightly. This action caused Xiao Li to instinctively follow his lead and lock eyes with Li Buchuan, whose face clearly appeared gloomy. His heart sank, and he fell silent as he allowed himself to be dragged back to the contestant seats. Li Buchuan, with an expressionless face, glanced at the two who returned. His lips moved, but he only briefly remarked, "You played well." "Ah, not bad." Xiao Li originally expected a reprimand. To suddenly hear praise made him somewhat surprised, but before he could say more, Li Buchuan interrupted his words. "Rest quietly for a bit." Having no choice, Xiao Li silently sat aside. It must be said, the term "quiet" used by the head coach was indeed profound. As they spoke, the next contestant silently rose. Chen Anqi. On the Lightning team side, Du Yongning stood up. The character he operated was named Eternal Chaos, also a player of the assassin class. Such a roster inevitably created quite a stir among the audience. This was going to be a duel between assassins of the same class. As the two players entered the combat area, both characters completed loading. Compared to the close combat in the previous round, due to the nature of their roles this time, these players obviously needed to proceed more cautiously, with Du Yongning behaving the most unusually. Even though Du Yongning had a name that sounded tranquil, he actually liked to engage in psychological warfare during matches. He often distracted his opponents with meaningless talk, just like his character name, Eternal Chaos, never quiet for a moment. However, now 3 minutes had passed, and the map channel remained clean, with not a single word uttered. The commentator Mao quickly noticed this abnormality and remarked, "Du Yongning seems particularly quiet in this game." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Who knows who his opponent is? Even Du Yongning probably doesn't dare to say much and invite disaster, does he? After this explanation, Mao suddenly realized, and after a burst of laughter, commented, "Looks like, regardless of how the game ends, the Lightning team is destined to play under a lot of restraint." Though the commentator's mockery might be out of earshot, Du Yongning's mind was indeed upset. After all, having one's habits forcefully suppressed felt really, extremely unpleasant. But what could be done? Why should it be exactly him, Du Yongning, who coincidentally faced Chen Anqi, the woman known for her uncanny ability to bring misfortune? Better finish the game quickly before anything strange happens. Thinking so, Du Yongning started to operate Eternal Chaos moving forward, timing his skills precisely, conducting a preliminary test. As Chi-Chi Cat turned around ready to approach, he instantly took a leaping step, retreating into the nearby cave while activating invisibility. Clearly, Chen Anqi had no intentions of pursuing. Instead, she manipulated her character to turn around and move in the opposite direction. The key feature of an assassin lies in its covert mobility and explosive attack capability, which categorizes it as a quintessential assassin class. In the present case, where there are two assassins dueling, victory evidently hinges on who can achieve a perfect assassination maneuver first. Both assassination experts were actually very clear about this point. At this moment, Du Yongning was fully aware of it as well. Therefore, while moving, he was actively searching for Chi-Chi Cat's position, while being very cautious and attentive to the surroundings, so as not to accidentally fall into the opponent's range. In comparison, Chen Anqi seemed completely unrushed, proceeding slowly and steadily. Her dark eyes remained fixed on the screen, and with a slight cold curve at the corner of her lips, she muttered as if talking to herself, "After all, prey is only interesting when it runs straight into the muzzle." On the other side of the arena, Du Yongning inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shiver subconsciously. He quickly refocused all his attention back into the game. He didn't notice anything unusual, but through the God's Eye perspective, the audience could clearly see Chi-Chi Cat's location. Previously, Chen Anqi had chosen a completely opposite direction, yet strangely, Du Yongning allowed her to execute a perfect flanking maneuver around him. From the audience's perspective, it looked as if Eternal Chaos deliberately walked himself right in front of Chi-Chi Cat, an eerily suspicious move. Apart from Du Yongning, who was unaware of this anomaly, everyone else's hearts were instantly gripped with anticipation, waiting to see Chi-Chi Cat seize the initiative for a close-range attack. However, nothing happened. It seemed that Chi-Chi Cat circled around just to watch how Eternal Chaos moved aimlessly. She quietly trailed behind without making any move. The entire venue's breathing seemed to freeze. All eyes were glued to the screen showing every little movement of both players. But no one knew what Chen Anchi was thinking. Almost holding their breath until they thought they'd pass out, she continued trailing slowly. This. On the commentary desk, Maudo was at a loss for words to express his current feelings. Actually, at this moment, he wished the judges on site would give some reminders or warnings to push the pace of the game, but both players' movements were clearly quite active. Negative gaming. It simply didn't make sense. Hey, what do you think Chen Anchi is waiting for? Compared to the obvious tension in the Lightning team's player seats, the Black Rose team appeared much more relaxed. Lin Xiao took advantage of others' inattention to subtly nudge Shen Changyu, who was closely following the game, and whispered with a smile. For an opportunity. Shen Changyu replied seriously, not noticing the unusual glint in Lin Xiao's expression. What kind of opportunity? Lin Xiao pressed on. The opportunity to strike with lethal precision. After hesitating for a second, Shen Changyu answered. In an official LPP playoffs match, aiming to assassinate a professional player with one blow, quite ambitious. Lin Xiao laughed. Chen Anchi can pull it off. This time, Shen Changyu didn't hesitate in his response. Oh, is that so? Lin Xiao said, smiling mysteriously. Shen Changyu finally noticed something amiss in his tone and turned to see the mischievous grin filled with meaning. Unable to help it, he stammered, what's that look supposed to mean? Lin Xiao tapped him heavily on the shoulder with a "I get it" demeanor and remarked gravely, realizing things might be good, but for this lady, you'll have a lot of work ahead of you. Work hard. Work hard. Why did everything feel so strange? Shen Changyu's lips twitched, and he finally turned away, choosing not to reply. But unlike these two chatting leisurely, the audience in the field felt as if they were going insane. The excitement of the previous match still lingered vividly in their minds, the passion ready to burst forth blocked within their bodies. What a suffocating feeling. Just then, Xiaowu's excited voice lifted the spirits of everyone. Du Yongning seems to have noticed something odd. Is he preparing to take action? As she spoke, everyone's focus returned to the battlefield, seeing eternal chaos indeed starting to change his mode of movement. He had almost traversed half the map already, but hadn't spotted Chi-Chi Cat. He obviously calculated something, and now paid even greater attention to his surroundings, sweeping carefully as though certain the opponent was nearby. At this point, Chen Anchi fully demonstrated her operational skills as a top assassin. As if she had predicted such actions from the opponent in advance, while Eternal Chaos was exploring in the opposite direction, she had already retreated to a safe distance without any hesitation. Such a move looked like an abandonment of all previous tracking behaviors. However, none of the audience in the venue could laugh at it. Instead, the atmosphere became much tenser than before. Apart from Du Yongning, who was inside the arena, everyone else could clearly see that while choosing to retreat, Chen Anchi had already set up several secret traps throughout the field. All these developments gave a vague sense of illusion. It felt like all her previous tracking was just deliberately prepared for Du Yongning to notice her trailing. Then, would the scattered traps actually ensnare Eternal Chaos? The moment this thought flashed through the minds of everyone, a very clear snap sound reached every corner of the stadium. As the director switched the big screen directly to Du Yongning's perspective, they saw the exact moment Eternal Chaos stepped on one of the traps. Du Yongning really seems to have bad luck. When the trap's attribute was seen, commentator Maudo couldn't help but blurt out, but soon he closed his mouth. Luck. Every player who fought against Chen Anchi probably never knew how to write those two words properly. So, the match was already decided. When he realized the debuff effects appearing on himself, Du Yongning's expression immediately changed, and an abnormal feeling of unease rose within him. But by this time, even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. Chi-Chi Cat controlled by Chen Anchi appeared ghost-like right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Rear catch. The Chi-Chi Cat that suddenly appeared behind Eternal Chaos brought a brief binding effect, which completely deprived the opponent of any chance to try to slip away. Afterward came a series of slash attacks that splattered blood, but Chen Anchi didn't choose to finish the whole casting process of the skill. After a few consecutive slashes, she activated the critical awareness, instantly increasing her character's critical hit rate and critical damage. She meant to take down Eternal Chaos in one go. In the amazement of everyone, Chi-Chi Cat decisively rushed straight toward Eternal Chaos. The ultimate skill, instant kill. In the absence of complete certainty, rarely would assassins choose to use the ultimate instant kill technique in personal matches. After all, this was a trade-off where both sides received severe damage. If it failed to outright kill the opponent, the remaining life sliver assassin would become someone the enemy could easily cut down with a single strike. Would it succeed? As everyone held their breath, on the competition podium, Du Yongning's hands had already left the desk. He did not need to gamble on the damage of this attack. Being an assassin operator himself, when he took the earlier offensive wave from Chi-Chi Cat, he already understood that based on the opposing player's equipment combination, the accumulated damage was more than enough to wipe him out directly in one go. An extreme attack strategy, no defensive attributes, no cooldown reduction properties, and even no critical strike properties, purely relying on the short span of time provided by critical awareness to increase damage, the entire match gambled on just this fleeting instant. It has to be said, such action was quite reckless. But, she succeeded. Sometimes, thinking about it, it was really annoying to be an enemy of this woman. Reflecting on his own entire round of total ineffectiveness, Du Yongning could not help but smile wryly. At this point, sighing deeply, he glanced again and saw the computer screen turning pitch dark. Eternal chaos fell, the second battle concluded, the Black Rose team won once again. Straightening his complicated emotions, Du Yongning stepped out of the battlefield area. Lifting his head, he noticed the score statistics displayed on the big screen. Black Rose vs Lightning, 2 o'clock lead. Chapter 89. Thank you to both contestants for the thrilling match, and next up will be the final individual match. The contestant from Black Rose is Lin Xiao, this year's league standout rookie, while the competitor from Lightning Team is, Xin Hao. When Maudo realized the tone of his voice had already betrayed his own bewilderment by the time he could adjust it. This full tone of question resonated through the entire venue. As a professional commentator, obviously such an uncollected expression should not occur, but at that very moment, none of the spectators either inside or outside the venue showed any dissatisfaction. Instead, they felt Maudo's words were a perfect representation of their own thoughts. Xin Hao. Who's that? Was there ever a contestant named Xin Hao on the Lightning Team? No matter how hard they racked their brains, no one could recall any combat record associated with this person. Everyone expected that the finale of the individual matches would feature an experienced veteran, so seeing such an unheard-of rookie left people momentarily speechless. Everyone's gaze turned toward the contestants' bench for the Lightning Team, where each of their members remained unusually calm, leading naturally to an odd thought: could this contestant be the secret weapon Lightning Team had been hiding all along? Faced with this seemingly parachuted-in participant, Lin Xiao also surprisingly blinked once and lifted his eyes to glance in the direction of Lightning Team's bench. A faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. Oh. Whether or not this opponent was truly the so-called secret weapon didn't bother him much. What intrigued him more was the fact that the captain of the Lightning Team, Yu Guancheng, surprisingly did not participate in the individual matches. This indicated undeniably that he would certainly appear on the team match roster. Lin Xiao turned around just as he caught the glance from Yu Jing and couldn't resist teasing, "Captain Yu, feeling the pressure?" Yu Jing asked indifferently, "What do you think?" Lin Xiao smiled without answering, whistled, and swayed onto the field. In the much-anticipated moment, Xin Hao also stood up from the Lightning Team's player bench and appeared in everyone's view. He was tall, with a fair face, giving quite an impression of being a weak scholar who couldn't withstand even a bit of wind. However, compared to his first impression, overall, under the scrutiny from all directions, he seemed extraordinarily composed without showing even a hint of nervousness. His face bore no sign of discomfort, showcasing quite a demeanor of a great general. Fearless when young like calves who don't fear tigers, watching such a straight-backed silhouette, Du Yongning, who had just returned after a defeat, helplessly shook his head. What you said isn't quite right. After all, the opponent is also a rookie, why must Xin Hao necessarily be likened to a calf? Lu Wenbin clearly wasn't satisfied with such a description. Du Yongning glanced at him, "Don't take things too seriously, old Lu. This is Xin Hao's first match, I was just using an analogy. I know that Lin Xiao really does have great skills, but wanting to win against Xin Hao won't be that easy, haven't we stumbled before ourselves?" Lu Wenbin wouldn't give him any quarter. "It was you who tripped, don't drag me into this." Du Yongning was choked up by his single sentence. Damn. Both players were ready, characters loaded, quickly finishing the preparation phase and transitioning to the battle interface. Xin Hao used a character ID Hao Ran, a shadow swordsman, who to some extent actually possessed a certain level of counter-effectiveness against Lin Zhao's Ghost Daoist. However, due to Lin Zhao's excellent performance in previous events, excluding the hardcore fans of Lightning Team, most viewers tendentiously assumed he would dominate, almost completely ignoring the role-specific counters. Of course, regarding matters of class constraints, Lin Xiao himself indeed didn't care at all. What concerned him more was how much skill this rookie who had never shown up in the league carried within him. Based on previous understanding of Captain Yu Guancheng, though having a bold and unrestrained fighting style, the real-life person certainly wasn't the type to recklessly exercise rookies' psychological resilience in the postseason games without solid reason. The best judgment undeniably came from direct probing. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the competition, he operated Gui Meng Meng and unhesitatingly charged straight towards Hao Ran. The two parties met quickly, yet Xin Hao faced such direct charges extremely leisurely. It wasn't until the end of the opponent's first skill chant that he began moving slowly. This move was ingeniously skillful, perfectly avoiding the first assault. However, from the audience's perspective, it appeared somewhat perplexing. After all, the Lightning Team's swift and decisive combat style was so deeply ingrained that seeing such a slow-paced shadow swordsman on the battlefield came as quite a shock. On one side, Gui Daoist charged forward fiercely, while the shadow swordsman who ought to be desperately seeking an opportunity to close and didn't show a hint of urgency, responding calmly to each maneuver, completely going off script. Xin Hao's combat style, unknown to both the audience and Lin Xiao except for Lightning Team's members, highlighted more than anything else the rookie's apparent psychological strength. Facing such a direct assault, Xin Hao responded with such calmness, clearly indicating an exceptionally clear combat strategy, a sign of a remarkably cool-headed individual. It seemed that Lightning Team hadn't been idle these past few years, discovering someone with immense potential. Lin Xiao thought this, involuntarily curving his lips slightly upward, his eyes reflecting growing interest. Unfortunately, he wasn't the type to baby younger players, losing to even a rookie would make him unable to face his captain upon returning. On the field, Guo Mengmeng's initial strike missed, but almost instantly, she closed in once again. At that very moment, the shadow swordsman's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Xianhao's sudden tactical reposition left Lin Xiao without a target, causing Guo Mengmeng to halt momentarily, sweeping her gaze around to memorize several possible attack points within striking distance. A faint smile crossed her eyes. The surroundings seemed outwardly calm, yet beneath the surface, tensions were rising. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't see Xianhao's movements, but the spectators with their omniscient viewpoint saw everything clearly. It was precisely because they saw everything so clearly that a silence fell among them. How should one describe this? To say Xianhao was straightforward, his movement direction did indeed bear traces of sneaky stealth tactics. Yet, to call him sneaky, who had ever seen someone practicing such leisurely paced stealth? Among many zone players, there was a saying, "We don't fear shadow swordsmen showing off maneuvers, we only fear shadow swordsmen getting sneaky." At present, Xianhao's control over Hao Ran fit right into a category mixing maneuver displays and sneak attacks. This odd combination was not easy to articulate. In comparison, Lin Xiao, relative to Xianhao's waiting for the perfect opportunity, appeared much more restrained. He constantly adjusted his view, staying alert to his surroundings. To observers, it was clear Lin Xiao was preventing a surprise attack by Hao Ran. Although seemingly vigilant, if the broadcast switched to Hao Ran's perspective, experienced players could notice that during this process, Guo Mengmeng revealed multiple openings, each one being a prime chance. Yet, Xianhao still refrained from making a move. He was still waiting, aiming perhaps for a decisive strike like Chen Anqi in the previous match. The impatient audience couldn't help but guess thus, though even amateur players felt something amiss about this assumption. After all, Hao Ran was a shadow swordsman, not an assassin, incapable of delivering a single wave burst of deadly damage. So, what exactly was he waiting for? That's right, what was he actually waiting for? The veteran players of Lightning Team couldn't help but massage their foreheads in frustration. Unlike others' confusion, they were fully aware of the reason. It all stemmed from Xianhao's distinctive characteristic among all team members, unparalleled caution. Too patient. Almost every member who'd interacted with him harbored this complex sentiment about the new player. Xianhao hardly seemed to come from the training camp of the Lightning Team. He was rigorous, cautious, infinitely patient, more akin to someone cultivated under Zhang Fengyu of the Flowing Cloud team. Given the situation earlier, if replaced by any other Lightning Team member, weapons would have long been raised and the charge begun. Xianhao, however, remained still like a hunter eyeing prey, silently tracking with bated breath. Inadvertently, the tense pressure of the combat shifted to weigh heavily on his opponent. Lin Xiao had just deliberately flaunted a series of feints, but no matter how intentionally he provided opportunities, the opponent showed absolutely no reaction, which made him somewhat astonished. This style of play that silently pressured the opponent on the field was truly something he hadn't seen in a long time. However, since the other party had no intention of making a move, he would take the initiative. Thinking this, Guo Mengmeng suddenly executed a bizarre maneuver and disappeared completely from Hao Ran's line of sight. The atmosphere on the field immediately became tense as everyone could clearly see Guo Mengmeng skillfully breaking free from Hao Ran's surveillance and, with several peculiar maneuvers, managing to circle around behind the opponent. Such a decisive and crisp operation gave people an eerie illusion, almost prompting them to suspect, were all those previously cautious postures merely a performance? Had he actually deduced the opponent's position right from the start? At this moment, as Guo Mengmeng gradually approached Hao Ran, the latter apparently remained completely oblivious. Finally, with the explosion of a freezing spell, Hao Ran instinctively turned around only to see Guo Mengmeng's figure already upon him. It was too late now, following swiftly were a string of bombarding skills akin to a massive onslaught. Amidst this dazzling display of skills, Xianhao, operating the shadow swordsman, charged directly towards Guo Mengmeng the moment his immobilized state ended. This straightforward confrontation did not seem like his style at all, yet at this moment, he had no other choice. The rapidly dropping half-health bar made him keenly aware of the strength of the opponent's attack, and the intangible pressure informed his instincts. Any hesitation here would leave no room for a second chance. Charging ahead, getting up close and personal, the slow-paced ambience from the earlier part of the game quickly transformed into a spectacular face-off. Just like that, from a spy thriller to a war film. The audience was left slightly dazed by the sudden changes, intuitively sensing that some unforeseen twist should still occur. After all, there had been such extensive build-up before, the abrupt transition gave an unsettling feeling of a rushed ending. But, without giving anyone time to ponder, when Xianhao's character was just about to complete the close-range operation, a black barrier engulfed him completely, and countless hands emerged from the ground, tightly binding his figure and arresting all momentum. You still need quite a bit more practice, despite your potential, Lin Xiao muttered with a grin inside the battle zone. His fingertips danced splendidly over the keyboard, leading to an even denser storm of skills displayed on the screen. Facing such an opponent, he was entirely unconcerned with whether or not it might leave any psychological impact on the other side. He let his fingers fly freely, thoroughly enjoying the results of his training. Without any suspenseful ups and downs, Hao Ran fell helplessly under this torrential bombardment, with no possibility of resistance. When the words of victory appeared on the large screen, the audience almost forgot to applaud, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, scattered claps began to arise sparsely. This match really left them with an indescribable feeling, like a twist-filled drama. The story had felt very front-heavy, hard to digest after such a sudden shift. The ease with which this victory came seemed off, especially considering both parties were rookies. Yet judging from the final few minutes of performance, it looked every bit like one expert effortlessly crushing another beginner. Wasn't this gap a little too vast? Only Lightning team members understood that Xianhao wasn't exactly a green rookie, nor did he lack the competence to stand on the competition stage. The result that resembled near annihilation also unsettled them, not because they lost, but because they couldn't quite grasp the depth of Black Rose team's Lin Xiao player. Could this person truly possess such terrifying abilities? As Lin Xiao walked out of the battle zone, he distinctly felt various sharp and inspecting gazes coming from Lightning team's players' seats. In response, he smiled lightly, in good spirits returned to his own team's players' seats, cheerfully approaching Yu Jing. "Captain Yu, what do you think of my performance?" Not bad." Yu Jing didn't want to talk much, but seeing the slightly hopeful expression, he reluctantly squeezed out a few words in the end. Loosening the buttons of his shirt, he stood up and handed over the team captain's coat to Lin Xiao. "Your turn to perform." Faced with the upcoming fierce team match, Lin Xiao could only say, let's do our best." Chapter 90. For the Lightning team, they had now undeniably entered a precarious situation. Although there was still an important team match coming up, the Black Rose team's lead of 3 o'clock was no doubt putting significant pressure on them. If the upcoming squad match were to be won, entering the team match with a score of 3-2 would still give them a chance for victory in the team match. This could result in a final score of 3-7, allowing them to gain 2 more points on the leaderboard. However, if the squad match were lost, leading into the team match with a score of 5 o'clock, even with all-out effort, achieving only a 5-5 tie would mean that both teams' leaderboard scores would increase by just 1 point at most. Of course, a complete defeat like 10 o'clock was something that had never been considered before the match. "Let's go." Yu Guanqing took a deep breath, glanced around at the somewhat subdued atmosphere among the surrounding team members, and furrowed his brows slightly. "We can't let them look down on us." "Certainly, don't burden yourselves too much either." Lu Wenbin noticed the tense emotions of several teammates. He, having already competed in the individual matches but not included in the squad match list, still stepped forward to pat his teammates' shoulders and encourage them. "Don't worry, we'll definitely win this round." Bu Xiao, the operator of the cleric character Keolis who provided strong rear support to the team, laughed confidently, and his determined tone did calm the others somewhat. "Let's go." Fan Jingyang exhaled deeply, gathered his strength, and jumped up from the chair with a whoosh. As a competitor who joined the Lightning team just 2 years ago, he stood between the older and newer players within the team. His average skills didn't offer anything particularly standout, but due to stable performance, he consistently held a position as one of the official players. Such an important match was indeed quite pressurizing for such an ordinary talented player. He looked up and happened to see 3 people from the Black Rose team also standing up from their contestant seats. Lu Zhisin, Shen Changyu, and Yu Jing. They were all old acquaintances of everyone. To arrange these once-known pillars of the Black Rose team simultaneously in the squad match undoubtedly aimed to bring greater pressure to their opponents. Fan Jingyang thought about this, looking back at Yu Guanqing's back walking ahead, and gradually a firm determination shone in his eyes. No matter how formidable the opponent's strength might be, with their own captain leading them, it was enough to make them firmly believe that they would completely disrupt the opponent's fighting tactics. When the lineups for both sides appeared on the big screen, the atmosphere in the venue instantly ignited, shifting all attention from the previous individual matches straight onto this 3v3 showdown. It is well known that in the last season's competition, the confrontation between the 2 captains of the Black Rose team ended almost entirely with Yu Guanqing's clear victory. Despite possible miscalculations in team strategy contributing to this, anyway, on this field, victory represented everything. Now, after a year has passed, it is still the same stage, still the same 3v3 battlefield. What would be the result of this confrontation? With both sides' characters fully loaded, the combat lineups all emerged on the competition map. The leader of the Lightning team, Yu Guanqing's character ID was Il Kan, a demon hunter, while Fan Jingyang's character Yangguan followed mainly the path of cursed spirits as a ghost shaman, alongside Bu Xiao's cleric character Keolis. This trio formed an almost typical offensive, supportive, healing lineup common in squad matches. Generally speaking, such a lineup should not put much pressure on someone skilled in healing like Yu Jing. But because Fan Jingyang usually paired special cursed ghost equipment, along with Yu Guanqing carrying the title of the strongest output in the league, the explosive and oppressive force of their actual coordination was certainly beyond the reach of other competitors. The squad match took place in the Wilderness Forest map. As the most headache-inducing map for regular online gaming confrontations, the Wilderness Forest was without a doubt one of the maps that fans most hoped to see in professional league competitions, given its complicated terrain and low visibility which ensured each team had sufficient tactical play space during the matches. Although this match was just a 3v3 squad match, the arrangements that could be made using the map far surpassed those seen in standard 5v5 team matches, enough to strongly interest spectators. After both teams' players refreshed at their respective spawn points, they began moving forward skillfully. Despite the map appearing exceedingly complex to many, all of them, as professional players, moved with exceptional precision and discipline. On the Lightning team's side, Yu Guanqing's character Eelkin led the way in front, followed closely by Fan Jingyang's Yanguan Dao who kept a few steps behind, always ready to offer immediate support when necessary. As for Bu Xiao's cleric Kiyulis, he walked calmly at the back, protected by his two teammates. From the God's Eye perspective, it was evident that every step Fan Jingyang took was highly cautious, and at the same time, he maintained an exact distance from his two teammates, offering almost perfect protection for both of them simultaneously. This formation clearly showed well-defined roles. Regardless of how intricate the terrain, their coordination remained fluid and natural, showcasing their excellent synergy. The Black Rose team displayed the same level of rigor and unity, albeit with a contrasting movement strategy. Instead of heading directly towards the Lightning team, they deliberately chose a completely opposite direction, thus avoiding any encounter. It's hard to tell exactly whether the Black Rose team chooses to avoid confrontation due to lingering psychological shadows from facing the Lightning team or as part of a deliberate strategic deployment, Mao remarked. I think both reasons apply. Nonetheless, since we are dealing with professional teams, let us look forward to further developments together, Xiaowu chuckled. As if to confirm this thought, the three members of the Black Rose team neatly maneuvered around a thorny bush, demonstrating a clear and precise action rule that evidently stemmed from pre-planned tactics. From this angle, the Lightning team would have immediately fallen into sight no matter which direction they came from. At that moment, it seemed as if the Lightning team had some kind of premonition, and abruptly stopped their movement. Being professional players, having advanced to this point without any direct confrontation made it clear to them that the Black Rose team was deliberately avoiding face-to-face battles. Hence, it was likely that the opponents had already completed all their strategic arrangements within the match's initial period. Not engaging in head-on combat. This was not unexpected for the Lightning team. After all, very few teams dared to face their aggressive output-oriented style using such simple and brutal methods. Because of their familiarity with this scenario, Yu Guanqing decisively directed the squad to change direction and headed straight into the dense forest. As soon as this move was carried out, the atmosphere inside the arena tensed up immediately. According to the Lightning team's current path, they were soon going to meet the Black Rose team near the thorny bushes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Lightning team steadily approached the ambush site where the Black Rose team was lying in wait, maintaining their full formation throughout. They've entered the range. When the spectators saw the characters of the opposing team through the first-person view of Zhimu Erqi, the hiding character, many couldn't help but shout in excitement in their hearts. But before they could even get too thrilled, suddenly a burst of flying rubble and a violent shake appeared in the field. Not far from the position of the Lightning team, the scene became disordered and messy. This marked the first real volley of fire in the squad competition. However, the astonishment of this event overshadowed the audience's excitement. What? Keep in mind, the Lightning team was still entirely unaware of enemy presence at that moment. If they had only moved forward just a little more, they would have stepped right into the trap laid by the Black Rose team, a prime opportunity to catch the opponent off guard. But that absurd and aimless fire exposed all the painstaking preparation and concealment efforts of the Black Rose team around the area. Of the three participants on the Black Rose team, Yu Jing was the healer while Lu Zhisin was the melee fighter. Therefore, the only plausible explanation for this sudden mishap was Shen Changyu, known for his steady reliability. Could it be a mistake? Could Vice Captain Shen actually commit such a seemingly amateurish blunder? In any case, after that initial attack, the members of the Lightning team indeed retreated several steps promptly, quickly readjusting their positions, pulling back with decisive moves to ensure enough safe distance in no time. It seems like the Lightning team has roughly pinpointed the Black Rose team's location. Mao, serving as a professional commentator, made this judgment easily based on the measures visible through the large screen. At this point, he couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. In fact, the Black Rose team initially selected an exceptionally successful ambush position. Had it not been for Shen Chanyu's error, they might have already executed a rather brilliant surprise attack. However, it appears, the Black Rose team didn't have any intention of ambushing. Unlike Mao's lament, Xiaowu remained far more rational and quickly noticed an unusual dynamic on the field. To keep her partner from veering too far off course in their commentary, she couldn't resist interjecting with a reminder. With this prompting, Mao soon also recognized the strangeness of the current situation on the field. After making a simple judgment about the Black Rose team's position, the Lightning team did not simply choose to avoid them but instead actively began circling around and approaching cautiously via strategic maneuvers. Yet what they were unaware of was that at the same time, the Black Rose team had abruptly chosen to withdraw at the first moment. This way, the original coordinates where the two teams were about to meet head-on saw the Lightning team's anticipated attack falling completely into thin air. Psychological warfare. Missing the mark once added a touch of unavoidable pressure inside Yu Guanqing's mind, but at the same time, because of the tension-laden atmosphere, the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even more intense. At this very moment, while he was commanding his teammates to carefully search their surroundings, another skill suddenly detonated not far from their position, reproducing circumstances exactly like before. If it were just a mistake, could it possibly happen twice in a row? The concern knitted a frown between Yu Guanqing's eyebrows. Chapter 91. Although the Black Rose team's fighting style that left the opponent baffled was thought-provoking, the Lightning team apparently could not remain passive and be captured like that. Without hesitation, they immediately rushed to the direction of the inferred ambush, but just as before, they ended up with nothing. It was clear that the Black Rose team had already transferred before they redirected their fire. In theory, such 2 times insightful tactical moves should have made the audience applaud, but in response to the current situation, there was a complete silence in the field, and no one was particularly enthusiastic. Even though this fighting style did not allow the Lightning team to gain any advantage, similarly, the Black Rose team did not benefit much either. It looked obvious that these were all self-destructive useless operations. Just as everyone was feeling drowsy about the situation on the field, the 3 members of the Black Rose team who had been moving together suddenly started to act separately. This time, Shinchanyu summoner Shiliu was the first to break away from the team action. Such a change finally stirred the scene slightly. The audience began to perk up interest again. No one knew what the Black Rose team was planning to do. After separating from the other 2 teammates, Shiliu set down a few summoned creatures along the way. Seeing that the Lightning team gradually lost patience after repeated futile attempts, a faint smile spread across his eyes. During the match, losing patience often means losing a lot of things. For example, the rhythm of the battle. The audience held their breath and waited for the development of the battle situation. However, the Lightning team obviously could not wait to sit still any longer. Their combat style was known for its bravery, rarely encountering such a passive situation where they were manipulated by the opponent. Based on the team's usual style, they must start actively looking for breakthroughs to achieve a decisive victory. When another skill went awry due to an apparent hand slip, the Lightning team finally stopped and no longer blindly followed the information given by the opponent. Instead, they stood still in their place. No one made any move, and all the members tacitly waited for the next command. Attack. In the quiet voice channel of the Lightning team, Yu Guanqing's short and sharp command was exceptionally clear and abrupt. Then the 3 people acted as if operated by the same person, starting to dash accurately in one direction at high speed. No one knew how Yu Guanqing could make such an accurate judgment. Through the God's eye view, the audience on the scene could clearly see that the point they aimed at exactly matched the location where Lu Zhisan's, choosing the right tree to roost, and Yu Jing's, complex scenery, were hiding. Were they finally going to engage in a direct confrontation? A relieved smile finally appeared on the faces of the audience, but soon this smile completely froze on their faces. At the very moment when the Lightning team was about to meet head-on with 2 members of the Black Rose team, a sudden skill bombing occurred behind them, and the position of this skill's landing happened to be in a completely different direction from their back. When they saw the Lightning team's charge come to a sudden stop, the whole audience felt as if millions of alpacas were stampeding through their hearts. They could clearly see that this skill was cast by Shinchanyu Shiliu, but it wasn't even directly from Shiliu himself, but merely an ice rain spell triggered by a cold tree spirit placed along the way. At this very moment, the rugged-looking old tree stood motionlessly among some forest areas, blending perfectly with the surrounding scenery, harmonious to the extreme. As for Shiliu, he was hiding in an entirely different position. This arrangement can be said to be a painstaking effort to confuse the opponent's minds. Yu Guanqing's eyebrows had already involuntarily knitted together. He trusted his judgment very much, but the deviation of the skill's landing point was too large, forcing him to feel doubt. Could it be that the opponent started acting separately? This was the only conclusion he could draw. However, acting separately is not a wise choice in a 3v3 battle. So, what was the Black Rose team actually planning? After all, once on the battlefield like this, none of the intentions would be as simple as they seemed on the surface. With this brief hesitation, Yu Guanqing did not ponder for too long. He decisively continued the charge in the original direction, maintaining perfect supporting distances between the 3 of them, showing excellent quality of a professional team in every detail. Almost simultaneously with their movement, the disruptive skill fell again, only this time it was in another location and not cast by a pet but truly by Shinchanyu Shiliu Rain. This move obviously exposed his position entirely, but Yu Guanqing, who had made up his mind, did not choose to switch targets but continued leading his team forward. Thus, the 3 members of the Lightning team collided face-to-face with complex scenery and choosing the right tree to roost. With the situation on the verge of erupting, just as the Black Rose team appeared to be at a disadvantage of 2 versus 3, an area of effect damage skill suddenly landed on the 3 members of the Lightning team. As large amounts of health dropped, all 3 were inflicted with a burning effect. The audience, who had been observing everything clearly, couldn't help but feel regretful. They could clearly see the movements of Shiliu Rain. If the Lightning team had chosen to switch targets when Shiliu Rain's position was exposed, they might have quickly achieved the first kill in this team match. However, evidently, they had lost this opportunity, and along with losing it, they placed themselves into an obvious disadvantage. Watch out for behind. At this point, the Lightning team had already realized that they were caught in the opponent's pincer attack. As soon as the voice channel words finished, they instantly set up a defensive formation. Quickly, following from all directions came a wave of dazzling skills, skillfully countered by their perfect positioning. A chorus of approval rang through the venue, though no one knew that within the Lightning team's voice chat, there was a deafening silence. It wasn't because the overwhelming number of summoned creatures' attacks left them no time to talk, it was because, although they had effectively avoided this wave of attacks, at this very moment Lu Zhisan's, choosing the right tree to roost rushed in immediately, activating a taunt skill that forcibly drew the hate of all 3 players. This completely deprived them of their ability to counterattack. They've lost. The Lightning team members sighed silently in their hearts, each having formed their own judgment. Even if we die, let's take one down first. Yu Guanqing took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and spoke up amidst the silence. To take one down before dying, someone echoed. On the field, under overwhelming attack, the roles whose hate had been forced turned ferocious like wolves or tigers, focusing on the paladin, choosing the right tree to roost to force a quick kill. Splashes of blood lit up the entire screen, while amidst the overwhelming special effects, a pure beam of light descended from the sky, revealing a white glow surrounding the paladin whose health had been reduced to half. His state instantly recovered. Almost forgot, there is still him. Yu Guanqing looked at the elegant priest standing not far behind through the screen and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He had never thought last year's victory definitively proved their strength over the Black Rose team. Everything depends on tactics and teamwork. Evidently, after an entire season of sharpening, the Black Rose team now possessed even better coordination and much more solid power. More importantly, it seemed unknown changes began happening in their tactical strategies. This is esports, there are no eternal winners, only the principle that not advancing means retreating. Finally, under the intense offensive from the summoner pet formation set up long ago by Shiliu Rain, the lights darkened completely. One by one, the Lightning team's members fell until finally the victory message flashed across the computer screens of the Black Rose team. With the small team match secured in victory, the Black Rose team entered the final team competition with absolute advantage. Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Yu Jing returning from the battle zone and smiled, asking, "What do you think about my tricks?" Yu Jing said, "Kind of boring, hands haven't even warmed up yet." Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Qiguan, who was beside him and eagerly ready, raising an eyebrow, "I apologize, but it seems this match won't give you a chance to warm up. Pay attention to how our juniors perform." Yu Jing replied, "All right, I'll watch closely." The excited atmosphere on the stage hadn't yet subsided, with discussions swirling among the audience over the performance in the previous small team match. At the commentary table, during halftime break, Xiaowu also made a simple analysis of the two teams' performances earlier. In the previous match, it was evident that the Black Rose team fully capitalized on their strategy. The crux of the game really hinged on the choice of attack direction by the Lightning team. It's just unfortunate that in the decisive judgment at the last crucial moment, they made the wrong choice. Speaking of which, Maodo, if it were you, how do you think you would have reacted in that situation? Maodo didn't expect Xiaowu to throw such a tricky question with a grin, and after being momentarily stunned, he immediately cleared his throat and said, "This is really hard to say. After all, the competition was extremely intense, and in such a situation, it's really difficult to make the correct judgment. There are just too many uncontrollable factors. Simply put, Lightning team's luck today wasn't very good." Xiaowu chuckled, "Do you realize that by blaming everything on luck every time, you might be pushing luck a bit too far?" Maodo, already accustomed to this shameless style, grinned unaffectedly without a trace of embarrassment. Just at this moment, the break was over, and he finally seized the chance to sidestep the topic. He promptly declared, "Well, we're almost out of time. Let's move on and look forward to the main event of today, finding out which team will secure this key team match." Chapter 92. As the players from both teams took the field, all the attention within the arena quickly shifted to the stage. When it was discovered that the Black Rose team had not entered Yu Jing in the 5v5 match, as expected, there was a noticeable ripple of surprise, but this quickly dissipated as the two commentators at the booth provided their analyses. Everyone's focus then turned fully to the game that had just officially started. In fact, apart from replacing Yu Jing with a novice healer making her debut, all other participants from the Black Rose team were as anticipated. In contrast to the calm demeanor they showed during the previous 3v3 round, the Black Rose team seemed more proactive and initiative-driven in this one. Immediately after the map loaded, all players clearly received a unified instruction, dispersing quickly in various directions across the map. According to established tactics, in team competitions, it's always the tightly organized team formations that hold the advantage. However, throughout this year's league, the Black Rose team had repeatedly defied conventional thinking, shocking many. This time, again unexpectedly adopting a dispersion strategy, the audience looked over at the Lightning team who seemed yet unaware of the situation unfolding, silently sweating cold for them. Compared to the audience, as the head coach of the Black Rose team, Li Buchuan seated in the preparation area was actually even more tense. He was clearer than anyone else about the instability inherent in the tactical approach being employed in this current match. Even though this tactic had been drilled hundreds of times before, that inherent instability still existed. In this particular face-off, he handed over full command to Lin Xiao. This decision was reached after multiple confirmations with Shen Chang, but it did not mean he could feel entirely reassured. After all, Lin Xiao was still new to the scene. On a platform rife with challenges and unknowns, no matter how outstanding the performance of a rookie might be, making such a player the central figure of a team competition is always a risky move for any team. Moreover, this specific tactical application posed almost unreasonably high demands on normal tactical command. One might say that the entire game's outcome would be completely dependent on the commander's real-time performance. Li Buchuan couldn't determine if his bet was correctly placed. The revelation of the answer was right around the corner. He took a deep breath, unconsciously turning his gaze. His line of sight landed on Yu Jing, whose relaxed posture against the chair remained as clear and graceful as ever. No signs of tension could be seen on that face, only the calm and focused gaze in his eyes. For a moment, an illusion crept in, regarding this captain who had become indispensable to his team without him noticing. From whichever angle one might recall him from memory, it felt like one had never seen him display even a trace of nervousness. Was it absolute confidence, or perhaps, genuine indifference? Just as Li Buchuan was slightly distracted, he saw Yu Jing pull out his phone. After whispering a few sentences into it, his brow slightly furrowed, putting the phone back down shortly afterward, standing up from his seat and approaching closely saying, "Managerly, I'll step out for a bit." Any issue important enough to make him request leaving at this crucial point must certainly be critical, so Li Buchuan did not inquire further. "Come back soon." Yu Jing nodded briefly, saying nothing. Watching the retreating silhouette leave, Li Buchuan refocused all his attention back onto the match happening inside the venue. By this time, the atmosphere in the center of the field had grown intense in an instant. The healer, White Switch, who had been moving separately at the periphery, fell within the sight range of the Lightning team, setting the match off in earnest. The roars of voices echoing throughout the esports hall rose higher and higher. With a wave of impassioned shouting, the sound of the music signaling the end of the match faintly drifted through an empty corridor nearby, reaching a secluded corner not far behind the venue. Did we win? Yu Jing's eyes flickered momentarily as he unconsciously glanced toward the direction of the sounds. This slight action did not go unnoticed by the man in front of him. His well-tailored suit accentuated a dignified aura, speaking with a refined elegance. "It's just a game after all, is it really that captivating to you?" Yu Jing, brought back to the present by his voice, looked back at him, his tone devoid of any extra emotion. "You're meddling too much." The man smiled lightly, a curl forming at the corner of his mouth. "Perhaps. But after so many years, it's about time you reined yourself in. You should know, the patience of that person has its limits. The reason they let you act recklessly before was because they thought it was merely one of your spur-of-the-moment whims. Who would have thought that this time, you'd persist for so long?" Yu Jing's tone was unreadable. "Did he ask you to come?" The man shrugged. "Today, it was my own idea, though of course, he knows about it." Yu Jing remained silent. The man glanced at his expression and said, "Actually, if you really want to keep playing, that's not impossible. But there's no need for you to stay in this mediocre team, right?" Yu Jing frowned. "You're meddling too much." The man smiled. "Maybe. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. With your skills, joining one of the top-tier teams would be more than sufficient. Why stay in a team with such a slim chance of even reaching the finals? If they really had potential, that person wouldn't have such strong opinions about your actions. Nothing to do why." Yu Jing was about to say something when a casual voice interrupted him. "Wait, that's unbearable to hear. What do you mean by slim chance to reach the finals? We are here to win the championship, sir." Following the voice, the newcomer's tone seemed slightly displeased, but his face carried a faint smile, making it hard to tell where any dissatisfaction lay. Facing this sudden attention, he only leisurely raised an eyebrow, approached naturally, slung his arm over Yu Jing's shoulder, and with a mocking tone said to the man, elongating each syllable, "We are going to take the championship, mister." The man obviously didn't expect someone to appear out of nowhere. Instinctively looking at Yu Jing and seeing he had no intention of interrupting, surprise briefly flashed across his features. His excellent composure prevented him from getting angry, and instead, he quickly put on a polite smile. This must be one of Yu Jing's teammates. Lin Xiao, after finishing the match and not seeing Yu Jing, came directly after asking Li Buchuan. Still dressed in Black Rose's uniform, he neither confirmed nor denied the obvious assumption. "Hello." "Hello," the man smiled faintly. "I haven't seen you before, so you must be a new member of the team. I've heard there are many young talents full of pride in esports. It seems like what they say is true. Passion is good, but a champion isn't achieved by just talking about it." Lin Xiao nodded. "True, champions aren't made just by talking." The man didn't expect Lin Xiao to agree so quickly. As he was about to continue, Lin Xiao added another sentence. "We'll show you practically some other day, mere talk is meaningless." Cough, the words that were on the tip of his tongue suddenly choked in his throat. He could only turn to Yu Jing, saying, "Cough, your new teammate is quite interesting. Still as annoyingly sharp as ever." Yu Jing couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Lin Xiao, finally stepping in to cut off their useless banter. "Tell that person I will bring the trophy back this season." The man looked at him meaningfully, then glanced at Lin Xiao next to him, smiling. "You should know, that person has run out of patience. If this ends up like before." Yu Jing replied, "This is the last time. If it doesn't happen, I will announce my retirement." Before the man could speak, Lin Xiao's hand resting on his shoulder tightened suddenly, nearly causing him to lose balance. "Retirement? What kind of clause is this?" Yu Jing did not respond but calmly watched the man. "So, you can go back now, brother." This reversal obviously had a more intense impact than the previous one. Lin Xiao stopped babbling for a while the man referred to as brother revealed an equal amount of shock, frozen for a moment before replying with a complicated smile. "How many years has it been since you called me that?" Yu Jing did not answer and turned to leave. The line of sight behind him gradually disappeared, but the clear footsteps beside him remained. Not until reaching the entrance to the venue did he stop suddenly, turning around to look at Lin Xiao who had been silently standing there, asking, "Anything you want to say?" Lin Xiao had been walking a few steps ahead. Stopping abruptly almost caused him to bump into Yu Jing. Although knowing that the man was Yu Jing's elder brother, he had developed immense curiosity about their family relations, yet upon hearing such a random question, after a slight pause, a faint smile emerged on his lips. What could I possibly say? Anyway, you can't retire. After all, we will be the champions of this year's LPP League. Yu Jing glanced at the confident glimmer unreadable in this person's eyes in front of him, retracted the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and walked inside. Inside the venue, the lights were sparkling, and the audiences had already started to leave. The teammates waiting in the preparation area saw them walking in side by side, and they all smiled and came forward to greet them. The 5v5 team match just now saw another brilliant victory for the Black Rose team. With a huge score advantage, they defeated the Lightning team, which meant that they had laid a very advantageous foundation for entering the semi-finals of the latter half of the playoffs. As long as there were no significant mistakes in the following matches, they could steadily move on to the next round of fierce competition. As for what happened in the corridor, both of them tacitly did not mention it again to anyone. Chapter 93. After Lin Xiao said that, he really didn't bring up the matter again. He not only refrained from asking Yu Jing but also never mentioned it to other teammates. As soon as they got back, he called Shen Changyu into his bedroom and opened a match video recording on his computer with just a few quick operations, playing it right away. This was the match recording of the Tianqi team from a couple of days ago. Because the focus had been entirely on battling the Lightning team, there hadn't been any time left to observe other opponents until now when things were finally settling down. Shen Changyu, still absorbed in the previous matches, was already pulled by Lin Xiao to review this match, immediately feeling overwhelmed. Team leader Lin, can we take a short break first? Lin Xiao, adjusting the video playback mode, didn't even lift his head. There's no time. Shen Changyu looked at his silhouette silently for a moment and pulled a chair to sit beside him. No time. In theory, although the match schedule was indeed tight, considering human factors, the league organizers did make reasonable adjustments to the appearance schedules of all teams. There was usually some appropriate interval between matches for tactical adjustments. However, what Lin Xiao meant by no time wasn't an exaggeration, as the Black Rose team's next opponent was none other than the Tianqi team. If the Lightning team was considered the Black Rose team's nemesis, then the Tianqi team could certainly be regarded as their arch-rival. Since Old Ghost's departure, the performance of the Black Rose team was far from satisfactory. Although they hadn't fallen to third-tier status, very few people would consider these two teams comparable anymore. At this moment, Lin Xiao was playing the match between the Tianqi team and the Flowing Cloud team. This was the first crossover game between the A group and B group teams, and was highly anticipated due to both being seeded teams. Surprisingly, these two teams showed an overwhelmingly one-sided situation throughout the entire match. I don't know what kind of devil training Lao Yan has undergone, but his demonstrated strength is terrifyingly powerful. If it weren't for his 3-on-1 terrifying rhythm, the Flowing Cloud team wouldn't have lost so badly. While Shen Changyu was watching with a face full of surprise, Lin Xiao leisurely lay on the bed and glanced at the blood-drenched warrior dominating the screen, muttering, being so tightly strung isn't good for future development. It seems that he really plans to retire after this season. Hearing this, Shen Changyu turned back to look at him in surprise. Had you studied these videos before? Lin Xiao shrugged. We may ignore others, but how can we neglect Lao Yan? Luckily, I've reviewed every single one of his recordings without missing a bit, otherwise, if we confronted him directly now, we'd surely suffer great losses. It was rare to hear such words from Lin Xiao. Shen Changyu frowned slightly. Is the current team leader Yan really that fearsome? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Not only fearsome, but outright terrifying. Lao Yan's state right now is utterly like a self-consuming celestial body illuminating the entire domestic esports scene. Truly hard work for his old bones. Although Yan Duzhou might be considered an elder in esports, he was still young compared to the general public. Calling someone a pile of old bones seemed rather extreme. Shen Changyu mentally criticized a couple of times without pursuing the wording issue. Clearing his throat, he asked the most critical question at hand, then, how should we deploy our strategies for the next battle against the Tianqi team? Lin Xiao smiled, simple. Shen Changyu focused attentively. Lin Xiao stretched, refreshed himself, and grinned mischievously. Have you ever heard of a story called Tianji's Horse Race? Shen Changyu nearly fell off his chair, struggling to straighten himself with the table support, looking completely flabbergasted. Don't flaunt your literary knowledge at this crucial time. Lin Xiao made an "oh" sound. To put it simply, in this match, we're going to give up outright. Among all players, Lin Xiao had faced off with Yan Duzhou more times than anyone else, hence why they were called longtime rivals. However, those who truly understood you aren't necessarily the teammates you fight alongside for life but quite possibly your strongest opponent. It was not difficult to see from these video materials alone that Yan Duzhou was currently at his absolute peak, perhaps even surpassing his flourishing prime back then. It wasn't hard to imagine that he must have gone through some unknown and absolutely inhumane training. This kind of self-damaging way of improving one's career, Lin Xiao couldn't either support or not support. After all, these were Yan Duzhou's own choices. But he was very clear that in order to lead the team to the end, they couldn't blindly follow Yan Duzhou's reckless style. He could certainly retire after this season with no regrets. However, there were still many young players with promising futures on the Black Rose team who didn't need to ruin their careers for a temporary ranking. Of course, he wouldn't admit that the current him still lacked the absolute confidence to match against this all-or-nothing man. In short, the best choice for this match was to put up a show flag, dispatch a few inferior horses to adapt to the rhythm of the competition and get some exercise while saving strength and preparing to make a breakout in later stages for points. After seeing Shen Chanyu off, Lin Zhao's gaze fell slightly more deeply on the computer screen, and a slight sigh filled his tone. This guy really likes to push himself too hard. Every player has their limits, but some players seem like they don't have any limits. Those types of players are often referred to as geniuses by the media or fan supporters. However, what those people don't know is that every time they need to break a limit, the effort required and the challenges endured are often unimaginable for the average person. Yan Duzhou, a top-level player for so many years within domestic esports, has always been widely praised for his skills and power. On the other hand, he has already broken through so-called limits many times, and it can be said that he had almost reached the peak of his potential. And yet the current breakthrough would certainly come at a significant cost in the future, which Lin Zhao clearly understood. According to Lin Zhao's personality, if facing such a situation, he would hesitate without question to avoid direct confrontation. However, Yan Duzhou won't. Long accustomed to being the focus of countless eyes, carefully controlling every word and action under public scrutiny, he is a representative figure of the current esports field where every small expression in a game may reflect on the current level of domestic esports and even the international scene. Exhausting, really exhausting. Lin Zhao let out a long sigh and shook his head. The next day, news reports about the Black Rose team's big win over the Lightning team made headlines across various platforms. The die-hard fans who have supported the Black Rose team behind the scenes for a long time felt vindicated. With regard to the upcoming fierce battle against the Tianqi team, they also gained a little extra confidence. After all, with their powerful performance lately, they naturally hoped for increasing momentum. Some people even brought out old slogans of past rivalries, causing quite a stir for a time. But soon, after watching the entire battle, it felt like a heavy slap, silencing those enthusiastic fans once again. A devastating defeat. Just like the Flowing Cloud team in the previous game, the Black Rose team suffered their first devastating loss in the playoffs. Or, to put it more objectively, compared to that match involving Flowing Cloud, the Black Rose lost far worse. Manager Li, thank you for your hard work with PR. After the game, Shen Chanyu looked sympathetically at Li Buchuan's helpless expression and patted his shoulder. Li Buchuan could only respond with a bitter smile. In fact, when Shen Chanyu mentioned this decision to him, his instincts naturally refused it. Unexpectedly, the next day, Yu Jing also came to find him, suggesting the same thing. This forced him to face the issue directly. The 4 words Yu Jing spoke caused him to painfully decide. Not worth it. Without going into too much detailed analysis of pros and cons right in front of him, those 4 words, upon reaching the ears of this experienced coach, quickly revealed their meaning. Since the matter had been comprehended beforehand, the current situation of the fans' outrage was expected. Li Buchuan sighed with a touch of world weariness in his voice. No matter what, we must win all the remaining matches. Yes, must win. Otherwise, in this increasingly competitive points race, such a failure might directly prevent them from entering the LPP finals. As he spoke, his eyes glanced around the locker room and suddenly noticed someone missing. Where did Lin Zhao go? Shen Chanyu. I don't know. Haven't seen him since this morning. Li Buchuan frowned. Although he was not scheduled to play in today's match, as a new player, being absent without reason showed a real lack of team discipline. Just as he was about to say something, Yu Jing interjected. He asked for leave from me. 3 days. Li Buchuan felt like he had been choked by his own saliva. 3 days. How could you actually approve it? We still have matches coming up. These are all minor teams, I can handle it alone. Yu Jing's tone was indifferent, clearly unconcerned. Chapter 94. The LPP League has now reached its final sprint phase, with all teams focused on securing one of the 4 coveted spots in the semifinals. With the defeat of the Black Rose team against the Dawn team, and considering the current standings, it's evident that they have dropped out of contention for first-tier ranking. Observing the overall situation at present, apart from the well-established Dawn team and Flowing Cloud team who have emerged through multiple rounds of scoring battles, the last 2 positions will be fiercely contested between the Black Rose team, Red Leaf team, Ninth Heaven team, and 7 Stars team. This way, the consecutive days of competition ahead become crucial as they will decide the final lineup for the playoffs. What no one anticipated was that in the remaining matches of this season, a rookie in the Black Rose team, akin to a dark horse, Lin Zhao, who had quickly become one of the team's key scorers, seemingly vanished into thin air. To say, vanished into thin air, is not an exaggeration. Ever since the match against the Dawn team, despite several following games where the Black Rose team under Yu Jing's leadership provided a particularly strong response to external doubts with excellent results, what stood out was the conspicuous absence of Lin Zhao, missing not only from the game roster but also absent when the camera panned over the Black Rose team player seats. Was it internal team conflict or a decision to sideline him? This left room for speculation among outside media. However, in the subsequent matches, Yu Jing showcased his best personal form since the start of the season, ensuring Black Rose won multiple matches decisively, thus firmly securing their spot in the finals. As such, it became harder for media reporters to stir up conjectures about Lin Zhao's disappearance. When it came to the Black Rose team, in the recent seasons they had always been among the most talked about squads. This team once ascended to the International League Championship podium with a dominating presence unmatched by any domestic esports team. Yet, after the departure of their captain Old Ghost, they failed to even reach the domestic league semi-finals for 2 consecutive years. Subsequently, when Yujing became the captain, he revitalized the team, reviving their prowess. Nonetheless, following the retirement of several members, adjustments and transformations were required, causing a painful transition period amid great anticipation from fans. Throughout these highs and lows, many people followed this established team with both sighs and emotions, yet there were always those paying attention during every season. The reason being, regardless of the stage Black Rose found itself in, their undeniable strength never let down those who followed them. Whether it was due to frustration over perceived lack of effort or a string of defeats, the team always gave hope. And this hope intensified significantly this season with the emergence of brilliant rookies onto the LPP stage. It seemed as if responding to everyone's expectations, in the last few games of the preseason tournament, the Black Rose team triumphed spectacularly against the Lightning team, instantly giving them enough leverage on the leaderboard. Combined with the failure of the Ninth Heaven team in the same round, another team was eliminated from the final contest. In the next game against the Necromancer team, despite losing several individual matches which made Black Rose's position precarious, in the succeeding solo and group matches, their top healer, Yujing, displayed exceedingly elegant and powerful operations, leading the team to secure 2 victories without losing a single member. Again, they dominated, winning one more crucial match with a significant lead. 2 successive victories elevated Black Rose's morale to peak heights. The last match ended almost as a demonstration of their skills, leaving the opponent soundly beaten. At this point, they had clinched a place in the semi-finals. We hope that in the upcoming playoffs, we can deliver satisfactory results. Shen Changyu smiled warmly towards the reporter's cameras. This smile carried relief mixed with satisfaction, along with the release of tension built over long periods of preparation. Such a day, after nearly 2 years of low performance, was long awaited, not only by the team's fans but also the players themselves. Everything was improving. With this thought, his smile grew wider. Playoffs, here they come. More joyous than the team members were the fans of the Black Rose team. Their king has returned. That was the thought crossing everyone's mind. The subsequent string of victories had already made them forget about the terrible defeat they faced against the Tianqi team, and subconsciously they started making excuses for their own team from every possible angle. With such successive overwhelming victories, they were now brimming with confidence about the upcoming semi-finals and even the finals. As the Black Rose team's place in the playoffs was all but assured, the other playoff spot was decided after the Red Leaf team crushed the 7 Stars team by a wide margin. Unlike the Black Rose team's relentless dominance, initially during the personal matches, the Red Leaf team had lost 1-2, giving the 7 Stars team an early lead. However, starting from the squad matches, they never gave the 7 Stars team another chance, thoroughly sweeping both the squad and team matches to ensure no comeback opportunity was given to the 7 Stars. These women are brutal, one after another. Everyone who watched the match videos couldn't help but wipe the sweat off their brows as the battlefield scene filled with continuous explosions left little room to imagine this was a showdown between 2 all-female teams. With the conclusion of the final round of matches, the points table became fixed. Unsurprisingly, the Tianqi team held on to first place tightly, followed by the Flowing Cloud team with only a 1-point difference, the Black Rose team in third, and the Red Leaf team barely holding 4th place in the last moments. The list of 4 teams for the semi-finals was finally set. Per the rules, after the semi-finals conclude, the competition would directly transition into the finals. To give players adequate time to prepare, there would be a week-long tactical training period before the finals. Since then, the league entered a tense silence. But in the face of this stillness, the various media outlets didn't let up. Facing the current league landscape, they produced countless predictive reports, while sparking heated discussions on their official social media platforms, creating eye-catching headlines daily. Because of this, what should have been a calm week instead turned into a tumultuous undercurrent due to the exaggerated portrayal. After a day of training, the entire corridor of the 18th floor in the hotel seemed quiet, obviously because these past few days of intensive practice tailored for the semi-finals had reached such a high intensity that even someone like Su Yiming, full of energy, felt unable to struggle anymore. This added an especially chilling coldness to the evening ambience. A faint light seeped through the crack of room 1802. Inside, the computer screen dimly glowed, the person seated before it slightly slouched, draped in a faint glow. It highlighted a face weary but still strikingly handsome yet slightly pale. In such tranquil darkness, the knock at the door sounded particularly clear. Eugene glanced at the time, it was well past midnight. He frowned, wondering who could come visiting at such a late hour. When he opened the door and saw a dark shadow hurtling toward him, his instinct was to kick out. Just as the light caught the features of the intruder, Eugene abruptly stopped mid-motion. Next, a heavy weight fell onto him, causing his body to wobble precariously. Struggling hard to stabilize himself with the unexpected guest on top of him, he managed to keep from falling over together. Who? Eugene's furrowed brow deepened as he began questioning, only to realize the individual draped messily across his shoulders lightly grazed his neck, breathing evenly and warm against his ear. Apparently asleep, he swallowed back the reprimand. Tossing him out in the corridor. It flashed through Yu Jing's mind as he glanced sideways at Lin Xiao lying unconscious like a dead pig. After standing quietly for a while, he closed the door, dragging Lin Xiao inside, and with a flick of his hand, threw him unceremoniously onto the bed. A heavy thud resounded. But Lin Xiao merely emitted a muffled groan and flipped over, deftly pulling the soft blanket into his arms like second nature and curling comfortably into a ball. Yu Jing looked down at this unkempt man who slept soundly like a dead pig, his lips pressing tightly together in suppressed irritation. It looked like tomorrow, he'd need to have the cleaning staff replace the sheets and covers. Thinking this, he turned and sat back in front of his computer, picking up his pen to continue writing. He only knew that Lin Xiao had gone for a few days of separate intensive training, but as for where exactly he went and what methods were used, he was entirely in the dark. Judging from his current state, it didn't seem like he went for any sort of special training at all, rather, it appeared as if he'd been abducted to work as a manual laborer. Ignoring the foul smell emitting from him, even with eyes closed, Yu Jing could clearly see the deep dark circles under his eyes and the extreme listlessness and fatigue on his face. His condition looked more like someone who had just escaped from a hellish battleground. In just a few days, he had become noticeably thinner, almost as though he were a different person, making it hard to imagine what he might have endured during this short period. The night was cold and clear. The lights in the room had already been turned off. Apart from the thunderous snoring emanating from the bed and the tall silhouette by the computer desk faintly illuminated by the screen's glow, there was only the swaying curtain. The night passed in silence. Due to its profound calm and peace, when everyone burst noisily into the room the next day and saw the dark lump that was still Lin Xiao lying in bed, the entire world seemed to suddenly freeze in an eerie moment of silence. It was an unnervingly strange kind of quiet. Chapter 95. Should we go out? Su Yiming instinctively glanced at Su Yichen and asked with his eyes. Let's wait a bit more, Su Yichen replied, not changing his expression. Lu Zhisen leaned leisurely against the door, looking at the person on the bed whose face was unclear. His slightly smiling expression carried some mockery and amusement. The corner of his eye caught Xiaoli beside him, who looked conflicted about whether to speak or stay silent. Lu Zhisen kindly pulled him back a little. Now was not the time to be a scapegoat, it wasn't smart. Who in the team didn't know how severe their captain's obsessive-compulsive disorder was? A casual touch of his belongings would likely end in disaster under normal circumstances. Not to mention now someone had climbed into his bed and was still alive. This situation was indeed very interesting. Captain Yu, good morning, Shen Chanyu, seeing others lost in a long silence, coughed lightly and spoke first. Good morning, Captain Yu Jing said, showing no difference from his usual self even under everyone's gaze. Studying the video? Shen Chanyu briefly glanced at the computer screen, which was still lit, and somehow managed not to let his eyes wander toward the bed. The others might not recognize, but this dark outfit belonged to the one who took it directly from him. How could he not recognize it? In just a few days, the person has already climbed into Captain Yu's bed. Shen Chanyu held in his many questions, feeling quite distressed. Captain Yu Jing seemed completely unaffected by the unusual atmosphere, emotionlessly pointing with the tip of his pen at the notebook already filled with dense writing. He furrowed his brows slightly, there are some complications. Is there a problem? Shock crossed Shen Chanyu's face for a moment before his other thoughts were put aside. While asking, he stepped into the room and moved closer. The Cloudflow team is probably also concealing some strength, Yu Jing said as he randomly clicked open the video ahead of him and rewound it. Look at this match, the operation displayed by Yan Lingjiang doesn't seem right, does it? It looks fine on the surface, but there's definitely an indescribable feeling. After this reminder, Shen Chanyu also noticed a subtle sense of incongruity. This was from the previous match against the Nine Skies team, closely related to the upcoming playoffs. Would the Cloudflow team be so bold to still hide tricks at such a crucial moment? But given that Zhang Fengyu, with his intelligence hard to fathom, is on their team, it wasn't impossible when thought of this way. If they're holding on to killer moves during the preseason, then in the playoffs, extra caution must be taken. Facing such headache-inducing opponents made Shen Chanyu quite troubled too. As compared to these two conversing, the others were even more annoyed. They originally hoped that their vice-captain Shen could represent the sentiments of the masses, yet in the blink of an eye, these two had started discussing strategies without any distractions. Come on, please. It was truly difficult to have something stuck in one's throat, neither going up nor down. Wasn't there anyone who could empathize with their feelings? Everyone felt rather choked up. But the discussion between the two was so solemn and serious that no one dared to interrupt the train of thought between the captain and vice-captain, thus quietly exchanging glances and waiting silently for them to reach a conclusion. Such gossipy tendencies were merely people seeking amusement amid this tense atmosphere. The preseason of the current league has thoroughly concluded. Although the Black Rose team managed to snatch the last ticket to the playoffs, no one truly knows how far they can go facing the three other dominant teams. In order to reach the peak of the domain, all the players have undergone extraordinarily arduous training in these few days, striving to prepare themselves in the best possible state for the playoffs. However, weren't the members of the opposing teams putting in the same effort? After all, in esports, it's never guaranteed that those who work hard will reap rewards. This is reality, and it's a cruel one, destined to be so. With mixed feelings and a vacant mind, their gazes involuntarily shifted once again towards the eye-catching large bed in the room. At that moment, the pitch-black lump moved lazily, and then the blanket covering the figure was pushed away carelessly, revealing a clearly sleep-ridden face topped with disheveled hair. "Hey, good morning," accompanied by a big yawn, making this greeting feel all the more irritating. Facing the entire room full of people, this face showed no expression other than grogginess. "Damn." When Su Yiming realized who the person was, he was about to blurt it out, but thankfully his last bit of sanity let him swallow the rest of his words. Though it had been a long time since any incident, this peaceful state gradually made people forget what this person used to do. However, this scenario couldn't help but make everyone associate with those past reprehensible deeds. The issue was, the person in question clearly seemed very at ease with climbing into someone else's bed. As this thought crossed their minds, everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted from Lin Xiao to Yu Jing. "Where have you been these last 2 days?" Xiao Li, unaware of the team's wild history, was the first to ask something meaningful. Lin Xiao raised his hand to rub his messy hair and appeared quite sleepy. Upon hearing the question, he smiled mischievously and said, "Mr. Xiao, did you miss me?" Xiao Li's lips twitched slightly. "I missed your sister-in-law." Lin Xiao feigned innocence, "I don't even have a sister-in-law." Xiao Li gave up, only managing to blurt out after a long pause, "Get lost." At that moment, Lin Xiao turned around and glanced around, realizing that he wasn't in his own room. "Where am I?" Everyone's mouths involuntarily quirked. The discussion had long stopped as Yu Jing spoke in a cool tone, "Are you ready to get off my bed?" The emphasis on the word "my" was unmistakably clear. Lin Xiao paused momentarily upon hearing the inquiry, looking down at the bedspread which had already been thoroughly rumpled by him. He coughed softly, trying hard to suppress the corner of his lips curling, before slowly descending from the bed. Shen Changyu noticed the bandage wrapped around his fingertips at this point, his expression darkening. "What happened to your hand?" If injured at this stage, it would indeed be a grave matter. No need to worry, nothing serious." Lin Xiao loosened the gauze coiled around his fingers, revealing still handsome finger joints moving extremely flexibly. Despite this, the crusted tips were all too visible, leaving no doubt about their recent bloody condition. Where exactly had this man trained so intensely that in merely a few days, his fingers were rubbed raw like this? The room fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked at Lin Xiao with more astonishment and shock. In response to everyone's curiosity, Lin Xiao simply offered a mysterious smile, acting exceedingly profound and inscrutable. 3 days ago. Night. Pacific Hotel. After a day's competition, Yan Duzhou, despite showing a trace of fatigue, stood wide-eyed and face-to-face with the visitor in the hotel lobby. On the surface, his expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes betrayed deep and complex emotions. "Is it really necessary to drag team leader Yan to give you special training?" Upon hearing the request, Song Lan almost choked. His whole body felt unwell. "You're not part of our team. Why not find your own captain?" Our captain is a healer." "Not suited for my practice partner," Lin Xiao answered with a bright grin. "Having Yan Duzhou act as your practice partner. Do you know who you think you are?" Song Lan took several deep breaths, barely resisting the urge to lash out at the other. Who across the entire league has the qualifications to have King Yan as their practice partner? Not just unmatched credentials, speaking purely in terms of skill, how audacious could someone be to make such a demand? Moreover, this guy belonged to another team. Coming to the rival team to specifically request the captain for private training? What kind of mind does this person possess? Song Lan sneaked a glance at his captain's expression, hoping to send the visitor away before any explosion occurred. Suddenly, Yan Duzhou spoke up, "Are you serious?" Song Lan tripped in surprise, nearly losing balance. "Dear captain, was this really the point?" Without acknowledging Song Lan's awkwardness, Lin Xiao pointed at his eyes and chuckled, "Do you see the sincerity in my eyes? More genuine than pearls." Yan Duzhou briefly informed Song Lan, "Go back home," then told Lin Xiao, "Follow me." Watching as the slow figure trailed behind his own captain, Song Lan froze in place, feeling as though his entire worldview was collapsing. By the looks of it, his own captain truly intended to provide one-on-one special training for the newcomer from Black Rose team. This was unbelievable, Song Lan hadn't even received this treatment before. As they rode up in the elevator, Lin Xiao asked jokingly, "That was the successor you've chosen, right?" Yan Duzhou responded affirmatively, "Mm." Lin Xiao added, "He seems somewhat impatient for such a young man. Isn't he green? Can you really trust him completely?" Only now did Yan Duzhou glance at him with a mocking smile, "Aren't you young?" Rarely at a loss for words, Lin Xiao quickly retorted with an unchanging face, "Are you jealous of my youth?" Yan Duzhou let out a light, "Tisk, old monster." Lin Xiao shrugged, taking it as a compliment, "By the way, have you really thought it through? If I improve to my best state, your championship trophy will have to be handed over to us." The corner of Yan Duzhou's mouth curled up, "If you've got the skills, bring it on." In this person's eyes, compared to personal honor and disgrace, the honor and disgrace of our country's esports on the international stage is probably everything. It was just a casual question, and receiving the expected answer, Lin Xiao also grinned in relaxation. Following Yan Duzhou out of the elevator, gazing at the opulent corridor, he couldn't help but mutter, "Oh, the rich truly live like kings even down to the hotels they stay in." Continuing the banter would go on endlessly. Finally, Yen Duzhou ignored him and subtly glanced at the person next to him, his eyes slightly narrowing. 3 days of special training, huh? It's bound to be very interesting. Chapter 96. Looking back on the experiences of the past 3 days, they were truly indescribable. Although one could say it was mostly his own doing, Lin Xiao wasn't very willing to reflect on them. When faced with inquiring gazes from others, he could only chuckle and ignore them. In theory, such a burning stare should be hard to handle calmly. If it were an ordinary person, that would be expected. But Lin Xiao's face was incredibly thick-skinned. Even though almost everyone was trying to bore holes through him with their eyes, he remained expressionless, leaving them completely powerless. In the end, after some meaningless chatter, the crowd dispersed with their chests hurting from suppressed laughter and disgruntled expressions. As they left, their eyes had darted back and forth between the two, each gaze full of implications. Although there were no clear signs, something inexplicable always made people feel like something was quietly brewing between these two. Unreasonably, thoughts popped into people's heads, this nauseating scent of love. If they don't have something going on, I'll write my last name, Su, backward. When Su Yiming whispered this into his ear, Shen Changyu nearly choked on his own saliva. What nonsense was this? He couldn't help but doubt if these people weren't practicing properly and instead watching strange things, otherwise, what was filling their minds? But this baseless talk that should have been ridiculed flew into his head again when he saw the two in front of him calmly confirming the final strategy. Could there really be something suspicious? Otherwise, when had Yu Jing ever been so easygoing? Shen Changyu found himself unable to hide his strange expression as he watched the two sitting opposite each other, looking harmonious. At that moment, Lin Zhao's voice lightly drifted into his ears. How about we consider letting Switch play the whole semi-final match against the Flow Cloud team? This sentence instantly snapped Shen Changyu out of his scattered train of thought, reminding him of the ultimate purpose of coming here this afternoon to discuss tactics. His expression then became serious. Actually, at first, Lin Zhao's suggestion surprised him too. The semi-final, regardless of which team, was probably a stage where everyone would give their all. The idea of not using the top priest player in the entire league and instead allowing a rookie who just joined this season seemed impossible for anyone to understand. However, Lin Zhao's next words left him without any hesitation. Yu Jing's hands already endured too much stress in the earlier matches. Since his hand injury had been treated previously, it had stabilized for quite a long time, long enough for everyone to almost forget that recovery is a long process. This time, if Lin Xiao hadn't mentioned it, probably no one would have noticed the trend towards worsening. Shen Changyu felt somewhat guilty inside. As deputy captain, while he had always fought alongside the team, Lin Xiao had discovered the subtle problem first. He really wasn't being diligent enough. Sighing softly in his heart, he gathered his wandering thoughts, opened his mouth, ready to speak the prepared speech, but only heard Yu Jing responding very nonchalantly with one word, "Oh." He choked. What did "oh" mean? Was it simply an acknowledgement, indicating agreement? It was too easily achieved, and this plot twist didn't seem right. Not just Shen Changyu, even Lin Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, blinking. Are you agreeing? Or else, you guys were going to bring up my hand injury again, right? Yu Jing slightly moved the joints of his left hand, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Rather than making it troublesome, let's all save ourselves some trouble. That is, really great. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, realizing finally that perhaps only this sentence could express his current feelings. After speaking, he suddenly felt much lighter. His eyes curved into a delighted smile, looking more and more comforted by Yu Jing's gaze. He felt that the usually aloof yet handsome young man looked even more pleasant now, cute enough to make someone want to kiss him. There's a saying, isn't there, yeah, docile people are indeed the most likable. Yu Jing, under the burning look, felt somewhat uneasy and instinctively glanced away, gazing through the window onto the vast blue sky outside, feeling slightly dazed. In fact, he himself didn't know why he had agreed to such a proposal. If it were in the past, no matter how they persuaded him, he wouldn't have made any risky moves during such an important competition. Yet just now, he had agreed so naturally, it was truly inexplicable. If he really had to find a reason, perhaps it was because, on the one hand, he truly wasn't sure if his hands, with the recurring old injury, could endure such an intense match, and on the other hand, the faint smile of that person flashed through his mind, as if from those eyes, one could see shining stars. Anyway, you won't retire, after all, this year's LPP League Championship belongs to us. Why did he believe Lin Xiao so much? He wasn't clear himself. Perhaps it was simply because this person in front of him always seemed to inadvertently overlap with someone in his memory. This decision was undoubtedly another bet they couldn't afford to lose. Winning would bring them back to glory, while losing meant total defeat. The week of ceasefire passed quickly, and the 4 teams advancing to the playoffs reappeared on the field, ready for the final showdown. Before the matches, the official account had already started a win rate prediction vote on Weibo, further intensifying the tense atmosphere of the battle. On the first day of the playoffs, the first match was between the Tianqi team and the Hongya team. Judging by voting rate alone, the Tianqi team was clearly favored over the Hongya team, but this obviously didn't dampen the spirit of these ladies. When the Heimei team met them backstage, they were brimming with energy, showing no signs of being weighed down by pressure. After exchanging a few greetings, the Hongya team went into the preparation room to rest. Chen Anchi casually floated in without acting like an outsider at all. The other members of the Heimei team naturally knew about her connections with the Homya team, so they refrained from lingering around the female players out of respect and turned to enter the spectator area to relax. Not long after, Chen Anchi returned. Seeing her sit expressionlessly next to Shin Chanyu, revealing not a single clue on her face, everyone redirected their attention to the central platform glowing brightly under the spotlight. As the commentator introduced with fervor, the match soon officially began. In the personal round, both sides played aggressively. At this point, the Homya team's usual bold tactics seized the initiative. Regardless of whether the opponent was unprepared or pretending to be composed, each player unleashed a barrage of attacks on the Tianqi team as soon as they stepped onto the stage, successfully suppressing them and taking an initial lead of 2-1. Did you instruct them to do that? Though the Homya team usually had an aggressive style, they had never completely abandoned defense and gambled everything on attack before. Shin Chanyu couldn't help but glance at Chen Anchi and ask. That's right. Any problems? Chen Anchi tilted her head to look at him. No, problems. Shin Chanyu cleared his throat slightly under her gaze and swallowed the rest of his words. Such tactics were undeniably a visual feast, able to catch the opponent off guard temporarily, yet they were merely a trick tactic. Surprisingly, this crude and simple strategy proved effective against the veteran Tianqi team, leading one to suspect if Lady Anchi had exerted some extraordinary influence behind the scenes. Entering the playoffs in 4th place, facing the almost undefeated Tianqi team in the very first match, the Homya team was undoubtedly under immense pressure. However, in this round, they undoubtedly demonstrated sufficient positivity for all to see. Having gained the lead in the personal round, the Homya team kept up the momentum in the squad match, maintaining their typical offensive playstyle. Under heavy pressure, they focused all their firepower on the opposing healer. Unfortunately, just when the health bar was nearly depleted, they failed at the last moment. Milo Shenjo, the most formidable pillar of the Tianqi team, once again became the nightmare for the opposition. With their overwhelming assault dismantled, what followed could only be described as a complete rout for the Homya team. They were ultimately powerless to reverse their fate, painfully forfeiting the precious 2 points in the squad match. Up to this point, considering the scores from the 2 previous matches, the Homya team had already fallen behind. The team match thus became a crucial life-or-death showdown. However, having already gone through 2 rounds, the flaws of the Homya team's all-out offensive strategy had gradually become apparent. They no longer posed a significant threat to the Tianqi team, instead being defeated one by one, collapsing yet again. Calm and steady to the point of being impregnable, this was the impression the Tianqi team left on everyone at the end of the team match. It was evident that throughout the entire match, the Homya team had been actively searching for a breakthrough point, but there was none. In the end, the Tianqi team didn't give their opponent any chance to turn the game around. After consecutive matches in this season, the Tianqi team seemed to have grown more mature and stable. This was a commanding presence difficult to describe but distinctly felt, a sense of kingship that inspired involuntary admiration. The first playoff match ended with the Tianqi team completely defeating the Homya team, securing their ticket into the finals first. The next match would be between the Heimei team and the Luyun team. Chapter 97. According to the league's competition rules, the semi-final matchups are determined by rankings on the leaderboard, the first place versus the fourth, and the second versus the third. Thus, Lin Xiao had always been aware that in the next match, they would face off against the Cloudflow team. Nevertheless, awareness didn't mean he wasn't still a little uneasy about it. This discomfort was not because of the team's strength but solely due to one person, Yan Lingjiang. If there was anything that this bizarre reincarnation had made Lin Xiao hesitate even for a moment, it was undoubtedly the childhood friend of his previous self, making him feel like a usurper. For example, right now, as the players lined up to shake hands before the game, a heavy gaze fell upon him, making even his seasoned bones feel oddly uncomfortable. Were it himself, if someone took away his lifelong best friend, wouldn't he probably want nothing more than revenge? Thinking about this, it seemed that all young Mr. Yen did was glare at him with gloomy resentment, which was unexpectedly too kind. Alas! Lin Xiao silently sighed in his heart, helplessly shaking the other person's hand and then raising his head to smile amiably. Let's both try our best. For an instant as their eyes met, time seemed to pause, then Yan Lingjiang abruptly looked away as if shocked, his face slightly sullen and unpleasant. After a while, as if a fierce internal struggle finally concluded, he grunted quietly in affirmation. Alas! Lin Xiao couldn't help sighing again inside. Of course, Lin Xiao knew that Yan Lingjiang wasn't deliberately showing him disdain. In fact, given how much tolerance Yan demonstrated by accepting this attitude towards him already moved Lin Xiao greatly. At least Yan hadn't chosen to spread rumors around or risk exposing him, saving him from being dissected in some lab. Thinking thus, Lin Xiao's hand moved on to the next person's. This was a pair of long and angular fingers, devoid of warmth. The icy sensation brought Lin Xiao back to reality. As he raised his head, his eyes met another set, which carried a distant, unapproachable air but remained composed enough not to be outright off-putting. Compared to Yan Lingjiang, this person's focus was clearly more scrutinizing. Chang Fengyu, the vice-captain of the Cloudflow team, was no pushover. Facing him, Lin Xiao became slightly more alert. At this point, Lin Xiao let out a somewhat friendlier smile and said, "Your playing style is very similar to Old Ghost from back in the day." "Ah, thank you for your praise. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, responding gracefully and calmly to what appeared to be a compliment. Such an unfazed response caused Chang Fengyu to narrow his eyes slightly, contemplating. By the time the next person approached, his train of thought was evidently already reined in. He extended his hand to Xiao Li and said, "The Street King." Xiao Li rarely heard anyone call him that since joining the league, so hearing this left him feeling quite pleasant internally. However, externally, he maintained a modest smile and politely replied, "That was ages ago. I haven't played the ladder in a long time, and my ranking has already dropped considerably." Chang Fengyu adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and chuckled lightly, "I've heard about the Street King's prowess in individual combat. No matter what, I'm looking forward to sparring with you shortly, hopefully, you won't disappoint." Although these words were delivered with apparent indifference, there was undeniably a tone of haughty contempt embedded in them. Although Xiao Li usually didn't overthink things, he had spent some years navigating the business world, so he couldn't miss the underlying implications. His bright smile involuntarily faded. "Chang Fengyu, isn't this the wrong time to try swaying our players' morale?" Lu Zetian behind them stepped in, naturally interjecting between the two men's clasped hands. Subtly pushing Xiao Li forward, who'd momentarily halted, appearing on the surface to be exceptionally courteous and refined. "Humph." Chang Fengyu laughed briefly without elaborating further. After exchanging mutual handshakes and formal salutations, the two sides returned to their respective contestant seats. Upon hearing Xiao Li and Lin Zhao's indignant complaints, Shen Changyu glanced toward the direction of the Cloudflow team, furrowing his brows slightly. "It seems Wen Shuqing has already guessed our battle lineup. Truly a formidable individual. Wasn't that man in the wheelchair always an existence impossible to overlook?" While Lin Xiao was soothing the slightly ruffled Xiao Li, he couldn't help but follow the same line of sight, nodding solemnly. Having such an opponent truly does make one feel anxious. "Is that so?" Yu Jing suddenly spoke up, "Didn't you know he would guess?" Cough, cough. Lin Xiao was caught off guard, clearing his throat. "It's hard to dismantle someone." Yu Jing arched an eyebrow and let out a light "Oomph." Pretending not to notice, Lin Xiao turned around and patted Xiao Li's shoulder with a serious face. "Go, stake the dignity of the Street King." How did it remind him of Go Pikachu? Xiao Li was rendered speechless for half a moment by his wording. "You've got middle school syndrome." At this point, seeing the match about to start, he got up, took off his jacket, and walked outside. He glanced at Lu Zetian beside him and muttered, "Cheering is essential, it's related to a free hot pot." Shen Changyu asked Lu Zetian in confusion, "What's hot pot?" Lu Zetian leaned on his chair and chuckled lightly, "Nothing, just made a bet with a kid." Sui Cheng, who had been closing his eyes to rest beside them, suddenly said, "Be restrained." Lu Zetian unconcernedly chuckled, "Thanks for reminding me." As both parties' players stepped onto the stage, all fans from each team erupted in enthusiastic applause, among which were screams from female fans. The shouts of "Xiao Li" echoed throughout the venue. Unarguably, in this society that values looks, Xiao Li, tall, handsome, and capable rookie, fully possessed all the potential of an idol-like player. In just one season, he had already attracted a significant number of appearance-based fans. Regarding the Cloudflow team's appearing contestant, as expected before, it was indeed Chang Fengyu, known as the most powerful brain. After many years of competition in the league, he naturally had a very stable group of fans. Compared to Xiao Li's overly enthusiastic fanbase, Chang Fengyu's supporters were much more rational, but their cheerleaders were another unique feature. Every slogan was crisp and unified as if rehearsed countless times, perfectly embodying the qualities of the competitor himself. Every player in the league who has faced Chang Fengyu knows how challenging this opponent can be. Regardless of whom he faces, they always feel restricted and transparently understood. As for Xiao Li, since entering the league this year under the title of Street King, he has never been underestimated. Yet solely judging from this particular game, prospects are far from optimistic. After all, he is still a new player. One must know the biggest difference between professional players and regular gamers lies in the former's professionalism, rational judgment of the situation rather than acting purely on whim. This aspect is unrelated to strength yet significantly affects victory or defeat. And Chang Fengyu, a brain-type player whose data analysis skills resemble that of a precise machine, is without doubt a nightmarish presence for rookies newly entering the league. Just a few days ago, the newbie from the Wailing Soul team lost his mind during the confrontation against Chang Fengyu, making everyone even more anxious about this upcoming duel. This gap in rational judgment is something Xiao Li himself understands clearly. However, now, facing Chang Fengyu, there wasn't a trace of fear. So what if Chang Fengyu became a professional player earlier? Who's afraid of who? Of course, the most important reason, all for the sake of Hot Pot. The players from both sides have prepared for battle, and the match will begin shortly. As the commentator for this game, Xiao Wu actively engaged in interaction with Su Qingli, the co-commentator, to liven up the atmosphere. "Coach Su, do you have any insights into the upcoming match?" Su Qingli replied, "In the previous few matches, Xiao Li from Black Rose team has been a regular participant in personal games and has often surprised us. However, going up against Chang Fengyu, a brain-type player like this, it won't be easy." Xiao Wu picked up on the underlying meaning. "Do you mean the Cloudflow team might have an advantage in this game?" Su Qingli shook his head, "Not necessarily. From the previous games, we could see that Xiao Li is an offensive player. The performance of such players depends a lot on how they play in the moment. Although Zhang Fengyu's operation in battles is indeed impeccable, encountering Xiao Li-type players, everything instead becomes uncertain. Xiao Wu asked, if Coach Su were to predict the win rate, what would it be? Su Qingli laughed, aren't you trying to trip me up? I wouldn't recklessly curse, but if I must predict, it should be 50-50. What a sly old fox. Xiao Wu was somewhat annoyed by his airtight answer, realizing she couldn't get any meaningful information out of him. As the large screen in the center lit up, she enthusiastically raised her voice, alright, our players are all set, thank you all for waiting. The second match of the semi-finals, and the first individual battle, is now officially starting. Xiao Li couldn't hear the commotion outside, but as he looked at the final map left after the band selection on the central screen, a knowing smile appeared on his face. Lava Inferno. It couldn't be more to his liking. Chapter 98. As the map loaded completely, characters from both sides appeared at their respective respawn points. Xiao Li, a player of the Black Rose team, controlled the character of a swordsman named Laughing Zhangqiong. Zhang Fengyu, a player of the Flowing Cloud team, controlled the character of a black magician named Crazy Fish. Both, in no time after the refresh, rushed out without hesitation and met soon after on the large stone platform at the very center of the map. The Lava Inferno map is almost a shadow of real-life caves, with all kinds of caverns leading everywhere. It's an excellent map for guerrilla warfare strategies. However, the wide stone platform right in the middle has no barriers, as flat and open as a training ground. Typically, this kind of map is adored by professions like assassins. And yet usually, players who stay here often apply some strategic methods. Therefore, this silent situation where they directly confront each other face-to-face is rare. Opting for such frontal attacks, Xiao Li must be extremely confident about his own operations, said Xiao Wu. After all, he represents a close-range occupation. Such an initiative assault indeed could bring quite a lot of pressure to the opponent. After all, Zhang Fengyu controls a black wizard, which is a typical long-range profession. Once being closed in, it might easily result in passivity. But his opponent is, after all, Zhang Fengyu, a player most skilled at adapting according to situations. Often, he will counterattack only after the opponent initiates an attack, making him very hard to deal with. Xu Qingli commented. See his current position, seemingly waiting for Xiao Li's approach. Following his words, spectators indeed noticed that Crazy Fish was located right on the edge of the steep lava closest to the large stone platform, a very delicate position. But at this moment, Laughing Zhangqiong, operated by Xiao Li, had already charged forward without any hesitation, launching a Guguang flash upon arrival, with neither delays nor hesitations. After all, he is still young. Such a thought involuntarily arose in many minds. As if to confirm everyone's speculation, Zhang Fenyu evidently awaited just this moment. At the instant when the sword light flickered, Crazy Fish sharply retreated 3 steps backward. Instantly, above where Laughing Zhangqiong had just landed, thick dark clouds gathered, followed by a heavy barrage of hailstones that descended precisely and locked him in place. Movement speed 3.8, lunge distance 4 feet, margin of error 0.2 feet, control duration of 0.5 seconds is enough to take down 650 health points. Staring at the screen's central image showing Laughing Zhangqiong perfectly falling into his forecasted trap, Zhang Fenyu, in front of the screen, revealed a flash of gleam in his glasses as his skills hit accurately. Without deviation, Laughing Zhangqiong lost exactly 650 vitality points. Glancing at the proportion of blood loss on the other party's status bar and then assessing the equipment appearance with a side glance, Zhang Fenyu slightly raised the corner of his mouth, muttering silently, oh, he's wearing Yali Wei armor. Quite interesting. The current vitality ratio is 75.8%, so probably the necklace he wears is Durii crystal chain, which means his magic defense attributes should range between 768 to 804. Quite high, but not much of a problem. Of course, people outside couldn't hear Zhang Fenyu's mumbling in the competition room, but through the lens at the lower left corner of the large screen, it was clearly visible that his lips moved continuously. Anybody who had interacted with him would instantly associate that with unsettling precise analysis, a nightmare existence for anyone involved. Su Yiming couldn't help but touch the goosebumps all over his body and felt some sympathy for Xiao Li in the battlefield. Hey, that non-human is mumbling again. Others also showed painful expressions on their faces. Currently, Xiao Li is at a disadvantage. The situation isn't good, Shen Changyu worried, narrowing his eyebrows as he looked at the big screen. Letting him face an opponent of Zhang Fenyu's type is indeed a bit too tough. He lacks experience. Oh, do you think so? Lin Xiao smiled and leaned lazily back in the chair, turning his head to look at Yu Jing. What does team captain you think? Yu Jing replied, it's still too early to conclude anything now. Lin Xiao appreciated his calm and composed attitude, smiling while patting Shen Changyu's shoulder. Did you hear? Talking about being too weak against Zhang Fenyu is all undecided yet. After all, who is whose nemesis? Seeing Lin Zhao's familiar smile, Shen Changyu immediately felt reassured, asking nothing further, and instead focused on watching the match displayed on the big screen. By this time, the situation on the field had practically turned into a one-sided match. Laughing Zhangqiong's health points were heavily suppressed by the black magician Crazy Fish. In front of the computer screen, Zhang Fengyu's gaze from behind his glasses was like that of a wolf staring at its prey, sharp and piercing, a drastic change from his usual meticulous self. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up in an almost imperceptible smirk. The only way to retreat now is at a 60-degree angle directly behind him, but his skill cooldown needs another 2.6 seconds to recover. To escape, he can only teleport 0.8 feet away, which can be easily countered by using. At that very moment, his words cut off abruptly as he noticed the movements of the Magus character on the screen. Laughing Zhangqiong did not act as Zhang Fengyu had predicted. Instead, the bright light emanating from the enemy's staff landed brilliantly, but harmlessly, on the lava stone platform. Zhang Fengyu's eyebrows furrowed instinctively. Had he made a miscalculation? Such an error was extremely rare for him on the battlefield. At the same time, the commentator Su Qingli, who had just been guessing Laughing Zhangqiong's chances of escape, suddenly paused mid-sentence. His tone elevated with surprise. Xiao Li didn't choose to retreat. He charged forward again. What is he thinking? It wasn't surprising that Su Qingli was shocked. Regardless of the player involved, under such a disadvantageous position, their first instinct would undoubtedly be to make a tactical withdrawal. Xiao Li, however, continued charging recklessly. It was completely out of line with standard strategies. After all, this was the semi-final match of the LPP League, not a casual ranking game from everyday online play. While the whole crowd including the audience hesitated for a split second, Laughing Zhangqiong, who had been charging fiercely just a moment ago, suddenly dashed backwards aggressively, as if the preceding frontal attack had been merely an illusion. Before Crazy Fish even felt the slash, Laughing Zhangqiong had already vanished, escaping without leaving a trace. This entire sequence took exactly the 2.6 seconds of cooldown that Zhang Fengyu had previously estimated. But had the choice not to retreat directly earlier but to feint forward merely coincidental? The eyes hidden behind the glasses narrowed slightly. Watching helplessly as Laughing Zhangqiong escaped completely unscathed, the audience couldn't help feeling bewildered. Lin Xiao, however, couldn't resist laughing heartily, truly worthy of Boss Xiao. Tactics and experience are all meaningless when it comes down to intuition. Shen Chanyu broke out into a sweat, silently averting his eyes. Could this really be considered praise for a professional player? Put nicely, it was pure intuition, but more harshly put, it was sheer luck. Regardless, it must be admitted that against Zhang Fengyu, who operated solely based on rational judgment, this approach was far more effective than any calculated strategy. Competing against a player whose unpredictability could lead to spontaneous decisions might indeed be what caused this most powerful brain significant headaches. The strategic positioning arranged by the Flowing Cloud team this time likely ended up backfiring because of this person. Transforming other people's calculations into one's own advantage truly deserved the title of Lin Xiao's captain. Thinking this, Shen Changyu couldn't help but glance deeply at Lin Xiao, a hint of admiration and pride flickering in his eyes. What he failed to notice was that a cool, calm pair of eyes had observed everything from behind, a fleeting flash passing deep within their rarely disturbed depths. After such a small interlude, the ever-changing tension on the field intensified immediately. Xiao Li's entirely instinct-driven operational style became increasingly evident in subsequent battles, clearly disrupting Zhang Fengyu's accustomed rhythm of battle. Coupled with the indubitably excellent operational skills that naturally came with being known as King of Strangers, the advantage and disadvantage shifted instantaneously. Once away from the stone platform, Laughing Zhangqiong no longer pursued his previous courageous tactics but started utilizing the unique features of the Lava Inferno map properly, playing hide-and-seek with Crazy Fish like cat and mouse. Although this was supposed to be the correct way to play this map, the back-and-forth entanglement caused quite complex expressions among the spectators watching this match. Who could tell them exactly what had happened to Xiao Li? Was this still the god-blocking, Buddha-slaying King of Strangers they once knew? Why did this sorcerer feel so much like an assassin now? In contrast to the powerless complaints in millions of minds, Xiao Li watched with immense pleasure as Crazy Fish's blood points gradually dwindled. After all, this sense of a comeback from the brink of defeat felt absolutely incredible. It was truly worth the long time he spent in one-on-one special training with Lu Zhe. Even that tanky paladin of his had been ground down by him countless times, so how could a frail mage like this pose any real challenge? As for picking up those dirty tricks, there was no need to learn them from anywhere else. After playing with Lin Xiao for so long, he naturally picked it all up without a master. No wonder that guy enjoys pissing people off so much, it really does feel amazing. With another successful sneak attack from behind, Xiao Li successfully drained the last drop of his opponent's HP. His face lit up with an incredibly bright smile, feeling as if he had just discovered a whole new world. Trying to outplay him? He didn't have any particular tactics, and that was his greatest tactic. The match was over. In the first personal duel of the competition, the Black Rose team scored their first point. Sorry, I underestimated him, Zhang Fengyu said calmly to Wen Shuqing as he returned to his seat, acknowledging his miscalculation regarding the strength of Black Rose's rookie. Wen Shuqing smiled gently at him, just 1 point. Don't worry about it too much. Zhang Vice-Captain. Yan Lingjiang stood up from his chair, hesitating. Do what you need to do and don't think about anything else. Before he could finish comforting words, Zhang Fengyu cut him off by patting his shoulder, just win the next round for me. Hearing this, Yan Lingjiang clenched his lips firmly and nodded seriously, Vice-Captain Zhang, rest assured, I'll definitely get this point back. Chapter 99. Next, let's see who the competitors are for the second match of the individual competition. As Xiaowu spoke, she looked at the list of competitors that appeared on the large screen. The Luoyuan team has sent out their recent powerhouse player Yan Lingjiang, while the Black Rose team is sending out their vice-captain Shen Changyu. This will surely be an exciting match. Coach Su, what do you think about this round? Shen Changyu's summoner style has always been renowned for its steadiness, skillfully utilizing the surrounding environment being one of his most notable characteristics. This round, he will be up against Yan Lingjiang, a player full of vigor this season. There will surely be some thrilling sparks between them, said Su Qingli. Knowing fully well that the official response wasn't what she was looking for, Xiaowu sighed inwardly and finally gave up trying to get more out of this seasoned elder. Well then, let's all look forward to it. At this point, both players in the battle room had already adjusted their instruments. The characters Yenshin Buliu and Shiji Yu respectively reappeared at their respective respawn points. The match officially began. This round's game map was the Desert Lost City. The moment they entered the game, Yan Lingjiang's Yenshin Buliu shot straight toward the middle route like an arrow leaving the string. As for Shen Changyu, he calmly selected the left path. Both were top-level players in the league. Yan Lingjiang chose to go straight through, while Shen Changyu opted for flank positioning. The two had completely different openings. But if you're familiar with their fighting styles, everything seemed to fall into place as expected. Player Shen Changyu truly remains as composed as ever, remarked Su Qingli, watching the movement paths of the two players on the field. How should Yan Lingjiang respond against this kind of summoner player who excels at using terrain strategically? Xiaowu couldn't help but worry slightly for Yan Lingjiang. Although commentators generally maintain neutrality, it's hard not to worry about straightforward boys when facing strategic opponents in practical matches. The audience also focused intently on both parties' movements displayed on the big screen. Despite the differing routes, everyone could clearly see the two moving steadily towards each other. Just as the two were about to meet in the center of the map, Shen Changyu-controlled Shiji Yu suddenly stopped. The broadcast operator quickly switched the God view on the main screen to Shiji Yu's first-person perspective. Through the large screen, the crowd saw the summoned creatures appearing one by one, under the Master's wand, swiftly dominating advantageous positions in the surrounding environment. It was precisely at this moment that Yenguo Wuhan, who went directly to the map center, found no trace of his opponent and did not rush further ahead, but instead decisively changed direction to begin a carpet search. This direction is. At this time, the main screen showed Yan Lingjiang's first-person view. Su Qingli hastily glanced at the minimap at the upper left corner and soon realized this chosen route aimed directly toward Shiji Yu. This pace suggested a direct collision ahead. Right at that moment, Shiji Yu moved earlier than Yenguo Wuhan. Is Shen Changyu aware of Yan Lingjiang's presence? Xiaowu was astonished. At that point, the scene on the screen decisively switched to God view. In the central display, Yenguo Wuhan was rapidly advancing. Suddenly, vines erupted from the yellow sands, lashing out furiously in his direction. Clearly, Yenguo Wuhan couldn't see Shiji Yu within his primary field of vision. However, the audience observed his position was right in the middle of the territory guarded by two summoned blue vine demons placed by Shiji Yu. This was certainly a perilous situation. As restriction loomed over him, Yenguo Wuhan performed a sudden leap step, allowing his demon sword master's figure to dart through the entangled vines. Subsequently, he side-rolled behind the nearby ruins, effectively blocking Shiji Yu's line of sight. Rounding the ruins from the other side, he crouched low to remain concealed while sliding across the ground. Without hesitation, he charged out from another angle, aiming straight for where Shiji Yu was hidden. Instantaneously, radiant sword light surged forth, slicing continuously without interruption. We got him. Following Su Qingli's exclamation, the crowd saw Shiji Yu's body flash with specks of blood light. Though a turtle shell shield was erected immediately for defense, under such intense offensive pressure, his health bar had already dropped a bit. Before his voice even settled, the demon sword master operated by Yan Lingjiang smoothly rolled away after delivering a decisive strike, once again stealthily concealing himself inside the nearby ruins. Yan Lingjiang didn't choose to follow up on his victory, Xiaowu couldn't help but comment aloud. This match, he has truly played with exceptional rationality and calmness. It's more than just being rational and calm. Lin Xiao on the contestant bench shook his head. Yan Lingjiang is in quite a good state today, this round will likely be tough to handle. Lin Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this person an old acquaintance of yours? Xiaoli stared at the big screen without blinking, murmuring, even if you're familiar, it shouldn't mean boosting his morale and dampening our own. Shen's vice-captain would be heartbroken if he found out. That must be why the handshake earlier felt so awkward. If he really knows him well, then it can't be ordinary familiarity, can it? Lu Zhisin smirked slightly, subtly emphasizing the words, not ordinary. Seeing Yu Jing turning his head to look over here, his smile deepened further. Captain, you thinks the same, right? Yu Jing glanced at Lin Xiao and said, don't discuss personal matters during the game. Indeed, Lu Zhisin chuckled lightly under Yu Jing's clear gaze but closed his mouth afterward and did not bring it up again, refocusing his attention back on the competition. Lin Xiao blinked innocently. Isn't it just giving Yan Lingjiang a straightforward compliment? Why does it feel like something's off with this topic? Inside the battle room, Yan Lingjiang suddenly sneezed twice, frowned, but his hands never paused for even a moment. Under his operation, Yan Guowuhan moved swiftly and quietly to another position, once again closing in on Shi Jiayu. In the blink of an eye, Shen Changyu had already adjusted his summoning formation very keenly. When Yan Guowuhan charged forward again, sacred beetles flew out from the yellow sands, accurately intercepting his heavy attack. Then their pincers rose abruptly, and a torrent of poison gushed forth. Yan Guowuhan turned deftly, avoiding all traces of toxic corrosion. His heavy sword spun around and swung back. In one leap, he struck toward Shi Jiayu again. Pang! With the sound of impact, the arena filled with dazzling summoned creatures nearly dancing chaotically under the command of their summoner. It was obvious that the early arrangement had been thoroughly disrupted by the demon swordsman's swift and precise offense. The successive attacks plunged the scene into chaos, and only the continuously declining health bars visible on either side of the screen could tentatively gauge the current situation. Yan Lingjiang is in peak condition today. His hand speed has reached the highest point since this year's league. Su Qingli exclaimed, astonished at the statistics shown in the broadcast studio, summing up the present situation. Such extraordinary performance has undoubtedly rendered all Shen Changyu's preparations useless, leaving him now obviously at a disadvantage. Xiaowu was also quite surprised. Without relying on any tactical positioning, Yan Lingjiang has virtually shattered Shen Changyu's carefully constructed summoning array with brute force. There's no doubt, this can only be attributed to the pure power play of the competitor himself. Others watching were amazed, and Shen Changyu's sense of astonishment was certainly even stronger. Up to this point, from an observer's standpoint, many might have thought that Yan Lingjiang only began putting forth serious effort during the second offensive. But Shen Chanyu alone knew clearly that since their first clash, he had already started to fall behind. All those layouts meant nothing once the two crossed swords. Yan Lingjiang's offense was too decisive, so much so that before Shen Chanyu even had time to search for weaknesses, he had already advanced aggressively into the next round of combat. This approach undeniably cut off retreat possibilities and disregarded consequences completely, yet in this moment, it achieved unforeseen effects. It wasn't due to having no other options but to fight a desperate battle, but rather absolute confidence in oneself. Shen Chanyu wasn't sure whether today's Yan Lingjiang belonged to either of these cases, nor did he have the leisure to ponder about it. A flash of sharpness flickered through his eyes as he suddenly transformed all defensive summons into offensive ones. Xiaowu widened her eyes in shock. Shen Chanyu has abandoned defense entirely. Su Qingli paused for a moment, admiration flashing in his eyes when he came back to his senses. Both competitors are playing very decisively today. For Shen Chanyu, perhaps this is indeed the best response currently available. Now that the gap in health points had widened, sometimes the best form of defense is a strong attack. The two combatants locked horns again without any fallback, filling the screen with a riot of skills, coloring it brilliantly as if the whole world had been reduced to the two people fighting in the arena. The entire venue was hushed under the tense atmosphere, frozen at its peak. It wasn't until the very last bit of health was depleted that an end screen emblem popped up on both players' monitors, snapping the audience out of their rapt attention. Thunderous cheers and applause erupted throughout the venue. In the face of such a stunningly brilliant match, the fans of both sides found that winning or losing had become far less significant. Your old acquaintance is indeed very formidable, Yu Jing remarked as he looked at the 1-1 score on the large screen. Wow, I didn't expect him to be in such great form today either. Captain Shen really missed his chance. Lin Xiao wondered why everyone on the team seemed hung up on the term old acquaintance, so after hesitating a moment, he asked with a grin, do you think I'll be in good form today? Yu Jing regarded him silently for a while before parting his lips slightly. What do you think? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, shedding the jacket draped over his shoulders and sidling up close to give Yu Jing a light pat on the shoulder. Absolutely, no mission unaccomplished. Glancing back up at the large screen, it displayed precisely the name of the next contestant from the opposing side, Team Cloudflow's captain, Wen Shuqin. Chapter 100. Since the preseason of the LPP League aims at points, while the current semifinals are determined by a single round, the tournament systems are different. The previous preseason allocated a large proportion of points to the final team event, but the ongoing semi-final adopted the scoring rules currently used in international competitions. Each winning team in the early individual event scores 1 point per match and 2 points for the victorious squad. However, the final team battle would now adopt a head count scoring method, with each head counting as 1 point, significantly increasing the unpredictability of the game. Currently, the Hei Mei team and the Lu Yun team were tied at 1:1 in the initial individual matches. In this playoff format, the outcome of the next third match was crucial to today's results. As the supported teams fought hard on the field, the fans on both sides were naturally not inferior either. Cheers and shouts intertwined. When one side's shouting rose sharply, the other immediately countered fiercely, neither side giving ground in spirit. It seems that the morale of both teams' fans is very high. Xiao Wu smiled and said, the two earlier games ended in a 1:1 tie, obviously making the situation even more tense for what comes next. The pressure on the following players will likely be greater. The third personal match is once again a clash between old and new players. Su Qingli looked at the roster on the big screen and said, in the last few rounds of the preseason, Lin Xiao from the Hei Mei team seemed to have disappeared for quite some time. Now that he has reappeared, it looks like the so-called freezing rumor at that time turned out to be false. Xiao Wu asked, Coach Su, do you have any thoughts on this match? Su Qingli replied, I believe it will be a very spectacular confrontation. Xiao Wu picked up on the meaning in his words and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. It seems Coach Su has great expectations for Lin Xiao, the player of the He Mei team. Su Qingli chuckled and did not deny it, perhaps because whenever I hear this name, I can't help but associate it with someone. Are you talking about Lin team captain Old Ghost, who led the He Mei team to victory in the World League Championship many years ago? Xiao Wu semi-jokingly laughed. Speaking of which, ever since this Lin Xiao player came out, his style is also akin to Captain Lin's ultimate flow. Maybe Lin team really came through time after all. Through time? Su Qingli looked confused. Xiao Wu couldn't help laughing. Coach Su, even though you're a veteran in the esports circle, you're still a post-80s generation, surely you must know about the popular novel trope of rebirth or time travel. If not, you're disconnecting yourself from the current society way too young. Cough. Su Qingli, embarrassed, cleared his throat and changed the topic. Anyway, can the player who shares a name with Captain Lin bring new fortune to the He Mei team? This is certainly very anticipated. The two people on the commentary desk joked back and forth. On the He Mei team's player bench, Lin Xiao, who was drinking a bottle of water, suddenly choked, spitting water everywhere and causing tears and snot to stream uncontrollably, alarming Shen Chanyu enough to frantically pat his back to calm him down. Looking up at the woman laughing heartily on the central large screen, Lin Xiao felt inexplicably complicated emotions. This most famous female commentator, Xiao Wu, known to everyone as a yaoi fan who often indulges herself in the second dimension during live broadcasts, sometimes had sixth senses that were surprisingly accurate. Lin Xiao glanced back, exchanging a comforting look with Shen Chanyu. Rebirth and time travel jokes like that were probably just idle chit-chat, no one should take them seriously, right? After a brief halftime break, the match commenced immediately. Players emerged from their seats amid continuous applause in the stadium. Compared to Lin Zhao's clean and brisk walk towards the battleground area, the Lu Yun team was much busier, with Wen Shuqing sitting in a wheelchair pushed onto stage by Tao Yaofei. Sensing gazes coming their way, she turned around, met Lin Zhao's eyes, and gave him a warm, gentle smile. That soft, bright smile swept gently like a spring breeze. Lin Xiao imagined that if he were a girl, his heart might have melted entirely. While musing on that thought, he noticed Tao Yaofei attentively pushing Wen Shuqing and inwardly marveled, this girl must be incredibly carefree to let someone like Wen Shuqing, a walking bundle of hormones, show off openly without worrying about her being snatched away by crazy female fans. In recent years, with the development of the league, various star players have emerged in droves. There are those like Yan Duzhou who inspire awe and respect from afar, as well as others like Wen Shuqing who instantly make people want to get close and familiar. However, to stand in the league, relying on looks alone is far from enough. The reason Wen Shuqing can enjoy a popularity that rivals Yan Duzhou's lies in two aspects. First, his contradictory combination of imperfection yet perfection constantly stirs up feelings of possession. Secondly, it's his undeniable strength. The number of people who've beaten Yan Duzhou in the league could be counted on one hand, and Wen Shuqing is one of them. At that time, he was just a newly emerged rookie garnering attention due to his physical uniqueness across the media. Unexpectedly, just when the league was ready to nurture him as a pure idol, he consecutively triumphed in both individual and team matches against Yan Duzhou, leading the Lu Yun team to claim the championship, thus becoming an instant legend. Esports require talent, and there's no doubt Wen Shuqing is a genius. Lin Xiao slowly reined in his scattered thoughts, his hands never stopping as they fine-tuned the keyboard. His gaze swept over the increasingly well-suited equipment before him, and when he looked up at the screen again, the usually somewhat lackadaisical expression in his eyes gradually focused into a sharp intensity. Who wouldn't love the sensation of dueling against a true master? Soon, after both sides finished their adjustments and ban/pick map selection ended, the characters loaded into the Wild Forest map, respawning at their designated spots. Surprisingly, Lin Xiao didn't ban the Wilderness Forest, he must be very confident. Even Su Qingli was slightly surprised this time because Wen Shuqing was always known for his brilliant tactics, and for such a player, the Wilderness Forest would undoubtedly be the most advantageous map. Layer upon layer of trees blocked the view, making the already confusing rainforest map appear even more mysterious and eerie. Each arena fan would be familiar with every battle map to some degree, but the Wilderness Forest is so vast that not even an average online gamer would dare guarantee complete familiarity with it. Indeed, this is a map full of infinite possibilities everywhere. Under everyone's watchful eyes, both combatants had already begun swift movements. Surprisingly, despite the massive scale of the battlefield, they inexplicably chose the same direction. Was this going to be a head-on confrontation? Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. However, just as they were about to enter each other's vision, Lin Zhao's character Gui Mengmeng suddenly made a sharp turn toward the left path, while Wen Shuqing's Qingqing Zijin simultaneously turned but took the right path. And thus, the anticipated first encounter was humorously avoided. This. Commentator Xiao Wu was immediately at a loss for words. What should we say? Should we lament their lack of coordination, or commend their impeccable understanding? At this moment, just as it seemed the two would drift further apart and leave each other behind, both suddenly did a 180-degree turn and once again moved closer to each other. Everyone was speechless. Are you dancing or playing some flirtatious game of hesitation? Fortunately, this time around, they continued getting closer without another dramatic plot twist to disappoint the audience, though caution slowed their advancing pace. As the imminent direct contact approached, Lin Zhao's Gui Mengmeng suddenly stopped in his tracks. His wand hovered in the air, beginning its incantation. Xiao Wu was astonished. At this distance, shouldn't Lin Xiao be able to see Qingqing Zijin already in his field of vision? The director obligingly switched the large screen perspective to Lin Zhao's first-person view. From his vantage point, all that could be seen was dense layers of forests, not a trace of the shadow swordsman was visible. Without question, he hadn't spotted Wen Shuqing first, it was purely prediction. Could it be that Lin Xiao actually made his move prior to Wen Shuqing? A strange silence fell over the venue. Compared to others, Su Qingli didn't remain stunned for long, quickly resuming his interpretation of the match situation. At this moment, he unintentionally pulled up the statistics of both sides' equipment and paused briefly. Lin Zhao's gear for this match. Xiao Wu followed his cue and noticed the difference in today's Gui Mengmeng's equipment, blurting out, he's playing as a blood ghost. Among the three schools of ghost Taoists, while it's true that blood ghosts have always been more suitable for individual competitions than curse ghosts, everyone knows that Lin Xiao should be a curse ghost player. The blood ghost, curse ghost, and prayer ghost may all look like they belong to the ghost category, but anyone familiar with the game knows that their actual operations are worlds apart. Whether casual players or professional athletes, even if they have some understanding of other professions, it can never match the ease and comfort they have with their own primary role. And yet, at this moment, Lin Xiao, whose main role should be a curse ghost, suddenly decided to play as a blood ghost. Everyone was instantly astonished. This is the semi-final of the professional league, isn't being this whimsical problematic? Lin Xiao couldn't feel the speechless atmosphere outside. As he saw the figure in front of him gradually coming into view on his screen, a faint smile curved up the corner of his lips. Pure curse ghost players. That could only mean one thing, they truly know nothing about him. Chapter 101. Wouldn't they realize soon enough? Even though Gui Mengmeng had already acted first, since his opponent was Wen Shuqing, everyone inevitably still harbored such thoughts. However, until the incantation ended, Qingqing Zijin still showed no signs of making a move, even his advancing motion seemed to become even more sluggish compared to before. He's about to lose the initiative. However, just as everyone was worried for him, when the dark-colored ghostly Taoist magic cut through the layered jungle and fell, a dazzling sword light flashed from the shadow swordsman, easily evading the thunderstrike. Like a ghost, he instantly rushed straight toward Gui Mengmeng hidden in the woods. Everything happened in an instant, leaving people somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a shocked exclamation came from Su Qingli, when Shu Qing was deliberately waiting for Lin Xiao to expose himself first. He can be so patient and offer the first chance to his opponent, this move is truly. He originally wanted to say, cunning, but considering the many flowing cloud fans present, he swallowed the last two words hard. At this point, no one paid attention to what Su Qingli said halfway through and left hanging. In that moment, those flowing cloud fans who were initially worried about Wen Shuqing suffering a loss were already beaming with joy, while the Black Rose fans, who had just been delighted, became deeply anxious, hoping that the vague vision on the map could influence Wen Shuqing's judgment and prevent him from locking onto Gui Mengmeng's specific location. Such a hope was quickly shattered completely. Wen Shuqing's locked position was absolutely precise, and he swept forward without any hesitation or dragging, not giving Lin Xiao any chance to transfer, closing the distance in an instant. Without any obstacles left, both sides appeared nakedly before each other. Fantastic. No wonder it's Wen Shuqing, extremely confident and decisive. Xia Wu couldn't help but sincerely praised. You have to know that in this wild forest map with extremely low visibility, to judge the exact position of the opponent through layers of obstructions using just one skill's landing point, although seemingly a simple operation, requires an enormous amount of calculation behind it. The judgment was extremely precise. Seeing Qingqing Zijin suddenly close in front of him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but flash a hint of admiration in his eyes. With a delicate arc movement of the mouse, an incredibly tiny maneuver almost imperceptible to outsiders, he avoided the tip of the sword without the slightest error. This operation was so subtle to the point that ordinary viewers at the arena assumed it was merely a slight miscalculation on Wen Shuqing's part, but various professional players did not see it that way. Such a sophisticated micro-operation certainly wasn't something just anyone could accidentally perform. Did you see that micro-move just now? Zhang Fengyu frowned slightly, turning to look at Yan Lingjiang, flashing a trace of seriousness behind his glasses. The previous evaluation of your childhood friend's skill level must have underestimated him. If you knew the person behind this body, Captain Yan, you probably wouldn't be surprised. Under such scrutiny, Yan Lingjiang diverted his gaze with a complex expression, feeling utterly uncomfortable from keeping such a big secret, causing chest pains. The face displayed in front of the camera, though familiar, made him feel somewhat sad due to its obvious deviation from memories. On the other hand, seeing this face finally appear on such a vast stage, just as Lin Xiao once hoped years ago, brought him some bitter comfort. With such a complicated mood swirling in his heart, Yan Lingjiang felt like cursing every minute. What's going on? Clearly, Wen Shuqing was also momentarily surprised by Lin Zhao's calm evasion, but he quickly collected his thoughts and didn't pause for a single moment. Following the momentum of passing each other, he suddenly spun around, and his sword, like a dragon swimming precisely, slashed again toward Gui Mengmeng. Truly giving no room at all. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, yet a smile crept onto his lips. His wand had already begun rotating prior to the opponent's movements, as if creating an illusion, transforming the dim and desolate wilderness map, under the multicolored glow of their skills during their clash, into dazzling neon lights. Almost all of the instant skills wielded by Wen Shuqing's shadow swordsman became intensely compact after a close-range encounter, dense beyond measure, dancing along with the rustling wind sounds. The dance of swords looked like a grand performance. Wen Shuqing's consistent playing style, which starkly contrasted with his usual gentle and harmless demeanor, revealed an unyielding sharpness that left no room for hesitation. It was so swift that it almost gave the opponent no chance to catch their breath. This kind of offensive strategy was simply too fierce. As one of the players in the league renowned for their hand speed, Wen Shuqing's current APM value shown on the screen had soared to an impressive 410, undoubtedly setting a peak since the beginning of this year's league. Such high-speed attacks were translated into intense pressure, even the spectators could feel the overwhelming strength. However, contrary to everyone's expectations of a one-sided crush, Lin Zhao's character did not show even the slightest sign of fatigue under such a dense barrage of attacks. Instead, there was a faint trend suggesting a counterattack. Hurry up. Pull out Lin Zhao's operation values. Su Qingli commanded. The director promptly showcased a fresh set of numbers on the giant screen. Then, in eerie silence lasting several seconds, followed by a sudden eruption, wow. 480. In just the previous 5 minutes, Lin Zhao's effective operations reached an astonishing APM value of 480, surpassing Wen Shuqing's. Though it appeared as only a 70-point lead, all professional players were fully aware that after breaking a certain threshold, every single increase was like surmounting a towering mountain range. Besides, different from Wen Shuqing's shadow swordsman, which favored quick hand movements, Lin Zhao controlled a spellcasting ghost Taoist, an occupation whose average APM needn't exceed 350 due to skill casting time limitations. This role wasn't conducive to showcasing high hand speeds. Even though Lin Zhao chose a cooldown optimized build, the majority of those actions were used for continuous repositioning instead of relying on skill combos. In this match, Lin Zhao didn't employ the Curse Ghost primarily focused on control but rather took on the Blood Ghost with immense burst potential, completely abandoning any form of defense. Because skills couldn't serve as a buffer during close combat, all he could rely on was pure personal technique. Both of their health bars dropped at lightning speed, one representing the wholly offense-focused Shadow Swordsman, and the other the Blood Ghost without any defense. Except for the rapidly changing APM values, the venue fell silent, completely immersed in a dazzling battle between them. How long has it been since a fight so fast-paced occurred, where the eyes struggled to keep up with the operational speed? At this moment, who could remember that this match pitted a rookie against a top player in the league? With hearts racing and spirits soaring, even cheering seemed momentarily forgotten. Compared to others' astonishment, Shen Changyu watching the APM value on the main screen felt a twinge of bitterness. This APM value represented Lin Zhao's highest hand speed displayed throughout this season, a result from days and nights of grueling practice, exchanged for countless unimaginable sweat and efforts, ultimately presenting a perfect response. He clearly understood that after today's game, Lin Zhao would be celebrated throughout the league and crowned as legendary, reascending to the summit of greatness. Despite how it should have thrilled and delighted, his heart couldn't shake off the lingering regret, because he knew better than anyone else, if not for the accident that led to the mix-up, Lin Zhao's true potential might have exceeded what was currently seen. Shen Changyu failed to notice when Yu Jing beside him had already stood up. In the corner of the large screen, illuminated by the light, Lin Zhao's profile looked angular and defined. His disheveled bangs hung nonchalantly over his forehead, yet conveyed a rare unrestrained vitality differing from his usual carefree manner. His eyes burned with serious determination, settling into an extreme confidence and thirst for victory. Every flamboyant keystroke executed beneath his fingers radiated excitement and energy, brilliantly reminiscent of someone dazzlingly captivating years ago, despite now being an entirely different face. He had been waiting all along for the conclusive answer from this person claiming to be the apprentice of the old ghost, and yet in this very instant, his heartbeat skipped a few beats. The current footage overlapped unpredictably with memories, causing him to lose focus momentarily. We won. Captain, we've won. Until Su Yiming's cheers rang out near his ears, Yu Jing suddenly snapped back to reality. Only then did he realize that the venue had erupted into thunderous applause, deafeningly echoing through the arena. Looks like the league is gaining another god-tier player this year, came Su Qingli's exhilarated voice, evidently still lost in the awe-inspiring brilliance of the previous game. After returning from the battle room, Lin Zhao gave a faint smile at the enthusiastic atmosphere in the venue. Seeing Yu Jing standing there, he concealed his fatigue and approached with a bright grin. How's the result of our special training? A flicker of something indiscernible passed through Yu Jing's deep eyes. Without replying, he handed over a cup of water. There will be a team competition soon after the squad matches are over, make sure to get some rest. Then, he turned away without another glance. Was this attitude passionate or rather indifferent? After drinking 2 gulps of water, Lin Zhao subconsciously cast another look at the graceful curve of the other's profile before tipping his head back and slumping entirely onto the chair, closing his eyes for a moment of respite. Clashing with an elite player like Wen Shuqing was indeed exhilarating, but speaking frankly, damn exhausting. Chapter 102. Ultimately, the individual matches concluded with the Black Rose team leading 2-1, but the previous battles were so exhilarating that until the team matches were about to start, the audience was still talking about Lin Zhao who had just stunned everyone. Speaking of rookie players entering the league, they initially gain attention either through their idol-like charisma or through their acknowledged personal strength. Lin Xiao was truly the first to attract such intense focus merely because of his name. However, after the just concluded match, he was no longer being discussed just for sharing the same name as Old Demon. He had fully conquered everyone with his own impressive skills. Successor of Old Demon. When fans of the Black Rose team recalled the topic that was once joked about and widely spread, a peculiar kind of anticipation rose in their hearts. Perhaps it really could be achieved. The Cloud Flow team's temporary disadvantage did not affect their high morale, though some minor depression was unavoidable. The excellent performance of their players still made fans cheer loudly throughout the venue, as if welcoming the upcoming appearance of their next player in the individual matches by doing so. Play hard. When Xu Qing showed no signs of dejection from the previous loss, even though Lin Zhao's sudden explosive power was indeed surprising beyond expectation. It wasn't enough to throw off this experienced captain. Still calm and pleasant sounding, his voice was like a gentle breeze sweeping away the final bit of irritation in the hearts of his teammates. Tao Yaofei stood up from her seat, ready to enter the arena. Glancing at the team match roster on the big screen, her eyebrows furrowed unconsciously. What's going on? The Black Rose team's lineup for the match appeared clearly: Su Yichen, Su Yiming, Zhou Qiguan. As soon as the names for the team match flashed on the large screen, it seemed as if the whole venue had been paused. A sudden silence descended, lasting several seconds. Complete quiet. The only thought on everyone's minds right then was this: a semi-final without Yu Jing. Yes, it wasn't Yu Jing but Zhou Qiguan. In one of the most crucial matches of this season, the Black Rose team actually chose this rookie player of the season over Yu Jing, an elite healer player. Of course, it cannot be said that this is discrimination against rookies. Whether it's Lin Xiao or Xiao Li, this season has been a remarkable one with many new standout players emerging. Just these two from the Black Rose team alone are enough to be immortalized in the history of the league. No one can deny their capabilities simply because they are new players. But what about Zhou Qiguan? Many couldn't help but recall how brilliant the performances had been from this newly introduced healer player from the Black Rose team throughout the current season thus far. Yet, there wasn't much to remember. Although Zhou Qiguan might have appeared before, his presence was too faint. Hardly anyone remembered his specific plays. All they faintly recollected was an adorable teenage boy with chestnut-colored curly hair who looked endearing enough to make people want to ruffle him. But surviving in the league meant that such a cutesy impression held little value. After all, would opponents refrain from attacking you just because you're cute? Amazing, switch. Look at them, scared speechless. Su Yiming loosened his muscles, smiling while rubbing his fluffy curls. Senior, please don't joke about me, Zhou Qiguan chuckled bitterly. Although he knew Su Yiming said this purely to soothe him, the nervous feeling still stiffened his body. Instinctively, he looked back, hoping to find a familiar figure among the spectators in the novice training area. Yet he didn't see her, causing a flicker of disappointment in his sharp black and white eyes. What are you daydreaming about now? It's almost your turn to go on stage. A deep, authoritative voice startled Zhou Qiguan. He quickly turned around, only to realize that Coach Lu Jinxian had somehow already reached the contestants' bench and was now looking down at him expressionlessly. Zhou Qiguan's eyes lit up immediately. Sprinting over, he hugged the broad shoulders of Lu tightly, pressing into the embrace with a low voice. Coach Lu, Lu Jinxian lowered his head, glanced at the tears slightly smeared onto his jacket, his eyebrows twitching a bit, but instead of pushing away the seemingly flustered youth, he calmly stated, since you've graduated from the training camp, you should act more like a professional player. Don't let Manager Li and me down. Zhou Qiguan's body trembled at the words, though his hands still tightly gripped Lu Jinxuan's coat, his head rose with unwavering determination. Coach Lu, I will absolutely not let you down. Alright, get on the field. Lu Jinxian paused for a moment and ultimately chose not to correct the fact that it shouldn't be about not letting him down but them. Even after both teams entered the combat room, the audience evidently hadn't recovered from the surprise of Yu Jing's absence. Under such circumstances, the pressure was undoubtedly immense. Sui Chen originally wanted to offer more consolation, but when he turned back, he saw Zhou Qiguan now solemnly adjusting his equipment, his soft and cute face showing an unusual expression that made one couldn't help but want to caress him fondly. He couldn't help but smile, saying, not bad, switch. Your setup adjustment is pretty good. Zhou Qiguan looked at him, nodding vigorously, that's a must. Absolutely can't bring shame to Coach Lu. This determined expression reminded one so much of a teddy dog entering battle mode while posing like a Tibetan mastiff. Sui Chen saw this clearly in his eyes and his lips twitched as he redirected his attention to his computer screen. How adorable. He himself wanted to ruffle his hair. The match officially began, causing everyone harboring their own thoughts to come back to reality. The moment the map loaded, fingers danced rapidly over keyboards as both opposing parties swiftly commenced their movements almost simultaneously. The player Zhou Qiguan, in my memory, has not appeared much during this season, Xiao Wu said very tactfully, having already left room for interpretation since anyone who paid even slight attention to the Black Rose team knew well that appearances were less than could be counted on two hands. After all, the Black Rose team has Yu Jing, the godlike healer player. For a novice priest player to obtain a spot in the league matches is truly quite valuable, Su Qingli remarked, flipping through some previous battle data and continuing. However, looking at the victory rate of Zhou Qiguan's appearances, it doesn't seem particularly ideal. Since the Black Rose team chose him to play in the semi-finals, they probably have some special reasons. Xiao Wu commented, come to think of it, the twin guns formation of Su brothers hasn't been seen in a long time, right? In the past, the combination of twin guns paired with a healer was consistently used by the Black Rose team during small squad competitions. Upon her prompt, Su Qingli recalled this season's lineup arrangements by the Black Rose team, which indeed had markedly changed compared to previous seasons, unable to conceal his curiosity, but this time, the healer player has completely changed. This is very interesting. Xiao Wu smiled, perhaps there might be unexpected results. Let's just look forward to it. Unaware of the commentary outside, the three members in the Black Rose team's combat area had already completed their initial deployment. Switch, you must follow me closely. Su Yiming spoke thus, operating his gun lancer Roli Ming Jian Shui to start moving rapidly. Meanwhile, Su Yichen also directed E.G. Bao Tu to begin circling around in another direction at the same time. Though the Su brothers were twins, their personalities were drastically different, leading to entirely distinct combat styles. Originally, pairing steady and reliable Su Yichen with Zhou Qiguan would have seemed a better choice, but because the opposing lineup consisted of a monk plus a paladin providing too strong protection to the healer, Su Yiming's aggressive style was not suited for finding opportunities, forcing them to temporarily switch strategies and assignments. Believing it would be difficult for Zhou Qiguan to suddenly adapt to his rhythm, Su Yiming deliberately slowed down somewhat, only to see the white switch tailing behind almost inseparably. A brief flash of admiration crossed his eyes before dismissing other concerns. When the opponent's figure appeared ahead, Yiming Jian Shui raised his hands and without any hesitation unleashed a barrage of gunfire straight at them. Coincidentally, the Cloud Flow team also had two players present, Xin Yuanxian's monk Wan Yuan Guei and Tao Yaofei's healer Fei Fei Wu Xian. Faced with the sudden wave of firepower, they had no choice but to retreat momentarily. However, once Fei Fei Wu Xian healed, the duo quickly adjusted their position to press from the side. Wan Yuan Guei no longer cared about his own healer, instantly executing a kung fu kick to close in on the rear white switch, obviously aiming to forcefully target the healer. Sweep attack. Miss. Seeing the monk approaching, white switch showed no hesitation, taking a leap backward, narrowly avoiding being swept off the ground. Phew. Zhou Qiguan silently wiped the sweat from his brow, focusing even more intently. The martial monk profession, much like a paladin, possesses an abundance of burst skills, and once they stick close up, it's extremely hard to shake them off. Both are considered very troublesome presences for healers. Yet, in this round, the opponents happened to be these two professions. It was clearly arranged initially targeting Yu Jing, but unexpectedly, the Black Rose team swapped at the last minute, bringing out the rookie Zhou Qiguan instead, which greatly irked the Cloud Flow team. Had they known a novice priest would appear, would they have needed such painstaking strategies? Thinking about this, Xin Yuanxian, already deeply frustrated inside, seeing his attack miss its mark, lost his composure entirely and instinctively delivered a spinning kick, as if he wouldn't rest until he brought down the white switch. Just then, his other teammate Bao Yijin had already been maneuvering nearby for an approach. From the perspective of the all-seeing eye, one could clearly observe the encirclement formed by the duo. On the Black Rose team side, Su Yichen's flanking operation wasn't complete yet. Su Yiming, playing a gun lancer, evidently wasn't adept at rescue protection tactics either, currently chasing Tao Yaofei's healer alongside intense fire suppression. In this situation where teammates couldn't offer any assistance, Zhou Qiguan's current predicament was undeniably perilous. If it were Yu Jing, she might still handle this 2-on-1 scenario, but what about Zhou Qiguan? Just as everyone held their breath, the white switch suddenly activated Ghost Step, moving at lightning speed, then ran away. All this unfolded within a blink of an eye, leaving the entire venue baffled. Chapter 103. This scene looks somewhat familiar. Xiao Wu, after a brief moment of astonishment, came to her senses and said with a complex expression. After she said that, many people didn't quite catch on. But the Seven Stars team watching the live match at their club base was feeling very uncomfortable right now. While others might have just some faint impressions, this left a deep impression on the members of the Seven Stars team. In the preseason match, Hei Mei team had also fielded this rookie priest, Zhou Qiguan, for the team battle, which let them fully experience what it's like to run faster than a rabbit. After all this time, it was still the same recipe, the same flavor. The only difference was that this time around, this white switch wasn't wearing a full set of cooldown reduction and movement speed increasing gear as he did back then. Grab him, hurry up and grab him. This was probably the only voice shouting in the hearts of all the Seven Stars team members at this point. Compared to the Seven Stars team who were reflecting on their pain, Lin Xiao was much more comforted, nudging Shen Changyu beside him and saying, "Little Switch is in great form today." Is he, in great form? Looking at the big screen where Zhou Qiguan ran away without looking back, Shen Changyu's lips twitched. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder meaningfully. He wouldn't understand, would he? Shen Changyu, waiting for an explanation from Lin Xiao, became even more frustrated. There weren't many people in the entire league who could criticize him like this, but unfortunately, the person right in front of him was the most qualified one. So, what could he do? He was utterly hopeless. Yu Jing's voice suddenly came through. Back then, you saw potential in Zhou Qiguan because of this, right? Lin Xiao smiled. Exactly. It seemed team captain you already spotted the hint. Shen Changyu instinctively perked up his ears to listen, but these two exchanged a, you know what I mean, look and continued focusing on the game, leaving no room for further discussion. Shen Changyu. Compared to the obvious resentful low-pressure mood nearby, Lin Zhao's heart felt exceptionally relieved, as it was genuinely wonderful not to need too much explanation when someone understood him so well. Actually, when Lin Xiao intentionally promoted Zhou Qiguan from the new player training camp to the official roster, there weren't no questions raised by others. After all, on the surface, he was really too ordinary. Ordinary enough that no matter which healer from any other team stood next to him, none would feel pressured. But Lin Xiao knew very well that he had talent, a talent temporarily hidden behind his timid exterior. Timidity, in many people's eyes, was a fatal flaw for professional players. But everything has its exceptions. Timidity equates to caution and vigilance, qualities that are hard to come by for a healer. It was precisely because Zhou Qiguan had such traits that he could ensure every step on the field would be sufficiently restrained and not overly indulgent, allowing him to better survive in intense battles. Sometimes, retreating strategically leads to vast success. After all, only the healers who can stay standing on the field can play their role within the team. Lin Xiao glanced at the seat of the Flow Cloud team players and smiled slightly. Joking aside, how could any player making it to the semifinals be completely inept? Just now, Zhou Qiguan's immediate decision to withdraw under such circumstances rather than getting himself stuck between two attackers definitely wasn't accidental, it entirely came down to his personal strength, timidity. Achoo, achoo, achoo. In the confrontation room, Zhou Qiguan suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row, but there was absolutely no time to wonder who was talking about him behind his back. Just then, he saw the paladin Holy Light Faith dart out from the other side and couldn't help but shiver in fear for himself. If he'd run slower earlier, he probably wouldn't have made it. Switch, good job running. Su Yichen, by this time, had his gun mage execute a headshot successfully while flanking. From afar, seeing the two opponents who tried to sandwich the priest fail, upon noticing Feifei Wuxin completely exposed in their line of sight, a smile appeared on his face. Yiming, go. Roger. Su Yiming had been eagerly awaiting this moment and needed no command from Su Yichen. With perfect understanding, he executed his positioning instantly. In the first moment, the two gun mages presented a clamping formation, at which point he lifted his hand and fired several consecutive shots. The landing spots effectively cut off Feifei Wuxin's retreat. In the blink of an eye, the situation which had originally been a flanking attack against Zhou Qiguan instantly reversed. However, Tao Yaofei didn't lose her composure. She decisively stopped her teammates from turning back and said, "Don't let our plans get disrupted, keep chasing." As she spoke, Feifei Wuxin's perspective swept around the surroundings, selecting a blind spot between the opposing team's two flanking players, intending to break free. Another gunshot rang out abruptly. This time, it was Su Yichen scoring a critical headshot, as if he had foreseen this exact direction would be chosen as their breakthrough point, precisely blocking off Feifei Wuxin's escape route once more. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yiming Jianxue had already rushed over at lightning speed. What perfect synergy! The only twin players in the league, the Su brothers, have yet again perfectly demonstrated what flawless coordination looks like. Xia Wu quickly compared the situations on both sides and said, now, the healers of both teams are in extremely passive positions. In this round of squad battles, it may come down to which side can execute a kill first. Coach Su, what do you think? Judging by the current situation, Tao Yaofei's response is obviously much more proactive. Clearly, she's still attempting to break through. Both players on Hei Mei team are gun mages. As long as they aren't simultaneously hit with concentrated firepower, they shouldn't be in too much danger for now. Su Qingli scanned the minimap and said, oh, the Flow Cloud team has changed their strategy. Chen Yuanxian's monk has stopped chasing White Switch and opted to return for defense. Xia Wu remarked, with that, it becomes a 2v2 situation once again, but Hei Mei team doesn't have a priest anymore. Once Chen Yuanxian joins the battle, the situation might become relatively disadvantageous. A single monk can completely tie up one gun mage. This makes it even more difficult for Hei Mei team to eliminate the enemy healer. Conversely, they're much more likely to simply be worn down. It's truly a pity. If their own healer hadn't been under such intense pressure, Su Qingli suddenly said, It appears Zhou Qiguan hasn't chosen to solely evade. On the big screen, when the broadcast cut to the scene, it became clear that although Holy Light Faith's knight couldn't directly chase back, White Switch was making a wide detour and gradually approaching the battlefield again. On this side, Chen Yuanxian was operating Wan Yuan Gi, closely tangling with Su Yiming. Though Yiming Jianxue unleashed fierce firepower, thanks to Feifei Wuxin's occasional healing spells, the opposition's health bar wasn't significantly reduced. In contrast, his own life value was nearing zero. I'm almost unable to hold on. Su Yiming cried out despairingly over the voice channel. I'm coming, Zhou Qiguan's weak voice came through. Immediately, a flash of holy light appeared on the screen, and a healing spell dropped onto Yiming Jianxue, fully restoring him. Instantly, the perilously endangered gun mage sprang back to life with full vitality. That's the spirit. Unable to resist praising, Su Yiming immediately unleashed all his firepower, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Wan Yuangi. Shit. Unlike the joy on He Mei team's side, Chen Yuanxian certainly wasn't happy. Glancing at the position of his teammate, he gritted his teeth and said, he actually ran back. Come on, take down this little priest. Saying so, Wan Yuangi abruptly changed tactics, directly leaping past Yiming Jianxue in front of him and rushing straight toward White Switch, who was not far away. This sudden shift of focus caught many people off guard. Just as they were startled, White Switch suddenly turned around, initiating Ghost Step again just like in some kind of replayed plot twist, smoothly running away. Clearly, there was absolutely no intention of casting a second healing spell, he had decided to retreat after using his ultimate skill. Chen Yuanxian had never seen such a cowardly professional player before and was stupefied again. Is this guy here just to act cute? His teammate obviously felt quite conflicted at this moment, asking, what should we do? Chen Yuanxian gritted his teeth, forget about it, go after him. Take him down. Watching these two pro players run desperately around the map pursuing White Switch, Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel with admiration. Who would have thought that Switch, despite being young, has charm rivaling my own? Shen Chanyu found the sight somewhat unbearable to watch. Charm. That clearly should be called hate instead. Nevertheless, since Flow Cloud team's strategy was disrupted, the end of the fight probably wasn't far off. Although Zhou Qiguan was a rookie, his current strength certainly wasn't limited to mere running. After playing hide and seek for more than half of the game with two opposing team members, Zhou Qiguan was finally caught up in a pincer attack. Though very passive against their offensives, surprisingly, by gritting his teeth and barely holding on, his health value remained relatively stable for a moment. At this time, in the other side of the battlefield, Tao Yaofei ultimately couldn't break free from the flawless firepower line formed by the Su brothers and became the first to lose her life after an explosive round. Subsequently, as the twins joined the battle here, with help from teammates, Zhou Qiguan successfully recovered his hit points when his life hung by a thread, and at this point, victory or defeat had already been determined. Upon returning to the player bench, Zhou Qiguan's eyes immediately searched for Lu Jinquan. You played well, Lu Jinquan said, patting that fuzzy head of curly hair. Although still spoken in a solemn and steady tone, it wasn't hard to see a hint of relief in those words. Zhou Qiguan instantly flashed a grin, and in the eyes of others, they involuntarily imagined the tail behind him wagging about cheerfully. This image made the He Mei team unable to help but look away. What should they do? They wanted nothing more than to slap his face, really, it was just too cute. Chapter 104. Following their lead in the individual competition, the Black Rose team once again won the squad competition and entered the team competition with a significant lead of 4-1. In contrast, the Flowing Cloud team, trailing by a gap of 3 points, had almost fallen into a dead-end situation. To make a stunning comeback, they could only ensure that at least 2 members of their own team remained alive while completely wiping out the opposing team for a final chance. The Flowing Cloud team is having quite a hard time now. Su Qingli couldn't help but exclaim. The halftime break between the squad and team competitions quickly passed, and as the large screen displayed the starting lineups of both teams, the competitors were ready to officially take the stage. Everyone generally knew what the original lineup arrangements were going to be, but after the previous match, a new focal point emerged concerning the Black Rose team's priest player. At first glance, when the list came into view, though it was an inconceivable arrangement, it inexplicably gave off a "I expected as much" vibe. The only thing heard inside everyone's hearts was a calm voice. Oh, well, Yu Jing hasn't made it on again. Flowing Cloud team's lineup: Wen Shuqing's Shadow Swordsman, Qingqing Zijin, Zhang Fengyu's Dark Mage, Crazy Fish, Yan Lingjiang's Magic Swordsman, Wild Goose leaves no trace, Cin Yuanxian's Monk, 10,000 Renunciation, and Tao Yaofei's Healer, Fei Fei My Heart. Black Rose team's lineup: Lin Zhao's Ghost Taoist, Ghost Momo, Shen Chanyu Summoner, Season Rain, Lu Zhisan's Holy Knight, Choosing Wood to Perch, Chen Enchi's Assassin, Chi Cat, and Zhou Qiguan's Healer, White Switch. As expected, the Flowing Cloud team has indeed brought out their most commonly used, double sword lineup. It seems like they are truly prepared to let loose during the team competition. As for the Black Rose team again choosing Zhou Qiguan, Xiaowu said, her expression showing a subtle hint. She paused for a moment, still unsure about what words she should follow up with. After all, from the last match, even though this rookie healer did manage to withstand the huge pressure of being double-teamed by the opposition in the final stages, looking at the entire game, nearly half the time was spent on running around. Could Zhou Qiguan's performance on the field compare to Yu Jing? Probably no one would think so. However, the Black Rose team chose him for continuous play in such an important semi-final match, making it feel very strange. Su Qingli didn't respond, and amidst Xiaowu's words, he quietly glanced at the figure sitting upright in the Black Rose team players' seats, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. If Zhou Qiguan wasn't some non-optional secret weapon that the Black Rose team must use, then this meant he was the best available option despite unfavorable circumstances. This made Su Qingli inevitably recall the earlier uproar surrounding rumors of Yu Jing's hand injury. But speculation was still just speculation, and as a diligent and responsible professional commentator, he certainly wouldn't spread any irresponsible remarks. Su Qingli gathered his thoughts and followed up with a few jests regarding Black Rose's unexpected decision to have Zhou Qiguan play. He began analyzing both teams' starting lineups. As both teams' players stepped onto the stage, Lin Xiao stood up from his chair, ready to go. Suddenly, he turned towards Yu Jing and asked with a smile, "Dear Captain Yu, anything else you need to instruct?" Yu Jing looked at him for a moment before saying, "I suppose you shouldn't underestimate the breach of contract fine." Was this subtly threatening him that if he lost, he'd get kicked out? Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. "Do you have to be so harsh?" Yu Jing replied with a faint smile, "It's fitting." This attitude that had him under complete control should have made someone feel upset, yet for some reason, Lin Xiao's mood suddenly brightened. Although his words were tough, the underlying trust that permeated every word was genuinely uplifting. Once the players entered the battle room and finished calibrating the equipment, the battle began, and the map revealed itself, Ancient Tomb Horror. Enchi, act independently, others maintain formation. Lin Xiao quickly made the judgment, decided simply, and led the whole team forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Flowing Cloud team also initiated its aggressive movement almost simultaneously. Both teams resolutely headed straight toward the central route, and astonishingly, they even opted for a matching 4-1 formation. The sole difference was that Black Rose's wandering operator was Chen Enchi's assassin, while Flowing Cloud's roving role fell to Yan Lingjiang's magic swordsman. The Flowing Cloud team entered the desolate cemetery first, but it seemed the Black Rose team was aware and didn't recklessly charge in. They instead slowed down in the outskirts of the cemetery, attentively monitoring the surrounding terrain. The Ancient Tomb Horror map, while not as vast as the Wilderness Forest, had the lowest visibility of all maps. The ghostly fires flickered in the dimness, but because of the overly complex terrain, sometimes even after sightlines were blocked, it was hard to notice when enemies were closing in. It was a map very suitable for ambushes and sneak attacks. On such maps, the team seizing geographical advantage first usually held an upper hand, but this advantage was entirely based on the opposing team entering their trap. In situations like now where the Flowing Cloud team was fully set but the opponents showed no intention of coming near, the time-honored saying, "The essence of warfare is rapid action," seemed to turn into nothing but empty words. The Black Rose team's judgment is indeed accurate. Su Qingli watched as Lin Xiao's ghost Momo led the Black Rose team encircling around the edge of the graveyard without entering, then glanced at the Flowing Cloud team that had almost completely blended with the surrounding darkness, and for once he didn't know what to say next. Su Qingli was troubled, and the players on the Flowing Cloud team were naturally even more frustrated. However, what they did not know was that the teammates of Lin Xiao also shared a similar sense of frustration right at that moment. They trusted Lin Xiao's judgment, they knew the opposition was waiting ahead for them to fall into their net. They understood that any misstep at this moment could lead to dire consequences. But this was the semi-final stage. Strolling leisurely across the map right before tens of thousands of viewers felt weird, shouldn't they be actively looking for ways to counterattack? In the midst of silence, Lu Zhisin spoke up first, "Do you need me to go in first and disrupt their arrangements?" Lin Xiao replied, "No." Shen Changyu asked somewhat worriedly, "If we keep going like this, will we be penalized for passive play?" Lin Xiao laughed and said, "Passive play? At least we're still strolling around, the Flowing Cloud team can't move a bit and should be warned much sooner." Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Apparently, this person had planned things out from the beginning, and if the Flowing Cloud team realized their intent was so insidious, they might not have the mood to continue lying in wait anymore. Regardless, what started as a good duel quickly turned into a game of whoever moves first loses, leaving everyone with a particularly complex mix of emotions. "When do you think they'll give up on the ambush?" Shen Changyu continued operating his character moving aimlessly but was already hoping the slow pace would end soon. He really didn't need to review the map this way. Maybe we've already completed flanking them. Chen Enchi suddenly piped up, her cold tone snapping the others out of their drowsiness and reviving their spirit. Lu Zhisin's expression darkened slightly, "Please, spare us from your curse. I believe you've never seen a healer as toxic as this one." Lin Xiao finished speaking just as Ghost Momo's staff began glowing intensely. In a flash, a skill chant was complete, and a meteorite fell down accompanied by fiery light, revealing several figures behind a rock. "I'll protect and heal." Lu Zhisin no longer wanted to comment on Chen Enchi's verbal prediction skills. This young lady was definitely extraordinary, he'd long known that. Just as Lin Zhao's skill landed, the Flowing Cloud team also launched their attack in that exact moment. Xin Yuanxian's monk delivered a flying kick with his 10,000 renunciation ability, rushing into the fray first. A reverse axis combo sent Shen Changyu's summoner sprawling out of formation, splitting up the 4 members of the Black Rose team. Boom! Skills from Dark Mage classes blurred the night vision even further, locking onto Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist precisely, forcing him apart from the rest again. From afar, the shadow swordsman Qingqing Zijin entangled Chuamu Er Qi who was guarding the healer, while another figure darted out of the darkness, their sword flashing, directly targeting Season Rain, the summoner who had been isolated from the group. "Hey, they're aiming to take out Vice Captain Shen." Lin Xiao smiled at this unexpected aggressive assault, keeping his fingers busy. He deftly dodged several upcoming skills and retaliated by smacking Crazy Fish in the face, ignoring the thereafter, scanning around half-jokingly and asked, "Enchi, any other brilliant ideas?" Shen Changyu was handling the simultaneous entanglement from Xin Yuanxian and Yan Lingjiang. Although it was chaotic, the unique nature of a summoner meant he wasn't about to be instantly killed just yet. However, upon hearing another question like that, his hands almost faltered, nearly messing up his skill chain due to the sudden interruption. He felt a bitter sensation welling up inside him. Are you asking me? How could you still ask? Captain Lin, are you trying to make things even more chaotic? At this moment, Chen Anqi's voice floated over, responding as if on cue, have you ever heard of the saying, the mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? The battlefield situation changed in an instant. Those caught up in it might not have had time to understand what was happening, but the audience, with their godlike perspective, could clearly see that at the same moment Yan Lingjiang's dark swordsman joined the battle, Chen Anqi's Chi-Chi cat had already completed its flank maneuver. A stealth assassin with absolute advantage in such maps was akin to a shadow flitting quietly through the darkness, completely blending into the background and becoming undetectable. Chen Anqi was currently positioned right behind Shin Changyu, who was under double attack. It seems the Flowing Cloud team's decisive assault tactic will fail. A 2-on-1 situation was vastly different from a 2-on-2 fight. With teammate support, Shin Changyu would undoubtedly be able to handle the situation, and Xiao Wu sighed regretfully. However, Chi-Chi cat remained stealth behind a patch of sinister bushes, observing leisurely without any intention of intervening. Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain on her face. At the same time, Lin Xiao appeared completely calm while engaging Zhang Fengyu, showing no sign of breaking off to offer support. He simply glanced at the location of Chi-Chi cat and said in a relaxed tone, be sure to hide well, don't come out until the moment is right. To deal with the dual attacks, Shin Changyu was already pushing his fingers to the limit, barely avoiding cramping up, when suddenly he heard those words. He could only stand there speechless. Clearly, Captain Lin was sacrificing him here. Shin Changyu must have been some kind of bonus gift. Chapter 105. Taking the whole scene into account, Lin Zhao's Gui Mengmeng and Zhang Fengyu's Fengyu were effortlessly maneuvering against each other. On the other hand, although Zhou Qiguan was being severely entangled by Wen Shuqing's Qin Qing Zijin, he was protected closely by Lu Zai's Zhemu Yi Qi, making his health limit relatively safe for now. Thus, Shin Changyu, who was alone facing two opponents, seemed to have become the key point of victory or defeat in this round. Currently, although Shin Changyu could still manage, being sandwiched between two enemies had already put her in an extremely precarious situation. When will you make your move? Chen Anqi stared intently at the computer screen, clearly prepared to strike whenever necessary. Just wait a little longer. Lin Xiao glanced again, maintaining her calm tone. I can't hold on much longer. Shin Changyu finally blurted out, unable to contain herself any longer. Just wait a little longer. Lin Xiao said the same thing as before. At that exact moment, Wan Yuangi suddenly unleashed a powerful flying kick, sending the summoned creature Ruiqiu flying and completely disrupting the summoning array set up by Shi Jieyu, thus interrupting the concentrated attack from the summoned creatures surrounding the duo. Seizing this brief opportunity, Yan Guowuhan showed no hesitation and launched straight toward Shi Jieyu. At the same time, Yuan Xian's monk also executed a flying kick, forming a flanking stance. The spells from the demon swordsman and the fists from the monk. Skills surged into the sky, engulfing Shi Jieyu's figure entirely. The glow of her staff appeared as if it were the last struggle. However, even in this critical moment, Shin Changyu's control over the details was still very precise. Relying on accurate positioning, she avoided several fatal skills and cleverly used the terrain to make the originally lethal killing moves land empty one after another. Meanwhile, she didn't forget about the summoning operations, continuing to wear down the enemy's health to the best of her ability. Absolutely perfect judgment. Su Qingli couldn't help but admire. If this segment were extracted separately, it would be nearly perfect enough to serve as a classic teaching example. Too slow, we must seize the opportunity to kill. When Shu Qing also noticed the situation here, his usually gentle eyebrows slightly furrowing. Although the encirclement plan had been progressing smoothly so far, it was precisely because of how smooth it was, which oddly gave him a sense of unease, as if something felt off. What exactly went wrong? The paladin, Zhemu Yi Qi, was fully restrained to protect their own priest, by Sei Kai Guan, while on the other side, Zhang Fengyu couldn't let Lin Zhao's Gui Mengmeng come to support either. The current 5-on-4 battlefield situation made Yan Lingjiang's early entry advantageous for them. When Shu Qing's eyes flickered sharply. That's right. Chi Miao hadn't shown up yet. Although at the beginning, his quick recall of Yan Lingjiang gave them an advantage, up until now, Chen Anqi had never appeared. Unless by some extreme coincidence during the advance, Chi Miao just happened to be too far from the battlefield, otherwise, she should have arrived by now. Could it really be that Black Rose team was just that unlucky? When Shu Qing's guesses could only be fully confirmed by the audience with the godlike perspective, observing everything clearly. Chen Anqi's assassin, Chi Miao, had almost witnessed the entire process of Shi Jieyu getting thoroughly beaten from a super VIP seat. Since sneaking into the bushes, she had not moved even an inch. Not one step. Who could have imagined that this black-clothed assassin lowly had been within striking distance from the start, ready to easily save her teammate's life had she acted, but instead, watched indifferently as the intense battle unfolded right before her eyes. Right at that moment, as Yan Guowuhuan's heavy sword of 10,000 flashes split through Shi Jieyu, the last drop of blood belonging to the summoner disappeared completely, giving Flowing Cloud's team the first blood. As Shen Changyu watched her darkened large screen, the headset she wore became silent due to the automatic chat disconnection. She took it off, listening to the distinct clicking sounds of keyboards in the battle room. Turning her head, she first looked at the expressionless face of Chen Anqi, then towards the serene expression of Lin Xiao, her already frustrated emotions intensifying. Being able to let teammates die feeling completely within expectations might indeed be a kind of realm, though this thought sounded entirely like self-consolation. Black Rose team is truly very. Su Qingli had watched Shen Changyu's entire death process, pausing for a long time before coming up with 4 words to describe it: calm and composed. How calm and composed isn't even the right word. Xiao Wu was evidently still remembering her flushed face from earlier, her tone was complicated. The audience inside couldn't help but agree with their evaluations wholeheartedly. At the same time, they spared a sympathetic glance at Shen Changyu shown in the corner of the camera lens. To have teammates who could sell him out without hesitation might be considered an extremely rare kind of fortune. At this moment, however, Chen Anqi, who had just abandoned her teammate, still had no intention of making a move. On the other side, after successfully executing the kill, Yan Guowuhuan and Wan Yuangi had already shifted their focus directly onto Lin Zhao's character Gui Mengmeng, instantly forming a 3-sided encirclement. Selling one teammate was bad enough, but was another sacrifice being planned? If Black Rose continued like this, how was it different from simply giving up the match? Did they even want to win? The fans of Black Rose who were watching the live stream all felt somewhat frustrated at that moment. Such a 2v1 matchup clearly showcased the advantages of the summoner class, despite having been killed by the opponents. It also wore down the bloodline of the 2 opposing players significantly. In a short while, Su Qingli had already compared the current state numbers of both sides and said, as of now, Zhang Fenyu hasn't managed to gain much advantage against Lin Xiao. Gui Mengmeng still has 2/3 of her health remaining. It remains unknown how long she can endure such pincer attacks. Xiao Wu commented, currently, the only favorable situation for Lin Xiao might be that he chose to use Curse Ghost once again in this round. The control skills of Curse Ghost should give him more room to maneuver. However, it's unclear when Chen Anqi plans to make her move. It should be soon. Su Qingli smiled as he glanced at the small map on the large screen, saying, didn't you notice that during his earlier skirmish with Zhang Fenyu, Lin Xiao deliberately manipulated the battlefield positioning? After hearing his remark, everyone focused and observed carefully. Indeed, they saw that Gui Mengmeng's current location conveniently fell within Chi Miao's skill range. Meanwhile, Flowing Cloud's healers, to satisfy the condition for an aggressive assault, had previously been positioned relatively far from the battle scene and wouldn't be able to support in time. It was only then that everyone understood Black Rose's intention all along. By slightly whittling down the opponent's health further, Chen Anqi's Chi Miao would easily become a killing machine, reaping heads left and right. With Shen Changyu having completed his task, the next stage would depend on whether Lin Xiao could withstand the pressure of facing 3 attackers. Jie Yu already found dealing with 2 opponents simultaneously extremely difficult. Facing off alone against 3 was something unprecedented in professional gaming circles. Moreover, ghost priests differed from summoners as they lacked the aid of summoned creatures for combat, effectively making it a lone battle. Black Rose team might just be digging their own grave. Almost everyone's mind flashed through with such a sentence. Clearly anticipating the sudden ambush, Lin Xiao showed only a slight lift of his eyebrows. His operation never ceased, and Gui Mengmeng executed a flying leap, creating distance between herself and Feng Yu before allowing Yan Guowuhuan and Xin Yuanqian to block her escape routes from both sides, preemptively starting to chant a spell before anyone else could engage fully. Ghost Priest's ultimate ability, 10,000 Ghosts Void, almost immediately after the enemies entered its range, accurately encompassed all 3 individuals, imposing universal weakness. Go for it. Yan Lingjiang checked the debuff icon on his character and gritted his teeth as he spoke, swinging his heavy sword decisively. Skill, Vacuum Wave of the Demon Sword Master. This attack was resolute, seemingly about to land when unexpectedly Gui Mengmeng evaded it cleanly as if prepared beforehand. However, even before landing, Xin Yuanqian's monk delivered a swift kick following closely behind. This kick's angle was exceedingly precise, targeting precisely where Gui Mengmeng was due to land. Floating Buddha Door. Just like a giant barrier set between the two, blocking the approaching chi-powered wave, preventing any follow-up leaping moves using second-tier skills from getting too close. A thunderous roar. Zhang Fenyu's Feng Yu had completed his chant as well. A colossal lightning bolt descended, casting an originally dim, frightening atmosphere into even greater eerie dread. In an instant, the spot struck by the thunder was blasted into a big crater. But Gui Mengmeng had already retreated gracefully with a large backward jump and seamlessly initiated phantom steps, flawlessly avoiding this third skill. The trio's continuous onslaughts didn't manage to hit once. Was it a coincidence, or were they truly strong enough to handle 3-on-1 with ease? It felt as if a string had been struck hard within everyone's hearts, and suddenly there was a brief silence in the arena. Lin Xiao actually hadn't expected the opponents to press so tightly. If he hadn't been prepared earlier, he might have fallen for their tricks. After breaking out in a cold sweat, he glanced around at the surrounding terrain, catching sight of Chi Miao's hiding spot out of the corner of his eye. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes before his lips curved upward slightly. Since Flowing Cloud's team had finished their assault, well, wasn't it about time for his turn now? Chapter 106. Just as Qin Yuanxian's 10,000 return skill landed empty, preparing for another close encounter, the soil beneath his feet suddenly loosened, and a patch of thorny ground burst forth. The ghostly Taoist skill, Void Earth Spike, hit its mark, immediately followed by a brief stiffness effect. Yan Lingjiang saw Qin Yuanxian fall for the trick without hesitation and unleashed a rising dragon strike toward Lin Zhao's Ghost Meng Meng, attempting to knock him down. The heavy sword was swung through the air and barely dodged by Ghost Meng Meng with a cunning back jump. This time, Yan Lingjiang was clearly prepared, using a clever maneuver to interrupt the follow-through of the skill, then leveraging the previous thrust for close combat. He unleashed 3 successive thunder flashes at Ghost Meng Meng in almost point-blank range, leaving no room to dodge. As Ghost Meng Meng's vitality steadily declined, Yan Lingjiang's Yan Goes Without a Trace skill was instantly enveloped in a sinister black aura. This continuous bleeding debuff effect stemmed from the ghostly Taoist's corrosion spell. Yan Lingjiang glanced at his already heavily damaged vitality bar but chose not to retreat. Raising the heavy sword again, just as he was about to continue the combo, he noticed that Ghost Meng Meng used the momentum from being repelled earlier to smoothly flip sideways, using the neatly aligned tombstones to perfectly obstruct the line of sight. With the target disappearing from Yan Lingjiang's view, the previously intended combo was suddenly interrupted. But behind him, Zhang Fengyu's Black Mage Frenzy Fish had completed its incantation. He stood somewhat further away, catching out of the corner of his eye the faint shadow darting past, which instantly summoned an ominous cloud above the dark map, twisting into a massive vortex. Black Mage's ultimate skill Spatial Twist could silence for a full 10 seconds after landing. Under such conditions, it was undeniably fatal. Great job, Captain Zhang. Qin Yuanxian couldn't help but praise as the stiffening effect on his 10,000 returns ended. Checking Yan Goes Without a Trace's position, they both simultaneously made the same decision without exchanging words, forming a pincer movement, one on the left, one on the right. This scene looked so exhilarating, yet the arena fell eerily silent. Especially among the fans of Flow Cloud Team, an unmistakable sense of speechless frustration filled the air, as seen from the god's eye view of the large screen. Zhang Fenyu had utterly wasted his ultimate skill. The location where they now flanked was entirely empty, Ghost Meng Meng wasn't there at all. Reaching behind the tombstones first, Yan Lingjiang was the first to notice this embarrassing situation of no one being present. Adjusting his perspective, he quickly scanned around but found nothing but rows upon rows of tombstones, with no trace of anyone. Unable to suppress exchanging glances with Qin Yuanxian, both faces brimmed with exasperation. This was a 3 versus 1 battle in the professional arena, yet they lost track of their opponent. He didn't bother to look at Zhang Fengyu's face. After all, such a public waste of an ultimate skill for someone called the greatest brain, Zhang Fengyu, would be an unbearable stain on his life. Better to pretend not to notice. Qin Yuanxian obviously shared the same sentiment with Yan Lingjiang, contemplating quietly when a faint sound suddenly came from behind them. His heart jumped unexpectedly, already too late to evade. A crimson ember dropped from the sky, landing straight beneath Wan Yuangui's feet, igniting a sudden blaze, lighting up the surrounding dim area considerably. In stark contrast, the diminutive figure appeared not far away, wearing a red cloak that fluttered in unison. Then came another ice curse, freezing Zhang Fengyu's Frenzy Fish in place. Immediately following, like a long-prepared explosion, one after another skill rained down on Qin Yuanxian's Wan Yuangui and Zhang Fengyu's Frenzy Fish like a dense storm, appearing disorderly but extremely effective in lowering the opponent's health limits again. Too fast. This explosive attack rendered everyone dizzy, unable to even distinguish how many skills Lin Xiao managed to use in such a short time, knowing only that in that fleeting moment, he had fully maximized his output potential. Extreme cooling flow with absolutely no wasted cooldowns. Su Qingli momentarily lost in thought before unconsciously making this assessment, even surprising himself afterward. Hadn't that person once been the sole individual on the professional stage to use this playstyle, wielding the ghostly Taoist profession to such a divine degree? But that person, it had to be Old Ghost. This rookie. Su Qingli momentarily forgot to continue his commentary, falling silent abruptly. But at this point, no one was paying attention to the suddenly quieted commentary booth anymore. In just a brief moment, the seemingly chaotic and dense line of fire had already directly reduced the health limits of 2 members of the Flow Cloud team to the minimum. And right at this moment, Yan Lingjiang's Yan Goes Without a Trace finally closed in after determining Ghost Meng Meng's location. Sweeping 10,000 with force, the high damage outbreak skill of a magic swordsman. Lin Zhao's Ghost Meng Meng was already in a critical state, yet as Yan Lingjiang's Yan Goes Without a Trace swung its heavy sword towards him, there was no intention of dodging. His hands continued the operations, using up the last few seconds to unleash the highest skill damage possible before lightly saying in the voice channel, "It's all set now." Almost at the very instant those words were spoken, as the last skill struck Wan Yuangui, the computer screen turned dark instantly. His grip on the mouse loosened slowly. Lin Xiao rubbed his somewhat stiff wrist and glanced sideways at Chen Anqi, muttering to himself, "Miss Chen, it's all on you from here." System, Yan Goes Without a Trace has killed Ghost Meng Meng. Prominent letters jumped out in the announcement bar but failed to stir even the slightest ripple on sight. Fans of the Flow Cloud team, who should have cheered and celebrated, were unusually deathly silent. The current situation on the field looked so advantageous for the Flow Cloud team. While all their members were still alive, the Black Rose team had already lost 2 people. However, what everyone was focused on now was the personal condition of the fighters currently on the field. Yan Lingjiang's Yan goes without a trace at 15% health, Qin Yuanxian's Wan Yuan Gui at 18%, Zhang Fengyu's Frenzy Fish relatively in the best state, but still only at 22% health. Audience members who had completely watched the entire team match clearly understood that Lin Xiao, seemingly giving up his struggle at the last moment, along with Shen Chanyu, had already perfectly completed everything they were supposed to do. Next, it would be Chen Anqi's time to shine. Unsurprisingly, Chi-Chi Cat, almost thoroughly blended into the map by now, seemed to have caught the scent of prey, and finally started moving. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The assassin dressed all in black crept forward like a leopard. Would they notice? Would the Flow Cloud team notice? Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats immediately. On the field, as Ghost Mengmeng's health was drained, the originally intense battle situation calmed down in an instant, leaving 3 distant silhouettes standing still. A 5v3, the next phase would be a 5v3. Should they win, right? A thought like this flashed through Qin Yuanxian's mind. The taut string slightly relaxed, and only then did he realize that he already had a full hand of sweat. He sighed deeply, ready to gather strength to support when Xu Qing and Tao Yaofei. Suddenly, he saw blood spurt dramatically on the large screen, the health values plummeting like floodgates opened. Even before they could react, it dropped to 0. What happened? The voice channel fell silent as well, and Qin Yuanxian looked at the dimming computer screen with confusion. Turning back instinctively, through Zhang Fenyu's perspective beside him, he vaguely spotted a rapidly moving silhouette. Chi-Chi Cat, the assassin. Chen Anqi. An ominous premonition surged up suddenly from the bottom of his heart. Be careful. Qin Yuanxian blurted out unconsciously, even though he remembered that his teammates couldn't hear him anymore. Instant flash. The expressionless face of the assassin girl Chi-Chi Cat appeared abruptly right at the center of Zhang Fenyu's screen. Rear grapple, fatal beat combo, chaos dance, poisonous blow. Skills followed one after another on Zhang Fenyu's Frenzy Fish, blood spurting everywhere instantly. At this moment, the assassin's short-term burst output gave everyone a most direct experience. In the split second that Qin Yuanxian was killed, Yan Lingjiang realized the situation immediately and made the decision to retreat and provide support. But it was too late. System, Chi-Chi Cat successfully killed Frenzy Fish. The final health-clearing skill was undoubtedly the long-range leaf dart. Before that, Chen Anqi's Chi-Chi Cat had already initiated concealment, vanishing once again from everyone's sight. If it weren't for the blood staining the spot, it would be as if she had never been there. Damn! Yan Lingjiang's heart skipped a beat, and Yan goes without a trace swiftly changed direction, choosing to flee toward the healer Fei Fei Wu Xian. This was a highly rational choice, but it was already too late. How easy do you think it is for me to let you run away? Chen Anqi's ethereal laughter sounded almost like a curse. One-hit kill. Chi-Chi Cat reappeared almost right beside Yan goes without a trace, and with the ultimate skill of an assassin, it cleanly and decisively wiped out the magic swordsman's health. Triple kill. How many triple kills could there be on the stage of the professional league? Although everyone had already known that the Black Rose team was plotting all along, when the system announcement appeared on the big screen, the venue, originally silent due to tension, completely erupted. Chi-Chi Cat's health was almost depleted after using the ultimate skill. Yet, after flawlessly completing the performance of harvesting, Chi-Chi Cat slowly approached the other 2 teammates on the field, proceeding with extraordinary calmness. Due to the previous disadvantageous situation, for Flow Cloud team to win, they would have had to ensure the survival of 2 members while killing the entire opposing team. Now, only when Xu Qing and Tao Yaofei were left on the field, the chance for a comeback was impossible. They had lost. The fans of the Flow Cloud team remained silent in contrast to the cheers of the Black Rose team supporters. However, as the players came out one by one from the match room, they still gave them very warm applause. The semi-finals were over. In the post-match press conference, when Xu Qing did not hesitate to affirm the strength of their opponents, whether it's tactics or the personal abilities of the players, this year's Black Rose team is truly strong. Chapter 107. The Black Rose team, who won the semi-finals in a dazzling performance, received more than enough cheers and applause as they left the venue, with the entire audience standing up. So, how about it? Yu Jing suddenly turned around and asked while walking ahead. Who doesn't like applause? Lin Xiao clearly enjoyed it immensely. Yu Jing paused for a moment. I'm asking how you're doing. Full of energy, do you want to try? Lin Xiao said this while intentionally waving his hand, teasingly moving closer. Let's head back. Before Lin Xiao could approach, Yu Jing glanced at the hint of exhaustion hidden beneath his eyes and did not say anything further. He already started walking first. As an old established team, no one understood better than the fans of the Black Rose team how significant this victory in the semi-final was for them. Since the traffic accident years ago, the Black Rose team had waited far too long for this opportunity to step out of the country. Now, with the finals ticket secured, they were assured their place to compete internationally on behalf of the nation, and what awaited them next would be the true battle of kings. Regarding this semi-final, naturally, none of the major esports magazines missed any chance to exaggerate and sensationalize it. From nearly flawless overall performances to Chen Anqi's perfect harvesting, there were also speculations reviving regarding Yu Jing's rumored hand injury due to Zhou Qi's 2 consecutive appearances. Of course, among all these buzzworthy topics, the most highlighted one was undoubtedly Lin Zhao's achievement of becoming a godlike player. Old Ghost's successor. This title once again reached its peak of attention. After enduring the tense and severe semi-finals, every member of the Black Rose team felt something close to total exhaustion. Once they returned to the hotel, almost everyone fell asleep immediately. When they woke up the next day, the focus naturally turned to the competitive media coverage by various outlets. TSK, Lin Zhao is really going to become famous after this. Xiao Li sat at the dining table in the restaurant, nibbling on his food while looking at the newspaper in his hand, feeling somewhat disheartened. He sighed, if not for him, this front page should have been mine, right? No, if we're talking about performance, Chen Anqi outshone you a bit more. Lu Zha's calm and matter-of-fact tone floated over. Screw you. Xiao Li couldn't help glaring, why do you always have to ruin things? By my count, our performance was better than yours, young man. Su Yiming laughed mischievously while adding his own comment, nudging Sui Chen, who was drinking rice porridge, isn't that right? Sui Chen continued eating without looking up, just nodding slightly and responding with a simple, That's incorrect. Lu Zha stepped in as if championing justice, you two twins merely performed as usual. In terms of news value, Xiao Li should still be higher. After saying this, he glanced at Xiao Li, the hint of laughter in his eyes clearly implying, see, I'm still helping you. Helped. But with no trace of sincere praise. Xiao Li felt completely deflated. The sense of self-importance he felt moments ago was now entirely gone. He didn't want to continue this topic and instead looked around before exclaiming in surprise, speaking of which, where's Lin Zhao? Could he still be sleeping? Indeed, he hasn't gotten up yet, Shen Changyu responded, but didn't elaborate further. From the beginning, he hadn't participated in any discussions, seemingly lost in his own serious thoughts. He knew very well that beneath yesterday's smooth victories, enormous pressure had been carried by that person alone. What kind of player is Wen Shuqing? Any professional player within the league knows. Winning against his explosive speed isn't easy. Becoming a godlike figure. Behind such apparent brilliance lies immense responsibility, how many people can truly see that? Moreover, following that was the near-cruel 1 vs 3 team match. Throughout the entire match, Lin Zhao undeniably performed impeccably. However, such perfect performance cannot be adequately adjusted for during the brief rest periods in the small team competitions. Team leader Shen. After finishing breakfast, Shen Changyu was just about to return when he was suddenly called out. Turning around, he saw Yu Jing standing not far from the door at a corner, apparently having waited there for a while. Yu Jing usually preferred wearing white shirts, but currently, the 2 conspicuous big meat buns and a bag of soy milk in his hand seemed especially out of place with his otherwise clean-cut appearance. Shen Changyu composed himself and walked over, asking, Captain, you needs me for something? Yu Jing nodded, I wanted to ask you about Lin Zhao. Shen Changyu replied, his condition should be fine, it's just that he was too exhausted yesterday and needed more rest, so he didn't come down yet. Yu Jing interrupted him, that's not what I want to ask. Shen Changyu froze for a moment, then. Yu Jing stared at him for quite a while, his lips slightly parted as he enunciated each word clearly, what I want to know is, regarding the claim that Lin Zhao is Old Ghost's disciple, is it true? As far as I know, Old Ghost never took on any apprentices. Being scrutinized so intently, Shen Changyu felt his entire body suddenly stiffen. His first instinct was to run away. After some time, he finally managed to regain his composure, barely cracking a smile, why does Captain Yu suddenly think to ask about this? Yu Jing faintly curved his thin lips into a smirk, is it inconvenient to answer? No, it isn't. Shen Changyu almost bit his own tongue, wanting to cry but unable to do so, why did Lin have to dig such a pit and leave it for him to cover? The rapidly shifting expressions did not escape Yu Jing's eyes. For reasons unknown, his heart suddenly jumped. After a long pause, he asked, so, who exactly is he? Shen Changyu remained silent, and in this silence, Yu Jing did not push for an answer. Not until Shen finally lifted his head and met his gaze did he counter-question, does it matter, Captain Yu? We only need to know that he is Lin Zhao, our current teammate. Isn't that enough? This was not the answer Yu Jing had hoped for, not even directly addressing his question. Yet, at this moment, Shen Changyu's expression carried a striking sense of pure honesty. The air seemed to momentarily stop flowing as a sudden silence enveloped them under their mutual gaze. In that instant, Yu Jing couldn't explain why he felt a pang of loss, but the emotion flickered briefly in his eyes before disappearing, restoring that calm, unperturbed demeanor. He then faintly smiled, indeed. Seeing how easily Yu Jing stopped pressing further, Shen Changyu was slightly surprised, though thoroughly relieved. Just at that moment, he heard Yu Jing open his mouth again, give me your room card. Shen Changyu paused momentarily, instinctively drawing out the room card from his pants pocket and handing it over. By the time he realized what had happened, Yu Jing was already far away with the card, looking back at him from the elevator entrance with instructions, after breakfast, take them for a 3-hour simple skill training. The players all stayed in standard rooms. After adjusting rooms for better team chemistry training earlier, Lu Zha had moved to stay with Xiao Li. Now, his roommate was Lin Xiao, who at this hour should still be sound asleep. Watching the figure disappear from sight as the elevator doors closed, Shen Changyu belatedly realized, those breakfast items in his hand were actually intended for Captain Lin. With this thought, the tension and unease in his heart relaxed considerably. It was certainly best for the harmony between teammates. No matter what, at least Captain Yu doesn't seem to dislike Captain Lin, which makes things much easier. When Lin Xiao heard the door opening and woke up, seeing an indistinct shadow, he drowsily asked, "Are we back already? Is there no other training after breakfast?" Knowing there is training and still not getting up. Such a cool voice snapped Lin Xiao back to awareness as he abruptly sat up and threw off the blanket. "Captain Yu." "Not Captain Yu but Jing." Yu Jing slightly furrowed his brows upon seeing him ready to speak, but his gaze fell inadvertently on Lin Xiao's disheveled state, the partially opened shirt showing traces of something unexpected. With a lingering drowsiness still evident on his face, Lin Xiao now exuded a casualness unusual for him. This unintentional glance recalled an unclear side profile from yesterday, revealing the outline matching precisely the man standing before him now. For reasons unknown, Yu Jing found himself momentarily lost in thought. By this time, Lin Xiao had already quickly gotten up, spotting the still warm meat buns and instinctively reaching out to grab one. "Ah, you went through all this trouble yourself to bring breakfast to me, thank you very much." Yu Jing snapped out of it, casting a glance at his face but detecting absolutely no sign of actual regret or embarrassment. "Are you here to discuss the roster for the final?" Lin Xiao had already finished drinking the soy milk in one breath and was now munching on the bun, saying with full understanding, "I didn't mean to oversleep. You know, I was too tired yesterday." It seems he wasn't really here for that purpose after all. Yu Jing remained silent without responding. In no time, Lin Xiao had already eaten both large meat buns down to the last crumb. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, "As for the lineup for the finals, I roughly have an idea, but whether it's feasible or not needs your own judgment. But before we talk about that, let me take a look at your hand first." Saying this, he proceeded without hesitation to grab Yu Jing's wrist for a close examination. The warmth from the palm unexpectedly shot up along the wrist, prompting Yu Jing to instinctively step back twice and pull away. When he came to realize what just happened, he was momentarily startled again, furrowing his brow, feeling something had been off ever since yesterday's match. Looking up, he caught Lin Xiao also showing a somewhat perplexed expression. Before Yu Jing could hear more, he turned around and left the room. Lin Xiao stood there alone for a while, belatedly touching his chin as his expression gradually turned serious. His gesture had been so gentle, could the wrist injury possibly be so severe? Chapter 108. The buzz about the concluded semi-finals lingered for several consecutive days. Before the arrival of the finals, another major hot topic was undoubtedly the competition between the Hongye team and the Luyan team for the international tournament tickets. For these two teams who had already tasted bitterness in the semi-finals, this match was crucial. A week later, the event concluded with a crushing defeat for the Hongye team. Any viewer who watched this match would inevitably feel deeply stunned when bringing it up again. This all-female team known for their passionate and fierce style appeared utterly helpless against the Luyan team's dominance in this battle. Luyan team was still incredibly strong, as if using this match to express their resolve to the media that had questioned them. However, the memory of Heimei team's significant victory in the semi-finals was still fresh. If there was no doubt about the strength of Luyan team, then just how strong was Heimei team this season? Many people couldn't help but have this thought, could this year's Jianqi team continue to retain the league championship title from such a dominant Heimei team? Regardless, the LPP league has almost come to an end. The 3 slots for the international tournament were determined, Jianqi team, Heimei team, and Luyan team. Now, there was only one thing left, the final King's Battle. Before welcoming the finals, as the leader of the team, Li Buchuan specially booked a private room at the hotel to send off everyone. After the event between the Luyan team and the Hongye team ended, in 2 more days, it would be their turn to go all out. This could be considered the last indulgence before the competition, and everyone's mood was evidently very high, even generating a sense of tragic grandeur akin to the famous line, "Wind wailing, cold water," as each person became increasingly impassioned. Lin Xiao did not expect to receive Yan Lingjiang's call at this moment. Standing in the corridor holding his phone, he could faintly hear the sound of toasting glasses inside the private room on one side, while on the other side, Yan Lingjiang's voice came through without any warmth or enthusiasm, "Good luck for the game the day after tomorrow." Even though Lin Xiao couldn't see his expression, he could roughly imagine that grimace on his face. His surprised look flashed across his features momentarily, followed by a light chuckle, "All right." Silence enveloped the line, lingering quietly between both ends. Finally, someone hung up abruptly. Clearly, Yan Lingjiang grew impatient with the silence and terminated the call first. What a stubborn kid. Lin Xiao rubbed his disheveled hairline, walked into the private room with a face full of resignation. As soon as he entered, he saw Xiaoli waving him over from afar. "Why did you take so long on the phone? Hurry up and come drink a few cups with me." To maintain optimal condition, esports players are usually prohibited from drinking alcohol. It wouldn't have been possible to taste alcohol anytime soon had it not been for this special permission today. But before becoming an esports player, Xiaoli had been a businessman from a wealthy second-generation family, accustomed to social engagements involving alcohol. Apparently, joining the club until now had indeed frustrated him quite a bit. The seat next to Xiaoli belonged to Lin Xiao. Beside him sat Yu Jing, and further down sat Lu Zhisan, smiling gently as he swirled his glass of red wine slowly. Further away, the twins were leaning against each other on the table. Qin Lei was lying face down on the table, Shen Changyu too, while Chen Anqi watched Shen Changyu calmly. And farthest away, Zhou Qiguan was curled up like a puppy in Lu Jinchuan's arms. Lin Xiao sweated nervously. In the short time he stepped out to answer a call, Xiaoli had managed to knock out how many people already. As he pondered, Lin Xiao swiftly glanced at Yu Jing's glass filled with orange juice and felt satisfied internally. At least this injured player maintained self-control. Sometimes, that ice-cold face of his that said, "Do not disturb," was useful. Even if Xiaoli was completely drunk, he didn't dare push Yu Jing beyond limits. "Whose call?" Yu Jing asked suddenly after Lin Xiao sat down. "Just now. The Yen called." Lin Xiao blurted out absent-mindedly. "The Yen?" Yu Jing raised an eyelash. "Yen Lingjiang," Lin Xiao clarified upon realizing Yu Jing might not have understood. "All their matches are done, and they're returning to the club tonight, so he gave me a heads-up with a call." Yu Jing nodded with a casual, "Oh, he cares about you pretty much." "Does he care about you?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and accepted it as it was, also agreeing. It was true that Yen Lingjiang still didn't express much enthusiasm, but this gesture of putting aside past grievances just to cheer him on should indeed be considered a sign of care profound enough to bring tears to his eyes. Nodding in response, he said, "Indeed." After waiting for half a day, Yu Jing didn't say anything more. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, Xiaoli already had a full glass of beer ready in front of him, urging, "Who cares about chit-chat? Drink. No turning back until we're drunk." Lin Xiao looked back to see the handsome face filled with laughter, but there were obvious signs of a slight flush on his cheeks. On closer inspection, he noticed that those eyes were definitely less focused than usual. He couldn't help but feel speechless. He had assumed Xiaoli must have an impressive drinking capacity if he managed to knock out so many people, only to find out his drunkenness wasn't that noticeable. "I'm drunk. Take me back." Before Xiaoli could urge further, a long hand casually appeared between the two of them, pushing the glass away. Yu Jing stood up, glancing at Lin Xiao, "Are you coming or not?" Lin Xiao glanced at his cup of fresh orange juice and understood immediately, "It's getting late, time to go." Xiaoli furrowed his brows, "This is such a rare good mood, why are you, Goodbye, gentlemen." Lu Zhisan made a "please" gesture, and if his hand hadn't been firmly covering Xiaoli's mouth, the gesture would have seemed perfectly gentlemanly. Lin Xiao followed Yu Jing out of the private room. The night had already grown deep. The hotel lobby was empty except for a few receptionists, feeling quite desolate, with cool air drifting around, making everything seem rather chilly. Yu Jing walked silently ahead. Suddenly feeling something heavy, a bit of warmth seeped through, revealing an extra team jersey on him blocking off the nighttime chill. His steps hesitated momentarily, and he turned to look at Lin Xiao, asking abruptly, "Are you nervous?" Lin Xiao didn't receive the expected gratitude, taken aback by this abrupt question, and after pondering for a while, replied with a smile, "And you, are you nervous?" Yu Jing continued walking forward, hearing the footsteps behind him, and fell silent for a moment before speaking, "Yes, I am." A trace of surprise flickered in Lin Xiao's eyes. In his impression, someone like Yu Jing who was arrogant enough to never give anything a second thought shouldn't have given such an approachable answer. However, upon further reflection, he couldn't help but smirk, his tone somewhat relaxed. "What a coincidence, I'm very nervous too." He no longer counted how many league rounds he had gone through, how many matches he participated in, or how many finals he entered, neither did he tally the number of awards he had won or the honors he achieved. But every time faced with a new challenge, saying he isn't nervous is undoubtedly a lie. Entering the final has already ensured a medal will be secured, but whether it's the championship or runner-up, although separated by just a step, they're fundamentally different. There's a saying, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Likewise, among all gamers in the league, who truly settles for the runner-up position? What everyone craves is undoubtedly the title of champion. The 5th time. There was no telling emotion in Yu Jing's voice. "This is my 5th season since joining the league. I've always remembered the goal when I became a professional player, but I still haven't achieved it. The goal of everyone entering the league should be to reach the peak, right?" Lin Xiao shook his head. With Yen Duzhou present in the domestic gaming league, winning the championship certainly wasn't an easy feat. Yu Jing suddenly stopped, turning to look at him. "Do you know why Captain Shen was willing to continue staying in the team and agree to let me take over as captain?" Gossip incoming. Lin Xiao grew curious. "Why?" A flicker of something indescribable passed through Yu Jing's deep gaze, directly staring into his eyes, clear words following, "Because I, like him, want to create a new dynasty for the Black Rose team founded by Old Ghost." That penetrating gaze seemed to be attempting to delve straight into his heart. Lin Xiao's spine involuntarily straightened imperceptibly. Amidst this strange silence, the two stared at each other for a long while. Eventually, his lips curled upward slightly. "Dynasty. It'll come." Earlier, he knew that Yu Jing might have harbored some special sentiments towards his younger self, but only now did he realize that a large part of the pressure this person bore originated from himself, completely unknowingly. It was truly a sin. Though, from the perspective of a predecessor, Lin Xiao didn't really hope that his past glory would have too much influence on the younger generation, yet purely from his personal point of view, he inexplicably felt somewhat secretly delighted by Yu Jing's words tonight. After all, what could be more satisfying than having someone express their admiration to your face? Let alone this high and mighty queen who usually exudes cool arrogance. Although the person in question might not even realize this themselves, who cares? At least Lin Xiao was confident that, with his thick skin, he could fully embrace this admiration, without reservation. Chapter 109. The highly anticipated finals arrived as scheduled, and the authorities put up a huge sign at the entrance of the venue. On it were displayed all the god-tier players from the Realm Alliance so far, making the already scorching summer even more passionate with excitement. Lin Xiao immediately noticed the most prominent figure on the sign, none other than Ghost Shaman, Old Ghost, the person who once fought side by side with him. This was also the true proof that made everyone remember him, still engraved in the history books of the league after so many years, as an indispensable highlight that no one could ignore. Lin Xiao's gaze wavered slightly, and without thinking, he reached into his pocket but pulled out nothing. He came back to reality and laughed in what seemed like an attempt to cover up his embarrassment. Of course, now being at the finals, it wasn't possible for him to carry cigarettes around everywhere. Turning back, Shen Changyu clearly didn't seem to be in the mood for sightseeing. He had been busy finalizing the last battle lineup the previous night, and right now, he looked like he hadn't slept well due to the tension, with 2 heavy bags under his eyes, making him appear somewhat weary. Come on, Vice Shen, Lin Xiao patted his shoulder as a way to comfort him. Originally, this kind of last-minute cramming might not have been wise, but today's situation was special, so he couldn't help but proceed with extra caution. After all, their opponent today was Yan Duzhou, someone who knew him too well, just like how he understood the opponent just as much. Guessing each other's intentions was akin to a game of strategy, and the result of the tactical deployment would undoubtedly have a crucial impact on the outcome of the match. Lin Xiao couldn't help but rub his temples, unsure if it was because he hadn't experienced such passion in too long. How come he never felt the noise at the competition venue giving him headaches before? Of course, there was no way he'd admit it was because he had too few fans back then. Speaking of which, if he didn't have enough fans, could others even survive? Here comes the finals. Regardless, Lin Xiao sighed with some sentimentality. The grand stage was now entirely different from what it used to be, the fervor of the fans was beyond comparison to the past, yet the only thing unchanged was that old rival who always respected esports. A voice came from behind, repeating that same line from that day, nervous? This time, Lin Xiao turned back to him, smiling brightly and said, no. That's right. Since they'd already come this far, why even bring up the topic of being nervous? There should only be one word left, fight. Let's both do our best. Yu Jing left with those words and stepped onto the stage first. As the players of both teams went up to the stage to shake hands as courtesy, Mao Dou and Su Qingli on the commentary table respectively introduced the team members in detail. Every player's appearance received warm applause from the fans inside the venue, bringing the atmosphere of the entire place to a new climax. Compared to Black Rose team, which had quite a few new faces, this year's Jianqi team consisted of the same roster from the previous season. Having already been through the finals more than once, they displayed a perfect demeanor as season champions under the spotlight, acting very appropriately and respectfully. After shaking hands with every opposing player one by one, Lin Xiao finally stood before Yan Duzhou, looking up with a smile and said, finally, we meet. The nearby staff seemed a little stunned. Though during regular games, taunts between opponents to apply pressure are common, most often these actions happen either when veteran players intimidate rookies or arrogant newcomers try to boast to the older generation. But usually, such antics wouldn't occur with top players like Yan Duzhou. Right, given the circumstances, the thoughts of the staff about Lin Xiao probably revolved around just one idea, a conceited rookie. Following that, there was a mix of slight excitement and curiosity. How would Yan Duzhou respond to such arrogance from his junior? Yes, finally, we meet. Yan Duzhou's next word sent the staff leaning again, almost losing their balance. Was this sarcasm? However, regardless of tone or expression, Yan Wang's response appeared genuinely heartfelt. At that moment, the two men didn't have much attention to spare for the sentiments of others, their hands gripping firmly together. In that instant, countless words were unnecessary, leaving behind an unspoken understanding. There was a rare trace of a smile in Yan Duzhou's eyes. No matter the result between the two teams today, this year's World League should be very interesting. Are you familiar with Captain Yan? As she left the stage, Yu Jing casually asked. No, this is actually the first time we've spoken. Lin Xiao instinctively denied without hesitation. Oh. Yu Jing responded briefly and said nothing more. At this point, the large screen had already displayed the names of the players from both sides who would compete in the individual matches. The LPP League has progressed until now, and finally, the finals officially began between the Black Rose team and the Tianqi team. The shouting from the crowd became increasingly deafening, even drowning out the commentators' voices, which couldn't control the noise anymore. The first match of the individual rounds was a face-off between Xiao Li of the Black Rose team and Song Lan of the Tianqi team. One was last year's acknowledged best newcomer in the alliance, the other was this year's super rookie receiving much attention. Both fierce warriors on the final stage of the championship, who would claim the initial advantage. Speculation swirled through the entire audience, again reaching another small climax. Under countless spectators' eyes, the battle commenced, each side being of an aggressive and forward-charging style, displaying powerful bursts right from the start. Such players are known for their directness and decisiveness, and that's why they tend to be more popular among the audience than sneaky ones. This match, naturally, did not disappoint the crowd. Right from the beginning, both parties spontaneously chose a direct frontal assault, entangling fiercely in no time. The visual impact was quite breathtaking. Rarely does a battle so quickly reach such a fast-paced killing frenzy. The spectators were undoubtedly thrilled, but this largely added difficulty for the commentary. After 5 seamless minutes of combat, the two official commentators felt deeply exhausted, mouths dry as they struggled to keep analyzing every move, fearing any momentary lapse could lead them to miss some stunning moves. One was a devil slayer, the other a shadow swordsman, both wielded swords, yet whether from skill design or combat styles, there were evident contrasts. According to the original official settings, the devil slayer should have been at an advantage in this confrontation. However, Song Lan today was in excellent form, attacking boldly while tightly controlling every detail during their high-paced duel. By the 7th minute of continuous battle, he keenly spotted a vulnerability in Xiao Li's operation and seized the upper hand accordingly. Can Xiao Li turn this around? All fans of the Black Rose immediately held their breaths, intently watching every move on the field but were unable to see any opportunity for Xiao Li's Devil Slayer to regain his footing. And, he lost. In the first round of the individual competitions, the Black Rose team dropped its first point. When Xiao Li emerged from the battlefield area, his face showed none of his usual carefree attitude. Sweat streamed down his cheeks. When he returned to the contestant bench, his lips remained tightly sealed, and he clutched his team uniform firmly in his hands, nearly embedding it into his palm. Sorry. Under everyone's watchful eyes, after a long pause, he finally managed to utter these 2 words. Go rest. Yu Jing handed over a bottle of water, saying little more. Yet, it was precisely this lack of criticism that made Xiao Li feel even worse. Perhaps due to smooth sailing all along, he had rarely experienced devastating defeats. Even previous failures could be attributed to lack of experience, but things were different today. The opponent employed a similar fighting approach with absolutely no scheming. This was a straightforward clash of skills where superiority was instantly evident. In an event as crucial as the finals, losing any single point might well be fatal. He's still far from good enough. Xiao Li realized this truth for the first time personally. The lights within the arena seemed particularly harsh to him, and he closed his eyes tightly for a moment before abruptly standing up. I'll go use the restroom. Conveniently, I'm also heading there. Bruishan coincidentally stood up at the same time and silently followed him out without saying anything deep. A bit tough. Su Yichen looked toward the direction they went and took a deep breath. So much pressure. Initially, the hope for gaining a point by Xiao Li seemed very promising, and no one expected that Tianqi team would place Song Lan, a key player, as the first contender. In such circumstances, the next contestant going against him almost definitely must win. Just as he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly waved in front of him, forcibly pulling him back to reality. Turning around, he saw Su Yicheng smiling at him. What pressure. Our double guns combo is the top pair for the Black Rose team, don't embarrass us now. Secure this point and I'll treat you to some kebabs tonight. Su Yichen blushed. Who cares about his offer of free kebabs, anyway? And what's with that ridiculous combo nonsense? It sounds like the name of some third-rate minor celebrity team. Su Yichen took a deep breath, stood up from the contestant seat, and glanced up just in time to see the names on the big screen for round 2 of the individual matches, Black Rose's Su Yichen vs Tianqi team's Qiu Ziyuan. That female player who absolutely brutalizes opponents with her battle axe. Su Yichen sighed again, the pressure's really intense. Chapter 110. After looking at the 2 team starting lineups, Mao Do exclaimed in surprise, who would have thought that the Black Rose team would actually choose a gunner to participate in the individual match. Su Qingli nodded and said, indeed, compared to other classes, gunners are not particularly suitable for individual matches. This current arrangement seems to suggest that they're preparing Shin Changyu to get into the rhythm of the team matches. Mao Do said, Black Rose has 2 gunners, the twins Su Yichen and Su Yiming. The debate about who's stronger has been ongoing, but now Su Yichen has been chosen to play. What does Director Su think is the reason? Stability. Su Qingli analyzed, these twin players have very different personalities. Black Rose probably chose Su Yichen because of his steady personality. However, when faced with Qiu Ziyuan now, it all depends on how well he can kite her. The gunner, a remote fragile output class that lacks strong control skills, rarely appears in individual matches mainly due to their poor survival rate without team protection. Thus, in any match where a gunner appears, kite play is almost always every player's choice. But unfortunately, this time they have an especially difficult matchup, the Battle Axe Warrior, a class known for absorbing damage while forcefully closing distance. This match looks precarious for Black Rose. Su Qingli didn't want to say it outright, but he was silently thinking so in his mind. At this moment, both contestants from the 2 sides had entered the battle room, ready to start. Oof, once again got caught in old Yan's gun sights, such a schemer, Lin Xiao complained as he looked at the band pick interface displayed on the big screen, openly criticizing the respected leader of the league without reservation. Think we're going to lose? Yu Jing asked him. Maybe not. Lin Xiao responded in a questioning tone, giving a completely useless answer. Yu Jing gave him a glance. If we lose, it'll be 0:2, next round will likely be you versus Yen. Do you know what that means? Lin Xiao stared at the large screen without moving, continuing to talk nonsense. I know, it means I'll have a tough game too. It was utterly unproductive conversation. Yu Jing tried to look for even a trace of anxiety or disappointment on that face, but found none. His reaction was too calm, too composed, which seemed totally uncharacteristic for a newcomer. Just when Yu Jing felt lost in thought, Lin Xiao's cheerful voice came again. Since it's come to this, regardless of how things turn out, just do our best, right? That's right, no matter what, just do our best. After all, in esports, there's never any way back. At this point, the ban/pick phase ended, and the final map for the duel was determined, Mirage in the Desert. For gunners, this partially low-visibility map is clearly not the most ideal one. However, Su Yichen had no other options. Polar Ice Cap was banned first due to its complete lack of hiding spots. And another ban went to Volcanic Crucible. Although complicated terrain may seem beneficial for ranged professions, for gunners who attack linearly, excessive obstructions could severely limit their effectiveness. After Qiu Ziyuan respectively banned Tomb Horror and Wilderness Forest, the top picks for gunners, the remaining map was naturally Mirage in the Desert. Fortunately, for Battleaxe warriors, this is also far from a perfect combat map. The final selected map restricts the performance of both players' professions. It seems like the outcome of this round will entirely depend on both players' in-game performances. Su Qingli made a very fair assessment already. From the start of the game, the differences between the twins were apparent. If it had been Su Yiming, he would probably have rushed out immediately to seize the initiative. But Su Yichen did not. He chose very rationally to slow down the pace of progression, meticulously choosing his position. All gamers familiar with the gunner role know that the essence of this profession lies in precise aiming. Any slight deviation in skill shots greatly impacts the damage dealt. This is why, in ordinary online games, competent gunners are often regarded as top-tier players. Now, amidst swirling sands outside the main city of Mirage in the Desert, with low visibility affecting shooting accuracy and strong winds impacting projectile landing points, these conditions were extremely disadvantageous. Especially against a Battleaxe warrior, too much deviation in skills could easily lead to a situation where the mana gauge depletes without being able to eliminate the opponent. That's it. After practically traversing half of the map in the second half, Su Yichen finally decided on his position. The spot where one-hit headshot stops is. Maoto's mouth formed an O shape, filled with surprise. Isn't that too risky? Whoever arrived first, instead of entering the main city for potential ambushes and guerrilla tactics, Su Yichen had actually stopped in the middle of a moving sand dune, clearly not even considering any further advancement. This completely open terrain totally abandoned the last bit of ranged advantage a gunner usually held. When Qiu Ziyuan discovered one-hit headshot, she obviously also showed surprise at his choice but did not hesitate for long, choosing to rapidly close the distance. No matter whether it was due to miscalculation or other reasons from her opponent, this was the arena, and there was no room for mercy. The distance between the two was getting closer. Under normal circumstances, a gunner would have immediately chosen to create a safe distance to prevent being caught up in melee combat, but Su Yichen didn't. Despite his profession's aversion to entanglement, he chose to advance rather than retreat. Once close enough, Yuan Guei, Qiu Ziyuan's Battleaxe warrior, didn't pause at all, charging straight forward with her massive axe raised, gleaming with bloodlight, swinging directly down toward Su Yichen's one-hit headshot. Simultaneously, the gun rang out as one-hit headshot flipped backward to create some distance while shooting. Thinking of escaping. A flash of sharpness crossed Qiu Ziyuan's cold, beautiful eyes, and Yuan Guei immediately leapt to follow up and finish the closing maneuver. However, the moment her foot touched down, a sudden cloud of smoke erupted. Boom. A loud explosion sent the Battleaxe warrior flying. The adjusted view clearly showed the previous landing point now blasted into a deep pit. The sudden explosion caused a moment of silence throughout the venue. Though this move clearly made Qiu Ziyuan suffer greatly, hitting a large portion of her health, why did everyone feel a strange, indescribable taste? They, naturally, could see every movement of one-hit headshot through the God's Eye perspective. The landmine wasn't due to any prejudgment, rather, Su Yichen had earlier laid all the mines he possessed around in their maximum limit quantity, regardless of how Qiu Ziyuan moved. Stepping on the mines was inevitably going to happen sooner or later. A perfectly technical electronic sports competition was somehow turned into Minesweeper. Everyone fell silent. Why did the Black Rose team's overall fighting style always seem slightly off this year? Su Yichen's initial tactic undoubtedly had a suspiciously sneaky nature, but afterward, he didn't keep things underhanded. Instead, he decisively began direct bombardment. Yes, bombardment. As Yuan Guei was still suspended mid-air after being hit by the explosion, dense lines of fire began raining down relentlessly, the bright flashes accompanied by heavy smoke mercilessly depleting the Battleaxe warrior's health points. In this instant, the previously perceived weakness, distance, undoubtedly became Su Yichen's most powerful weapon. What kind of profession is the gunner? Just like shadow swordsmen in close combat, stripping away various survival skills from other professions, they had no self-preservation advantages at all, only pure explosive damage output. Su Yichen was now vividly showcasing to everyone exactly how terrifying a gunner who lets loose fully can be. Quick, counterattack. Watching Yuan Guiyi's health dropping at an alarming speed visible to the naked eye, the fans of the Dawnbreaker team hearts were strung taut. Finally, when Qiu Ziyuan swiftly readjusted her state and charged directly toward Su Yichen's gunner, it seemed like the tide might turn once more. But just then, a loud boom enveloped the center of the big screen in another burst of smoke, followed by Yuan Guiyi's figure being thrown skyward again. Viewers. What else could be said about this game that had become nothing more than Minesweeper? Some regretted, others lamented, but facing such impeccable luck as Qiu Ziyuan's, Su Yichen was evidently delighted and continued bombarding her with increasing intensity. After all, what could be more satisfying than shooting at a prey hovering helplessly in the air? Inside the venue, quite a few people couldn't help themselves from counting how many Minesweep achievements Qiu Ziyuan's battleaxe warrior Yuan Guiyi had successfully completed during the entire match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The mine usage limit for a gunner is 10. Who would have thought that Yuan Guiyi, Qiu Ziyuan's battleaxe warrior, would experience stepping on these mines 8 times, achieving an impressive 80% completion rate. As the match ended with the battleaxe warrior's health points being depleted entirely, the gunner still had 70% of his health remaining. When Qiu Ziyuan emerged from the battle chamber, her usually cold and proud face was now darker than ever. Su Yichen could hardly dare to look at her death glares and quickly fled back to his team's seats to take refuge. Don't forget about the promised barbecue skewers, the triumphant Su Yichen said to Su Yiming. Even small rewards count, and he certainly hadn't forgotten this somewhat less enticing promise. Chapter 111. After 2 matches, the 2 teams were temporarily tied 1-1 in the individual competition. On the surface, it seemed like a close match, but many people didn't think so. The lineup for the final match had already been announced on the big screen: Yan Duzhou from the Apocalypse team versus Lin Xiao from the Black Rose team. One was a rookie who just started to shine in the league this season, while the other was a man already standing at the peak. As for the result of this match, it looked like there was no suspense whatsoever. The Apocalypse team would enter the squad competition with a 2-1 score, which was almost the consensus among everyone. A clear voice stood out amidst the noisy arena: play well. Lin Xiao was about to go on stage, shaking off and getting ready, when he suddenly heard Yu Jing say this. Instantly, his mood brightened as he turned to look at Yu Jing, teasingly saying, "Dear Captain Yu, you know, my opponent is Yan Duzhou. So, do you actually think I can win?" Yu Jing responded with a calm air, "Perhaps." Of course Lin Xiao knew that under such conditions where almost no one believed in him, this, perhaps, contained an immense amount of trust. With a raised eyebrow, he whistled happily and went on stage in high spirits. It seems that contestant Lin Xiao faces our Captain Yan with a very good mindset. Maudo from the commentary booth caught Lin Xiao's expression on the big screen and said rather surprisedly, few contestants wouldn't be nervous facing such a strong opponent as Yan Duzhou. It seems Lin Xiao has a truly tough mental makeup. Su Qingli remarked, among the new players who emerged in the LPP League this year, Lin Xiao is indeed one of the most eye-catching. Not to mention his previous victories over Wen Shuqing in individual competitions, just considering all his prior combat records, the data is exceptionally impressive. While speaking, he casually flipped through a statistical table prepared by the staff, pausing for quite a while because of his astonishing discovery, taking a moment to regain composure. I just received detailed statistical information. Excluding the squad competitions he participated in, Lin Xiao's winning rate in individual competitions is 100%. This means, he is undefeated in current individual battles. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion throughout the venue. Undefeated? Such a record on the stage of the LPP League is undoubtedly extraordinarily glorious. Many viewers who hadn't paid much attention to Lin Xiao began recalling, trying to remember some details of any defeats, but all failed. After the noise subsided, an eerie silence followed. Everyone's gaze naturally fell on the figure on the big screen. In the silence, a ridiculous notion involuntarily sprang up in their minds: could it be that this person really stands a chance against the Lord of the Underworld? This thought quickly faded, instinctively dismissed by many, yet the faint glimmer of hope in their hearts refused to subside. When they looked back at the battlefield, almost unconsciously, their gazes had become more serious. In this league edition, Lin Xiao was undoubtedly the top among rookies, and Yan Duzhou was the undisputed best player across the entire league. In this sense, this individual matchup had almost transcended into a battle between 2 firsts. Would there be a historic transition of power today on this stage? Many media professionals present keenly picked up on a highly controversial point behind this match and quickly jotted down notes. Thus, amidst the anticipation of 10,000 people, both players entered the field. After fine-tuning their respective machines, the game officially began. The band selection phase. Lin Xiao glanced at the familiar ID on the big screen, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately banned the Tundra Ice Plains map. Fighting on such an open map would simply be too dull, not necessary. Apparently for similar reasons, Yen Duzhou banned Desert Mystery City. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and continued by banning Magma Inferno. Yeah, playing guerrilla tactics with old Yen would have zero technical content, unnecessary. When Yen Duzhou's last ban came out as Ancient Tomb Horror, the map selection phase ended, leaving the Wild Forest as the final map. The two players on the field now were Yen Duzhou, who specialized in Black Mage, and Lin Xiao, who was a Ghost Daoist. Both of their professions belonged to the long-range spellcasting class, which relied on casting bars for attacks. With a map like this, one that offered countless possibilities for maneuvers, it all boiled down to individual prowess. Perfect choice. Lin Xiao almost couldn't resist giving 10,000 praises to Yen Duzhou in the opposing team's battle room. It was so rare to get another chance to exchange moves on the league stage, not choosing an interesting map would really be disrespectful to the heavy, friendship between them. With the map selection over, both characters began loading into the game map. On the commentary booth, Maodo stared at Yen Duzhou's image in the corner of the big screen and, after pondering for quite a while, hesitantly opened his mouth. Coach Su, I don't know if it's just my feeling, but I really sense that Captain Yen seems, well, in a pretty good mood. At his mention, Su Qingli also turned his attention to Yen Duzhou. The expression he saw was still as serious and rigorous as ever, seemingly identical to how he appeared during regular competitions, yet even from this emotionless face, there was indeed a faint aura of happiness. When they looked back at Lin Xiao, his cheerful and relaxed state was clearly evident without any reservation. Su Qingli paused silently, refraining from engaging in idle chatter about off-field matters, and instead, very professionally redirected the topic back to the match. In a good mood? These 4 words inadvertently reached Yu Jing's ears, making him lift his eyebrows slightly with a light smile playing at the corners of his lips. That's quite interesting. Finally, under the anticipation of thousands of people, character loading was completed. Almost in that instant, both parties had already started their actions. So fast. Even though Maodo had commented on countless matches and seen plenty of tactics involving taking the initiative through movement, he still couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing their reaction speeds. However, after this brief admiration, there was no further commentary. Matches involving Yen Duzhou never allowed anyone to make rash subjective judgments. Although there was no preview from the commentators, viewers watching with the God's Eye perspective soon noticed something peculiar. Lin Xiao, who should have been waiting for opportunities, was boldly cutting straight down the center lane, while Yen Duzhou, usually aggressive, was carefully maneuvering around from the southeast direction. The audience's inner thoughts, had they mixed up their scripts? Just as they were pondering, a message suddenly popped up in the chat channel that had been empty all along. In online games, it wasn't uncommon for players to exchange words during battles, some out of supreme confidence, others just purely trolling. In professional settings such as the LPP League, these kinds of communications were often used as a psychological tactic to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, such an operation from Yen Duzhou? That should absolutely not exist. Map, Muruachinjo, let's fight properly. There was an eerie silence across the entire venue. Excuse me. It seemed as if question marks were floating above everyone's heads within the arena. Map, Ghost Meng Meng, yeah. But I won't. Smiley face. On the commentary booth. Maodo. Su Qingli. Audience. Shit. Telling him to play properly is obviously showing respect, yet he has the audacity to respond like this to our King Yen. Don't stop me, I want to go chop him down. Some people in the venue could no longer hold themselves back. Their King Yen had just been teased. So frustrating. Captain Shen, this is quite interesting, isn't it? From the player bench of the Black Rose team, Yu Jing's lips curled into an arc that revealed no particular emotion. His words, void of warmth, fell on Shen Changyu's ears, causing him to instinctively shiver and look up, only to see that Yu Jing was staring intently at the dialogue box on the big screen, his eyes deep and penetrating. Could two people have such similar combat styles, even sharing the same input habits? Ho. Ho ho. Shen Changyu couldn't help but recall Yu Jing's question to him at the hotel that day, finding it impossible to look at the obnoxious smiling emoji on the big screen without averting his gaze. He truly didn't want to get caught between them again. Captain Lin, you're on your own. Lin Xiao contestant is truly, exceptionally distinctive. As an official commentator with professionalism, Maodo finally recovered first. Trying to figure out how to ease the atmosphere in the venue, he unintentionally glanced at the mini-map's movements and his voice instantly rose sharply, this is. It was only then that everyone realized that while all the spectators had been momentarily stunned, neither of the two players on the map had paused their operations for a second. Despite their jests, the two characters who had originally been heading in opposite directions had suddenly and silently changed course at some point, both rushing rapidly toward each other as if they possessed a God's eye view that let them track every movement on the map. Could they predict each other's routes? The absurd thought crossed people's minds only briefly, because no one took it seriously. Whether professional players or ordinary gamers, strategies would differ from match to match even on the same map. No matter how great the rapport between the two, there should be no way either could completely grasp the other's approach. And yet, these two were advancing with absolute certainty, without an ounce of hesitation. Then, right before they collided head-on, both activated phantom sprint simultaneously. Their movement speeds increased, the blurred silhouette of the other player flashed in each character's first-person camera view before vanishing again amidst swift footwork. Within moments, Yen Duzhou's Muruochenzhou and Lin Zhao's Ghost Meng Meng had already positioned themselves. Their staffs glowed brightly, and just like after countless drills, both began casting their spells in perfect unison. Such execution was seamless, their response strategies almost rehearsed endlessly, they could practically be considered perfectly synchronized. Chapter 112. Boom, boom boom. Several loud explosions reverberated across the entire venue. On the main screen, after the bombing, scattered rocks and dust could be seen everywhere. The Ghost Daoist's ghostly flames and the Black Mage's wrathful thunder strikes fell almost simultaneously, each missing the other by a hairbreadth, landing several steps away from their intended targets. The visual effect was explosive. A tense atmosphere immediately spread throughout the hall as the audience felt their hearts skip a few beats. However, on the field, the two characters, Gui Mengmeng and Mu Luokenzu, remained rooted to the spot without moving even half a step. Anticipation. Clearly, both players had made predictions beforehand. Had either party executed any sort of evasive action, the skills used earlier would have struck true with perfect accuracy. But as it turned out, no damage was dealt, not even the tiniest drop of HP from either character. Both players' judgments were eerily accurate. Map, Mu Luokenzu, very steady under pressure. Map, Gui Mengmeng, likewise. Before the commentator could say anything, the two inside the arena had already exchanged compliments. Although it wasn't the first time they'd seen the two in dialogue, the spectators still couldn't help but feel a peculiar sense when reading those words. Though appearing harmonious on the surface, Lin Xiao did not dare to slack off for even a second while typing the chat message. He knew Yen Deduzu too well, in battles against this opponent, there was absolutely no room for mistakes, otherwise total defeat was inevitable. After all, back in his peak days, he had always struggled with this very adversary. Let alone now, when his body, even at its best, is far from satisfactory. With a quick glance around at the surrounding terrain, he instantly made his decision. With a casual flick of his wrist, a void spike was cast towards Mu Luokenzu's direction, just as he began swiftly maneuvering Gui Mengmeng into motion. At the same time, on the other side, Yen Deduzu seemed to share the same train of thought. Using nimble footwork, Mu Luokenzu skillfully avoided the thorns jutting up from beneath his feet, also completing his movement in an instant. After a brief moment of transfer between several large trees, the two halted their movements, only to find that due to each other's shifts, the tactical positioning this time was entirely ineffective. At that moment, towering ancient trees still stood firmly between the two characters, the only difference being, they were just different trees. Despite falling short of the expected results, neither seemed to mind at all. As soon as they settled, the light on both staffs blazed brightly again, dazzling skills once more raining down, aiming straight for the other's front. However, as if expecting it all along, following the casting duration of their spells, both pressed the leap step key practically simultaneously, dodging past the skills again with full HP intact. The match played by these two contestants has been incredibly brilliant, it's like, they're evenly matched. Maudo looked on in astonishment, unable to hide his amazement at the almost carbon copy synchronized operations of the two. While inwardly wanting to praise Lin Xiao, his own doubt was evident even as the words left his mouth. Where exactly had this amazing new rookie emerged from? How could such a player achieve such dominance in the individual final, facing none other than Yen Deduzu, the king who had dominated the league for years? Just then, as if to completely dispel any lingering doubts, the pair stopped probing each other after this clash, unleashing their full firepower in an intense confrontation. This feeling, it was as though moments before they had been in some romantic scenic locale where vows of eternal love were perfectly fitting, suddenly transforming into an apocalyptic wasteland filled with natural disasters and calamities. The deep rainforest was thoroughly enveloped by a dazzling array of magical skills, the silhouettes of the two becoming so blurred that it was hard to make out their movements. Map, Gui Mengmeng, stop struggling, you can't do anything about it. Your fast hand speed doesn't matter, have you equipped enough cooldown reduction items? Is your cooldown timer really ready for this duel? Map, Mu Luokenzu, we'll see very soon whether it works or not. At such a nerve-wracking moment, they actually found time to type messages. Everyone instinctively glanced at their current APM, actions per minute, stats, which made them want to cry. Yen Deduzu was one thing, but that rookie was doing it too. They weren't human. Enough already. Although feeling unbalanced inside, the fans of the Tianxi team still had to acknowledge the strength of this round's opponent. The message that Lin Xiao typed on the public frequency seemed like an intentional provocation, but everyone also knew deep down that it was true. Extreme cooldown flow builds like this one, without corresponding hand speed and skill, are nothing more than show-offs at best. But once you possess the ability to control it, it truly becomes something terrifying. At least right now, Yen Deduzu's skill cooldown time has clearly started to lag behind. The exceptionally thrilling situation made everyone involuntarily hold their breath, fearing they would miss any exciting detail. In the battle room, if the camera lens were focused there, it could be seen that Yen Deduzu's hand speed as he rapidly hit keys on his keyboard was not at all inferior to Lin Zhao's. Under his operation, Black Mage Mu Luokenzu moved swiftly. Every instance of movement precisely avoided the continuous incoming streams of damage-dealing skills. As for Lin Zhao's obvious provocation, he, of course, paid no heed to it. After all, such extreme cooldown flows were extremely familiar to him. This indeed is a very suppressive gear setup style. However, in this mode, there naturally exists a prominent flaw: damage. The damage caused by each skill under such equipment setups would undoubtedly result in insufficient offensive capabilities. If hitting with high efficiency can be ensured, it might still pass, but if perfection cannot be achieved, it will leave one in a very awkward position. Yen Deduzu's eyes locked onto the screen flashed with a sudden change in his pupil's shade. Within moments, the black mage Mulua Kenzu finished casting a spell incantation. Dark magic. Shadow cage. As though completely aware of the opponent's movement path, just after Gui Mengmeng stepped back, a dark cage rose silently from beneath his feet, locking the diminutive figure cloaked in a red hood immobile. Trapping the ground. The scene burst into thunderous applause. Regardless of when, maintaining sufficient calm and delivering a fatal blow at crucial moments, truly worthy, their King Yen. Silence plus suppression effects doubled the debuffs, leaving Gui Mengmeng entirely in a passive state. Yen Deduzu always favored explosive damage output builds. Although at present, he lost quite some health due to earlier bombarding assaults, since Gui Mengmeng has now become the bird in the cage, in just a few rounds of high-damage black mage skills, the tide quickly turned, giving him dominance in health points. Earlier Lin Zhao's storm of attacks, stripping away health, paled compared to Mulua Kenzu's mere 2 skills. Too much damage. Everyone watching the two players whose directions differed yet remained at the extremes couldn't help but marvel after seeing Gui Mengmeng being left with only a layer of health points post those 2 skills. If these 2 geniuses currently on the field both resided in a world of madness beyond what common folk could comprehend. Lin Zhao's situation is extremely unfavorable now. Can he dodge Yen Wang's next attack? Mao Dou also subconsciously raised his tone because of the tense atmosphere. In their previous matchups, although Lin Zhao had taken advantage of his ultra-short cooldown CD, he also had incurred some degree of health damage. And following up from Yen Deduzu's series of high-damage strikes post-control, according to Mulua Kenzu's superlative offensive potential, merely a single skill would suffice to eliminate him. Is it over? Over already? All watched breathlessly. The duration of the Shadow Cage's suppression effect was about to expire. Meanwhile, Mulua Kenzu was already halfway through his final skill's incantation. 0.3 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 0.1 seconds. Run. It might still be possible to run. That was all the fans of Hei Mei heard in their minds, almost forgetting how to breathe. Almost simultaneously with the ending of the immobilization period, Mulua Kenzu completed his chant, dark flames resembling demons devouring lives surged towards Gui Mengmeng. However, the latter seemed completely unaware. All that could be seen was a blinding white light flashing off his staff. It's over. Just as everyone instinctively thought so, black flames already descended, about to take away Gui Mengmeng's last ounce of life. Unexpectedly, the red-clad figure suddenly blinked, disappearing right before everyone's eyes and reappearing instantly 2 body lengths away. No system prompt announcing the end of the match as expected. The soil beneath retained a burnt smell while the small figure wielded his staff, shining brilliantly alive. Leap. Step. Mao Dou was almost berserk. If it were a normal person, they would likely have created distance first. Yet, he chose to evade just at the last moment before the skill hit. Any slight mistake would have ended everything. Just how precise the judgment had to be, and what level of psychological resilience must one possess to pull that off. Lin Zhao, of course, didn't know that in this game, he was seen as some kind of monster. He glanced at Mulua Kenzu's position and laughed wildly. Escape? How could that be possible? It doesn't exist at all. Having shed so much blood, it was also time for him to reclaim what was owed. In an instant, dazzling skills seamlessly connected again, completely enveloping the screen. But this time around, Yen Deduzu was utterly without recourse. Frost Spell. The lowest tier control skill of a ghost priest, precisely Lin Zhao's final move before dodging. Rather than calling it a desperate struggle, it would be more accurate to say that Lin Zhao had plotted this from the start. If his earlier ability to anticipate Lin Zhao's movement stemmed from familiarity, then wasn't Lin Zhao's clever trap-laying due to the same deep understanding? To have fallen for such a deliberate ploy, it seemed Yen Deduzu truly underestimated Lin Zhao's insidious nature. No further operations followed. Yen Deduzu loosened his grip on the mouse and watched silently as the other side ruthlessly trampled over his frozen character, yet couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. Defeat. Still, somehow, he felt not too bad about it. Chapter 113. Black Rose Team vs Revelation Team. The total score of the individual match in the finals was 2-1, with the Black Rose Team temporarily leading. When Lin Zhao walked out of the battle room, the first thing he felt was an eerie silence at the scene. It wasn't until he reached the player's seat that it seemed like a sudden explosion. A wave of overwhelming cheers mixed with applause erupted, sweeping through and completely submerging the entire competition venue. A rookie actually won against Yen Duzhou, the current leader of the league in the individual match. The God-slaying battle. Many media reporters present had already conceived the headline for tomorrow's newspaper. At this point, the screen already displayed the list for the team match, but in such a thrilling moment, it didn't attract much attention. The participating players quietly prepared to enter the stage amidst the heated atmosphere of the whole arena. Black Rose team's individual match players were Shinchanyu, Lu Zhisin, and Yu Jing, who finally came out to play after resting throughout the semifinals. How about that, I won, huh? Lin Xiao watched as that person stood up from the chair, pulling a grin as he cheerfully approached. Seen it? Yu Jing said, looking deeply at him for a moment before walking past. Lin Xiao, puzzled by this unusually cold look, thought, not even any compliments. This attitude is way too indifferent. According to my mental script beforehand, shouldn't this guy have been surprised with his jaw dropped, calling me a genius? TSK, man's heart, underwater needle. Lin Xiao shook his head while sighing and still couldn't help shouting to the person walking toward the stage, hey, take it easy during the game. In response, all he got was the resolute back view with no hesitation in its steps. Su Yiming suddenly moved closer and asked, what's up? Did you argue with Captain Yu? No way. Lin Xiao exclaimed. Su Yiming frowned, then did you do something to upset him? Lin Xiao, feeling wronged, how dare I? Su Yiming stroked his chin, did any female fans or something find you today asking for signatures or hugs? Or did some handsome guy make advances on you? Lin Xiao gave him a disdainful glance, as an idol-level player, I rigorously maintain a sense of mystery between me and my fans. How could such non-standard things happen? Su Yiming swallowed hard after being momentarily choked, then put on a face saying, that's all I can help you with, while patting his shoulder, it's all up to you to reflect. After summarizing his previous remarks, a flash of insight struck Lin Xiao, and he slapped his thigh, I know what it is. Su Yiming immediately showed an extremely gossipy face and leaned in, surely it's because you did something. Lin Xiao wore an expression full of confidence, it must be because I looked so cool during my last game that it made Captain Yu feel embarrassed. Blue. Su Yiming eventually caught his breath after laughing for a long time, you idiot. At this moment, as the grand opening music began to play, the team match officially started amidst everyone's distracted state of mind, pulling their focus back onto the field once again. Just as Su Qingli predicted earlier, the reason why Black Rose team placed Su Yicheng in the individual match was indeed to reserve enough space for Shinchanyu, who would excel in the team match. After all, summoners are originally meant to gain a significant advantage in team battles. Seeing the temporary setback of Revelation team, naturally, fans supporting them pinned high hopes on the upcoming team match. In contrast, fans of Black Rose team naturally hoped their favorite squad could keep this momentum and continue leading. Just as the game entered the ban/pick phase, supporters from both sides began shouting at each other in the venue, making the atmosphere intensely tense. Of course, every game brings joy to some and sorrow to others, and this time around, it was the fans of Revelation team who rejoiced. Revelation team's lineup for the individual matches consisted of Luo Wei's Demon Hunter, Latitude Pursuit, Chen Raifa's Gun Mechanic, 1 Bullet Per Day, and Xing Shihan's Priest, Cold Gale Wind. Compared to Black Rose team's lineup, this fully ranged setup was undoubtedly very fragile, yet under Chen Raifa's precise distance control, the Demon Hunter, known as the long-range assassin, certainly posed substantial pressure on the Black Rose team. I don't know if it's just my impression, but it seems like Yu Jing isn't quite on form today. Maodo hesitated for quite some time before finally voicing her doubts. The atmosphere on the Black Rose team's player bench was clearly a bit heavy. The Demon Hunter is not like some melee professions that cannot get rid of, however, because of its unpredictability, it is very difficult to guard against. In order to avoid falling into the traps laid by the opponent, undoubtedly much positioning operation must be done to evade, which indeed adds more burden on the hand. The original plan of the team was to let Lu Zhisin's Paladin do the protection work so that Yu Jing could have more room for relief. However, in the face of Luo Wei's Latitude Pursuit, such an arrangement was obviously useless. Although Shinchanyu has been actively looking for breakthroughs, the passive situation has never changed. With a set of mobility equipment, Cold Gale Wind made the Black Rose team officially feel the helplessness of not being able to catch the opponent's healer. This was making the Black Rose team taste what it feels like to lift a stone only to drop it on their own feet. At this moment, what came to everyone's mind was undoubtedly the white switch that chased their opponents until they were in unbearable pain back then. The current scene of playing hide-and-seek all over the map almost exactly replicated that match. The only difference this time was that the one tasting the bitter fruit was precisely the instigator, the Black Rose team. The decision is very decisive. When he saw the GG message that Shinchanyu typed on the public chat screen, Lin Xiao instead felt somewhat reassured. Continuing to drag on like this would be bad both for the team's morale and for Yu Jing's left hand. Shinchanyu's decision to forfeit now was undoubtedly the most rational choice. Where's Captain Yu? Compared to the temporary setback, Lin Xiao was more concerned about the condition of Yu Jing's hand injury at this moment. After failing to find anyone upon looking around at the returning teammates, he opened his mouth to ask. Shinchanyu obviously looked a bit tired too. Upon hearing this, he pointed to the safety door not far to the right, should have gone to the restroom. There is a short halftime break between the squad match and the team match. Seeing others preparing to rest in place, Lin Xiao stood up from his seat, I'll go take a look. A single door was enough to completely block out the noise outside. Walking down the empty corridor, Lin Zhao's footsteps produced clear echoes when they landed. Familiar with the way, he turned a corner and soon would reach the Black Rose team's restroom. He looked up just in time to see someone coming towards him. The dark red team uniform set off a face that appeared much older than its actual age. So old-looking, no wonder it always gave people the impression of a super-aged player. Lin Zhao couldn't help but grumble in his heart, pulling up a disrespectful smile. You didn't even watch the squad match, are you that confident in winning? Yan Duzhou noticed him at this point, showing absolutely no concern about such teasing. Did we lose? Lin Zhao sighed helplessly. Come on, getting arrogant after winning a squad match? Your standards are getting lower and lower, can't let this attitude continue. Yan Duzhou, dead once, unusually calm, true, haven't had many aspirations for many years. Lin Zhao walked over, very skillfully patting his shoulder, but, since we're going to lose anyway, it's good to flaunt while we still can. Yan Duzhou said, operational skills aren't as good as before, but your verbal jabs haven't fallen behind. Faced with such a fair evaluation, Lin Zhao smiled very sincerely, both sides included. Yan Duzhou said, we'll know after a try. Lin Zhao shrugged, do you think such threats are useful to me, great Yan Wang? Don't you know how good my state is right now? Yan Duzhou smirked slightly, oh, who helped restore your state, old ghost? What a petty thing to bring up. Lin Zhao suddenly laughed loudly, anyway, we'll know at the finals, be careful not to cry when I beat you. Is provoking meaningful? We'll find out after competing, Yan Duzhou said calmly, walking away directly. Lin Zhao raised his eyebrows, watching that figure disappear at the end of the corridor, before reaching out to rub his hair and saying disdainfully, really, arguing verbally at this age, isn't that immature? Just as he was speaking, a turn of his head made his entire body freeze in place. After a long pause, Lin Zhao finally managed to regain his voice, forcing a smile, ah, what a coincidence, Captain Yu. And at this moment, Yu Jing standing by the door of the restroom seemed not to hear his words, keeping the door opening action stationary while staring at him without moving, with an expression of surging shock beneath her eyes. The two of them maintained a stiff posture, staring at each other for quite some time. Finally, Lin Zhao blinked and took a few steps forward, grabbing Yu Jing's hand to examine it carefully left and right, his tone sincere, how are you feeling now? Can you still play in the next team match? He deliberately touched her hand all over with his own, expecting the usual resistance or kick, but Yu Jing didn't even try to pull her hand away. Her voice betrayed no emotion, who are you? Lin Zhao furrowed his brow, from old Yan's arrangement just now, it seems he already knows about your injury. There will definitely be adjustments made during the upcoming team match, so we must have a strategy to deal with it. Yu Jing bit her lip hard, who are you? Lin Zhao forced an unctuous smile, his breath almost touching her face, it's not that big of a deal, you can just stand behind me when the time comes. Yu Jing. Chapter 114. As Yu Jing's silence continued, the atmosphere became increasingly more subtle. However, Lin Zhao seemed completely oblivious to this, wearing a serious expression, no matter what, we must win the team competition. There's still some time left, but you've got a lot on your plate right now. We must take a moment to rest. With that, he smoothly pulled her hand and turned around, dragging Yu Jing back into the restroom just as she had stepped out, casually closing the door behind them. The entire process, the other party seemed fully cooperative. The only thing making one uneasy were the icy stares from behind, piercing straight through the spine with an indescribable discomfort. Lin Zhao coughed twice, slightly guilt-ridden. However, before he could continue sidestepping the subject, the hand he'd been holding suddenly slipped away, instead gripping his wrist and pulling backwards with force, catching Lin Zhao off guard as he was brought closer, facing Yu Jing as their eyes locked instantly. Furrowing his brows, Lin Zhao said, hey, watch your hands. It was as if Yu Jing hadn't heard him at all. By now, the storm in her eyes had calmed down a little. One couldn't detect any emotion from her tone, just now, Brother Yan saw me. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhao's lips twitched violently. Deliberate. Damn, old Yan is truly unkind. Shaking the morale of troops like this, by dragging him into the mess, doesn't this guy have any conscience? Though he cursed inwardly, it seemed the situation had reached its end. He clearly knew there was no escaping now, so he simply leaned against the wall beside him with his arms crossed in front of him, donning a, whatever you want to do it, kind of look, oh. Yu Jing stared fixedly at him, you should know that I need a straightforward answer right now. Lin Zhao could well comprehend his feelings, yes, I understand. Yu Jing took a deep breath, then, tell me. Who are you? As he spoke, subconsciously taking a few steps forward, he was already standing directly in front of Lin Zhao now, just a breath away. This made the originally intense sense of urgency grow even stronger under the stubborn emotions. Yu Jing being driven to such obstinacy at this point left Lin Zhao uncertain whether he should rejoice or cry about his own charisma. But, staring at such a good-looking face up close, he strangely felt an impulse to coerce something inappropriate somehow, though unintentionally. Yet his thoughts strayed once again for some reason, if I really am Lao Gui, old ghost, would you still hate me? Yu Jing, who usually remained calm under pressure, rarely showed signs of gritting his teeth now, no ifs. Oh. Since Brother Yan has already called out, you should have understood it yourself already, shouldn't you? Lin Xiao helplessly massaged his forehead line, somewhat reluctantly admitting, if I must personally admit it, fine, I'm indeed Lao Gui. With this revelation, what's next? Surely, you wouldn't be heartless enough to send me to a research institute to get dissected or anything, would you? Before he finished speaking, both of his hands were firmly grasped, and thus his back completely pressed against the wall. This posture was rather peculiar, however, upon seeing Yu Jing's expression, Lin Xiao swallowed the mocking words he was about to utter. How should one describe this kind of expression? It still seemed tranquil like usual, but at this moment, it could also make someone feel myriad emotions swirling wildly, as if something is trying to burst forth but was restrained firmly again. You should know what Lao Gui means to me, said Yu Jing. Lin Xiao responded, yeah, I know. Yu Jing added, and you should also know what years of effort, between me and Deputy Captain Shen, have been aiming towards. Lin Xiao paused momentarily before nodding, yeah, I know. The storm in Yu Jing's eyes could no longer be suppressed. As they surged forth entirely, he suddenly tilted his head and bit hard onto Lin Xiao's lips, as if only such fierce actions could vent the profound shout within him at the moment. Honestly, Lin Xiao was a little bewildered. He slightly lowered his gaze, noticing those thick lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, possessing an inexplicable beauty. At the moment when Yu Jing finally loosened up a little, Lin Xiao lightly pushed against him in response, pressing him back against the wall while faintly smiling at the corner of his mouth. I take back what I previously said, maybe I misunderstood the meaning of Lao Gui to you. Lin Xiao was already taller than Yu Jing by a bit, and with the slight tilt of his body now, it seemed like his shadow completely enveloped her underneath. After the unusual behavior earlier, their breathing had both become slightly labored at this point, mixing together due to the proximity, creating an undeniable sense of intimacy. Under his gaze, Yu Jing's eyes flickered once before she turned her head away. Glancing at the blush spreading all the way up to her ears, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let the corner of his lips curve upward even more. The strange mood that had plagued him vanished without a trace right now. Pretending seriousness, he cleared his throat. Honestly, this matter is indeed somewhat complicated. The team competition will start soon, regardless of anything else. Why don't we wait till the match is over to sort things out, Captain Yu? Yu Jing paused for a moment in silence, eventually regaining her composure, returning to her usual calm self. Agreed. Lin Xiao found it amusing, just as he was about to say something, when the sound of the door opening behind them cut him off. It's almost time for the match, you too. Shen Changyu's voice abruptly stopped. As his brain gradually processed the scene before him, his mouth widened more and more, accompanied by wide-open eyes, eventually stiffening into a state of confusion and bewilderment. How to explain this? Was it an overzealous fan excitedly kissing an idol, or the bizarre reaction from Yu Jing unable to accept Lin Xiao's secret identity? Lin Xiao felt this situation was beyond the standard questions. Let's go. Yu Jing sidestepped from under Lin Xiao's arms, walking past Shen Chanyu calmly, as if nothing had happened, not even hinting at wanting to give an explanation. Let's go. Lin Xiao nodded, tidied up the slightly disheveled team uniform, patted Shen Chanyu's shoulder, and sauntered out as though nothing happened either. By the time they returned to the venue, the team competition was about to officially begin, and the participants of both teams had entered the final preparation phase. Lin Xiao glanced at Tianqi team's bench, noticing Yan Duzhou standing with his back towards them, seemingly delivering the last strategic instructions to his own teammates. He couldn't help but sneer, there would be some serious accounting going on when they faced each other later. Seeing the three return, everyone else from Black Rose team stood up. Those ready to compete prepared for battle, those offering encouragement cheered on their mates, creating quite a lively atmosphere for a short while. Chen Anqi had been quietly observing beside, and accidentally noticed Shen Chanyu's dazed expression. Furrowing her brows, she gave him a push. The match is starting soon, try to be more focused. Shen Chanyu, after being nudged, regained his senses somewhat, instinctively glancing toward Yu Jing's direction. Their gazes locked momentarily, eliciting a chilling sensation coursing through his entire body. Startled, he managed to swallow back the words nearly blurted out, yeah. Just then, Lin Xiao, who had conveniently passed by, grinned and chimed in, Deputy Shen, lack of focus during the game can get you blamed, watch out. I know. Shen Chanyu wanted to cry but held back tears, this kind of threatening was unbearable. It felt like he was going to have internal injuries any moment now. Finally, the team competition officially began, players took the stage, allowing him no spare attention for the earlier catch-on-spot incident. After the individual and squad competitions, the current tense score of 2-3 between the two teams made this team competition the decisive round. Since the Black Rose team was currently 1 point behind, they would need to ensure having at least 2 players alive during the winning moment to claim the championship from Tianqi team, making their pressure relatively higher. We must win. In the preparation room, everything was ready, and Yu Jing spoke through the voice channel. Absolutely, we will win. Lin Xiao corrected. Such a statement in the past always seemed overly arrogant, yet now Yu Jing merely touched the mouse and keyboard in her hands, turning her head to glance at him and handed over control of this match to him. This team competition will be led by Lin Xiao. After what had happened earlier, Shen Chanyu more or less guessed a few things. Having been shocked enough already, naturally, he didn't react too much to this anymore. As for Lu Zhisen and Su Yiming, they were slightly surprised. But since this was a decision Yu Jing had made, and knowing well Lin Zhao's capabilities were undeniable, they raised no objections. We absolutely will win. Everyone's morale soared upon hearing these words. No one would understand how significant the championship was to them more than the regular players of the Black Rose team. Ever since the departure of their former captain Old Ghost, they, once regarded as the ultimate powerhouse, had been silent for too long. From maintaining their status in the upper echelons of the league initially, through the subsequent decline caused by generational turnover's growing pains, a championship trophy was all that they needed now amidst questions and doubts from all sides. They needed it to reaffirm themselves. Who should command? That wasn't something they had to think about, all they needed to know was that their goal was the championship, and that was enough. As the ban/pick phase concluded and the map loaded, Lin Zhao issued his first order. Our top priority in this match will be, to protect the priest. He knew Yan Duzhou too well. Since he had already noticed Yu Jing's slightly declining condition due to her hand injury, there was no way this man wouldn't take advantage of such a good opportunity. So, let them experience what a 4-protect-1 performance could truly feel like then. Want to kill the priest? Show some real skill and step over his body if you can. Chapter 115. Mysterious City in the Desert. This wasn't a map that maximized each profession's potential, and precisely for that reason, it was the most predictable choice for the finals map. The director intentionally used the God view at the beginning of the match to showcase the full structure of the map for the audience on-site. When passing through the central ruins of the wasteland city, the camera movement even slowed down deliberately. Everyone understood clearly that this would be the place where life or death would be decided between the two teams. As the loading progress finished, the members of the Tianqi team set off rapidly from their spawn point, such speed eliciting excited shouts from their fans inside the venue, instantly bringing the atmosphere within the stadium to its peak. Annihilate the priest. This was the sole strategic objective summarized by Yan Duzhou for today's team battle. This instruction was overly clear yet without any superfluous restrictions. All the Tianqi team members needed to do was unleash maximum firepower the moment they spotted Fan Jingliaolan. On the final stage, facing Yu Jing, who was known as the top priest operator in the league, making this kind of decision was undoubtedly risky, but it was Yan Duzhou's judgment, and no one had any doubts about it. Inside Black Rose team's combat room, Lin Zhao was operating Ghost Momo to move while casually picking up the cup beside her to take a sip. What do you think? Should we wait for them in the west of the city or the east? Su Yiming pondered for a moment and suggested, the ruins in the west have a more complex terrain, which might be better for cover. Lin Zhao decisively made the decision, alright then, let's go to the east. Damn! Su Yiming nearly flipped the table over, you're asking for trouble. Don't expect me to save you later. Lin Zhao with an earnest face said, no way, it's the finals now, don't cause a commotion. If we lose, we'll have to fight our way back to the championship next season, and whose fault will that be? Su Yiming spluttered blood, your sister's fault. Though he said that, the progression speed of gunner Yiming Jinshui did not slow down even slightly, moving very quickly with the large group towards the east of the city. The movements of both teams were displayed clearly on the big screen for the spectators inside the venue. On the commentary platform, Mao Dou looked regretfully at the Tianqi team that had already arrived at the ruins on the west side of the city first. Unfortunately, although the Tianqi team has a clear advantage in terms of starting rhythm, it seems the Black Rose team does not intend to go to the west of the city, so arriving here early doesn't seem to have too much significance. Su Qingli remarked, in this round, both teams have chosen different strategic points. To break the deadlock, it depends on which side will give in to the other. Oh, it looks like the Tianqi team is determined to take the initiative all the way through. Just as he was speaking, everyone could see clearly on the big screen the movements of both teams. After waiting for a while at the west of the city without encountering the opponent, the Tianqi team did not hesitate much and abandoned the advantageous terrain they had occupied rather quickly, heading straight to the east of the city. Meanwhile, at this moment, several members of the Black Rose team had already successfully arrived at the east of the city, choosing various positions skillfully. Even Shinchanyu's summoned beasts were already lurking in position one after another. Not long after, through the characters' primary perspectives, they could faintly see the gradually approaching enemy figures. Su Yiming had already put away his earlier frustration. The gunner, Yiming Jianxue, was hidden behind a broken wall, ready to proceed with the next move. Closer, even closer. Su Yiming fixed his eyes intently on the big screen, gripping the mouse slightly tightly and placing fingers on the keyboard, ready to unleash the attack freely. Fire. Finally, the order from Lin Zhao was sharp and concise when the opponents were exactly within range. Crazy shooting began. Guns fired repeatedly, wildly releasing gunpowder flames in succession, stirring up clouds of dust across the sandy land almost immediately. The rising sandstorm obscured the line of sight, reducing visibility dramatically. At the same time, countless vines of the summoned creature ancient green vines sprouted from their hidden underground positions, dancing towards the members of the Tianqi team in an attacking manner, forming an encircling situation within just a short instant. Song Lan's shadow swordsman, Lan Ning, had been advancing at the forefront, but as soon as the attacks commenced, he made an agile sidestep avoiding the entanglement of the vines. With a sharp gaze sweeping around, he promptly locked onto the location of Yu Jing's Fan Jingliaolan, yelling, "Captain," behind the collapsed house to the left front. Charge! Yan Duzhou's command was resolute. Qiu Ziyuan's battle axe warrior, Yuan Guei, immediately activated Bloodthirsty Rogue at the start, charging ahead as if holding a critical pass all alone. Under the boost of her immunity control skill, she swung her heavy axe swiftly, cutting through the vines that had wrapped around her body, perfectly protecting her teammates behind and smoothly retreating. As Luo Wei's demon hunter Weidu Zhueji was about to go disturb Yiming Jianque's firepower assault, before entering stealth mode, Xing Shihan quickly blessed him with an effect that provided continuous healing and increased movement speed buffs via his priest character. Ensuring his allies sustained combat ability, he then quickly followed the pace of both his team captains heading directly towards the enemy backline. Seeing their first wave of firepower exchange being so easily dismantled by the Tianqi team like this, the Black Rose team fans were feeling disappointed, but upon noticing their own players' movements, they couldn't help letting out an in surprise. By this point it was evident that the Tianqi team had also noticed something amiss. The summoner isn't here. After clearing away the surrounding vines, Qiu Ziyuan had already discovered Shi Jieyu's remote control tactics without waiting for reinforcements. The marksman seems already gone. Xing Shihan, who had reached the target location under stealth, was shocked to find the area behind Wanbi utterly empty due to the opponent's resolute retreat. Maintain the formation, regroup quickly. Yan Duzhou scanned the area with a frown, catching sight of two moving figures outside their periphery. He promptly made his judgment. Simultaneously, as the order was given, Muruo Chenzhou waved his staff, conjuring up a dense patch of storm clouds which rapidly coalesced over the parched desert above. Building momentum, thunderous might. This was one of the strongest output skills for black magic mages. The longer the build-up, the higher the damage. Combined with Yan Duzhou's personal preference for maximum output gear, once fully charged and hitting its mark, it could undeniably strike the opponent down almost half a life bar. In just these few moments, Songlan's shadow swordsman Lan Ning had already completed flanking under the cover of ghostly sprint. A quick scan spotted the silhouette of Yu Jing's priest fan Jing Liaolan, leaving no hesitation as he used leap step combined with instant skill sword void resonance to instantly appear right before the opposing player, landing a direct hit. Close range. Song Lan joyfully exclaimed in the voice channel, followed immediately by a series of rapid skills that had fanned Jing Liaolan cornered near a broken house. Captain, now. At the same time, the storm clouds above began flashing violently as Yan Duzhou completed his charge, releasing the spellcraft. Boom. The tremendous sound reverberated throughout the venue, clearly leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Just when both sides had just begun their initial clash, numerous actions took place within a split second, transforming the situation into the Tianqi team aiming to decisively kill the enemy priest. This change came too fast. Amidst the stupor, in the quietness, someone suddenly yelled, "Not dead." As the spectators gradually reacted, focusing on the field, there arose a tumultuous clamor that almost shook the roof. Holy Shield. Holy Knight's ultimate defense skill, Desperate Holy Shield. Bathed in dazzling holy light, a shield made of golden radiance securely enshrouded fan Jing Liaolan, absorbing countless thunderbolts. Due to Muruo Chenzhou's extraordinarily high output, even after the shield shattered, some damage still leaked through. But Yu Jing had earlier boosted her priest's health, sharply maintaining an unexpectedly safe lifeline even now. Song Lan, realizing his single-blow killing strategy thwarted, prepared for another fierce offensive when a large horse suddenly charged straight at him, trampling his Lan Ning underfoot. Next thing he knew, a lance hooked toward him, bringing Zhe Mu'er Qi, a towering armored figure, into view from his shadow swordsman's perspective. Lu Zhisin used Holy Knight's ultimate soul stamp to knock down Song Lan's Lan Ning. With a cocky taunt following closely, his move effectively broke Song Lan's combo attacks. By this time, both Qiu Ziyuan and Luo Wei had arrived ready to join the fray, only to be suddenly faced with a wild barrage forcing them back 2 steps. Following shortly thereafter, Shi Jieyu's summoned Ice Queen started chanting audible through their headsets, leading to a massive ice wall falling and completely blocking them out of the fight. It was only then that the Tianqi team's players finally understood why their opponents hadn't fought with them out there at all. Offense? What a joke. These people from the Black Rose team had no intention of offense whatsoever. This was purely aimed at breaking their plan to assassinate the priest. As for the current situation, they naturally had no extra time to ponder how the opponent knew their plan. They only had one thought in mind: had these lunatics completely abandoned their offensive rhythm? The concept of 4 protecting 1 was simply too damn nauseating. Qiu Ziyuan's finely arched eyebrows furrowed tightly as she decisively activated savage mode with her battle axe warrior, raising her damage output to the maximum while swinging her massive battle axe fiercely, shattering the hindrance of the frost barrier. Upon seeing the obstacle cleared, Luo Wei's demon hunter Weidu Zhueji immediately dodged sideways to avoid a long-range bombardment from Yiming Jianque and prepared to rush over for support. However, he unexpectedly collided into a deep darkness. Who would have thought that behind the Ice Queen's ice wall lay a ghost shaman's Futu realm? Almost forgot, Lin Xiao was still around. In an instant, Luo Wei felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Why did this reunion feel like it required overcoming 81 tribulations? Damn it! This game is unplayable. Chapter 116. Prayer Ghost. Lin Xiao actually used Prayer Ghost in this round. The members of the Tianqi team, who had yet to engage with Gue Mengmeng directly, couldn't immediately assess Lin Xiao's equipment choices. However, Maodo on the commentary table had already noticed the difference in skill tree build and blurted it out instinctively, appearing somewhat uneasy. If Lin Xiao initially attracted everyone's attention as a curse ghost, then his blood ghost performance against Wen Shuqing undoubtedly elevated him to legendary status. And now, in this crucial round, he was playing prayer ghost again. This Lin Xiao player is truly too whimsical. After Maodo's reminder, others, ranging from professional players to ordinary spectators, noticed the change. While they felt unable to comment, there was an underlying sense of astonishment. It should be noted that the three schools of Ghost Daoist gameplay are practically akin to operating three entirely different classes. Professional players are renowned for their mastery over their roles, but could one person handling all three roles really avoid issues? Still, this wasn't the focus right now. What Tianqi team should worry about is how much trouble Lin Zhao's Gui Mengmeng might bring to their strategy in the next phase. If Curse Ghost excels in crowd control and Blood Ghost is great for offense, then a Prayer Ghost dedicated to supporting and protecting alongside Lu Zhisan's Holy Knight and Yu Jing's Priest would essentially make Black Rose team's lineup in this championship final impregnable, a real turtle shell formation. This playstyle is just so nauseating. Just imagining themselves up against such a lineup, the professional players from other teams shuddered. Better not to attempt something like that. Map, Gui Mengmeng, well, you're mistaken. How dare you focus fire our team leader Yu Jing, who's considered the best priest in the league. What a loss of face if we let you kill him. Seeing the dialogue pop up on the map channel, the entire audience fell silent momentarily. Seemingly taunting words revealed two things. First, the Tianqi team indeed prioritized killing Yu Jing's fan Jinglioran, and secondly, their strategy had clearly been anticipated long ago. Damn, they're too arrogant. Kill him quickly. The fans of the Tianqi team were upset. Yan Duzhou, having long been accustomed to Lin Zhao's calculations, was completely unfazed at the moment but quickly took notice of Gui Mengmeng's unique setup, making prompt arrangements. Qiu Ziyuan, Luo Wei switch targets to Shen Changyu. Song Lan, don't mind Lu Zhisan, keep focusing on Yu Jing with me. Xing Shihan prepare to provide support. Yes. A chorus of unified responses echoed through Tianqi team's voice chat. The next second, the entire team surged forward. Eyeing the overwhelming approach of the opponents, Lin Xiao glanced toward the location of Fan Jinglioran and called out, "You captain, hurry, come this way." All right. Without hesitation, Yu Jing activated the Ghost Step spell on the priest, deftly evading a critical hit from Laniying Changjian's sword and swiftly moving within the skill range of Gui Mengmeng. Such simple exchanges went unnoticed by most, but Shen Changyu, who just witnessed visual shock, felt a subtle harmony in their teamwork. He slipped a little with his hand controls, causing Shi Jieyu to suddenly turn direction and directly collide with Luo Wei's latitudinal pursuit attack. Deputy Team Leader Shen, watch it. Su Yiming shouted loudly. I know. With a quick drop in health, Shen Changyu felt a twinge of regret. He couldn't afford any more distractions. He forcibly refocused, noting that the latent ability of latitudinal pursuit had re-entered stealth mode. Quickly scanning the surrounding terrain, Shen began issuing commands, and the sound of summoning spells rang out from Shi Jieyu. Suddenly, the already uneven yellow earth sprouted numerous hillocks, spreading outward. Then, large groups of rodent-like summons, cubier beasts, emerged and dispersed in all directions. Their chaotic movements made Luo Wei wince. After all, the demon hunter's stealth disappears upon attacking or being attacked. These adorable-looking collisions obviously qualified as the latter. It would be understandable if there were just one or two of them, but with such a widespread coverage, Latitude Pursuit skillfully maneuvered to avoid a few. Finally, he was bumped by one that suddenly darted out from the side, revealing his position. Got him. Su Yiming, who had been waiting nearby, obviously prepared in advance, exclaimed with delight. His gunner unleashed a barrage of artillery fire straight at Latitude Pursuit, instantly causing sand and debris to fly everywhere. Under such fierce gunfire, Latitude Pursuit lost a considerable amount of health in the blink of an eye. Before the next wave of bombardment arrived, Luo Wei advanced instead of retreating. He aimed at Yi Mingjian sitting on the roof and fired an arrow sideways after flipping. The accompanying knockback effect sent him falling directly from the broken house. Take this. Qiu Ziyuan had already reacted before he even spoke. Her Berserker Yuan Gui Yi's special effects were fully activated, colliding violently with Yi Mingjian who fell off the roof, smashing him straight into the house. This dilapidated house had no windows, only a door through which one could enter, and the burly figure of the Berserker blocked all escape routes, pinning Yi Mingjian against the wall with no way out. In a flash of lightning and sparks, Su Yiming let out a desperate plea for help without hesitation. He's going to die. Someone help quickly. Lin Xiao was also under attack. In the midst of the chaos, he quickly glanced at the situation here and sent someone over. Lu Zhisan, you go, we can handle it here. Facing Yan Duzhou and Song Lan, both renowned as top damage dealers in the league, plus Xing Shihan's strongest support class, the shaman assisting them, saying they could handle it, was undoubtedly somewhat arrogant. But the situation on Su Yiming's side was indeed becoming precarious. Lu Zhisan didn't have time to think much and had to operate Jamu Eru while swiftly heading over for support. Oh wow, 2 versus 3, this is thrilling. Lin Xiao continued manipulating Gui Mengmeng to tactically relocate, keeping an eye on the positions of the three pursuers behind. Coincidentally, he saw Laniying Changjian's body light up with a beam, rapidly approaching thanks to the acceleration buff given by the shaman Ling Hanfeng. Get ready. Understood. Yu Jing's glance swept over the glowing sword light behind him. After hastily placing a shield that reduced incoming damage, he immediately activated the Holy Ground Prayer, along with a ranged healing skill. The range healing skill's effect wasn't very strong and heavily consumed mana, making such an operation difficult for many people inside the arena to understand. However, right then, a black-purple fiery aura rose from Fan Jingliorn's body, forming an eerie skull pattern around him. At this moment, Laniying Changjian had closed in, and several streaks of blood light emanated from Fan Jingliorn's body. Contrary to expectations, there was no anticipated loss of blood. Instead, Ghost Mengmeng's health bar dropped slightly. Thanks to the continuous healing formation, its state recovered almost instantly. Perfect coordination. Su Qingli couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The soul-placing technique of the Ghost Daoist allowed him to take the hit for allies, reducing 20% of the damage himself, combined with Fan Jingliorn's own 30% damage reduction. A total damage reduction effect of 50% rendered Song Lan's carefully built-up combo as though it had struck cotton, yielding absolutely no effect. Due to the lack of any health restoration skills, the praying ghost profession is rarely specifically placed by teams during lineup configurations, which is why it is scarcely seen in the league. Nevertheless, no one can ignore his powerful protective abilities for teammates. After a wave of attacks, Song Lan did not retreat in the slightest, instead charging forward even more boldly. Meanwhile, Yen Duzhou's Mu Luo Chenzhou's staff shone brightly, accompanied by Shadow Swordsman's dash, landing seamlessly at the same time. Will they hit? The atmosphere in the venue surged. Amidst the dust and smoke caused by the bombardments, when the camera image gradually cleared, the original location of Fan Jingliorn had changed into a small dwarf draped in a red cloak, half raising his staff, with a black barrier blocking most of the damage in front. Not far from his back stood the pristine white-robed priest, looking so incongruous amidst such disarray, surrounded by holy light like an angel descending from heaven. Perfect healing skills landed continuously on Gui Mengmeng, and if one didn't closely observe their health bars, it would be hard to detect any fluctuation in the numbers. After the Ghost Daoist's Phantom Shift technique, the two switched positions, standing one in front and one behind, one tall and one short, their robes fluttering in the wind, mysteriously giving off a sense of being unbreachable. This round is going to be tough for the Tianqi team. Mao Dou glanced at the fierce exchange of blows on the other side and then looked at the current deadlock here, sighing with mixed feelings. The fans of Tianqi inside the arena also couldn't help but fall into a brief silence. Although they were reluctant to admit it, even the least knowledgeable among them could see the passivity their team was facing in this situation. Without mentioning that in the 2 vs 3 scenario over there, their team obviously wasn't gaining much advantage, how did it happen that here in the 3 vs 2 fight where they clearly had all advantages on their side, they still failed to gain any upper hand? Many couldn't help but entertain the same thought. Could it be that the dynasty was truly about to change once again? Chapter 117. This guy was still as annoying as ever. Yen Duzhou glanced at the lively Guo Mengmeng hopping around before him and his eyes flashed. Song Lan will go for support, focus fire to kill Jiayu. Understood. Song Lan didn't linger a bit. The momentum of his Lan Shadow Longsword changed in an instant. In no time, he abandoned the pincer attack on Fan Jingliao and rushed to the ruins where another battle was happening. TSK, it's a little late now to change strategies, isn't it? Lin Xiao caught sight of their movements and smirked. He gave a casual glance at Su Yiming's computer screen and asked, 3 against 2, how come you haven't fixed this yet? Su Yiming called out, give me another minute. Lin Xiao sighed, it's such a hassle. After speaking, Guo Mengmeng swung her staff, quickly activating Ghost Quickstep, closing in on Song Lan's Lan Shadow Longsword while rapidly moving. As Mu Luo Qingzhou's fire spell came down, she perfectly executed a leap step skill that keenly dodged it, followed by an ice spell falling right under the Shadow Swordsman's feet. Damn! Isn't he already troublesome enough? Now he's stepping on our faces. Song Lan gritted his teeth watching Lanning Longjian immobilized, thinking about how the guy across the screen had recently dragged his team captain away to be a sparring partner, infuriating him even more. He wished he could immediately turn around and smack the other one in the face with a light sword. Yen Duzhou furrowed his brows slightly, calm down. How could he trust the team with someone so easily riled up? In just that brief moment, the distance between Guo Mengmeng and Fan Jingliao had unconsciously widened, both having stepped out of each other's casting range. After adjusting his perspective around the area, as Mu Luo Qingzhou began chanting his incantations, Yen Duzhou issued new orders, switch target to Guo Mengmeng. Yes sir. Song Lan couldn't be happier with this command. As soon as the debuff binding his Lanning Longjian dissipated, he turned sharply and surged ferociously towards Lin Zhao's Guo Mengmeng. There was only one thought echoing repeatedly in his mind, kill him, kill him, kill him. Facing such fierce assault, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, without a trace of panic. First, he cast a soul armor spell to instantly increase his defense value, then applied an acceleration skill on himself. With several nimble moves, he avoided a series of quick sword strikes. Just then, a dark magic spell landed close behind him, cunningly blocking off his retreat. His fingers moved rapidly over the keyboard, interrupting Guo Mengmeng's backward movement. Within the limited space to move, only slight left and right swaying actions allowed him once again to evade Song Lan's close-range chain of slashing skills. Brilliant. Mao Dou, amazed by this sequence of operations, couldn't help but stand up from his seat. If this set of evasive micro-operations were edited separately, it would undoubtedly become a classic model for professional players internally. In comparison, although Su Qingli's eyes showed some astonishment, he clearly remained calm. At this moment, seeing Fan Jingliao swiftly coming for support, he frowned. Song Lan's earlier response was very decisive. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao used his individual prowess once more to resolve the crisis. Now Yu Jing has come for support. Team Tianqi failed to achieve a kill during the previous exchange, putting the following situation back into passivity. Finding a breaking point here will probably be very difficult. Mao Dou nodded. Thus, whether or not we can open up the battlefield depends on the situation on the other battlefield. As the two analyzed, the director promptly shifted the big screen's view to the ruined scene within the chaotic fight. When the current status values of both parties became clear, Mao Dou involuntarily blurted out again, "First blood." This match's first blood is about to be drawn. Before he finished speaking, the glaring red text of the system message appeared in front of everyone. System, Yiming Jian Shui successfully killed Wei Du Zhuiji. System, first blood generated. Seeing the dimmed main screen and the eerily silent earphones, Luo Wei felt like crying but couldn't. Cheater. What a bunch of cheaters. It was agreed they were supposed to surround the berserker, but suddenly changing targets and ganging up on him like this was absolutely insane. Meanwhile, as others who watched the replay of the killing through the director's lens fell silent. What else could they say? Qiu Ziyuan's Yuan Goei was counterblocked inside the broken house by Lu Zhisan's paladin. Luo Wei going for support originally seemed like an unarguable decision, but falling prey to such a diversionary tactic, the blame might only lie in his youthfulness. Indeed, it was 1 minute. Lin Xiao watched Guo Mengmeng, who had just been healed back to full health from a half-blood state, and then glanced at the match time, showing great satisfaction with Su Yiming's adherence to his strategy. Right, it's because you told me to switch targets more frequently, which turned out to be surprisingly effective. Su Yiming rarely showed some modesty. It's true. Lin Xiao also expressed a little modesty, but that also relies on everyone executing well. Shen Changyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. Let's quickly take care of the berserker too. The match isn't over yet, be careful for other situations. Su Yiming cheered, hurry up. Compared to the Black Rose team's joy, the Jianqi team's voice channel was much more oppressive. All they could hear now was Qiu Ziyuan deviating from her usual cold and detached demeanor as she screamed desperately, "Help! I can't hold on much longer." The Battle Axe Warrior class could convert a large amount of damage into their own health, letting them easily show off against any frail caster under normal circumstances. But currently, there were 3 people surrounding her. With Luo Wei's Wei Du Zhuiji already eliminated, expecting her to keep holding on under such a situation was highly unrealistic. Hold on. I'm coming. Xing Shihan had already turned around when he received the kill notification, but his healer Ling Hanfeng hadn't taken a few steps before suddenly falling into darkness, causing him to blurt out in the team's voice chat without restraint, "Shit." He tumbled headfirst, exactly due to the ghost priest's skill, Fudo Realm. That Lin Xiao again. Xing Shihan seemed to understand Luo Wei's helpless feeling at that moment. How did everything return to where it began? They just wanted to perform a strategic shift, why did it feel so hard? Looking at the isolated berserker Yuan Goei being wiped out, Su Qingli sighed deeply. Jianqi team chose an all-out offense lineup to ensure their strong killing ability, but because this kind of setup lacked control and interference, they suffered many disadvantages. Black Rose's tactics are truly very... He refrained from saying underhanded, out of respect for his role as the official commentator. Even though he didn't say it, everyone had long since felt it. System, Shi Jiayu successfully killed Yuan Goei. System, Yuan Goei successfully killed Shi Jiayu. When the system message popped up again, looking at the bright red characters that stood out sharply in the chat box, the fans of Tianqi team fell into a deathly silence. Although Qiu Ziyuan managed to trade her life for Shi Jiayu by self-exploding in the last moment, under the circumstance that no kills had been achieved in the earlier 3 versus 2 scenario, facing the 2 rapidly approaching reinforcements of the Black Rose team, turning into a 3 versus 4 battle, while seemingly having only a slight gap in numbers, everyone understood that the scales of victory had begun to tilt. Lu Zaishan immediately targeted Yan Duzhou's Mu Luo Chenzhou upon returning. This move might not achieve a solo kill, but it effectively caused some disruption. Su Yiming's task, on the other hand, completely became relentlessly chasing after Xing Shihan's cleric using fierce firepower. Under Lin Zhao's assistance, this kept the opposing side in dire straits. In this complicated and chaotic situation, Song Lan's shadow swordsman did not choose to support Yan Duzhou, nor aid Xing Shihan. Instead, he made an immediate decision to unleash a ferocious assault once again on Yu Jing's Fan Jing Liao Lang. Which side would secure the first kill? The audience couldn't help but hold their breath. Hang in there for a bit longer, we're almost there. Saying this to Yu Jing, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes briefly revealing sharpness, the fingers pounding the keyboard becoming increasingly unrestrained. System, Yiming Jian Shui successfully killed Ling Hanfeng. Black Rose team executed the first kill on the opposing healer. Looking elsewhere, under the frantic attacks of Lan Ning Longjian, Fan Jing Liao Lang's health was nearing a dangerous point. Is there still a chance? Many people inside the venue couldn't suppress their anxiety and had already risen from their seats. At this moment, a black shadow appeared floating elegantly over Fan Jing Liao Lang. The health points, which were continuously dropping just seconds ago, stopped abruptly. From the first-person view through Lan Ning Changjian, a small figure could be seen waving a staff not far away, wearing a striking little red hood cloak fluttering gracefully in the wind. Lost. They've lost. Song Lan only felt chaos overwhelming his mind, and without resistance, smashed his keyboard. In an instant, his eye sockets involuntarily heated up. A weight descended on top of his head, a big hand kneading his hair strands. A steady voice came, "Start acting like a vice-captain, next season will be depending on you alone." It was only then that Song Lan noticed the glaring GG in the center of his screen, and at that moment, Yan Duzhou, who had chosen to end the match early, stood behind him. There was no reproach, no blame, the tone of his words carried nothing but the consistent expectation Yan had always held for him. Song Lan furiously wiped the corners of his moistened eyes and straightened his posture as he stood up. "Yes, Captain." This was nothing more than a setback in his long career, and he couldn't betray the hope of the man before him. In the next season of the LPP League, he would definitely lead the Tianqi team to reclaim the honor that rightfully belonged to them. At this moment, the image on the large screen remained frozen due to those words lingering in the chat channel. Map, Mu Luo Chenzhou, welcome back. System, Mu Luo Chenzhou, GG. Champion. 5 years later, Black Rose team regained the title. No one paid any attention to the profound meaning behind Yan Duzhou's statement. At this time, the venue fell into complete silence, so quiet that even the sound of breathing seemed awkwardly conspicuous. After a long pause, the door of the combat room opened, and the members of Tianqi team emerged one by one into public view. Despite the gazes from all directions, their faces bore deep traces of disappointment, but nothing beyond that, their expressions remained unwaveringly resolute as ever. Much time passed, yet the door to the Black Rose team's combat room where everyone's focus rested never once opened. Where were they? Not only the audience got confused this time, but even the two official commentators on the broadcasting desk appeared somewhat disoriented. Shouldn't there be only one door to the combat room? Chapter 118. As Yan Duzhou typed GG, the victory emblem appeared on the large screen of the Black Rose team's computer, and the voices in the voice channel suddenly stopped. After a brief silence, chaos erupted throughout the battle room. But at this moment, Su Yiming obviously had no time to worry about the chair he had accidentally knocked over when he stood up abruptly. Did we win? We actually won. Excitement made his voice sound slightly shaky. Yes, finally we won. Lu Zhisun took a deep breath, and it was unclear whether he was answering Su Yiming or talking to himself. Before he could finish, Su Yiming had already dashed over with a tiger hug, nearly flattening him to the ground. After struggling to catch his breath, Lu Zhisun irritably shoved him. "Let go. If you want a hug, go find your brother Su." "Hell, he is my younger brother, I'm the older one." Even at a time like this, Su Yiming still remembered to uphold such a principle. "Whatever, as long as you're happy." Lu Zhisun waved his hand, showing that he didn't care at all. Turning around, he saw Shen Changyu still sitting in the chair and asked, "Deputy Captain Shen, what's wrong?" "Finally we've won." After a long sigh, Shen Changyu felt all the strength leave his body once relaxed, and just sat there in the chair feeling like a storm was surging within. For 5 years, he had waited for these days. The Black Rose team he built from scratch has finally returned to the pinnacle of everyone's attention. This feeling is really great. Shen Changyu instinctively looked up at Lin Xiao, his expression shifting from peacefulness to seriousness. "Come on, let me have a look," Lin Xiao said teasingly in his tone, but behind the mocking look was an unmistakable sign of solemnity. "There's nothing to see." Just then, Yu Jing, who had remained quiet all along, finally stood up and avoided his hands, saying, "People outside should be waiting for us, it's time to go out." "That's not going to work." "I've already said it, let me take a look first." Lin Xiao gave him no chance to dodge, blocking him with his body, then gently gripping his left hand. The movement was very light and careful, yet upon contact, a low groan immediately caused the atmosphere in the battle room, which had just settled down, to drop to its freezing point. Despite trying hard to cover it up, Yu Jing's face turned white instantly. The joy of winning was swept away by this. Lin Xiao's eyebrows also furrowed. He hadn't expected it to be so serious, it seemed he had been too negligent. "Captain Yu, you should quickly go to the hospital and get examined," Su Yiming suggested worriedly. "No need, it's fine." Within moments, Yu Jing's face showed no signs of pain again, and he smiled calmly. "Let's go greet the victory." Shen Changyu hesitated, glancing up at Lin Xiao in a questioning manner. Seeing him make no sound or facial expression, he eventually opened the door and walked out. "Let's go." Everyone had been waiting for them to step out of the battle room. As soon as they saw the door being pushed open, waves of cheers surged towards them, completely enveloping and covering them. "We've won. We've won." Believing the joy, Zhou Qiguan dived into Shen Changyu's arms, his head full of tousled curls. Behind him, the other players from the players' seat were also rushing onto the stage, celebrating by giving high fives and hugging each other, feeling the celebratory moment of the entire venue belonged to them. Under the staff's arrangement, the two teams participating in the finals lined up separately, and players went one by one to the center of the field, shaking hands and saluting. I feel guilty about today's tactical arrangement, but I'm not planning to apologize. When the two shook hands, Yan Duzhou glanced at Yu Jing's left hand meaningfully. Yu Jing naturally knew he referred to the instruction to focus fire on him. On the battlefield, to seek victory, tactics beneficial to one side are inevitable, and none can accuse Yan Duzhou of being unreasonable regarding this point. He was just about to say something when suddenly someone inserted a hand between the two, and a tone half laughing and half joking floated over. Old Yan, if you've been unethical already, no one cares about your apology now. Yan Duzhou glanced up and smirked. True. Lin Xiao had already approached him with a grin, glancing meaningfully at Song Lan standing not far away and implying, in the future, I will definitely thank you for today's special attention. Yan Duzhou chuckled lightly. It's a good thing to undergo more trials, it's something to strive for. Standing nearby, Shen Changyu overheard every word exchanged between the two, evoking some sympathy as he looked toward Tianqi team's next new captain. If talking about being ruthless, no one could compare with Yan Duzhou. After all, that special attention from an old hand was not something anyone could endure, and merely attributing it to trials, was this really right? Song Lan felt utterly perplexed by Shen Changyu's empathetic gaze. As they shook hands, his tone was earnest. Next season, we will certainly win back the championship. This might be a bit difficult. Shen Changyu wasn't the type to enjoy provoking others, but only he knew how confident he truly was at this moment. Some might criticize him for lacking resilience, but the feeling of having strong backing was genuinely addictive once experienced. Amidst clapping, the Tianqi team left the stage under everyone's watchful eyes, leaving behind the Black Rose team players to bask in their exclusive glory moment. The podium rose slowly in the center of the venue, showcasing the LPP League trophy that shimmered with extraordinary brilliance before everyone's eyes. The Black Rose team players surrounded the trophy and held it high together, as if time froze in this instant. What they possessed in their hands was the ultimate honor bestowed by the Gaming Alliance. The fans of Black Rose were shouting and cheering. Everyone instinctively recalled the past. This fervent scene overlapped with the glorious moment 5 years ago. Many people, after unrestrained laughter, couldn't help but burst into silent tears. Glory didn't just belong to the Black Rose players but also to the fans who had silently supported them all along. At this moment, their long wait finally bore fruit, reigniting their ever-passionate spirit. LPP champion? No, far from enough. They were expecting the return of another dynasty. They wanted to witness their team reclaiming the world's supreme moment. Black Rose. Black Rose. Black Rose. The roaring chants echoed throughout the arena for a long while, marking the championship title of this year's Esports League. After the award ceremony came the final press conference. Just off the podium, Lin Xiao grabbed 2 sets of uniforms, swung them over his arm without saying anything. All right, the press conference is on all of you guys. We won't go. Xiao Li asked, what's the rush? You're skipping the press conference? Just considering today's finals alone, Lin Xiao was undoubtedly the most eye-catching figure. One could almost imagine the frantic scenes where journalists would bombard him with questions. If he didn't show up, these media personnel might likely faint on the spot. Lin Xiao extended a hand, naturally draping it over Yu Jing's shoulder, to the hospital. Lowering his head slightly so that their faces were even closer, he continued, I already feel deeply apologetic for failing to offer adequate protection. If I don't quickly bring Captain Yu to receive treatment, I fear I'll blame myself even more. And I think Captain Yu wouldn't want me to take all the blame, would he? This long string of words, accompanied by actions that seemed suicidal in everyone's eyes, did not seem to register fully with anyone. Instead, all eyes focused intently on the intimate posture between them, waiting quietly in anticipation for how Yu Jing would make Lin Xiao meet his doom. But Yu Jing replied, Such a mundane acknowledgement was enough to make everyone question whether they'd heard correctly. What? Meant what? Where was the keep your distance persona Captain Yu initially projected? How had it become just Faced with the disoriented crowd, Lin Xiao was very satisfied with their reaction. He bid farewell to Li Buchuan and left while still hugging Yu Jing and humming a tune, leaving the rest of them standing there staring at each other in shock. Shen Changyu was the first to recover. Turning to Li Buchuan, he helplessly said, Mr. Li, those media outlets might use Captain Yu's absence as material. Li Buchuan sighed helplessly, we can't keep hiding forever, it's an opportunity to disclose Captain Yu Jing's hand injury. With the international matches approaching soon during the group stages, it may not be convenient to arrange his continued participation. This way, we save trouble readdressing it through public relations later. Shen Changyu nodded in agreement, that's the only way. The confirmed news of Yu Jing and Lin Xiao indeed left the journalists attending the reception in great dismay, but at least they finally got a definitive response regarding Yu Jing's hand injury, giving them the front-page headlines they needed. With Yu Jing seriously injured, whether the Black Rose team could withstand the enormous pressure of the upcoming international competition quickly became the most widely watched topic. In light of everyone's concerns about what would become of the Black Rose team, Lin Xiao was more focused on how to get Yu Jing back to his peak condition. After reviewing the hospital examination report repeatedly, he finally made an official conclusion: you should not participate in any matches or training for now. Perhaps you can offer some verbal guidance occasionally when we need to switch players. The doctor suggests more rehabilitation exercises, so I'm thinking of coming to give you a daily hand massage using my exclusive recipe. It is guaranteed to work. What seemed to concern Yu Jing, however, was clearly not this subject. Looking him over from head to toe, Yu Jing asked with deliberate pauses between each word, "Are you forgetting something?" Although Yu Jing's attitude towards Lin Xiao had greatly improved since their first encounter, no longer avoiding him as though he were a plague, it was still unprecedented for Yu Jing to be staring at him with such intensity. Knowing that dodging wouldn't make this pass without a proper face-to-face resolution, Lin Xiao put the medical records back into the file folder, bracing himself like someone preparing for execution, then cleared his throat and said, "All right then, after the celebration banquet tonight is over, I'll come to your room." Chapter 119. At the celebration banquet in the evening, everyone's mood was very high, turning a meal into a drinking competition. "I knew from the start that following you would be the right choice. You certainly didn't disappoint me." Shaoli held up his wine glass with a radiant smile on his handsome face. Clearly the championship medal brought him immense joy. "Come on, have a drink with me." Lin Xiao caught a whiff of alcohol as soon as he looked up and took it with a smile. All right, I'll drink. After Shaoli tilted his head back to take the first sip for respect, Lin Xiao turned around and poured all the alcohol in his cup into an empty bowl beside him. Then, without any change in expression, he shook the empty cup in front of Shaoli. "What do you think?" Amazing, not bad at all." Shaoli exclaimed in admiration. Lu Zhisan helplessly adjusted his forehead, then stepped forward to support this unsteady person and dragged him aside. "Let's go, let me drink with you." Shaoli turned around and saw a somewhat blurry face, shaking his head, his fighting spirit strangely soared. "Here we go. Drink. Let's see if I can't drink you under the table." Lu Zhisan had no idea what was going on, but Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He really didn't expect that Shaoli was still thinking about the matter regarding his cousin. He lightly tapped the porcelain bowl with his chopsticks. The crisp tapping sound made him slightly narrow his eyes. Looking around at the lively scene of people clinking glasses and laughing, his smile became more pronounced. After checking the time on his phone, he took his coat and stood up. Shen Changyu noticed his movement and stopped talking with Chen Anqi to ask, "Are you leaving already?" Lin Xiao casually, at once, took the bag from the waiter, and pointed at it. "It's not early anymore. If I don't go back, Captain, you will probably be starving by now." Captain Yu Jing didn't come to tonight's celebration banquet because of his hand injury. Lin Xiao thought since he planned to reveal everything anyway, he took on the task of delivering food himself. True, Shen Changyu briefly showed a look of understanding on his face, patted his shoulder with some implication, "Be safe." Lin Xiao smiled indifferently. As for safety, he wasn't overly worried about it himself. After all, even if Yu Jing was upset about him concealing his true identity, they were still idol-worshipping figures from back in the day. It wouldn't possibly end up with him actually getting beaten, right? The cover may have been blown, but this minimum level of confidence, he still possessed. When Lin Xiao arrived, he could see the light shining through the half-open gap from afar. The door wasn't closed, just left slightly ajar. He walked over and knocked symbolically before leaning against the doorframe and smiling. "Oh, did you leave the door open for me?" Yu Jing, who was sitting at the table flipping through a book, turned his head at the sound. "Let's say I did." If yes, then yes, if no, then no. What does, "let's say I did," even mean? For some reason, looking at the cold face before him, Lin Xiao only felt a bit funny. Walking over, he placed the takeout on the desk and said, "Eat while it's still hot. Not in a hurry." Yu Jing put the book away, pushing the bag aside at the same time. "Speak." Lin Xiao was speechless, so direct. Yu Jing said, "I've waited for you all night. You wouldn't believe that I waited for your takeout, would you?" Lin Xiao laughed. "Actually, the takeout is quite delicious." Yu Jing stared at him fixedly without saying a word. With this unwavering gaze, Lin Xiao finally stopped dodging the topic, pulled a chair from nearby and sat down opposite him, organizing his thoughts before saying, "In short, after the car accident when I woke up, I became the current Lin Xiao. Do you understand?" Yu Jing nodded, understood. Lin Xiao was ready to answer countless questions, but was unexpectedly surprised by this simple response. "Really understand?" Yu Jing nodded. "Rebirth." Lin Xiao sincerely praised, summarized extremely well. Yu Jing glanced at him. "You shouldn't think that I was reading all night, should you?" Hearing this person must have spent the whole night contemplating life. Leaning on the chair, Lin Xiao gave him a sidelong glance and asked confusingly, "Since you've already thought about the causes and effects thoroughly, why do you need me to explain anything further?" Without receiving an answer quickly, instead, Yu Jing suddenly fell silent. Lin Xiao looked at his seemingly hesitant expression and suddenly felt an immense interest, curiously leaning over and urging, "Ask." "I'll answer anything." Yu Jing stared deeply at him for a moment, then after an eerie silence, finally asked, "Before joining the team, those things you did. So this guy was troubled by the original person's past harassment cases?" Lin Xiao grasped it immediately and grinned, replying brightly, "Those weren't me." In that very instant, Yu Jing's eyes clearly darkened. Perhaps because of his sudden change in identity, after guessing the truth, the actions that had made him particularly repulsed lingered strangely in his mind throughout the entire night. This became the question he most wanted to confirm. Yet when he got the answer, though it was as expected, there was still an unshakable sense of disappointment. "Say, you captain, do you like me?" Just as his thoughts were wandering, a soft voice suddenly rang in his ears. His mind still adrift, the word slipped out before he could catch it, "Yes." The sound died away as Yu Jing snapped back to reality. He abruptly looked up only to see those laughing eyes right in front of him, his body pulled down while his hands instinctively rose, but they were caught and held gently by Lin Xiao beside him. "Be careful." Yu Jing's movement paused. Suddenly, he found himself being lifted around the waist and laid on the bed. The next thing he knew, the person leaned over and softly pressed their lips against his. Yu Jing's fingertips subconsciously touched, not pushing away, watching the close gaze and feeling as if he would completely fall into this embrace in this instant. Breathing filled the room in the quietness of the night. "I said." The door opened and the voice faltered instantly, followed by silence before retreating, emotionlessly closing the door again. "It seems Shen Chanyu is back." Lin Xiao sat up, lightly licking his lips as he said quite nonchalantly. Yu Jing faintly responded with an still looking at Lin Xiao uneasily under such scrutiny. Under this persistent look, Lin Xiao smiled instead, repeating his previous answer once more, "What harassed you before really wasn't done by me." Pausing significantly, the curve at his mouth deepened even further, "But what just happened, was definitely my doing." The air, at that very moment, suddenly became immensely flirtatious. Understood, Yu Jing's reply was akin to melting ice, accompanied by a barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth, revealing an unexpected sense of compliance. With the joy brought from winning the championship growing, Lin Xiao's excitement surged even more. Recalling something all of a sudden, he straightened up sharply, patting the bed with a beaming face, and looked toward Yu Jing. "Dear Captain Yu, does our ghost require my signature?" "Anywhere you want." Lying on the bed, Yu Jing. Lin Xiao blinked and added, "Absolutely plenty." The victory of the Black Rose team quickly became the hottest topic after the LPP League wrapped up. Teams that didn't qualify for the World League turned their focus onto preparing for the next season, whereas the three teams holding tickets each began getting ready to go to Seoul, South Korea, for the competition. Going abroad. Going abroad. Going abroad. Zhou Qiguan jumped up and down excitedly packing in the dormitory, cheering with great delight every week. "Alright, will you settle down?" Coming from Shaoli, who obviously came from a wealthy family, traveling abroad wasn't a big deal to him, but Zhou Qiguan's constant repeating drove him nearly insane. He turned to take a look at Lin Xiao, who was already packed, surprised. "Are you serious, Lin Xiao, that's all you're bringing?" Compared to many people's huge suitcases, Lin Xiao's baggage was almost negligible, no basic suitcase included, just one simple backpack sufficed. To which Lin Xiao replied matter-of-factly, "I'm poor." Shaoli proudly declared, "Well, it doesn't matter much. Once we arrive in Seoul, I'll take you shopping, I'll cover the bill." Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. "Love having a boss with money like you, Xiao." By the way, Shaoli, who obviously had little interest in shopping, flipped through a small notebook in his hand with a distressed look on his face. "We need to change our characters' names to English ones for the International League. I've been thinking for several days but still don't know how to translate them impressively from Chinese to English. How about you? Any ideas?" Lin Xiao smirked and glanced at him. "Do we really need to think that hard?" As he spoke, he waved the already filled-out player registration form in his hand. When Shaoli saw the character information written on it, he first froze momentarily, then burst into laughter. "Shit, why do I like your way of doing things so much?" On the form, under the English ID column for the character nickname, it was written with particular clarity, "Lovely Ghost." Chapter 120. On the day of departure, the three teams traveling to Seoul, South Korea for the competition gathered at the airport in Modu. The die-hard fans of each team had already prepared to see them off. As soon as they came into view, it caused a series of screams that made the airport security on high alert. Such a lively scene. This scene reminded Lin Xiao of his own experience years ago when he paid his way to participate in a competition, which was rather lonely. He couldn't help but sigh. Under the arrangement of the staff, everyone boarded the plane smoothly, preparing to fly directly to Seoul Airport. Lin Xiao sat in his seat and noticed that the plane wasn't ready to take off yet. He was about to close his eyes for a rest when he felt someone poke his shoulder from behind. When he turned around, he saw a serious face and couldn't help but feel both amused and irritated. "Oh, what a coincidence, Daya." His seat was at the back of his team's section, connected to the players of the Luyun team. This person with a poker face was Yan Lingjiang, the childhood friend of the previous owner. This guy normally has a sunny and cheerful disposition, but every time he sees him, his face is full of grievances. Lin Xiao also feels quite helpless about this. "I didn't get a chance to say it earlier, congratulations." While saying this, Yan Lingjiang frowned even more, making this expression look nothing like a blessing, but rather like someone owes him hundreds or thousands of yuan. "Thank you," Lin Xiao replied sincerely with a smile. Yan Lingjiang ed once and then turned to talk to Zhang Fenyu beside him. Lin Xiao scratched his head and just as he turned back, he met a pair of clear, cool eyes. He realized Yu Jing had been staring at him all along and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yu Jing smirked slightly. Dian? Ah, Lin Xiao responded, my childhood friend, you know. Yu Jing asked, does he know? Lin Xiao replied, yes, he knows. Yu Jing's lips curved even deeper, Shen vice captain, Yen team leader, and you're Dian. So, I'm the last one to know. Such words, when heard by Lin Xiao, mysteriously caused a chill to seep up his spine. Then he watched as Yu Jing turned to look out the window after saying this, not paying him any more attention. This strong sense of jealousy. Lin Xiao blinked and suddenly smiled, leaning close to Yu Jing's ear and lowering his voice, Jingjing, I promise I won't hide anything from you anymore, alright? The frozen expression of Yu Jing cracked slightly for an instant, and after a while he touched his corner of mouth and said, who let you call me that? Lin Xiao exclaimed, seemingly innocent, isn't it because you like my nickname for Dian? Jingjing sounds so good, don't you like it? Yu Jing took a deep breath and finally managed to squeeze out a word, no. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and smiled, then should I call you Yu? Little Yu? Or Little Jing? Finally, Yu Jing turned around, Yu Jing. Lin Xiao still looked at him smilingly, Yu Jing looked serious, call me Yu Jing. Okay, Yu Jing, Lin Xiao stared at his appearance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Before others could pay attention here, he patted Yu Jing's face and sat straight back on his chair as if everything was perfectly formal. As the announcement sound played, the plane finally took off. When they arrived at Seoul Airport, the Korean officials were already waiting there and escorted all participants to the hotel specially arranged for the International League. Lin Xiao stood leisurely at the front desk waiting for registration. Looking back, he happened to see Yen Duzhou walking out of the elevator, and waved at him from afar, hey Yen, where are you going to hang out? His voice wasn't too loud, nor too soft, but people around clearly heard it. Other members of the Black Rose team couldn't help but crane their necks to look, feeling speechless. When did Lin Xiao become so familiar with Captain Yen? Don't tell us he's pretending to be friends to draw closer. What if Captain Yen completely ignores him? Wouldn't that embarrass the entire team? Fortunately, after looking in this direction following the sound, Yen Duzhou did not ignore him, but instead walked over. Glancing at the busy staff at the front, he asked Lin Xiao, how much longer will it take for your registration to be completed? I don't know, Lin Xiao answered casually, glancing at him, do you need me for something? Not exactly, Yen Duzhou replied, I've arranged to meet a friend. If you have time, you might as well come along. Friend? Lin Xiao furrowed his brows and refused without the slightest hesitation, no. Absolutely not. Come on, since Yen Duzhou had taken the initiative to invite him, it was obvious that the person he was going to meet must be someone he'd known before. There were only a few people still active in Korea's esports scene who were close enough with Yen Duzhou to justify such an invitation. A quick calculation would tell anyone who this was. Yen Duzhou once exposed his alternate identity in public, and Lin Xiao wasn't dumb, he wouldn't give him another chance to harm him. Meeting up all the way here isn't easy, hope you have fun. Lin Xiao didn't give Yen Duzhou any more chances. Seeing that the check-in procedures were already arranged, he grabbed the room card and turned around, slapping Yu Jing's shoulder as he left, Jingjing, let's head upstairs. He hadn't even finished speaking when Xiaoli accidentally flipped over 4 large boxes stacked together due to his trembling hand, creating a deafening sound. Frozen in place, he completely ignored the stares from other international teams watching intently. The rest of Black Rose team also had no intention of helping him out. It took them quite some time to process what they had heard earlier, and their lips twitched uncontrollably at the mention of the nickname, Jing. Everyone felt as if they'd just received a cold shock, so damn cheesy. In a nearby cafe close to the Grand Hotel, Yen Duzhou sat by the side and ordered a sugar-free latte. He watched the cars go by outside while waiting patiently. About half an hour later, a tall man pushed the door open, quickly scanning the room before fixing his gaze on Yen Duzhou. Without hesitation, the man strode over. Sorry for being late, the man apologized in fluent English, removing his sunglasses to reveal the face many Korean female fans dreamt about. Devin, the leading figure of the Korean Esports Association, was the one Yen Duzhou had agreed to meet. It's fine, Yen Duzhou faintly curled his lips upward, server, please serve the coffee now. When the waitress placed the cappuccino on the table, she couldn't help but glance twice curiously. When this guest initially ordered the coffee, she thought perhaps a girl would show up. However, the person sipping such sweet-flavored coffee turned out to be this strikingly handsome man. Cappuccino, extra milk, extra sugar. Devin took a sip and his eyes flickered slightly with surprise. I didn't expect you to remember my preference. I should, Yen Duzhou smiled back. Getting down to business, I'm truly sorry that your team lost the championship this season. Devin set down the coffee cup and adopted a slightly more serious expression. I saw the match of Black Rose team. If I'm not mistaken, that Ghost Daoist player is actually the old lovely Ghost. Yen Duzhou nodded, that's correct. Devin paused thoughtfully and said sincerely, you should have invited him along. Concerning the matter involving the Korean server, we owe him an apology. He will probably be happy to accept, Yen Duzhou replied, looking up at him. However, your purpose of seeing him surely isn't just for that, right? Nothing escapes your attention, does it? Devin chuckled softly, showing absolutely no embarrassment upon being discovered. With great ease, he shrugged, his playing style really resembles the old Ghost's. Indeed, I am quite interested. Come to think of it, what happened back then was truly regrettable. As you know, I still miss that old friend to this day. By the end of his speech, there was a faint undertone of nostalgia. A flicker passed through Yan Duzhou's eyes, casually shifting the topic. Bluntly, he remarked, so what? Isn't Lovely Ghost's appearance making you afraid for this year's competition? This year, our Chinese team is strong. Devin raised his eyebrows and laughed. Since he managed to defeat your Enlightenment team, I certainly trust the current strength of the Black Rose team. But unfortunately, this year's International League champion will still be our ACE team. Yan Duzhou's face curved slightly into a smirk. This season might not bring you as much luck as in previous years. We'll see. Devin smiled and extended his hand. Let's see each other on the field. Yan Duzhou grinned. On the field. Sunlight seeped through the window lattice, scattering onto two towering figures, adding a thin halo around them. The tight handshake between their hands didn't affect the respect shining in their eyes beneath the provocation in their conversations or the banter in their words. Whether it's Yan Duzhou, who still persists on the competition field, or Devin, who has chosen to retreat to the sidelines as a coach, the stage of esports has always been a place where they only encounter the most respectable opponents, and never enemies to be hated. Victory on this stage will always belong solely to the truly strongest and most capable individuals. Lin Xiao, far away in the hotel room packing his luggage, suddenly sneezed for no reason several times. Rubbing the tip of his nose, he frowned slightly. In broad daylight, who could be thinking about me? He paused for a moment, then turned to look at Yu Jing. Jing, is that you? Yu Jing sent him a freezing glare. I told you to stop calling me that. Lin Xiao smiled and blinked. Got it, Jing. Chapter 121. This year, the opening ceremony of the International League was held at the Wonsi Esports Center in Seoul, South Korea. The league this season was divided into 4 regions: China, South Korea, North America, and Europe. Each region had 3 teams qualified to participate, making a total of 12 teams, which were China's Black Rose, HM, Team, Apocalypse, TQ, Team, and Flowing Cloud, LY, Team. South Korea's ACE Team, MTG Team, and UG Team. North America's LGG Team, OB Team, and NTP Team. And Europe's RD Team, SWW Team, and TTT Team. The competition of the International League was divided into 2 stages in total. The first stage was the group stage. The 12 teams were divided into 4 groups by draw, with each group having 3 teams respectively competing in round-robin battles. The team with the highest win rate would advance to the next semifinal. In case of ties, the team with the higher score would win. After the group stage ended, the winning teams from Group A and B, as well as Group C and D, would compete against each other in the semifinals. The victorious teams would earn the right to enter the finals. As usual, there were outstanding dark horses in this year's International League, as well as old-established strong teams that were intimidating. Thus, which group a team would be assigned to during the draw became a crucial part of the event. In other words, luck also became a part of strength. 3 days after arriving in Seoul, South Korea, the 12 teams finally gathered at the Wonsi Esports Center to prepare for the highly anticipated draw process. The media from all countries had already focused all their cameras here, and countless esports fans stared intently at their computer screens, waiting for the moment when everything would be decided. Please send a representative from each team to the stage to draw. The host said fluently in English. You go, said Yu Jing, turning to Lin Xiao while seated in the Black Rose players area. What? Lin Xiao was drinking water and looked up puzzled. The host said it's time to prepare for the group draw. Xiao Li gave him an exasperated look. Lin Xiao, your English level is really something. So what? As long as it gets the job done. Lin Xiao glanced around and stood up from his chair. Alright, I'll go. Yu Jing nodded. Go ahead. As Lin Xiao went on stage, representatives from other major teams were also gradually stepping onto the stage. He quickly scanned around. Although many people he saw in research videos, there were only a few he could actually claim to know: Yan Dubazu from Apocalypse, Zhang Fenyu from Flowing Cloud, and Devin from ACE. Speaking of Devin, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance a few times more. This person still carried himself with a tall and handsome presence, instantly causing a chorus of high-pitched cheers from female fans upon stepping onto the stage. He might be the only one representing his team as a coach rather than a player, yet it seemed perfectly natural for him to be there. If he were still around, he'd definitely outshine this guy countless times over. Lin Xiao muttered to himself inwardly and turned his eyes toward Devin, a half-smile forming on his face, realizing he almost forgot about someone else. Representative from MTG, Jiang Minjun, feeling the gaze turned back, meeting Lin Xiao's peculiar smile directly. His heart instinctively skipped a beat, but within moments, recognizing the uniform on Lin Xiao. He raised an eyebrow, walking over nonchalantly. Hello. Lin Xiao returned his polite smile. Hello. Nice to meet you. Jiang Minjun, fluent in English, said, Black Rose hasn't participated in the International League for years. I didn't expect we'd have the fortune to meet this year. Lin Xiao continued smiling. Me too, me too. Jiang Minjun said, I've heard that your team's ghost priest is very strong, looking forward to us clashing directly. Lin Xiao, me too, me too. Jiang Minjun glanced at Yan Dubazu standing beside Lin Xiao, raising an arrogant eyebrow. Esports players in our Korea don't have any age issues, unlike during the LPP League times when we won't give you too many chances. Hopefully, you don't retreat home too early. Of course, if needed, perhaps we can show some leniency so you don't lose too embarrassingly. Lin Xiao, me too, me too. Finally, Jiang Minjun realized something wasn't right, his expression darkening. You can't understand English at all, can you? Lin Xiao, me too, me too. Just as Jiang Minjun was about to completely lose his temper, Yan Dubazu, who had listened to the entire conversation nearby, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He pulled Lin Xiao and said, "He's provoking you." Lin Xiao innocently replied, "I know, but am I not also provoking him? Is this even provocation?" Yan Dubazu was speechless, but looking at Jiang Minjun's infuriated face, he had to admit that this so-called provocation was indeed quite effective. "What do you want to say? I'll translate for you." Lin Xiao smiled. "Tell him this year we're not fielding our ace players, just rookies will still be enough to crush them." Then, gritting his teeth, Lin Xiao spoke clearly and deliberately to Jiang Minjun, "Wait for me, I will give you some color to see." Jiang Minjun was momentarily stunned by what Lin Xiao said, so much that he barely heard what Yan Dubazu translated. He only thought this gibberish English sounded eerily familiar. Suddenly, a flash of memory struck him, almost making him yell out loud, "It's him." Yes, it was that lovely ghost. The incomprehensible English was exactly this person's style, just as the IP investigation had shown. This guy was truly a player from the Black Rose team. Jiang Minjun was just about to chase after Lin Xiao and say something more when the draw ceremony officially started at this point, forcing him to temporarily suppress his curiosity. Focus on the competition, don't always think about irrelevant things. A voice came from behind. Jiang Minjun turned around and saw Devin quietly looking at him. With disdain, Jiang Minjun coldly laughed, "Devin, you as ACE's coach should focus on your own team's matters." Devin was used to his disrespectful attitude, calmly smiling, "Be careful not to suffer a loss." Jiang Minjun gave a contemptuous snort. At this moment, the three teams from China had already completed their draw, and next up was South Korea's turn. The current group distribution included the Apocalypse team in Group A, Flowing Cloud in Group C, and Black Rose in Group D. Happily enough, no two teams within the same region were grouped together, perfectly avoiding any inter-region battles, an extremely fortunate situation. Jiang Minjun glanced at Black Rose's grouping status, muttering to himself, Group D, Group D, Group D. As he reached into the box to draw, upon seeing the distinct D letter, he immediately beamed with joy. Assigned to the same group, now they can mercilessly beat them. Being part of MTG, which entered the league as the second-best team in South Korea, Jiang Minjun had absolute confidence in his team's strength. Turning around wanting to taunt Lin Xiao a bit more, he was shocked to find that Lin Xiao had already gone back to his team's seat as if nothing happened, leaving Jiang Minjun feeling an indescribable discomfort in his chest. Among Black Rose's seats, the teammates had been constantly monitoring the final grouping situation. Seeing Lin Xiao come back, Xiaoli asked first, "Wasn't that a Korean player you were talking with for such a long time? Do you know each other?" Lin Xiao responded, "We know each other, you know him too, it's that Jiang Minjun." Xiaoli paused for a moment, then suddenly became extremely annoyed, "Shit, what's there even to talk about with that guy?" After a while, realizing something, he adopted a suspicious look, "That doesn't make sense. Do you even know English? How did you communicate with him?" Lin Xiao smirked, "I already said it, English is fine as long as it gets the job done." Xiaoli was momentarily blocked by his response, "So what did you two talk about?" Lin Xiao smiled, "He actually provoked me, so I told him even without our main player like Captain Yu, we can still crush them easily." Glancing at the clear MTG team name under Group D, Xiaoli burst out laughing, "Absolutely." Yu Jing's voice suddenly came through, "The preliminary matches weren't supposed to include me anyway, right?" Lin Xiao smiled fondly, "Therefore, what I said isn't wrong at all, is it, Jing Jing?" Xiaoli couldn't help but groan, "Captain Yu, you should control him a bit. Calling each other privately is one thing, but bringing it up constantly to gross everyone out, it's not fair." As the words faded away, the host's voice echoed through the venue via the surrounding speakers. The draw for the preliminary matches had finally come to an end, and the specific grouping results were officially displayed on the large screen for everyone. Group A, Apocalypse Team, China, LGG Team, North America, TTT Team, Europe. Group B, ACE Team, Korea, SWW Team, Europe, RD Team, Europe. Group C, Flowing Cloud Team, China, UG Team, Korea, OB Team, North America. Group D, Black Rose Team, China, MTG Team, Korea, NTP Team, North America. Apart from the unfortunate two European teams grouped together, other regional teams were quite fortunate to be split apart. Among them, ACE Team and RD Team, as the seeded teams of their respective regions, were both placed in Group B, sparking considerable heated discussions. Facing the current grouping situation, Lin Xiao was overall very satisfied, especially with MTG's placement. He shared the same thoughts as Jiang Minjun. Meeting in the group stage would naturally be ideal, much better than being eliminated before even encountering each other. Otherwise, where would he find someone to slap down? Disdainful of the old veteran. Then let this old veteran give him a proper education. Chapter 122. After the grouping was completed, the opening ceremony came to a perfect end. The group stage would begin in 3 days, signaling the official start of this season's International League. The grouping results, highly anticipated, were relayed back home and immediately sparked heated discussions. Netizens made various predictions about the winning probabilities of teams within each group. For a time, both forums and Weibo were filled with endless topics and analyses of the situation, exuding an aura of grandiosity akin to those who discuss the rise and fall of nations. Among all the public opinions, the most debated issue was undoubtedly the status of the seed team, Hey Mei, Black Rose, Esports team. Since the news of Yu Jing's hand injury was exposed to the media, fans of her domain inevitably harbored a deeper level of worry despite their initial confidence in the LPP Esports team. On one hand, they hoped Yu Jing could recover quickly and participate in the competition in perfect condition. On the other hand, they worried whether Hey Mei could withstand the strong international opponents without Yu Jing as its pillar force. Of course, more Hey Mei fans were optimistic. After all, in the LPP League, although Zhou Qiguan, who replaced Yu Jing, performed mediocrely, it wasn't enough to be a fatal weakness for the team. This rookie had maintained a stable performance since his debut in this season, not meeting everyone's expectations but also not criticized heavily. Moreover, the Hey Mei team also had Lin Xiao, the star player who emerged in this season and is now widely accepted as the successor of Lao Gui. With the same name, the same equipment handling techniques, even the same unpredictable strategies, each of these reasons was sufficient to make domain fans anticipate whether this newcomer, who had reached deity-level status in just one season, could live up to the title of Lao Gui's successor, and once again raise our country's flag on the International League stage. Lin Xiao, abroad, naturally did not know about the turmoil in the domestic circles at this moment. Early in the morning after waking up, he dragged Zhou Qiguan to Yu Jing and said, "We have only 3 days left. Let's get serious." After the LPP League concluded, Zhou Qiguan had already trained with Yu Jing for some time. During these days, though his puffy eyes seemed heavy from lack of sleep, he still appeared spirited. He stood seriously in front of Yu Jing, looking at her with utmost seriousness, as if ready to face death courageously. "Please, Captain Yu, don't hold back. Crush me." Zhou Qiguan exclaimed passionately, his curly hair bouncing. "Crush." Yu Jing's eyelashes lifted slightly. "Who taught you that phrase?" "Report, Captain Yu." "Lin brother taught me," replied Zhou Qiguan enthusiastically. "Cough cough cough, let's start, hurry up." Lin Xiao lowered his head under Yu Jing's gaze and turned into the room. "I'll help you turn on the computers." Zhou Qiguan looked respectfully at Yu Jing all along. Being pulled into the room by Lin Xiao threw him off balance momentarily, almost causing him to stumble. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask Zhou Qiguan, "Hey Switch, have you called anyone master yet?" Zhou Qiguan was utterly confused, asking in bewilderment, "What master?" "Become a disciple, definitely become a disciple." Lin Xiao glanced at Yu Jing and turned back, earnestly saying, "I see that you have unusual potential, and are a good candidate for esports. Having studied under team leader Yu for so long, it's time to settle matters formally. How can you be so honest and not call him master right away?" Zhou Qiguan was dumbfounded for a while, but when he finally realized, his eyes lit up. With admiration and anticipation, he asked Yu Jing timidly, "Captain Yu, see can I?" "That line." Yu Jing cast a deep glance at Lin Xiao. "Were you reading martial arts novels at midnight last night?" Lin Xiao grinned. "The Legend of Divine Carving fights against Water Margin 108 heroes, you deserve it." Yu Jing. Listening to their conversation, the gleam in Zhou Qiguan's eyes dimmed somewhat. In the entire league, being taken as a disciple by someone of Yu Jing's god-tier level clearly signified being recognized as the successor. Though knowing his talent was actually quite average, he originally hadn't harbored much hope. But after Lin Xiao mentioned it, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Yu Jing turned around and saw the look of lost disappointment on Zhou Qiguan's face. After pondering for a while, she suddenly said, "Call me." "Huh?" Zhou Qiguan suddenly looked up, his eyes meeting Yu Jing's calm and expressionless gaze. His heart skipped a beat before he reacted, instantly grinning from ear to ear as he shouted, "Master." Lin Xiao watched this harmonious scene with delight and chuckled as he joined in, "Now that you've called her master, it's time for Grandmaster." "Huh?" Zhou Qiguan was confused once again. "It's time to train," Yu Jing interrupted their banter, pulling Zhou Qiguan straight to the desk and pointed at the computer screen with concise words, "Warm up first. Reaction training for 2 hours." Zhou Qiguan, brimming with energy, responded, "Yes, master." "Ah, is she feeling shy now?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but find Yu Jing's reaction amusing. He leaned back on the soft pillows of the bed, hands behind his head, lazily lying down while watching the two in front of him with a smile. It almost felt like a peaceful day in the life of a family of 3. When he snapped back to attention, he sniffed. Something strange seems to have seeped in. As the International League was about to officially start, every moment of peace seemed especially precious. But right on the very first day of the group stage, this tranquil period was abruptly shattered. On the very first day of the LPP League team's first match, they suffered their first defeat. The Luyum team lost to South Korea's UG team, starting off poorly. As the International League was about to officially start, every moment of tranquility seemed invaluable. However, on the first day when the group stage commenced, this quiet time was rudely disrupted. The LPP League teams experienced their first loss in the first round. Luyan team, which competed first, was defeated by South Korea's UG team, collapsing so badly that it was almost embarrassing. Tasting failure right from the beginning, this was undoubtedly like having a bucket of cold water dumped in their faces, causing an initially ambitious domestic esports community to instantly become somber. Even though they were the third seed from the domestic tournament heading into the international competition, the strength of the Luyan team was still widely recognized. Moreover, in Group C, South Korea's UG team was also the third seed, making this crushing defeat feel like a harsh slap across the face of the domestic fans, forcing them to suddenly realize how incredibly strong South Korean players had become. Our goal this year for our Korean team is to secure 3 of the 4 spots in the semifinals. Facing the media's camera, UG's captain Han Jongin smiled and said this calmly. Despite his polite tone, everyone could detect a hint of pride in his demeanor, one that shone glaringly. At this moment, even if the domestic esports scene harbored feelings of resentment, they had no choice but to respond with silence toward Korea's audacious arrogance. After all, the recently concluded match exposed the evident gap between their respective teams. To even challenge them would require, first and foremost, sufficient capital. North America's LGG team versus Europe's TTT team. LGG team wins. South Korea's ACE team versus Europe's SWW team. ACE team wins. South Korea's UG team versus China's Luyan team. UG team wins. South Korea's MTG team versus North America's NTP team. MTG team wins. On the first day of matches, apart from Group A teams, the 3 Korean teams participating in the first round all achieved resounding victories, nearly dominating the entire scoreboard. Just as Han Jongin declared through the media to the whole world, they showcased undeniable royal authority, unbeatable by anyone. Korean media exploded, each piece celebrating victory, as though the championship trophy was already in their grasp. We must win. Win a match against them. Amidst the silence, domestic followers of esports could only hear their inner fiery cries echoing. Finally, on the third day after the end of the first round, the second round of the group stage began. In the LPP League teams, Luyan team got a bye in this round, while the other 2 teams made their debut performances, Jiangxi team facing North America's LGG team, Haemei team squaring off against South Korea's MTG team. When the players walked onto the field, the roof of the stadium was already torn apart by the fanatical cheers of the spectators. Commentators from various countries in their broadcasting booths streamed live to their respective nations' followers, different languages overlapping in excitement, igniting the blood within the audience's deepest veins. At the Korean broadcasting table, commentator Sun, accompanied by special guest Song Meichi, passionately explained as the MTG team stepped onto the field. One by one, every member was introduced. After completing the introductions, he said with a smile on his face, "Today, MTG's opponent is this year's Chinese champion team, the Black Rose team." It's not hard to notice that this year's Black Rose has quite a few new faces. For a team composed of semi-new members, I believe we can look forward to their performance with high expectations. His words were rather conventional, even polite in tone, but it was still easy for listeners to detect a sense of complete nonchalance. Whether at the scene or watching the live stream on their computers, all Korean fans sported amused expressions, filled with anticipation to see MTG win another match and continue dominating the leaderboard in the new round. Right at that moment, the players of the Black Rose team began stepping onto the stage, and names alongside their IDs appeared one by one on the large screen in the center of the venue, written both in Chinese and English, neatly arranged side by side. Commentator Sun took the player profile handed over by the staff next to him, glancing through them while casually introducing the players from the Black Rose team. But as his gaze fell upon a certain ID on the list, his words abruptly froze mid-sentence, leaving an awkwardly silent pause during the live commentary. However, no one seemed to care about his sudden loss of composure at that moment. When the large screen showed the words, "Lovely Ghost," the camera happened to zoom in on Lin Xiao. In the footage broadcasted live, there was a cheerful face, hand raised high in a commanding gesture waving to the audience with undeniable flamboyance. Since this was the home ground, the venue of the International League had been largely taken over by Korean fans. With this particular ID and that unmistakably provocative grin, a deathly silence descended briefly before exploding into chaos throughout the stadium. Lovely Ghost. That lovely ghost. Although the incident involving the Korean server ladder rankings had occurred long ago and the name hadn't been mentioned for a while, its appearance was enough to immediately remind everyone. This was the notorious hacker who had topped the Korean server ranks. No one could have imagined that, after so long, this name would resurface under such circumstances. The entire Korean esports circle suddenly focused all their attention on the stage. If looks could kill, Lin Xiao waving around right then would have been perforated countless times. And yet, he acted as if completely unaffected, totally indifferent, until passing Jiang Minjun when he issued a fierce threat, "Wait. I will make you cry." Jiang Minjun frowned and glared back. Chapter 123. Not until both sides of the competitors returned to their seats did the cacophony in the entire venue start to fade but never completely quiet down. Among those who were hollering wildly at the contestants, many were fans of the Korean team. On the other hand, those hissing back in opposition were naturally supporters of the Chinese team. As for those spectators who had traveled all the way from Europe and America to watch the match, they all looked utterly confused. How does it feel? Under the spotlight, Lin Xiao grinned as he patted Xiao Li's shoulder and made an inviting gesture with his open arms, savoring the cheers. You really owe me one. Xiao Li glanced at him sideways with a sour expression, placed his discarded team uniform beside him, and wiped the sweat that was gradually seeping out of his palms. He then lifted his head and glanced toward the densely packed audience. In domestic leagues, he'd never experienced such intense nervousness like he did now, facing gaming enthusiasts from all over the world, his heartbeat abruptly becoming prominent. Lu Zhixin seemed to see through his thoughts and asked teasingly, "What's up? Nervous?" Xiao Li averted his gaze, took a deep breath. "Yeah, a little." This might be the first time this guy admitted weakness in front of someone. Lu Zhixin hadn't expected such a response, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. He reached out and not only patted his shoulder but also gave it a firm squeeze, saying, "Don't worry about it, just play normally." The strength transmitted through the touch on his shoulder actually managed to somewhat calm the ripples within Xiao Li's heart. He revitalized his spirit and clenched his teeth. "I'm going." Just as he stepped forward onto the stage, MTG's list of competitors was also announced. Huan Bingxiu, assassin. Who do you think will win? Lin Xiao sat back casually with his legs crossed, nudging Yu Jing absent-mindedly. Xiao Li, Yu Jing replied. So confident in Xiao boss, huh? Lin Xiao didn't expect him to be so sure, this wasn't usually Yu Jing's style. Yu Jing pointed at the notebook spread open in Lin Xiao's hands, obviously indicating that he'd already seen the content of the pre-match evaluation analysis. Lin Xiao blinked, smiling mischievously. So, the confidence is in me, right? At this moment, Yu Jing's eyes were fixed on the large screen, unaware of Lin Xiao's smirk, and only subconsciously replied, "Should be." After a pause, he asked again, "Did you hear that Xiao Li's ID was named by you?" Looking at Laughing Sky, the English ID displayed prominently on the big screen, Lin Xiao arched an eyebrow proudly. "Pretty good, right?" Laughing Sky, laugh, to laugh, sky, sky. Absolutely perfect. Flawless. Yu Jing. The cheers erupted inside the stadium, cutting off their conversation. As the two players entered the combat room, cameras focused on the giant screens. The second round of the group matches began officially as this individual match unfolded. Inside the battle room, Xiao Li gazed at the opponent's ID displayed on the computer screen, his expression betraying a feeling of, as expected. His mind involuntarily brought up what Lin Xiao had said to him the previous night. The three teams from the Korean region are all incredibly strong, very evenly matched. So, although MTG is the second seed, they have the capacity to fight for the championship. However, compared to the other two teams, they have one fatal flaw, excessive arrogance. Lin Xiao had chuckled cleverly while speaking these words. No matter tomorrow's personal match or the following team matches, they'll keep using their most common lineups. When you appear first against Huan Bingxiu's assassin, give us a good start. After Lin Xiao finished saying this, he secretly slipped a USB drive into Xiao Li's hands. At first, Xiao Li thought it contained some remarkable exclusive hidden gems. Yet, upon sneaking a peek later, it turned out to be full of comprehensive match videos and tactical analysis reports concerning Huan Bingxiu, analyzed with precision that left one in awe. Xiao Li yawned and reined in his scattered thoughts, resentment building in his heart. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao wasn't being fair. Since he already knew who Xiao Li would face, he should have handed over these review materials long ago, instead of handing them over at the critical juncture last night. It made Xiao Li relive the bitter experience of cramming before university exams. So damn tired. Resolve this quickly, quickly. Xiao Li yawned once more, shifting his attention to the map banning selection phase in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of many, the competition officially commenced. Huan Bingxiu began agile movements as soon as his character was loaded, searching for the best spot to ambush. Proactivity and aggression were Huan Bingxiu's habitual fighting styles. In past battles, thanks to his exclusive understanding of positioning, it had always been significantly effective. But for some reason, during today's match against Black Rose Gaming Team, the further he advanced, the more he felt like he was being closely watched by the opponent. It was as though they possessed a god's eye view, and regardless of the angle from which he attacked, they seemed fully prepared in advance. The feeling of consistently seeking out opportunities but being completely countered made him feel restricted throughout the game, playing with much discomfort. Contrary to Huan Bingxiu's distress, Xiao Li had already gone full throttle. The tapping of his keyboard resonated rhythmically within the combat room. His handsome face radiated an audacious and unruly demeanor, brimming with confidence. In his mind, there was a raucous laughter persistently echoing, "Damn it, Lin Xiao is too freaking good. Not in vain did I work so hard last night. The data on that USB drive is literally a bug, a frickin' bug." The spectators naturally couldn't perceive the vastly different mental states of both competitors. All they could see were the direct battle scenes, and through the omnipresent God's eye perspective, who was at an advantage and who wasn't had become strikingly clear. Many Korean fans had already lost their composure. The bold statements made in interviews just a few days ago still echoed in their ears, yet here they were, already in the first round of personal matches, being entirely passively suppressed by the opposition, which was absolutely unacceptable. Come on. The entire venue had instantly been filled with shouts in Korean, originating from every fan present, echoing the sentiments of Korean viewers watching worldwide through their screens. Though everyone knew these cries wouldn't reach Hwang Bingshu's ears inside the combat room, this way of expressing raw emotion remained undiminished in its intensity. Compared to the fans' concerns, the expressions of MTG team members appeared even graver. Hwang Bingshu is losing his cool, Jiang Minjun furrowed his brow, his tone filled with annoyance. Though he and this teammate always got along well, deep down, he only admired Hwang Bingshu's hacking skills, not his individual gameplay. Fine, let's consider this as giving them 1 point as a welcoming gift, next time, they won't have such luck. After saying this, Jiang Minjun stopped paying attention to the match, took off his team uniform, loosened up a bit, and started warming up for the following rounds. Victory. As Hwang Bingshu's screen dimmed, the word victory lit up brightly on Xiao Li's computer, dazzling and resplendent. Xiao Li stood up from his chair in the combat room, massaging his sore arms. Even with Lin Zhao's perfect strategy, winning hadn't been as effortless as it appeared on the surface. Tactical analysis merely allowed him to predict his opponent's moves more accurately, but the required concentration and precise control in actual gameplay were taxing indeed, relying solely on his solid foundation. The players from the Korean team really aren't pushovers. Speaking these words with deep reflection, Xiao Li took a deep breath and exited the combat room. Greeted by the cheers of fans, his somewhat weary spirit perked up again. He waved back at them from afar, flashing a smile before returning to his team's player seats. At that moment, he coincidentally saw Lin Zhao standing up from his seat, about to comment on his performance but was instead surprised. You're going for the second round? Aren't you supposed to close out today? The crucial task of closing the event shall be entrusted to our dear Miss and Chi. Lin Zhao slyly winked at him, nodding subtly toward MTG's player seats. Isn't there something significant to handle today? Upon catching the hint, Xiao Li immediately looked over at Jiang Minjun from the other side and suddenly realized, bursting into laughter, the revolution isn't over yet, comrades must strive harder. Indeed, we need that. Lin Zhao swung his hand with great general-like air before heavily patting Xiao Li on the shoulder, praising, nice job earlier, Xiao boss. Even the Korean commentators couldn't help themselves in complimenting how handsome you are. Surprised, Xiao Li asked, you understand Korean? Lin Zhao brushed it aside, reading their expressions is enough. Do we really need to listen? Silently glancing at the screen showing the commentary from the Korean side, Xiao Li simply stared. Look at the expressions. This expression is more nauseating than eating a fly, how can it be seen as a compliment? Alright, it's my turn now. Lin Zhao took a sip of water and turned to pass it to Yu Jing, smiling brightly, well, I'm off then. Yu Jing accepted it and nodded, good luck. The residual heat of the first match still influenced the entire venue, with endless chatter akin to a thick fog heavily pressing down from above, striking the hearts of everyone. However, when the roster for the second individual match appeared on the large screen, the murmuring seemed to erupt all at once. Even the uninformed bystanders who didn't understand Korean could clearly make out the word lovely ghost in the buzz of discussions. Jiang Minjun had also noticed the participant ID for Black Rose Gaming Team by this time. He instinctively glanced towards the players' seating area and coincidentally locked eyes with Lin Zhao, who was already looking in his direction. Just as he prepared to display a look of disdain, that person gave him a flirtatious wink followed by a playful kiss blown in his direction. His face froze instantly, leaving Jiang Minjun there shivering, feeling a whole pile of goosebumps dropping off. Chapter 124. After the players entered the combat room and completed a simple equipment test, they began the formal ban phase. Both sides banned 2 maps each, leaving Ancient Tomb Ghost as the final map for battle selection. After completing the final gear setup based on the selected map, under the watchful eyes of many spectators, the game transitioned to the map loading page. During the International League period, each region was allocated a corresponding commentary booth. This year, the Chinese official team sent Xiaowu and Maodo as their accompanying commentators. They were currently using the loading gap to conduct a simple analysis of the match situation from their seats. Maodo carefully looked through the materials in his hands and said to the camera, this contestant, Jiang Minjun, I'm sure domestic fans are not unfamiliar with him. In the new generation of professional players in Korea, he is one of the most favored ones at present. At this point, he paused deliberately, showing a meaningful smile. Of course, the reason this player is well known domestically is not entirely because of being highly regarded in South Korea's esports circle. The reference in his words naturally pointed back to when Jiang Minjun's comment, Yen Duzhou should retire, had incited the sweeping event in the Korean servers by China's esports community. However, since he was an official commentator, many things couldn't be spoken directly on the platform, so it all depended on everyone to understand implicitly. Clearly, Xiaowu also didn't have a great impression of this player. This contestant's chosen profession is the Black Mage, and his fighting style is very similar to Team Yan's, both explosive and completely output-oriented. Lin Zhao once faced off against Team Yan in the domestic LPP League and won. Today's rematch with a similarly styled opponent should be quite straightforward for him. Maodo nodded, it's expected that this will be an extremely spectacular match. At this moment, the map loading screen on the big screen had already finished. The characters of both competitors appeared on either side of the lens and had already started their movement operations. Xiaowu was about to analyze both sides' equipment selections. But upon seeing Lin Zhao's gear, she involuntarily exclaimed, "Lin Zhao's choice of equipment today is..." Following her statement, Mao Do glanced at it and instantly went blank. This kind of equipment? No way. Previously, Lin Zhao's equipment choices mostly focused on cooldowns, with damage output as secondary. Even this choice has already significantly reduced the amount of damage inflicted on the opponent and lessened the threat level of skills. However, at this exact moment, while still maintaining the combination of cooldown-centric gear, what was displayed in front of everyone was even more astonishing: movement speed. In the personal tournament during the International League, Lin Zhao made his first appearance in such an unexpected manner. Everyone was confused. Full body cooldown plus movement speed? What about the output? This is the individual competition, dude. Without enough output to support damage, what's even the point? What's this kid Lin Zhao thinking? On the bench for Hei Mei team, Xiao Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth corner. Hadn't we agreed on embarrassing them? With such equipment configuration, even if he could unleash all his skills in the opponent's face, it would probably hurt less than a single normal skill hit from the other side. Yu Jing seemed like she hadn't heard the whispered conversations beside her. Watching the equipment data displayed on the large screen, she smiled slightly at the corner of her lips. Oh, somewhat interesting. Unaffected by the chaos outside, Lin Zhao, inside the battle room, showed no reaction. Under his control, the ghost sorcerer equipped with a set of mobility-focused gear darted forward rapidly like an arrow released from the string within a dimly lit map environment. When the silhouette of another figure just appeared in his sight, Lin Zhao slightly arched his eyebrows and agilely turned around the ghost shaman, directly diving into the nearby bushes. Almost immediately after his operation, Jiang Minjun's black mage had already moved closer. Frostbite Curse. A very short incantation later, a basic control skill landed on the black mage. Jiang Minjun didn't expect the opponent to have moved so quickly to here. Within a slight pause of surprise, he saw only a red figure flitting through his line of sight. Before the control time ended, in just a blink, the opponent dodged his frontal position, circumvented to the back to block his view, and then struck something hard from behind. What the heck? Jiang Minjun frowned looking at his barely noticeable decrease in health. Immediately upon the end of the control, the light on his staff blazed up, and without hesitation, he threw a black magic spell blindly behind him based purely on judgment. All of these actions were completed in an instant, and just as he turned his head with a smirk wanting to revel in the other player's disarray, his expression froze in confusion after doing a 360-degree sweep with his vision. Are you kidding me? Not only did the skill fail to hit anything, there wasn't even half a glimpse of the opponent's figure. Jiang Minjun's brow furrowed tightly. This didn't make sense. The ghost sorcerer had clearly moved behind him and blocked his line of sight just now. It should have been impossible for a retreat to happen so quickly. Did the opponent never circle behind at all? But how could he possibly hallucinate that level? While Jiang Minjun was perplexed, the audience who could see from the god's eye view were already left speechless. Lin Zhao's ghost sorcerer ran faster than a rabbit, that alone was shocking. But even more baffling was that despite doing no harm whatsoever, right after controlling the opponent, it actually darted to the black mage's backside to poke their rear with the magic wand. That's right, the action with the stick just then had completely been aimed right at the rear end. The Korean fans watching the entire process couldn't help but show complicated expressions on their faces. On one hand, they found themselves unable to suppress laughter like other onlookers, while on the other hand, they absolutely couldn't laugh about it. You are supposed to be a remote spellcasting class for heaven's sake. What kind of hero pokes someone with a stick? If they had any tiny bit of hope before that Jiang Minjun might get some small lessons from this match, the chain of operations that occurred a minute ago had already entirely shattered that expectation. It was simply too fast, incredibly fast. Coupled with Lin Zhao's inexplicable preemptive judgment, long before Jiang Minjun began chanting his spells, Lin Zhao was already moving. This way, by the time the skill fell into place, he had perfectly avoided the landing spot, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to hit. During the brief period it took to chant those spells, Lin Zhao had once again maneuvered the ghost sorcerer back into the darkness as if it had never appeared. Glancing at the figures displayed on the large screen, a hint of a nonchalant smile curved on his lips. Tisk, at this level, how dare you even compare with old Yen? Through the monitor, his gaze firmly locked onto the central black mage in the camera lens, his mood was evidently very pleased. Although he didn't know if the account banning incident really had anything to do with this person, it certainly didn't stop him from holding this guy responsible. He had always been impulsive and saw no problem in this approach. With every sound of keyboard tapping, the ghost sorcerer zipped through the map like a true specter, occasionally flashing past Jiang Minjun's black mage in a red-hooded cloak without giving him any reaction time. By this point, Jiang Minjun finally reacted to the build focusing on movement speed. Frowning deeply, his face had already darkened to iron gray. Control skills continuously landed on him, accompanied by the ghost sorcerer's deliberate or unintentional close combat harassment. After each quick thrust, the extremely slow decrease in health volume basically confirmed that damage wasn't part of the opponent's gear choices at all. Under normal circumstances, such a build and individual competition would be nothing short of digging one's own grave because killing the opponent would simply be out of the question. However, at this moment, it was rather Jiang Minjun who was having a terrible time, feeling increasingly off. After numerous trial attacks, he had discovered an unbearable truth: he couldn't land a single hit on the opponent. Although the minimal output from the staff stabs were pitifully low, they still counted as damage. Meanwhile, Jiang Minjun's inability to hit amounted to zero output entirely. Watching the black mage wildly spamming spells under the enemy's continuous control, an eerie silence spread across the venue. The spectators clearly looked bewildered. This was supposed to be a competition representing world-class top levels, yet it somehow resembled watching monkeys perform tricks. 15 minutes. Before they knew it, 15 minutes had already passed since the match started, but both characters' health bars remained almost untouched, one at 90%, the other still at 100%. Continuing at this rate, unless one contestant decided to forfeit, this game might continue for days and nights. Oh no, perhaps not even 3 days and 3 nights would suffice. At present, after using up half of his mana bar, Lin Xiao had significantly slowed down his offensive pace, only extending it enough to recover mana for another spell cast. The negligible amount of damage dealt by each staff poke was truly miserable, yet it was still some damage. Could this rhythm of casting once every half-day possibly be aiming to indefinitely prolong the match? The referee team had never experienced a match like this before. They couldn't issue a yellow card because the opponent was indeed actively playing, they couldn't give warnings because the opponent was indeed actively playing, and they couldn't forcibly end the game because the opponent was indeed actively playing. It was utterly unsolvable. Everyone felt as if this endless ordeal was driving them mad, leaving all their hopes pinned on Jiang Minjun. GG already. Give up. Surrender. You can't hit him anyway. Even the Korean fans began to voice such thoughts internally. At this very moment, Jiang Minjun was clearly on the verge of collapse. But amidst the chaos, his remaining shred of pride propped him up, preventing him from typing, GG. I'll surrender as soon as I land one hit. This might be his final inner struggle. Compared to the others who were almost spitting blood in frustration, Lin Xiao seemed much more cheerful. He hummed a tune while operating his character and smiled with satisfaction. Heh, have you tasted despair yet? At the same time, the ghost sorcerer charged forward once again, jabbing his wand straight toward the black mage's backside. Chapter 125. At this point in the competition, even the previously confident South Korean commentators couldn't bear to watch anymore. This match was so uneventful and utterly embarrassing that it required an incredibly broad-minded person to maintain enthusiasm for the Korean audience. 30 minutes. Who would have ever imagined a solo match lasting a full 30 minutes? Throughout, it was all so dull and sleep-inducing, with nothing but that occasional poke from the stick keeping time. How could such a shameful play rhythm possibly attract anyone's attention? If only Kang Min-jun had managed to land 1 or 2 skills, there might at least be a glimmer of hope, but the reality was, absolutely none at all. Sun was silently looking at MTG's player seating area with despair written all over his face, pinning all his hopes on their head coach. Fortunately, this coach did not disappoint. With a grim expression, he walked up to the head referee's table. When he returned, both screens went black, followed by the word, victory, popping up on Lin Xiao's computer screen as Kang Min-jun's interface darkened. Shit. I haven't lost yet. Kang Min-jun was still trying to fight back desperately, but the sudden twist of events darkened his already sullen expression further. He wasn't unaware, clearly, the head coach had chosen to forfeit off-screen. Although such a double forfeit rule existed for humane reasons set out by the organizers, since the establishment of the rules, it had never actually been applied within any professional matches, it was almost forgotten. But now, under these conditions, making such a choice was no different from slapping Kang Min-jun's face hard. After all, in such important competitions, even with the tiniest shred of hope left, no team would simply give up what might be a critical score. Choosing off-screen forfeiture was akin to declaring to the world that Kang Min-jun fundamentally couldn't beat the ghostly Taoist, Lovely Ghost, on the other side. Well, he wasn't the only one losing face anyway. Facing what had already happened, Kang Min-jun could only comfort himself like that. Luckily, being in the battle room kept him away from seeing the situation outside, otherwise, seeing the thunderous applause received by his team's head coach upon his return would probably make him faint with anger. Truly speaking, it wasn't just his loss. The spectators finally got their salvation thanks to the coach's wise decision, cheering and praising him as a savior without even a hint of disapproval. The celebration scene came to a halt when Kang Min-jun pushed open the door. It felt like a sharp turning point, sharply twisting the jubilant atmosphere into overwhelming boos. This was the first time Kang Min-jun experienced such outright contempt, lowering his head deeply instantly, and the first thought that came to mind was to hurry back to his own seat as soon as possible. However, after just a few steps, someone stopped him. Lifting his head, he saw Lin Xiao wearing an amused expression, which immediately fueled his fiery anger. If not on such a globally watched stage, he might have subconsciously wanted to punch the guy who'd made him lose face to pieces. Lin Xiao acted as if completely oblivious to his rage, smiling warmly and saying, "Young man, you really need to recognize the truth. Compared to old Yen, you're far behind." He spoke in Chinese, and Kang Min-jun naturally didn't understand a single word, but he caught at least the sound of "yen" among those words, quickly realizing that the other party was mocking him for his previous bragging. He was furious. But however angry he was, facing the camera, he still had to maintain his smile. Kang Min-jun forced a distorted smile, threatening him meekly in English, "You wait. Lin Xiao whistled merrily and shook Kong Minjun's hand very fluently before Kong could react, an act seen by others as extremely gentlemanly. See you. Welcoming his brother in arms, Xiao Li praised generously, impressive, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at the saliva still hanging at Xiao Li's lips and ruthlessly exposed him. I think I'd be happier to get praised if you hadn't been sleeping during the game. Xiao Li stretched lazily and joked, it's because I trust your skills so much. How's the condition? Yu Jing watched Lin Xiao sitting down beside him, casually handing over a bottle of water, his brows slightly knitted. Despite the apparent one-sided crushing from the surface, Jiang Minjun did indeed have some skills. To maintain 0 hits throughout wasn't something that could be simply explained in words, especially when the individual match that should have ended within 10 minutes dragged on for half an hour. The burden was undoubtedly heavy. Should be still. After drinking 2 gulps of water, Lin Xiao seemed to recall something, abruptly halting the words at the tip of his tongue and suddenly leaned back onto Yu Jing's body. I'm really tired, Jing. Yu Jing felt a weight pressing on his shoulder, only to see this man openly leaning his entire self onto him. His slow breathing brushed against Yu Jing's neck. He looked down at Lin Xiao's closed eyes, hesitating silently, but ultimately didn't push him away. Chen Anqi, who was set to participate in the 3rd individual match, had already stood up by this point, yet she didn't rush onto the field. Instead, she turned her head toward Shen Changyu and asked, does that matter still stand? Shen Changyu was momentarily stunned by this unexpected question, and after he regained himself, responded somewhat hesitantly, it stands. That's good. Chen Anqi's lips barely curved upward, as she stepped out of the contestant seat and walked onto the stage. Damn, was that lady smiling at you just now? Su Yiming finally reacted after being shocked, looking at Shen Changyu with a completely baffled face. What the hell happened? What made Big Sis Anqi so happy? Shen Changyu's expression appeared somewhat embarrassed, unsure how to answer this question, and gradually revealed a suspicious tinge of red on his face. Ah, has Chen Anqi finally confessed to you? Lin Xiao, whose head was buried in Yu Jing's chest, said this murmur clearly audible to everyone. As if possessed by a gossip fiend, all members of the Black Rose team immediately perked up, redirecting their full attention to Shen Changyu, making him feel a distinctly agonizing sense akin to being pierced by countless arrows. After a moment, he let out a mournful wail. Were you eavesdropping last night? Lin Xiao finally lifted his head from his beloved's embrace, wearing a surprised expression as he stared at him. I was bluffing, but I actually guessed it right. Then let me guess again, she probably said that if she helped our team win the individual match today, then you'd promise yourself to her, right? Amidst a chorus of astonished reactions from the crowd, Shen Changyu's face was filled with pain. Stop guessing already. How could he possibly hit this accurately on such a sensitive topic? Can life continue normally like this? But Lin Xiao was particularly pleased with his acute intuition, glancing at the score on the main screen, happily exclaiming, ah, Chen Anqi's motive for victory is so pure and beautiful. It seems our individual matches are rock solid now. The 3rd match officially commenced. As if to further validate Lin Xiao's foresight, within just 5 minutes, the outcome was already decided. The audience had still been immersed in the previous long and boring match, but unexpectedly found themselves caught in a fast-paced finale. They were completely unprepared until the score on the panel read 3-0. The arena burst into cheers, only to settle again as the broadcast switched to replays of highlights. Chen Anqi originally excelled in a ruthless and fierce combat style. This aggressive approach fit perfectly with the assassin's pure high-output physical melee class, achieving an even greater manifestation. And today, her operations were evidently cleaner and sharper than ever before. Coupled with what seemed to be ill fortune on the part of the Korean player, getting lost in a cave on the Lava Inferno map, and falling into an inconspicuous little pit on the roadside as if blindfolded, Chen Anqi easily executed flanking ambushes, hitting fiercely whenever she got a chance. The scene, along with its blood-red backdrop, might as well have been described as a brutally savage crime scene, rendering the Korean player like meat on the chopping board, utterly powerless. Fast, precise, ruthless, and oddly victorious. These almost constituted all regions' commentators' most intuitive evaluation of Chen Anqi's match. Although the match was won, Shen Changyu couldn't help but wonder why he couldn't seem to bring a smile. Because from start to finish, all the team's attention remained fixated on him. And for reasons unknown, these gazes carried a strangely unclear but profound sympathy. Too ruthless, absolutely too ruthless. The Black Rose team members all felt a sense of lingering dread, almost able to imagine the days ahead for the two as they interacted. Just seeing the sympathy in Shen Changyu's eyes naturally began to transform into genuine compassion. My condolences. For Shen Changyu's sacrifice of his dignity for the team's victory, selling himself to Chen Anqi, Lucius finally offered heartfelt condolences. Though he said this, it was clear from the slight lift at the corner of his lips that he was thoroughly delighted. As for the other members of the Black Rose team, after their show of empathy, each of them appeared exceptionally refreshed and invigorated. Trading Shen Changyu's good looks for individual match points. Achieving the current 3 o'clock sweep, well worth it. Chapter 126. The atmosphere of the individual competition ignited the enthusiasm of Chinese fans, while the Korean fans became increasingly silent. This made the ambience within the venue akin to 2 extremes, fire and ice. The only ones who still seemed relatively rational were the observer fans from Europe and America. Next up would be the squad competition. Although it carried fewer points than the individual matches by 1 point, these 2 points could directly influence the pressure faced by the two teams in the final team match. Make sure to win back some face. Jiang Minjun gritted his teeth as he spoke to the MTG team members about to take the stage. Watch their captain closely. This day undoubtedly brought shame to him. If he couldn't regain a bit of dignity in the upcoming team segment, he might not even have the courage to return home. The other team members understood his feelings and couldn't help but sympathize with him. At this moment, the large screen displayed the list of participants for both sides. Someone noticed something strange and exclaimed, "Ah! Their captain, Yu Jing, he doesn't seem to be on the list." For the squad match, Black Rose sent out Lu Zhisan's paladin, Chen Changyu's summoner, and Zhou Qiguan's priest, clearly 3 people, and there was no mention of Yu Jing's name. Jiang Minjun then recalled what Yan Duzhou had translated from Lin Xiao earlier, "This year we're sending rookies instead of our ace, but we can still crush them." At that time, he assumed this was merely an intentional provocation aimed at irritating him. Who would have thought that on such a crucial international stage as the World Championships, Black Rose would truly be willing to take such a huge risk? Could it really be just to embarrass him? As he thought this, Jiang Minjun's face turned green with fury. He hissed, "Kill them. Target the priest first." Similarly riled up were the Korean fans following the game. After all, nothing says disdain louder than competing without your ace players. Just as they were ready to unleash their support energy for a grand battle, they noticed with surprise that the previously jubilant Chinese fans suddenly fell silent together. If the complete victory in the individual competitions had fully ignited their passion, then the announcement of the lineup for the squad match undeniably presented a stark reality right before their eyes. Yu Jing truly wasn't playing. People couldn't help but recall the truth revealed during the press conference after Black Rose's victory in the LPP League. Yu Jing had suffered a hand injury and needed some time for recovery. There were no specific details regarding the severity of the injury or how long it would take to recover. This further worried the fans paying attention. Now, this worry was confirmed. Zhou Qiguan, again it was Zhou Qiguan. Under the polish of the LPP League, this rookie player indeed showed substantive progress. But was this progress enough for the International League? No one knew, and no one wanted to think deeply about it. Right now, all gazes were fixed on the slightly immature face of the young man, filled with hope, but more so with concern. Don't let this stop you. Everyone fervently cheered in their hearts. Zhou Qiguan, head down, didn't notice the gazes from every direction in the arena. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, trying to relax as much as possible. When he opened his eyes again, they held a firmer resolve, his demeanor entirely different from his initial nervousness when he first stepped onto the field. Lin Xiao was satisfied with the youth's transformation and gave him an encouraging smile, "Keep going." Zhou Qiguan vigorously nodded his head, turning to look at Yu Jing with a touch of expectation in his eyes. Yu Jing also looked at him, his expression calm. After a short while, a faint smile appeared, "Go show us the results of your crash course." Encouraged by these words, Zhou Qiguan straightened his spine and loudly responded, "All right, master. Let's go." Lu Zhisan affectionately ruffled Zhou Qiguan's curly hair, and along with Shen Chanyu, stood up to walk towards the stage. Watching the 3 leave, Lin Zhao's gaze fell on the petite figure and reflected with deep emotion, "Our child has grown up." This sentiment of fleeting youth and aging time somewhat hinted at seniority, causing the other Black Rose team members who saw it to momentarily remain silent. The squad competition participants gradually entered the arena. After the band selection phase ended, with the characters loaded, the match officially began. Unlike the dramatic ups and downs of the 3 individual matches, since the start of the group match, it seemed to set a tone of moderate regularity. There was no speculative trickery, no bizarre or despicable tactics, and not even an overwhelming display of individual brilliance. In the second round of Group D's preliminary matches, the audience was finally shown a normal game. The Chinese fans present went from being anxious at the start of the match to tensely hopeful, and eventually began shouting loudly in excitement. During the match, Zhou Qiguan did not become the weak link that everyone had feared he might be. Instead, every tactical move he made was quite precise, and his judgment of each skill was exceptionally accurate, whether the situation called for preparation or chaotic fighting. He handled everything with composure, displaying the appropriate level of competence expected of a professional player. It was clear that Zhou Qiguan was indeed a completely different type of priest player than Yu Jing. Yu Jing, who was always active in the public eye, possessed dazzlingly powerful techniques. Whenever he appeared on the field, he delivered eye-catching and mesmerizing performances. Whether it was judging the flow of the game or applying impromptu strategies, he handled everything with ease, as though putting on a performance. On the other hand, watching the team match unfolding before him, all the spectators could only form one impression about Zhou Qiguan: stability. Yes, he was incredibly stable. Lacking excessive flashy skills, he often took extra cautious tactical moves, which many people considered almost overly timid. However, on such a grand stage, these characteristics turned out to be headaches for his opponents. Too cautious. Even when supporting his teammates, he first analyzed the surroundings and avoided any risky situations before proceeding with the next action. In the map, Wilderness Forest, Zhou Qiguan's priest resembled a small animal lost in the wild. No matter how the opposing side tried to snipe him, he remained vigilant, giving the hunters no opportunity to approach. The Black Rose team's player is a born operator of priests, commented the official North American commentator from the neutral commentary booth, making the most intuitive assessment. The match continued in a state of tension as both sides sought breakthrough opportunities during their mutual probing, all while staying vigilant against sudden attacks from the other side. Who would break the deadlock first? The atmosphere among the audience became utterly silent due to the intense tension. Now. In Black Rose's voice channel, Shen Changyu's suddenly raised tone broke the silence. The paladin that had been following Zhou Qiguan under Lu Zhisan's operation suddenly unleashed a major move, a soul stampede, directly stepping on the enemy's shadow assassin. At the same time, the creatures summoned by the summoner who had hidden around the dense forest seemed to erupt in anger, swiftly surrounding the trio of MTG from all directions, tightly enclosing them. A sea of people tactic. This was the absolute advantage the summoner wielded in 3v3 team battles. Finally, the MTG team realized that the earlier feints and maneuvers were nothing but a mirage, meant solely to draw them deep into the trap once the summoner completed the layout of the summoning formation. The entire wilderness forest was drowned in the roar of summoned beasts, like waves rising up on the sea surface, turning into chaos after a brief storm before gradually calming down. The match ended. As soon as Zhou Qiguan stepped out of the battle room, he was startled by the thunderous applause. Fans of Chinese esports in the venue shouted his name in layers of overlapping cheers. He felt a lump rise in his throat and his eyes grew moist. From the initial unease of joining the league to the frantic competition aimed at improving his own strength, this was the first time he received genuine personal applause that truly belonged to him. Beside him, Shen Changyu smiled gently, patting his shoulder. Switch, great job. 5 o'clock. After the group matches ended, the Black Rose team achieved what could be described as a sweep trend with this 5 o'clock score, seemingly securing victory in this round early. The subsequent team match devolved entirely into MTG's final struggle to snatch points. Faced with the unstoppable momentum of Black Rose, the MTG team ultimately lost all fighting spirit. Under Lin Zhao's reckless leadership, they were utterly annihilated while the entire Black Rose team remained alive. Who would have thought that the MTG team, so dominating throughout the season, would be outright defeated without scoring a single point in the group stages? Total annihilation. This was undoubtedly the first 100% complete victory in this year's International League. In the domestic esports circle, many fans compiled highlights of the match along with previous interview clips from the UG team captain, and within moments, the views broke through 1 million. Meanwhile, what was once again brought to everyone's attention was Lovely Ghost's heroic exploits when he swept through the Korean server ladder. While domestic fans talked enthusiastically about it, the Korean esports scene, having been thoroughly humiliated, fell into an eerie silence. This one-sided overwhelming dominance, this level completely surpassing that of MTG's professional players, caused many people to recall Devil's past public support for Lovely Ghost. The term, boosted account. No one dared to bring up those two words anymore. Regarding the previous banning incident, even some rational Korean fans started raising doubts. How does it feel to have your name cleared? When Xiaoli posed this question while browsing posts online, Lin Xiao just carelessly shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter anymore." Chapter 127. On the same day that the Black Rose team swept the MTG team, final results from other groups in various venues were also reported one after another. In Group A, the Revelation team defeated the North American LGG team, and the next match against the TTT team would be crucial for determining who could advance to the semifinals. In Group B, South Korea's ACE team once again decisively defeated the European RD team, securing the first ticket to the semifinals. As for Group C, South Korea's highly favored UG team narrowly lost to North America's OB team, which gave the Flow Cloud team a fighting chance in their upcoming match against OB. By the end of the second round of matches, with the exception of Group B where everything had been settled, the winners of the other three groups would all depend on the results of the third round of matches, making this last round of group matches highly anticipated and marking the first climax of this season's international tournament. During these few days before the arrival of the final round, as teams made their last adjustments based on predictions of win rates, netizens voluntarily launched online voting and statistical analysis. By the time of the match, the top three teams with the highest support rates were the ACE team, the Revelation team, and the Black Rose team. The Black Rose team only ranked third. Many fans showed discontent when the statistics were revealed, causing the widely circulated match videos online to be shared furiously once more, almost becoming a nationwide craze. Among all this, the most silent undoubtedly was the MTG team, who had served as the victims. However, for the MTG team, who were unwillingly turned into internet celebrities, there was nothing they could do but silently endure. Their two group stage matches in this round of the international tournament had already concluded, with a record of 1 win and 1 loss, not entirely hopeless, yet basically having no hope. If the Black Rose team won in the third round, then their spot in the semifinals would undoubtedly be secured. If the Black Rose team lost to the North American NTP team, well, to overtake them in total points, unless the NTP team completely crushed the Black Rose team, a situation that probably even the members of the MTG team themselves wouldn't dare believe in. It was over. For the MTG team, their journey in this year's international tournament could essentially be said to have ended prematurely. You just wait. Jiang Minjun couldn't help but repeatedly say this fiercely as he watched the footage on the network video. Back at the hotel, Lin Xiao was lounging on Yu Jing's bed, legs crossed, watching the match video. Suddenly, she let out a loud sneeze and sniffed, clearly unaffected in her good mood. She nudged the person beside her and cheerfully said, "Jingjing, wake up. The sun is shining on your behind." Amidst varied opinions from different sectors, the last round of group stage matches finally officially began. In this round of matches, no team managed to create a miracle. The European TTT team, already having one defeat in their record, presented a near one-sided trend in their match against the Revelation team. Having secured one victory against the LGG team, the Revelation team further advanced to the semi-finals smoothly, greatly exciting the domestic fans. Compared to the invigorating matches in Group A, the matches in Group B seemed much calmer. Since both the SWW team and the RD team had confirmed their disqualification, they had become performance matches between the two European region teams, concluding their journey in the international tournament perfectly. Subsequently, the D group of the group stage matches brought good news. The Black Rose team claimed their final victory against the North American NTP team with a score of 8-5. However, audiences who watched this game couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward after it ended. Having accumulated a total of 5 points from the individual and group matches earlier, the Black Rose team was originally on track to thoroughly crush their opponents again, but unexpectedly, in the final team match, despite all members still alive, they typed GG and conceded. At that moment, they had successfully killed 3 of the opposing members, leaving a promising 5v2 scenario. Although whether typing GG at this point did not affect their path to entering the semi-finals, it appeared particularly irritating in the eyes of some MTG team fans. This act was like deliberately branding the bold title with an exclusive trademark and giving it solely to the MTG team, with no other in the world sharing the same label. Disgusting, so nauseating. Everyone around the world felt as if the Black Rose team had gained a brand new recognition. As 3 sets of matches ended consecutively, with 2 teams successfully making it to the semi-finals, fans at home couldn't help but cheer excitedly. At this point, the undecided results of Group C had become the focus of the world's attention. The fans watching the live broadcast couldn't help but fall silent. In the match between Flow Cloud and North America's OB team, the personal competitions and squad competitions ended in a tight 2-3 score. Now, they were currently playing what would be a decisive team match. However, only when Xu Qing and Yan Lingjiang remained for Flow Cloud, while OB still had 4 members alive, including their priest. A 2v4 situation, already a significantly lopsided battle. Watching the determined expressions on the players' faces on the big screen, many fans became quiet, and more began shouting out loud, aware that those on the other side of the screen wouldn't hear them. At this moment, the persistence was painful to watch, moving deeply nonetheless. They continued their tactical positioning, searching for opportunities, making their final effort on the field. Yet, reality wasn't as dramatic as TV shows. Half an hour after the game continued, it finally came to an end. Watching the dimming large screen for Flow Cloud, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The camera captured many people beginning to cry as they watched the backs of the players from Flow Cloud's bench. When Xu Qing, seated in a wheelchair pushed by Tao Yaofei, exited the combat room. As soon as he stepped out, all spectators stood up and gave them the warmest applause for their unyielding spirit. Seeing the captain of OB walking over from the opposite end of the field, their hands shook, and there was a hint of regret in Wen Shuqing's eyes but no sign of dejection. Facing the camera, his gentle face wore its usual smile, "See you next season." With this, the journey of Flow Cloud team in this season's international competition officially came to an end. When the media conducted their final interview, Wen Shuqing adjusted the team uniform draped on his shoulder and spoke in a calm and sincere tone, "We are sorry we did not earn the ticket to enter the semi-finals. The opponent was very strong, but this cannot be an excuse. I think the reason for failure lies in our own inadequacies. I believe that when we return here again next year, we will certainly be stronger." He paused briefly, then smiled deeply. "There are 2 more teams sent from the LPP League, Revelation and Black Rose. I sincerely hope they can carry forward our hopes and continue winning another championship cup for our country. We must work hard. Yes, we must really work hard." After bidding farewell to the Flow Cloud team, all the hopes of the fans rested entirely on the remaining 2 teams. "Only us left now." Watching the post-game interview of Flow Cloud, Lin Xiao was also rare to express some sighs. In the past, he had watched countless teams leave, each one of them being his opponent in the LPP League, yet on the stage of the international competition, they were comrades in arms who advanced together. "We will win." Yu Jing's voice sounded very calm, but there was a faintly stirred emotion beneath her eyes. She looked at Lin Xiao and curled the corner of her lips slightly. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with laughter momentarily before rubbing Yu Jing's hand gently and responded softly, "If you're ready, let's show everyone how to truly win." As the dust settled on the 4 groups matches, the semi-final slots were finally officially confirmed. Some teams entered while others left. Under such circumstances of mixed joy and sorrow, the competition would still have to go on. Ultimately, all teams from North America and Europe stopped at the quarterfinal stage. Among the 4 teams entering the semi-finals, 2 were from South Korea, and 2 were from China, culminating in the ultimate showdown between the 2 regions. According to tournament arrangements, the semi-final groups would be formed by a group's champion versus B group's champion and C group's champion versus D group's champion. Therefore, on the day of the semi-finals, the first match in the morning would be between China's Revelation team and South Korea's ACE team. Old Yen, do your best. Lin Xiao patted Yen Duzhou's shoulder upon entering the venue and said these words in a matter-of-fact tone just ahead of the ultimate battle about to unfold. I will. Yen Duzhou's reply was simple in just 3 words. After speaking, he didn't look back at Lin Xiao. Instead, his gaze swept over everyone and landed on ACE team's player seat where a tall figure was hugging a notebook discussing something with the teammates. Sensing someone's stare, the figure turned around, and the moment their eyes met, she smiled. Looking at Devil, a faint smile also crept onto Yen Duzhou's usually stern face. The two stared at each other for a moment before finally turning away, their expressions returning to serious ones. If you're ready, let's go. With that, Yen Duzhou led the members of Revelation into the players' seating area, starting the final battle deployment before the match. Lin Xiao smiled as he watched everyone's backs, then turned towards the spectator seats. This battle belonged to Yen Duzhou, he was just a viewer now. His own fight would officially start in the afternoon. The highly anticipated semifinals were finally about to begin. Chapter 128. The Tianqi team and the ACE team, as the reigning champions of the Chinese and Korean regions in recent years, were no strangers to each other in international competitions. In previous seasons, whenever they met in the semifinals, it was already regarded by media from all countries as the pre-arrived final match. And this year, despite not entering the international arena as the top seed, Tianqi team remained highly influential in the eyes of people across all walks of life. As the competition entered the preparation phase, media personnel from various countries were all ready to go, eager to pounce on any exciting moment and report it at length. Among them, the ones most focused on this match were undoubtedly the Chinese media. Yen Duzhou, the captain of the Tianqi team, was a long-standing veteran on the front line of the LPP League battlefield and undeniably China's #1 esports athlete. He had been waiting too long for his first international trophy. When the director shifted the big screen's lens onto Yen Duzhou, watching this towering figure, all the fans domestically who were following the game erupted with excitement. This was another sprint towards the championship cup of the international competition for the Tianqi team. However, at this time, Yen Duzhou did not notice everyone's fervent anticipation. After making the final confirmation of the battle strategy for this round with his teammates, he took a deep breath and spoke again with an exceptionally resolute tone. Let's work hard. We will. The members of the Tianqi team responded to their captain with a unified and loud voice. They knew that this would be their last time fighting side by side with their captain on this stage. All the reluctance and bitterness transformed into a single belief in their hearts at this moment, that they must win this match. Amidst this intense rhythm, Qiu Ziyuan, as the first player in the individual match, sounded the opening shot. The player from the ACE team was none other than the vice-captain Park Xinyang, operating the character, Magus Swordsman. As Devil's well-trained ace, Park Xinyang was known within the circle for his unexpected combat style. Upon meeting the fearless and bold Qiu Ziyuan, just as they entered the field, both parties rushed straight to the center of the map. As soon as they collided face-to-face, they became instantly entangled. Since both sides had close combat professions, many complex maneuvers were directly avoided, resulting in a real head-on clash. This made the first individual match appear especially full of fire and spark. Park Xinyang skillfully maneuvered the Shadow Swordsman while responding to Qiu Ziyuan's War Axe Fighter's fierce assault, constantly seeking opportunities. Originally, Mage Swordsmen were among the rare strong control professions in close combat. How to use the control skills effectively to secure advantages is the essence of operating this profession. Unfortunately, in this round, he faced the War Axe Fighter, a profession capable of withstanding control skills, neutralizing his greatest strength right from the start. Attack, attack, keep attacking. On the field, in response to Park Xinyang's strategy to avoid direct confrontation, Qiu Ziyuan chose the most straightforward way. Unrelenting offensive. One skill after another was unleashed, with the large war axe in the hands of the female warrior swinging wildly, using this almost savage manner to firmly suppress Park Xinyang's Magus Swordsman before her. Man, is she even a woman? The spectators on site couldn't help but be stunned, not just because of the particularly robust physique of the War Axe Fighter, but also due to this crazy playstyle that somehow managed to press a man down like this. If it wasn't for the clear distinction seen on the large screen between the players, some might have suspected if the identities of the participants were mixed up. Down below, seeing his team member fall into disadvantage, Devil turned to glance at the Tianqi team's seating area and couldn't help but smile slightly. It was very obvious that such tactical deployment must have come from that man, showing high specificity. Such a nearly overwhelming situation continued until the end of the match, leaving the Magus Swordsman without any counterattack opportunity, and its HP was emptied. When Park Xinyang walked out of the battleground room, his head practically hung down to the ground. Being beaten so sloppily by a female competitor, it was embarrassing, simply too embarrassing. At this point, the door of another battleground room also opened with a sound, revealing Qiu Ziyuan with her long wavy hair flowing behind her back. Her bright eyes and white teeth, combined with her voluptuous figure enhanced by those bright red lips, appeared much like a stunningly gorgeous rose. She really was a toxic rose. While listening to the cheers and shouts from Chinese fans ringing in their ears, Korean fans' hearts fiercely criticized inside. Qiu Ziyuan's victory in the opening match significantly boosted the morale of the Tianqi team, and they quickly moved on to prepare for the second match. The second individual match saw Luo Wei's Demon Hunter from the Tianqi team going head-to-head against Zheng Juanhao's assassin from the ACE team. As soon as this roster was announced, a buzz of surprise rippled through the entire venue. A ranged versus a melee, yet both professions were etched with the indelible mark of killers in their respective domains. This would be a duel of assassination against assassination. As the match began, both players instantly vanished into the map, engaging in tactical maneuvering. In contrast to the previous match's brute simplicity, these two competitors exhibited exceptional caution. They were like predators waiting patiently for the perfect moment to deliver the killing blow directly to their opponent's throat. To enhance the palpable tension, all spectators fell silent at that moment, holding their breath while waiting for the fatal final move. Closer, even closer. During the mutual search process, their characters' shadows finally flashed across each other's computer screens. Almost simultaneously, both went invisible again, disappearing from each other's sight once more. The audience erupted in commotion, hearts racing as everyone fixed their attention on every single movement on the stage, not wanting to miss any exciting detail. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zheng Juanhao's assassin had his invisibility time run out first. Merely half a second later, Luo Wei's Demon Hunter also reappeared. In that very instant when he confirmed the location of his opponent, he had already begun his move. Just as invisibility ended, an arrow shot out, striking the assassin's shoulder. With great momentum, the assassin was pushed back several steps before even landing, and then another arrow followed immediately. Tianqi team had seized the initiative. All Chinese fans in attendance erupted with excitement. Luo Wei relentlessly pursued the assassin with his bow, drawing icy arrows step by step, while the assassin's health bar dwindled, looking incredibly alarming. Suddenly, a crisp snap sound pierced the low ambient background noise, exceptionally clear. Luo Wei's action paused slightly as a sense of unease arose within him. Glancing at the top left corner of the screen, he noticed a dark green debuff icon amidst a series of buffs. Realizing his own oversight, he internally cursed, bad. A 2-second binding effect along with silence stemmed from the assassin's murder trap, quietly embedded underfoot during Zheng Juanhao's step-by-step retreat. Though brief, this control skill was already enough to tip the balance of the entire situation. The assassin's blade suddenly gleamed with a bloody red light. As his figure split into two, it charged towards Luo Wei's Demon Hunter in a manner faster than lightning. In a flash, all bursts of attacks unleashed. Amidst the rampage of slashing blades, the Demon Hunter, who was inherently fragile and thin-blooded, seemed like meat on a chopping block. The moment the control wore off, he promptly sidestepped with great agility to distance himself somewhat, pulling up his bow to release what would be the last arrow intended to seal his opponent's fate. On the brink of hitting, the assassin unexpectedly leapt forward, narrowly evading the arrow, causing the critical hit to just barely graze the target and leaving him with a thread of blood left. Meanwhile, the assassin's blade rose once more, activating a decisive ultimate skill toward the Demon Hunter. One hit to kill. As the sharp blade approached its imminent claim on the last ounce of HP, Luo Wei, in the last moment, displayed a burst in hand speed and hurled a dart toward the approaching figure. Both their health bars emptied almost simultaneously. Who won? Due to the intense tension, many viewers had subconsciously stood up. All eyes focused intently on the big screen. Victory. The word finally appeared on Zheng Juanhao's computer screen. The director swiftly switched to a slow-motion replay, using tenfold reduced speed, clearly showing that both parties hit each other almost at the exact same moment. However, Zheng Juanhao's blade arrived just 0.5 seconds earlier than the incoming dagger. Such a minuscule difference. Many people revealed expressions of dissatisfaction, but there was nothing they could do. On this stage, even a 0.1 second margin meant losing by a hair's breadth with grave consequences. When Luo Wei came off the field, he appeared extremely dejected. He had thought of 10,000 ways to repent and apologize, but when he actually returned to the contestant seat, he found himself at a loss for words. However, he received no blame at all, not even a word of regret that might make him feel bad. You did well, Yan Duzhou said in a calm tone, patting Luo Wei on the shoulder. He dragged off his team uniform jacket and placed it on the adjacent chair. Next, it's my turn. After speaking, he glanced at the prominent 1-to-1 score on the big screen and walked up onto the stage. Chapter 129. On the large screen in the center of the venue, the rosters for both teams' third individual match were displayed. Tianqi team's Yan Duzhou, a black mage, faced off against ACE team's Njingxia, a ghost shaman. The sudden eruption of cheers from the Korean fans shook the entire venue, showcasing just how popular this player was in the Korean esports scene. However, spectators from other countries were somewhat baffled. They distinctly remembered that last season, they had never seen this player before. Was he a rookie who only became active in the league this year? With such questions in mind, everyone's attention turned to the close-up on the big screen provided by the camera crew. It was a very young face, tender and inexperienced, looking no more than 15 or 16 years old, yet his eyes held a unique determination. It was precisely this face that, during this season's Korean domestic league, had made other teams tremble in fear. Others who hadn't paid attention to the Korean league might not be aware, but Yan Duzhou, always keeping an eye on developments in other regions, knew Njingxia well. This year's dazzling rookie from ACE team, personally cultivated by Devil himself since a young age, had just reached the required age to join the league and had immediately become the most prominent new star upon entering. However, Yen Duzhou originally thought Devil would choose to keep his protege under wraps in individual matches, but unexpectedly, he still chose to send Njingja onto the field for the final showcase match. Yen Duzhou's expression flickered as he glanced back at ACE team's players' seating area, meeting Devil's gaze directly. "Are you really so confident and trusting your disciple to me?" "Of course. If he can't withstand even this challenge, there will be no growth possible. Then I hope he doesn't disappoint you." He withdrew his gaze, curved his lips slightly, and turned to enter the battle room. One was the most senior player from the Chinese league, the other the youngest rookie from the Korean league. A showdown from two extreme ends, awaited with palpable excitement, finally began. Wilderness Forest Map. With the completion of the character data import, both sides officially began moving immediately. Through the bird's eye view presented on the large screen, the audience could clearly see that neither participant adopted any tactical maneuvering but instead charged straight toward the opponent's spawn point in a direct line. Korean fans familiar with Njingja's play style understood that perhaps due to his inexperience as a newcomer, compared to many strategic players, this young athlete had always been straightforward. What they were seeing right now was exactly the standard way Njingja preferred to start games, while Yen Duzhou's direct approach left some people quite astonished. For such an experienced veteran, he could have chosen numerous tactics designed to irritate the opponent, but he went for a style that gave him no particular advantage. Sitting among the team benches of ACE, Devil watched every move on the screen intently. His glance fell on the corner lens showing the face that rarely showed much emotion, moved momentarily by something, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a gentle smile. "Watch this game carefully, it will be beneficial for you." The words were directed at the rest of the ACE members. "Yes, coach." Though perplexed, all players respectfully responded with deference to their most respected head coach. On the battlefield, the two contestants moving in a straight line had already met in the center of the competition ground. Almost the moment they came within each other's vision, both characters quickly dived into the adjacent bushes, starting the casting of skills almost simultaneously. The Black Mage's skill, Blazing Inferno, and the Ghost Shaman's skill, Void Spike, finished casting at nearly the same time. As soon as these spells hit, both characters used Leap Step to execute a sideways jump across, narrowly avoiding each other's attacks. To everyone's surprise, once they landed, it was Njingja who initiated the offensive. At this point, someone finally noticed that Njingja's equipment for his Ghost Shaman had more cooling-focused items than usual. Though this configuration wasn't extremely aggressive, it inevitably drew comparisons to Lin Xiao, another Ghost class player from Black Rose team who also favored cooldown-heavy setups. Both of them were new faces who had just started to be active in the league this year, and both favored cooldown-heavy configurations. Previously, on the stage of the LPP League, Lin Xiao once achieved a brilliant record of defeating Yen Duzhou. As for Njingja right now, could he become another rookie player capable of slaying a deity-like opponent? As they watched the rapidly changing situation on the field, everyone involuntarily held their breath. The ice curse completed its incantation under Njingja's Ghost Shaman and came crashing down. Just as it was about to hit Yen Duzhou's Black Mage, in that split second, there was a slight but minute operation from the Black Mage that managed to evade the skill's point of impact. Simultaneously, the incantation for Blizzard Flow finished, and suddenly, an overwhelming cold surge erupted, heading straight towards Njingja's Ghost Shaman. From taking the initiative to falling into a disadvantage took only an instant, leaving everyone feeling somewhat confused. By the time they realized it, the Chinese fans erupted with cheers. After all, still young, he did seem a bit too hasty. Yen Duzhou gave a quick glance at the Ghost Shaman's position on the large screen. His fingers didn't stop on the keyboard as another black magic spell was cast instantly. With his own setup being focused on extreme output, 2 consecutive skill hits managed to deal away almost half of the enemy's health. Before he could make his next move, a void barrier had already appeared in front of Njingja's Ghost Shaman. Yen Duzhou smirked slightly. Without further pressing the attack, he took a step back, increasing the distance between the two significantly. Njingja got a brief respite. After glancing around quickly, he swiftly activated Ghostly Swift Step, determining his positioning while moving rapidly. He threw a curse technique at Yen Duzhou's Black Mage during his movement. Yen Duzhou looked at the conspicuous skull icon on the debuff list and without hesitation continued the incantation of his Thunder Fury ultimate ability, which finally completed before the opponent could follow up with another skill. A dense cloud mass slowly coalesced above the Ghost Shaman's coordinates, ominously dark gray clouds covering his entire figure. What a precise judgment. In response to this sudden crisis, Njingja's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. Just as the thunder was about to strike, he deftly rolled to the side, thereby avoiding most of the area's damage. However, he couldn't avoid taking a small portion of the attack. Furrowing his brow, he checked his remaining HP value. It had dropped to half already. At this moment, he remained vigilant and tried to locate the Black Mage's whereabouts again, surprisingly finding that the latter hadn't capitalized on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity but instead had concealed himself within the dense forest behind. Why not take this great chance? A shade of confusion passed over Njingja's youthful features, yet his operations didn't cease. In the very moment Yan Duzhou chose to retreat, the ghost shaman's staff turned abruptly, casting a swift spectral fire, using this pause in the fight to remove himself from the range of enemy skills while making adjustments. It must be admitted, as a young rookie, his composure and poise demonstrated remarkable psychological strength. The burning effect gradually consumed a small part of the black mage's life force. A flash of approval crossed Yan Duzhou's face, after which he immediately closed the distance again, precisely placing the retreating ghost shaman back into his attacking range. This one step forward, one step backward operation seemed superfluous, leaving the audience quite perplexed. If not at the World Championships, they might have thought that Yan Duzhou was deliberately creating opportunities for Njingxia of ACE team to retaliate. After the brief adjustment by both parties, a new round of confrontation began once more. This time, Njingxia was noticeably more aggressive, attacking much more decisively than previously seen against Yan Duzhou, swiftly bombarding and consuming the black mage's HP. However, this offensive was stopped by a delicate and bizarre move by the black mage, breaking the chain combo and reversing the situation once more, despite Njingxia executing a clever response. The disparity in HP values after this short exchange widened again. And once again, Yan Duzhou opted to withdraw. The crowd. In silence, they finally noticed that it indeed wasn't just their imagination. This combat resembled a repetitive system reset mode and increasingly looked like a tutorial match conducted by a veteran guiding a junior. Compared to the complex emotions of Chinese fans, Korean fans were even more at a loss for how to face this situation. Only in cases where there's a significant disparity in strength does one have the qualifications to guide the other. At present, while Njingxia, who had yet to fully grasp the situation, was still actively battling, it seemed as though they, as onlookers, could already see the outcome of this match. How strong, truly so powerful. Regardless of their willingness, they all had to admit that the man standing at the pinnacle of Chinese esports still possessed an overwhelming strength that was hard to surpass. Perhaps Njingxia was the future of Korean esports, but for now, he lacked the strength to match his opponent. This was reality, unacceptably undeniable. Sitting among the spectators, Lin Xiao watched everything unfold with some amazement. I always thought old Yan was a perfectly straightforward five-star youth. Who would have guessed he'd do something so self-sacrificing on the world stage? Feelings really are. As if hearing some gossip, Xiao Li curiously leaned in. What kind of feelings? Lin Xiao glanced at him and smiled mysteriously. You guess. Xiao Li nearly choked. Guess my sister. The match on the field continued. Facing this formidable opponent, Njingxia's every response became progressively more proactive and effective than the last, yet the ghost shaman's health was evidently unable to withstand much more combat. Looking at the opponent with over half health remaining, he clenched his teeth and began his final effort. Ice Curse. Accurate targeting finally managed to immobilize the black mage's movements. A series of skills swiftly followed, and Njingxia had reached the peak of his actions per minute, APM. Faster, just a little faster. He instinctively screamed in his heart. With the rapid decline of the opponent's health, after a few control skills linked together, the combo eventually broke, and the strong control ended. In front of him, the black mage lifted its staff high within sight. If I can dodge this skill, there's still hope. At such a critical moment, Njingxia instead became calmer, staring intently at the other side's movements, preparing for the last bout. Wild rain fell. At the very last moment, Njingxia's ghost shaman took a leaping step to avoid it. As the blood value stopped dropping momentarily, he relaxed only slightly to discover an unknown burning buff had appeared on himself. In just a brief moment of surprise, his health points were completely depleted. Victory. The word signaling triumph finally appeared on Yan Duzhou's computer screen as expected. In the battle room, Njingxia remained deep in thought looking at the dimmed images on his own screen. After regaining his senses, reflecting upon the details of the previous match, there wasn't a trace of frustration but rather an increasingly bright sparkle in his eyes. This game made him realize certain things he had never experienced before. Coach, maybe I can try a new tactic. Back at his team seat, Njingxia was filled with excitement, without any hint of disappointment from losing. This left his seniors, who had been prepared to console him, speechless. Is that so? Devil smiled faintly, turning back and sharing a glance with Yan Duzhou walking out of the battle room. No words were necessary, but gratitude had clearly been communicated sincerely. On a competitive stage like this, facing an opponent who actually engages in mentor-like matches must only belong to this man. When considering that Yan Duzhou would soon choose to retire, regret inevitably flashed through Devil's eyes, more so filled with reflection. Vivid memories came rushing back when he retreated to the second line years ago. Time flies. When the tenacious man before him decided to follow in his footsteps and retire, Devil suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, one season after another had passed, and youth had faded away. When Yan Duzhou returned to the player's seat at the Dawn team, he received many admiring glances. He cleared his throat lightly and encouraged the three about to enter the next squad match. Next round, we must try our best. The score of 2-1 on the big screen was clear and eye-catching, but this was merely the temporary situation after the individual match phase. Yan Duzhou understood Devil too well. Placing Njingxia in the third individual match was partly for the disciples' training and also undoubtedly due to tactical arrangements. Qing Yoli, the captain of ACE Gaming, did not appear on the personal match field, clearly reserving herself for the upcoming team match. With this top player, renowned for her impeccable control skills, standing by, the battlefield ahead would surely turn into a true arena of blood and slaughter. Captain, I'll do my best. Song Lan noticed Yen Duzhou's concern and declared with firm resolve. Both Qing Yuli and Song Lan were shadow swordsman players. As fellow practitioners of the same class, Song Lan had always kept an eye on her. Song Lan was not an arrogant person, he had a clear understanding of himself. Yet, in the face of the gap between them, he had never shied away or retreated even half a step. The team match was not a stage for individual performances but rather a platform where everyone, including his teammates, mattered. Yen Duzhou looked at Song Lan's determined expression and patted his shoulder hard. Give it your all. On stage, the host had already started introducing the roster of participants for the team matches. The roster for team match from the Genesis team included Song Lan's Shadow Swordsman, Xing Tianhan's Shaman, and Chen Raifu's Gunner. On the other side, ACE Gaming sent out Qing Yuli's Shadow Swordsman, Gan Yuqing's Assassin, and Park Ji-yeon's Priest. As the rosters for both teams appeared on the large screen, the players walked onto the stage one after another and entered their respective team battle rooms. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the team match was about to ignite. Chapter 130. As both sides' characters were introduced, the players from both teams simultaneously appeared at their respective respawn points on the map. Lin Xiao was sitting in the spectator area and gave a quick glance when the broadcast cut to both teams' equipment, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yu Jing noticed his expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brows. The ACE team is really entirely built by Devil in his own personal style. Apart from the priest, the other two are fully equipped for output. If the Apocalypse team cannot complete a preemptive kill with this lineup, things might get difficult. He paused and asked, "Do you know anything about the priest player on the ACE team?" Yu Jing thought for a moment and gave an honest evaluation, "Not weaker than me." Lin Xiao didn't expect such a high rating, became silent for a moment, then focused his attention back on the field, his eyes filled with a faintly excited gleam. Under Devil's creation, the ACE team lives up to its reputation as a champion team in consecutive international events. From start to finish, they are perfect like an exquisitely crafted artwork. Whether it's the overall strength of the team or the individual quality of the players, from offensive capabilities to defensive strength, every link appears flawless. Had it not been for the match schedule, Lin Xiao would have hoped that they, the Black Rose team, were the ones battling against the ACE team right now. After all, such a formidable opponent was simply too exciting to look forward to. In the game footage, the contestants of both opposing teams had already met in the center of the map, sparking intense flames almost instantly. Song Lan chose to attack aggressively at the first opportunity, quickly entangling himself with Qing Yuli's Shadow Swordsman. One combo after another was accurately countered by precise operation from the other side. Faced with such a tight suppression, he showed little complacency, keeping a close eye on each of the opponent's moves. Suddenly, he used a quick blade decree sweeping horizontally, forcing Qing Yuli to leap back a step, instantly entering the firing range of Chen Rifa's gun mechanic. Without much hesitation, a dense line of firepower engulfed the Shadow Swordsman within a fraction of a second. However, immediately following was a beam of holy light descending, instantly restoring the depleted health bar. This won't work. The enemy priest's healing is too high. Chen Rif couldn't help but vent in a voice channel, 3 versus 3 yet pure stacking on healing, so damn disgusting. Then don't let him release skills. Song Lan gritted his teeth, decisively abandoning his pursuit of Qing Yuli and charging towards Park Ji-yeon's priest on the opponent's team. Be careful of their assassin, Xing Shihan couldn't help but warn. Gan Yuqing's assassin hasn't appeared since both sides engaged. It was obvious he was lurking somewhere nearby, ready to pounce once prey was confirmed. Faced with such a professional combination, the members of Apocalypse team who participated in the individual matches with 3 fragile classes certainly felt a great deal of pressure. Qing Yuli didn't give Song Lan the chance to surround and kill the priest. At the slightest relaxation, he instantly exited the gun mechanic's fire range, rushing straight toward the sacrificial character behind the Apocalypse team. This tactic of surrounding Wei to save Zhao Sun proved extremely effective. The overwhelming pressure completely overwhelmed what Xing Shihan alone could handle, retreating under Qing Yuli's persistent pursuit until it was clear he was about to become completely disconnected from his frontline teammates, finally prompting Song Lan to return and defend. Chen Rif's gun mechanic continued to spray bullets at Qing Yuli's Shadow Swordsman. Unfortunately, the opponent's positioning was far too tricky. Without team cooperation, the hit rate was pitifully low. Only when Song Lan re-entered the battle did they manage to reclaim some lost damage value. But doing so again provided Park Ji-yeon's priest with a breather, initiating Ghost Sprint rapidly approaching and decisively using a major healing skill, once again bringing Qing Yuli's Shadow Swordsman back to safe health levels. Shit. Song Lan couldn't help but curse loudly. In the battle room, the faces of others weren't looking too good either. Given the current situation was even in a 3-on-2 scenario, still they found themselves gaining no advantage. Once the opponent's assassin finds an opportunity to join the fray, the battle would probably turn into a one-sided affair. Last year, when they faced the ACE team, they were already strong, but not this strong. Gap. Since joining the league, they had never felt the gap between themselves and other teams so deeply. In the league, regardless of who it is, it's always like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. They had once failed to understand why their already powerful captain still trained so hard, until now, they finally comprehended the profound meaning behind his teachings. Finally, Gan Yucheng's assassin approached Xing Shihan's cleric at an unexpected moment. One-hit kill. Facing this signature skill of the assassin, Xing Shihan quickly cast a defensive shield on himself, narrowly avoiding being instantly killed. But just as he took a breath of relief, he saw a figure suddenly closing in before him. Be careful. Song Lan's voice came through the voice channel, but the last sound of it was cut off right there. A move from Cheng Yoli, decisive, accurate, without any unnecessary actions, clearly having foreseen that his teammate might not succeed at once, decisively coming forward for a clean and swift finish. Was this distrust towards his teammate, precaution against failure, or inherently perfect teamwork? Xing Shihan had no time to think about it anymore. He could only stare blankly at his already darkened screen and turn around to see Song Lan taking the assassin's life during these brief moments. The current situation, 2v2. Same number of people, yet the opponent still had a priest alive. Lost. Apocalypse team lost another 2 points in the squad competition. Current score, 2-3, ACE team temporarily leading. Such a minimal score gap might seem trivial, yet on the semi-finals battlefield, every point could be crucial. Song Lan didn't dare to look into Yen Duzhou's eyes when he left the field. The complete suppression from start to end in this round made their loss too embarrassing. Do you know the gap between you and them? Yen Duzhou's voice sounded steady without waves. Song Lan felt his eye sockets tingling faintly with moisture. He gritted his teeth tightly and nodded heavily. A hand touched his head, the tone devoid of much reproach, but word by word struck deep in the heart. If you've realized the gap, strive to make up for it well. Hearing this, Song Lan's body shivered slightly, and he slowly raised his head to meet Yen Duzhou's gaze. After a while, he firmly responded aloud, I will. Yen Duzhou smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and looked up at the big scoreboard above, appearing slightly distant in expression for a moment, before saying after standing there briefly, in the final team match, everyone give your best efforts. After such words were spoken, none of the members of the Apocalypse team replied. Their faces fell again gloomily. The final team match. What kind of end was it? Was it the last match of the semi-final, or the last match of this league, or their last match together with Captain Yen on the stage? No one wanted to face such an end. Win. They must win. Such thoughts resounded loudly within almost each member of the Apocalypse team. The ACE team is strong, but on the battlegrounds of esports, there can never exist any undefeatable powerhouse. The gap between their scores was only 1 point, it wasn't a dead end, and they still had chances. During the break, not a single member of the Apocalypse team vacated their seats. Seated at their positions with eyes tightly shut, their furrowed brows seemed to be brewing up the fiery passion of their last desperate stand. The atmosphere across the contestant area became exceptionally heavy and tense as a result. Such scenes caught the eyes of the audience, and the uproar in the venue somehow gradually quieted down. Looking at the broadcast cutting to the lens on the big screen, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. It seems like old Yan's choice to retire has really put quite some pressure on their players. For esports athletes, sometimes such pressure is good, able to trigger potentials usually undetected, but sometimes, this kind of pressure might also easily become the last straw breaking the camel's back. And at present, whether the mood of the Apocalypse team members would prove advantageous or detrimental remains unknown, perhaps only revealed once they are back on the stage. After the short rest time ended, the team match was finally about to start, and both sides' combatant lists were announced on the large screen. The Apocalypse team sent out Yen Duzhou's Black Mage, Song Lan's Shadow Blade, Qiu Ziyuan's Battleaxe Warrior, Luo Wei's Demon Hunter, and Xing Shihan's Cleric. As for the ACE team, their lineup consisted of Cheng Yoli's Shadow Blade, Park Xin Young's Swordsman, Gan Yucheng's Assassin, and Yung Che's Necromancer, and Park Ji Yun's Priest. Amidst cheers, both teams stepped onto their battlegrounds, entering the combat rooms to fine-tune their equipment in preparation to sound the final battle's horn. After the map banning and selection phase concluded, the ultimate chosen map for the team match finally appeared before everyone. Mystic Desert City. The map that allowed every class to have perfectly balanced opportunities for performance. With the formal completion of character imports, the team match officially began. Chapter 131. The team competition had just begun, and the two sides had already chosen markedly different tactical directions. Under Yen Duzhou's command, the Apocalypse team charged straight into the main city, while the ACE team opted to move about in the desert full of quicksand. For a time, the two teams were separated into two areas, with no signs of actively searching for the other. Moments later, the ACE team decided to compromise first, retreating from the main city to start a carpet search for the traces of the Apocalypse team. Soon, both parties formally collided in the ruins at the lower left corner of the main city. The Apocalypse team, which seized the geographical advantage first, launched a fierce offensive before the ACE team could react. Qiu Ziyuan's Battle-Axe Warrior took the lead, activating Blood Fury mode and swinging a huge axe towards Cheng Yoli's Shadow Swordsman. Park Xinyang seemed determined to reclaim his dignity from the individual match, stepping in between the two first to cover Cheng Yoli and help her avoid the brunt. Stinking man. The fleeting sign of displeasure on Qiu Ziyuan's face disappeared, and without being picky, she simply split her axe directly toward the face of the magic swordsman. Be careful. Their assassin is gone. Luo Wei scanned around quickly and soon found there were only 4 people in their opponent's team, which immediately made him cautious. As the battle became more intense, Gan Yuqing's assassin never appeared in everyone's field of vision, becoming the biggest hidden danger for the Apocalypse team. The audience on site could clearly see through the god's eye view on the large screen that a person dressed in black was hiding behind some nearby ruins, carefully moving on the periphery like a wild animal ready to act and prey upon its victims, temporarily concealing the sharpness of its claws. Focus fire on Cheng Yoli. After making the decision, Yan Duzhou raised his black mage's staff, starting the incantation. Song Lan executed this shift of focus brilliantly. The Shadow Swordsman under Ghost Step activation repositioned instantaneously once again, intercepting the transferring Shadow Swordsman controlled by Cheng Yoli. Light flashed on the long sword, slashing forward. At the same time, Luo Wei's Demon Hunter had already fired a venom-coated arrow, dropping the opponent's HP considerably within moments. Facing such sudden and fierce attacks, Cheng Yoli's face still bore a calm expression. This team-focused attack mode was apparently something he'd faced countless times before. In this highly targeted situation, merely sweeping his gaze across the surrounding terrain, the Shadow Swordsman swiftly leapt back to widen the distance, then performed a rapid side flip to the right, instantly concealing himself behind a broken wall, cutting off line of sight with others. This exquisite performance caused quite a commotion in the venue, but the crowd quickly boiled over again. This time, it was because of Yan Duzhou's accurate judgment. Dark clouds gathered thickly overhead on the map, and as the Black Mage completed the incantation, a powerful thunderbolt struck down with deafening roars. With flashes of lightning illuminating the battlefield, it landed precisely on the Shadow Swordsman, significantly reducing their HP yet again. What an impressive prediction. A hint of surprise flickered across Cheng Yoli's face, and despite everything, he praised his opponent. His eyes darted to the corner of the big screen where stood a magician cloaked in dark robes, thinking of the man behind the controller, respect deepening in his gaze. This man mentioned countless times by the head coach, none of the members of the ACE team dared to be the slightest bit lax towards. The distance pulled earlier was closed once more in this sudden change. Cheng Yoli calmly retreated swiftly. At the moment he entered the spellcasting range, the bright glow of the priest's ultimate ability shone on his figure, reviving the near-dead Shadow Swordsman and bringing him back to a safe blood limit. Park Ji-yun did not stay long. Following suit, he cast another continuous blood restoration skill on Cheng Yoli's Shadow Swordsman, and then quickly maneuvered the priest back several steps, pulling far enough away from the front lines to reach a safe distance. Meanwhile, An Yung-chul's Ghost Taoist had finished chanting the formation spell. The pagoda door floated up, standing firm between the two teams, allowing the strained combat situation to momentarily relax. Solid. Too solid. Such cooperation made the entire ACE team seem invincible, impenetrable in every way. After the squad competition ended, the 3 of them once again felt lost and powerless as if they were trapped in that previous match, their spirits faintly distracted. Let's play well. Yan Duzhou's voice, calm and untroubled, came through the audio channel, instantly snapping their thoughts back to the present. Yes, at this moment, they couldn't afford to be dispirited or listless. A shock rippled through everyone's hearts, making their operations become instantly even more fierce. However, just in that fleeting second of distraction, the previous moment Cheng Yoli was retreating, but suddenly, he counterattacked, quickly positioning himself near Song Lan's Shadow Swordsman. This sudden offensive made Song Lan hesitate for 0.5 seconds. And with just this brief hesitation, the ground beneath his feet suddenly loosened, and vines burst forth, tightly binding him in place. The Ghost Taoist's Void Earth Spike. Immediately after, following the tremendous damage from the long sword pressed against the Shadow Swordsman, a spark of starfire landed nearby, seemingly igniting the yellow sand. It flared wildly as it spread layer by layer upon hitting the ground, swiftly expanding into a sea of fire. Hold on. Xing Shihan noticed the situation and rushed forward to support. Swiftly, he cast a blessing shield around Song Lan's Shadow Swordsman and unleashed his ultimate ability, increasing all buffs while temporarily stabilizing his teammates' health values. But before he could release another move, a towering figure seemed to materialize out of nowhere, lunging towards him face first, almost completely taking over his entire computer screen. The panic from the squad competition was still fresh in Xing Shihan's mind. As he leapt backward to increase distance, he instinctively called out for help. The assassin is here. This time, Luo Wei was already prepared. The instant the cry came, an arrow was already loaded in his bow ready to fire. Just as it seemed certain to hit, the shadow flickered slightly and disappeared right under everyone's eyes. A decoy. Not good. Xing Shihan's expression darkened immediately. Get back to position quickly. Yan Duzhou's voice snapped him out of his reverie. At that moment, he realized that he and Song Lan had unknowingly moved out of range again. After casting a speed-enhancing skill on himself, he hurriedly went back, but it was too late. The assassin who was supposed to have been next to Xing Shihan's priest had instantly reversed course and attacked Song Lan's Shadow Swordsman instead. After a decisive chant, Yan Duzhou's black mage unleashed overwhelming dark magic toward the encircling group. The massive AoE damage rapidly drained the health points of both squishy melee fighters, but thanks to Park Ji-yoon's perfect blood restoration skills from nearby, they narrowly avoided being killed. Under siege by 3 people, Song Lan's shadow swordsman attempted to cooperate with Yen Duzhou's magical damage to take down one of them. However, this time Gan Yucheng didn't opt for a one-hit kill. Instead, he precisely coordinated with Cheng Yuli's shadow swordsman, maintaining an exact balance between attacking and controlling his own health limit. In Song Lan's final moments before falling, gritting his teeth, he fired the last blow toward the assassin who only had skin-deep blood left. However, the light of the priest's healing spell descended, barely restoring enough HP at the last moment to silence his struggle. The first blood exploded, plunging Song Lan's computer screen entirely into darkness. This change immediately triggered a drastic shift in the battlefield. With the numerical advantage, ACE team's attack became decisively swift. Cheng Yuli's shadow swordsman and Gan Yucheng's assassin rapidly rushed towards Yen Duzhou's black mage, forming an enveloping momentum. Regretting his earlier mistake, Xing Shihan hurriedly tried to go assist, only to be intercepted by An Yungchul's ghost Taoist. Luo Wei shifted focus to An Yungchul, wanting to free his teammate, but because of Park Ji-yoon's strong support from behind, An Yungchul paid no heed to Luo Wei's assault. In the blink of an eye, all attention focused on Yen Duzhou's solo confrontation against 2 attackers. One ranged mage versus 2 melee fighters, what should have been a lopsided fight became balanced due to precise and perfect skill sequencing and micromanaging movements. This man is really strong. Cheng Yuli's eyes lit up with excitement, operating the shadow swordsman so that each offense edged closer to the vital spots. The audience was silent, watching this peak players 1v2 showdown. The tension was so intense that cheers were forgotten, they could only intensely follow every movement. Without a healing class present, both parties' HP kept declining steadily. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The entire combat scene shimmered like a movie. Amidst countless spectators' gazes, the conclusion finally arrived. Yen Duzhou's black mage finally emptied the health points in the end. However, just at the last second, as Gan Yucheng, drenched in sweat, was about to let out a sigh of relief, with the spark of a black light that fell on him and ignited tiny flames, the assassin's health points were also cleared at the exact same moment. 1 for 1. Even under the circumstances of fighting 2-on-1, Yen Duzhou still achieved this even exchange. Shouting and cheering couldn't sufficiently express how everyone felt in this moment, yet the audience at this time found themselves unable to make a sound. Because in such a fleeting instant, Cheng Yuli didn't hesitate over his teammate's sacrifice, and decisively shifted the battlefield again, forcing Xing Shihan's priest into action. There wasn't enough time for anyone to react, not even enough to give a warning, and with such swift and decisive focus shifting, cooperating completely with An Yungchul's pressure suppression, within 5 seconds of the previous kill occurring, he reaped another life. This seemed like the beginning of a slaughter, or perhaps its conclusion. From this point forward, the loss of the healing class sealed the fate of the Genesis team. This man is indeed terrifying. Lin Xiao looked silently at the final image of the battle displayed on the large screen, gazing upwards after a long pause to see Cheng Yuli walking out of the confrontation room, her eyes glimmering with an unspoken sentiment, and after some moments, she exhaled deeply with an air of resignation. If old Yen were a few years younger. No matter their preferences, they all had to admit, the passage of time brings invaluable experience, but it can also influence a professional gamer's competitive state. The screen cut to the Genesis team players stepping out of the competition room, tears glittered in their eyes, except for the man walking at the front whose figure remained ramrod straight and whose expression remained as calm and composed as ever. Yen Duzhou could feel gazes from every direction inside the venue upon him, yet contrary to what he expected, instead of any complicated emotions, he felt a deep sense of relief. It was as if a heavy burden on his shoulders had been fully lifted, and now the wind brushing against his sweat-soaked back brought a soothing coolness along with a strange tranquility. It was over. His esports career had come to its final end right here and now. Chapter 132. The first match of the semi-finals officially ended in the morning, and later that afternoon would see the battle between Black Rose team and UG team for the second spot in the finals. After the end of the competition, Yen Duzhou did not return to the players' lounge. At this moment, it was obvious that the players' mood would be hard to calm down. This kind of oppressive atmosphere needed to be completely erased from their innermost depths, and not entirely relying on him to suit their emotions. The empty corridor seemed a bit lonely. When a figure appeared in the distance, Yen Duzhou paused for a moment, then after a while, he took another step forward and walked on. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. He glanced at the person coming over and smiled. "How do you feel?" Yen Duzhou also went over and leaned on the wall beside him. He looked up at the glaring lights on the ceiling and smirked. "Not bad." Lin Xiao had a cigarette dangling from his lips. He offered the pack to him and said courteously, "Want a smoke?" Yen Duzhou's eyes fell on the cigarette pack. There seemed to be a moment of hesitation before he nonchalantly took one. Watching the familiar figure next to him exhaling smoke, Lin Xiao was surprised this time. If it were before, this man would have without hesitation rejected even having a sip of beer to always keep himself in peak condition, let alone smoking. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao's gaze couldn't help but flicker. It seemed, he was really planning to retire. With a tinge of nostalgia, he took a puff of smoke and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "What can I do?" Yen Duzhou smiled, I guess I'll stay in the team and continue being the coach. You're destined to be involved with esports your whole life. Lin Xiao chuckled as well, teasingly, but, as a coach. You two really are birds of a feather, aren't you? It's good though, you can continue to indirectly compete on the field. Compete or whatnot, we'll talk about that later. Yen Duzhou rested his entire weight against the wall behind him, closing his eyes briefly, tired. I'm planning to rest for a while. It's convenient now since we're in Korea, I plan to stroll around and relax my mood. Lin Xiao clicked his tongue, and crash at Devil's Place while you're at it. Yen Duzhou looked at him, he's the one who snatched the finals entry ticket from me. Free meals and lodging seem cheap in comparison. Lin Xiao shrugged, alright, it's your business. As long as you're happy. As the conversation stopped, the surroundings immediately grew quiet once again, leaving only the swirling smoke around the two of them, creating an almost solemn atmosphere. After a while, Yen Duzhou spoke again, make sure to give it your all in the game against Yuji this afternoon. Of course, Lin Xiao grinned, I've promised someone to win the championship. It'd be embarrassing to go back on my word. Someone, Yen Duzhou raised his eyebrows, Yu Jing. Lin Xiao gave him a glance, come to think of it, that day when you intentionally dragged me off my horse, I don't think I've settled the score with you yet. Yen Duzhou simply gave a faint oh, his expression indifferent, if you win the championship, do as you wish. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, championships are definitely a must. Otherwise, why did I come back? Yen Duzhou looked at him and smiled along, couldn't be better. The faint sounds from outside the venue gradually quieted down as the audience departed. After casually chatting a little more, the two finally bid farewell and set off on their own different paths. Before even reaching the door, Lin Xiao had already spotted a figure far away. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Yu Jing turned around too, finished talking with Yen Captain. Finished, Lin Xiao cast a glance at his composed face, and the curve at the corner of his mouth deepened. He hooked his arm around Yu Jing's shoulders and walked out while saying, Old Yen seems quite expectant for us to win the championship. What do you think about that? Being embraced by him, Yu Jing remained silent for a moment after hearing, and replied, then we'll show it to him. This was the first time Lin Xiao heard such brazen words from Yu Jing's mouth. His look of astonishment flashed momentarily before laughing even brighter, yeah, let's show it to him. The two walked side by side. After walking for a stretch, the figures of other team members could vaguely be seen. Suddenly, Lin Xiao halted his steps. Yu Jing turned her head in confusion to look at him, only to see that the other was also smiling at her at this moment. When their eyes met, it seemed as if there was a trace of warmth lurking in his eyes. She couldn't help but ask, what's the matter? Lin Xiao continued to smile and look at her like this, then after a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Jingjing, if we really get the trophy of the international competition champion, would you consider it as my dowry for you? Yu Jing. Lin Xiao extended his finger and gently poked her jaw, from ancient times till now, getting married always emphasizes on formal betrothal. If I don't properly give you a dowry, what if you run away with someone else one day? Yu Jing, I won't run. Lin Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of waiting for her response. He glanced at the faint redness on the other's earlobe and immediately laughed until he became a little unsteady. Then he stopped looking at her, acting as if nothing had happened and casually walked towards the teammates waiting outside the door. Soon, he launched himself onto Xiao Li's back amidst cries and screams, and casually asked, the farewell feast. What should we eat for lunch? It was at this moment that Yu Jing seemed to finally come back to her senses, looking at that person's back, unable to resist slightly raising the corner of her mouth. Dowry? In fact, for her, being able to win the championship trophy together with this person was far more important than anything else. The news of Tianqi team losing in the semi-finals spread like wildfire throughout the country. Some people lamented, others sighed, but more attention was placed on the only remaining team from the LPP League, the Black Rose team. They must win. Absolutely must win. The afternoon semi-final between Black Rose team and Korea's UG team quickly became the focus of attention for Chinese fans around the world. As for the members of the Black Rose team, they were also given an unprecedented warm reception on their way to the match venue. Jesus, before the game even started, I felt half of my life drained away. Su Yiming, catching his breath, leaned on Su Yichen's shoulder, still recalling with some trepidation the scene earlier when they were surrounded by fervent fans at the entrance. This was incredibly thrilling. Excited? Xiao Li burst out laughing, clearly enjoying this feeling of being treated like stars. This is the kind of life value I want to seek. Lu Zhisin glanced at him, your life value is just to be admired by young girls. Xiao Li looked at him, unless your life value should be admiring me. Lu Zhisin smiled, that will never happen in my lifetime. Well, the game is about to start, what's all the fuss about? Shen Changyu interrupted them wordlessly as they were almost ready to throw punches, then turned to Lin Xiao and asked, how is your condition adjusted? Lin Xiao was playing with his phone at this moment, and after hearing this, casually replied, don't worry, guaranteed to start with a bang. Hey, you're going to be the first one to play later, what are you doing here? Xiao Li, bored, came up and took a glance, immediately letting out a strange shout, shit. His high decibel cry caused everyone else to gather around, staring at Lin Xiao's phone screen, dumbfounded. The scene was evidently the operation interface of Tetris. Of course, this classic game familiar to everyone was beyond doubt, but the sight of the blocks dropping so fast as to barely be discernible by the human eye, disappearing instantly without time to react, left many questioning whether the game they played previously was even the same version. Then another look at the score in the corner, a series of digits so large as to be almost countless, directly struck the eye. This hand speed, the crowd watched dizzily. At this moment, the image on the mobile phone screen suddenly stopped, not because the game was over, but Lin Xiao chose to press the pause button under the crowd's watchful eyes, turning his head curiously and asking, "Why are you all staring at me warming up? The game is about to start, stay focused everyone." The jaws of the onlookers couldn't help but twitched. This was actually warm-up. Lin Xiao swept a glance at them, then continued his great Tetris endeavor as if nothing happened. After about half an hour, the staff knocked on the door of the Black Rose team's restroom, and the semi-finals in the afternoon were finally about to officially begin. As the group entered the arena, they were instantly swept away by the roaring cheers. Such deafening jubilation seemed like a distinct mark, making them involuntarily take a deep breath. At this very moment, they were just one step away from the finals. On the other side of the venue, UG team members also began to enter one by one. After both teams' players met in the center of the venue to shake hands and pay their respects, they returned to their seats, waiting for the official start of the competition. A moment later, under the direction of the broadcast crew, the list for the personal matches appeared in the center of the large screen. Lin Xiao from Black Rose Team vs Han Zongren, captain of Korea's UG team. Kill them. Fans from within the country, watching through live streams, went wild with comments flooding the chat, as if trying to obliterate UG team this way. Lin Xiao naturally couldn't see the peculiar enthusiasm of domestic fans at this point. At the moment, rubbing his knuckles, he observed the opponent's ID assigned for the first round of the individual match with satisfaction. The arrogant demeanor of this UG team captain, who was brimming with confidence after defeating Flowing Cloud team in the first round of the group stage, still vividly lingered in Lin Xiao's memory. Now, Han Zongren's boastful claim that Korean teams would occupy 3 spots on the podium had completely disappeared. Next, it was time to take him down a notch. There was no question that someone who could become the captain of one of the top 3 Korean teams was no mere showpiece. Lin Xiao knew full well about Han Zongren's celebrated individual abilities in Korea's esports circle. But so what? Competitions are always more exciting when facing stronger opponents. Chapter 133. Han Zongren's character was a gunman, a role that did not possess many advantages in individual competitions but was frequently active in 1v1 arenas. The shortcomings of the gunman seemed to have no effect on him. Fast, accurate, ruthless, was the most direct evaluation by fans in South Korea's esports circle. If one were to select among the operators of the gunman class, Han Zongren would undoubtedly still be the top king worldwide. The personal match's combat map was Ghostly Tomb. After both characters loaded successfully, the game officially began. Lin Xiao operated his adorable Ghost Taoist, advancing unhurriedly. Facing a gunman whose range surpasses mages by far, any notion of preempting an advantage is merely irrational. The Ghost Taoist has few silencing skills, and its other control abilities are mostly incapacitating, which don't stop the bombing-style attacks from the opponent. Positioning. Undoubtedly, this match focused on testing the micromanipulative positioning of both players. Every skills hit could very likely become the opportunity influencing this match. Unlike Lin Xiao who showed no rush, Han Zongren was evidently more proactive. The gunman dived into the darkness right at the start of the match and rapidly headed towards the central part of the map. This route allowed them to encounter each other rather quickly within a desolate graveyard ruin. Bang! At the instant Han Zongren's gunman spotted the enemy figure, he decisively initiated the attack. Bullets hit Lin Xiao's Ghost Taoist with precision, blood spurting up in splashes. Trying to further pursue victory, they suddenly saw the figure flicker and vanish from their sight in an instant. Such a quick reaction. A streak of surprise flashed across Han Zongren's eyes, yet without hesitation, he immediately raised his twin guns, unleashing a fierce spray of bullets towards the direction where the Ghost Taoist had disappeared. The sparks flew everywhere, scattering dusts all over, instantly turning the originally tranquil night on the map into a scene bustling with activities. This style of play forced the opponent's movement on one hand while exposing himself voluntarily to some extent, seemingly disadvantageous on both counts. However, just as the sweep concluded, Han Zongren's gunman suddenly activated Spectral Quick Step, disappearing stealthily into the adjacent bushes in no time, giving the opponent absolutely no chance to lock down his landing point. Decisive, so incredibly decisive. Decisive to the point that no room was left for negotiation. After enduring the bombarding assault, Lin Xiao's Ghost Taoist slowly revealed himself again. But now there was absolutely no trace of the opposing gunman. A sound of admiration arose in his heart as his eyes narrowed sharply, abruptly beginning the spell chant without any warning. Is he wasting his mana? Everyone watching was momentarily confused, but the momentary spell cast completed almost instantly, tiny sparks dropped silently within the nighttime scenery. In an instant upon hitting the ground, a blazing fire erupted exactly 6 feet behind him. What it illuminated were none other than the figures of the gunmen. Making such an accurate judgment about the rival player's location under zero vision. How on earth did he achieve this? There was an immediate uproar throughout the venue. At this precise moment, obviously Han Zongren wasn't as impressed as the audience was regarding his opponent's time prediction. Under his operation, the gunman instantly raised the twin guns, launching rapid-fire offenses against the rival player. His chosen position was excellent currently, he could see every move of the opposing Ghost Taoist clearly. Such concentrated firing swept directly ahead, having an overwhelming stance intending to utterly annihilate the opponent. Facing such comprehensive artillery sweeps, Lin Xiao was clearly well prepared beforehand. The floating pagoda door gradually unfolded before the red shadow, absorbing the full barrage almost instantly. However, the barrier crumbled quickly due to the opponent's intense bombardment. But precisely at this time, another skill's chanting had finished. A tangle of thorny vines sprouted around Han Zhongren's gunman. Han Zhongren frowned slightly as his firing line paused for a brief second, making a decisive leap step backward. While avoiding the empty space spike, his character stepped out of the enemy casting range simultaneously. Immediately after that, taking advantage of his superior output distance, he fired several more rounds. Gunshots reverberated through the entire venue. However, instead of hitting targets, they only stirred up layers of dust. Missed. Han Zhongren, known for his impeccable accuracy, made an error and missed this time. Simultaneously, a layer of ice enveloped the body of the gunman, freezing him rigid in place. The Ghost Taoist's basic skill, Frost Curse. The audience, who had been paying close attention from start to finish, clearly saw the entire process and couldn't help but forget to cheer in astonishment. Han Zhongren's choice to retreat just now was nothing if not decisive. He exited the battle almost as soon as the skill was fully cast. Such an operation was originally exquisite beyond compare. The Ghost Taoist's post-cast rigidity turned him into a stationary target for wild shooting. Yet, before the artillery bombardment arrived, the Ghost Taoist moved after his own rigidity ended. The only possible explanation for such an early end to the stiffness operation was that the opponent simultaneously pressed the cancel button while casting the skill. A pressing control technique that was cancelled at the moment of spellcasting? How could there be such an operation? The entire venue fell silent. At this exact moment, everyone realized that Lin Zhao's previous control skill was merely a deliberate trap, intentionally using a halfway released skill to first force out one leap step from Han Zhongren, then moving forward himself again and decisively closing the distance once more. Subsequently, under the opponent's relaxed guard, the Frost Curse released directly in front was his true intention. Underhanded? Deceitful? These probably didn't even cover the strong dissatisfaction that UG Team's fans felt toward this Ghost Taoist player, but such judgments placed on the international stage seemed more like praise for the opponent's tactics, making it hard for them to vocalize any criticism. On the field, after such a sudden transformation in the situation, the stage began to completely transform into a feast of pure hand-speed dance. Yes, it should be played this way. This is the purest form of extreme flow gameplay. This is exactly the dazzling performance expected of the old Ghost successor. Domestic fans following the LPP League finally awaited Lin Zhao's most pure individual showcase on the international stage, causing an instantaneous boiling point. In comparison, the expressions of South Korean fans were far more varied due to their stunned astonishment. At this moment, they obviously appeared confused, having admired the opponent's precise judgment earlier, yet suddenly this drastic transformation into something resembling a world war caught them utterly unprepared. Ghost Taoist? Is this person even playing a Ghost Taoist? If it weren't for the clear display of both parties' job icons on the big screen, they might have easily mistaken it for a confrontation between two gunman-class characters. Currently, the flying skills illuminated the whole dim map brightly, dazzlingly conspicuous. The health bars of both players were rapidly declining, but evidently, Han Zhongren's gunman was gradually showing signs of being unable to hold up. Too accurate. Since the very first Frost Curse hit, every single control skill's landing by Lin Xiao was so precise that it made people feel terrified. Compared to Han Zhongren's gunman being continuously controlled in place and subjected to constant fire, Lin Zhao's Ghost Taoist still remained capable of freely dodging skills, giving him much more fluid maneuverability. A grave expression finally showed on Han Zhongren's face. Amid the insane shouting voice erupting when the crowd regained their senses, the live broadcast decisively cut to show Lin Zhao's keyboard operations. Through the lens, everyone could see the slender fingers dancing wildly across the keyboard, fast enough to leave people dazzled. In addition to astonishment, this brought deep admiration. Extremely fast. And each operation was so elegant that it captivated everyone's eyes. Though many had witnessed speed-based players flaunting their techniques, none had presented with the kind of effortless ease like Lin Xiao. Through the lens, every key strike was as if precisely budgeted, akin to countless rehearsals, now merely performing the perfect act. Glancing back at Han Zhongren's operational footage, the silence among South Korean fans grew heavier. Undoubtedly, as one of the top gunman-class players, Han Zhongren's hand speed was beyond question. It wasn't hard to see the rapid actions through the lens, certainly mesmerizing, but compared to Lin Zhao's footage, it appeared chaotic. There was no doubt that Han Zhongren's hand speed surpassed Lin Zhao's, but with too many redundant operations, this gave him a sense of immaturity unlike what was expected from him, especially since the latter was clearly a rookie entering the league only this season. As the gunman's HP emptied, the victory icon appeared on Lin Zhao's computer screen. Finally, the arbitrary pounding on the keyboard ceased. When standing up from the chair in the combat room, Lin Xiao glanced down at the adjacent APM, actions per minute, value statistics. Although having the chance to live this life again should be reason enough to be content and happy, even after adjusting his condition to its peak, his still subpar hand speed was truly disheartening. Hand speed could indeed be compensated for with his experience and skills, but during the competition, it would still leave him feeling frustrated by how weak he performed. With that thought, he let out a long sigh with a touch of helplessness. It's really too slow. Chapter 134. Han Zhongren's defeat clearly took the UG team members by surprise, but after watching the entire match through the large screen, they had no words to describe this kind of failure. The opponent was very strong. This rookie player who just appeared in the league this year was so strong that it left everyone speechless. Originally, Han Zhongren's leading the first battle was meant to boost morale, and now this loss at this critical moment had put the atmosphere within the team into a strange mode. After Han Zhongren returned to his seat and noticed the expressions on his teammates' faces, he calmly scanned them and said, "Everyone has seen that the Chinese team players this year are very strong. For the upcoming matches, none of us can be careless." Yes. The UG team members responded loudly. "Well then, let's see my performance next." The vice-captain Song Haochu stood up from his seat. "Good luck." Han Zhongren patted his shoulder and looked up at the combat list on the big screen. The Black Rose team had sent Xiaoli. In the second round of individual competitions, both participants were playing Magic Swordsman. "Do your best, don't embarrass me." On the Black Rose team side, Lin Xiao, who had triumphantly returned, was earnestly motivating Xiaoli. Xiaoli threw his team uniform jacket onto his seat and gave him a sidelong glance. "Just wait for my victory." Lin Xiao curved his lips upwards. "Since we're of the same profession, there won't be any advantage there for you, Xiao boss. It's time to show your true skills." Without an occupational advantage, all they could rely on was personal ability and experience during the game. He wasn't too worried about the former part, but the latter, for the current Xiaoli, still belonged to a weak area. Xiaoli also picked up on the implication behind the words, and the jesting expression on his face disappeared. Taking steps towards the stage. After the band selection phase, the final selected map was Lava Hell. As the roles on both sides loaded onto the resurrection points, the match officially began. Since both were close combat professions, they avoided many unnecessary maneuvers. Still, with the intention of utilizing geographical advantages, both chose a terrain near stalactite-filled caves without hesitation at the start. Compared to previous games, Xiaoli was being cautious in this one. While operating Xia Kenqiang's movements, he was carefully observing the surrounding terrain and silently memorizing all possible spots where the opponent might hide. At this point, Song Haochu's magic swordsman had also approached closely. Both parties were very cautious as they kept an eye on the distance between their respective characters. As soon as they entered the attack range, Song Haochu decisively operated the magic swordsman to use a thunder slash, slashing directly toward Xiao Li's Xia Kenqiang. Facing this resolute and intense move, Xiao Li's reaction was extremely quick. A flame strike slashed forward, causing the skill to explode between the two, creating countless sparks amidst the fiery red lava hell map. Beautiful response. Song Haochu silently praised, without a pause in his hand operations. In a blink, another vacuum wave came forth, its sharp sword-like movement instantly slicing through the void and rushing straight towards Xia Kenqiang. Xiaoli didn't expect the opponent to not give any chance for breathing space. After a brief shock, seeing that the other party's technique had come too close to dodge, he simply decided to stand in place and take the full damage. At the same time, the heavy sword in Xia Kenqiang's hands erupted with a sharp glimmer, and almost simultaneously, a vacuum wave counterslash went forth. As the skill struck, Xia Kenqiang completed the skill casting and was forcibly pushed back a few steps along with splashing blood flowers. On Song Haochu's side, it was clearly unexpected that the opponent would go for a direct exchange of blood like this. The magic swordsman couldn't cancel the post-skill motion fast enough and thus endured a full wave of damage as well. Blood exchange. Although there might be differences in equipment configuration among different roles, this exchange of blood pretty much evened out both players' health values. Following such an exchange, neither side gained any particular advantage, and the match remained tightly contested. Looks like, only hard skills matter here. Xiaoli breathed steadily and looked around once more. Under his operation, Xia Kenqiang suddenly activated Ghost Dash, turned around and dove into the winding stalactite cluster. Faced with this bizarre move, Song Haochu showed the most rational judgment expected of a seasoned professional player. He did not make any rash moves. The magic swordsman stood motionlessly in its spot, constantly adjusting its viewpoint to watch out for potential attacks at any moment. For someone who had already experienced countless battles, the lava hell map with its complex terrain was already very familiar to him. A quick glance around allowed him to roughly determine the possible directions of his opponent's impending moves. Pretending not to pay attention while waiting quietly out of the corner of his eye. Sure enough, just moments later, Xia Kenqiang suddenly darted out from a corner with an overwhelming sweeping technique that instantly approached Song Haochu. Sacred Sword Defense. Song Haochu, prepared for this move, activated his shield skill and then swiftly followed up with a sword shadow slash, interrupting the next 3 combo attacks of the opponent. Immediately after that, he used an ascending dragon strike which directly knocked Xia Kenqiang down to the ground. The sudden change in the battle left Xiao Li's face visibly changed. At this point, he clearly realized he had fallen into the opponent's trap, full of regret and confusion, unable to figure out where exactly the mistake was that led Song Haochu to predict his positioning so easily. There was no time to dwell on wild guesses now. In the instant the knockdown effect ended, amidst the sparks bursting around his body, he quickly operated Xia Kenqiang to perform a leap-back step, avoiding another continuous combo attack from the opponent. Song Haochu's failed strike didn't cause any anxiety on his face. After glancing at the opponent's position, he decisively executed a leap-step follow-up as well, approaching closely before launching another thunder slash. The triple damage from the attack forcefully pushed Xiao Li's Xia Kenqiang back a few steps. Though Thunder Slash wasn't purely a damage skill, it could utilize such a push action to interrupt the opponent's operations, exactly the effect Song Haochu wanted. During this match, he demonstrated all the qualities expected of a veteran player: composure, calmness, and precise anticipation. After this flawless close-range operation, the rhythm of Xia Kenqiang's movements had been entirely disrupted. Only after painstakingly regaining stability did he look up to see another fierce sweep coming straight toward him from the opponent's screen. Sacred Sword Defense. Instinctively, without even thinking, his hands had already carried out the operation, but the moment the massive sacred shield stood firmly in front of him, he already felt regretful. This kind of regret was clearly too late to remedy. Having successfully exchanged a small move for the only defensive skill of the opponent, Song Haochu proceeded with seamless combo connections within his impeccable operational rhythm. Xiao Li had also attempted some interruption operations, but each time, right after the skills, there was always an ingeniously arranged follow-up skill from the other party. Combined with his own chaotic instincts-based operation, he eventually experienced for the first time what it truly meant to be utterly powerless. This is what a genuine magic swordsman professional looks like. Watching as the big screen in front of him dimmed, Xiao Li slumped in his chair inside the combat room, vivid images of the match flashing one by one through his mind. He was filled with an indescribable emotion. All along, he had taken great pride in his talent, but that very match had just given him a clear slap, making him realize for the first time, on the electronic sports stage, relying solely on talent is far from enough. Just like in that previous matchup, abilities without experience foundation sometimes could become the last straw due to intuitive judgment errors. He still has a long way to go. I need to keep working harder. Xiao Li slapped his face hard before leaving the combat room. When he returned to the player bench, he deeply bowed to his teammates with a serious expression: "Sorry, I lost." Prepared to accept criticism from others, he only felt the weight increase on his shoulder, looking up just in time to meet Lin Xiao's gaze, causing a slight flicker in his eyes. Lin Xiao stared at him for a while before asking, "What happened to your face? Did someone slap you?" "Xiao Li." Su Yiming jumped up, "Holy cow. Who dared to hit our team member? Come out. Watch me not thrash him." "Xiao Li." Lu Jia gently pulled the hyperactive Su Yiming back, handing over a cup of water and smiling, "Good job, it's our turn now." A flash of feeling finally crossed Xiao Li's features. Without mentioning his defeat again, he drank 2 gulps of water and fell heavily into his seat, closing his eyes with exhaustion. Seriously speaking, competing against such seasoned players was mentally exhausting. At this moment, a huge number 1-1 appeared in the score column on the big screen. This tie result after 2 rounds instantly made the atmosphere in the venue even more intense. The upcoming third individual match would become the first climax of this afternoon's competition. Lu Jia stood where he was and scanned his surroundings before finally resting his gaze on the UG team's player bench. With an emotionless expression, he faintly curved his lips upward. It's time for revenge. Chapter 135. In the third match of the team competition, the player representing UG Gaming was Kim Min-eun, who played as a shadow swordsman. Although he wasn't considered a veteran, he had participated in 2 international league seasons with UG, and was known for his aggressive style. The final map chosen for the battle was Desert Ruins. At the start of the game, both players headed towards the central castle. Before long, they spotted each other within their field of vision. After taking a quick glance at his opponent's position, Ryu Takajin decisively darted into the nearby derelict house, heading straight for the second floor. By the time Kim Min-eun's shadow swordsman arrived, the opposing figure had already disappeared from view. The moment Kim turned around, he saw a paladin charging at him with a spear strike. Unperturbed, Kim Min-eun immediately launched a breaking strike, using this common opening move to confront his opponent head-on. At the instant their blades met, Ryu Takajin raised an eyebrow slightly and executed a seemingly effortless operation. His paladin performed a cunning backward leap, evading the subsequent combo attack that followed. While breaking strike may not deal significant damage by itself, it effectively amplifies the following 2 skills' damage potential. A confrontation like this would obviously leave one side at a disadvantage, and thus should be avoided whenever possible. Upon seeing both of his opponent's skills miss, Ryu Takajin surveyed the surroundings before curling up a smile. Suddenly, holy light surged around the paladin, activating the Trust Aura skill. The paladin's defense immediately rose by 50%, transforming into a tough tank at that moment. Eyeing that Kim Min-eun's shadow swordsman had entered a brief skill cooldown phase, the paladin advanced toward him with a low-level taunt skill. Kim Min-eun's heart skipped a beat. Realizing there was no time to evade, he swiftly activated his personal sword Spirit Flash, an attack enhancement ability with partial armor-piercing attributes. With Shadow Swordsman's skills typically dealing high damage, combined with these additional buffs on both offense and armor-piercing properties, even his normal attacks inflicted significantly higher damage. For such a bulky shield knight, ignoring such immense damage could prove perilous. When everyone thought Ryutakijin had hoisted the stone only to drop it on his own feet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. While the paladin's health points were indeed dropping, the Shadow Swordsman's health depleting far quicker. Haha. What a ruthless move. Lin Xiao, watching both parties' equipment choices on the contestant bench, quickly figured out the situation through their appearance, laughing uncontrollably. Xiao Li appeared confused. What's going on? Lin Xiao pointed at Ryutakijin's gear and laughed. Thorn's armor. He chose Thorn's armor. And look, he even has a blood-sucking spear. If I were the opponent, I might as well GG right here. Xiao Li. The active effect of the Thorn's armor is capable of partially reflecting back incoming damage. While this ratio isn't extremely high, if the opponent wants to engage in direct, swift confrontation, accurately initiating this special effect within a few seconds can have catastrophic results. Especially since Shadow Swordsmen are a class defined by high damage but relatively low hit points. It's akin to cutting off an enemy's 100 lives while simultaneously suffering 3,000 damages. More so, a blood-sucking spear is enough to sustain recovery of lost health during the prolonged combat grind. Clearly, this fact now caused immense frustration for Kim Min-eun. He looked gravely focused, immediately leaping after the taunt ended to put distance between them. Just as he prepared to retreat out of the room, a sharp sound blared in his headphones. It was the paladin's ultimate skill, Soul Stomp. Kim Min-eun felt his stomach clench. Decisively rolling to the side, he initially thought he had made a sharp decision to avoid being trampled under horse hooves, yet immediately thereafter encountered an enormous collision. The entire body of the Shadow Swordsman crashed against the wall behind him, displaying a massive hoof print in his vision. Then came the slow-motion image of the lance gently lifting at the fore. Kim Min-eun was nearly ready to swear. Through playback on the big screen, the entire scene unfolded clearly for the audience. Instead of cheering, a complex silence fell over them. The sequence just now appeared uncannily like Kim Min-eun had used impeccable prediction to deliberately dive suicidally beneath the paladin's hooves. The previous match clearly showed Xiao Li's inexperience against the opponent, while this one gave the impression that Yuji's competitor was being schooled. Many Chinese fans couldn't help but recall an old saying, for every rise of virtue, there is a corresponding rise of vice. Nevertheless, compared to the earlier disaster when the paladin had activated buffs, this situation appeared much better, at least Shadow Swordsman's health wasn't dropping as catastrophically. Only after the taunt wore off did Kim Min-eun finally manage to slip away from the paladin's clutches and fled the scene of the incident like a madman. He even used his ghost dash acceleration technique, which he usually conserved. The whole episode brought to mind a bizarre image of a defiled maiden barely escaping a thug. This was just the beginning. Ryutakijin glanced at the retreating back of the rival and curled his lips into a smirk. He then operated the paladin to stroll out slowly and casually waited in the middle of the open area for the next move. The paladin demonstrated the composure of a commander who lets the enemy act first before responding. Kim Min-eun felt immense frustration, extremely frustrated, overwhelmingly frustrated, incomparably frustrated. What lay before him was akin to an unsolvable problem. Aggressive attack. Without boosting damage output, a full skill set wouldn't be enough to take down the paladin. If they did boost their damage, with the thorn armor effect enabled, it might clear his own health points long before completing the kill. Wear and tear. Such a blood-thick paladin class could endure regular grinding under normal circumstances, but here the paladin carried a life-sucking spear capable of regenerating health. Moreover, everything felt off today since the start of the game. It seemed as if the opponent was always in control. After pondering deeply, Kim Min-eun suddenly realized something, only for the realization to make him feel even more frustrated. It was no wonder he'd been feeling uneasy. From the start, the opponent hadn't used any pure damage-dealing skills. Paladins didn't have many offensive skills, but if they spent all their skill points on them, even during individual matches, considerable damage could be inflicted. This would inevitably require sacrificing other important abilities such as advanced taunts. In the current match, the paladin had never once shown any harm-inflicting abilities, instead repeatedly poking his Shadow Swordsman's face with the lance, tricking him into making foolish attacks. Wasn't this exactly how paladins operate most commonly in team battles? As soon as Kim understood this, he felt sick to his stomach. How hard is it to eliminate a paladin in team fights? Everyone knows the answer. And now he was supposed to single-handedly accomplish this near-impossible feat. But in this arena, no matter how tough, one must persevere. As long as I don't give him a chance to heal. With deep breaths, Kim Min-eun quickly made his Shadow Swordsman rush towards the paladin at an opportune moment. Clang, with a loud clang, the two clashed again. After some exchanges, noticing that part of his skills entered the cooldown phase, Kim tried retreating but saw the paladin lifting his lance towards him. Wary of getting taunted again, he decisively performed a side flip to evade. Though his operation looked smooth, the next discovery nearly made Kim Min-eun cry aloud. Ryutakijin lifted the lance, but there were no subsequent light effects indicating any follow-up moves. The action ended naturally, followed by turning around and pointing the lance towards Kim's direction. It was clear, that had been a feint, which completely deceived him. Isn't it about who has more experience? Ryu Takajin watched the screen and smiled faintly, as if admiring a tempting prey. Whispering softly, he controlled his paladin to execute another lunge, hooking and taunting the shadow swordsman into attacking again. As the thorn armor skill came off cooldown, he smoothly reactivated it and wielded the blood-sucking lance without restraint. Glancing at the opponent's health bar, he roughly calculated, then immediately applied another taunt after provoke roar, continuing the non-stop assault with the spear. This continuous string of taunts left Kim Min-yoon utterly without a chance to catch his breath. He watched helplessly as the shadow swordsman's health points dropped, only able to sit and fret in anxiety while praying inwardly for the health bar to hold on at all costs and not be depleted. Finally, the paladin's taunt skills all entered cooldown. It seemed like heaven had heard his prayers as the shadow swordsman's health ultimately retained the last sliver of vitality. A wave of relief swept through Kim Min-yoon's heart, and almost without thinking, he activated Ghost Dash, preparing to swiftly evade. But then, once again, he heard the piercing neigh of a horse. It was the paladin's ultimate skill, Soul Trample. To dodge or not to dodge? Recalling the bitter experience from earlier, Kim Min-yoon momentarily froze, but just this fleeting moment of hesitation gave the opponent the perfect opportunity to close the gap and trample the shadow swordsman under the hooves of his steed. He should have dodged. The instant Kim Min-yoon came back to his senses, he felt a surge of regret, but by now it was already far too late. Ryu Takajin didn't give him even a fraction of an opportunity to retreat. Capitalizing on his blessing effects, he forcibly wiped out the shadow swordsman's final sliver of life force. 2:1. The final score after the personal match appeared prominently on the scoreboard at the center of the large screen, sending the entire venue into an uproar. Chapter 136. When Lu Zishan returned to the player's seat, he received unanimous applause from his teammates. "You played very well," Chen Chanyu smiled and said while standing up from his own seat. On the other side, Chen Enchi was also rising at the same time. "Hey, you two fight together like a married couple. If you don't get these 2 points, you'll have no face to come back, Mr. Vice Captain Shen," Su Yiming said teasingly. "Cough cough, I'll do my best, my best." Shen Chanyu glanced at Chen Enchi and cleared his throat. "You're still young," Lin Xiao helped Yu Jing massage his arms and muttered with a smile before turning around and asking, "How about it? Your condition should be restored pretty well by now, right?" Yu Jing looked at him, "You'll know soon." Zhou Qiguan's soft voice popped up, "Go master. Win this round for sure." At this moment, on the big screen in the center of the field, the lists of players participating in both teams' team matches appeared. When the player IDs of Black Rose team appeared, there was a significant uproar inside the venue. Yu Jing. Since the start of the international competition, Yu Jing finally made her first official appearance. "We've waited so long." Besides excitement, all the Chinese fans focused their attention on the Black Rose team's player seats at the corner of the venue, generating roaring cheers. Facing such enthusiasm, Yu Jing took a deep breath and said to the other two, "Let's go." In this round of the team match, the UG team dispatched 3 players, Bullet Master Song Yuanji and Jing Junying, and healer Li Qinghua. Bullet Master, yet another Bullet Master. The UG team has always been known for producing many Bullet Masters, but it is quite rare to see 2 appear in a small team match like this. There must be some conspiracy. Lin Xiao squinted at the list of players and then glanced at the video footage of their team's players. He couldn't help but smile again. What does it matter if there's a conspiracy? No matter how big the plot is, none of it will outsmart our Miss Chen. After the players from both sides entered the combat room, the ban and map selection phase began, which followed the usual procedure. However, when the final selected map was revealed, a noticeable ripple went through the audience once more. Polar Ice Plains. As the last banned map by UG team was confirmed, the final chosen battlefield turned out to be Polar Ice Plains. Glancing at the setups of both teams, fans supporting the Black Rose team could not help but fall silent. This snow-covered plains map that lacks much natural barrier would undoubtedly maximize the advantages of the opposing team's 2 ranged attackers who are Bullet Masters. Moreover, the Black Rose team also includes an assassin who relies on positioning to launch sneak attacks. With the completion of the map import, the players from both sides respawned at the 2 ends. Simultaneously, they were already actively moving in the first instance, rushing rapidly towards the center position of the map. The biggest feature of the Ice Plains map is its overwhelming repetitiveness. Regardless of where the picture is captured, it presents almost identical scenes of falling snow and snowstorm covering the sky. Every part of the scenery is strikingly similar, making it extremely challenging to locate even one prominent landmark. When the players from both sides came into each other's sight, the 2 Bullet Masters used the advantage of their attack range to open fire immediately. The thundering sound of gunfire became the formal signal to initiate the duel of the squad match. Chen Enchi's assassin faced the enemy's frenzied shooting calmly and skillfully evaded with a simple backward jump. After scanning around, she spoke in the voice channel, "Act quickly." "Understood." Shen Chanyu did not hesitate for a moment. With a wave of the summoner staff, as grand dots spread around, several adorable gophers sprang about the spot, then bent over and burrowed directly into the snowy ground. "I'll advance, cover me." Over at the UG team side, Song Yuanji had made the judgment simultaneously upon discovering the opponent's actions, arranging for his teammates to cover. His hand held steady with continued firing without any stoppage, and the firepower was even further intensified. This strong offensive falls under group attack, causing stable drops in the blood levels of the three members on the Black Rose team. Yujing kept her eyes fixed on the opponent's movement, and she hesitated not a bit to unleash her healing skills. She cast a continuous HP recovery technique on Qian'anqi's assassin, and slightly increased Shen Chanyu summoner's HP with a little healing skill, then set a defense effect on herself. After stabilizing the state of the three people steadily and slowly, she activated a group heal, ensuring the stability of overall status values. This series of operations flowed as freely as drifting clouds, and even Jing Juning's gunner harassing recklessly did not affect his skill casting operation while dodging positioning. They must kill the opponent's priest, otherwise, it would be impossible to eliminate the other two characters. The members of the UG team soon realized this point. After a brief hesitation, the two gunners rushed forward rapidly with their firepower fully open. This time, their targets were all locked onto Yujing's priest. Under Shen Chanyu's control, his summoned creatures also rushed up one after another, standing squarely in the middle between both parties, forming an impermeable wall of flesh. Although they momentarily blocked the opponent's attacks, they still could not withstand such overwhelming firepower, causing a break in their formation. Be careful, the opponent's assassin is gone. Li Chenghua, the UG team's priest player, watched the battle situation from the rear. From this position, he had an overall view of the situation and had already noticed Qian'anqi, who had disappeared from the line of sight. Received. The two players on the front line responded, slightly adjusting their positions, spreading out in a straight line to the left and right to be ready to assist each other when facing sudden attacks. After forcibly breaking through Shen Chanyu's summoning formation, they continued to pursue madly toward the priest controlled by Yujing that was already retreating backward. In Yujing's camera view, at this moment, the fluctuation of health points was quite alarming. Her fingertips moved rapidly, but her face shown on the big screen's camera remained calm and composed. After glancing around, she asked serenely, "Are you not done yet?" "Done." After a brief pause, Shen Chanyu's voice came from the voice channel, clearly relieved after just a few minutes of intense combat. It was visible that he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just experienced an exhausting battle. Following his words, the snow ground in front of the two gunners suddenly trembled and then collapsed. On this endless plain terrain, there appeared a huge pit. Pursuing so recklessly, you might fall into a trap. Qian'anqi's teasing words echoed faintly. Just as the words fell, only to hear, boom, two loud explosions. Through the live broadcast footage on the big screen, the audience could clearly see that Song Yuanji and Jing Juning's gunners, due to the sudden event and unable to stop chasing, ended up falling hard into the snow hole. Song Yuanji. Jing Juning. The audience in the venue. Lin Xiao, ha 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 ha. Xiao Li, who had already recovered his vitality after Lu Zishan scored another point, felt that Lin Xiao's unrestrained laughter attracted a lot of hate-filled stares, quickly nudged him a couple of times with his elbow. "Brother, keep it low-key." "Low-key, cough cough, low-key." Lin Xiao disguised his laugh with a light cough and continued to focus on the game with immense pleasure. Compared to the joyful atmosphere of Black Rose, the pressure inside the UG team's battle room at this moment was oppressively low. Li Chenghua stared in shock as his teammates got caught in an ambush, and his mouth twitched instantly. Can this even happen? Song Yuanji gritted his teeth. Quick, figure out how to get out. He didn't finish before realizing something. Compared to getting out of the pit, it was more urgent to solve the horrifying human sea tactic that resembled a zombie siege. If Shen Chanyu's earlier summoning array, because it needed to control mole gophers digging holes, seemed slightly distracted, now he could completely display his real skills without any hindrance. Under the summons of the summoner, summoned beasts obediently began one after another crawling into the ice hole. With such a magnificent scale, it was very leisurely and unafraid since the opponent couldn't move at all, resembling a military parade ceremony. The summoned beasts at the front kept falling under the gunner's sweeping fire, but soon another batch arrived. This continuous scene evoked a sense of déjà vu from the Plants vs. Zombies game. This damn thing never ends. Looking at the crowded ice hole being besieged by summoned beasts, Jing Juning felt somewhat unbearable. As the only person in the UG team who could still move freely, Li Chenghua quickly approached the scene with his priest, trying to boost his teammates' blood levels to ensure they maintained a good enough condition to find a way out. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a figure suddenly flashed before him, and a blood-red dagger appeared in his line of sight. An ominous premonition instantly clouded Li Chenghua's mind. After staying hidden at the edge of the battlefield waiting for the right moment, Qian'anqi's assassin finally launched an attack, and the target was naturally this isolated and vulnerable priest from the opposing team. On one side was the vast army of summoned beasts resembling a zombie horde, and on the other side was the ferocious assassin who had clearly marked him as prey. As he stared at the deep ice pit in front of him, Li Chenhua's face fell completely. Should he jump, or should he not? This was truly an almost unsolvable and extremely difficult question. Chapter 137. Jump, at least there may still be a glimmer of hope. After a fierce internal struggle, Li Chenghua finally made his decision. With a resolute bite of the lip, the priest leaped into the icy hole like a martyr going to his death. Hey, do you think it's not crowded enough yet? The already cramped space became even more unbearable as Jing Juning was about to explode. Don't complain, just clean up efficiently. Song Yuanji still retained a shred of reason. Seeing the gunner's health points slightly improving, he was fully focused on their last stand. Accidentally glancing back once, he nearly swore too. It wasn't surprising that the UG team's players were losing their composure. In such an infuriatingly chaotic atmosphere, what would it feel like if, upon turning around, they found another assassin from the opposing side had snuck up beside them? How, cough, did you also jump in? Shen Changyu noticed this scene and for a moment his tone almost rose. Under the control of his rationality, the latter half of his sentence softened considerably. Oh, just wanted to finish it early, answered Chen Anshi with an air of nonchalant inevitability. Shen Changyu actually wanted her to take it easy. Unconsciously glancing at Yu Jing, who had already managed to transfer the priest, effectively stabilizing the assassin's HP to the rear, he took a deep breath in the end and said, "Be careful." If they could have heard the cacophony of cries and shouts in the UG team's voice channel at that time, he would have realized his concern was entirely unnecessary. This assassin is freaking terrifying. Watch out ahead. Another wave of summons is coming. Forget about her, deal with the summons first. What's all the shouting for? That guy is chasing me and cutting me down. She's absolutely insane. Health points. Watch my health points. I'm dying. Stop yelling, I want to. As Li Chenghua's words suddenly stopped, the priest's first-person view went completely dark at that exact moment, marking the shedding of the first drop of blood in the team match. After taking the first kill, a cold and penetrating gaze from Chen Anshi scanned the battlefield as the corners of her thin lips curved upwards. Under her operation, the assassin immediately pivoted toward the next prey without any pause. Splashes of blood spread across the screen, slowly converging into a heavy sigh in the minds of all spectators. Truly, she was excessively brutal. Under Chen Anshi's crushing performance, Black Rose secured another victory in the team competition. As the match ended, the big screen showed the current score, 4-1. Such a significant lead allowed the supporters of Black Rose to welcome the triumphant return of their three members with great enthusiasm. Mr. Deputy Shen, hard work. Lin Xiao ambiguously patted his shoulder and expressed profound admiration. No hard work, Shen Changyu responded extremely honestly. Hard work, really hard work, we will need to continue working hard in the future. Lin Xiao glanced at Chen Anshi passing by nearby and looked full of burdensome tasks ahead. Shen Changyu felt like he finally understood. Before the team match, there was still some time to rest. Facing the temporary defeat before, although UG had slight disappointment, it didn't impact their morale much. They very positively devoted themselves to the next round of tactical discussions and consolidations. In contrast, on the Black Rose side, everyone closed their eyes to nap and recuperate, showing not a trace of nervousness. Arrogant. Overconfident. You will surely pay the price for being overly haughty. The fans of UG cursed angrily inside. Soon, after both teams' rest period ended, as the match was about to begin, the director displayed the rosters of both sides on the large screen. On UG's roster, they had Han Zhongren, Song Yuanji, and Jing Juning's gunners, Song Haochu's swordsman, and Li Qinghua's priest. This lineup maintained UG's usual long-distance tug bombardment style, since the trio of high-damage, long-range gunners often gave opponents headaches with their bombing-style attacks. As for Black Rose, when the lineup appeared, it left the crowd momentarily bewildered. Lin Zhao's Ghost Wizard, Lu Zijuan's Paladin, Shen Changyu's Summoner, and especially Yu Jing and Zhou Qiguan's priests. For the team match, 2 priests. Hadn't Black Rose gone mad trying to prevent their own casualties under the opponent's intense output? Many had already anticipated that this match was going to develop into a protracted battle. Recalling the scene when Lin Xiao faced off against Jiang Minjun of the MTG team during the individual matches, they couldn't help but grimace painfully. Many people, unable to bear the anticipation any longer, started cursing under their breaths. When the ban phase for map selection ended and both teams' players refreshed at the respawn points, the broadcaster displayed the equipment loadouts of the competitors. In an instant, all conversation ceased. Yu Jing's choice of gear. As if sensing the audience's bewilderment, the director quickly switched the focus on the large screen from the equipment interface to the skill tree distribution. After a moment of silence, the venue erupted in cheers. Rage Priest. The term Rage Priest refers to a subset of players who abandon the traditional healing role of the priest class, focusing entirely on output damage with both their talent points and gear selection. This allows the priest to transition into an offensive role, forsaking some unique characteristics of the class but gaining sufficient firepower for convenience. Though not common, such Rage Priests did exist in online gaming. However, anyone familiar with the concept knew that this type of specialization effectively sacrificed the defining features of the class, requiring a deep understanding of the profession. Compared to other classes, it was inherently disadvantageous on equal footing. Originally, this specialized class existed mainly for completing daily quests more conveniently, yet now, due to a Black Rose competitor's choice, everyone witnessed a Rage Priest appear on the international stage in this crucial team competition. Such was the impact that by the time both sets of competitors had begun positioning themselves for the match, most spectators were still fixated on the 2 ethereal white-clad figures trailing behind Black Rose's squad as they moved along. Follow them during switchovers, I'll go with you. Lin Xiao maintained his unwavering gaze on the screen while issuing instructions through the voice channel, steering his Ghost Wizard around the upper part of the map. Quickly following, Yu Jing's priest also caught up. Thus, the 5-person team split into 2 groups. Shen Changyu, Lu Zijuan, and Zhou Qiguan continued advancing down the center of the map. Their defense was already robust enough that even encountering opposition head-on wouldn't be fatal right away, assuming they avoided excessive force. However, through the first-person perspective, the audience could see that Yuji's players chose not to advance directly but instead flanked towards the upper portion of the map, increasing their proximity to Lin Xiao. You want to flank, you want tactics. Now you're doomed. Compared to the intense worry among Black Rose fans, Yuji supporters were visibly jubilant. Finally, under much anticipation, Lin Xiao's line of sight revealed Yuji's group members, just as Yuji noticed him. Instantly, the sound of gunfire echoed. The 3 gunners raised their weapons simultaneously, the loud blasts reverberating throughout the wild forest. Facing the sudden barrage, Lin Xiao executed a precise leap backward, dodging every shot. Rather than retreating after his escape, he began casting a spell, a stray spark rendered between Yuji's rolls, igniting momentarily and scattering their formation. Go! Chase him down and finish him. Yuji fans screamed furiously. Yet, instead of pursuing aggressively, Yuji's members only symbolically fired a few more skills from afar, seemingly probing. Be careful, this intentional baiting might suggest an ambush, Han Zhongren warned in the team's voice channel. At this moment, a small healing spell landed softly on Lin Zhao's ghost wizard, slightly raising his health bar. The minor heal was one of the least effective skills in a priest's arsenal, offering minimal healing and often overlooked. To the Yuji team, this further solidified their belief, an ambush must be waiting behind. Viewers watching everything unfold almost cried out of frustration. Ambush? What kind of ambush? All that lay behind this player was a rage priest who provided hardly any healing at all. A straightforward assault would have secured victory within seconds. However, such cries obviously did not reach the ears of the Yuji team members. At this moment, they occasionally fired a few shots, very cautiously avoiding dealing with the ghost wizard frantically jumping around right before them. Compared to Yuji's calmness, Black Rose's voice channel was filled with Lin Zhao's frantic shouts, "Hurry up, coordinates, 491-25. Come quickly. We need support. If they rush us, both of us are done for. Hurry. Coming, hold on." Shen Changyu and Lu Zijuan were operating their characters, with Zhou Qiguan's priest following behind. After decisively activating Ghostly Quickstep, they began sprinting wildly across the map. Chapter 138. After continuous probing by the Yuji team with no response, they gradually became restless. "Captain, why do I always feel something is strange? Should we just go all in?" Jing Junying asked with a furrowed brow. "Go." After a moment's hesitation, Han Zhongren finally made his decision. But before the Yuji team members formally began their actions, they suddenly heard a long neigh of a horse. As their view turned backward, they saw a paladin riding on a high horse charging at them. Since the team members were standing tightly packed together at this time, the paladin's ultimate skill, Soul Stampede, instantly broke their formation to pieces upon collision. The entire Yuji team. From the position where the opposing paladin attacked, they couldn't possibly not know that Lin Zhao's rogue Taoist had been truly isolated. Regret? That was inevitable. But dwelling on these things at this point was obviously completely useless. Han Zhongren stood on the edge of the team and with great awareness used the momentum of the blow to execute a side flip. After quickly activating the ghostly sprint skill, he rushed directly towards the position of Lin Zhao's rogue Taoist. Following closely behind him was Song Haochu's magic swordsman. These two escaped danger quickly, but the remaining 3 teammates weren't so lucky. They didn't just get trampled by Lu Zhisan's paladin, under Shen Changyu's operation, the summoning array was also rapidly completed within moments. Summoned beasts ferociously appeared around them, encircling them into an ambush formation. "You hold on, let's kill the rogue Taoist first." After notifying the team through the voice channel, Han Zhongren focused all his attention ahead. After taking a few steps closer, he decisively raised his gun and fired. A cloud of dust flew up, cutting off the opponent's retreat. Song Haochu's magic swordsman charged straight in, locking onto the enemy's position, then launched a rising dragon strike directly, knocking Lin Zhao's rogue Taoist down to the ground. "Wow, really fierce." Lin Xiao commented with a grin, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. "Dear, it's your turn. There are others too." Lu Zhisan flinched slightly, almost missing a skill but managed to correct it in time. "I've got this." Yu Jing replied calmly. His fingers moved deftly across the keyboard as the previously hidden priest from the rear started chanting. A series of skills immediately landed on the magic swordsman. The white holy light in the screen was tainted with blood, casting an eerie shade of crimson. Ouch! Watching the health value of his magic swordsman decrease, Song Haochu frowned. He prepared to step back to create some distance but found it difficult due to the control skills from the priest. Biting his teeth, he decided to redirect his focus back onto the rogue Taoist, attempting to perform a powerful kill. Lin Xiao glanced at his dwindling health and remained calm while standing there and began to chant. The pagoda sect skill activation was timed perfectly after only half a second. This pagoda erected between the 2 near combatants blocked both the distant gunner's barrage and stopped the magic swordsman's frontal attack. In an instant, the combo chain was broken. Just as the audience marveled at this exquisite micromanipulation, one layer after another of white light surged from the rogue Taoist, gradually increasing the health points. It was the priest's healing skill. Even though a berserker priest focused on damage output, it still retained its basic healing skills. At this moment, Yu Jing leisurely brushed his target's health in the background, even if the recovery speed wasn't significant. Every little bit counts, especially in this type of 2v2 output battle scenario, making opponents feel extremely uncomfortable. UG team was evidently stuck in a very awkward situation. The gunner had no control skills, ideally coordinating with the magic swordsman for a forced kill would have been perfect. However, the presence of the half-healer on the field greatly increased the difficulty. If the magic swordsman were to control the priest, it could already be seen in the previous 1v1 personal matches that when compared head-to-head with Lin Zhao's rogue swordsman, even Han Zhongren's gunner might not have an advantage. Facing such a predicament, Han Zhongren furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. Forceful kill. Yes, forceful kill, this was currently the only way out. At the same time, Lin Zhao looked at the picture on the big screen and also reached a judgment. Forceful kill. After both sides made their decisions, there was no pause. The firepower burst out immediately. Void spikes. In the face of the same strength from the opponent, after Lin Zhao's chant ended in a moment, a series of thorns appeared under Song Haochu's magic swordsman. Song Haochu decisively avoided it with a side flip, but at the moment of landing, his body flashed with light as a beam of holy light from the priest fell on him. After a small segment of his vital energy slid down, a weakness debuff followed. Seeing another skill about to fall, he quickly dodged to the side. Without time to catch his breath, the soul fire of the ghost Taoist hit the spot again, taking away another small part of his vitality. Song Haochu. Glancing at the ghost Taoist standing confidently within the range of the bullet artist's barrage and noticing how calm he remained while dodging some skills and simultaneously forming a pincer movement with the priest, both effectively blocking his two potential landing points, he clearly felt that all his actions were just actively choosing between the damage skills of the two. Both the berserker priest and the ghost Taoist possessed quite a few control skills, which inevitably made the offense of Song Haochu's magic swordsman seem exceedingly restricted. As a result, all the key offensive capabilities of the UG team fell upon Han Zhongren's gunner. But even so, the other party could still occasionally enjoy a small healing spell. These healing skills, from one perspective, actually had very little effect, yet the accuracy of Yu Jing's use of healing skills left the UG team members feeling excessively maddeningly precise. When the gunner's damage reached a certain level of vitality, as long as the timing was right, a higher critical strike value could be achieved, but Yu Jing, while surrounding the attacking magic swordsman, managed to split focus and make exact judgments, always releasing skills at the most opportune times. This kept Han Zhongren's output value pressed to the lowest possible. On the other hand, UG team found itself obviously much harder to carry out the forced kill compared to the Black Rose team. It turned out this was the real purpose of fielding two priests. Ensuring maximum damage while reducing effective output received, this operation of high difficulty, executed nearly perfectly by Yu Jing, the god-level priest player. Some people come and give support. The fans of UG team shouted in their hearts, inadvertently shifting their attention to the other side of the battlefield, only to find silently that, under the restrictions imposed by the paladin and summoner, two occupations excellent in harassment, the other three teammates simply had no spare capacity to offer help. Song Haochu's magic swordsman became the first bloodshed in this team match. Fortunately, in the 3v3 situation, the UG team members were very decisive. Both gunners concentrated all their firepower on Shen Changyu's summoner, with an overwhelmingly strong output damage that left Zhou Qiguan's priest under tremendous pressure while healing. Not long after the first bloodshed, they completed an exchange for one of theirs. With both teams losing one member each, the battle was still 4v4. I'll go give support, you be careful yourself. Yu Jing left a message and then very decisively turned around and returned, scanning the current situation and started giving instructions regarding Zhou Qiguan's skill coordination. This choice once again let the UG team members, who originally wanted to take advantage and follow up on their success, lose their edge once more under the mutual support of the two priests. Compared to the renewed deadlock here, Lin Zhao and Han Zhongren's personal arenas again became the focus of the entire audience. Would these two individuals, who had already decided the outcome of the personal matches, reenact history? This seemed to have become the final mystery determining the victory or defeat of the match. The gunshot and incantation almost began at the same time, making the battlefield suddenly even more unpredictable, and dazzling skills caused both parties' health values to drop touchingly, but evidently, compared to Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist, Han Zhongren's bullet artist was again falling behind. Positioning. Relying on exquisite micro-positioning, Lin Zhao continuously evaded several large harm skills. Such precise judgment directly led to the widening gap between them. Finally, after 3 minutes of intense combat, Han Zhongren's bullet artist was completely drained of his health. Second time. If the first victory could possibly be a coincidence, then completing the kill again the second time already carried sufficient convincing power. Audience members from the Black Rose team couldn't sit still anymore, they stood up from their seats cheering excitedly, preparing to welcome their ultimate victory. At this moment, Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist undoubtedly had a very low amount of vitality. Song Yuanji and Jing Juning had already been keeping an eye out in the chaotic battle situation, and seeing that the opponent had entered their gunner's range, they suddenly switched fire fiercely, attempting to drain the opponent's health before they could recover. However, in response to such a sudden change of focus, Lin Xiao seemed well prepared. As the sweeping skills came directly towards him, he decisively leapt into the bushes at his side, immediately cutting off his line of sight. The gunner's attack didn't pause for a single moment, continuing to bombard relentlessly, but no anticipated system announcement for the kill came. The two members of the UG team were without vision, but the on-site audience saw it all very clearly. Just after Lin Xiao jumped and avoided the attack, it was as if he had foreseen it and instantly erected a floating pagoda gate, blocking all incoming damage completely. At the same time, Yu Jing operated her priest without hesitation and turned around to provide support. After a string of small healing spells, although Lin Xiao wasn't restored to full status, the vitality of the ghost Taoist was already raised back to a relatively safe level. Go! Lu Zhisan exclaimed, having already activated Ghostly Sprint to reach right in front of the opposing player, launching a taunt skill toward Li Qinghua's isolated priest, forcibly pulling the hate value. As his skill landed, other damages followed suit. Facing such large-scale concentrated firepower, the remaining two gunners of the UG team, lacking any control skills, appeared extremely powerless. With the clearing of the priest's health bar, this team match finally reached its inevitable conclusion. Finally, the referee's whistle sounded. They won. Black Rose officially advanced to the finals. Cheering, jumping for joy, excitement, madness. At this moment, all the jubilation in the arena belonged to the fans of the Chinese team. Inside the competition room of the Black Rose team, Lin Xiao smiled while rubbing Yu Jing's hand, with a tone filled with sincerity. Today, you've worked hard. Shen Changyu cleared his throat, seeing no reaction from them, and could only exit the room together with the other two, opting not to see. Although, as teammates, they had grown somewhat accustomed to the intimacy between the two over time, scenes of excessive sweetness still made them avert their eyes. At the moment the door opened, they were greeted by waves of cheering voices, easing the regret of Team Tianqi's loss in this victorious duel. The competition on the battlefield had yet to end, the championship was just a step away. Chapter 139. All the advanced competitions have finally come to an end at this moment. Out of the three teams from the LPL League, only one remains now. After saying goodbye to the Cloudflow and Dawnbreak teams, there's no shortage of sighs in many people's hearts. However, all eyes are ultimately focused on the Black Rose team preparing for the final. China's Esports Alliance has already entered such a final stage more than once, and watched the South Korean flag rise in front of them more than once. This repeated pattern feels like a loop, filled with sighs, regretful wrist grips, regrets, and probably most of all, deep dissatisfaction. This time, we can definitely do it. Countless fans of the International League made solemn vows in their hearts, firm and confident. Many people even remembered that 5 years ago, it was also this team with the Black Rose emblem that quietly reached this stage when not many people were paying attention. They lifted the fiery trophy high on this stage, and the national anthem resounded grandly. And now, after so many years, it is still this team that has become the bearer of countless people's hopes rather than being alone in its greatness. Posts online flooded the internet as thousands upon thousands of topics regarding the match status on Weibo were forwarded, temporarily occupying all hot search topics. The feeling of being in the spotlight brought undeniably immense pressure, but it was enough to make anyone's blood boil with excitement. Lin Xiao flipped through Weibo with expressions of comfort and nostalgia. No doubt, the opening of every path requires countless pioneers. It was precisely because he had once been one among many back then that he could feel, at this moment, just how difficult it had been for the Esports Alliance to develop into what it is today, reaching such brilliance. If we don't win, it would almost feel like we let down the general public, he said, closing his computer and turning to look at Yu Jing with a carefree smile. You just win for them to see. Yu Jing's usually calm expression changed, with something flickering in his gaze that couldn't hide his passion. At some point in the past, the man in front of him had seemed like an unattainable dream. Now, under these unimaginable circumstances, they stood before each other. Even if it was a dream, it was enough for him to use every effort to grasp it firmly, leaving no regrets. Come here, Lin Xiao waved to him. Yu Jing instinctively walked over at the invitation. Before getting close, he suddenly felt himself pulled forward by the other party. In an instant, a familiar embrace surrounded him, hugging him tightly from behind, warmth transferring through his back. He hesitated briefly in this pose but chose not to push away. Lin Xiao grazed Yu Jing's hairline with his breath, burying his face in his neck, revealing a slight upward curve at the corner of his lips. Rest assured, I promised you, I will definitely do it. Yu Jing, The wind blew gently outside the window, carrying a slight chill in the warm sunlight, but it was far from enough to calm the global esports fervor rippling everywhere. 3 days later, the finals arrived as scheduled. In the center of the huge 10,000-person venue, the stage for the finals had been set up early. Security personnel appeared in batches around the venue to maintain security. However, due to the massive influx of people, there were inevitably clashes between fans of the two teams amid the tension-filled atmosphere, leading to occasional loss of control at the scene and adding more fierce rivalry to the upcoming competition. Such clashes were mostly minor skirmishes. Ultimately, no matter which side was more formidable, the real battle would still take place on the field. Fans of the Black Rose team and ACE team were yelling defiantly at each other without yielding a single step. Once seated, they divided the area equally and formed a standoff against each other. Chinese and Korean official commentators occupied the best live broadcast positions according to the tournament committee arrangements, while commentators from the other two regions were arranged in smaller viewing stands. Little Dance and Maudo are undoubtedly the official couples among esports commentators. This time, due to the popularity gained during LPP League commentary, Su Qingli also came to the scene, and the three of them formed the golden triangle of commentary for the finals. From the beginning of the match, they started warming up the atmosphere on site. Little Dance, hello everyone, I am Little Dance. I'm very happy to be here providing commentary at this crucial final. Maudo, today, competing for the championship are our Black Rose team and Korea's ACE team. As for where the ultimate trophy will go, I wonder what Coach Su thinks. Su Qingli, frankly, I naturally hope that Black Rose can win. But if we are to make an objective assessment, ACE, as the reigning champions of the last international tournament, undoubtedly possesses undeniable strength. Nevertheless, this year's Black Rose team is undeniably very strong. The three commentators exchanged thoughts on the broadcasting stand as time ticked by, until finally the arrival of the players brought the noisy atmosphere in the venue to a sudden peak, completely drowning out their voices. At this moment, the spectators section of the 10,000-person arena was already completely full. Looking up could only reveal a dense crowd filling every corner, shouting voices coming from all sides, making it feel like an unprecedented celebration. Isn't this exaggerated? Xiao Li, a veteran zone player who had been following the dynamics of the International League for years but now made his first appearance as a player on site, felt deeply impressed and shaken. You're already surprised? There's much more to come, Lu Zhixin smirked slightly. Just as he finished speaking, a synchronized cheer erupted across the venue, seamlessly transmitted from different directions as though rehearsed countless times, creating a deafening roar. This immense sound caused Xiao Li's legs to tremble unintentionally in a split second, almost making him fall to his knees. Fortunately, Lu Zhixin, seemingly prepared in advance, quickly grabbed him with lightning reflexes. Under the host's indication, the two teams entered the stage from both sides of the venue, shook hands one by one, and then lined up on each side, leaving space in the middle for a square-shaped display platform where the logo of the International League shone brilliantly with neon beams, extremely captivating. While stirring the audience's mood and wrapping up his final speech, the host handed over to the organizers for further comments. Eventually, the chairman of the International League ascended the stage to deliver the concluding remarks. The finals will officially begin. As soon as his words ended, countless dazzling lights flashed from all corners of the venue, forming stunning beams of light after spreading wildly. They then gathered in the center of the venue, and with the mechanized opening of half-triangle structures, a translucent crystal display slowly rose from underground, presenting a brilliant array of colors under intersecting lights. And at this exact moment, everyone's eyes were fixated on the golden trophy displayed atop the platform, symbolizing the ultimate honor of the championship. The players stood still but were intently focused on the trophy just within reach, their eyes gleaming with burning passion. There was only one final step left. As the members of both teams returned to their respective seats, the individual matches of the finals were about to officially begin. With great reluctance, the focus shifted away from the champion trophy, turning toward the three large screens placed centrally, anxiously waiting for the release of the lineup for the first match. Finally, the captions unfurled. ACE team, Mage Swordsman, Park Sun-young, Black Rose team, Paladin, Lu Zhixin. When seeing this matchup, Xiao Li excitedly stood up directly from his seat, nudging Lu Zhixin in the ribs with his elbow and joking, "If you lose this match, don't bother coming back to see me." Lu Zhixin glanced at him and smiled, "Don't you already have a pretty good idea whether we can win?" Caught off guard, Xiao Li's smile faltered, and he instantly became displeased, letting out an irked humph. In previous training sessions, his numerous battles against Lu Zhixin, no less than hundreds of them, almost always crushed him to the point where he began questioning his existence. Reflecting on it, he'd never felt so powerless against anyone else but this man. After summarizing it all, it seemed like this individual possessed a uniquely refined skill set tailored to defeating mage swordsmen. Otherwise, given they didn't belong to professions that naturally counter each other, how could such frustration persist? Regaining composure, he glared sideways with a determined expression. "Anyway, this game must be won, otherwise, it would indirectly prove that I am no match for this Park guy, which is absolutely unacceptable. Alright, I'll win." Hearing Lu Zhixin's simple yet confident response, something oddly endearing resonated within. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneakily nudge Shen Changyu and whispered into his ear, "Hey, why do I feel something unusual between these two? Like there are pink bubbles floating around. This has been going on for quite some time. Can you please pay attention, Captain Lin?" Shen Changyu remained silent, merely thinking that perhaps those deep in love really do suffer a drop in emotional intelligence. "Huh, really?" Lin Xiao scratched his hairline, somewhat regretfully stating, "I've overlooked that, I have." Their exchange went unnoticed as everyone's attention returned to the unfolding competition. By the time he finished speaking, Lu Zhixin had already stretched his limbs and made his way onto the field. After a quick equipment check, they swiftly moved into the map banning and selection phase. After each side banned 2 maps, the final map for the first solo match appeared before everyone's eyes, Mirage City of the Desert. With this map, they're done. Xiao Li was visibly elated at the result. Sometimes, only those who've personally experienced it can truly understand the depth of despair. And through countless battles, he had repeatedly felt an entirely new level of that sensation on this very map, called extreme despair. Chapter 140. After the characters were loaded, the match began. Both sides rushed to the central main city area immediately and then stopped at positions just one in front of the other outside the entrance. They started to maneuver around the periphery of the city. It's clear that under the atmosphere of the finals, both teams are very cautious, Su Qingli commented while watching the moves from both sides, sighing with emotion. Considering that every point now may determine the ownership of the trophy, it's understandable to be cautious. As Xiao Wu spoke, she suddenly made an sound. In Lu Zhisan's vision, he seems to have already seen the opposing demon swords master from Park Sunyang's side. Why hasn't he? At this moment, others had also noticed the change in the battle situation. Because of the angle, there was no doubt that Park Sunyang's demon swordsmaster's figure flashed in Lu Zhisan's line of sight just now. However, through Park Sunyang's lens, enemy presence had not been detected yet. This was obviously the perfect chance to take the initiative, but for some unknown reason, Lu Zhisan didn't choose to aggressively start a confrontation. Instead, he sidestepped and slipped into a nearby derelict hut. On either side of this street were brick and tile-built old mud houses. With the blowing of the yellow sand winds, a swirl of dust could be easily kicked up, creating a feeling of vast desert desolation. Park Sunyang's demon swords master had yet to detect any signs of the opponent. Clearly, during the advancement process, extreme caution was being exercised. The ruined huts on the side were undoubtedly ideal ambush spots. He knew that every step he took required him to remain acutely aware of possible surprise attacks coming from the enemy at any moment. Through the omniscient perspective displayed on the big screen, you could see the two characters approaching each other without limit. The hearts of all spectators in the venue instantly tightened as they watched Park Sunyang's demon swords master about to pass by Lu Zhisan's selected ambush spot. Suddenly, holy light surged, followed by a spear thrust. Only at this moment did this individual battle officially begin. Faced with such sudden aggression, Park Sunyang had anticipated it psychologically. A quick backward flip was all set to evade it narrowly, but unexpectedly, a horse's neigh echoed through his earpiece. Taken aback, he saw Lu Zhisan riding a high horse completely bathed in saintly radiance charging straight toward him. Inwardly, he couldn't help but swear. Having witnessed countless choices of opening skills, it was the first time he encountered someone who, at the slightest disagreement, directly unleashed their ultimate skill right in his face. Does he know what ultimate skills are? Does he know anything about saving resources? Regardless, amidst the whirlwind of thoughts in Park Sunyang's mind, the paladin operated by Lu Zhisan activated Soul Stomp, thus colliding violently with the demon swords master who was still airborne mid-flip, barely having time to land. Subsequently, the demon swords master was stomped under horse's hooves. From the first-person perspective of the demon swords master, the light could be clearly felt dimming as it was struck in such an unforgiving angle, getting tossed straight back into another ruined house behind. One was looking down majestically, the other was crushed beneath the feet, a scene so vivid, it almost resembled a crime scene filled with intriguing speculations. Among the players' seats, Su Yiming noticed Xiao Li's complex expression beside him and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Xiao Li responded with a period of silence. After half a day passed, he managed to squeeze out a heartfelt comment, "It's still the same recipe, still the same taste." Su Yiming looked confused, "Huh?" Xiao Li didn't answer him but instead sighed deeply. You see, this exact scenario had just played out on his own person not too long ago. Watching the current match now gave him a mixed sense of satisfaction while also reminding him of the deep frustration he experienced earlier when it happened to him, a complexity which someone like Su Yiming wouldn't comprehend. Meanwhile, on the competition field, Park Sunyang naturally had no idea he'd been sympathized with by one of the opposing team's players. Seeing the knockdown time end, he wasn't rushing to get up. Without hesitation, he cast Whirlwind/First, aiming to interrupt the upcoming provocation skill from the enemy. But before this skill even finished casting, upon seeing the posture of the enemy, Park Sunyang instantly regretted it. From such a superior standpoint, the Holy Knight stared coldly, seemingly observing some kind of performance with indifference. No move or skill preparation was evident, they waited silently until the end of Whirlwind/'s tail action. Then, raising the long spear, the Holy Knight casually prodded it towards the Demon Swordsmaster's face. This is the real motion of the taunt skill. Park Xinyan watched his Demon Swordsmaster awkwardly scratching at the opponent, taking half a day to figure out where his judgment had gone wrong. Using taunt after a major move was a conventional combo often employed by paladins. If the opponent wasn't distracted and failed to connect but instead deliberately waited for him to finish this wasted move, then this kind of preemptive calculation seemed way too terrifying. And now, all he could do was wait until the taunt ended before thinking about how to extricate himself from this narrow space. As if knowing what he planned next, Lu Zhisan's subsequent operation immediately dashed Park Xinyang's last shred of hope. At this moment, the paladin didn't choose to attack hastily, but instead retreated several steps very strangely into the room. Under such operations, Park Xinyang's Demon Swordsmaster First View, locked onto the opponent, could only helplessly let its direction be led astray. Following the opponent's lead, it followed along with 2 steps, then turned a corner under the continued temptation, inadvertently finding itself tightly stuck in such a dead end. Lu Zhisan's series of operations flowed smoothly like cloud streaming, as if no amount of painstaking refinement had produced the skill on display. Here there probably wouldn't be anyone who believed otherwise. Of course, the focus of everyone at this point was not here. What people saw was Park Shinyang's demon swords master having become just like a quivering little white rabbit, while Lu Zhisan's paladin was like a big-tailed wolf holding a long spear, a scene so humiliating that it was almost unbearable to watch. Demon swords masters fighting against paladins originally suffered from class suppression, their only chance lying in controlling the paladin at close range during the initial confrontation to possibly use positioning advantages in order to establish dominance. In front of them, Park Shinyang had clearly lost the initiative completely. Under dire circumstances, the demon swords master could only initiate his ultimate ability when the taunt concluded, trying to directly repel the paladin back to create some breathing room. Instantly, a radiant glow emerged on the heavy sword. With a shout, it fiercely struck downward toward the paladin. Just then, a holy light blazed brilliantly at an arm's length away, a large golden halo encircled around the body like a barrier. At the instant the heavy sword struck down, only a small sliver of health diminished, the stalwart figure blocking ahead remained unmoved, as solid as a fortress. Such precise anticipation. Mao Dou couldn't suppress his heightened excitement and praised loudly. This match, Lu Zhisan's performance could almost serve as a model teaching for paladin versus demon swords master matchups. Su Qingli appraised sincerely, but one could also sense the hidden excitement in his tone. From the current situation, Park Shinyang was evidently feeling quite uncomfortable, but he had to actively look for chances, attempting to disrupt Lu Zhisan's nearly manic control over him. Regardless of victory, being able to break free from the paladin's entanglement seemed to be the primary goal at the moment. Soon, he again seized another opportunity. Seeing a crack finally appearing in the opponent's operations, after aiming carefully, without hesitation, he leaped outward. Unexpectedly, at the same time, under Lu Zhisan's control, the paladin suddenly swung his spear around, forming a circular arc around his body, instantly creating a whirlwind that pulled the airborne demon swords master forcibly back once more, swaying unsteadily. Gunlock chain ring could pull enemy targets within range back and stun them for 2 seconds. Park Shinyang was starting to question life. During regular training, he had fought against paladin players numerous times, although highly restrained, he'd never been in a situation where there was absolutely no retaliation, as happened right now. Before the match, as the head coach, Devil had already analyzed the data of every player on Black Rose team for them. The impression about Lu Zhisan revolved around the word steady, a reliable player known for never making any mistakes in team matches. But he hadn't expected him to appear in individual matches today. More astonishingly, this team player active mainly in squad and team battles turned out to be this formidable. What an incredibly disagreeable opponent. Park Shinyang felt increasingly uneasy, yet utterly helpless. Glancing at the current health of his demon swords master, less than 40%, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Besides the members of ACE team, many others were also greatly impressed. Lin Xiao, seated in the Black Rose team's player area, was also shaken by Lu Zhisan's eye-catching performance. She turned around and said to Yu Jing with all seriousness, "In the future, under no circumstances should you be his opponent." Yu Jing, however, remained composed upon hearing this, seemingly not at all surprised by such an evaluation. Don't be fooled by Lu Zhisan's carefree attitude as if nothing matters to him, he is actually quite strong. Back in the day, if it weren't for me showing up, he would have undoubtedly been the only choice for the position of captain. Is he that amazing? Recalling this person's usual suave and somewhat arrogant demeanor, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be startled. Shen Changyu finally intervened, looking annoyed. Stop kidding. Captain material. That guy hates trouble so much that when they suggested making him captain, he almost handed in a resignation letter to manager Li. So individualistic. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how unique he was. During their conversation, the demon swordsmaster's health finally drained to 0, setting off a roar of excitement across the arena. At this moment, the camera just happened to focus on Lu Zhisan. He stood up from his seat after rubbing his sore shoulder, his expression remaining unchanged, still exuding that casualness. Just before leaving the match room, he even let out a loud yawn. Chapter 141. The unfavorable start in the first individual match inevitably left ACE's fans feeling somewhat disappointed. In response to this atmosphere in the venue, Park Shinyang felt a pang of discomfort inside. After returning to his team's player seat, all he could say were 2 words, "I'm sorry." Devil didn't show any signs of blame. Instead, he patted Park on the shoulder and said, "Keep going." Then, his gaze shifted to the restless young man nearby as he added, "Perform well according to your own thoughts." "Yes," responded An Yongqiu with excitement, taking steps onto the stage. At that moment, the focus of the audience was on the battle roster for the upcoming second match displayed on the large screen. ACE's Ghost Daoist An Yongqiu vs Black Rose's Summoner Shen Changyu. After system adjustments, the bandpick phase ended swiftly, leaving the map as Polar Tundra. During the final bandpick stage, An Yongqiu banned Tomb Phantom and retained Polar Tundra. This move clearly highlighted his usual strategy, direct confrontation. Once the map loaded, both characters refreshed at their respective spawn points. An Yongqiu's Ghost Daoist rushed out immediately. It seemed like his fighting style was always this way, decisive, straightforward, with no trace of hesitation. Even after deeply sensing the skill disparity between rookies and veterans during his match with Yen Dubois, he still held no doubt about his combat method, remaining utterly firm in it. However, despite employing similar head-on tactics, this time On Cheol gave off a slightly different impression from before. After the instructional match on the international arena, although it was seemingly the same beginning as before, subtle changes in his positioning suggested some kind of evolution within himself. Compared to On Cheol's directness, Shen Changyu took a much more unhurried approach. The polar tundra map differed from others, lacking many distinct terrains. Therefore, it really made little difference where both parties encountered each other. Would Shen Changyu continue digging traps to harm opponents? Many spectators couldn't help but wonder, recalling how Black Rose had performed against MTG. Yet judging from Shen's current moves, there seemed to be no such intention. After all, that tactic required significant coordination among teammates and wasn't suitable for individual matches. Under On Cheol's proactive advancement, both sides soon met on the map. As soon as the opponent came into sight, On did not pause even for a second. As soon as he entered casting range, he swung his staff and began incantations. In this terrain with no obstructions, Shen Changyu naturally saw On coming early and wasted no time summoning an air vine. A cascade of green vines extended like waves toward On's Ghost Daoist. Shen's skill release proved evidently quicker and sharper than On's. It looked set to pin down the Ghost Daoist, but On chose not to interrupt his incantation. Only after completing his spell release did he make a narrow leap just in time to dodge the vines. Void spikes then formed a black circle rising under Shen Changyu's feet simultaneously while the Ghost Daoist executed an astute maneuver to position safely. Following that, On initiated the incantation for the next skill. Such judgment was remarkably precise, showcasing supreme confidence under the intense situation where even the slightest error of 0.some seconds would have completely turned the game into disadvantage. An admiration flickered across Shen Changyu's eyes briefly but quickly disappeared. His fingers continued operating without delay. As the void spikes spread beneath him, he skillfully adjusted his steps to avoid them perfectly. After scanning On Cheol's position once, he threw out a few tunnel moles and retreated several steps to wait for his opponent's next action. Ghost Fire. This time, On Cheol didn't choose control skills but directly sent over a black flame which landed beside Shen Changyu's summoner. It burned fiercely around, standing out vividly amidst the icy white landscape. Shen Changyu was already prepared and side-flipped rapidly out of the damage range. Though his health bar dropped slightly, overall, the damage was negligible as he quickly minimized it. However, this flip still failed to leave the area of attack, prompting him to perform another quick side flip sideways without any hesitation. Compared to his previous decisiveness, this side flip seemed a bit puzzling, but soon the audience saw an icicle appear right where the summoner had just landed. After the Ghost Fire, On Cheol perfectly predicted Shen Changyu's movement and swiftly followed up with a Frost Curse spell. If Shen Changyu hadn't continued to dodge, by now he would have clearly been rooted to the spot. During the process of responding, On Cheol didn't harbor any notion of underestimating his opponent. To him, the entire competition was undeniably about attack, and more attack. While releasing the Frost Curse, he couldn't be sure whether Shen Changyu could evade it, so he kept a follow-up skill in reserve just in case. Regardless of whether this was based on perfect prediction or not, the method of choosing rather to mistake kill than miss was evidently highly effective. Shen Changyu glanced at the bleeding effect on his summoner and furrowed his brows. Observing the position where his opponent landed, the tunnel mole had already burrowed nearby. Under control, it rapidly shot out, both clinging onto the ghostly priest's feet. Simultaneously, the morphed slime transformed into an icy blade and stabbed straight towards the enemy. If hit, Shen Changyu would instantly be frozen in place. All spectators involuntarily held their breath, witnessing the myriad changes in that instant. Just as they saw On Cheol's ghostly priest about to take damage, he interrupted his spell in the nick of time, dragging his two heavily controlled feet, which were slowed by debuff, for a back jump operation. Barely, he managed to avoid it. Regardless, the reflexes and adaptability of ACE team's new rookie contestant impressed everyone greatly. This missed attack made Shen Changyu feel inevitably somewhat disappointed. However, he had no time to indulge in too much contemplation because after forcibly interrupting his incantation, On Cheol's ghostly priest had quickly raised his staff again. Ignoring the slowing effects on himself, he directly activated the ultimate skill, 10,000 Ghosts Void. In this situation, such a choice obviously wasn't the best one, but there was no denying its effectiveness. A very valuable ultimate skill like this was completely treated by On Cheol as an ordinary control technique. However, there was no hint of regret shown on his face. Through the camera, it could be seen how intensely focused he was on the big screen. With his fingers rapidly moving over the keyboard, he initiated Ghost Dash, perfectly controlling the distance between them, and subsequently released one damage skill after another, each landing precisely on the summoner, significantly depleting the health bar in a moment. Naturally, Shen Changyu also anticipated the possible counterattack from the other party. Yet, he didn't expect it to be such an aggressive offense. After depriving the vision, without hesitation, while moving his position, he consecutively summoned several beasts. Relying on extremely sensitive intuition, he blindly controlled them and quickly approached On Cheol's ghostly priest, surrounding him shortly thereafter. In these few seconds, Shen Changyu's summoner had lost quite some blood already. But after this wave of attacks, it was instead on Yung Cheol's ghostly priest who was encircled by the summons and fell into danger. The rapid changes on the field once left the crowd speechless. At this point, the situation on Yung Cheol found himself in was undoubtedly awkward. He wanted to keep chasing Shin Changyu's summoner, but the opponent had pulled away. In front of him were several ferocious-looking summons, some terrifying, others cute yet bouncy, all blocking his way, leaving him stuck. After this slight hesitation of only 0.some seconds, Yung Cheol didn't make too many circuitous choices. Very directly and resolutely activating his own damage enhancement effects, a whole string of skills surged forward toward the mass of summons. Everyone was astonished. This rookie player was truly decisive. So decisive that it was almost reckless. This nearly suicidal mana-wasting operation actually allowed Yung Cheol to break free from the circle of summons very quickly. However, his condition was clearly no better than Shin Changyu's summoner. If we only compared the blue magic values, his state might even be slightly worse. In such a situation, if placed on other players, they might worry whether they could hold out until the end of the match. But in front of Yung Cheol, there was clearly no such concern. Dash. He launched a dash toward Shin Changyu's summoner once again. Once again within casting range, the relentless offensive came immediately without hesitation. A flicker of admiration crossed Shin Changyu's eyes. Faced with the fierce attack from the opponent, he finally had to choose to fight head-on. For a moment, the entire Arctic tundra map was completely enveloped by dazzling skills. Both sides unleashed their hands full speed, doing everything possible to maximize their output damage. On the large screen, the health bars on both sides were visibly dropping at an alarming rate. During this time, Shin Changyu actually had a couple of opportunities to attempt retreating. However, Yung Cheol clearly aimed for nothing but a decisive win, and each time Shin showed any signs of withdrawal, relentlessly locked onto him with unwavering determination, leaving no room for respite. Shin Changyu is being overly cautious, sighed Su Qingli deeply as he observed the gap in health bars slowly widening. In many competitive settings, prudence is one of the essential qualities of a professional gamer. But right now, it was precisely because of such excessive caution that Shin Changyu, in his repeated attempts to ease the pressure, unknowingly gave Yung Cheol the upper hand. Su Qingli quickly noticed the problem, which Shin Changyu himself soon realized as well. But by the time Shin resolved to confront the opponent head-on, it was already too late. 500 HP. When the summoner's health bar was emptied, the ghostly priest still had 500 HP remaining. If Shin Changyu had firmly chosen to attack just a few seconds earlier, with merely one more skill released, the scales of victory would have tilted completely in his favor. But alas, in this world, there are never so many ifs. In the realm of esports, winning or losing sometimes hinges on just that single moment of hesitation. Chapter 142. Don't be discouraged, it's fine as long as you win back. When Shin Changyu returned to the contestant seat, he hadn't even had a chance to speak before noticing that Shin Anchi had already approached. She tiptoed and patted his head. The gloomy mood from just a moment ago was completely disrupted by this gesture. Shin Changyu noticed that although everyone turned away, their shoulders still couldn't suppress the trembles, making him feel unable to face such unexpected concern. Shin Anchi turned around and glanced at Lin Xiao. She had merely acted according to what this person said. How come the comforting effect didn't seem ideal? Lin Xiao forcibly contained his laughter and stood up, cough, cough, cough. Next is my turn. He was always happy to appear as the grand finale in individual matches, especially since the opponent was an exhilarating one. At this moment, the big screen displayed the lists of contestants from both teams. Beneath a string of Korean characters, the Chinese annotated 3 words, Ching Yoli, immediately triggered wave after wave of cheers inside the venue. If Yen Duzhou were the first figure in domestic esports, then within the Korean esports circle, aside from Devil who had stepped back to the second line, Ching Yoli was undoubtedly the latest dominant figure without question. Whether from personal ability or team organization, he was doubtlessly an exceptional player in today's global esports scene. In the eyes of domestic fans, Lin Xiao's popularity was already quite high. Carrying the banner of the successor of Old Ghost, except for some hardcore negative black powder fans, most others have essentially fully acknowledged it. Upon seeing himself up against the top-tier figure in the Korean server side, instead of retreating, excitement rose more prominently. Slay the god! Slay the god! Slay the god! A unified chant spread through the stadium like a wave, dispersing in all directions. What is meant by the successor of Old Ghost? Naturally, it is leading domestic esports to once again ascend to the World Championship podium, only then living up to this title truly. Recalling Lin Xiao's victory over Yen Duzhou, all slightly calmed blood boiled up again. So what if this season's rookie has only begun to show promise? If even team leader Yen can be taken down, why not Ching Yoli? In the hearts of domestic fans, no matter how powerful Ching Yoli might be, he could never surpass the man they've looked up to for many years. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Xiao walked onto the central stage of the venue, turned left, and entered the battle room. The equipment adjustment proceeded orderly. After everything was prepared, he leaned back on the chair, closing his eyes briefly. When he reopened them, there was finally no suppressing the excited anticipation in his eyes. Ching Yoli was absolutely a very serious contestant to consider, also the most recognized player during his years absent from the esports stage. The current match undeniably represented a new level/challenge for him. The videos he'd seen could be regarded as strategies for navigating this challenge, but when actually facing it, only stepping onto this battlefield would allow him to experience the opponent's strength firsthand. Devil's prodigy disciple, the most valuable esports player in Korea within 3 years, whatever tag, were such dazzlingly golden existences, making people cannot help but approach this match with incomparable excitement. Besides Lin Xiao and the audience, those who held an excited attitude toward this match naturally included the 3 commentators on the commentary desk. Whether it be domestic or international competitions, one of the key factors to enliven the on-site atmosphere is undoubtedly the hype surrounding the match itself. As both sides' players entered the band selection phase, Xiao Wu's voice sounded unusually excited. The competition will soon start. Wonder what unexpected performances the player Lin Xiao will bring us in this individual match. What she implied referred naturally to Lin Xiao's occasional surprises throughout numerous matches that resembled shocks. Although sometimes it induced a peculiar feeling on site, the post-match battle videos would always be widely broadcasted online, becoming topics of great interest for many people. Gradually, everyone began habitually expecting. After Xiao Wu said this, Mao Do quickly followed up on the topic. The map has now been chosen, and both sides are entering the map import. Let's take a look at the broadcaster's tuning display regarding the equipment setup of both competitors. His original intention was to figure out which aspect of tactical adjustments Lin Xiao planned to make in this round. However, after a closer look, he was somewhat disappointed to find that it was a standard extreme cooldown build setup. Don't ask him when exactly the extreme cooldown flow became an ordinary concept in public opinion. Xiao Wu also expressed a small sense of surprise, but quickly adjusted her emotions, officially stating, "So, let's all look forward to the amazing performance the players will bring us in this match." Lin Xiao, inside the battle room, naturally couldn't hear the hearts of the crowd outside. As he waited for the character import to finish, he pondered over the strategy he planned to adopt in this round. Although reason told him to use more tricks and dodge sharp edges for greater chances of victory, the temptation of fighting against a powerful opponent simply proved irresistible on an emotional level. Eventually, he got lazy about weighing his options and decided very capriciously to face Cheng Yoli in a fair and straightforward confrontation. The commentators and fans outside were eagerly awaiting a possible stunning clash, and if they knew Lin Xiao's choice at this moment, they would probably be infuriated again. This round's combat map was the Wild Forest. After both players refreshed at their respective spawn points, they instantly rushed toward each other, swiftly blending into the dense jungle rainforest. The fans of Black Rose held their breaths, quietly waiting for their beloved Lin Xiao to start his brilliant performance. As time ticked by, they waited, and waited some more. Yet, no expected cute or sneaky moves came from either side. When the two met in the middle of the map, they collided head-on without hesitation. Everyone. Wasn't this supposed to go according to a different script? Where were the skills meant to disgust everyone with their full activation? They had prepared themselves only to witness this rather professional competition unfolding as Lin Xiao's personal match. Was this even the real Lin Xiao competing inside the battle room? Bad reviews. Refunds. Countless people fumed silently in their heads, yet none of them budged from their seats, still following the match with bated breath, hoping for further developments. Being mouth dismissive yet body cooperative didn't change much, did it? Loving Black Rose was just that whimsical. On the field, as soon as Lin Xiao spotted Cheng Yoli's shadow assassin in his line of sight, he decisively started chanting in place. Skills rained down one after another like artillery fire, aiming straight for the enemy's feet. These precisely chosen landing spots effectively restricted Cheng Yoli's approach. Nevertheless, his reaction was swift. After a side flip to evade the ghost fire, he charged directly forward, significantly closing the distance between them. The Shadow Assassin, a high-output melee class, was undeniably a nightmare-like existence for squishy characters. But evidently, the game design team had foreseen this point and hadn't given this profession any large-scale control skills. This greatly elevated the required technical proficiency for near-combat maneuvers. Even though Lin Xiao's barrage of skills annoyed Cheng Yoli, he quickly identified the rhythm of these quick-fire spells. Once confirmed, during several skill intervals, Cheng Yoli used a few segments of dash combinations while crouched low, decisively pulling the Ghost Daoist into his attack range. What an impeccable operation. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Shadow Assassin, Lin Xiao showed no sign of panic. Instead, his eyes lit up, clearly satisfied with his earlier decision to engage in a direct confrontation. At least the thrilling sensation he felt right now was highly enjoyable. After scanning his surroundings, under his operation, the Ghost Daoist decisively leapt sideways. In the nick of time, he evaded a set of the Shadow Assassin's combos. Following that, he activated Phantom Step and hastily retreated backward, reopening the distance once again. Having managed to close in so easily, Cheng Yoli wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. He immediately operated his Shadow Assassin in seamless pursuit. The chase between the two figures in the layered jungle exuded an undeniable tension, leaving the audience watching in awe as they instinctively held their breaths. Go chase and kill him. Korean fans couldn't help but yell, although subconsciously, they already believed Lovely Ghost wasn't using cheats. Still, this didn't reduce the intense hatred they harbored toward Lin Xiao. After all, considering the defeats of 2 consecutive Korean teams remained fresh in their minds. As the bonus effect of Phantom Step was about to expire, Chen Yoli's shadow assassin was mere steps away from landing a hit. Everyone watched as the diminutive ghost Daoist clad in a little Red Riding Hood calmly came to a halt without any trace of panic, his raised staff flowing with an unusual brilliance as he began to chant, the dark hue of light evoking an ominous premonition. At this critical moment, despite Chen Yoli's relentless pursuit, Lin Xiao nonchalantly opted to cast the ghost Daoist's ultimate skill, 10,000 Ghosts Void. Chapter 143. Many people watching this match had already exclaimed. Naturally, Chen Yoli saw it all. After furrowing her brows, she didn't choose to retreat but charged forward without hesitation. Before the chant was completed, she struck a direct blow at the ghost Taoist. This kind of confrontation was like a game of chess. Who would advance or retreat? The crowd couldn't help but hold their breath in anticipation. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Zhao's eyes as he noticed his rapidly decreasing health bar but chose not to interrupt the chant for 10,000 Ghosts Void. If it were an ordinary person, they probably would have retreated long ago. Yet he remained as immovable as a mountain, seemingly unbothered by the relentless assault. This act of staying still and practically giving away health confused many. However, unless a verdict is reached, no one can question the choices made by the competitor on the spot. Finally, the incantation ended. A massive black curtain descended like nightfall, heavily covering everything. In that instant, the first-person perspective of Chen Yoli's shadow swordsman suddenly plunged into darkness. The ghostly figure of Gui Mengmeng flickered before her eyes and disappeared entirely from view. The 5-foot visible distance made it impossible for her to locate the opponent instantly. Wait. Only when the debuff of 10,000 Ghosts Void disappears can the shadow swordsman launch another attack. Under such circumstances with no vision, Chen Yoli didn't choose to wait at the original location. Instead, she quickly operated the shadow swordsman to retreat. Even though she lost sight completely, her series of operations remained exceptionally smooth. This decisive retreat allowed her to soon move out of the spellcasting range of the ghost Taoist. This perhaps represents the greatest difference between a professional player and an ordinary gamer, their ability to anticipate subsequent possibilities ahead of time. If Lin Xiao had chosen complete avoidance by moving fully outside the safe range during his retreat earlier, Chen Yoli might have escaped at that point. But then, he performed a very risky yet extremely confident maneuver, positioning. The blindness radius of 10,000 Ghosts Void is 5 feet, beyond 5 feet, the view is unclear, but within 5 feet, it still falls under the effective visual range. Lin Xiao accurately kept the ghost Taoist exactly 5 feet away from the shadow swordsman, not more, not less, locking the opponent firmly within the skill's effective range. Seeing the shadow swordsman still retreating rapidly, the ghost Taoist twirled its staff and quickly threw an ice curse. The spell landed precisely where the opponent had just stepped back, freezing them instantly. Chen Yoli realized her character was controlled and knew things had turned bad. Her gaze immediately locked onto the countdown timer for the debuff in the corner of the screen. As she continuously got hit by several damage techniques and saw her health bar drop significantly, once the countdown ended, she wasted no time and charged straight forward. Her blind state hadn't worn off yet as she rushed forward, but the moment she became fully aware of the surrounding scene midair, she found herself heading directly towards Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist without any deviation. An impeccable and precise prediction. Despite being at a disadvantage the previous moment, this operation undoubtedly reclaimed the initiative in an instant. This is Chen Yoli, the ace player of ACE team, the top man in South Korea's esports circle. Facing the sudden counterattack from the other side, Lin Xiao decisively chose to leap backward and avoid the momentum. But Chen Yoli's resolve to attack this time was incredibly firm, and she quickly closed the gap again. After several close-range skills from the shadow swordsman, the ghost Taoist was completely tied up. The situation for contestant Lin Xiao doesn't seem too optimistic. On the commentary platform, Mao Dou's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Out of the 3 personal matches, the current score stood at 1 win and 1 loss. Although the result of this round wouldn't create too big a disparity, every single point was crucial in such a competition. Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist looked rather disheveled under Chen Yoli's persistent attacks, yet a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he seized the opportunity to erect a floating pagoda door right in front of him. This kind of barrier-style defense isn't particularly useful against melee professions, but just as the ghost Taoist suddenly changed its course when the shadow swordsman attacked, instead of retreating, it moved through the floating pagoda door toward another direction. With this abrupt turning maneuver, the attack was narrowly deflected, halting the rapid descent of his health bar. The audience could only marvel at how intense the position was. How could this skill be used like this? Such minor details inevitably caused Chen Yoli's shadow swordsman to hesitate slightly in its offensive, but escaping from his relentless assault was no simple matter. With skills restricted, he simply chose to go for direct melee attacks. After all, as a physical close-range class, the damage output was obviously far higher than a spellcaster's basic attack. The swiftly swinging longsword once again forced the ghost Taoist to retreat several steps backward. At face value, while the shadow swordsman's health bar continued to be gradually diminished by spells, the overall situation was grim for Lin Xiao. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was being completely dominated. Just as everyone assumed that Black Rose team's individual match had reached its last breath, an unexpected twist occurred. Chen Yoli, who had been relentlessly pressing forward, suddenly noticed thorny vines rising beneath the shadow swordsman's feet. Just as she moved to retreat, the shadow swordsman stepped into a patch of soft mud, immediately making her realize she'd fallen into Lin Zhao's trap of drawing the enemy in deeper. The Ghost Void Spike and Myriad Pools skill combo, their landing points were undeniably clever, precisely calculating every possible step the shadow swordsman might take, allowing absolutely no deviation. Even a difference of 0.1 foot could irreversibly alter the battle outcome. Clearly, Lin Zhao managed it perfectly. As soon as the shadow swordsman stepped into the mud, it lost the ability to evade further, simultaneously caught in two powerful control skills. This was perhaps Cheng Yuli's biggest blunder during this match, yet in competition, any mistake could prove fatal. Looking at the ghost Taoist continuously chanting spells before her, a trace of approval flickered across her eyes. As her coach Devil had mentioned, this was indeed an extremely strong opponent. If someone else had faced such overwhelming pressure, not only would they fail to plan each step meticulously like Lin Zhao, it would even be questionable whether they could survive through the intense 5 minutes. Amidst Cheng Yuli's reflections, Lin Zhao wasted not a second and launched a full-scale counterattack without hesitation. If before every move he made was synchronized with the rhythm of the opponent, then now he finally entered his own beat. Counterattack. Ultimate counterattack. Mao Dou felt as if he had experienced a tremendous roller coaster of emotions. Unable to contain himself, he stood up from the commentary table in excitement. His cry tugged at the nerves of everyone present, yet due to the intensely tense situation, the crowd forgot to respond, silently focusing on every scene unfolding on stage. Cheng Yuli was formidable, but at this moment, Lin Zhao, down to just 30% health, fought even more aggressively than Cheng Yuli had before. An assault dense enough to mimic brilliant fireworks, one skill after another landed flawlessly without a single gap, directly targeting Cheng Yuli's shadow swordsman. Once the string of aggressive skills entered cooldown, seeing the shadow swordsman press forward once again, Lin Zhao didn't choose to retreat, instead, he pushed forward with relentless offense. After activating the Ghost Swift step, Cheng Yuli's shadow swordsman became as swift as a phantom, but even with such a rapid pace, the Ghost Taoist skill impacts continued to strike him with perfect accuracy. 60%, 40%, 30%. Seeing the opponent still having 20% health left, the Black Rose fans instinctively covered their mouths, suppressing a gasp. Closing in, sword drawn. Is it over? This thought echoed through the spectators' minds until the sight of a glimmering frost forming under the shadow swordsman's feet brought a sudden hush over the entire venue. Frost Curse. A short cooldown, entry-level skill that had completed its recharge at this very instant. Many wanted to yell out in excitement, but their throats were too constricted with tension, leaving them unable to utter a sound as they watched the shadow swordsman, immobilized in place, endure another round of damage. Corruption Curse, Spectral Fire, Infernal Flames. On Lin Zhao's side, seeing the shadow swordsman only 0.6 feet away from him on the big screen, he remained emotionless, fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard. In that split second, nothing existed in the world but the swirling magic displayed on the big screen. All spectators were entranced by Lin Zhao's dazzling operation skills. Finally, the shadow swordsman had no chance to make any further retaliation as its health depleted entirely. The pace of the entire battle was so intense, continuing to play out in a relentless cycle of counterattacks until the very end. However, every match ultimately boils down to victory or defeat, and the outcome before them was, Lin Zhao had won, securing another critical point for the Black Rose team. Champion! 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 The fans in attendance erupted in euphoria. Amidst the deafening silence of the ACE team supporters, they loudly proclaimed their desire for the championship trophy. Lin Zhao stepped out of the battle chamber and, faced with this overwhelming roar of cheers, merely smiled faintly. But as he returned to the player bench, that curve on his lips deepened with a hint of smugness as he asked, "Pretty impressive, huh?" "Very impressive," Yu Jing responded with a smile evident in her voice. Chapter 144. After the conclusion of the solo matches, fans from both teams quickly resumed enthusiastically cheering, despite having different emotions. Although Hei Mei's team temporarily led by 1 point, the upcoming 2-point competition in the squad match was what truly mattered. If Hei Mei could secure another 2 points, they would almost certainly claim the championship trophy with a leading posture of 3 points going into the finals. On the other hand, if ACE's team ultimately prevailed, the previous 1-point gap would be completely reversed, leaving them behind by 1 point. In general, this squad match had become a do-or-die battle for ACE with no room for retreat, only victory was an option. Clearly, ACE's pressure was much greater than that of Hei Mei's team. Amidst cheers of encouragement from both sides, the competitors stepped onto the stage. At this moment, the large screen also revealed the lineups of both teams, causing yet another wave of excitement after the information was displayed. ACE team, Gan Yucheng's assassin, Zheng Juanhao's assassin, and Park Ji-yun's cleric. Hei Mei team, Su Yiming's gunner, Su Yichen's gunner, and Xiao Li's swordsman mage. Although ACE team sent out a peculiar lineup with dual assassins, compared to Hei Mei, it was quite normal. 2 gunners were understandable, and a swordsman mage was normal as well. But such a combination that entirely abandoned the use of a cleric was undeniably too risky. Ignoring the lineup issue, Hei Mei's loyal fans looked more confused, staring at the 3 backs walking onto the stage without fully regaining their senses. Sending Xiao Li to compete in the squad match? Really? Amid various mixed feelings of the crowd, the referee officially announced the start of the match. The final map selected for the squad match was Lava Hell. With both teams' characters loaded, a vividly crimson map was showcased on the central big screen. After a brief map introduction by the commentator, the battlefield horn blared, signaling the official start as competitors shot forward like arrows released from strings. Renowned for its twisting paths, this map was extremely suitable for hit-and-run tactics by gunners and perfect for stealth attacks by assassins. Thus, from an advantageous perspective, it was mutually beneficial for both teams. ACE chose to flank around. From the big screen's perspective, Su Qingli sitting at the commentary table quickly noticed the tactical positioning choice of the opponent. Glancing again at the three positions of Hei Mei's team, he couldn't help but worry. Currently, it seems our players haven't yet realized the movement of the opponents. Tension immediately filled the atmosphere among the audience. Meanwhile, inside the battle room, a conversation went on in Hei Mei's team's voice channel, an atmosphere completely unlike the outside world. Su Yiming, Chen, do you prefer to go up route or down route? Su Yichen, whatever. Su Yiming dissatisfied, how can you be so casual about such an important match? Quickly decide whether you're heading up or down. Don't come complaining to me if someone crashes into you and it ends in GG later. Su Yichen didn't bother to respond. Su Yiming. Forget it, there's no point talking to you, mute gourd. Pausing briefly, he turned to Xiao Li, asking, what about you, Xiao Li? Which side are you prepared to take? Seeing finally someone acknowledged his presence, Xiao Li tidied his disheartened mood and said, just let you two arrange things however you see fit. Su Yiming, shit. Can't you guys show a little individuality? Follow your own instincts, alright. Finally unable to bear it, Su Yichen reminded him, Captain, you asked you to command this game. Su Yiming paused in surprise, is that so? Xiao Li, Su Yichen. Su Yiming swung the flag high, alright then, let's get ready. Next, we will all follow my rhythm together. The next second, the three characters from Hei Mei's team separated very swiftly, their trajectories instantly forming three perfectly synchronized parallel lines. This pattern of action looked bizarre, rarely would any team choose such dispersed action routes during individual matches. But regarding the opposing lineup before them now, such a judgment was undoubtedly wise. As they moved, maintaining a certain distance between each other, they ensured they could provide immediate support once the opponents appeared. Due to the absence of healing capabilities, the first massive burst would undoubtedly be the key determinant to winning or losing the game. At this moment, ACE completed their flanking maneuver. Everyone held their breath as the entire venue waited for the commencement of the fight. Upon spotting the gunslinger in his character's field of vision, Zheng Juanhao's assassin immediately entered stealth mode, akin to a cheetah ready to pounce, gradually tailing Su Yiming's every move. This went on for 5 seconds until finally, at an obscure corner of the lava terrain where he and the other players' characters were hidden, he launched his daggers with pinpoint precision. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued amidst splashes of blood, the scene glaringly vivid. Over here. Hurry. Su Yiming barely had time to shout loudly in the voice channel before swiftly maneuvering his character into a side flip, closing the distance between him and his teammates. Zheng Juanhao's assassin tracked relentlessly, daggers aimed directly at the front of the gunslinger, prepped to unleash maximum burst damage within the shortest possible time. But just then, gunfire erupted. A sudden barrage from the flank forced him to retreat momentarily for cover. Under such coordinated attacks, Zheng Juanhao could only feel utterly frustrated as he watched helplessly as his health bar dropped rapidly with no recourse. His stealth skill was still on cooldown, unless he found a spot untouched by the gunfire to evade, hiding would be futile since any bullet grazing him would reveal his position instantly. The synergy between the two gunslingers was impeccable, perfectly complementary operations without a hint of redundancy, leaving absolutely no room for escape. Their firing ranges interlocked almost seamlessly. Just as Zheng Juanhao was stuck with no counterplay, what made it even worse was when Xiao Li's swordsman mage decided to join in and finish the job. With a grand swing of his heavy sword, a skill effect activated, freezing Zheng Juanhao in place. It was here that the advantage of this all-out offense lineup fully manifested. Under relentless assault from three characters, Zheng Juanhao's assassin was in a constant state of uncontrollable bleeding, much like an unstoppable menstrual flow. Even Park Ji-yun's cleric arrived late on the scene with a flurry of large and small healing spells but was still unable to stem the rapid loss of his health. The audience watching this spectacle could only marvel. Black Rose, Hei Mei, team was undoubtedly the first in the world tournament to present such a lineup combination. With a near-brutal performance, they proclaimed to everyone the pressure that came with explosive output. Many couldn't help but recall a saying, attack is the best form of defense. But would ACE team just sit there helpless, waiting to be slaughtered? No, clearly not. In the midst of this heated battle, one figure moved like a phantom around the outermost edges of the lava hell map, quietly preparing a new flanking operation. Target, Su Yiming. At the same time, under Zheng Juanhao's control, the assassin struggled desperately while running for its life, health points already perilously low. Gan Yuqing had also completed his flanking maneuver. Who would strike first? The whole venue fell silent, eyes intently fixed on every subtle shift in the battle. Xiao Li at this point was completely engrossed in the fight, his heavy sword dazzlingly swung repeatedly at Zheng Juanhao's assassin with complete abandon, filling the voice channel with his unrestrained laughter. A vein throbbed slightly on Su Yichen's forehead, remaining silent, whereas Su Yiming beside him had already reached his limit of patience. Shaoli, can you be a little more restrained? I'm going to go deaf after this game. Only now did Shaoli snap back into reality from his slaughter spree, coughing, sorry, I got used to this during the solo matches. Both Sus were momentarily speechless. So this guy would put on headphones and enjoy himself alone like this during personal matches? Last hit, be careful. Su Yichen quickly gathered his thoughts and reminded them, keeping a cautious eye out for Gan Yucheng's assassin who had yet to show himself, cautioning, Yiming, be careful. Among the 3 members of the Black Rose team, Su Yiming's gunslinger currently had the lowest health points. If the opponent were to make a choice, he would undoubtedly become the preferred target for assassination. What do you need to be careful about? The kill is mine. Accompanied by Su Yiming's spirited shout, thick cannon smoke along with a thunderous impact sound marked the end for Jing Juanhao's assassin who succumbed under their threefold assault, his life force drained away. First blood exploded. However, the venue was not filled with the cheers that the Black Rose fans had anticipated. Because at this moment, on the large screen, they had already clearly seen that the assassin who had stealthed behind Su Yiming's gunslinger had, in this instant, silently revealed its fierce daggers. Just as Su Yiming was basking in the joy of securing the first kill, a glaring crimson flashed on the screen. At this point, the health of his gunslinger, already reduced to less than 40% by Zheng Juanhao's first wave of aggressive offense, was in grave danger. The intent to kill was now fully apparent. Chapter 145. Gan Yucheng's assassin quietly appeared at the moment of excitement, as if a carefully planned assassination had thoroughly unfolded. Before Su Yiming could react, a bloody glow filled his entire computer screen. As one of the top assassin players in the world, Gan Yucheng's series of operations were seamless and splendid, like an exquisite performance. After using several high-output skills in succession, the remaining health points of Su Yiming's gun magician were almost depleted. The other 2 team members finally reacted and quickly redirected their attacks, but Gan Yucheng's dagger had already been thrown out to directly face the gun magician, decisively taking away the remaining few health points. 1 for 1. Just a moment ago, the Black Rose team was celebrating for securing the first kill, and within just a few seconds, they lost a member in a seemingly balanced exchange that turned out to be extremely disadvantageous. Gan Yucheng quickly withdrew from the scene after the successful ambush, and Su Yichen and Shaoli prepared to chase after him. However, the enemy priest Park Ji-yeon, who was nearby, had perfectly restored the assassin's damaged health points, not leaving any opportunity. Su Yiming's computer screen went completely dark with the death of his character, yet he still seemed to be immersed in a sudden change of fortune, as though he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. Glancing sideways through Su Yichen's computer screen, he could see that the match was still ongoing. But after losing a powerful output, capturing the assassin under the protection of Park Ji-yeon's priest looked exceedingly difficult. We should have won. This thought lingered persistently in his mind, as he stared intently at every move in the game through Su Yichen's computer screen, his eyes gradually filling with regret. With only the outputs from Su Yichen and Shaoli, they couldn't reclaim dominance in the game. Relying on the support of a priest, Gan Yucheng would always vanish quickly after causing trouble each time, and after a few rounds of harassment, the remaining health points of both characters in the Black Rose team were almost depleted, a sight almost too painful to bear. Finally, in a burst of action, the gun magician and magic swordsman's health points were emptied one after another. The ACE team scored 2 crucial points in a small squad competition, changing the score instantly from 2-1 to 2-3. Having successfully completed their comeback, the ACE team advanced with a 1-point lead into the next group battle. Upon exiting the match room and returning to the player seats, Su Yiming was unusually silent. Shaoli slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon, clearly dissatisfied with his rare performance in this team match. In comparison, Su Yicheng looked somewhat better. After handing both of them a bottle of mineral water, he pulled Su Yiming aside and patted his head like an adult instructing an uncooperative child. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere after the end of the personal matches, the mood around the team was now noticeably low. Everyone cheer up. The game isn't over yet. Zhou Qiguan raised his head looking at everyone's downcast expressions, also feeling anxious but unable to think of any consoling words, only repeating this weak statement. Naturally, no one responded during this period. Just because of the loss of one life, are you denying all your efforts so far? As everyone was dispirited, a voice with a cool tone suddenly sounded. Calm words pierced through the silence, causing everyone's backs to stiffen slightly. Lifting their heads, they saw Yu Jing standing up from her chair. She calmly swept her gaze across everyone and said word by word, "The real match is just beginning now." After a moment of silence, a voice from the corner suddenly shouted, "Right, it's just truly starting now. We must win." Su Yiming stood up as well. His eyes were still red, apparently having cried over his critical mistake earlier. His lips were tightly bitten, and his expression resembled an unhappy little bulldog. Su Yicheng spoke in a steady tone, "You rest. Anyway, it's not the first time I've cleaned up your mess since we were kids." Su Yiming was not on the roster for the upcoming team match. These words, spoken by Su Yicheng who was about to take the field, made him feel as if 2 more daggers had pierced his chest. But the one who had made the mistake was indeed him, and he had no way to refute it. After holding back for a long time, Su Yiming could only grumble in frustration with an exasperated, "Ugh." Occasionally helping others clean up their messes doesn't feel so bad. Lu Zhisan glanced at Xiao Li beside him, whose entire team uniform covered his face, the corners of his lips twitched slightly into a faint smile. Even though no one said much more, after these few words, the atmosphere within the player seats evidently returned to its initial state of ease and relaxation. You really have the air of a captain about you, Lin Xiao observed the series of changes quietly and subtly gave Yu Jing a thumbs up. That's because everyone shares the same goal. Yu Jing replied. Yes, a shared goal is always a prerequisite for victory. Only when each person truly hopes to win the world-renowned championship trophy can they deliver their best performances in the team matches that emphasize coordination above all else. The esports arena will never be a stage that belongs to just one person. And at this moment, their goal was singular, the championship. The halftime break ended very quickly, and the spectators inside the venue were already almost unbearable with anticipation for the coming showdown of the century. A continuous roar of cheers surged through the crowd like waves, keeping the entire stadium buzzing non-stop. They were cheering for their teams and venting the pent-up excitement deep in their chests. Finally, under the referee's announcement, the match officially began. On the large screen in the center of the field, the names of both teams' starting lineups appeared. Black Rose Team, Yu Jing's Priest, Lin Zhao's Necromancer, Shen Changyu's Summoner, Lu Zhisan's Paladin, and Su Yicheng's Gun Mage. ACE Team, Song Yuri's Shadow Swordsman, Park Xinyang's Magic Swordsman, An Yongchul's Necromancer, Gan Yucheng's Assassin, and Park Jion's Priest. From the lineup configurations, compared to Black Rose Team's defensive advantages, ACE Team's lineup clearly followed its usual fighting style, prioritizing explosive offensive output. Finally, the last moments had arrived. Let's go. Yu Jing's gaze fell on the glittering stage, her deep eyes rarely revealing a trace of nervousness. As she prepared to step forward, her hand suddenly warmed. Surprised, she turned around and saw Lin Xiao smiling at her warmly. Together. Their fingers interlocked, and there seemed to be a calming strength in his voice. Chapter 146. The match began, with the final showdown taking place on the Wilderness Forest map. This dense rainforest map, often avoided by many online gamers, is ironically a favorite among audiences in esports due to its intricate terrain. In this ultimate team competition, it finally became the deciding map. Today, I'll follow all your instructions, Lin Xiao said into his headset in the Black Rose team room while waiting for the map to load into the game. The others listening couldn't help but let out wry smiles at his tone. It sounded exactly like someone who would always defer to their wife's decisions. Yu Jing had actually wanted Lin Xiao to continue leading, but before she could speak up, he added with a grin, so it's settled. Whatever she was about to say was quickly swallowed back down as she noticed the characters respawn at the starting point and spoke through the voice channel. Alright, then just follow my plan. Let's go. The 5 characters of the Black Rose team sped forward like arrows, instantly advancing along the central part of the map. The Wilderness Forest map features an incredibly complex terrain layout due to poor visibility. As a result, the team proceeded with extreme caution. Following this route, their objective was crystal clear. They intended to either flank around behind or launch a powerful strike from the side directly against the ACE team. Be mindful of the opponent's movements, Yu Jing said, sweeping her first-person view around. Even before the battle officially commenced, she had already slipped into a vigilant state. Clearly, everyone else was also proceeding with extreme caution. Lu Zhisan's Paladin led the charge positioned ahead in formation. Shen Changyu's Summoner provided cover, Su Yichen's Gunner was located to the left front of the group ready to supply support at a moment's notice, whereas Lin Zhao's Necromancer stood not far in front of Yu Jing's Priest, prepared to offer maximum protection for the healer position at the back. This formation, apart from Lin Zhao's position as the Necromancer, struck every fan of the Black Rose team as overwhelmingly familiar. Having gone from a slump early in the season and fighting their way back to seize the LPP League Championship trophy, to relentlessly battling through on the world stage and breaking out of their encirclement, the Black Rose team had never disappointed their fans' expectations, successfully reaching the finals. Time flew so fast that looking back now, one might realize how much the Black Rose team seemed to have transformed this year. At this very moment, seeing this familiar deployment strategy again evoked almost a sense of déjà vu, as if stepping back into another time. However, this was precisely the poised elegance that resonated most with their impressions of the Black Rose team. After adapting to the transformations undergone by the Black Rose team this season, watching each member shine on the battlefield brought excitement, shouts, and cheers. Now, seemingly returning home, their familiar Black Rose team reappeared once more, stirring something warm deep inside them. Many fans felt inexplicably choked up simultaneously. This feeling was deeply complex, but regardless, whether it was the underestimated Black Rose at the beginning of the season, or the indomitable Black Rose conquering all in the LPP League, or even this current Black Rose team suddenly reverting to form, they were always the supported squad and represented the pride of LPP League teams reaching the final stage. In the opposing room, Lin Xiao, of course, could not sense these mysterious feelings outside among the fans. His gaze swept over the images of his teammates displayed on the big screen, and a slow smile formed on his lips. If this team had spent several months during the season going wild alongside him, then today, in this championship finals, it was only right that the whole world witness their true strength. In this match, they would release themselves fully, with comfort and brilliance. While the Black Rose team pushed forward at full speed, the movement of the ACE team appeared far more measured. By comparison, the latter exuded an incredible calmness, cautious and composed. But in the competitive gaming arena, impulsiveness isn't always bad, nor does being careful always guarantee better tactical development. After every second of operation, no one can predict what will happen in the next second, just like, now. As the Black Rose team just stepped out from a cluster of trees, the ACE team didn't even have time to peek before an intense cannonade of gunfire echoed in their ears. In the wake of such a bombardment, their formation couldn't help but momentarily scatter. Though each member quickly adjusted decisively and effectively, all were inevitably forced to retreat. Opposing teams' play style seems a bit different than before, Young Yuri remarked through her computer screen as she observed adjustments being made in the enemy's formation. Her judgment was purely instinctive, exactly how it had changed still eluded her immediate understanding. Regardless if they've changed or not, we'll fight them anyway. And Young Cheol, youthful and spirited, wasn't comfortable after being attacked without prior warning. Seeing the opponent's firepower slightly abate, he immediately operated his ghostly warlock to the left front with a somersault. Relying on the leafy cover, he started chanting a skill. "You'd better be careful," warned Young Yuri frowning, though she refrained from sternly stopping him. The position of the team was obviously already exposed, thus at this moment what they needed was someone to break the deadlock first to further develop a full-scale attack. Upon completing his incantation, Ghost Warlock's skill, Spectral Flames, lightly descended. As soon as it hit the ground, it instantly erupted into flames, illuminating the nearby rainforest brightly. The skill landed perfectly according to the prediction, but very soon ACE team members realized that the Black Rose team that had previously been lying in ambush at this spot had already completed another formation shift in a blink of an eye. Do these people even know that open flames are strictly forbidden in such dense mountain forests? Lin Xiao muttered in astonishment as the area where he had just been suddenly burned up. Yu Jing was still maneuvering her priest rapidly moving forward. She glanced over at the petite figure bouncing and following behind her and finally could not help but ask, "Why are you trailing me?" Lin Xiao responded with an extremely calm smile, "Of course, to protect you." Yu Jing paused for a moment. "Go cover Vice Captain Shen instead." "I don't need it." Lin Xiao refused outright, "No one can predict what will happen next." "How can you be so sure that you won't need protection?" Yu Jing retorted, "Vice Captain Shen and others probably need your help more." Lin Xiao stubbornly declined again, "Let them die. I'm going to protect you." Finally, the other three teammates lost patience, "That's enough. We can handle it ourselves. We don't need support." At that moment, Yu Jing's movement suddenly halted as if responding to her sharp premonition. Instantaneously, blood flashed before the priest and an assassin appeared noiselessly, lunging straight toward her. "There, see? I told you you'd need me." Lin Xiao whistled cheerfully. Before the words finished, almost simultaneously, his staff spun around, and his incantation completed within moments. A novice skill Frostbite targeted the assassin's landing point, striking accurately and flawlessly. In ACE's voice channel, Gan Yuqing immediately exclaimed, "Damn, how did he know I was there?" Seemingly sensing Gan's shock, Lin Xiao in the other duel room smirked mischievously, "Every year in the past tournaments, they've always devised different ways to take down our priests. Can't you come up with something new? With me here this year, I won't let it happen." Hearing this, the three members of the Black Rose team couldn't help but inwardly scoff in unison, "Look at how smug he is." Since Gan Yuqing's attempt to circle around from the back failed, the ACE team had to rapidly change strategies. Seeing the assassin falling into the enemy's encirclement, Park Ji-yun promptly activated Spirit Step with her priest to go for support. Meanwhile, Young Yuri's Shadowblade quickly determined Sui Chen's location according to the source of bullets and swiftly turned her assault direction towards him. This, however, Lucius clearly anticipated. Just as Shadowblade closed in, Lu performed a soul stamp forward, pinning her beneath him. With no interference, Sui Chen enjoyed an excellent output environment, fingers flying freely, the barrage so dense that ACE found it rather uncomfortable until a massive black barrier fell, enveloping everyone firmly inside. It was Ghost Warlock's ultimate move, Myriad Ghost Void. The timing grasp of this young player, and Young Cheol, has been incredibly decisive. Xu Qingli commented at the broadcasting station, involuntarily offering praise for this rookie of the ACE team. Such judgment was extremely neutral and objective, fully demonstrating that a commentator should have. But when these words reached the ears of Black Rose's fans, they couldn't help but feel worried for their team members. At this moment, there was quite a chaotic atmosphere in Black Rose's voice channel. However, upon hearing the other three teammates' cries for help, Lin Xiao just tossed off a single sentence, "Deal with it yourselves." Shen Changyu finally couldn't help but blurt out a curse, "Shit." After uttering those words, Lin Xiao completely ignored such subtle protests. His gaze swept across, and all his attention was focused on the swordsman who had already started flanking from not far away. A slow smile curved up at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 147. Seeing Gan Yuqing fall back into a passive situation after the failed sneak attack, ACE team very decisively sent Park Xinyang for support. However, before the figure of the Magus even had time to approach, the skill that had just been activated didn't get a chance to be executed as it was interrupted by the sudden surge of a void spike that launched Gan Yuqing into midair. Lin Xiao, successfully fending off their opponent's attempts once again, promptly made her ghost mage evade into the dense forest behind, and with Yu Jing's priest in tow, they retreated from the scene with great determination, leaving their achievements without a trace. "We're here," Lin Xiao announced through the voice channel. "It's no longer necessary." Sui Chen, who had just broken free from the besieging predicament by the opposing team, felt powerless to critique the tardy support from these two. "I knew you guys could do it." Lin Xiao tossed out a lukewarm compliment, subtly expressing his own depth of planning. The rest of the group felt completely uninterested in engaging further with him. Just at that moment, there was suddenly a flash of movement right before their eyes as Sung Yuri's shadow blade charged directly toward the direction where everyone was gathering, displaying the stance of one man holding a pass. "Wow, impressive courage." Lin Zhao's eyes showed a bit of astonishment, observing how Ryu Jason's paladin already blocked Sung Yuri up front, but he wasn't in a hurry to participate in the ensuing encirclement. Instead, he focused on the tranquil jungle area at his back. Very soon, Park Shinyang's magic swordsman joined the melee, while In Young-chul's necromancer operated from afar, controlling the spellcasting distances smoothly and calmly amidst the gunner's barrage, remaining composed and undisturbed. At this point, the battle finally erupted on the field, plunging the central image on the big screen into utter chaos as colorful skill effects danced about, dazzling to the extreme. Finally, Sung Yuri's shadow blade suddenly shifted his body after a few feigned movements, instantly breaking free from Ryu Jason's entanglement and heading straight towards Yu Jing's priest. Shen Chang was ready. After completing the summons formation which acted like an impenetrable wall, various skills summoned from all sides immediately unleashed a fierce barrage, seemingly about to strike Sung Yuri's shadow blade directly. Suddenly, the momentum halted, and with a swift backward somersault, barely avoiding the onslaught, the shadow blade vanished into the dense forest. At this critical juncture, the team acutely realized something was amiss. As they prepared to reconfigure their formations, Gan Yucheng's assassin unexpectedly struck from the rear, aiming at Yu Jing's priest standing in the back row. Even before reaching the target, the blade arrived first. Just as the thrown dagger was about to tear a crimson slash across the white robe of the priest, a mysterious black and eerie portal suddenly erected in front of Yu Jing's priest, intercepting Gan Yucheng's opening move entirely. The initial dagger of the assassin played a marking role, whether it hit or not could almost affect 80% of the full combo's damage. With this missed attempt, the subsequent assassination mission would clearly be incomplete. Frustrated by this failure, Gan Yucheng couldn't stop himself mid-rush due to the inertia, forcing him straight into the enemy encirclement. Really doesn't learn. Lin Xiao muttered, tossing another patch of spectral fire under the assassin's feet, instantly igniting an area effect group damage that thoroughly disrupted Gan Yucheng's only route of escape through stealth. "Help! Help!" Gan Yucheng wailed in the ACE team's voice channel. Bu Jin reacted quickly, throwing a large healing potion to stabilize the precarious blood level of the assassin, sparing a glance around and seeing Sung Yuri's position, slightly relaxed. Sui Chen's gunner was still rapidly firing, suddenly seeing a flurry of sword images rising in front of him. He already knew something bad was coming, yet obviously, no one could respond in time. Hence, Sui Chen performed a quick backward jump operation, dodging the longsword that cleaved the ground before him and raised his firepower to deliver a powerful bombardment. Sung Yuri's strike, though missed, had successfully disrupted their densely packed line of fire, evidently achieving the objective of relieving pressure by attacking the source. He immediately leapt to the left front side, avoiding the aggressive assault, saying, "Assassinate," in the voice channel before rushing forward once more head-on. A series of brutal heavy damage combos forced Sui Chen's gunner to retreat outside the battlefield range. At the same time, Park Shinyang's magic swordsman and In Young-chul's ghost shaman simultaneously entered the battlefield, their targets directly aimed at Yu Jing's priest. It wasn't hard to see from such a deployment that ACE team's attitude towards wiping out the priest was incredibly firm. This aggressive strategy of eliminating the healer was something the Black Rose team had faced too many times before. Ryu Jason's paladin decisively intercepted in front of Yu Jing's priest. Under Shen Changyu's very agile operation, summoned creatures swarmed out, completely surrounding Park Shinyang in an impenetrable formation. However, given the opponent's intent for a powerful breakout, it didn't achieve much effect. Soon a bloody path was cleared through. As they witnessed the opposing lineup breaking straight through to reach the back row, the audience's heart suspended in an instant. It could be seen that Yu Jing very decisively maneuvered her priest to retreat half a step. After finishing the chant, just as the magic swordsman approached, she cast a holy light shield on herself, resisting 60% of what would have been received damage. Following this, with a few calm healing spells, her condition quickly returned to full health status. Park Shinyang also felt somewhat bitter inside. He, being a magic swordsman by profession, really couldn't accomplish a one-time burst to take down a healer heroically. Thankfully, Gan Yucheng's assassin had already adjusted his state and now decisively came forward to support, making an agile movement to dodge the interception by the paladin. This time, nearly attaching himself closely to the other side, the daggers suddenly appeared. Right now. The fans of the ACE team immediately erupted with excitement. Seeing teammates launching fierce attacks, and Young-chul's ghost shaman provided distant support while casually sweeping his gaze over Lin Zhao's ghost shaman's position, a look of surprise momentarily flickered in his eyes, and he immediately shouted out, "Be careful." But when his words emerged, it was still several seconds too late. Lin Zhao's chant completed just then, a wave of darkness descended, like a giant curtain enveloping everyone tightly. Retreat to behind me. Just as the words faded, under his operation, the ghost shaman activated spectral sprint, advancing rapidly to Shin Changyu's summoning specs. As his fingertips danced chaotically, dense skills burst forth in an instant, striking like a heavy rainstorm upon Gan Yuqing's assassin. Among the entire lineup of ACE team, aside from Sung Yuri's Shadow Blade, there was no doubt that this assassin class possessed the highest attack power. In this critical moment, Gan Yuqing had no time to retreat, leaving him only with the choice of delivering a final all-out assault. Through the first-person perspective of the screen, he saw how Yu Jing's priest had already completely withdrawn from danger under this near-perfect protection. At this point, the target he could choose was none other than the small, annoying ghost shaman standing right before him. One-hit kill. A scarlet light surged around the assassin, gambling with the last drop of vitality. He managed to close the distance and approach the ghost shaman right before his life value depleted entirely, akin to a wolf revealing a mouthful of blood-stained fangs. And Yungchol's ghost shaman threw an ice curse, releasing ghost fire at the same time, swiftly igniting a patch of black fire around Lin Xiao. Park Xinyang's magic swordsman also redirected his attack at the same time. 3 professions, 3 segments of overwhelmingly strong assaults. They're done. Watching this scene, the fans of the Black Rose team instantly came up with this notion, many covering their eyes and not daring to watch anymore. However, a black gate appeared out of nowhere in front of the ghost shaman. Within the short span of several seconds, multiple brilliant beams of light fell upon this figure draped in a red cloak, barely reviving each time the health points were about to drain entirely, every skill accurately hitting in ways that were extremely shocking. Yu Jing's priest stood not far behind the ghost shaman, dressed in white so immaculate, presenting gloriously as if in a perfect performance, calm yet gripping. As the big screen flashed with crimson prompts, the first blood of the team match was finally born. Gan Yuqing's assassin, after finishing the release of the one-hit kill, failed to take precedence over Lin Xiao under the cooperation of his teammates, watching helplessly as the computer screen darkened. He could only leave his final hopes with his fellow team members. For a moment, he still felt dazed. In such an almost guaranteed operation to wipe out, starting with the ghost shaman's void among 10,000 souls, followed by the priest's intense healing, under the coordination which blocked several major skill damages via photosec techniques, somehow these 2 individuals had so stubbornly unraveled a dead-end situation. We must win. With unyielding resolve, Gan Yuqing turned his gaze towards the Captain Sung Yuri's computer screen, his eyes brightening momentarily. I apologize. In the Black Rose team's voice channel, Sui Chen said this and then completely went silent. Following Gan Yuqing's sacrifice for first blood, another kill burst onto the field. This time, it was Sui Chen who retreated from the battlefield, his gunslinger ultimately unable to withstand Sung Yuri's relentless shadow blade. Despite struggling like a spent arrow, the gunslinger eventually collapsed under the pressure. 4v4. After both teams sacrificed one member each, the battle seemed to be at a deadlock once again. However, the fans of the Black Rose team were notably silent. Amidst what appeared to be a fair matchup, no one forgot that after the previous solo matches and small team battles, the Black Rose team still trailed behind the ACE team by 1 point. In a way, they were still at a disadvantage in this moment. Take down the magic swordsman first. Yu Jing's cold gaze swept over the scene before making an exceedingly decisive decision. Sung Yuri's Shadow Blade was still outside the main combat area and had yet to withdraw. This was exactly the moment when the ACE team's trio was most unsupported, a prime opportunity to strike. Before her orders were even issued, as if sharing an unspoken understanding, Lin Xiao had already begun operating the ghost shaman, starting his incantations with precision. The target, Park Xinyang. In such a high-stakes showdown where every move could spell doom, every second counted and might make all the difference between victory and defeat. Chapter 148. As a corruption curse fell, the health points of the demon swordsman gradually began to decline under the erosion of the corrosion debuff. At the same time, Shen Changyu's summoned creatures were already in position, instantly surrounding from all directions and forcefully cutting off the opponent's retreat in the first moment. Such coordination was incredibly and swift, instantly plunging the ACE team back into a deadlock once again. At this moment, Zhengzhe was also very decisive, with the ghost Taoist quickly finding a very suitable position while moving rapidly. However, he did not attempt to rescue Park Xinyang but instead simultaneously cast several skills onto Shen Changyu's summoner. Was this preparing another instance of attacking way to save Zhao? Just as everyone was in an uproar, suddenly a person darted out from the rainforest on the left side. It was none other than Sung Yuri, who swiftly killed Sui Chen as a bullet master before rushing back to provide support. This rapid withdrawal made the Black Rose team's earlier decisive change of target seem rather meaningless. At this point, the focus of the ACE team's firepower was clearly Shen Changyu, whom Zhengzhe had just redirected his attack towards. Shadow moved, sword arrived, and Sung Yuri's shadow swordsman darted through the jungle like a shadowy blur, directly rushing towards Shen Changyu. Once the rhythm of the summoned creatures was disrupted, Park Xinyang gained a brief respite. With a decisive backstep, he withdrew from the enemy's encirclement distance and saw Park Ji-yun's priest immediately restoring his status fully, allowing him to be fully revived in no time and charged straight towards Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist. A heavy sword strike collided, forcibly interrupting Lin Zhao's spellcasting skill and stunning the ghost Taoist on the spot. He didn't linger any further and rushed straight toward O Jing's priest, looking quite intimidating. Lu Zishan's paladin had been guarding at the back line. Seeing the enemy approach, he decisively lifted his spear and cast a taunt skill right away, shifting the demon swordsman's attack target onto himself. But at this point, the paladin wearing defensive gear had extremely limited output, only really serving a protective role. Thus, Park Shinyang was completely unperturbed by this interception, simply waiting for the taunt duration to end before once again pouncing on O Jing's priest with the spirit of sacrificing everything. Of course, his goal couldn't possibly be to directly kill O Jing despite the two blocking him, rather, it was enough just to restrict the other side's support for Shinchanyu. Park Ji-yun's priest chose a very safe position, covering the other teammates with spellcasting distance while calmly overseeing the whole team's health. The ACE team's arrangement at this instant could be described as seamless. Kill the demon swordsman first. This kind of melee control class harassment was impossible even for Yu Jing to completely ignore. Frowning slightly, after glancing at Shinchanyu's situation, she could only make the decisive decision instantly. Understood. When Lin Xiao said this, the ghost Taoist had already moved forward, and with the chanting of the staff, skills landed one after another, directly targeting Park Shinyang's demon swordsman. This was exactly the same double-sided encirclement as before. In a flash, 2 kills occurred simultaneously once more. Another 1-for-1 exchange. The atmosphere in the venue undoubtedly froze at its highest point in an instant. Such a tense and exciting match atmosphere made everyone involuntarily hold their breath, afraid of missing any crucial detail that might determine the victory or defeat. At the very moment of completing the kill, Park Shinyang dealt a heavy blow to Lu Zishan's paladin upon his own health being drained to 0, instantly applying an armor-breaking effect to the latter. For such a tanky profession, the reduction of defense by 60% due to the armor-breaking attribute could be considered fatal. Without even a chance to breathe, Cheng Yuli's shadow swordsman unleashed full power upon initiating the spectral step ability, with all damage skills under boosted attributes combining with the armor break buff. In a dazzling series of combos, he slashed right in front of the paladin, causing the health points to plummet to nothing in an instant. Such a sudden change happened too quickly. Just a moment ago, everyone was immersed in the intense atmosphere of head swaps, and now the Black Rose team faced an embarrassing 2-on-1 situation. Cheng Yuli once again demonstrated his truly terrifying strength to all Shadow Realm fans around the world in the World Championship. The #1 Shadow Swordsman in the world, deservedly so. With just one more kill, victory would be determined. Fans of the ACE team seemed to have entered the celebration phase prematurely, with the entire venue erupting into fervor. Who would be the next target? Kill that ghost Taoist. Many people could no longer contain themselves and began shouting aloud. However, at this moment, in the first-person perspective of Cheng Yuli on the large screen, there was no sign of the ghost Taoist. The ghost Taoist had been with the paladin earlier, surrounding Park Shinyang's demon swordsman, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Zhao's ghost Taoist seemed to have vanished entirely. The director caught a glimpse of Lin Zhao's position in the lens, his eyes flashing with keen insight as he hastily shouted for the staff to switch the broadcast to that view. But by the time the camera angle shifted to the other side of the map, only a black flame descended, striking down the last bit of health from Park Ji-yun's priest. After such dramatic swings of fortune, the fans of the ACE team felt like they were on the edge of collapse. A solo kill on a priest. If it were an ordinary priest player, that might have been understandable, but within such a short span of time, someone actually completed the solo execution of their formidable Korean server priest master, Park Ji-yun. Such a feat would leave anyone disbelieving. Cheng Yuli himself wanted to ask, what happened? Unfortunately, Park Ji-yun, who had already been killed, exited the voice channel, leaving only an oppressive silence. What now? With the absence of the priest in their current lineup, there seemed to only remain the choice of brute force. All or nothing. Cheng Yuli swiftly redirected his aim toward O Jing's priest. Before he could act, though, he saw the opponent had somehow quickly withdrawn from their skill range, activating the ghost step ability and rapidly retreating, completing a reunion with Lin Xiao in the shortest possible time. From afar, those two figures, one tall and one short, stood shoulder to shoulder under the greenery of the wild forest, as if rimmed by a faint glow. Even though both sides' remaining players didn't communicate verbally, the two surviving members of the ACE team felt they could see smiles on each other's faces through the large screens. Evidently, the situation presented offered them no more chances. So, deliberately letting Lu Zishan live earlier was simply to create the illusion of a smooth kill, allowing sufficient opportunity for Lin Xiao to single-handedly eliminate the priest. This tactic undeniably carried immense risk and required extraordinary trust built on immense strength, trusting that this battlefield comrade could accomplish the arduous mission. Cheng Yuli took a deep breath, let's go. At this very moment, the sole option left for the ACE team was to charge ahead fearlessly, giving their all in one final stand, battling with their backs against the wall. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, protected by O Jing behind him, unleashed a wildly unrestricted barrage of attacks against their opponents. Without any healing support and faced with their highly evasive movements, the ACE team gradually found themselves unable to secure even the slightest advantage. The Shadow Swordsman fell. The Ghost Taoist fell. Victory! As the dazzling emblem flashed on the venue's big screen, simultaneously the Chinese national flag rose slowly accompanied by the national anthem in the sky. Many in the audience couldn't help choking back tears. Innumerable viewers watching the live stream nationwide lost control of their excitement, leaping up from their seats, shouting wildly. The other players of the Black Rose team rose from their seats without exception, staring at the Black Rose emblem at the center of the large screen, their eyes brimming with mixed emotions born out of excessive joy. We won! We won! Zhou Qiguan stuttered uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face without him bothering to wipe them, smearing them onto Xiao Li's uniform. At this moment, Xiao Li made no gesture of disdain towards Zhou Qiguan's behavior but instead lifted him up and twirled around before tightly hugging him into his arms, laughing happily, we won. We're champions. Zhou Qiguan sobbed softly in his embrace, feeling like his life was about to fade away in the tight grip. Su Yiming stared dazedly at their jubilant celebration for what seemed like an eternity before finally blurting out, damn, it was so intense. Next time, I want to play in the team matches too. Chen Anqi quietly observed their celebration, her profound gaze landing on the figures walking out of the battle chamber onto the field, her lips curving into an uncommon smile. When these 5 individuals reappeared in the crowd sight, they were greeted by unprecedented roars of approval. These cheers seemed capable of tearing off the venue's roof, echoing endlessly, creating a festive atmosphere throughout the whole arena akin to an unmatched grand festivity. As ACE team faded away, the Black Rose team lined up at the center of the stage. Facing the ceaseless flashes from all sides, the signs of fatigue from the match vanished entirely, replaced by expressions of relief and joy. They gathered around the podium where the trophy rested. In front of the whole world, they lifted the championship trophy high together. The moment seemed as if frozen in time forever. 5 years, a full 5 years. Chinese teams had finally reclaimed their champions title in the World League. Regaining their glory. A host from the LPL approached the venue, taking this inspiring moment to speak out for millions of fans nationwide. May I ask, what are your thoughts right now? Oh Jing, thank you all. Shen Changyu, I've been waiting for this day for so long, I'm truly happy, really glad. Lu Zishan, being a champion feels pretty great. Xiao Li, ha ha ha. I didn't even think we'd actually win the championship. Hey. What do you think you're doing covering my mouth, Lu? Sui Chen remained silent, handing the microphone over to Su Yiming, who gladly accepted it with a smile. Next season, we'll take the crown again. Next time, I want to be the one standing tall on the field at the end. Chen Anqi, that's all. Zhou Qiguan appeared slightly shy, struggling to mutter after some time, I'll strive not to hold everyone back. Finally, the microphone was passed into Lin Zhao's hands. He softly uttered an, then his lips curved into a meaningful smile. Everyone has worked very hard, this honor belongs to our entire team. Actually, there isn't much more I can say. But there is something that I believe requires everyone's witness. The host curiously asked, what is it? Lin Zhao smirked mysteriously, then walked slowly towards O Jing under the watchful eyes of many. Seeing the surprise flash in her eyes only intensified his smile, and he leaned down, delivering a deep and lingering kiss. A wave of shock swept across the audience in that instant. Moments later, screams erupted continuously, while the flashing cameras resumed with even greater intensity after pausing for a single second. In such an electrifying moment, everything froze once again. Contrasting the profound astonishment among others, the rest of the Black Rose team looked on indifferently, maintaining an air of calmness. They silently mused, oh, looks like tomorrow's headlines will belong to these two once again. On the other side, Lin Zhao's kiss continued profoundly, lasting endlessly, serving as the most perfect and gentle punctuation mark for this season's league. This unexpected return might have been about reclaiming the summit, or perhaps it was simply to encounter you during such a beautiful time. The end.